Lin Yu said. Have the troop units quickly clean up the battlefield. Darkness is about to fall. I imagine there won't be as many undead creatures appearing tonight as last night, but we still can't let them get close to the town. Yes, my lord. Catherine respectfully took her leave. Just as Lin Yu had predicted, the number of the dead who gathered tonight was indeed greatly reduced. It's less than 1/10 of what it was last night. Paradise Town is more than capable of dealing with such an enemy. Just as Lin Yu was taking stock of his spoils with the help of Secretarian, Elena, and the ancient archetype Doris, two pieces of good news suddenly arrived. The first piece of good news is that the mountain giants are about to arrive in Paradise Town. The second piece of good news is that the City of Angels is completed. This is double happiness. Chapter 201 The 12-Winged Angel Vivien. I learned that the City of Angels was completed. Lin Yu immediately put down his work and headed to the northeastern region of the territory. Angelia, Elena, and the ancient archetype Doris followed behind him. Looking up, a huge white city floated in midair. It is about 40 meters above the ground. The city was entirely white, looking as if it had been carved from a single piece of white jade, perfectly flawless. Most importantly, the city radiated a holy light. The light came from the countless angelic runes attached to the surface of the city. Under the cover of the dark night, this city of angels appeared even more dazzling and radiant. Even from 200 or 300 kilometers away, it can be seen clearly. My lord, we arrived at a place not far from the City of Angels. 4 figures appeared together. It was Carol, along with 4 other angel craftswomen, including Marion. They walked towards him, welcoming Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, then looked at the vast and majestic angel city and asked, "Can this angel city be used directly on the battlefield?" The craftsman Angel Carol respectfully reported, "My lord, as long as energy is supplied, Angel City can enter the battlefield at any time." Very good. Lin Yu's face lit up with joy, and he said, "Let's go into the city and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, beams of dazzling light suddenly fell from the void, enveloping Lin Yu and the others. The next moment, they vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they had already arrived in the City of Angels. Is this the teleportation function of the City of Angels? Yes, my lord, Artisan Angel Carol said. In addition to short-range two-way teleportation, Angel City can also achieve ultra-long-range directional teleportation. For example, there are 2 cities of angels, standing separately in the north and south of this world. With this teleportation function, your army of followers can easily descend from one angel city to another. As long as they are in the same world, this teleportation is not limited by distance. It has great strategic significance. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. This feature allows his troops to assemble quickly. To give a simple example, for example, he has multiple cities of angels scattered across different regions. When a war ends in a certain region, or when other regions need support, the City of Angels can be used to directly teleport troops there. The goal is to assemble the army and quickly eliminate the enemy forces. From another perspective, the City of Angels is not afraid of being besieged by enemy forces, because other units from the City of Angels can be teleported to the attacked City of Angels in a short time to help eliminate the attacking enemy forces. It can be described as having both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, all of this requires the cooperation of at least 2 cities of angels. A single angel cannot achieve such long-distance teleportation. After a general tour of the city's buildings, Lin Yu and the others arrived at the center of the City of Angels. Here stands a statue that is 1,000 meters tall. This is a 12-winged angel. The 6 pairs of enormous angel wings spread out behind them, covering a large area of the City of Angels. When you stand near the statue and look up, the sense of awe at its unapproachable height is very strong. At that very moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed that the 12-winged angel statue seemed to sway slightly, especially its 6 pairs of angel wings, which were slowly folding together. This is not an illusion. However, Lin Yu soon discovered that what was shaking was not the statue itself, but a phantom radiating holy light. It emerged from the statue like a ghostly soul. The angel wings that were just slowly folding were its wings. Soon, it separated completely from the statue. They are all nearly 1,000 meters tall, like colossal angels. Furthermore, the phantom looks almost exactly like the 12-winged angel statue. Someone unfamiliar with it might mistake it for its incarnation. Immediately afterwards, the enormous phantom began to shrink rapidly again. In the blink of an eye, it grew to the height of a normal angel. She wore platinum gold angel armor and held an angel sword. Her long, golden, wavy hair cascaded down her back. She has a slender figure and perfect proportions. As for her face, It was naturally exquisite and flawless. Behind her, the 12 angel wings were all illusory, seemingly formed from countless angelic runes. Upon seeing Lin Yu, she immediately sheathed her angel sword, crossed her hands, and placed them on her full chest, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. Vivien, the 12-winged angel, greets you, Your Excellency. May the Holy Light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal." "What are you doing?" Lin Yu immediately showed a surprised expression. "What's going on?" He tried to view her information panel, but found that he couldn't. This 12-winged angel named Vivien was not the real Vivien. The 12-winged angel Vivien respectfully replied, "My lord, the 12-winged angels are the rulers of the small, angelic city. Now, my consciousness is connected to this angelic city, and I control everything within it, including external wars." Her statue is the heart of the city of angels, analogous to the main program of a computer. A computer can only run if the main program is present. The same goes for the city of angels. In addition, Lin Yu also learned from Vivien that the 12-winged angels control the small angel city. 14-winged angels control the medium-sized angel city. The 16-winged archangels control the great angel city. These three types of angels are all commanders of the angelic army and are in charge of war. As for the 18-winged archangels, they generally do not participate in wars personally, but rather reside in the realm of the Lord of Gods. When my Lord is able to summon 12-winged angels, my true form will also descend to the mortal realm to serve you." As they spoke, Vivien, the 12-winged angel, looked at Lin Yu with utmost reverence and fervor. She was extremely excited to be able to meet the great Lord of Light up close. In the realm of the Lord, countless 12-winged angels envied her. But that's fate. Her destiny connected her consciousness with this angelic temple, so she got the chance to descend. Vivien eagerly awaits her true form's arrival to serve the great Lord of Holy Light. "It'll be soon." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. The first wave of all-out war has ended. His number of followers has reached nearly 1 million. The combined number of troops of hundreds of Lord professionals probably doesn't even equal the number of his followers. This, in turn, raises a problem. That is, a low-level town cannot support so many people. Therefore, Lin Yu plans to upgrade the town to advanced later and then see what conditions are required for a town-level territory. Town-level territories can unlock 10-winged angels. At the next level, reaching the city-level territory, one can summon a 12-winged angel. For Lin Yu, this goal is not far away. Chapter 202 City of Angels. Next, Lin Yu arrived at the city wall of the City of Angels. He was accompanied by the elegant secretarian. Vivien, the 12-winged angel, walked behind and accompanied them throughout. Vivien descended to the floating island world in her consciousness. Its consciousness was carried by the 12-winged angel statue. Although she couldn't leave the City of Angels, she could move freely within the city. "My lord." Standing on the city wall, which is 500 meters high, Vivien pointed to a giant cannon that was tens of meters long and introduced it to Lin Yu. "This is the Holy Magic Cannon. Its power is quite good. It can kill an ordinary saint-level professional in one shot." Besides the Holy Magic Cannon, this miniature angel city is also equipped with a more powerful light cannon, capable of threatening even peaked saint-level professionals. Vivien then informed Lin Yu. If her true form were to descend, the power of these magical cannons would increase proportionally. Killing a demigod with a single shot is a very simple matter. In addition, she told Lin Yu that the 12-winged angels were not limited to controlling only a small angel city. Under normal circumstances, a 12-winged angel would control 10 small angel cities. Each small city of angels can support a large legion of angels, with a total number of over 51,000 angels. In other words, a 12-winged angel sets out on a campaign. Under normal circumstances, there are 10 cities of angels and an army of over 500,000 angels. If it were 14-winged angels or 16-winged archangels who went on the expedition, the scale would be even more terrifying, especially the latter. When a 16-winged archangel goes on an expedition, the angelic army under his command alone will number in the tens of millions. As for the City of Angels, there will be over 1,000. That scene was absolutely breathtaking. With this City of Angels, conquering the giant kingdom will be a piece of cake. Lin Yu stood beneath the majestic city wall, looking down at the Paradise Town below. The drop of over 500 meters made the inhabitants of Paradise Town look like ants on the ground, extremely small, which gave him a strange feeling of looking down on all living beings. Now, Lin Yu understands why the craftsman Angel Carol said that the strongest attack of Angel City could easily kill a demigod-level expert. The reason for this was Vivien, the 12-winged angel standing behind him. Although Vivien did not actually descend to Earth, it was merely a consciousness, not even complete. However, as a 12-winged angel, she could still easily crush demigod-level beings. Before her, even gods are but ants. After all, she is a 12-winged holy angel with a name, not a little angel just born from the angel rebirth pool. Lin Yu looked at Angelia beside him and said, "Give Vivien the magic cores we have stored up, and we'll use them when we attack the giant kingdom." "Yes, my lord." Angelia immediately took out a bunch of magic cores and handed them to Vivien. There were hundreds of them. However, the vast majority of them are only extraordinary magic cores, with only a few being saint-level magic cores. Vivien glanced at Secretarian, then respectfully accepted it. In a flash of brilliant light, hundreds of magic cores transformed into a stream of light that merged into her body and was simultaneously transmitted to the core of the idol in the City of Angels. After learning about the Kingdom of Giants, Vivien said, "My lord, our energy is not very sufficient. It may be difficult to conquer the giant kingdom in one fell swoop." Lin Yu waved his hand and said, "No need to rush. We will soon have a large number of magic cores in our possession." At that very moment, suddenly, a huge figure flew in from the distant horizon. Lin Yu's smile immediately deepened. "I'll be there as soon as I say." A moment later, the figure appeared at the main entrance of Paradise Town. After receiving Lin Yu's permission, the town's guards immediately let the figure in. Soon, the figure arrived at the city wall of the City of Angels, looking utterly shocked. When I met Lin Yu, he immediately knelt on the ground, filled with immense excitement and fervor. "Praise be to you, great Lord of Light. It is Barnett's honor to embrace holiness and light under your guidance." That figure was none other than Barnett, the mountain giant. It possesses the level of mid-saint rank. Lin Yu was also somewhat shocked when he looked at the mountain giant in front of him, which was nearly 20 meters tall. The fallen angel, 7 meters tall, was like a giant. Forest trolls are generally around 10 meters tall, even more exaggerated than fallen angels. However, compared to the mountain giants, the forest trolls appear to be very small. It is only half the height of the mountain giant. Lin Yu found it hard to believe that a humanoid creature could be so enormous. The shock it brought him was even greater than that of the nearly 100-meter-long corpse of the green dragon Aldrich. "Get up." Lin Yu slightly raised his hand and said with a smile, "Light will envelop all realms, and the forces of evil and darkness will eventually fade away. Your ability to abandon darkness and embrace the light is destiny, and it is also your future. Praise be to the great Lord." Mountain giant Barnett bowed again with excitement. He then respectfully handed a ring to Lin Yu, saying, "Great Lord, these are the magic cores and various precious magical materials that I have collected from the giant tribes of various mountains. Barnett is honored to serve the Lord." "Well done." Lin Yu nodded slightly in appreciation. However, he did not take the ring, because the diameter of this ring is thicker than his waist. There's simply no way to equip it. In situations like this, the floating island of myriad realms also provides a solution, which is to kill the mountain giant Barnett. I was lucky enough to find this ring. Lin Yu can then use it. Its size will not be as exaggerated as it is now, but will become a ring-shaped piece of equipment suitable for humans. Lin Yu said, "You can keep this ring yourself and take out the items inside." "Praise be to you, loving Lord." Mountain giant Barnett was very excited. Although the ring was originally his possession, he had dedicated it to the great Lord of Light. So theoretically, the ring no longer belongs to him. Now, it is something bestowed upon him by the Lord of Holy Light. He carefully put the ring back on his hand and then took out all the magic cores, magic materials, and other items stored inside. Nearly 10,000 magic cores, and a large amount of precious materials that can be used to craft high-quality equipment. Lin Yu was very happy and put all the materials and other items into the town's warehouse. Then he handed the magic core to Vivien, the 12-winged angel. "Is the energy we have enough now?" After Vivien finished consuming the magic core, Lin Yu asked her. Vivien immediately replied, "My lord, with our current strength, we have more than enough to conquer the giant kingdom." "Very good." Lin Yu burst into laughter. Turning to Angelia beside him, he said, "Pass down the order. The entire angel legion is ready for battle. Tomorrow morning, we will march on the giant kingdom." "Yes, my lord." Secretarian gave a very elegant bow. A gentle smile also shone through her golden eyes, which were as bright as a starry sky. The Lord of Holy Light was in a good mood. She was naturally happy too. Chapter 203 Grand Commander, the City of Angels has taken flight. The Angel City, a powerful force in warfare. In addition, there is an abundant supply of energy. This immediately filled Lin Yu with high spirits. They no longer take the Kingdom of Giants, this native superpower of the Dark Forest, seriously. Lin Yu said to the beautiful secretary Angelia, Angelia, you will lead the war against the Giant Kingdom. I only care about the outcome. As for the process, that's up to you. Yes, my lord. Angelia respectfully accepted the order and then said, the Angel Legion will certainly not disappoint you and will take over the Giant Kingdom as quickly as possible to welcome your arrival. The Great Lord of Light once said, I look forward to standing atop the ruins of the Kingdom of Giants. Angelia always remembered those words. I'm waiting for your good news. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. He had no intention of going to the Giant Kingdom with the Angel Legion. All he needs to do is appear when the Angelic Legion raises its victory banner. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to sense it and said, Woodlow sent a message that their team has arrived. They have stopped less than 200 kilometers away from our paradise town. Angelia, it's up to you now. Yes, my lord. Angelia lowered her head slightly. Then, her beautiful figure vanished like a bubble. Lin Yu said to Vivien, the 12-winged angel behind him, let's go take a look too, but don't get too close so as not to affect Angelia. Yes, sir. Vivien transformed into a beam of aurora and merged with the 12-winged angel statue in the city center. A moment later, the City of Angels began to shake slightly. Immediately afterwards, this enormous city, spanning 8,000 meters in length and width, flew towards the distant horizon. It is many times faster than Airbus. North of Paradise Town, about 200 kilometers away, a group of mountain giants appeared on the summit of a great mountain. Not only were they enormous, but the magical energy emanating from them was also terrifying. If there were any wild monsters in this mountainous area, they would surely be intimidated by their aura and flee in terror. Commander-in-Chief, Mountain Giant Woodrow pointed to a small town on the distant horizon and said, that's Paradise Town. Let's hurry over there. Wait a moment. The Grand Commander, at the peak of the Saint rank, waved his hand to stop him. He looked into the distance and could barely make out the situation inside Paradise Town. The densely packed figures in the town made him instinctively choose to stay where he was. There are at least hundreds of thousands of lives in this small town. How can a territory in another world that has only been developing for less than half a month have so many inhabitants? Furthermore, Paradise Town has clearly just been through a war. Countless wild monsters and magical beasts have been killed by the military forces of this town. It looks like I underestimated the power of Paradise Town. The Grand Commander took a deep breath and said, indeed, the Grand Elder was right. The development speed of Paradise Town is too fast. If it is not destroyed soon, it will be the greatest scourge of the Dark Forest. At that very moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes revealed utter shock. What is that? There's actually a city floating in midair. This distance already seems enormous. This suspended city must stretch for at least several thousand meters. Incredible. That lord from another world was actually able to build a city that floats in midair. This technology far surpasses the airships of the goblin race. The other mountain giants also saw the suspended City of Angels. Everyone gasped in shock. His face showed a look of horror. Even for their giant kingdom, building such a city was completely impossible, let alone the fact that it was equipped with a large number of giant cannons. It's obvious at a glance that their war power is extremely terrifying. Is this something a lord from another world could create? They would never have believed what they were seeing if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes. Commander, the situation in the enemy town is unclear, and there may be hidden dangers. We need to be more careful, a mountain giant said. The other mountain giants also expressed their agreement. They didn't care about the dense crowds in Paradise Town. After all, they were all saint-level experts. Simply by unleashing the domain, one can kill hordes of ordinary professionals. It was that enormous, suspended city that prevented them from making any rash moves. At this moment, the mountain giant Woodlow spoke again. What crisis could a small town-level territory possibly have? Besides, Paradise Town has just experienced a large-scale war, and the losses must have been enormous. We should seize this opportunity and charge in. Once the powerful figures in the town regain their magic power, the difficulty will actually increase. I agree. The mountain giant Agutiki immediately raised his hand. The commander looked at the two men with some confusion and said, you two have both seemed very eager for us to enter Paradise Town along the way. What's going on? Woodrow retorted. Commander, do you really think we would betray the Titans and murder our own people? Of course not. The president immediately cast aside his doubts. The Titans were the creators of the mountain giants. All the mountain giants regarded the Titans as their ancestors. Whether in the capital of the giant kingdom or in other mountain giant cities and tribes, the statues of the Titan gods are worshipped everywhere. In the hearts of the mountain giants, the Titans are supreme. The mountain giants have always adhered to the Titan ancestors' rule of unity and shared life and death. To harm one's own kind is to betray the legacy of the Titan ancestors. This has never happened before. Therefore, despite having many doubts and questions in his heart, the Grand Commander still chose to believe Woodlow and firmly believed that Woodlow did not have the courage to betray the glory passed down from the Titan ancestors. What you said makes sense. We should take advantage of the situation and strike first. But at this very moment, before the Commander-in-Chief had finished speaking, ripples suddenly spread across a patch of empty space hundreds of meters away. Immediately afterwards, the void cracked open. An elegant and beautiful figure walked out from there. A winged human? And a saint-level expert who has mastered spatial power. The president's pupils contracted slightly. The other mountain giants also became alert. Space controllers are known for their power and are said to be invincible among their peers. Even when surrounded by numerous enemies, the space controller can easily escape the battlefield. A mountain giant suddenly cried out in horror. Great Commander, she is not a winged person. She is an angel. A legendary godlike being. A terrifying race comparable to the ancient Titans. Titans Supreme. The angel race disappeared tens of millions of years ago. Even in the battlefield of myriad realms, the angel race is a legend. How could they appear in this shattered world? Angel? The group of mountain giants looked at each other in bewilderment. Soon, they also remembered the legends recorded in the kingdom's ancient books. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What terrified them most was that there was more than one angel. In the distant paradise town, they saw a large number of glowing winged people. Those were all angels. There are a full 100,000. Commander-in-Chief, we're in big trouble. The mountain giant exclaimed again. That suspended city inside Paradise Town is the legendary City of Angels. City of Angels? Yes, that's a renowned weapon of mass destruction from the angel race. A war weapon capable of traversing space and attacking other dimensions. Legend has it that even the lowest level angel city can slay a true god. All the mountain giants were stunned. Is this a joke? In this shattered world, the most powerful beings are merely peak demigods. Where is the true god who can slay the City of Angels? In order to conquer this world, the angel race actually used the City of Angels? This gave them an inexplicable feeling of being slaughtered like chicks with a sledgehammer. Flying, it's flying. Commander-in-Chief, the City of Angels has taken flight. A giant from the mountains cried out in despair. Looking up, they saw the enormous white city flying towards them at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it traversed more than 100 kilometers. Finally, it crashed through the thick clouds and hovered thousands of meters above them. The closer you get to the City of Angels, the more awe-inspiring it becomes. At the same time, they could clearly see several figures standing atop the majestic walls of the City of Angels, looking down at them. The leader was a handsome human man. Behind him stood several beautiful, holy six-winged angels. The dazzling holy light was so bright that they could barely open their eyes. Chapter 204 Angels are more terrifying than void demons. These figures on the city wall. Only two reached the saint level. The rest were at the extraordinary or king level. The handsome man at the head of the group was only at the late stage of the transcendent realm. Such a combination was not enough to intimidate the mountain giants present, because they were all saint-level experts, and there was also a saint-level peak commander. But the problem is, the city beneath the feet of these figures is the legendary City of Angels. This is the legendary main weapon of war used by the angel race to attack other dimensional worlds. It can even easily destroy true gods. Use City of Angels to deal with these lowly saint-level professionals. Isn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? What merit or ability do they possess to receive such treatment from the angel race? At this moment, thousands of meters in the air, the massive City of Angels shattered the surrounding clouds. It radiated a dazzling holy light, both striking and radiant. The main city, like that of a deity, stands tall in the heavens. The handsome human man looked down at them, gathered on the mountaintop, with indifferent eyes, as if a god were looking down on all living beings. Such a scene is truly breathtaking. This also made all the saint-level mountain giants present tremble with fear. Before they set off, they never imagined that something like this would happen. They didn't even take Paradise Town seriously. Previously, they had every reason to believe that they could easily destroy the territory of this otherworldly lord and prevent him from developing. Little did they expect that they would encounter the legendary angel race here. And even the city of angels has appeared. They even thought they were hallucinating, but reality shattered their hopes. Because everything before our eyes is real. They can clearly perceive the fear that comes from the depths of their souls. With the arrival of the city of angels, every mountain giant present was gripped by the fear of death. Those who were weaker even turned pale and trembled. Mountain giants are a renowned war-fighting race. Inheriting the will of the titans, they can be said to be fearless. However, it depends on the situation. Angels are on the same level as their titan ancestors, at least according to the ancient texts of their kingdom, facing a mythical race comparable to titans. Moreover, they even used weapons of war. How could they not be afraid? Fortunately, the mountain giant Barnett had already left the city of angels, so they didn't see him. Otherwise, they would be even more afraid. This is hardly the territory of some otherworldly lord. This is practically an outpost for the angels to invade the world. A mountain giant said with a terrified expression, "This is no longer a matter of individual life and death, but a matter of whether our kingdom, and even the entire floating island world, can survive this calamity. It can't be that serious, can it? There are only 100,000 angels in Paradise Town. Although they have weapons of war like the City of Angels, conquering the whole world would still be quite difficult." "Madness," the mountain giant said. "The angels in Paradise Town, including this City of Angels, must have been summoned by that lord from another world. In less than half a month, he summoned 100,000 angels. What does this mean? Perhaps it won't be long before he's able to summon millions, even tens of millions of angels. And even more cities of angels. Tell me, how could our small world withstand an attack from an army of angels of this size?" This analysis made the mountain giants present realize the seriousness of the problem. Paradise Town and the entire Dark Forest are merely the starting point for the angel race. Their ultimate goal is undoubtedly to conquer the world. This is the most terrifying. Retreat. Leave here immediately and return to the kingdom. We must report the news of the angel's descent to the world to His Majesty. The Elf Garden, the Bone Temple, and the Naga Kingdom must all prepare for war. Otherwise, the Dark Forest will be in grave danger. The angels pose a greater threat to our world than the void demons. "Commander-in-Chief, why is this?" a mountain giant said with a puzzled expression. "Void demons are bloodthirsty and indiscriminate in their killing, taking pleasure in destroying the world. But it seems that the angels would not do such a thing. What do you know?" The Grand Commander, at the peak of the saint rank, said with a solemn expression. "Legend has it that when the angel race conquered the other world, apart from believers in holiness and light, all others were regarded as heretics and had no way to survive. If it's a void demon descending, the various races of our world are able to unite and overcome difficulties together. Just like back then, all races joined forces to drive out the demon. But angels are different. They are the leaders of the holy and light faction. The followers of the light cult who occupy the bountiful region are all their believers. The people there still worship the goddess of light and the supreme creator. What do you think those followers of the light church will do once they find out that the angels and holy spirits they worship and believe in have descended into this world?" A mountain giant inhaled and said, "They will not hesitate to come and pledge allegiance to Paradise Town, making it their holy land. That's for sure." The Grand Commander said, "Angels are not demons, and it is difficult for all races in the world to unite in hatred against a common enemy. Furthermore, the speed at which the angels spread their faith is astonishing. It's hard to guarantee that while the war is raging, intelligent races will also defect to them. Just look at the creatures in Paradise Town to know. In less than half a month, hundreds of thousands of native ethnic groups have come to join them. Give them another half month, and all the native races of the Dark Forest will suffer. Therefore, the angels pose a greater threat. If we don't eliminate Paradise Town and its angels as soon as possible, the whole world will be in danger." Upon hearing this, the mountain giants present were filled with panic. Thinking about it this way, angels are indeed much more terrifying than demons. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get out of here. Evacuate and dispersal. Everyone who can escape is a winner. This message must be brought back to the kingdom. The mountain giants all nodded solemnly. But at this moment, two realms suddenly appeared on the mountaintop, enveloping all the mountain giants present. Several mountain giants at the early saint rank, whose strength was slightly weaker, were immediately crushed to the ground, spitting out blood. The other mountain giants are also suffering. Their faces were all deathly pale. The main problem was that the attack came too suddenly. Moreover, the attackers were right next to them, catching them completely off guard. "Damn it!" The Grand Commander, at the peak of the saint rank, roared. His strength was astonishing. Even when shrouded by 2 domains, he could still unleash terrifying power and speed, instantly sending 2 figures flying. At the same time, he forcibly destroyed both domains. What are you two trying to do? Are you crazy? The commander-in-chief glared angrily at the 2 figures that had been knocked away. It was the mountain giant Woodlow and Agitek. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood and then slowly stood up. Woodlow, a late-stage saint-level expert, spoke up. Great commander, the great lord of holy light has descended upon this world. Light will soon dispel darkness and envelop all races. It is time for our mountain giant race to seek a new future. Chapter 205. Let's attack together and take her hostage. Hearing Woodlow's words, a grand commander at the peak of the saint rank, and all the other mountain giants present had blank expressions. They all looked at Woodrow and Aguchi standing beside him with disbelief. You two actually dared to betray the Titan ancestors? A mountain giant roared, his voice filled with disbelief. No one expected it. There are actually mountain giants in the world who dare to betray the true Titan god. This completely shattered their perception. The Grand Commander, a peak saint-level expert, exclaimed in horror. Woodlow, Agiteki, were your souls purified by those angels? No wonder I felt something was off about you the whole way here. You who betrayed the great Titan god will ultimately be punished. Your names will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame of the mountain giants. Great ruler, the Titans have forgotten us. Woodlow said with a devout expression. Only the Lord of Holy Light can guide our race in the right direction. Even on the battlefield of myriad realms, the Lord's radiance will still be brilliant, enough to make the gods bow down. The Grand Commander took a deep breath and said, the angel race's faith magic is indeed as terrifying as the legends say. Even the resolute mountain giants cannot escape having their minds twisted. If Paradise Town is not destroyed, this world will surely be devoured by the faith of angels. Ignore them, let's go. The Grand Commander immediately prepared to leave with the mountain giants. At this moment, Aguchi spoke up. Commander-in-Chief, you cannot escape. From the moment you left the capital, your fate was sealed. Disgraceful traitor. A mountain giant spat viciously onto the ground. Aguchi didn't care. Instead, he said with a fanatical look in his eyes, it is our honor to have faith in the Supreme Creator. Soon, the million mountain giants of the kingdom will also become believers of our Lord. You deserve to die? A mountain giant at the late saint rank was furious and prepared to charge at Agiteki. But the Grand Commander stopped him. At the same time, his gaze was fixed on a spot several hundred meters away. That elegant figure was walking towards them. Her steps were light and slow, and the space around her seemed to distort. The beautiful figure flickered like an illusion, looking extremely eerie. Most importantly, the Grand Commander clearly sensed that a surging spatial force was converging on the mountain where they were, forming a cage that sealed the mountain. This is one of the most representative abilities of a space controller. Space confinement. If the power of time is incorporated, it becomes a time-space imprisonment, making the sealing power even more terrifying. Aguchi is right, we can't get out of here. Capture this 6-winged angel first. With her as a hostage, Angel City certainly won't dare to attack easily. President, a mountain giant whispered. She is an 8-winged angel with a pair of glowing wings on her back. It is said that once an angel has more than 6 wings, the wings on her back will turn into flowing wings of light, which are no longer physical. The president's face twitched. I really want to slap him. Is now the time to be debating the number of winged angels? Stop talking nonsense. Charge at her and seize her. Yes, Commander. Even if he's an angel, a mere late-stage saint rank dares to intercept us alone. He's incredibly arrogant. I've slain winged people and swan men of the beast race, but I've never slain an angel before. Kill. A group of enormous mountain giants charged toward Angelia in unison. During the charge, they unleashed their domains together. A total of 11 fields of the world. They overlapped, forming an area with extremely high gravity. Even a saint-level professional entering this area, if not very strong, would be squeezed into a lump of flesh by the terrifying gravity in the blink of an eye. After all, this was a gravity zone created by 11 saint-level mountain giants working together. Crushing a mountain would be an easy task. Behind them, the mountain giant Woodlow and Agiteki were also preparing to lend a hand to the Holy Envoy. But the next second, they decisively retreated, moving away from the battlefield. Because they received orders from the Holy Messenger. They are no longer needed for what follows. Despite some doubts, they faithfully carried out the order. Woodlow, is the Holy Envoy preparing to suppress 11 saint-level experts all by himself? Is that feasible? Don't ask any more questions. If the Holy Envoy says it's okay, then it's definitely okay. That's true. On the other side, it looked like the superimposed field was about to engulf Angelia. The distance was less than 3 meters. However, it was only a short distance of 3 meters. No matter how hard the group of saint-level mountain giants exerted themselves, their domain could not advance even half a step. It was as if there was an invisible wall blocking their domain. Commander-in-Chief, how can she be so powerful? Even with all 11 of us working together, we still couldn't break through her spatial blockade. She doesn't give me the feeling of being a saint-level being at all. She's more like an invincible demigod. Are all angels as powerful as her? Impossible. The Grand Commander, at the peak of the saint rank, roared. He swung a giant hammer with both hands and smashed it hard against the unseen wall in front of him. A loud bang. Sparks flew and the void trembled. Subsequently, the commander, who was 20 meters tall, was sent flying backwards and spat out a mouthful of thick blood in midair. Commander-in-Chief. The other mountain giants cried out in alarm. I'm fine. The Grand President staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Angelia, who stood in the air with an indifferent expression, with disbelief. A rare master of space. In addition, there is the legendary godlike race. So, this is what created the terrifyingly powerful saint-level angel before him. Her power has already surpassed the realm of the saint rank, comparable to his majesty of our kingdom. Damn it! How exactly did Paradise Town develop? Such a powerful being was born so quickly. The Grand Commander is now certain that there is no such thing as for dragons at all. It was a fabrication by Woodrow and Iguchi. Green Dragon Aldrich has most likely already been killed by Paradise Town. Those destroyed territories were also the work of Paradise Town. There was one thing he didn't quite understand. Since Woodlow and Agutech had already pledged allegiance to Paradise Town and worshipped the Lord of Holy Light, why would they risk returning to the capital? What is their purpose? However, there was no time for him to think it over. In the distance, the terrifying 8-winged angel actually pulled out a divine sword burning with golden flames from the void. This made him instinctively feel a huge crisis. Careful! The president shouted a reminder and quickly returned to his post. At that very moment, Angelia's angel sword was already slashing down towards the superimposed domain. In an instant, a sword light 100 meters long streaked across the sky. She directly cleaved this overlapping domain composed of 11 fields in two, as if she had split a world in two. It felt very familiar and also very satisfying. In contrast, the mountain giants at the saint rank were coughing up blood and suffering severe injuries. 3 of the mountain giants were particularly unlucky. He was struck by the sword light and died before he could even scream. Chapter 206. Who gave you the audacity to covet the Supreme Master? Get lost. Upon witnessing this scene, the other mountain giants were filled with grief and indignation. However, they had no time to grieve because the enemy was too strong. With a single sword strike, 11 domains crumbled. This power is as strong as a demigod. If things go wrong, they might all end up here. Even a Grand Commander at the peak of the saint rank couldn't protect them completely. Therefore, they had no time to grieve for their fallen comrades. Amidst angry roars, they wielded their giant hammers, great swords, and other weapons as they charged toward Angelia. At the same time, rolling thunderclouds quickly appeared high in the sky. Then, bolts of purple lightning, as thick as buckets, descended from the sky. He slashed straight at Angelia. The mountain giants are descended from the titans of later generations, thunder titans, storm titans, and wield the power of thunder, allowing them to summon lightning from nature to attack their enemies. Besides, they also inherited the strength, defense, and even size of the later titans. Although significantly weakened, they still have no problem dominating ordinary intelligent races. Click, click, click. Countless bolts of purple lightning struck down. Some of them crashed onto the mountaintops, shattering the mountains in the process. This demonstrates just how powerful lightning can be. If it were any other saint-level professional, they would basically only face certain death. But this tactic was meaningless against Angelia. As Angelia's domain was released, all the lightning bolts falling from the sky were blocked, and not a single bolt of lightning could penetrate her domain barrier. Titan Supreme. What kind of field is this? How can there be so many attributes like holiness, light, space, annihilation, punishment, and divine retribution? Even our emperor, a giant from the mountain, cried out in terror. However, before he could finish speaking, his body disintegrated. Instead of turning into pieces, they vanished like bubbles. Apart from his soul, everything else, even the equipment he was wearing, vanished completely. Are you kidding me? Even a true god couldn't be this monstrous. A mountain giant roared in horror and despair, swinging his greatsword toward Angelia, who was also in the same domain. Bang! The mountain giant and his greatsword disintegrated together. This is not over yet. The next moment, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. Suddenly, a phantom, colossal angel figure appeared behind Angelia. The figure's face was blurry and indistinct, yet it possesses an astonishing 18 angel wings. He wore a magnificent crown and held a scepter symbolizing power and supremacy. Under the terrified gazes of the mountain giants, he opened his golden eyes, coldly looking down at them, and then uttered a soft whisper. "Humble heretics, you shall be judged by the Holy Lord die." As soon as he finished speaking, countless holy swords fell from the void. The remaining 6 mountain giants were completely powerless to resist and were all pierced by the holy sword. Even the Grand Commander at the peak of the saint rank was riddled with holes by the thorns. With a single move, all 6 saint-level experts were slain. Having done all this, the enormous phantom of the 18-winged angel raised its golden eyes again, looking at the purple thunderclouds gathering high in the sky, and coldly said, "Who gave you the audacity to spy on the Supreme Lord? Get lost." With a soft rebuke, the rolling thunderclouds instantly dissipated. Thousands of meters in the air, on the majestic walls of the City of Angels, Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, breaking through to a higher realm. Previously, when Angelia killed 3 saint-level mountain giants with a single sword strike, he had already reached the kill count required for his advancement to saint level. Information notifications from the floating island of Myriad Realms also appeared at the appropriate time. He was told he could advance to the saint rank. There was naturally no need for hesitation, and Lin Yu immediately chose to break through. In an instant, a massive amount of primordial energy appeared in his body, tearing apart every piece of his flesh, bones, and even cells. Everything in his body is being greatly enhanced. At the same time, the energy vortex within his body was also expanding wildly. The energy it carries has undergone a qualitative change. It has become more pure and profound. Its power has increased dramatically year on year. This breakthrough lasted for a long time, and Lin Yu was completely absorbed in it. He didn't even notice when Angel City returned to Paradise Town. Darkness descends, and war begins again. Legions of angels and territorial troops emerged in an orderly fashion from Angel Town to engage in battle with the undead creatures outside the city. Compared to last night, today's battle was much easier. Firstly, the levels of all territorial troops have increased dramatically, making them even stronger. Secondly, the number of undead creatures has decreased significantly, roughly estimated to be only 20% of last night's number. Thirdly, the size of the angelic legion has expanded. These 3 factors combined made tonight's night battle much easier. None of the saint-level powerhouses within the territory, such as Angelia, Elena, Gladys, Doris, and Renee, participated in the war. They left the battlefield experience to the other angels and territory units. Soon, it was late at night. Lin Yu remained seated cross-legged on the city wall of Angel City. However, he was not alone. Nearby stood Angelia, Elena, and others, protecting him. Even the ruler of the City of Angels, the 12-winged angel Vivien, appeared, a projection of her consciousness, standing respectfully to the side. I don't know how much time has passed. Vivien couldn't help herself and came up behind Angelia, saying respectfully, "Your Majesty, my lord's advancement is too slow. When will he be able to return to his peak?" The 3 Your Majesties are all discussing welcoming our Lord back to the divine realm. In this way, our Lord will immediately be able to control the great power of the Creator and suppress all the universes. Why bother with such a slow promotion? Angelia glanced at her sideways. Vivien lowered her head in fear at his indifferent gaze. Angelia said in a cold voice, "My lord must have had a purpose in choosing to forcibly strip away his divine status and abandon his great power to leave the divine realm. Welcoming back our lord will surely allow him to regain his great power. However, it could also very likely disrupt our lord's plans. Although I don't know what the Lord wants to do, as believers, we only need to follow in his footsteps. Tell them not to act on their own. They have ruined the Lord's plan. Even if they perish, it will be too late for them to atone." "I see." Vivien, the 12-winged angel, hurriedly nodded, indicating that she understood. She dared not say anything more. They simply cast their reverent and fervent gazes upon the handsome figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. The island's chat channel was buzzing with excitement. All because of a piece of news. "Brothers, do you believe in God?" "Of course I believe. Once I become an immortal god and return to Earth, I will be God. Get out of here and play with the clouds. I just want to tell you all, I saw God today. That's right. It was Lin Yu, the great boss Lin. You have absolutely no idea where he was when I saw him. What's going on? When did Lin Yu become God? On another note, in Western mythology, angels are creations of God. Now that Lin Yu can summon angels, isn't he practically God himself? That's a huge difference. God is omnipotent and the Lord of all things. Forget all that. I'm just curious what the guy upstairs saw. Curiosity +1. You probably won't believe it. I saw a city, a colossal city floating in the clouds. It was entirely white, radiating divine light, like a palace of the gods. That colossal city was unbelievably large. It stands high in the sky, smashing through the clouds. Even an aircraft carrier looks like a chick in its presence. I also saw that the giant city was equipped with a large number of massive cannons. It felt like a single shot could blast a mountain apart. When the giant city appeared, Lin Yu was standing on the city wall. A group of 6-winged angels followed him. That aura was simply awe-inspiring. Is it possible that a low level of education prevents the search for more adjectives? Dude upstairs, you're really arguing with everyone and everything. Regardless, the island's chat channel is already in turmoil. All the professionals were shocked. A colossal city that could fly into the clouds. This was beyond their imagination. That colossal city must be a weapon of war belonging to the angels. Previously, Lin Yu claimed he would conquer the Dark Forest in 20 days. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. The giant city is Lin Yu's secret weapon. I have a premonition that a bloodbath is about to rage in the Dark Forest. How exactly did Lin Yu build such a colossal flying city? Can blueprints still be found in the floating island world? Who knows? It feels like all the good things happen to Lin Yu. With him around, we Lord-class players have no chance to play. As for vying for the position of Island Lord, that's even more hopeless. If Lin Yu really conquers the Dark Forest within 20 days, then what's the point of fighting for Island Lordship? We might as well just surrender. That's you. I'd rather die than surrender. At worst, I'll leave the floating island and go back to Earth to enjoy life. We can move to other floating island worlds, leaving Lin Yu to play on this island by herself. Agreed. I'm now just waiting for the energy of my professional identity to fully develop. As long as my energy bar reaches 100%, I can teleport back to Earth at any time. I'm not afraid of Lin Yu at all. What? Can he chase me all the way to Earth? That really resonated with me. Right now, all the professionals are desperately killing monsters in the wild. Some people even risk hunting undead creatures at night. Besides increasing strength, the goal is to fill the energy bar as quickly as possible. If they can't win, can't they at least run away? As for the issue of the interdimensional teleportation array collapsing, that is not within their scope of consideration. After all, this kind of thing has never happened before. Chapter 207 Ascending to the Saint Rank. The Power of the Lord. Darkness enveloped the entire floating island. However, they were unable to penetrate the paradise town filled with sacred and light power. The vast city of angels radiated divine light. It hovers about a kilometer above paradise town, and the light it emits not only illuminates paradise town as bright as day, but also lights up an area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. In this area, undead creatures have virtually nowhere to hide. In addition, the evil power within them was also severely suppressed. Weaker, lower-level undead creatures walk with a swaying gait. Some of them just fall apart as they walk. This is because the evil power within them, and even the fire of their souls, was purified by the holy radiance emanating from the city of angels. Sacred and luminous. Evil, darkness. The two camps are opposed to each other. When one faction becomes powerful enough, it can be a devastating blow to the other faction. Like the city of angels. The loaded magic cannons were not used. The sheer radiance it emitted wiped out countless low-level undead creatures. It also had a significant suppressive effect on stronger undead beings. Looking around, you can see. Centered on Paradise Town, battle scenes are everywhere within tens of thousands of meters. However, it was far less intense than last night. The undead creatures on the battlefield have almost no ability to resist. They were slaughtered in droves by the territorial troops led by the Angel Legion. On the territory side, the magic cannons on the city walls stopped firing. This is mainly because there are too few undead creatures. Being killed by the magic cannon may yield items, but the territory's troops will not gain any experience, which is a huge waste. Therefore, all the magic cannons in the territory were disabled. Thousands of meters in the air. On the majestic walls of the City of Angels, Lin Yu has been sitting quietly for more than 4 hours. Such a long promotion time is unprecedented. In the past, when he was promoted, it would take him at most half an hour. If Lin Yu's aura were not still present, and if his body were not constantly radiating powerful energy fluctuations, people might have suspected that something unexpected happened to him during his advancement. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, a notification appeared in Lin Yu's mind from the floating island of Myriad Realms. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully mastered the power of this domain, its attributes being holy and light. Next, you need to comprehend the laws of divinity and light, building upon your existing domain. At that point, you will be able to reach the realm of a demigod. You can also choose to use faith as a foundation to reach the level of a demigod. Special reminder, while the path of faith can help you smoothly become a demigod, or even ascend to true godhood, the drawbacks of this faith system are too great. Your strength will depend on the followers under your command. The rise and fall of believers will directly affect the strength of your divine power. Although the path of the laws is fraught with peril and difficulties, your strength will not be affected or hindered by external factors. The method by which you ascend to demigodhood and become an immortal true god requires your careful selection. Outside world. Lin Yu has not yet woken up. Secretarian, who had been waiting by her side, revealed a hint of joy on her exquisitely beautiful face. Our Lord has succeeded, mastering the realm of divine and light attributes. Furthermore, the aura of creation has also appeared on my Lord, which is the core of my Lord's creation of all things in the world. When our Lord becomes a god and masters the power of faith, our Lord is able to create everything by using the power of faith as a kindling. Angelia looked very excited. Vivien, the 12-winged angel, and Elena, the 6-winged angel, who were standing to the side, were also extremely excited, all looking at the handsome figure sitting quietly with a fervent and reverent gaze. The power of creation is the strongest power of the Lord of Holy Light. Just as Angelia said, the Lord of Holy Light, who possesses the power of creation, can create all things in the world. According to the Holy Scriptures, in the distant past, the great Lord of Light, using the very essence of creation, created light, countless stars, and 2 chaos angels in the chaotic world. Later, the universe and all its realms came into being. The Lord of Holy Light then created the vast and boundless divine realm and the first angelic reincarnation pool for the angel race at the cost of consuming the origin of creation. The day it was created, 7 archangels with 18 wings were born from the angel rebirth pool. From then on, the Lord of Holy Light never again used this source of creation. In the countless years that followed, the Lord of Light borrowed the power of faith to create miracles. With creation as the catalyst and faith as the fire, all things in the world were created. Now, the aura of creation is reawakening within the Lord of Light. One need only attain godhood to ignite the power of faith and create all things. Angelia was very clear about one thing. The giant kingdom's chieftain, whom she had slain, was horrified by the various attributes contained within her domain. Some mountain giants even claimed that even a true god couldn't be this terrifying. But in reality, she is far inferior to the great Lord of Light. Because the Lord of Holy Light possesses the origin of creation, which is the beginning of all things. If the Lord of Holy Light so desires, creating laws directly would be a very simple matter, such as the ultimate laws of time and space, fate, cause and effect, etc. The great Lord of Light is capable of creating them. This is the power of the Lord, omnipotent, omnipresent, all-encompassing, and all-knowing. Finally, Lin Yu woke up and opened her eyes. The powerful energy fluctuations emanating from his body receded back into his body. Powerful saint-level strength. There was obvious joy on Lin Yu's handsome face. He could clearly sense that, having advanced to the saint rank and mastered the power of the domain, he was dozens of times stronger than when he was in the late stage of the transcendent realm. Compared to now, he used to be a nobody. One finger is enough to kill him. The energy within me has also been transformed into divine and luminous power. When attached to a domain, it inflicts multiplied damage on beings of the evil and dark factions. If I envelop myself in a domain, I can also transform into the aurora borealis and instantly soar to the heavens. In addition, I have mastered various skills related to holiness and light. Powerful combat techniques such as the Holy Cross Sword, Holy Light Slash, Triple Slash of Light, and Holy Light Shield. In short, after advancing to the saint rank, Lin Yu's power was enhanced in all aspects. It seems that I have also awakened a very special power, hidden within my body, fused with the energy of faith. But what this power is used for is still unknown. The floating island of Myriad Realms didn't even give a warning. Lin Yu plans to study it carefully when she has some free time. It doesn't matter if we can't figure it out. As his level increases, that special power will gradually be revealed to him. Chapter 208 Unknown. World announcement. Congratulations, my lord, on your advancement to the saint rank. Upon seeing Lin Yu awaken, Angelia and the other angels immediately bowed respectfully. Lin Yu smiled and said, "It's just advancing to the saint rank. What's there to congratulate? It's not too late to congratulate me after I become an immortal true god." That's what he said, but he was actually very happy. The veteran professionals on Blue Star, after a year of stealthy development, only reached the saint rank at their highest level. In other words, if he were to return to Earth now, he would immediately become a peak powerhouse. They can act with impunity in every country. Unfortunately, the teleportation array was ruined by the floating island of myriad realms. I don't know if it's fixed yet. Lin Yu looked at the beautiful and elegant secretarian and said with a smile, "You've also made great progress, successfully advancing to the peak of the saint rank." Angelia lowered her head slightly and said, "It's all thanks to the Lord's favor." Lin Yu nodded and asked, "Have you killed all those mountain giants?" After Angelia killed 3 mountain giants with a single sword strike, he entered a state of seclusion for advancement, which lasted until now before he finally woke up. Therefore, he did not witness what happened afterward. Secretary and respectfully replied, "My lord, rest assured, all the attacking mountain giant heretics have been slain by me. Not one of them escaped." Okay, Lin Yu gave a word of praise. Angelia took on 11 mountain giants of equal strength. The result was a complete victory. It's incredibly powerful. Lin Yu had reason to believe that most 8-winged angels could not do it. As expected of his secretarian, she has never let him down, and she surprised him at every turn. Just then, a notification appeared from the floating island of myriad realms. "Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. As the first professional on the floating island to advance to the saint rank and master a domain, you will receive a reward of 3,000 glory points and 10,000 reputation points. Your name will shine in the island's chat channels, inspiring professionals across the island to strive for excellence. An unexpected bonus." Lin Yu grinned. Both honor points and reputation points are extremely important. The former can be exchanged for the artifact he has long desired, the Origin Scepter. The latter, however, is essential for establishing a kingdom. As for the world announcement, he didn't care much. With his current reputation and fame, he no longer needs to use a world announcement to add icing on the cake. There are tens of millions of professionals on the island, and almost no one doesn't know him. Immediately, Lin Yu opened his information panel to check. Lin Yu. Occupation, Lord. Rank, Early Saint rank. Domain attributes, Holy, Light, Unknown. Glory points, 21,800. Reputation points, 59,400. Territory, Paradise Town, Low-level town. Exclusive unit, Angel, Unique. Possession of gold coins, 856,300. There are 3 domain attributes, the third of which is unknown. As expected, my perception was correct. A special power has indeed awakened, and even the rules of the floating island cannot detect it. So it must be extremely powerful. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Then, he looked at the honor value column. I currently have nearly 22,000 glory points. If I double them, I can exchange them for the Origin Scepter. And I have 4 days left. In 4 days, the honor items menu will be refreshed. After this period, it will no longer cost 40,000 glory points to redeem the Origin Scepter. It could very well cost several 100,000. In addition, not only the Origin Scepter, but other items will also see their prices skyrocket. Therefore, Lin Yu must collect as many glory points as possible within these 4 days. Once you miss this opportunity, you might not get another chance. Lin Yu summoned the 4 angel artisans, including Carol and Marion, and said, "I saw you building the second angel city. Don't rush, I have a task for you. We must build a batch of teleportation arrays tonight. One of the teleportation arrays will be built in the town, and a teleportation channel will be established with the City of Angels. As for the other teleportation arrays, they will be placed in areas 150 kilometers away from the territory to facilitate the daily hunting of the territory's troop legions." "Yes, Your Majesty, Great Lord of Light." Carol, Marion, and the other 2 angel craftsmen immediately and respectfully obeyed. For them, with the right materials, building a teleportation array is a breeze. It's as simple as a high school student doing addition and subtraction within 10. Lin Yu then looked at the beautiful Angelia and asked, "Have you finished counting the spoils from today's day?" Secretarian replied, "Reporting to my lord, the inventory has been completed." "All right, let's return to the Lord's Hall then." Before leaving, Lin Yu said to the illusory 12-winged angel Vivien, "I'm entrusting this city of angels to you. We'll set sail for the kingdom of giants tomorrow." "Yes, my lord." Vivien lowered her head respectfully. As a 12-winged angel, Vivien's appearance and temperament are impeccable. Unfortunately, it's just a consciousness. Lin Yu eagerly awaits the arrival of her true form in this world. Just as Lin Yu, holding secretary and soft little hand, led a group of angels back to the Lord's Hall. The island's chat channel unsurprisingly became abuzz with activity. A row of gleaming gold characters is placed at the very top of the chat channel, dazzling and eye-catching. All professionals were shocked. Holy crap, is this some kind of international joke? It's only been 11 days since the server opened, and Lin Yu is already a saint-level professional? Give him a month, and he could become a god. I was wrong. I apologize for what I said before. Once Lin Yu becomes an immortal god, even if we escape back to Earth, it will be useless. The terrifying power of a god could destroy the entire planet Earth without any problem. Can we talk about something lighter? You scared me. Didn't the floating island say that a lord-level professional must kill 10 saint-level enemies to advance to the saint rank? Such a difficult task, and the troops of Paradise Town finished it so quickly? Besides, where will all these saint-level enemies come from for Paradise Town to kill? Why ask so many questions? The global announcement has been released, so how could it be fake? All I can say is, Lin Yu's promotion speed is terrifying. My level is still only mid-level 4. It's like I've been promoted to level 5. Currently, most professionals are at level 3 to 5. The top-tier professionals may have reached level 6 or even level 7. But compared to the great Lin Yu, they're all trash. Saint rank, legendary domain controller. My envy of Lin Yu has completely changed me. My situation is a bit more serious than yours. My penis is turning purple, and I suspect I've been poisoned. What a vulgar, stinky man. Lady upstairs, I only agree with the first word of your statement. I can already foresee Master Lin Yu ascending to the position of Island Lord and dominating the entire floating island world. 8 major regions, all races of the world, have submitted. The scene was terrifying to even imagine. Shouldn't it be exhilarating? Putting everything else aside, I just want to know why Lin Yu didn't sell any equipment tonight. Our team is getting incredibly impatient. Ask the same question. Chapter 209, The Giant Beast Emerging from the Black Hole. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't forget to sell equipment. Although it was late at night, it didn't affect anything at all. He listed all the equipment he had prepared on the island's trading platform, which contained more than 8,000 pieces of equipment of different levels. All of it came from the daytime elimination of the Beast Tide. In addition to the equipment crafted by the blacksmith, the total number reached nearly 10,000 pieces. The moment so much equipment was put up for sale, the entire chat channel was in an uproar. Countless professionals expressed their shock. With the quantity of this equipment, they can roughly estimate how many wild monsters Paradise Town has killed today. That's incredible. At least 10 million wild monsters have been killed by Paradise Town. Besides this equipment, Lin Yu's troops must have also dropped a lot of gold coins, blueprints, and other items. They really made a killing. It's unimaginable how wealthy Paradise Town must be. More than 10 million wild monsters. The amount of meat extracted from their carcasses alone exceeds 100 million units, possibly even reaching several 100 million units. Hiss. With so much food, can Paradise Town possibly finish it all? Why do you care so much? Having killed over 10 million wild monsters, no wonder boss Lin Yu was able to advance to the saint rank. Haha. Brothers, it wasn't for nothing that I've stayed this long. I finally managed to snag 3 pieces of equipment from Lin Yu, the big spender. Each piece is level 4, perfect for my current situation. I also stole a level 5 piece of equipment. It must be admitted that Lin Yu is much more conscientious than the other equipment merchants on the island. Especially those top-tier lords, they're all like unscrupulous merchants, trying to sell low-level equipment as high-level equipment. I once saw a lord-class player selling a mid-level common item for a whopping 1,000 gold coins. Did they really think combat classes were idiots? Master Lin Yu disdains to fuss over trivial matters. All equipment is priced at normal rates. This is good news for us combat professionals. Once this batch of equipment is sold, the size of Lin Yu's angelic legion will likely exceed 100,000. Envious. As a fellow lord, I only have over 2,300 troop types, and they are all only mid-level troops. Dude upstairs, you've done pretty well. As for Lin Yu, don't compare yourself to him. He's not a normal person. Agreed. Speaking of which, now that Lin Yu's secrets about Angel City have been exposed, what do the lords of the Dark Forest think? What else can you think? Just wait to be attacked. Even I, far away on one of the 36 islands, am trembling with fear. This is unbearable. At the same time, the Major League channel is also very lively. In the past 2 days, The number of people in the Alliance channel has increased rather than decreased. All those who entered were Alliance lords, top-tier lords, and high-level lords. If the other alliances are like martial arts sects, then this Grand Alliance channel is like a martial arts summit, bringing together all the important figures on the island. The combined power of the members in this channel is terrifying, unrivaled on the entire floating island. At Xia Qingyue, beautiful lady, I think you should just destroy your own territory. Lin Yu has even acquired Angel City. It's only a matter of time before he sweeps through the Dark Forest. If you stay in the Dark Forest, you'll eventually have to face his angelic army. If it were a holy angel, it would be better. If you were to encounter Lin Yu's fallen angel legion, you probably wouldn't even have a chance to surrender. Indeed, at Xia Qingyue, losing territory is better than losing your life. The floating island is part of the real world. If you die there, you're truly dead. Wait a little longer. I'm not willing to give up now. I have to give it my all. Besides, my energy bar is already at 85%. It'll be fully charged soon. Even if something unexpected happens, I will be able to teleport back to Earth. That's true, but what do you have to fight Lin Yu with? The Frost Dragons are incredibly powerful even among top-tier units, but your Dragon Legion is too small. Lin Yu has a city of angels and an army of 100,000 angels. Sweeping across the land, even the Dragon Islands might not be able to withstand it. It would be better to destroy your territory now. You could then lead your existing dragon army to other regions to develop. Since dragons can fly, escaping the Dark Forest won't be difficult. A certain area of a dark forest. Xia Qingyue lay on the large bed in the bedroom. Although her bedroom was small, it was decorated with all sorts of things, which she had done herself. It looked very exquisite and was clearly a girl's room. She looked at the information on the Major League channel. They fell silent. She originally thought she had enough time to develop. However, Lin Yu shattered her illusions and her hopes for the future time and time again. What island-grabbing battle, becoming the island's owner. None of that matters anymore. What she needs to consider now is how to retain her status as a lord. Just like what the people in the channel said, if she destroyed her territory, she could indeed save her life and leave the Dark Forest safely with the Dragon Legion. But what about the future? Without territory, she could no longer recruit dragons. Her existing dragon units will be one less to lose. Once all the dragon units are wiped out, what difference will there be between her and a combat professional? This is not the fate she wanted. As a top-tier lord, Xia Qingyue deserves a better future. I was thinking of using the strength of those combat professionals in the Dark Forest to try and hold off Lin Yu's Angel Legion. But now it seems that such an idea is nothing short of delusional. Lin Yu has an army of 100,000 angels and the war weapon, Angel City. In one day and one night, tens of millions of undead creatures and wild monsters were eliminated. Such terrifying war power. How could any combat professionals possibly withstand it? Even if all the combat professionals from the Dark Forest were gathered in my territory, it would only amount to a few million, which wouldn't be enough for Lin Yu's angel army to kill. Sticking to this plan will only lead me to my doom. Xia Qingyue knew that she now only had two paths to choose from. First, destroy your own territory and take your existing dragon army to other regions to develop. Second, add Lin Yu as a friend and surrender. If the latter succeeds, she can retain her status as a lord. As for what she said on the Major League channel, I'm not resigned to this. I want to give it my all, and even if something unexpected happens, I can still return to Earth. It's all a lie. Faced with the incredibly powerful Paradise Town, she's not even worth a second thought. She didn't want to make a pointless struggle. He didn't want to hand over his Dragon Legion to Lin Yu's angels to be used as experience monsters. You either escape or surrender. There are only these two paths. Without much thought, Xia Qingyue opened her friends list and sent a message to Village Chief Guangming. I know you've secretly formed a Grand Alliance of Light, and Lin Yu is in it. Could you contact him for me? I have something to say to him. Sister Xia, it's not that I don't want to help you, but unless it's something really important, I wouldn't dare bother the boss. I don't want to fight the Angel Legion, nor do I want to destroy my own territory. Understood, Sister Xia. It's too late now. I'll contact the boss first thing tomorrow morning. I received this reply. Xia Qingyue let out a long breath. For some reason, she now feels much more relaxed. Paradise Town, Lord's Hall. Full-strength legions of angels flew out from the summoning black hole. It includes not only the Holy Angel Legion, but also the Fallen Angel Legion. They are all commanded by 6-winged angels. Once 10 small angel legions have emerged, an 8-winged angel will follow them out of the black hole. In the blink of an eye, the Lord's Hall was filled with countless angels. The same applies to the outer plaza. After selling this batch of equipment and blueprints, I have more than 4.6 million gold coins in my hands. It can summon 16 fully strength medium-sized angel legions. The total number of angels is 81,776, including 16 eight-winged angels and 166 winged angels. Now I have 180,000 angels under my command. Lin Yu was very happy, watching swarms of angels fly out of the black hole. I don't know how much time has passed. Suddenly, a series of roars came from the summoning black hole. It sounds like a giant beast roaring. A moment later, a group of six-winged fallen angels, resembling blood-armored female warriors, flew out of the black hole. In their hands, they all dragged thick, blood-red chains. Soon, terrifying monsters covered in black scales and with 3 dragon heads were forcibly dragged out of the summoning black hole. These giant beasts were all over 100 meters tall. He exuded a strong aura of hell. What the hell is this? Lin Yu's eyes widened. He clearly summoned angels. So how come monsters appeared? Angelia, standing beside him, also saw the giant beast being dragged out by the group of 6-winged fallen angels, and black lines immediately appeared on her crystal forehead. That guy is so unruly. Chapter 210, that guy is really too much. Angelia was a little unhappy. They felt that Astia had broken the rules. Originally, all the angels summoned by the Lord of Holy Light were holy angels from their own faction. However, Astia escaped from hell and single-handedly fought against 3 archangels with 18 wings. Of course, Astia was no match for the 3 18-winged archangels. However, she forcefully used her supreme divine power to disrupt the summoning of the black hole. Ultimately, this forced the 3 18-winged archangels to agree to release a portion of the fallen angels. As a result, Astia was still not satisfied. They broke the rules again and released the Hellish giant. What does this mean? Intending to challenge the holy angel's dominion over the divine realm? Or do they want to steal the favor that the Lord of Light bestows upon their holy angels? Cerberus. At that moment, Angelia heard the voice of the Lord of Holy Light. There was a clear hint of surprise in his voice. Secretary and rubbed her forehead. Clearly, the Lord of Light was very interested in these hellish giants that Astia had released. This left her feeling quite helpless. There are no giants in the realm of the Lord. Because the holy angels believe that the divine realm of the Lord is sacred and inviolable. The angels, created by the Lord of Holy Light, are the sole inhabitants of the Lord's divine realm. Therefore, even if she wanted to bring a batch of giant monsters to the Lord of Holy Light, she couldn't do it. As for why fallen angels have giant monsters, it's because the predecessor of hell was the underworld, which was cut in half. The underworld is home to countless evil creatures. The game features a wide variety of monsters, including underworld dragons, hellish phoenixes, abyssal monsters, and ancient rock demons. After the fallen angels took control of hell, these giants thus became the pets of the fallen angels. The Cerberus, being dragged out of the summoning black hole by the 6-winged fallen angels, is one of the countless hellish monsters, located in the lower to middle levels. Over here, Lin Yu is checking information about Cerberus. Cerberus. Faction. Hell. Initial level. Late stage transcendent. Growth potential limit. Lower rank, true god. Description: a malevolent behemoth from hell, the underworld, possessing immense fighting power and regenerative abilities comparable to those of a true god. Even if their heads are severed, they will not die easily. Special reminder: Cerberus is the guardian of the gates of the underworld. Recruiting it as a unit in your territory may result in you incurring the hostility of the Grim Reaper. Lin Yu paid no attention to this special reminder given by the floating island. After all, even the underworld was split in two by several 18-winged archangels, one half of which was transformed into a hell that imprisoned fallen angels. What does the hostility of the Grim Reaper of the underworld matter? Even if they had 1,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to come knocking on our door. Aren't you afraid of losing the other half of the underworld as well? Lin Yu was focused on the appearance of these giant monsters. Although they are called Cerberus, they do not have any canine characteristics and are more like a hybrid of a dragon and some kind of mythical beast. Their size is all over 100 meters. It was enormous. It was covered from head to toe in black scales, layer upon layer, just like snake scales. Their tails are covered with a large number of sharp spikes. It is very similar to the spiked club that is the signature weapon of the two-headed demon clan. As for their 3 heads, they are the heads of dragons. Even the 3 pairs of eyes were the vertical pupils of a dragon. However, all 3 pairs of their eyes are different colors. One pair is black. One pair is red. One pair is gold. They seem to represent different meanings. Lin Yu consoled himself. It's not surprising that real creatures and mythical creatures look different, so there's no need to dwell on their appearance. But their initial levels. It's surprising that it has the growth potential to be comparable to a 6-winged angel, yet it has an initial level comparable to an 8-winged angel. Upon hearing this, Angelia, who was standing nearby, said, "My lord, the hellish giants spend their entire lives in battle, from birth to death. Their greatest skill is killing. Therefore, their initial level is relatively high. But its growth potential is only average. This refers to authentic hellish creatures. Fallen angels are excluded. Their predecessors were holy angels. In terms of growth potential, fallen angels are in no way inferior to holy angels." "I see," Lin Yu said with a smile. "My original intention was to summon an angel, but I didn't expect it to be a buy one get one free deal. This summoning is a great deal." For him, it was definitely a huge profit. "As long as my lord is happy." Angelia gave a slightly stiff, yet elegant smile. At that very moment, a host of high-ranking angels gathered. Leading them were 16 8-winged angels, followed by more than 100 6-winged angels. The ratio remains 2-to-1. But unlike in the past, this time, a group of Cerberus has appeared in the fallen angels' ranks. The total number is approximately 60. The ratio of Cerberus, the 3-headed dog, and the fallen angels to the holy angels is exactly 1-to-1. Of course, this is the proportion of high-ranking angels. Among the lower-ranking 4-winged and 2-winged angels, the holy angels still constitute the largest number. Praise be to you, great Lord of holy light, Creator. A group of high-ranking holy angels and fallen angels bowed to Lin Yu with fervent devotion. In their pairs of golden and blood-red eyes, they all exuded reverence and excitement. To be able to pay homage to the great Lord of light, the Creator, up close is an incredibly honorable and proud thing. Within the realm of the Lord, countless angels envied them. Even the archangels could only watch longingly. Behind them, 3-headed hellhounds, chained by blood-red chains, lay prostrate in the hall like obedient pets, their breathing barely audible. Hellish giants are not believers in the holy light. However, it is clear that these 3-headed hellhounds have been tamed by the fallen angels. Lin Yu summoned an 8-winged fallen angel and asked, "Did you sign a contract with these 3-headed hellhounds?" Lin Yu prefers to believe in the power of contracts rather than taming. Reporting to the Most High Creator, the 8-winged fallen angel knelt on one knee and said in a powerful voice, "We have placed a seal within the soul of every Cerberus. This seal was created by the 3 Your Majesties. Even beings at the level of gods cannot resist. If they dare to harbor even the slightest disloyalty towards you, the seal will instantly destroy their souls. Furthermore, those 6-winged fallen angels are all Cerberus riders, and they also control the fate of those Cerberus, so you can rest assured." Lin Yu nodded. "It is sealed with a soul and restrained by a 6-winged fallen angel. With double insurance, there's really nothing to worry about." Lin Yu said with a smile. No wonder Cerberus appeared during this summoning. Since it's Cerberus rider, there's nothing surprising about it. After all, knights and mounts are a set. Just like a dragon knight. A legitimate and legal buy one get one free offer. On the other side, Angelia glanced sideways at the 8-winged fallen angel. That guy really knows all sorts of tricks to please the great Lord of Holy Light. Now, Cerberus rider. Once the Holy Light Lord's territory reaches a higher level, will Dragon Knights, Phoenix Knights, and Giant Knights appear? That's absolutely outrageous. He was met with a somewhat displeased look from Secretarian. The 8-winged fallen angel silently lowered its head. The power struggles between high-ranking officials are beyond the reach of a mere 8-winged angel like her. Chapter 2:11 Hellish Giant, Miserable Grim Reaper. Lin Yu counted the more than 100 high-ranking angels present. More than 20 special angels were found, including the Angel of Punishment, the Angel of Love, and the Angel of Craftsmen. Strangely enough, the probability of special angels appearing has increased recently. However, Lin Yu didn't think much of it. After all, this is a good thing. Step back. Like the other angel legions, you also participate in the war. Defeat enemies to level up. Lin Yu addressed the assembled high-ranking angels, saying, "I hope to see each of you grow into an immortal true god and fight alongside me on the battlefield of myriad worlds." "Yes, my lord." The high-ranking angels excitedly responded to the command. They secretly resolved to become gods as soon as possible, so as not to disappoint the great Lord of Holy Light, the Creator. As for the massive Cerberus, they all raised their heads, their fighting spirit boiling like that of fighting dogs. Serving their master is the mark etched deep within their souls. Soon, the angels withdrew. 3 of the angelic craftsmen went to help Carol and the others build the teleportation array. The other angels, leading well-organized legions gathered in the territory square, charged straight into the battlefield of the wilderness. On the other side, each of the three-headed hellhounds had a six-winged fallen angel standing on its back. They were dressed in blood-red armor. He holds a blood-dripping divine sword in one hand. He gripped the chains binding Cerberus in one hand. The sword is aimed at the fierce battlefield outside the city. Roar, roar, roar. The three-headed hellhounds raised their heads and roared. Then, you can see the scales on both sides of their bodies split open, and a pair of huge, devil wings emerge from them. The magic wings unfolded, reaching a length of over 100 meters. It's even more exaggerated than the green dragon Aldrich's dragon body. Charge! With the six-winged fallen angels shouting in unison. One by one, three-headed hellhounds, resembling ancient behemoths, flapped their wings and took to the air. As a being in the late stage of the transcendent realm, even without wings, Cerberus can fly. However, the presence of wings can greatly increase their speed. Just like an angel. Angel wings bring the world's fastest speed to angels. The enormous crimson demonic wings also allowed Cerberus to fly at an astonishing speed. At the same time, it also makes them look more imposing. Giants like Cerberus are extremely powerful in combat. At the same level, even the five-colored evil dragons are no match for them. They can easily tear ordinary dragons to pieces. After all, they come from hell. They even have wings. Lin Yu watched in awe as the enormous Cerberus soared into the sky, and the six-winged fallen angels proudly stood on their backs. If such a combination were brought back to Earth, it would definitely be a deterrent to the entire world. Lin Yu turned to Angelia beside him and asked, "Are there many giants like these in hell?" Angelia nodded and said, "Back then, the four 18-winged archangels cleaved the underworld in two, bringing about its doomsday. Countless hellish giants and death gods have fallen. However, after so many years of recuperation, the number of hellish giants has recovered somewhat. Of course, not much has recovered. Those fallen angels, when they have nothing to do, like to torture and kill hellish giants. Otherwise, why would those three-headed hellhounds be so obedient?" Putting aside the seal, the hellish giants had long been terrified by the fallen angels. Disobeying means extermination of the entire clan. Lin Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he asked, "Are there death gods in hell too?" Angelia thought for a moment and replied, "Most of the Grim Reapers in hell were eliminated back then. Even if some survived, they were only a minority. The gods in hell now, aside from fallen angels, most of them are various giant deities and undead deities. The troll deities and the undead deities are not the gods of death. Death is a very special deity. They exist only in the underworld faction. They are skilled at harvesting the souls of the dead and can easily travel between the realms of the living and the dead. Tens of millions of years have passed, and no new Grim Reaper has been born in hell." Lin Yu asked curiously. Angelia said, "In that battle, the four archangels also cleaved open the very essence of the underworld. The origin of the world, the fundamental law of the universe. They were all split in two. This resulted in both the later underworld and the newly created hell being incomplete worlds. Ascending to godhood is not a problem, but becoming the god of death who communicates with the origin of the world is very difficult. So that's how it is." At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly remembered something. The Nightmare Knight team we encountered before was sent to this world by the Grim Reaper from the underworld. Their mission was to find the corpse of a Grim Reaper who had fallen in this world. Could it be because there's something wrong with the origin and laws of the underworld? That's why you did this kind of thing? This is like being a billionaire before, with more money than you could ever spend. As a result, they went bankrupt overnight and became ordinary citizens. You have to stretch every penny you have. Knowing that the corpse of the Grim Reaper existed in this world, they immediately came to search for it. Our Lord is wise. Secretarian offered a compliment, saying that she had also guessed the same thing. The Grim Reaper behind the Nightmare Knight desires to obtain the Netherworld's essence and divinity within the Grim Reaper's corpse. The reason is simple. The underworld is too poor now. The laws are incomplete, and the origins are scarce. The miserable Grim Reapers can only search the world for the corpses of their companions and become corpse pickers. Of course, Angelia didn't care about this. She wouldn't care even if all the Grim Reapers in the underworld died. She only cares about her Holy Light Lord. Immediately, she untied the Skeleton King belt from her waist and handed it to Lin Yu, saying, "My lord, the magic cores and various items that Wudlo and Aguteki brought back from the Mountain Giant Kingdom are all contained in this. Please take a look." Lin Yu reached out and took it. He tied the belt, which still carried Secretary N's warmth and fragrance, around his body. Then, one can invest their consciousness into it. Suddenly, he saw several large mountains. One of them is a massive mountain with a demonic core. A quick glance reveals that there are at least hundreds of thousands of magic cores. This is the strategic reserve that the Kingdom of Giants has accumulated over many years. In addition, there are mountains of materials. There are countless kinds of metal materials, magical materials, potions, and magical gems. There are just too many. Its total value is hundreds of times that of all the resources in Paradise Town. This made Lin Yu sigh, realizing that after so many days of farming, he still earned more than he did from raiding a single base. Lin Yu said to the elegant and beautiful secretarian, "This belt has a bit too little space. Didn't some extraordinary level spatial equipment appear before? Why didn't you use it?" Angelia said, "This belt was given to me by the Lord." For her, objects hold more significance. Although the Skeleton King's belt is only a king-level equipment, its significance surpasses even that of artifact-level spatial equipment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't know what to say. Fortunately, in the end, nothing was said. He stroked Secretary and soft little hand like he was petting a cat. Chapter 212 High-Class Town, High-Class Blacksmith Shop. Although it was late at night, Lin Yu was not sleepy. Accompanied by Angelia, he arrived outside the Lord's Hall. At the cost of consuming a small amount of basic resources, the territory was upgraded to a medium town. It was then upgraded to a premium town. Neither upgrade encountered any restrictions related to special buildings, so the process went very smoothly. After reaching the level of a high-end town, the area of Paradise Town becomes much larger, stretching for nearly 80 kilometers. It doesn't look like a town at all, but rather a large city. Lin Yu checked the new information about Paradise Town. Paradise Town. Level, high-end town. Lord, Lin Yu. Territory buildings, Lord's Hall, Infirmary, Tavern, Dark Elf Mother Tree, Blacksmith, Watchtower. Spirit Field level, level 5. Prosperity level, 1,269,000 points. Next level, Town. Upgrade requirements. Condition 1. Prosperity level reaches 300,000, completed. Condition 2. On the Pharmacist Mansion and the Professional Tower, as well as 3,000 high-level buildings, incomplete. Condition 3. 300,000 units of timber, 300,000 units of stone, 300,000 units of iron, or completed. Upgrading a town requires the territory buildings Pharmacist's Mansion and Career Tower. The former is the place where various medicines are prepared. It's similar to a blacksmith shop. As for the Career Tower, Lin Yu guessed that the building was related to professional skills. Upon inquiry with the floating island of Myriad Realms, the answer was indeed as stated. The Career Tower contains a wide variety of career skills. As the building level increases, more advanced skills will appear, and even forbidden spells will be available. Furthermore, whether they are lords, troop-type players in their territories, or combat professionals, they can all enter the Profession Tower to learn skills suitable for them. The higher one's talent, the faster one learns. It is also easier to suddenly comprehend high-level professional skills and achieve a surge in combat power. The drop rate for skill blueprints on floating islands is extremely low. From yesterday until now, Lin Yu's troops have killed tens of millions of undead creatures and wild monsters, but have only obtained a little over 100 skill blueprints. The vast majority of these are low to mid-level common skills. Advanced skills are extremely rare. Lin Yu is now a saint-level expert, so naturally he doesn't look down on any of them. In the end, he sold all of these skill blueprints and obtained a large sum of gold coins. Overall, the value of the Career Tower is very high. Once this building is in place, the overall strength of the territory's troop legions can be greatly enhanced. Even low to mid-level units like goblins, gnomes, and gray dwarves have the opportunity to rejuvenate through skill learning at the Profession Tower. I remember that the blueprints for the Pharmacist's Mansion were in the Glory item menu, worth 300 glory points. I wonder if there are any architectural blueprints for the Professional Tower. With that in mind, Lin Yu opened the Glory items menu and searched carefully. The final result left him somewhat disappointed. As expected, the floating island of Myriad Realms would not allow these Lord-level professionals to take shortcuts. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately spent 300 glory points to exchange for the building blueprint of the Pharmacist's Mansion and built it in his territory. At this point, all he needs to do is obtain one more blueprint for the Professional Tower. His territory can be directly upgraded to a town. Simultaneously unlock the summoning privileges for the 10-winged angel. Lin Yu held Secretary and soft little hand and asked, "Do we have any pharmacists in our territory?" Angelia shook her head and said, "Pharmacists need a powerful and established force to train them. They are generally found in human societies, such as the Bountiful region. It's a bit of a shame. Lin Yu said, when we attack the giant kingdom tomorrow, let's see if there are any apothecaries there. If there are, let them embrace the light and concoct potions for our territory. Lin Yu is no longer content with just crafting equipment. He plans to work part-time as a potion merchant to further exploit the gold coins held by combat professionals. As for the materials needed to prepare the medicine, he has plenty in his warehouse. Yes, my lord. Angelia respectfully accepted the order. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu used up all the wooden house blueprints and arrow tower blueprints he had previously saved. They built tens of thousands of wooden houses and more than 2,000 arrow towers. Upgrade all the wooden houses to the advanced level. Arrow towers were all upgraded to intermediate cannon towers. Finally, there are the unit evolution blueprint and the unit quantity blueprint. He gave the former to the ancient great elf Doris to help those tribal elves evolve. The latter was used up entirely. In total, more than 40,000 elite units have been added, including elite goblins and elite forest trolls. Their combat power is much stronger than that of the local believers who have been recruited. The most important thing is this blueprint. Lin Yu flipped his right hand, and a drawing emitting a faint golden light appeared in his hand. The information revealed it to be a intermediate equipment forging blueprint. Recently, some lord-level professionals have revealed the blacksmith shop, blueprints, and started crafting equipment to sell on the island's trading platform. This is stealing his business. However, the impact is not significant. As combat professionals level up, the price of low-level equipment is plummeting. Initially, a level 3 common item could be sold for 100 gold coins. The price has now been halved. As for level 2 equipment, it's very difficult to sell it. Only those professionals who are truly lacking in equipment will choose to buy it. Now that Lin Yu has this intermediate equipment blueprint, his blacksmith shop can forge equipment ranging from level 4 to level 6, which is exactly the kind of equipment that combat professionals urgently need at this stage. There's one more thing. That means his blacksmith shop can be upgraded to a higher level. Today, Paradise Town has won over 800,000 local believers. Among them, there are more than 600 blacksmiths of different races, which can fully meet the needs of the advanced blacksmith shop, and there is even enough to spare. Immediately, Lin Yu arrived at the blacksmith shop. First, I used the intermediate equipment forging blueprint, and then I upgraded the blacksmith shop. Soon, the blacksmith shop was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. The ground began to tremble slightly. When the golden light dissipated, the blacksmith shop had transformed into a magnificent 5-story building, occupying a vast area. Territory building, blacksmith shop. Level, advanced. Can be equipped with 50 to 100 blacksmiths. Daily equipment production capacity, 5,000 to 10,000 pieces. Note, the probability of crafting top-tier equipment at a high-level blacksmith shop is 5%. Once the blacksmith shop is upgraded to the advanced level, it is considered the ultimate building. No further upgrades are possible. To craft more equipment, more blacksmith shops must be built. Currently, I have nearly 700 blacksmiths in my territory. Even if I were to operate 7 high-level blacksmith shops at the same time, it would be no problem at all. It's a pity that I don't have the blueprints. Lin Yu felt a little regretful, but didn't think much of it. He gathered all the blacksmiths in the territory and then selected the better ones. For example, senior blacksmiths and intermediate blacksmiths. Finally, gather 100 blacksmiths and let them take over this advanced blacksmith shop. The blacksmith's level determines the probability of obtaining top-tier equipment. The higher the level, the higher the probability of crafting top-tier equipment. Lin Yu summoned the dark elf blacksmith Nicole and Emma, saying, "You will continue to manage the blacksmith shop. Strive to forge equipment, and I look forward to the day you break through your limitations and become master blacksmiths. Praise be to you, great lord of holy light. We will definitely not let you down." Both of the sexy and exquisite dark elf blacksmiths were extremely excited. Lin Yu nodded. They then returned to the Lord's Hall. Angelia did not follow. After bidding farewell to Lin Yu, she entered the spirit field of the territory. At this moment, more than a dozen figures gathered in the spirit field. Most of them are angels, and a few are dark elves. Without exception, they were all saint-level powerhouses. The purpose of gathering at the spirit field is to utilize the special substances within it to achieve bloodline evolution. Upon seeing Angelia enter, they all bowed respectfully. Angelia nodded calmly, then went to the side and forcibly plundered the special evolutionary substances in the spirit field using special methods. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, a dazzling golden light appeared. It enveloped her beautiful and elegant figure. Chapter 213, Angelia's Evolution. Upon witnessing this scene, the angels in the spirit field immediately showed expressions of reverence. Several saint-level dark elves looked on with envy. The elf elder Carol was among them, and she whispered, "Angels are indeed holy spirits created by the Lord of Holy Light. Their talents are truly terrifying." Upon hearing this, the other 3 dark elves nodded in agreement. During this period, they were able to see a large number of angels successfully undergoing bloodline evolution every night. Some evolved from 2-winged angels into 4-winged angels. Some are 4-winged angels, which evolve into 6-winged angels. In total, there are several hundred. In comparison, the number of evolutions of the Dark Elves is much smaller. Including these few, they only succeeded in bloodline evolution and gained the growth potential of demigods by relying on the troop evolution blueprint bestowed by the Lord of Holy Light. Not far away, 3 giant-like figures stood there. These were the 3 mountain giant followers under Lin Yu's command. They did not speak, but rather communicated with each other through spiritual means. Once the Holy Envoy successfully evolves, he will become a 10-winged angel, and his combat power will increase dramatically. A dramatic increase in combat power is certain. I suspect that the Holy Envoy's cultivation level may have directly reached the demigod level. After all, the Holy Envoy is already a peak saint-level expert, and the next step will make him a demigod. The evolution of his bloodline could very well help the Holy Envoy break through the shackles of his realm. That's not necessarily true. Woodlow, who was at the late saint rank, said, "To advance to demigod, one must master the laws. Only when the power of a domain is sublimated into the power of laws can one step into the demigod realm. This kind of advancement has nothing to do with the evolution of bloodline. Unless the Holy Envoy simultaneously masters the power of laws during the bloodline evolution process, he can instantly become an invincible demigod. In any case, the Holy Envoy's strength is already terrifying enough. No less than a true demigod." Aguteki said, "The great Lord of the Holy Light has issued a divine decree that the Angelic Legion will take over the City of Angels and attack our kingdom's capital at dawn tomorrow. We will also join the fight then, to save more of our people." The mountain giant Barnett, standing to the side, said, "I only hope that His Majesty and the great prophet can wake up and not be so stubborn. Otherwise, my mountain giant race will surely suffer heavy losses. Even the capital city might be reduced to ruins." I don't know how much time has passed. A terrifying aura of law emerged from the golden light enveloping Angelia. Immediately, the expressions of the 3 mountain giants froze. Woodlow took a deep breath and transmitted his voice. "Pretend I didn't say what I just said." On the other side, the tall and slender angel Ida looked at the elegant figure shrouded in golden light and murmured to herself, "My lord has advanced again and will soon become a 10-winged angel." She was envious because she was only a 4-winged angel now. Compared to the 10-winged angel, she was far inferior. Generally speaking, a 4-winged angel should address a 10-winged angel as Your Highness, because the difference in social status is too great. Ida knew that although she was the first angel summoned by the Lord of Light, her starting point was too low. She was merely a 2-winged angel. It's already quite an achievement to be able to evolve into a 4-winged angel. Reaching the level of a 10-winged angel, or even a 12-winged angel, seems more like a pipe dream. Despite the great Lord of Light's favor, she herself had little faith. Standing beside her was Pamela, the 6-winged archangel. She turned to look at him and said, "Isn't it normal for you to be promoted to a 10-winged angel? If it weren't for the interference of the spirit of the laws of this world, why would you lower your rank?" Speaking of which, a hint of anger flashed across Pamela's delicate and beautiful face. A barely perceptible whisper. "Sooner or later, the spirit of the laws of this world will know the consequences of offending my angel race. Back when my angelic race roamed the myriad realms, we destroyed no fewer than 10,000, if not 8,000, world lost spirits. How dare a mere fragmented world lost spirit obstruct my angelic race from serving the great Lord of Holy Light? He deserves to die. The murderous intent of holy angels is not as strong as that of fallen angels. But when they get ruthless, they can be extremely ruthless. Otherwise, the angel race could not have made such a name for themselves throughout the universe, and even some advanced races in this imperfect world have heard of the legends about their angel race. Ignorance. At that moment, a cold, mocking voice rang out. The 6-winged archangel Pamela glared at her and said angrily, "Gladys, do you want to fight?" Other holy angels also gathered there. They all stared at the 6-winged fallen angel Gladys with hostile eyes. The feud between holy angels and fallen angels has a long history. It dates back to a battle between 7 archangels tens of millions of years ago. Gladys, however, remained completely unfazed, declaring, "What right does a fragmented spirit of world law have to intercept our angel race? With the power of His Majesty, we could crush it with a single slap." Tracing back to the source, behind it stands the spirit of the world's laws from the battlefield of myriad realms. It is He who controls all the floating islands in the universe. He also defined the rules. Therefore, if anyone should be killed, it should be Him. The holy angels fell silent. The spirits of the world laws in the battlefield of myriad realms are not so easy to kill. Even the chief gods and god kings of various races dare not provoke the spirit of the world law of the battlefield of myriad realms. What? You all back down when He is mentioned. The six-winged fallen angel Gladys continued her taunts, saying, "If it had been our fallen angel race that raised the battle flag back then, how could those heretics have occupied the battlefield of the gods? There was a slight accident back then. There is an invasion by foreign enemies." The six-winged archangel Pamela said expressionlessly, "Now that our Lord has returned, the vast army of my holy angel race, numbering in the trillions, is already assembled and ready to fight. In this era, we will surely conquer the battlefield of all worlds." Gladys glanced at her sideways and said, "Besides your trillion-scale angelic army, what else does your holy angels camp have? Tens of millions of years have passed, and apart from the explosive growth in the size of your legions, you have made no achievements in any other areas. Our fallen angel faction is different." The six-winged archangel Pamela interrupted her, saying, "A trillion troops are enough." Gladys, it has to be said that this is the only thing the fallen angels faction envies and is jealous of the holy angels faction. They don't need to do anything. Countless holy angels are born from those angel rebirth pools every day. Gladys knew this all too well. The vast army of angels is merely the main force of the holy faction of angels. Within the vast realm of the Lord God, there are countless newborn angels, either newly conceived or still in the process of growing. All in all, the number of holy angels is terrifying. This is one of the main reasons why the fallen angels faction can't defeat the holy angels faction. At that very moment, the dazzling golden light surrounding Angelia began to dissipate. Pamela and Gladys immediately stopped arguing. Furthermore, the storyline involving Gladys, as a fallen angel, went even further. She dared to mock Pamela and all the holy angels present, but that didn't mean she dared to be disrespectful to Angelia. That would be a death sentence. Chapter 214, The Holy Sea of Light, Cloud City. The golden light completely dissipated. An elegant and distinguished figure appeared. Her face, figure, and temperament were all flawlessly beautiful. None of the holy angels, fallen angels, or dark elves present could compare to her in these respects. She stood suspended in midair. Her long, golden hair swayed gently. Her gaze was like a dazzling starry sky, both serene and dreamlike. She looked like a goddess descended to earth, holy, beautiful, noble, and inviolable. Congratulations on reaching the 10 wings. All the holy angels bowed respectfully in unison. Standing not far away, the fallen angels, including Gladys, also lowered their heads slightly. Faced with a vast difference in social standing, the opposition between factions seems less important. "There's nothing to congratulate you on." Angelia's expression was calm as she said, "You must cultivate diligently and advance to a higher rank as soon as possible, so as not to disappoint the great Lord of Holy Light." "Yes, Lady Angelia." All the holy angels and fallen angels retreated to the side, obediently calming their minds and entering a state of meditation. As for Angelia, she walked out of the spirit field alone. As you can see, a pair of dazzling, shimmering wings have appeared behind her. They consist of 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings and 2 even larger pairs of flowing, luminous wings. 5 pairs of 10 wings. After a difficult bloodline evolution, she successfully ascended to become a 10-winged angel. As for his level, he even reached the demigod level. While becoming a demigod requires sublimating the power of one's domain into the power of laws, this step has stumped countless professionals. But for Angelia, it seemed to pose no difficulty whatsoever. It was done very easily. The most terrifying thing is that as soon as she was promoted to demigod, she mastered multiple laws. The attributes that were previously in her domain have now all been transformed into the power of laws, which she can now control, compared to the peak of the saint rank before the breakthrough. At this moment, Angelia had become many times stronger. Suppressing demigods would probably be a piece of cake. After leaving the spirit field, instead of returning to the town, Angelia tore through the void and disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already above an unfamiliar jungle. Looking down, below, in the jungle, stands a local tribe. Inside the tribe, buildings are made of trees, wild bamboo, and vines. In addition, the place is full of flowers and lush green grass. A clear stream flows past the village. To use a more literary and artistic term, the scenery here is picturesque, exuding the beauty of nature everywhere. Angelia's gaze seemed to penetrate the buildings and see the sleeping creatures inside. Their appearance is 90% similar to that of dark elves. The difference is that their hair is bluish-green and their eyes are also a bright green. There are no small sharp teeth on either side of the corners of the mouth. Most of their clothes were woven from green vines and flowers, with only a few wearing leather armor. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, a series of dull footsteps sounded. Towering trees, some over 20 meters tall, passed by the village entrance and slowly disappeared into the nearby jungle. These big trees are none other than the legendary tree people. They protect the creatures of this tribe. A follower of the goddess of nature and spirits, and one of the main forces on the holy and demonic battlefield back then. Worthy of being redeemed, Angelia muttered to herself. Then, she waved her right hand, showering down a dazzling rain of light. These raindrops of light enveloped the tribe. It then merged into the bodies of those sleeping natural spirits. Almost instantly, thousands of nature spirits in the tribe opened their eyes in unison. Then they rose and knelt on the ground, their plump buttocks raised, and prayed to the great Lord of Light. With a single move, thousands of nature spirits all became Lin Yu's followers. Spreading faith should have been the job of divine angels. Angelia, however, replied casually, "It is your good fortune to become followers of our Lord." Under normal circumstances, she does not actively spread her faith, because that is the function of cherubim, victors, and archangels. But since they had met, out of respect for the goddess of nature and spirits, she was willing to guide these lost nature spirits onto a bright path. As for whether the goddess of nature and spirits will be grateful, that's not something she'll consider. Then, Angelia tore through the void again and disappeared. The next second, she appeared in the sky above a vast plain. Looking around, one after another, magnificent cities stand proudly. Scattered around are villages and towns of varying sizes, as well as territories. Even though it was late at night, the cities, towns, and territories were still brightly lit, and many figures could be seen moving around under the lights. Those figures were all human. A rich aura of light. Those three mountain giants are right. There are indeed believers of light in the bountiful region. However, behind the light, there are also shadowy figures lurking, and we cannot rule out the possibility that they are followers of the goddess of darkness. There are 3 human kingdoms in the fertile region. 2 of them are controlled by the holy sea of light. The remaining human kingdom is located near the sea and has close ties to the dragon's nest, which rules the 36 islands. Never mind all that. Let's go check out the holy sea first. Secretary N's elegant figure disappeared once again. For her, who had already mastered the power of spatial laws, this kind of long-distance teleportation was a very easy thing. She can even explore all 8 areas of the floating island world in just one night. Then, in the morning, he would present breakfast to the Lord of Holy Light. The Holy Sea of Light is the strongest power in the bountiful region. Although it is not a kingdom, it possesses immense power. Its followers are spread throughout the entire fertile region. Even the human kingdom that was not under the control of the Holy Sea and had formed an alliance with the dragon's nest of the 36 islands was being gradually eroded by the power of the Holy Sea. It can only be said that the Light faction's ability to manipulate and seduce is truly astonishing. Their greatest strength lies in spreading faith. In addition, the headquarters of the Holy Sea is located at the northernmost part of the bountiful region, and further north lies the sparsely populated St. Cable snowfield. Its headquarters city was built on the top of a mountain that was thousands of meters high. It is known as the City in the Clouds. And this place is also a holy site for all believers in the light. As night deepened, most of the believers in Cloud City were already fast asleep, including the Pope of the Holy See, as well as a host of bishops and temple knights. But at this very moment, a statue standing at the very center of Cloud City suddenly emitted a dazzling holy light. At the same time, all the statues enshrined in the Temple of Light were also enveloped in holy light. Immediately afterwards, melodious holy sounds resounded throughout the entire Cloud City. At that moment, all the believers in the city were awakened. They poured out of their homes and gathered in the prayer square. Gazing at the towering statue, hundreds of meters high, enveloped in holy light, and listening to the sacred chants resounding in my ears. All the believers were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. Miracle! A miracle has occurred. We have not been abandoned by Her Majesty the Goddess of Light. The goddess still favors her humble believers. Praise be to the great Goddess of Light. Chapter 2:15 The Pope of Light burned to death. Just as countless believers were shouting excitedly. Above the statue, a huge phantom appeared out of thin air. He wore a magnificent long gown, an exquisite crown, and held a scepter symbolizing power and supremacy. Most importantly, behind him appeared 18 dazzling angel wings. His face was not clearly visible. Like a supreme deity, unseen, unknowable, and inviolable. He radiates boundless holy light and supreme majesty. His figure was hundreds of meters tall. Its power overwhelmed the entire Cloud City. All believers, whether ordinary people, professionals, or even priests and bishops. The moment they saw this figure, they all knelt down in excitement, as if going mad. It is the 18-winged archangel recorded in the Holy Scriptures. My God! His Majesty the Archangel with 18 wings, who serves the Supreme Creator, has descended. The believers inside the city were even more frenzied and excited than before. They worshiped the Goddess of Light. However, all believers in the light know that the Goddess of Light is only one of the subordinate gods under the Supreme Creator. The Supreme Creator's status is still above that of the Goddess of Light. That is the God of their faith. The 18-winged archangel is the servant of the Supreme Creator, never leaving the Creator's side. Now, the 18-winged archangel has descended upon Cloud City, which means that the Supreme Creator is also watching this place. What an honor this must have been for them. Praise be to you, the Most High Creator. May the holy light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal. Countless believers were shouting wildly, and the frenzied roar almost shook the entire Cloud City. Some believers were so excited that they fainted on the spot. Then, he was woken up by the believer next to him. The temple in the Cloud City. Hundreds of cardinals, papal bishops, and knights of the Templars gathered here. They all knelt on the ground, regardless of age or gender. And the object of their worship was the elegant figure sitting on the throne at the head of the temple. Everyone present was so excited that their bodies were trembling, especially the fanatical followers, who were almost unable to control themselves. However, no one dared to speak at this time, because they dared not disrespect the gods. After waiting quietly for several minutes, an elderly figure, surrounded by several bishops, strode into the temple. The moment I saw that elegant figure on the throne, the elderly man at the head, wearing a crown and a long, bright robe, was immediately stunned. His first reaction wasn't excitement, but rather stunned disbelief. How is that possible? The projection of the 18-winged archangel that appeared in the prayer square was actually real. The legendary angel race has not disappeared. They're back. Although the figure before them was not the 18-winged archangel who served the Supreme Creator as recorded in the Holy Scriptures, but a 10-winged angel, it was still a living angel. How could the angels from mythology appear in this shattered world? He found it incredibly unbelievable. At that moment, Angelia, seated on her throne, said in a cold voice, "As Pope, you have not embraced the light and have not believed in my Lord. This is blasphemy against the Lord of Holy Light." The elderly man being surrounded was none other than the Pope, who held the reins of the Holy See. In the abundant region, as the Pope of Light, he possessed boundless power and status. Upon hearing these words, the bishops, knights of the temple, and other believers all looked at the Pope of Light with astonishment. How could the dignified Pope of Light not believe in the light? This completely shattered their perception. A peak saint-level temple knight stepped forward and questioned indignantly, "Your Holiness, is this true? Have you never believed in the Supreme Creator?" "Of course not. I am the most devout believer of the Creator." The elderly Pope of Light was initially terrified, but quickly regained his composure. He responded to the Templar Knights and the other questioning gazes in the hall. He glared angrily at Angelia, who sat regally on the throne. He said with immense anger, "Where did you come from, you evil God follower, daring to impersonate a noble angel or Holy Spirit? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment from Her Majesty the Goddess of Light?" Upon hearing this, the people in the hall were stunned once again. The 10-winged angel sitting on the throne is actually a fake? Then wouldn't they have knelt for nothing? Some fanatical believers refused to believe it and retorted to the Pope, saying, "Your Majesty, she is clearly a noble angel and Holy Spirit, not some evil God believer. Are you out of your mind?" "Shut up," the Pope of Light roared. "As the Pope of the Holy See of Light, I am the person in the world who is closest to Her Majesty the Goddess of Light. Do you think I can't tell whether she is the legendary angel or the Holy Spirit?" Upon hearing this, even the fanatical believer was stunned. His Holiness the Pope makes a very good point. The Pope of Light pressed his advantage, roaring in the hall, "She is a follower of an evil god. The appearance of angels and holy spirits is a manifestation of her evil magic. Kill her. Never let her leave the city of clouds, or it will be blasphemy against the Creator." However, after he finished speaking, no one made a move for a long time, because that figure was exactly the same as the angels and holy spirits described in the Holy Scriptures. The aura of holiness and light emanating from him was also incredibly pure. Even the projection of the 18-winged archangel who serves the Supreme Creator appeared. Under these circumstances, they would not dare to make any rash moves. What if they've been fooled by His Holiness the Pope? That would be an enormous sin. Just then, Angelia, who was sitting on the throne, stood up. This single action alone was enough to frighten the Pope of Light into retreating repeatedly, his angry expression revealing boundless fear. Because only he knows. Everything he just said was a lie. He did not worship either the Supreme Creator or the Goddess of Light. His faith had long been devoured by his desire for power. The reason why generation after generation of Popes of Light continue to develop followers of the Supreme Creator and the Goddess of Light, and spread the faith of holiness and light, is purely for the sake of power. They use the faith of countless believers in the light to satisfy their own desires. And he absolutely could not let this secret be exposed. Otherwise, he'd be finished. Therefore, even knowing that the 10-winged angel in front of him was real, he still had to kill him. After all, as a false believer who blasphemed the Supreme Creator, even if he repented on the spot, it would be of no use. This angel will surely kill him. To survive and to ensure the continuation of papal authority, he had no choice but to turn against his own side. As for whether more angels would appear to cause him trouble after he killed this angel, he couldn't care less. At worst, I'll just leave this world. He was ready to forcibly destroy the Holy Sea's sacred artifact and ascend to the battlefield of all worlds. What are you all standing there for? Kill her now. The Pope of Light roared in fury. At the same time, the power of the laws of light surged from him. As the Pope of the Church of Light, it's normal for him to be a powerful demigod. The great Lord of Light creates light, illuminating all the universes and lighting the way forward for countless intelligent beings, allowing them to embrace hope and the future. Angelia spoke slowly. We walked down the steps one by one and arrived at the main hall. With each step she took, the aura emanating from her became increasingly terrifying. The bishops and knights inside the temple were no match for them. They immediately knelt down on the ground. As she spoke, Angelia pulled a divine sword burning with golden flames from the void. Upon seeing this divine sword, everyone in the hall exclaimed in astonishment. The legendary angel's sword that can purify all darkness and evil forces. At that moment, they began to believe who was real. Angelia looked at the Pope of Light with an indifferent expression. Yet you, who possess the law of light, use it to satisfy your own selfish desires. You are not qualified to spread the Lord's faith. Shut up, you follower of evil gods. The Pope of Light roared in shock and anger, and immediately used the power of the law of light to condense a giant sword of law and slash at Angelia. At the same time, more than a dozen figures rushed out of the main hall. Each and every one of them was a powerful figure at the bishop level. It possesses the saint-level rank. They all released their domains, enveloping Angelia within them. The Lord says, heresy shall be punished. Angelia swung her divine sword. In an instant, dazzling holy swords fell from the void, piercing through the bodies of those false believers. They were all accomplices of the Pope of Light, their faith practically non-existent. Die! The sword of law of the Pope of Light has arrived. Then, Angelia glanced at it and fixed the sword of law in half. No matter how hard the Pope of Light tried, the sword of law remained unmoved. He knew he'd met his match. He tried to escape, but found that he couldn't move his body. At that moment, he was filled with despair. If he had known that angels would descend upon this world, he would have chosen to truly believe in the Supreme Creator. The holy flame will purify your soul and body. Wash away your sins. Angelia's angelic sword slowly pierced the Pope of Light's shield of law, piercing his heart. Then, blazing angelic flames erupted. The body of the Pope of Light was being burned. The Pope was burned to ashes amidst screams and despair. The bishops, knights of the temple, and other believers inside the hall trembled and knelt on the ground upon witnessing this scene. This time there's no mistake. She really is an angel. Chapter 216 False Believers and Heretics Deserve to Die. Greetings, Your Excellency Holy Envoy. May the holy light endure forever, and may the Holy Lord be eternal. Hundreds of bishops, Templar knights, fanatics. They knelt and worshipped in the main hall. Each of them looked incredibly excited. His eyes were filled with an extreme fervor. His Holiness the Pope, the power holder of the Holy See, was burned alive to ashes before their eyes, and a group of powerful bishops were also killed. The corpses lay scattered on the ground. Blood flowed, staining the white jade floor red. However, this did not cause them to panic, because those who died were all false believers. These people truly believe in the light. Among them, besides the generally devout believers, there were also some fanatical believers. In their view, the noble holy envoy's killing of the Pope and a group of bishops who were false believers was a way of purging the bad apples and eliminating heretics who refused to embrace the light. That's right. Furthermore, they even felt anger. They believed they had been deceived by the Pope of Light. His Holiness the Pope of the Holy See is not a servant of the Creator, and even actively attacks the noble angels and the Holy Spirit. He is a complete heretic. They have been controlled by heretics for so many years. This is utterly disgraceful. On the other hand, even if the Pope of Light was a believer, he still deserved to die, because angels and the Holy Spirit are the manifestations of the Supreme Creator walking in the mortal world. It represents the will of the Lord. These believers in the light of the mortal world are servants of the Lord. The Most High Lord punishes his servants, and the servants should not rebel, but obediently accept the Lord's punishment. This is the behavior of a true believer. The Pope of Light and his group were utterly rebellious. They deserved to die. They even felt that the Pope of Light was not worthy of being burned to ashes by the holy flames of the angels. If it were them, they would angrily bind the Pope of Light to the cross. Let him be exposed to the scorching sun for 49 days, and then subject him to torture, until the Pope of Light truly understood what faith was. In your next life, don't be a false believer. Of course, the Pope of Light will not be reborn, because they saw that the soul of the Pope of Light had been extinguished in the holy flames, completely turned to ashes. At the head of the main hall, the elegant and dignified secretarian sat on a luxuriously decorated throne. His cold gaze swept over the bishops, temple knights, and fanatics in the hall. Wherever his gaze fell, the followers of the Church of Light all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at that holy and noble figure. Our Lord descended upon the dark forest and established the paradise town. This is the starting point for my angel race to return to all worlds. The Holy Sea of Light shall cooperate with the army of my angelic race to conquer this world, and let the glory of our Lord shine in every corner of this world. We obey your command, Your Excellency. Hundreds of believers responded enthusiastically. They were eager to travel to the dark forest to pay homage to the Supreme Creator. As for why the Creator did not directly conquer this world with supreme power, but instead started from the dark forest and gradually took action, this is not a problem they should be concerned with. As servants of the Lord, they only need to obey commands. Your Excellency, Holy Envoy. A bishop dressed in a long, white gold robe of light prostrated himself on the ground and said with utmost respect, "Could you please guide us in the right direction so that our Lord may conquer this world more swiftly?" Angelia said calmly, "Mobilize all the power of the Holy See to attack the kingdom of Kilias. When our Lord descends upon the land of abundance, I do not wish to see any heretics still existing in this region." Understood. The Bishop of Light nodded quickly and said, "Please rest assured, Your Excellency, the Holy Sea of Light will spare no effort to conquer the kingdom of Kilias." The kingdom of Kilias. It is the only one of the 3 human kingdoms that is not under the control of the Church of Light. Once this kingdom is conquered, the power of the Holy See will be able to rule the entire bountiful region and welcome the arrival of the Lord of Light. Angelia said, "Now, I will give you 1 hour to select 100 apothecaries and 100 priests. I will take them to Paradise Town to serve our Lord." "Yes, Your Excellency." The Bishop of Light immediately complied and then quickly left the sanctuary. The hall fell silent instantly. Hundreds of believers remained kneeling in the main hall throughout. They dared not rise unless the holy messenger spoke. About half an hour later, all 100 pharmacists and 100 priests had arrived. Each one was carefully selected. Both their talent and abilities are outstanding. Angelia brought these apothecaries and priests to Paradise Town because her Lord of Light was worried about the lack of apothecaries and priests in his territory. With these pharmacists and priests of light, the pharmacist's mansion and the medical clinic in the town can then be put into operation. This was also one of her main purposes in coming to the fertile region. In addition to the apothecaries and priests, Angelia also transferred a large number of potions, metal materials, magic cores, and magic gems from the treasury of the Holy See. These are all useful in the territory of the Lord of Holy Light. The believers showed no dissatisfaction with Angelia's rampant plundering. On the contrary, they were very pleased. For them, it is an honor to be able to venerate the great Lord of Light. When it's all over, Angelia then used the power of the divine and light laws to open a gate of holy light in the hall. Behind the gate of holy light lies the paradise town nestled in the dark forest. Previously, she didn't know the exact location of the Holy See, so she had to tear through the void to get there. Now, going back is much simpler. A single gate of holy light will teleport her to Paradise Town. Just as Angelia was preparing to return to Paradise Town, a beautiful figure, surrounded by several bishops, he strode into the main hall. She wore an exquisite crown, her long, pale golden hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a snow-white long dress with a small cross hanging around her slender neck. From a human aesthetic point of view, her face and figure were both impeccable. She looked like a pure and immaculate snow lotus, exuding a beautiful and holy aura. Your Excellency, Holy Envoy. She knelt on the ground and said with utmost piety, I am Saint Tiffany of the Holy Sea of Light. I beg you to take me to Paradise Town to serve the great Lord of Holy Light. The Holy Maiden of Light holds an extremely high position in the Holy See, second only to the Pope. Its mission is to serve the great Goddess of Light for its entire life. Now, the Lord of Holy Light has appeared. The natural choice would be to serve the Lord of Holy Light. After all, the Lord of Holy Light is of a higher rank than the Goddess of Light, and is the overlord god of the Goddess of Light. Angelia sized up the Holy Maiden of Light. She has a firm belief, a pure soul, a beautiful appearance, and a good figure. This is a qualified Holy Maiden of Light. Come with me. You can pray that the Lord of Holy Light will keep you in Paradise Town. As soon as she finished speaking, Secretary and's elegant figure stepped into the gate of Holy Light. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, excitedly stood up and followed them inside. Chapter 217 The Holy Seas Expedition, the Battle of the Five Armies. Until the gate of Holy Light disappears. The group of believers kneeling in the main hall then stood up. Incredible! In my lifetime, I was able to see the noble angels and the Holy Spirit. I have been praying for the descent of the angel Holy Spirit, and she actually appeared. It must be that the great Lord of Holy Light heard my prayers and sent an angel to perform a miracle. Over the years, the miracles of Her Majesty the Goddess of Light have never been manifested. I never imagined that the Supreme Creator would actually descend. Holiness and light will soon envelop this world. We must dedicate everything to the great Lord of Holy Light, and make all intelligent races in this world believers in the Holy Light. Praise be to the merciful and great Lord. The believers were extremely excited. They were all incredibly shocked when they first learned that the Pope of Light was not a follower of the Holy Light. But now they understand why. The reason is that miracles have never manifested. Coupled with the desire for supreme power, the faith of generation after generation of Popes of Light has been corrupted. Conversely, the faith of believers from the middle and lower classes has remained steadfast. At the moment of his death, Wallace must have felt immense regret. If he were given another chance, I believe he would definitely be a staunch believer in the Holy Light. Don't mention that false believer anymore. He is a disgrace to our Holy See. If it weren't for His Holiness, the Holy Envoy's mercy, we would all have been implicated by him. Praise be to the Holy Envoy. The believers were both saddened and relieved. I am grateful that I have a firm belief. Otherwise, they would either be burned to ashes by the holy flames of the angels or punished by the Holy Sword. A Bishop of Light said, we should send the Holy Crusade to cleanse the family of Wallace. He must pay the price for blaspheming the Supreme Creator, including those sanctioned pseudo-believers as well. They have taken advantage of believers' faith in the Creator to do all sorts of evil things to satisfy their own desires. They must atone for this. Upon hearing this, the other bishops nodded in agreement. Blasphemy against the Supreme Creator is the most unforgivable sin. We must use the most ruthless methods to eradicate the traces of those false believers. Only in this way can their Holy See dedicate their purest faith to the great Lord of Light. Now Wallace is dead. The papacy is vacant. Should we elect a new pope? A bishop raised this question. A bishop immediately responded, the great Lord of Holy Light has descended upon the dark forest. Even if a new pope is to be elected, it should be reported to our Lord. What we need to do now. It is in accordance with the Holy Envoy's orders to eliminate the heretics of the kingdom of Kilias, including the evil believers hiding in the darkness. Let light shine upon the entire bountiful region as quickly as possible. We must do it with the most sacred ceremony, the highest respect, and the purest faith. Welcome to the great Lord of Holy Light to descend upon Cloud City. Upon hearing this, the bishop, the knights of the temple, and other believers were filled with fervent anticipation. The thought that the great Lord of Holy Light would descend upon Cloud City filled me with awe. They were incredibly excited. This will be the greatest honor in the history of their holy see, recorded in the Holy Scriptures and passed down through the ages. Soon, orders were relayed down. In an instant, the Holy Cross Legion, the Paladin Legion, the Fanatic Legion, the Temple Knights Legion, and the Golden Griffin Legion, all renowned legions of the Holy Church, were mobilized. At the same time, within the two human kingdoms controlled by the Church of Light, all members of the Church of Light quickly began to assemble, including Knights of Light, Priests of Light, Cardinals, monks, and so on. Without exception, they all sounded the horn of war. During this process, high-ranking bishops appeared in the capitals of both human kingdoms and conveyed the orders from the Holy Envoy to the higher-ups of both kingdoms. Initially, some high-ranking officials in the kingdom expressed their opposition, because they believed that the kingdom of Kilias was backed by the Dragon's Nest, which ruled over the 36 islands. Once war breaks out, their kingdom will surely suffer heavy losses. The Holy See has been unable to rule the bountiful region for so many years, and this is precisely the reason why. For these opponents, the Holy See's approach was to use force to eliminate them. After eliminating the opponents, what remains are the pro-war faction and the compliant faction. Soon after, the two human kingdoms also began to mobilize their troops, assembling one massive human legion after another, mainly the legions of the Holy See of Light, and marched in a mighty force towards the kingdom of Kilias. This war came too quickly and too suddenly. It happened completely without warning. The high-ranking officials of the kingdom of Kilias did not react at all. They didn't realize that war had broken out until their border city was attacked. They urgently mobilized the kingdom's army to advance to the border and establish a defensive line. They contacted the Holy See of Light and the high-ranking officials of the two human kingdoms, hoping to sit down and have a proper talk. Faced with the kingdom of Kilias's request for peace talks, the Church of Light, which was instigating the war, replied with only one sentence. The entire nation surrenders and worships the great Lord of Light. The kingdom of Kilias will certainly not agree to this request. Negotiations broke down. 3 kingdoms, plus the Holy See, are at war. At the same time, the kingdom of Kilias urgently sought help from the Dragon's Nest, which ruled over the 36 islands. Soon after, Dragon's Nest also joined the war. Countless giant dragons appeared on the battlefield. This war was later known as the Battle of the 5 Armies. Of course, that's a story for another time. Paradise Town. Using the Gate of Holy Light, Angelia, along with the Holy Maiden of Light Tiffany, and 200 apothecaries and priests of light, teleported back to Paradise Town. Upon entering the town, the believers of light were stunned. Inside the city, there was an extremely rich and divine magical power of light. Outside the city, countless holy envoys are fighting against the army of the undead. Above the town, a massive white city floats in the sky. What they saw and heard left them deeply shocked. Holy light is supreme. Is that the city of angels described in the Holy Scriptures? My God! What horrified them most was that 3 more cities of angels were under construction in the northeastern part of the town. Angelia said indifferently, "Go to the pharmacist's mansion and the medical clinic on your own. You are not to leave without special orders." "Yes, Your Excellency." The believers immediately and respectfully obeyed. He then excitedly headed to their workplace. The Holy Envoy did not deceive them. Upon entering the territory, they sensed a connection of faith with the Lord of Holy Light. The great Lord of Light has truly descended. It is the greatest honor of their lives that they are able to serve the Lord and have the opportunity to see the great Lord. The Holy Lord has manifested, and faith is eternal. Under the protection of the Creator, we will all have eternal life. Praise be to the great Lord. Lord Holy Envoy. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, asked cautiously, "And what about me?" Angelia said calmly, "You are already a saint-level professional, so you don't need to participate in the battle for now. Find a wooden house to stay in and go to pay your respects to the Lord of Holy Light tomorrow morning." "Yes, Your Excellency." The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, felt somewhat regretful, but he obediently followed orders and found an empty wooden cabin to live in. That night, Tiffany was destined to have a sleepless night. Chapter 2:18 Linyu. As expected of my secretarian. The next day, Linyu woke up early. The warm blankets still held the lingering scent of Elena, the six-winged angel. Just like Lin Yu's initial impression, Elena possesses a gentle beauty unlike that of other angels, like a docile and obedient pet cat. That is indeed the case. No matter how much she was bullied, she was extremely obedient and never resisted. In contrast, the ancient archetype Doris is a sexy little wildcat who instinctively likes to take the lead. An angel, an elf. They have different personalities and temperaments. Experiencing it firsthand is a completely different feeling. I ate the breakfast prepared by Elena. Lin Yu arrived at the first floor of the Lord's Hall. As usual, the lobby on the first floor was piled high with loot. Gold coins, equipment, blueprints, spirit rice seeds, and so on. The list goes on and on. However, the harvest was not as plentiful as the night before last. This is because the number of undead creatures that appeared last night has decreased sharply. Could it be that his angelic army and territorial legions had killed too many? Lin Yu wondered. As usual, Lin Yu listed the inventoried equipment and blueprints on the island trading platform. The remaining items should be distributed as rewards or used as appropriate. All the spirit rice seeds were also planted in the spirit field. To date, Lin Yu has been able to harvest tens of thousands of units of spirit rice every day, and the daily harvest is still increasing. Lin Yu originally thought that so much spirit rice would be enough to supply his territory. Things didn't go as planned. The number of his subjects has surged to over 1 million. A mere few 100,000 units of spirit rice is simply not enough. It can only be prioritized for supplying the elite troops within the Legion. From another perspective, this can also be considered a form of incentive. It can inspire other soldiers to be more motivated and work harder. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yu still had over 300,000 gold coins left. That's just the small part. The real money comes from the equipment and blueprints that are being sold. According to Lin Yu's estimate, it should be able to sell for over 1.5 million gold coins. With the addition of the 300,000 plus gold coins, last night's total gain was basically 2 million gold coins, enough to recruit 7 full-strength medium-sized angel legions, which is more than 35,000 angels. At that very moment, a beautiful and holy figure walked in. The morning sun shone on her, making her look even more dazzling. Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. My gaze fell upon the angel wings behind the beautiful figure. Behind her, in addition to 3 pairs of snow-white wings, there were 2 pairs of flowing light wings. 10-winged angel. Lin Yu beamed and said happily, Angelia, you've given me another surprise. He knew that Angelia could actively absorb the special substances in the spirit field space. They have a higher probability of evolving than other angels. But unexpectedly, Angelia's bloodline evolution came so quickly. This is Angelia's 3rd evolution. When she was first summoned, Angelia was a 4-winged angel. In the blink of an eye, she had grown into a 10-winged angel. Going a step further, she becomes a 12-winged angel, capable of commanding an army of angels. Such a rate of progress is terrifying. Angelia walked over, crossed her arms and placed them on her full chest, and bowed respectfully, saying, It is the Lord's favor and guidance that allowed me to find the opportunity for evolution. Lin Yu grinned. He then sensed Angelia's aura again. I was shocked once again. With a mixture of envy and delight, he said, Besides advancing to the level of a 10-winged angel, you have also reached the level of a demigod. With this, I have even more confidence in this war to attack the giant kingdom. My lord, please rest assured. Angelia said, There will be no problem with this war. That's good. Lin Yu nodded. Angelia then recounted her journey to the bountiful region and her arrival at the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light the previous night. He told Lin Yu everything in detail. This also included Tiffany, the Holy Maiden of Light, whom she brought back from Cloud City, as well as 200 apothecaries and priests of light. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression immediately froze. His secretary and quietly got a superpower for him. Moreover, in the holy city of the Holy Light Church, in front of a group of believers of the Holy Light Church, they killed their pope. This is really well done. The dignified Pope of Light, the ruler of the Holy See. He doesn't even believe in the light. He's a complete and utter hypocrite. Such a pope must die. Angelia said, Back in Cloud City, I ordered the believers to gather the power of the Holy See and launch an attack on the human kingdom of Kilius. I believe war will break out very soon. As long as the war goes smoothly, the allied forces will defeat the kingdom of Kilius. Our Lord will be able to easily control the bountiful region. Well done. Lin Yu gave a word of praise. Angelia truly lives up to her reputation as his chief secretary. Angelia could handle everything he wanted, and even things he couldn't imagine, perfectly. Absolutely flawless. Lin Yu said, You just said that the kingdom of Kilias has a close relationship with Dragon's Nest, which rules the 36 islands? Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the kingdom of Kilias will definitely seek the aid of the dragon race. This war will not end anytime soon. Lin Yu said, then let's take a look. If the Holy Sea of Light has not yet taken control of the bountiful region after we conquer the Dark Forest, then we will directly send the City of Angels into the battlefield. Our lord is wise. Angelia immediately offered a compliment. She then took off the Skull King belt from her waist, handed it to Lin Yu, and said, my lord, this is something I brought back from the Church of Light. Please take a look. Lin Yu took it and looked at it. Then they saw that there were piles of items inside. It's even richer than the Kingdom of Giants, whose home was raided by 3 mountain giants. There are nearly 1,000,000 magic cores alone. We can talk about it now. The energy problem in the City of Angels has been completely solved. Even if Carol and Marion build 10 cities of angels, they can still go to war together. Lin Yu laughed and said, did you empty out the headquarters of the Holy See? No, not at all. Angelia said, I still left some for those believers. Kind Secretarian. Lin Yu handed the Skeleton King's belt back to Angelia and said, give the magic core inside to Vivien for use as war energy in Angel City. As for the other materials, store them in the warehouse. Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded. Lin Yu suddenly said with some doubt, Angelia, I can sense that there are 200 more believers of light in the territory. They are the apothecaries and priests of light that you brought back. Why is it that those believers in the land of light in the abundant region, who also believe in me, cannot sense them, nor can I receive the power of their faith? Reporting to my lord, Angelia explained, this is a rule restriction from the floating island. Your faith domain can only currently radiate to the dark forest area. Once you become a demigod, you will be able to sense believers in other regions. And once you become a god, the entire floating island world will be enveloped in your faith. Lin Yu immediately understood. In short, the level is too low. Once you have the level, you have everything else. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, Angelia said, my lord, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, is waiting outside for your summons. Would you like to see her? Secretary and also informed Lin Yu. Tiffany has passed her check. She is a qualified saint. The function of the saintess is to serve the great Lord of Holy Light. Meeting is fine. Lin Yu nodded slightly. His expression was calm, but he was actually looking forward to it. The concept of a saint only exists in novels. He had never seen a saint in the real world, so this would satisfy his curiosity. Soon, a tall figure strode in from outside. She was extremely beautiful and had a slender figure. It has a perfect golden ratio. She wore a spotless white dress and an exquisite crown. On her flawless, beautiful face was an expression of utmost solemnity. However, her trembling body and slightly flustered steps revealed that she was very excited, but she was just pretending to be serious. He approached Lin Yu. Tiffany knelt down without hesitation and praised the great Lord of Light. She placed her hands on the ground and bowed her head deeply. This kneeling posture perfectly showcases her alluring figure. The term saint is indeed very meaningful. Chapter 219, The Excited Holy Maiden of Light. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand. Saintess of Light Tiffany quickly and respectfully rose to her feet. Throughout the entire ordeal, she dared not look directly at Lin Yu's face. Believers are humble. The God of faith is sublime. For believers of the light, looking directly at the Lord of Light is the greatest disrespect. Lin Yu then began to scrutinize the Holy Maiden of Light before him. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. Beneath her long, curved eyelashes were a pair of beautiful, azure eyes. Especially her figure. She is both tall and has a graceful figure. He's basically 1.7 meters tall with 1.2 meter long legs. In terms of appearance, she is a flawless beauty. Her temperament is also outstanding. Holy and pure. It resembles a pure snow lotus. If she were on Earth, she would definitely be a goddess surrounded by admirers. However, having seen many angels and elves, Lin Yu didn't find this Holy Maiden of Light particularly striking or stunning. The only thing that could attract him, perhaps only Tiffany, as the Holy Maiden of Light, could be considered as such. It held a certain attraction and a desire for conquest for him. At this moment, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, said cautiously yet with great anticipation, Great Lord of Holy Light, I beg you to allow me to stay in Paradise Town to serve you. It would be my greatest honor to become your handmaiden. Her voice trembled, and she felt uneasy. They were worried that their prayers would be rejected. As a saint of the Holy Sea of Light, she held a very high position in the bountiful region. Even the emperors of those two human kingdoms had to bow respectfully to her. Countless believers of the light revered her as Your Highness. This is an honorific title for a saint. But before the God of faith, she was merely a humble believer. The saint's mission was to serve the great God of faith, which was also the dream that Tiffany pursued throughout her life. The history of the Holy See is very long. During this period, the tradition of the Holy Maiden of Light was passed down from generation to generation. But before her, only a very few Holy Maidens of Light have accomplished this mission. Those Holy Maidens were exceptionally talented, having cultivated to the peak of the half-step god level. They eventually entered the battlefield of myriad realms and embraced the Goddess of Light. However, the saintess who served the Lord of Holy Light never appeared. If she could become a handmaiden of the Lord of Light, it would be Tiffany's most glorious moment. She was ready to dedicate everything to the great Lord of Light. Lin Yu suddenly asked, "Can you cook?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, was momentarily stunned. Realizing what had happened, he knelt down in fear and trembling. "Great Lord of Holy Light, I can't cook, but I will definitely try my best to learn." Lin Yu nodded. The attitude of this Holy Maiden of Light is acceptable. He turned to look at Elena, the six-winged archangel beside him, and said, "Let her stay with you for now." "Yes, my lord." Elena responded gently yet respectfully. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled with excitement. This means she can stay in Paradise Town and serve the Lord of Light up close. "Step back." Lin Yu waved his hand and said, "Strive to cultivate diligently and advance to demigod status as soon as possible. Only in this way will you have the opportunity to follow me to the battlefield of myriad realms." "Yes, Your Majesty, great Lord of Light. I will definitely not let you down." The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, excitedly accepted the order and then left the Lord's Hall. When she came outside, she felt that the whole world seemed much brighter. The anxiety and unease of last night have disappeared. She is now full of hope and has even greater goals and dreams, to become the Lord of Holy Light's favorite and most perfect handmaiden. For Lin Yu, taking Tiffany as a maid was a trivial matter. His primary concern was the impending war. Inside the town, an angelic legion of up to 180,000 had already assembled and was ready to fight. Once Lin Yu issues the divine decree, they will join the city of angels in marching towards the giant kingdom, thousands of miles away. About half an hour later, almost all the equipment and blueprints that were put up for sale were sold. A total of approximately 1.7 million gold coins were collected, in addition to the more than 300,000 gold coins that were dropped. Just as Lin Yu had predicted, he once again possessed a total reserve of up to 2 million gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately used the gold coins to summon an angel. Soon, 7 fully fledged medium-sized angel legions were summoned, totaling more than 35,000 angels. At this point, the total size of Lin Yu's angel legion exceeded 200,000. It reached a terrifying number of nearly 220,000. Of these, about one-third are fallen angels. In addition, after this summoning, the number of Cerberus has reached nearly 80, each of them possessing the level of late-stage transcendent, just one step away from entering the saint rank. As for their combat strength, it is basically comparable to a saint-level powerhouse in the mid to late stages. This is a giant that crawled out of hell, possessing astonishing power. Lin Yu looked at the elegant and beautiful secretary on and asked, "Has the teleportation array that Carol and the others built been completed?" "Reporting to my lord," Angelia respectfully replied. "The teleportation array has been fully constructed and set up." Carol and the other craftsman angels built a total of 20 teleportation arrays. One of them is located in the center of the town square, and the other 4 are located at the 4 entrances and exits of the town. The remaining 15 teleportation arrays are scattered in areas 150 kilometers away from the town. Other military units in the territory have already used the teleportation arrays to go to those areas to hunt wild monsters. "Well done." Lin Yu nodded approvingly. With Angelia around, he really didn't need to worry about anything. All he needs to do is give orders. Angelia will handle the rest perfectly. That's about it. Lin Yu said to Angelia, "Order the angel army to assemble in Angel City and march on the giant kingdom. Conquer the giant kingdom's capital, as well as all its cities and tribes, as quickly as possible." According to the intelligence provided by the 3 saint-level mountain giants, the core area of the giant kingdom is a radius of about 400 kilometers centered on the capital. Within this region stand numerous cities and tribes. The total population is over 1 million. They were all pure-blooded mountain giants. Overall, The mountain giant kingdom possesses formidable military strength. It truly deserves its reputation as one of the 4 superpowers of the Dark Forest. Yes, Great Lord. Angelia respectfully accepted the order. After receiving Lin Yu's signal, she immediately left the Lord's Hall. Also leaving were Elena, the 6-winged archangel who had been standing behind Lin Yu, and Doris, the ancient great elf. They too will participate in the war. By defeating powerful mountain giants, you can advance to a higher level. Their growth potential is limited to that of a lower-level true god. As long as the original energy is sufficient, becoming a god is easy. Chapter 220 The angelic army sets off. The twin god kings. Above Paradise Town, the 8,000-meter-long city of angels floats in the clouds. Under the sunlight, it resembles a legendary divine city, exuding a magnificent and resplendent aura. At that very moment, countless angels rose into the sky. They were all holy angels radiating holy light, numbering a total of 150,000. They formed small, fully equipped angel legions, led by one 6-winged angel after another, and flew straight towards the city of angels. I looked up. The sky above was filled with the beautiful figures of angels. It was vast and mighty, like a sacred torrent. Such a scene is truly breathtaking. Even Lin Yu was seeing such a scene for the first time. I felt a sense of shock. Standing not far away, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, was completely dumbfounded. Angels and holy spirits are mythical beings recorded in the Holy Scriptures. Before this, she had never seen an angel, let alone hundreds of thousands of angels of various ranks gathered together. She was completely shocked and could not recover for a long time. Soon, approximately 150,000 holy angels entered the city of angels. Although this is a small city of angels, generally speaking, it is equipped with a large-scale angelic legion, which is more than 50,000 angels. However, even with 150,000 angels rushing in, it was still manageable to accommodate them if they squeezed in. It's like a small van. You never know how many people can fit in a car. Overloading is definitely an overloading. However, this does not affect flight in the city of angels. At the same time, a large number of fallen angels flew into the sky from the town. They also formed small angel legions in one formation, and in total, they assembled into hundreds of formations. Leading them were 8-winged fallen angels with terrifying auras. Behind him followed a large number of 6-winged fallen angel legion commanders. Furthermore, most of the 6-winged fallen angels stand atop Cerberus's head. They are Cerberus knights, possessing far greater combat power than ordinary 6-winged fallen angels. The total size of the fallen angel army is approximately 70,000. However, they did not enter the city of angels. This is because the city of angels is filled with an aura of holiness and light, and there are countless sacred runes carved by the angelic artisans, which is extremely unfriendly to them. Therefore, the fallen angel legion prepared to fly directly to the giant kingdom. The distance of thousands of kilometers is nothing to them. Soon, the army set off. The majestic and sacred city of angels flies ahead. It smashed through thick clouds. A vast army of fallen angels followed closely behind. They all exuded a strong hellish aura, and each of them was enormous, clad in blood armor, wielding blood swords, and each had a 3-headed hellhound, resembling an ancient behemoth, as their pet. It was clear at a glance that they were not to be trifled with. Of course, the most intimidating and oppressive force is still the city of angels. Putting aside those enormous magic cannons, its massive city structure, suspended high in the sky, alone is enough to intimidate all races in the world on the floating island. In addition, the city of angels has an extremely fast flight speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the distant horizon. Great Lord of Holy Light. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, suddenly appeared, her head bowed cautiously, not daring to look at Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu said, "There's no need to keep your head down. The majesty of the God of Faith is to be revered with your heart, not to be blasphemous for looking directly at the God of Faith. Praise be to you, Great Lord of Holy Light." The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, quickly and respectfully said. She thought to herself that the Supreme Creator was indeed as described in the Scriptures, merciful, loving, and caring towards his believers. Then, she slowly raised her head, revealing a stunningly beautiful, fair face. And it was the first time she had seen what the Lord of Holy Light looked like. He had a face like jade, a spirited and handsome appearance. The Lord of Light's eyes seemed to see through all the illusions of the world, causing Tiffany's inner world to tremble uncontrollably. Tiffany tried to calm herself down. Then, he cautiously asked, "My lord, are those beings following behind the city of angels also angels? Why do they exude such a strong aura of evil?" She couldn't understand why beings from the evil faction were allowed to appear in the Creator's realm. They are fallen angels, Lin Yu said. For certain reasons, they joined the Hell faction. However, they are still my followers and have an unwavering faith. So that's how it is. Saintess of Light, Tiffany suddenly realized. She instinctively feared those fallen angels, but now she felt much more at ease. However, she remained puzzled. Why is there no information about fallen angels recorded in the Holy Scriptures? Could it be that during the era when the angel race swept across the universe, there were no fallen angels? If so, then what is the reason for the appearance of fallen angels? One question after another surfaced in Tiffany's mind, but she dared not ask too many. In addition, she also saw the Dark Elf Mother Tree standing near the Lord's Hall, as well as the Dark Elf Legion that went out hunting in the morning. In this world, Dark Elves are definitely evil beings, despised by all races in the world, and driven out by the race of nature spirits. The underground world is the true stronghold of the Dark Elves. Tiffany never expected to see Dark Elves in the territory of the Lord of Light, and in such large numbers. It was beyond her comprehension. Indeed, the Supreme Creator is benevolent. Even an evil race like the Dark Elves can receive the favor of the Supreme Creator as long as their hearts are turned toward the light. She prayed silently, praising the selfless Lord. Just then, Tiffany saw the Lord of Holy Light walking towards the pharmacist's mansion in the distance. Without hesitation, she quickly followed him with small, quick steps. As a handmaid, she should always be by the Lord's side. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the pharmacist's mansion. The 100 apothecaries transferred from the Holy Sea of Light had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Lin Yu, they immediately knelt down and bowed in utmost reverence and fervor. The apothecaries chosen to serve the Lord of Holy Light are all devout believers. In this regard, the Holy See would absolutely not dare to deceive. At the same time, an elderly pharmacist stepped forward. He said excitedly and respectfully, "Praise be to you, great Lord of the Holy Light. I am Denver, a Grandmaster Apothecary of the Holy Sea of Light, and it is my honor to serve you." A pharmacist is like a blacksmith. The levels, from lowest to highest, are apprentice, low level, intermediate, high level, master, grandmaster, and god level. A master-level pharmacist can concoct saint-level potions. Occasionally, a stroke of luck can lead to the concoction of demigod-level potions. As for the god-level alchemist, they are the top alchemists in the floating island world. Very few. One known god-level alchemist belongs to the nature elf race and resides in the elven Holy Land. A god-level pharmacist is skilled at concocting demigod-level potions. However, if you want to concoct a divine potion, it depends on whether the goddess of fate and the goddess of luck will favor you. Just a quick aside. The goddesses of fate and fortune are sisters, the renowned twin god kings. They are said to look exactly alike from birth, with almost no difference between them. As for their true nature, no one knows. Chapter 2:21 Signing the Contract. Big Lolita sitting. He looked at the old apothecary Denver kneeling on the ground, and the other apothecaries of light. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. That's one of the advantages of being the Lord of Holy Light. 100 apothecaries can be easily transferred from the Holy See. Moreover, among these pharmacists, the lowest level is a senior pharmacist. There are more than a dozen master-level pharmacists, and Denver is a grandmaster-level pharmacist. This lineup is far more impressive than the dark elf and goblin blacksmiths at the blacksmith shop. So far, there are only 5 high-level blacksmiths at the blacksmith shop. 2 of them were dark elves, 1 was a goblin, and 2 were forest trolls. There isn't even a master blacksmith, let alone a grandmaster level one. The only pity is, Lin Yu did not have the potion blueprints. These pharmacists are the only ones who can prepare the medicines themselves. There is a big difference between preparing medicine yourself and preparing medicine using a medicine blueprint. The former requires a specific potion and has the possibility of failure. The latter only requires putting potions of the same level into the potion-making furnace, regardless of the type of potion, and then you can get all kinds of potions. Although it seems unbelievable and illogical. But that's the rule for floating islands. Lin Yu said to the old pharmacist Denver and the group of bright pharmacists, "I will upgrade the pharmacist's mansion to a high-grade building later, and you will work there from now on. Until I get the blueprints for the potion. Then you can use the existing potions in the warehouse to concoct your own potions. It's best to use low to medium-grade potions." Lin Yu intends to use these potions to plunder more gold coins from the pockets of the professionals. The potion was too high-grade for them to afford. After hearing Lin Yu's words, although the pharmacists present were full of confusion, they still respectfully obeyed the order. This is a divine oracle from the Lord of Holy Light. They simply obeyed. No need to ask so many questions. Immediately, under the reverent and fervent gazes of the assembled pharmacists, Lin Yu displayed a miraculous skill, upgrading the pharmacist's mansion, which was still in a low-level building state, to a high-level one. The upscale pharmacist's residence occupies a larger area. Its appearance is also more magnificent. The standard number of pharmacists is also 50 to 100. Go forth and work hard. I am with you. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. A group of bright pharmacists were immediately thrilled. The thought that the Supreme Creator was watching over and caring for them filled them with energy, as if they were on stimulants. Afterwards, Lin Yu went to the medical clinic. After receiving the excited kneeling worship of 100 priests of light, he also upgraded the medical clinic to a high level. Compared to pharmacists and blacksmiths, the work of these priests of light was simple. They don't need to consume any materials. Their daily work involves treating injured territory troops. It is worth mentioning that among these 100 priests of light, 5 have reached the holy rank. The rest are all at the extraordinary level. Moreover, they are all at least devout believers, and some are even fanatical believers. This shows that the Holy Sea of Light went to great lengths to please him, the Lord of Holy Light, without the slightest neglect. After dealing with matters concerning the pharmacist's mansion and the medical clinic, Lin Yu prepared to return to the Lord's Hall. But at that moment, a message from the floating island of Myriad Realms suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. The demonic plant you cultivated, the Blackbone Blood Vine, has matured and simultaneously unlocked the ability to sign a master-servant contract. Lin Yu was immediately overjoyed. Anyway, the Blackbone Blood Vine was also the first demonic plant he planted. In the first few days, he would often go to check on it and chat with the Blackbone Blood Vine. Although I haven't been going there much lately, I still have feelings for it. In addition, after 2 evolutions, the Blackbone Blood Vine has reached the peak of the Saint rank in terms of growth potential, and its combat power is still very strong, which is something to be happy about. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately went to the teleportation array in the center of the town. The scene before my eyes suddenly blurred. The next moment, he had already arrived at the East Gate teleportation array of the town. The spirit field is just outside here. The reason for using the teleportation array is that Paradise Town has become very large after it was upgraded to a high-level town. It stretches for nearly 80 kilometers. Flying over would be time-consuming and laborious. It's better to arrive instantly via teleportation. Upon entering the spirit field, Lin Yu arrived at the area where the Blackbone Blood Vine and the Immortal Flower were planted. As a result, all he saw was an immortal flower that was over 10 meters tall. However, the Blackbone Blood Vine has disappeared. The place where the Blackbone Blood Vine was originally planted is now just a large pit. Just as Lin Yu was wondering, a small, black figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Then, incredibly excited, he pounced on Lin Yu. The little one kept calling out "Daddy" from his mouth. Lin Yu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't come to his senses until that petite figure rushed into his arms. This is a little girl who looks about 15 or 16 years old, with delicate and cute features. She is wearing a long black dress, and you can faintly see bloodstains shimmering on the dress. Without a doubt, this little girl is Blackbone Blood Vine. The only difference is, she used to be a vine. Now it has become a human. It is not a real human, but a human form of a demonic plant. Whether it's a magical plant or a magical beast, they can all transform into human form when they reach a certain level. And this level is demigod. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately checked the little girl's information. Blackbone Blood Vine. Subject, Vine Demon Plant. Level, Early Demigod. Status, Adult. Description, a rare demonic plant that has undergone 3 bloodline evolutions, possessing extremely powerful combat abilities. Its favorite foods are blood and bones, and it belongs to the evil demonic plant lineage. 3 bloodline evolutions? Lin Yu was immediately surprised. He never expected that. Without his knowledge, the Blackbone Blood Vine had achieved its 3rd bloodline evolution. You must know that immortal flower with a large, round face. But it never even underwent 1 evolution. No wonder it can transform into human form. The Blackbone Blood Vine has reached the demigod level and has mastered the power of laws. Just then, Lin Yu heard the little girl in his arms call him Dad again. The voice was soft, but full of dependence. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. He had only said it casually at the time, but the Blackbone Blood Vine actually remembered it. As soon as it took human form, it recognized its father. How can this be allowed? He himself is not even 20 years old. How can someone have a daughter who looks like she's 15 or 16? The little girl who was transformed from the Blackbone Blood Vine was very delicate and cute. She had a petite figure, a pair of big, watery, blood-red eyes, and long, blood-red hair that reached her waist. Don't let her appearance of only 15 or 16 fool you. But he is actually an adult. Her overall appearance can be described as that of a big loli. From now on, you must call me master. Uh-huh. Upon receiving Lin Yu's response, the little girl immediately nodded vigorously. Lin Yu then communicated with the floating island of myriad realms to inquire, how do I sign a master-servant contract with a demonic plant? The Lord can simply follow the instructions. Hint. Lin Yu looked down at the big little girl in his arms. At this moment, a virtual information framework appears. Do you wish to sign a master-servant contract with the current demonic plant? Whether. Lin Yu remained silent for a moment, then selected yes. Suddenly, a dazzling 9-pointed star array appeared out of thin air and imprinted itself on the big loli's forehead. A moment later, another beam of blood-red light flew out from the big loli's forehead and entered Lin Yu's body. At this point, the master-servant contract was completed. Throughout the entire process, the little girl showed no resistance whatsoever. On the contrary, she was very happy. I'll give you a name. Should I call you Black Vine or Little Vine? After much thought, Lin Yu finally named the little girl Sea-Tongue. Do you like it? Uh-huh. Big Lolita sitting nodded. In a light, melodious voice, she said happily, I love all the names Master has given me. Lin Yu burst into laughter. Not far away, the immortal flower was so envious that it almost shed tears. Why doesn't she have that kind of abnormal, manic talent? If you can't win an argument, you can evolve when you get angry. If there were any, why would this vine have a chance? Hateful. It needs to work even harder. It wants to ascend to demigod status, and let that vine know that Sister Hua will always be Sister Hua. Chapter 222, A Prosperous Paradise Town. A chaotic kingdom of giants. Lin Yu led the little girl, Sea-Tongue, out of the spirit field. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, stood not far away. She wore a long, white gold dress, and the cross around her neck shone brightly. Bathed in the morning sun, she appeared even more beautiful and pure, untouched by any dust. Her temperament, face, and figure are all top-notch. It has to be said, the Holy Sea of Light maintains extremely strict control over the selection of holy maidens. After all, they serve the god of their faith. Even the slightest flaw is a disrespect to the god of faith. Before that, if Tiffany is expected to advance to the peak of demigod level, then she can enter the battlefield of all realms and serve the renowned goddess of light. However, she has now become Lin Yu's maid. I imagine that even if the goddess of light knew, she wouldn't be angry. According to the holy scriptures of the Church of Light, the goddess of light is a subordinate deity of the Lord of Holy Light, and she is required to give half of the faith power contributed to her by her followers to the Lord of Holy Light. The power of faith must be offered as tribute. What is a mere Holy Maiden of Light? Across from them, they saw the big loli, Sea-Tongue, being led by Lin Yu. The expression on the delicate face of the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, froze for a moment. I don't understand how the Lord of Holy Light ended up with a human girl by his side after he went to the spirit field. However, she quickly realized what was happening. She sensed the alien aura emanating from the big loli sitting, as well as the powerful pressure of a demigod. She immediately understood the reason. This delicate and adorable girl is not human. Instead, it was a terrifying demonic plant that had reached the level of a demigod and possessed the ability to transform. My lord. Tiffany didn't dare to think too much and quickly went to meet her. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze lingering on Tiffany's stunning figure for a moment. Then he took the two women back to the town. All the town's military units have been deployed. Leaving aside the angel army that had already headed to the Kingdom of Giants, the other hundreds of thousands of local believers also used the teleportation array to travel to the wilderness 150 kilometers away. These local believer-led military units have two missions. One is hunting wild monsters. Another task is to attack the strongholds of local forces. Especially within a 150-kilometer radius, all the local strongholds have been destroyed. This is because the elites of the local races in those strongholds have now become Lin Yu's followers. Their strength has plummeted, but their strongholds remain. It can be taken down with ease. By destroying these strongholds, Lin Yu will obtain a large amount of basic resources, blueprints, and stronghold treasure chests. In the northwestern part of the town, mountains of monster corpses piled up one after another. It's what we reaped yesterday. In the process of annihilating the invading beast tide, Paradise Town obtained the corpses of over 10 million wild monsters. From yesterday until now, hundreds of thousands of people have been working around the clock, but they still haven't been able to completely decompose the corpses of those wild monsters. But this doesn't stop Paradise Town's resource reserve from overflowing. Lin Yu's territory now has 3 warehouses with a total reserve of 30 million units. But it still couldn't hold all the meat that had been broken down. If nothing unexpected happens, at least 100 million units of animal meat will be overstocked and need to be stored in the open air. However, Lin Yu no longer needs to worry about the meat rotting, because Secretary and possesses the power of spatial laws. Last night, Secretary and used the laws of space to create an independent space in the northwest area of the town, isolated from the floating island. From the outside, this independent space appears as a cube. Its length, width, and height are no more than 200 or 300 meters. However, the space inside is enormous. It could easily hold dozens of mountains thousands of meters high. Clearly, this independent space, like the spirit field, was forcibly compressed. The people only need to put the decomposed animal meat into this independent space. The spatial laws contained within it will keep the meat in a very fresh state. It would be even better if there were additional warehouses. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait until the territory is upgraded to a town before we can build more and larger storage warehouses. Now, Lin Yu is only one blueprint away from upgrading the town to a professional tower. The town of Paradise is now bustling with activity. The crafting of equipment, the preparation of medicines. The believers and their leaders are all at work. In the northeastern part of the town, a group of hard-working artisan angels are building a new city of angels, and they are building 3 of them at once. Paradise Town has no shortage of basic resources. Building 3 cities of angels at the same time is entirely feasible. If nothing unexpected happens, it will take at most 3 to 4 days. These 3 cities of angels will then be completed. At that time, Lin Yu will be able to dispatch his territory's army to wage a full-scale war against the Dark Forest. After the Giant Kingdom, if the Bone Temple, the Elf Garden, and the Naga Kingdom are also destroyed, the Dark Forest will rule over his Paradise Town. This region will be under his control. Looking across the entire territory, Lin Yu could be considered the most leisurely one. After having the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, move his personal recliner out of the Lord's Hall, he lay down on it, basking in the sun while browsing the island's chat channel and trading platform. The little girl, Sidung, was playing with several dark elves not far away. She preferred to associate with dark elves to other subjects, because she is a demonic plant of the evil lineage. Dark elves also belong to the dark and evil faction. There's a sense of warmth when you're with them. As for the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, she stood respectfully beside Lin Yu. Seeing Lin Yu comfortably lying on the recliner, Tiffany gritted her teeth, then walked behind Lin Yu, stretched out her fair and slender hands, and carefully placed them on Lin Yu's shoulders to massage him. Serving the great Lord of Holy Light is her mission. She felt honored to serve the Lord of Light, but she was also worried that she would be rejected by him. That's why I hesitated for so long. As for Lin Yu, having a beautiful saintess give him a massage was something he had no reason to refuse. He had worked hard all night and needed to relax a bit. At the same time, the kingdom of giants was thrown into chaos. However, they were attacked by the army of angels. The angelic army was on its way, completely unknown to the giant kingdom. The chaos stemmed from the fact that news of the theft of the kingdom's treasury, after a night of fermentation, had finally spread throughout the entire capital. The kingdom treasury is the heart of the giant kingdom, leaving aside how many precious items were stored. Most importantly, it was heavily guarded. Now, thieves have broken into the kingdom's treasury and almost emptied it. This left the mountain giants of the capital in disbelief. This also made them angry. Since the founding of the kingdom of giants, they have never encountered anything so distressing. Many grumpy mountain giants were roaring. The thief must be caught and torn to pieces. However, the mountain giants at the bottom of the mountains did not know that the theft of the kingdom's treasury was done by their own people. They initially thought it was thieves from another race who had infiltrated. Chapter 223 Elder, is it possible that you're overthinking it? The central temple of the giant kingdom. A group of mountain giants, each nearly 20 meters tall, gathered together. There were nearly 100 people, and they were all saint-level experts. Ordinary, extraordinary mountain giants are not qualified to appear here. The kingdom's treasury has been looted. This is a major event. Therefore, all the high-ranking officials of the giant kingdom gathered there. Of course, there is another reason. The kingdom of giants is facing an invasion by a powerful enemy. Using this as a pretext, the Grand Elder summoned all the kingdom's high-ranking officials and powerful figures together to discuss countermeasures. The Elder was already very old, thin, and hunched over. He wore a long gray robe, held a withered wooden staff, and said with a gloomy expression, It can be confirmed that the people who looted our kingdom's treasury were Woodlow and Agutek. What? Upon hearing this, the kingdom's high-ranking officials present all widened their eyes. It's hard to believe. Woodlow and Aguchi, like them, were also high-ranking members of the giant kingdom and powerful saint-level professionals. How could someone do such a thing? Furthermore, for noble descendants of the Titans to commit such theft is a crime deserving of disgrace among the mountain giants. Not only will they tarnish the bloodline of the Titans, but they will also never be able to hold their heads high again. If future generations find out, they'll have to spit on them a couple of times. A burly mountain giant boomed. Elder, isn't there some misunderstanding? I don't think Woodrow and Agutek could be. No need to say anything. That's the truth. The Grand Elder interrupted the high-ranking mountain giant, saying, Woodlow and Agutek have completely betrayed the kingdom and the Titan blood within them. And Barnett is the same. Huh? Barnett? A high-ranking official of the kingdom said, isn't he dead? According to Woodlow, Barnett was killed by 4 dragons, including the green dragon Aldrich. This is fake, the elder said. A message came from a tribe that Barnett entered their territory yesterday afternoon and ordered them to hand over precious resources such as magic cores. Barnett is not dead. Woodlow and Aguchi have deceived us. Before leaving the capital, the two of them sneaked into the kingdom's treasury and looted everything inside. Because of these 3 traitors, our kingdom has suffered heavy losses. Hateful. Inside the main hall, a series of angry roars suddenly resounded. They were still grieving Barnett's tragic death yesterday. As a result, Barnett not only survived, but also became a traitor. This made them feel emotionally betrayed, which fueled their anger. There's also Woodlow and Aguchi. If these 3 were to appear before them, they swore to the Titans that they would tear them to pieces to wash away the shame they had brought upon the mountain giants. Elder, a mountain giant roared, where are they now? Tell me, and I'll go and kill them right now. The mountain giants are a very united race. However, they never tolerate traitors. Inside the main hall, the other mountain giants were also filled with righteous indignation. In their view, the glory of the Titans must never be desecrated. Woodrow and his 2 companions, who betrayed the glory of the Titans, must die. The Grand Elder coughed and said, I summoned you all here precisely for this reason. However, it's not to have you capture those 3 traitors. There's another reason. The seriousness of this matter may even surpass that of the theft of the kingdom's treasury. What's up? The kingdom's high-ranking officials immediately inquired. The Grand Elder said, you must have faith in the will of our mountain giant race, especially since Woodlow and the other 2 are all saint-level professionals. Under normal circumstances, even if they sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, they would not betray the honor of the Titans. I suspect their actions were not a simple betrayal. They're being controlled by someone. A being capable of controlling a saint-level mountain giant must possess terrifying strength. Yesterday afternoon, I dispatched the Grand Commander with a group of saint-level experts to besiege Green Dragon Aldrich. But until now, they have not returned to the kingdom, nor has any news been sent back. Green Dragon Aldrich is very likely already dead. This is a conspiracy against my giant kingdom. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking members of the mountain giants present were immediately horrified. Elder, the Grand Commander is a peak saint-level expert. Apart from a demigod, who could kill him? Not to mention he's not alone. He has a group of saint-level experts with him. Yes, Elder. In the entire kingdom, the Grand Commander's strength is second only to His Majesty and the Great Prophet, who are both demigods. At the same level, even a dragon could not kill him. Elder, is it possible that you're overthinking it? The Elder was silent for a moment, then said, I also hope I'm overthinking it. But my intuition tells me. Your intuition is wrong. A mountain giant blurted out. If it were the Great Prophet, I would choose to believe. The other mountain giants nodded in agreement. In their view, the Elder was buried in the ground from the neck down. So-called intuition is completely unreliable. Of course, the main reason was that they didn't believe any force in the Dark Forest would dare to oppose their mountain giant race. The Kingdom of Giants possesses 1,000,000 powerful mountain giants. They also signed a defensive alliance agreement with the Elf Garden to the east. With such a powerful alliance, who would dare to provoke them? Even the Lich from the Bone Temple, under the intimidation of the mountain giants, dared not recklessly venture outside to play. The reactions of the kingdom's high-ranking officials left the Grand Elder completely bewildered. A while later, he gritted his teeth and said, forget about intuition. If I say there's a conspiracy, then there's definitely a conspiracy. We must strengthen the defenses of the outer cities and tribes in the near future. In addition, the scope of the early warning system will be expanded. We must not allow foreign enemies to take advantage of this situation. All right, a mountain giant said. What about the Grand Commander and the others? Should we send people out to look for them? The elder glared at him and said, Are you brainless? If something really happens to the Grand Commander, sending out any number of people will only lead to their deaths. We cannot let our people sacrifice themselves in vain. There's one more thing, the Grand Elder said. Recent events have all been concentrated in the southeastern region of the kingdom. Something must be hidden there. Keep a close eye on it. A mountain giant said, I heard that a lord from another world has appeared there, growing at an extremely rapid pace, and has established a power called Paradise Town. I wonder if these things have anything to do with that lord from another world. My rational mind tells me that the possibility is very low. The elder shook his head. He preferred to believe that the Lich in the Bone Temple had come back to life. They also refused to believe that a mere small town-level territory could control Woodlow and his two companions, and even kill their kingdom's Grand Commander and so many Saint-level experts. Therefore, the enemy unit must be from another faction. This was a judgment made by the Grand Elder under extremely rational circumstances. Chapter 224 All realms are decaying. Darkness is about to descend. On the other side, hundreds of kilometers away from the capital of the mountain giants, the majestic city of angels, resembling a divine palace, burst through the thick clouds and appeared here. Behind them followed a vast and mighty legion of fallen angels. As they traveled, the native intelligent races in the jungle below, as well as the wild monsters and magical beasts, all trembled in fear. Even the saint-level magical beasts were so frightened that they quickly retreated to their lair. Even breathing is done quietly, because both the city of angels and the fallen angel legion exuded such terrifying auras that it felt as if even a demigod would be cut down if they stood in their way. Shortly after entering the core area of the Kingdom of Giants, the angel army encountered a tribe of mountain giants. The tribe has about 4,000 mountain giants, the highest level of which is the early stage of the extraordinary realm, and he is the chief of the tribe. At the same time, the deafening sound of war drums echoed through the tribe. The mountain giants also saw the city of angels suspended high in the sky, as well as a massive army of fallen angels. Enemy attack! A mountain giant roared in terror. The other thousands of mountain giants quickly armed themselves, preparing to fight to the death with the tribe. In terms of war, the mountain giant, who carries on the will of the Titans, is fearless. In the World Defense War of that year, the giant race, including the mountain giants, was the main force at the forefront, and countless people died in the battle. Not long after, a figure flew out of the tribe and appeared hundreds of meters in the air. He is the chief of this tribe. Looking at this city of angels that had shattered the clouds, this extraordinary mountain giant couldn't help but swallow hard. His expression was filled with shock and disbelief. But he still mustered his courage and shouted righteously, This is the core territory of our mountain giant kingdom. No matter which faction you come from, or what your purpose is, please leave immediately. Otherwise, it will be war against my mountain giant kingdom. After he finished speaking, the world fell silent. It was as if time had stood still. During this time, the extraordinary mountain giant also kept a close eye on the white megacity floating overhead, as well as the winged legion behind it that exuded a strong, evil aura. He recalled a legend recorded in the kingdom's ancient books. However, he couldn't be sure, because those creatures with pairs of black wings are completely different from the creatures recorded in ancient texts. That is a legend about the angel clan. Angels, holy beings. An incomparably powerful mythical race that once dominated the vast battlefield of myriad worlds. Legend has it that angels have extremely beautiful appearances, pure white wings, and a pure aura of holiness and light. However, the legion that gathered in the distance consisted of creatures that were all enormous, with jet black wings on their backs, and an aura that was extremely evil. It can be confirmed that they are not the angels described in ancient texts. But the problem is, a giant white city suspended high in the sky, yet it is exactly the same as the famous city of angels. What's going on? Just as this extraordinary mountain giant was racking his brains trying to figure it out, an extremely beautiful figure flew out from the city of angels. The instant I saw that figure, the giant of the extraordinary mountains felt a sudden jolt in his heart. As if struck by lightning, his massive body instantly froze. His eyes widened. An uncontrollable, frenzied scream erupted in his heart. They really are the legendary angels. They have descended upon this world, and they have brought with them the renowned war fortress, Angel City. But how is that possible? Ancient records state that even in the battlefield of myriad realms, the angel race has been extinct for tens of millions of years. How did they suddenly appear in this world? At that moment, a thought suddenly popped into the mind of the extraordinary mountain giant. Disaster was about to strike. It was not just a disaster for their mountain giant kingdom, but a disaster for the entire floating island world. Because angels are a notorious race of war. They held high the banner of faith, claiming it was to purify the world. We are either at war or on the path to war. Now, the angelic army has descended upon the core territory of their giant kingdom, bringing with it the renowned city of angels, the implications of which are self-evident. He's panicking right now. It seems they foresaw the future of the mountain giant kingdom. Wait a minute. Upon seeing the six-winged angel radiating divine light approaching, the extraordinary mountain giant immediately shouted, "We mountain giants are direct descendants of the Thunder Titans, belonging to the lawful neutral faction, not an evil race." He emphasized that they were not an evil race. This is because, according to legend, in the eyes of angels, all evil races are heretics and must be purified. The believers of light in the abundant region are inheriting the glorious traditions of the angel race. Kill any evil creature you catch. They would also occasionally tie evil creatures to crosses and roast them. He didn't want to be purified by the angels. They didn't want to see the angels spread the flames of war to their giant kingdom. He proclaimed that the mountain giants were direct descendants of the Thunder Titans, hoping to make the angels wary and see who their backers were before speaking. The great Lord of Light, benevolent and selfless. Treat all races in the world equally. The six-winged angel spoke coldly. She wore a holy white gold magic dress and held an exquisite staff engraved with angelic runes. She looked indifferently at the extraordinary mountain giant. "I'm giving you and your tribe a chance to redeem yourselves. Embrace the holy light and become a believer in our Lord. You will receive eternal life under the Lord's favor." "That's impossible." The extraordinary mountain giant retreated repeatedly, saying, "We worship the great Titan God. Do you angels intend to seize the faith that belongs to the Titan God? All worlds are decaying. Darkness is imminent. Only the holy light is eternal." As he spoke, the six-winged angel waved his staff. Instantly, a dazzling rain of light fell from the void, not only merging into the body of the extraordinary mountain giant, but also enveloping the mountain giant tribe below. This is the legendary divine art of faith that can distort will. "Run!" The extraordinary mountain giant screamed in terror. Upon hearing his words, the thousands of mountain giants in the tribe panicked and scattered in all directions. But soon they stopped again. They all knelt on the ground, praying devoutly to the Lord of Holy Light. The extraordinary mountain giant didn't last long either. After a brief struggle, he too knelt down in worship. "Gather the warriors of your tribe and march with our army. As you command, Your Excellency, Holy Envoy." The extraordinary mountain giant obeyed the order with utmost respect and immediately mobilized the tribal army. Soon, the thousands of mountain giants in the tribe regrouped, their fighting spirit and morale even more surging than before. This was the power of fanatical faith. At the same time, hundreds of beautiful angels, each wielding a divine staff, flew out from the city of angels, which was suspended high in the sky. They are all angels of the divine magic type, skilled in faith-based divine magic. Then, the city of angels continued its journey. The target is the giant capital, which is hundreds of kilometers away. As for the fallen angel legions in the rear, they dispersed on the spot, dividing into smaller, well-organized angel legions. Each legion contained more than 500 fallen angels, led by a six-winged fallen angel. "Lady Angelia has an order. Our fallen angel legion's mission is to wipe out the mountain giant cities and tribes surrounding the giant capital. Cooperate with the Holy Angel Legion to annihilate the entire giant kingdom as quickly as possible." "Yes, sir." The six-winged fallen angels readily obeyed the order. Immediately, the fallen angel army began to move, forming a fan-shaped formation to encircle the core territory of the giant kingdom. Each legion of fallen angels was accompanied by 3 or 4 holy angels wielding scepters, or perhaps a 4-winged archangel. It may be a 6-winged archangel. Their mission was to spread the faith of the holy light to the mountain giants, cities, and tribes. When faced with tough challenges, leave them to the fallen angel legion to handle. In short, the main strategy of the angelic army in attacking the kingdom of giants was to take as many followers of the holy light as possible and purify those who could not be taken by means of physical means. In less than a moment, a fierce war broke out in the core territory of the giant kingdom. Nearby cities and tribes were all attacked by the fallen angel legions. Other fallen angel legions continued their advance, seeking new battlefields. The divine angels who accompanied the army also continuously unleashed divine spells of faith on the battlefield. At all times, countless mountain giants become believers in the Holy Light. After becoming followers of the Holy Light, they immediately followed in the footsteps of the fallen angel legion and launched a counterattack on their own cities and tribes. For them, this was not a betrayal. It was not a war for the revival of the mountain giants. Since the Titan gods could not protect them, they followed a new god of faith. Furthermore, being able to board the angel race's faith worship is something they can be proud of. After all, angels are a mythical race. Meanwhile, the leaders of the giant kingdom also received news that the kingdom's core territory had been invaded by enemy forces. Just now, they were discussing the possibility of war. The next moment, war broke out. What a damn coincidence. Chapter 225 Idiot. Why didn't you say so sooner? This is no coincidence. This is a conspiracy against my giant kingdom. Inside the central temple, the Grand Elder, holding a withered wooden staff, said with a gloomy expression, "This conspiracy began when those affiliated tribes in the southeast region were captured. It's even possible that Aldrich's death was just one part of a conspiracy. It must be said, the enemy forces have succeeded. Not only did we lose more than a dozen saint-level experts, but our kingdom's treasury was also emptied, causing heavy losses to our kingdom. Now, the enemy forces have sent a large army to attack, intending to completely destroy our giant kingdom. The methods used are extremely insidious." This is the Grand Elder's own opinion. But if Lin Yu knew, he might tell the Elder of the giant kingdom that his opinion was just him overthinking things. There was no conspiracy theory involved from beginning to end. Everything was done in accordance with the trend. The loss of more than a dozen saint-level experts by the giant kingdom was not even part of Lin Yu and Angelia's plan. It was entirely driven by this elder on his own. If he hadn't sent Woodlow and others to the southeast region to investigate the cause of the destruction of those local strongholds, the looting of the kingdom's treasury and the death of the Grand Commander and others would not have happened. The Grand Elder's series of actions. This not only promoted the rapid growth of Paradise Town, but also accelerated the pace of the war in Paradise Town. A mountain giant said, "Elder, it's pointless to say these things now. The enemy army has invaded our core territory. We must immediately gather our forces to repel this powerful foe." The Grand Elder nodded. The person who reported the information was then summoned to the central temple. This was a massive mountain giant, but his expression was filled with terror. The Grand Elder immediately asked, "What exactly is the situation with the intruders?" The other high-ranking officials and powerful figures from the other kingdoms within the temple also focused their attention on this mountain giant, who had reached an extraordinary level. He said with a look of fear on his face, "Elder, you have no idea what we have encountered. The enemy that invaded our territory is none other than the legendary mythical Holy Spirit angel race. They have controlled a large number of mountain giants in our city with evil faith magic. And then countless enormous black-winged angels, exuding an aura of evil, followed. The aura emanating from them is even more evil than that of the legendary demons. Any mountain giants who refused to embrace the holy light were all slaughtered by them, and even their blood and souls were devoured. Those white-winged angels, black-winged angels, while spreading the faith in the Lord of Holy Light, while they were slaughtering our people. In the blink of an eye, our city was captured." After a pause, the mountain giant said in a trembling voice, "I only managed to escape by borrowing a precious teleportation scroll. As I left, I looked back and saw mountain giants kneeling on the ground everywhere in the city. Their wills were all twisted, and they were drawn into the embrace of the Lord of the Holy Light. The legendary angel race." Inside the main hall, all the kingdom's high-ranking officials and powerful figures exclaimed in surprise. As direct descendants of the Thunder Titans, they are brave and fearless, unafraid even of death. The powerful race of nature elves, the dragon's lair that rules the 36 islands, and the holy sea of light that intimidates the entire bountiful region, they are all fearless. At worst, it's just death. What are you afraid of? However, this does not mean they are not afraid of the legendary angel race. According to their kingdom's ancient records, the angel race, at its peak, was comparable to the Thunder Titans. In the name of faith, they swept across countless worlds. Of course, this is only recorded in their kingdom's ancient books. The truth is, in the battlefield of all realms, the Thunder Titans were no match for the angels. The 7 archangels of the angel race, each with 18 wings, are terrifying beings renowned throughout the battlefield of myriad realms. Even without the Lord of Holy Light appearing, they can still suppress all races. It made countless intelligent races tremble in fear. This is why, even after tens of millions of years, the angel race's reputation has not been forgotten, and many advanced races are aware of its existence. If it were an ordinary race, they would have long been forgotten in the long river of time. Are you sure you haven't admitted your mistake? How could the legendary angel race have descended upon our world? In the eyes of the kingdom's high-ranking officials and powerful figures, how could their broken little world possibly contain the angel race? The place where the angels appear. It should be a vast and boundless battlefield of countless worlds. That is the battlefield where the angel race unleashes its formidable war power. My lord, this is absolutely true. I'm certain they are the legendary angels, the mountain giant said with a look of fear. Moreover, besides the white-winged angels and black-winged angels, I also saw a creature from the underworld that should not appear in our world, the legendary three-headed hellhound. All the senior executives remained silent. One moment a white-winged angel, the next a black-winged angel. Now even Cerberus has appeared. If it weren't for the fact that it was daytime, they would have suspected that this extraordinary mountain giant was talking in his sleep. Cerberus, the three-headed dog. Aren't they the guardians of the gates of the underworld? Definitely a creature from the underworld. How could such an evil race be mixed up with the holy angel race? According to common sense, as soon as Cerberus appeared, it should have been burned to ashes by the holy angels, and its soul would not have been able to escape back to the underworld. By the way, Elder and all the other esteemed officials, the extraordinary mountain giant suddenly spoke up. Before our city was conquered by the angel army, I saw an angel city appear in the sky, and all the clouds were crushed. These words were spoken. The entire temple fell into a deathly silence. A moment later, a high-ranking official of the kingdom exclaimed in surprise, "Are you sure this is the city of angels?" "Sure." The mountain giant nodded vigorously and said, "That is a white megacity that stretches for nearly 10,000 meters. Not only are there countless holy angels standing on the city walls, but it is also equipped with a large number of magical cannons. It's obvious at a glance that their war-fighting capabilities are terrifying. Furthermore, the direction in which the city of angels disappeared is precisely our capital. If nothing unexpected happens, the city of angels will arrive here soon." Upon hearing this, the kingdom's high-ranking officials and powerful figures present immediately felt an urge to beat this mountain giant to a pulp on the spot. Why did he save such an important thing for last? The elderly elder roared angrily. "Fool, why didn't you say so sooner?" The mountain giant said somewhat innocently. "Elder, you were the one who asked me about the situation of the enemies who invaded our city first." The elder was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He then roared at the high-ranking officials and powerful figures in the temple. "What are you all standing there for? Immediately, gather the army of the capital, and conscript all the mountain giant warriors from the nearby cities and tribes to guard the capital. And activate the magical defense shield of the capital city as well. This war concerns the very survival of my mountain giant kingdom, and we absolutely cannot afford to lose it." Chapter 226 Your Majesty, the kingdom is on the verge of collapse. Inside the temple, the high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the giant kingdom all wore distorted expressions. It's one thing for an army of angels to invade their core territory. Now even the city of angels has appeared. One wrong move, and their mountain giant race would be wiped out. The entire race could be exterminated. Although not all mountain giants die on the battlefield, some of them will surrender to the Lord of Light under the influence of the angels' divine magic of faith. But how is this any different from genocide? In their view, the mountain giants who believed in the holy light were no longer pure mountain giants. "Elder," a high-ranking official suddenly said, "if all those mountain giant warriors are transferred here, wouldn't the cities and tribes they are stationed in be left undefended and easily captured by the angelic army? Are we abandoning all those cities and tribes? After all, it was built up through our hard work. Where's the brain?" The Grand Elder glared angrily and said, "The city of angels' target is our capital. What use are those cities and tribes if the capital falls? No, I don't want any of it. We must unite the kingdom's strength and fight the angelic army to the death." "Understood." The mountain giant's leadership, despite being scolded, were not angry. He nodded with an extremely solemn expression. The other high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the kingdom also felt a sense of oppression, as if the end of the world was approaching, which made it almost impossible for them to breathe. Since the establishment of the Kingdom of Giants, something like this has never happened before. It's important to know that they have always been one of the overlords of the Dark Forest, ruling over a large number of subordinate intelligent races. Who could have imagined that disaster would befall their kingdom in the blink of an eye? Without hesitation, many high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the kingdom immediately left the temple and quickly assembled the mountain giant army in the capital, while also sending emergency orders to the surrounding cities and tribes. Soon, the capital of the giant kingdom was like a secret war machine, rapidly getting into operation. At the same time, the cities and tribes that received the order, they also mobilized their elite warriors and converged on the capital. Whether they were faster or the angelic army was faster was not important. They arrived early and gathered in the capital, determined to fight against the angelic army. If they arrive late, then they should coordinate an attack from within and without to besiege the angel army. At least, this is what the high-ranking officials of the giant kingdom planned. Elder, a high-ranking official of the kingdom said, "Now that the kingdom is facing a crisis, I think we should invite His Majesty and the Great Prophet out. As for comprehending the laws, we can discuss that later." "I know." The Grand Elder nodded. Before going into seclusion, His Majesty had said that no matter what happened, he and the Great Prophet should be disturbed. But now, things are urgent. The kingdom is facing destruction. Even if he didn't want to bother them, he had no choice but to put it bluntly, facing such a terrifying enemy as the angel race. If he doesn't act quickly, things might get out of hand by the time His Majesty and the Great Prophet emerge from seclusion. I looked around and realized my home was gone. I'll be going to the forbidden areas shortly. The Grand Elder addressed the kingdom's high-ranking officials and powerful figures present. "You may all step back. Bring out everything that can enhance our war effort. We must fight with all our might to defend the capital. And the magic cores, take them all out. At that time, we will use the magic cannons on the city walls to bombard Angel City." At this moment, a high-ranking member of the mountain giants interjected, "Elder, do you have a bad memory? All the magic cores stored in our kingdom's treasury have been stolen." The elder's expression immediately twisted. He muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn traitor." Then, in a fit of anger, he said, "The kingdom's treasury has been robbed. Can't you think of any other way? Gather all the magic cores stored in your private treasuries, as well as those of the other clansmen in the capital, and even those cities and tribes. That's enough to handle this war. The kingdom will compensate you after the war ends." After saying that, the Grand Elder added in his mind, "If the war can be won." At that very moment, a mountain giant seemed to have suddenly realized something and said loudly, "Elder, I have finally figured something out. It must be the angels who used the divine magic of faith to make Woodlow and Agutek betray our kingdom. They were also angels. They sent the two of them back to the kingdom and looted our treasury." One of the mountain giants, his lips twitching, said, "Isn't this obvious? Why are you taking so long to figure it out?" The mountain giant shook his head and said, "That's not the point. The point is, why did the angels allow Woodlow and Agutek to plunder our kingdom's treasury? Why? Because their city of angels needs energy. Without energy, it cannot be activated." The mountain giant said, "Even Barnett was collecting magic cores from those tribes, because these magic cores are used to activate the city of angels. It's outrageous that the angels are using our strategic resources to attack us." The elder rubbed his forehead. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything, because the more he did, the more upset he became. "All right, we all know you are a wise mountain giant. Go down and prepare for war. Don't rush. Elder, I haven't finished yet. I suspect that the power behind the angel race is Paradise Town, and all the angels were summoned to the mortal realm by that otherworldly lord." "Shut up. My rational mind tells me you can get out of here now." The forbidden area of the giant kingdom. Behind the central temple is a mountain several hundred meters high. On one side of the mountain, there is a huge statue of the Thunder Titan. On the other side of the mountain, there stand palaces that look as if they were made of gold. The Grand Elder used a special secret technique to enter the mountains, and later arrived at a palace. After countless spiritual invocations, he finally summoned the two enormous figures. Two figures, a man and a woman. They are all mountain giants over 20 meters tall. The male mountain giant, in his prime, exudes a domineering aura and overwhelming power. He is the emperor of the giant kingdom and possesses the level of an early demigod. A female mountain giant, aged like a great elder. She was the great prophet of the giant kingdom, reaching the late stage of demigod level. In the kingdom of giants, this great prophet's prestige even surpassed that of His Majesty the King, for she had witnessed the rise and fall of at least 3 giant kings. Let me add one more thing. The lifespan of a saint-ranked mountain giant is approximately 800 years. The demigods, however, have remained for 3,000 years. The first 2 kings died of old age because they failed to ascend to demigod status. Only this generation's king, under her full tutelage, reached the level of a demigod. To put it simply, she could die in peace. Elder Asa, His Majesty the Giant Kingdom roared. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I swear I will tie you to the statue of the Titan God until your other foot is in the coffin. The aged prophet also turned his gaze to the elder. A hint of dissatisfaction shone in his dim, yellowish eyes. She was helping His Majesty the King comprehend the power of the laws when she was forcibly interrupted. This is a really upsetting thing. The Grand Elder quickly said, Your Majesty, please calm down. Disaster is indeed approaching, and the kingdom needs Your Majesty and the great prophet to oversee it. Disaster? What disaster? Your Majesty, the disaster is that our kingdom is being invaded by the angel race. The legendary war fortress, Angel City, has already marched towards our capital. Your Majesty, the kingdom is on the verge of collapse. Chapter 2:27 Elf, Queen Bernina. Charge and fire. Upon hearing the elder's words, His Majesty the Giant Kingdom was completely dumbfounded. He suspected he was hallucinating. The great prophet, who looked as old as a woman, also had a blank expression, as if he had seen a ghost. Legend has it that the angels have invaded their kingdom, and they have even brought the renowned city of angels with them, ready to attack their capital. This seems a bit unbelievable, no matter how you look at it. How long have I been in seclusion? Less than a month, my lord, the great prophet replied. His Majesty of the Giant Kingdom's expression twisted as he said, Then why do I feel like I've been in seclusion for 100 years? In the blink of an eye, the world seems to have undergone a dramatic change. For someone who has a lifespan of 3,000 years, a month is indeed just the blink of an eye. The elder's wrinkled face twitched a few times before he said, Your Majesty, there's no point in saying all this. We should find a way to protect the capital and our people. His Majesty the Giant Kingdom immediately released his spiritual consciousness. Centered on the forbidden area, it radiates throughout the entire capital. After a moment, he spoke, You have done a very good job in the defense of the capital. There is nothing I can improve. The Grand Elder then cautiously asked, Your Majesty, the kingdom's ancient records state that the Angel Clan's war fortress, Angel City, possessed such formidable military strength that it could kill gods. Is this true? If this is true, he felt that there was no need for their giant kingdom to defend the capital to the death. Just surrender. His Majesty the Giant Kingdom shook his head and said, I cannot give you a more definite answer. The information I know about the angel race comes from the kingdom's ancient records. That's all I can tell you. No matter what the outcome of this war, our kingdom must hold out to the very end. We inherit the bloodline of the Thunder Titans, and naturally we must protect the glory of the Titan race. To sacrifice ourselves on the battlefield is the most sacred destiny for us mountain giants. I understand, Your Majesty. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. He then left the palace and returned to the capital to oversee the defense work. Watching the Grand Elder's disappearing figure, the aged great prophet spoke up. Your Majesty, the angel race has even mobilized the city of angels. With our strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to withstand their attack. We need help. The aid from the Elf Garden, the Naga Kingdom, and even the Temple of Bones. If there is time, we should also gather the strength of all the kingdom's subordinate races and tribes, and bring them together in the capital to fight a decisive battle against the angel army. There's probably not enough time. His Majesty the Giant Kingdom shook his head. The angelic army arrived riding on the city of angels. It might descend upon the capital at any moment. By the time the legions of those affiliated tribes arrived, it was too late. As for requesting assistance from those three superpowers, it's even more too late. Given just one day, he could find enough reinforcements. But the problem is, will the angels give him this opportunity? Obviously impossible. We can only rely on ourselves in this war. But before that, I need to inform the Elf Queen of the news of the angels' arrival in this world. If our giant kingdom is defeated, she can prepare herself mentally sooner. Your Majesty is wise. The great prophet said with a solemn expression, The angel race is a terrible race that worships war. They once swept across the universe and countless world-lost spirits were killed by the angel race. Compared to the brutal void demons, the angel race is nothing more than having an additional prefix of the holy and light faction. Once this world is conquered by the angels, the intelligent races of this world will no longer have freedom. There will only be two outcomes. Either they will be purified, or they will become followers of the Lord of Holy Light. If we are defeated, all the intelligent races in this world must unite. Just like we drove out the demons back then, let's drive out the angels. This great prophet of the mountain giant kingdom directly bound angels and demons together. His Majesty the Giants also deeply agreed with the Great Prophet's views. At least in their eyes, angels are not much better than demons. Without hesitation, His Majesty of the Giant Kingdom took out a palm-sized leaf from his spatial equipment. The leaves are emerald green with clear and glossy veins. It looks like it was made of the finest jade. As His Majesty the Giant Kingdom infused his power of law into the leaf immediately emitted a dazzling green light, illuminating the sky not far away. A moment later, a figure slowly emerged. She wore a crown and a long golden dress, and had an extremely beautiful face, a tall and shapely figure, and skin as white as jade. Her eyes and waist-length hair were both emerald green. The ears are the elf's signature long, pointed ears. She put her hands behind her back and slightly raised her chin. Her delicate swan neck was revealed. Her beauty was flawless, and a noble air emanated from her. In comparison, Doris, an ancient great elf, paled in comparison. Because she is the ruler of the elf garden, a noble elf queen. Her status among the nature elves is second only to the empress of the elf Holy Land. King Vaughn, Your Majesty, Queen Bernina. The two rulers greeted each other. Queen Bernina smiled slightly, her emerald green eyes curving into a pair of slender, beautiful crescent moons, and asked, I wonder what brings King Vaughn to contact me so suddenly. His Majesty the Giant Kingdom was about to recount the arrival of the angels and their impending attack on the giant capital. Upon hearing this, the smile on the face of elf Queen Bernina vanished instantly. Her moist lips parted slightly. This is not in the manner of an elf queen. However, it also means that she is currently in a state of extreme shock. Your Majesty Vaughn, I believe you wouldn't lie to me, but this is just too unbelievable. Yes, I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. King Vaughn said, Your Majesty, you may now pray. Pray that our mountain giant kingdom can repel the angel army's attack. Otherwise you will be the ones facing war next. Queen Bernina the elf took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, Is there anything Your Majesty can do to help us in the elf garden? It's too late. King Vaughn said, I contacted you only to hope that your elf gardens can be mentally prepared. I see. Queen Bernina nodded. Just as she was about to say something, she noticed that the expression on King Vaughn's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? It must be the army of angels attacking. King Vaughn heard the numerous exclamations echoing throughout the capital and hurriedly left the palace. Looking up, he immediately saw a majestic white city flying across the distant sky, smashing through countless clouds and forcibly carving out a wide cloud path, as if tearing the sky in two. The overwhelming aura made King Vaughn gasp. The great prophet following behind was also stiff with shock. Only the elf Queen Penina was puzzled and asked, Your Majesty Vaughn, what did you see? At this moment, she was in the fairy garden, thousands of kilometers away. All that could be seen before him was King Vaughn's stiff back, just as King Vaughn could only see her and nothing else. After all, this isn't a video call. Similar to a projection descending. King Vaughn said in a deep voice, I saw the legendary city of angels, crossing the sky and arriving from nowhere. I sensed countless holy auras emanating from the angelic army within the city. Your Majesty, prepare for war. Perhaps this will be the last time we meet. Upon hearing this, the expression on the beautiful face of the elf Queen Penina became extremely complicated. She hesitated, unsure of what to say. After a long while, he gently parted his lips and said, Your Majesty, take care. King Vaughn nodded. He then ended his call with the elf queen and flew straight away from the forbidden area. The great prophet also quickly followed. The giant kingdom is still very powerful, with 2 demigod-level experts in charge. But now, the giant kingdom is facing an army of angels from the city of angels. Whether they can defend the capital from being captured remains to be seen. In the blink of an eye, the city of angels is located just a few thousand meters away from the capital of giants. Hovering high in the sky, on that majestic city wall, standing there was a group of high-ranking angels, led by Angelia. Apart from Angelia, who is a 10-winged angel, the others are all 8-winged angels. There is only one 6-winged angel, Elena, who serves Linyu on a daily basis. Lady Angelia, the 8-winged archangel Catherine, wearing a crown, respectfully asked, Should we send an angel down first to persuade them to surrender? Secretary and said indifferently, The capital of the mountain giants is shrouded in a magical defensive shield, and a large number of mountain giants are gathering from all directions. They are clearly prepared to defend the capital to the death. No need to waste time. Just break through the city and conquer it by force. Yes, sir. The 8-winged archangel Catherine respectfully obeyed the command. He then raised his scepter and gave the order, Charge and fire. In an instant, The 12-winged angel statue in the center of the city lit up with a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the holy magic cannons and light cannons mounted on the walls of Angel City quickly began to charge, their muzzles pointing down at the mountain giant capital below. Chapter 228. Whether the world is in chaos or not, the abundant region has the final say. Paradise Town. Lin Yu was peacefully reclining on the chair, enjoying a massage from the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, when he suddenly spoke up. The war has begun. Connected by the thread of faith, he could sense that the angelic army had arrived at the capital of the giant kingdom. Additionally, the special kill notifications from the floating island of Myriad Realms indicate that the fallen angel army is relentlessly attacking the cities and tribes of the Kingdom of Giants. Although the war had only just begun, however, he had already obtained a large number of architectural blueprints and the stronghold chests obtained by destroying those cities and tribes. Most of them are silver-level treasure chests, and a few are gold-level treasure chests. There is also one diamond-level treasure chest, which is obtained by destroying a very powerful mountain giant city. So far, this was also the first diamond-level treasure chest that Lin Yu had obtained, but it's definitely not the last one. In addition to numerous cities, the mountain giant kingdom also has a royal capital. Lin Yu had reason to believe that after conquering the capital of the giant kingdom, the level of the stronghold treasure chests obtained would be higher, and there was a high probability that they would drop a rainbow crystal-level treasure chest. I can make a fortune just from the stronghold chests I acquire in this war. It's only a matter of time before I gather 40,000 glory points to exchange for the artifact Origin Scepter. Lin Yu squinted her eyes slightly. My thighs felt incredibly comfortable being pinched. After this proactive massage, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, has fully embraced the role of a maid. Next, she will strive to become the perfect maid. Lin Yu opened the island's chat channel and suddenly saw a message related to the abundant region. This message sparked a heated discussion in the chat channel. Brothers, the 3 human kingdoms of the bountiful region have gone to war. Have the native human kingdoms gone to war? Aren't their enemies us, the professionals from another world? Why are they fighting each other instead? The specifics are unclear, but war has broken out. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the 2 human kingdoms, led by the Church of Light, have unilaterally declared war on the kingdom of Kilias. In my city, not only are human legions being mobilized, but members of the Church of Light are also gathering. Holy crap, the abundant region is in chaos. Should we go in and try to snag some bargains? Defeating wild monsters and killing native human professionals will both reward you with primal energy. With the 3 kingdoms at war, the number of native human professionals participating could reach millions. Even king-level powerhouses are cannon fodder on such a battlefield. Those who are not afraid to die, go for it. Never mind then, I've only just reached level 5. This war broke out so suddenly. My intuition tells me there must be something more to this war than meets the eye. I've heard that the kingdom of Kilias is backed by the dragon nests of the 36 islands, so it's highly likely that even those dragon nests will send a dragon army to participate in this war. Go ahead and fight. The better, kill them all. If the main force of the dragon's nest is wiped out on the battlefield, we professionals located on the 36 islands can organize ourselves and raid the dragon's home base. Awesome. They really dare to think of anything. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, Lin Yu also sighed in admiration, remarking that the Holy Sea of Light was indeed incredibly fast. They received the order last night, and this morning they mobilized the armies of 2 human kingdoms and the power of the church to launch an undeclared war on the kingdom of Kilias. That's incredibly fast. Tiffany, my lord, what are your commands? The Holy Maiden of Light raised her head, looking at the great lord of Holy Light with some confusion. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on Tiffany's exquisite and beautiful face as he asked, You know the power structure of the bountiful region best. Do you think the Holy Sea of Light, combined with the power of those 2 human kingdoms, can defeat the kingdom of Kilias, which is backed by the dragon's nest? There's a high probability there won't be any problems. Tiffany respectfully replied, While the dragon race is powerful, they would never fight to the death with our holy sea for the sake of the kingdom of Kilias. If nothing unexpected happens, the kingdom of Kilias will surely be defeated. But, in the middle of the war, the kingdom of Kilias and Dragon's Nest will most likely seek mediation from the nature elves. There is a saying in our world, whether the world is in chaos or not, the land of abundance will decide. Therefore, all peoples hope to see the land of plenty in a state of peace. That's an interesting statement, Lin Yu said with a smile. Doesn't this mean that once I control the abundant region, conquering the world won't be far off? Tiffany nodded and said, This world has 8 regions: the barren desert, the dead lake, and the St. Cable snowfield. They are resource poor and weak, so they are not worth worrying about. After you took control of the dark forest and the bountiful region, the remaining opponents are only the Beastman royal court of the Lenkel Plains, the dragon nest of the 36 islands of the bay, and the nature elves of the elven Holy Land. The fairy garden in the dark forest is a branch of the nature fairy race. The stronghold of the nature elves is located in the easternmost elven Holy Land, where the elven queen reigns supreme. Oh right, and sea creatures too. The sea creatures are loyal to the legendary Queen Medusa. However, the sea creatures haven't appeared on land for a long time. It's not too late to take them down after we've dealt with these areas. At that time, the entire world will be under your control. At this point, Tiffany, the Holy Maiden of Light, was also somewhat excited. However, when she thought that the great Lord of Holy Light was standing in front of her, conquering this world seemed insignificant. The angels of yesteryear. It swept across countless worlds. The followers of the Lord of Holy Light can be said to be found throughout the entire universe. The Holy Light Church of this world is just one of the many faith forces of the Lord of Holy Light in countless worlds. Although Tiffany didn't understand why the Lord of Holy Light hadn't directly conquered the world with his great power, and even the aura emanating from him was only at the saint level. However, this did not hinder her worship of the Lord of Light, because she could also clearly sense that she had a spiritual connection with the Lord of Holy Light. This had never happened before entering the dark forest. I look forward to that day. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Just then, he suddenly saw the constantly flashing Friends section. Upon opening it, I found it was a message from Village Chief Guangming. After joining the Light Alliance channel, Lin Yu accepted the friend request from the Light Village Chief and obtained some information about the Alliance members, as well as a list that was not friendly to him. The Golden Behemoth Lord is one of them. Xia Qingwei wants to pledge allegiance to me? Lin Yu was somewhat surprised by the message sent by the village chief of Guangming, but not much. The reason for the slight surprise is that Xia Qingwei is, after all, a top-tier lord who possesses the top-tier troop, the Frost Dragon, and is also the leader of the First Alliance, Midsummer Night, with nearly 200,000 Alliance members under her command. The speed at which he lowered his head was a bit too fast. Chapter 229 Counterattack. Give us a counterattack. I've thought about it. Lin Yu replied to the village chief of Guangming. Tell Xia Qingwei that if she is still alive when I establish my kingdom, I will welcome her to join, but the conditions will not change because she is a top lord. Okay, boss. I'll tell her right away. The village chief of Guangming Village replied very quickly. As the top henchman under the Lord of Holy Light, he must keep a close eye on his boss's movements. Most importantly, we must closely follow the leader's lead. Not a single step can be wrong. Otherwise, his missionaries of light would certainly not have let him go. Tying him to a cross and grilling him would be too lenient a punishment. As a lord-class professional of the Light faction, he, like other Light lords, was already bound to Lin Yu's worship from the moment he first arrived. The eldest brother eats the meat, while he drinks the soup. He'll suffer if the boss is unhappy. This is damn fate. Turn off the Friends section. Lin Yu lay on the recliner with her eyes closed. Continue to enjoy the services from the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany. In terms of massage technique, Tiffany's could be improved, but the pressure was just right. At that moment, the big lowly, Sidong, also ran over. Following the example of the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, she reached out her small hands to massage his shoulders. This made Tiffany wary. We can't let this demonic plant take our place as a maid. As for Lin Yu, he seemed to be enjoying himself immensely. She fell asleep in no time. But shortly after he fell asleep, the dark elf mother tree, standing in the distance, suddenly underwent a strange change. The tree trunk, which is hundreds of meters tall, was trembling slightly. The tree trunk, branches, and even leaves all radiated a rich, vibrant light. This scene greatly surprised both the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, and the big lowly, Saint Tung, because the dazzling light contained pure divine and luminous power. This is highly illogical. After all, this is a mother tree of dark elves, wielding the power of dark elemental magic. The elves it nurtures are all unmistakably evil, dark elves. How can one unleash the power of holiness and light? Both the adult and the child expressed doubt about this. Not long after, they then saw the holy and light power emanating from the dark elf mother tree, as if it were consciously gathering together, eventually forming a ball of light about 2 meters in diameter. This sphere of light floats in midair. It did not immediately give birth to a fairy. Instead, it continued to absorb the holy and light power released by the dark elf mother tree. Tiffany and Big Lolita St. looked at each other. They could all see what the other was thinking. The Dark Elf Mother Tree was about to give birth to a special elf, and one that was related to the attributes of holiness and light. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, arrived in Paradise Town last night. She had personally witnessed the Dark Elf Mother Tree giving birth to dark elves multiple times. The same goes for Big Lolita Sitting. Just now, she was playing with several newly conceived dark elves. Therefore, they were not surprised that the Dark Elf Mother Tree could give birth to elves in this special way, which was different from other elf mother trees. What puzzled them was, why is the Dark Elf Mother Tree able to give birth to elves with holy and light attributes? The faction attributes are completely mismatched. It must be related to the great Lord of Holy Light. The Lord of Holy Light is a supreme being, all-knowing and all-powerful. It is perfectly normal for any strange thing to happen in his territory. This is what the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, thought. As for the Big Loli Sitting, she didn't think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, she turned her attention to Linyu and happily massaged her sleeping master's shoulders. In the capital of the giant kingdom, a massive mountain giant soared into the sky. He is a powerful figure in the kingdom of giants, possessing the late-stage saint rank. Looking at the massive cannons gleaming with dazzling light atop the walls of the City of Angels, he couldn't help but swallow hard. He'd seen plenty of magic cannons. However, this was the first time he had ever seen a magic cannon mounted on the City of Angels. Truly a legendary weapon of war. Every single magic-powered cannon I'm equipped with sends chills down my spine, as if being hit by it would instantly obliterate me, a saint-level expert. Let's compare them. Their giant kingdom's magic cannons didn't have such terrifying power. Even the most powerful magic cannon can only threaten professionals who have just entered the saint rank. However, he was unaware of this. Before him lay only a small city of angels. Moreover, its war-making power has never reached its peak. The entity that controls this small city of angels is merely an incomplete consciousness of Vivien, the 12-winged angel. If her true form were to descend, the magic cannons of the City of Angels could easily obliterate a demigod. Her strongest attack, however, could slay even a supposedly immortal true god. In this respect, the information recorded in the ancient books of the Kingdom of Giants is correct. Stop! The saint-ranking mountain giant roared at the group of high-ranking angels standing on the walls of the City of Angels. This is the royal capital of our mountain giant race. Your unauthorized intrusion is an attempt to provoke. Suddenly, his roar stopped, because he sensed that a magic cannon was aimed at him. He immediately changed his tune, saying, "The holy angel race is open to discussion on all matters. His Majesty of our kingdom is also very willing to sit down and negotiate peacefully with your legion commander." However, he was met with a dazzling beam of light. A loud bang was heard. A beam of light tore through space and blasted straight toward him. The mountain giant, a saint-level being, was so frightened that his scalp tingled. He fled without hesitation, not daring to confront them head-on. Even with his domain in hand, he didn't dare to withstand the bombardment from the City of Angels on his own. It's also because he's quite strong and has quick reflexes. They barely brushed past the beam of light. If he had been even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been hit by the beam. These angels are domineering, unreasonable, and tyrannical. There's no way to negotiate with them. Without another word, the saint-level mountain giant withdrew to the capital. At the same time, more magic cannons fired. A series of dazzling beams of light shot straight toward the capital of the mountain giants. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a dense barrage of cannon fire, all the beams of light struck the magical defensive shield of the giant capital, causing the shield to tremble incessantly, and endless light sparks flew everywhere. Counterattack! Counterattack! The Grand Elder, wielding a withered wooden staff, stood atop the capital's city walls and roared, "Activate all magic cannons and bombard Angel City. Let those angels know that we, the mountain giants, are not to be trifled with." "Yes, Elder." Soon, the magic cannons in the giant capital also opened fire in unison. Thousands of magic cannons simultaneously bombarded the City of Angels, which was suspended in the clouds. Chapter 230 The City Falls. Faith collapses. Compared to City of Angels, the giant's capital has a greater number of magic cannons. There are at least 3,000. They can be seen everywhere, on the city walls and inside the city. This means the Kingdom of Giants has brought out all its inventory. Thousands of magic cannons, controlled by the mountain giants, relentlessly bombarded the City of Angels high in the sky. Except for a very few instances where the shot missed, the vast majority of magic cannons hit their targets accurately. However, while the hit rate is high, the lethality is lacking. They simply cannot break through the defenses of the City of Angels. As you can see, the City of Angels is also shrouded in a dazzling protective shield, and countless divine runes belonging exclusively to the angel race are engraved on all 4 city walls. The main function of those divine runes is to enhance the defense of the City of Angels. As it stands now, the defensive capabilities of this City of Angels are also not at their peak, because it did not receive the amplification of the divine power of the 12-winged angel Vivien. Even so, it has no problem at all withstanding the bombardment of the Giant Kingdom's magic cannons. After several rounds of bombardment, the Giant Kingdom consumed a large number of magic cores, but failed to cause any substantial damage to the City of Angels, floating high in the sky. Not even a single brick was broken. In contrast, the magic cannon attack from the City of Angels dealt a huge blow to the defenses of the giant capital. The thick city walls were blasted into one huge crater after another. The city bricks, made with magical materials, were as fragile as tofu under the bombardment of the City of Angels. They were almost destroyed after just 2 rounds of bombardment. The magical defensive shield that enveloped the giant capital was also severely damaged. Not only did the surface develop a dense network of cracks resembling a spider web, but the core elemental magic runes also began to disintegrate one after another. This is because the force of the attack was too great. It exceeded the limits that those elemental magic runes could withstand. This caused the runes to break down. This also means that the magical defensive shield covering this giant capital city cannot last for too long. Perhaps 2 more rounds of bombardment will cause it to collapse on the spot. The mountain giants within the city also noticed the nearly collapsed magical defensive shield, and they all became tense. Your Majesty, the City of Angels attack is too strong. Our defensive shield won't last long. Above the central temple, thousands of enormous figures stood tall. Leading them were King Vorn, a demigod, and the Great Prophet. He was followed by nearly 100 high-ranking officials from the kingdom, as well as saint-level experts. Further behind were thousands of mountain giants at the extraordinary level. Just by looking at this lineup, you can tell how powerful the mountain giant kingdom is in warfare. It's simply beyond the reach of any current Lord-level professional. Even if they develop for another year, it will be virtually impossible to conquer such a force. Only Lin Yu doesn't play by the rules. Not only did they summon a massive army of angels, but they also created an angel city. Perhaps even the rules of the floating island world did not expect Lin Yu's territory to grow so quickly. After all, if it knew everything, it wouldn't have broken the interdimensional teleportation array. King Von looked up at the white megacity suspended high in the sky. As you can see, it is being hit by a large number of magic cannon beams every moment. However, this white megacity is like an indestructible divine city. The kingdom's magic cannons were completely ineffective against it. It seems impossible to even budge it. This gave him, a demigod-level powerhouse, a sense of powerless despair. How long until the warriors from the various cities and tribes arrive at the capital? Report to your Majesty, the Grand Elder said. Even the fastest legions will arrive in half an hour, at which time we will receive support from approximately 50,000 elite troops. The remaining hundreds of thousands of warriors will arrive in succession within 3 hours. 3 hours? 3 hours later, it's questionable whether the capital will still exist. Pass down the order. Prepare for battle. The great Titan God bears witness to our glory. Even if we die on the battlefield, the Titan God will still protect us. As he spoke, King Vorn turned his gaze to the Titan statue that was backed against the forbidden ground. It stands hundreds of meters tall, majestic and imposing. It is the largest statue in the kingdom of mountain giants. It also embodies the mountain giants' faith in the Titan God. Our ancestors have always been watching over us. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder and all the high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the kingdom present were immediately shaken. The panic in his expression and eyes quickly dissipated. They all became filled with fighting spirit and murderous intent. Yes, the Titan ancestors are watching them. They have no reason to back down, much less to bow their heads to the angels. That would be a desecration of the Titan's glory. Soon, King Von's words spread throughout the entire capital. The hundreds of thousands of mountain giants within the city were all in high spirits, and their fighting spirit was boiling. All the mountain giants were mentally prepared to live and die with the capital. Boom, 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 boom. The roar of the magic cannon shook the heavens and the earth. Wild monsters and beasts within a radius of 100 kilometers were all frightened away and fled. They also sensed the presence of war and death. I dare not stay in the same place. The magic cannons of the giant capital and the City of Angels are still exchanging fire, but the damage they cause is vastly different. The walls of the giant capital are almost riddled with holes. In some places, it has even been breached. In contrast, nothing happened to the City of Angels, which was suspended high in the sky. It can be said that, given abundant energy, even the mini-angel city would be virtually invincible in this world. No force could destroy it. Finally, another round of bombardment was launched. The magical defensive shield that enveloped the capital of the giants collapsed. The eastern city wall, which was the target of concentrated fire, also seemed to be affected, collapsing into a huge stone ruin. Is the final showdown finally upon us? I have slain dragons, killed behemoths, and torn apart sirens, but I have never fought against the legendary angels. Even if we die in battle, it will be worth it. King Vaughn retrieved 2 massive hammers from his spatial storage, his gaze fixed on the angel city suspended high in the sky, his fighting spirit surging. He could sense that a large number of angels had gathered within the city, including even one demigod-level angel. She's my rival, King Vaughn thought to himself. On the walls of the City of Angels, 8-winged Archangel Catherine respectfully said, Lady Angelia, the enemy's shield has been destroyed. Should we immediately send the angelic army to break in? Need not. Secretary and looked down at the high-spirited army of mountain giants in the capital and said indifferently, Continue the bombardment, destroy the will of those mountain giants, and it will be easier to spread the faith later. Yes, sir. Catherine waved the scepter in her hand. Immediately, the booming sound of cannons rang out again. A dense barrage of dazzling beams of light blasted straight into the capital city. In an instant, dense explosion zones appeared within the city, with each beam of light causing damage over a radius of hundreds of meters. Small mushroom clouds rose into the air. Everything within the blast radius, buildings, streets, mountain giants, vanished, obliterated by the terrifying force. A single bombardment caused enormous casualties in the capital. A beam of light even struck the majestic Titan statue. The statue's head was blasted off. Upon witnessing this scene, the mountain giants within the city, including King Vorn, the great prophet, and a host of high-ranking officials and saint-level powerhouses, were all stunned. That Titan statue embodies their faith in the true Titan god. Today, the statues have been destroyed. Their unwavering beliefs seem to have been severely damaged, leaving them in a state of bewilderment and despair. At that very moment, all the mountain giants witnessed the scene that shattered their faith. Within the headless statue, a huge white sphere of light slowly flew out. A mountain giant exclaimed in surprise, That's the power of our faith that we offer to the Titan god. How can there be so much? Has the great Titan god never taken our faith all these years? Could the legend be true? This world is a land forsaken by God. Have all the races of the world been abandoned by the gods? These words shook the entire capital and the hearts of all the mountain giants. They are unbelievable. The Titan god, whom the tribe had steadfastly believed in for so many years, had never paid any attention to them, and even regarded the power of their faith as worthless. This was a huge blow to their beliefs. However, the crackdown did not end there. Under the watchful eyes of countless mountain giants, the enormous sphere of light swiftly flew out of the royal capital and headed towards the City of Angels, which floated high in the distant sky. Finally, she was grabbed in the hand by a beautiful angel with an elegant and noble demeanor. Take it back and purify it. It will greatly help my lord become a god. With that, Secretary put the orb of light, which carried the power of faith accumulated over countless years in the giant kingdom, into the Skeleton King's belt. The power of faith in different deities also has different attributes. To absorb the faith power of other deities, it is necessary to process it through special means. Furthermore, stealing the faith power of other deities is also a major taboo. This is a declaration of war, and the kind that will fight to the death. However, Secretarian didn't care. They, the angels, have no fear of those thunderous titans. Chapter 231 Titans Supreme. The capital of the giant kingdom was deathly silent. All the mountain giants seemed to have lost their souls. Before this, their faith was unwavering. Even though the so-called miracles never occurred, they still devoutly believed in the true Titan god. They are descended from the bloodline of the Thunder Titans. Inheriting the will of the Thunder Titan, they revered the Thunder Titans as their ancestors and worshipped them as gods. For countless ages, they have firmly believed that the great Titan god has always protected them. They believe that the Titans guide their people's path forward. So many years, mountain giants have never betrayed the Titans' faith. The immense power of faith contained within the sphere of light demonstrates just how devout the mountain giants are. However, they now realize that everything they had done before was just wishful thinking. The great Titan gods never paid attention to them. They even disregarded the power of faith they contributed. Or one could say that the Titan gods had long forgotten them. They were abandoned believers. How can they accept this? The mountain giants are fearless in the face of death. However, the collapse of their beliefs allowed them to experience what despair and fear truly meant. Some mountain giants even chose to commit suicide on the spot, dying for their beliefs. Moreover, the mountain giants who chose suicide were not a minority, but many. They were all fanatical believers of the Titan god and could not accept such a reality. Your Majesty, have the Titan ancestors truly abandoned us? I can't believe it. But if they didn't abandon us, why has the power of faith we offered to the Titan god remained inside the idol? In response to the Grand Elder's inquiry, King Von fell silent. He couldn't answer the question because even his beliefs were beginning to waver. In the myriad worlds ruled by gods, a race not protected by the true gods has no future or hope, no matter how high its bloodline level. The mountain giants worship the Titans. The dragon worship in Dragon's Nest is that of the dragon god. Nature spirits worship nature and the goddess of spirits. Even the humans in the land of abundance have their own beliefs, such as the goddess of light, the goddess of darkness, the goddess of alchemy, the goddess of magic, and so on. All intelligent beings have their own god of faith. Regardless of the rank of these deities, in the eyes of believers, they are all supreme, and they all pray for their protection. This is the law of survival for countless intelligent races throughout the universe. But now, the mountain giants, who devoutly worshipped the Titan god, were abandoned by their own god without their knowledge. And they've been deceived for so many years. Looking at the despair in the eyes of the Grand Elder and the other high-ranking officials and saint-level experts of the kingdom, King Vorn took a deep breath and slowly said, I can sense that there are countless Titan gods in the endless void, where they reside their divine kingdoms. This inexplicable feeling is the connection of faith. The great Titan god has not abandoned us. The fact that they did not perform miracles or take the faith from the statues only proves one thing. This world forbids the descent of the Titans. These are King Von's words. He was not only comforting the Grand Elder and the other high-ranking officials, but also comforting himself, because he knew what a devastating blow the loss of faith would be to the mountain giants' kingdom. It could even affect other giant races in this world. They were also worshippers of the Titan god. How can one allow their faith to crumble? Soon, King Vorn's words spread throughout the capital, giving countless mountain giants in despair a glimmer of hope and slightly boosting their morale. The great Titan god has always been watching over us. If we die in glory, we will have the opportunity to return to the embrace of the Titan god. Titan Supreme. Titan Supreme. Inside the city, countless mountain giants were roaring madly. An enraged mountain giant brandished his warhammer and roared. That angel stole the power of faith we offered to the Titan god. We must kill her and take back our faith. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, angry shouts of killing filled the entire capital. It even tore apart the clouds high in the sky. But at that moment, another barrage of beams of light rained down from the sky. Amidst a series of violent explosions, the capital city suffered massive casualties once again. The 2 rounds of bombardment from the City of Angels destroyed not only a large number of magic cannons within the city. At the same time, tens of thousands of mountain giants were also killed. This is because, due to the angle, only one of the magic cannons on the city wall of the City of Angels can attack the capital of the giants. If all the holy magic cannons and light cannons on the 4 city walls were capable of bombarding the city, 2 rounds of attacks would definitely cripple the mountain giant army inside. Even so, these 2 attacks were enough to severely damage the morale and fearlessness of the mountain giants. Your Majesty, the Grand Elder said urgently, if we let Angel City continue to bombard us like this, our capital will be reduced to ruins sooner or later, and the casualties of the legions within the city will be extremely heavy. At that time, it will be even more difficult to repel the Angel army. In fact, he was already thinking about a way out. However, it was not his own way out, but the way out for his entire community. Just as King Von said, he already had 1 foot in the grave, so it didn't matter if he died. The future of the community is what matters. We cannot allow this war to lead to the extermination of our race. Mountain giants are brave and fearless, but that doesn't mean they are stupid. Knowing full well that you are no match for them, yet still going to your death, that's just plain stupid, no different from a 2-headed demon. Asar, we cannot retreat from this war. King Von knew what the Grand Elder was thinking. However, as the ruler of the kingdom, he could not flee without a fight. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape, how could he face continuing to sit on the throne? Great prophet, follow me to the city of angels. Yes, your majesty. Without hesitation, two figures exuding terrifying demigod power charged towards Angel City. Behind them, the Grand Elder and other high-ranking officials of the kingdom were extremely anxious. Elder, what should we do? Charge. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and said, wherever His Majesty is, that's where we'll be. Even if it costs us our lives, we will help His Majesty break through the defenses of the City of Angels. Upon hearing this, all the senior executives nodded in agreement. The next moment, thousands of figures flew into the sky. Among them, there were nearly 100 saint-level experts, and the rest were all extraordinary professionals. Almost at the same time, the intense artillery fire suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, countless holy angels flew out of the City of Angels, crashing into the powerful legion of the giant kingdom like a torrent. Chapter 232. If you kill them, how will I improve my cultivation level? The mountain giants are not afraid of war, nor are the angels. In the myriad worlds of the universe, the angel race has earned a formidable reputation as a war-fighting race. In this respect, even the Thunder Titans, whom the mountain giants worship, are no match for the angels. To put it bluntly, the war of the holy and the demon that took place tens of millions of years ago. If it weren't for the holy angels standing at the forefront, sweeping across all directions, the battlefield of myriad realms would have changed hands long ago. How dare powerful races, including the Thunder Titans, look down upon the myriad worlds of the universe? You actually dare to come out? A large number of high-ranking angels were seen flying out of the City of Angels. King Vaughn and the Great Prophet were not alarmed but delighted, because these high-ranking angels are the core force of the angelic army. The highest rank is saint, the lowest is transcendent. If these high-ranking angels are killed, the other ordinary angels will be no threat. At least they believe that on the battlefield, the fearless legion of mountain giants could absolutely defeat those ordinary angels. After all, there are more of them. There are only a few 100,000 ordinary angels in the City of Angels. Their capital city's elite mountain giants number in the hundreds of thousands. In addition, a large number of mountain giant warriors are gathering from all directions, and the overall strength of the legion will only increase, giving them a real chance to annihilate this angel army. Of course, this is all predicated on the premise that the City of Angels stops bombarding the capital. Without the slightest hesitation, King Vorn and the Great Prophet unleash their respective powers of law immediately. The law of power, the law of thunder. In addition, the Great Prophet also possessed an extra law of gale. A strong wind plus thunder equals a storm. If this Great Prophet obtains an extraordinary opportunity and successfully achieves a reverse evolution of her bloodline, then she will very likely be directly promoted to Storm Titan. The Storm Titan and the Thunder Titan are different titans. There is no question of who is stronger or weaker. The only difference is the power of the laws they wield. However, if a comparison must be made, the former may have a slight advantage. The power of the laws from King Vorn and the Great Prophet manifested directly as a purple sea of lightning, sweeping towards the oncoming high-ranking angels. Their intention was to destroy the core force of the Angel Legion. However, such a thing is impossible, because Angelia, who is in charge of this war, will not let these high-ranking angels die in vain. She simply waved her right hand. The space within a radius of 10,000 meters was instantly distorted. Centered on King Vorn and the Great Prophet, the space within a few thousand meters collapsed directly, shattering the vast purple sea of lightning before quickly reforming into an independent space that enveloped the two demigod-level mountain giants. With just one move, the crisis of the high-ranking angels was resolved. They continued their charge towards the high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the giant kingdom without slowing down. Soon, war broke out. Thousands of powerful mountain giants fought against approximately 1,000 high-ranking angels. It's almost a 4-to-1 ratio. Despite this unequal disparity, many powerful mountain giants were instantly killed as soon as the battle began. The legion of high-ranking angels, led by a group of 8-winged angels, was like a bulldozer, slaughtering the mountain giants and powerful warriors until they were no match for them. At the same time, an endless rain of light fell from the void, enveloping the mountain giants and powerful warriors on the battlefield. That was a divine faith spell from a divine angel. Then, a series of pink arrows flew past, piercing through one mountain giant after another. They were the arrows of Cupid, the angel of love. Every powerful mountain giant struck by Cupid's arrow immediately came to the side of their lover. War and such are no longer important to them. The important thing is to ignite the spark of love. This also accelerated the collapse of the mountain giants' forces. At a glance, the camp composed of thousands of powerful mountain giants was already in complete chaos. Some are being hunted by angels. Some were expressing their love for each other. Some had distorted expressions, as they resisted the erosion of their souls by the divine magic of faith. In short, everything is in complete chaos. Behind them, Angelia stood on the city wall of Angel City. This situation seems to have been anticipated. As early as yesterday, she had gained a very deep understanding of the strength of the giant capital through the intelligence provided by the three mountain giants, Woodlow, Agutek, and Barnett. After yesterday's day and night hunt, in addition to the cultivation in the spiritual field, many more angels have achieved bloodline evolution and advanced to higher ranks and levels. Looking at the entire Holy Angel army, which numbers nearly 180,000, there are already more than 50 angels of the holy rank and nearly 1,000 angels of the extraordinary rank. Such a lineup could easily sweep away the powerful legions of the giant kingdom. And that is precisely why Angelia then dispatched the fallen angel legion to clean up the surrounding cities and tribes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have split her forces into two groups. To add a point, the first fallen angel Lin you summoned, Gladys, also underwent a bloodline evolution last night, advancing from a 6-winged angel to an 8-winged angel. Her level soared directly to the peak of the saint rank. He was just one step away from becoming a demigod. Gladys's current strength is comparable to that of a demigod in the early to mid stages. Although not as freakish as Secretarian, she is still very powerful. At this moment, she was leading several fully fledged legions of fallen angels to attack a formidable mountain giant city, under the leadership of the 8-winged fallen angel Gladys. Those fallen angel legions were unstoppable, killing gods and men alike. It was as if we were in an empty place. In no time at all, they had conquered the mountain giant city. Lady Angelia, a phantom figure suddenly appeared and said respectfully, "With my strength, I can easily kill those 2 demigod-level mountain giants. There is no need for you to take action yourself, sir." Secretarian glanced sideways at the illusion. "If you kill them, how will I improve my cultivation level? It's not time to plunder the very essence of this floating island world yet. Please forgive me, sir." Vivien, the 12-winged angel, thought it made sense and quickly lowered her head and retreated. Her figure vanished, returning to the statue in the center of the city of angels. At the same time, Angelia's figure also vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were already in that sealed-off, isolated space. At this very moment, King Vorn and the Great Prophet, 2 demigod-level mountain giants, are frantically unleashing the power of the laws, attempting to break through the barrier of the independent space and escape. The situation of the battle outside made them extremely anxious and shocked. A ratio of 4-to-1. The number of saint-rank mountain giants is also twice that of saint-rank angels. They can't even beat them? That's ridiculous. At that very moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the private space. This immediately alerted King Vaughn and the Great Prophet. To them, this 10-winged angel was extremely formidable and incredibly powerful. Chapter 233. In this day and age, is even dying so difficult? Your Majesty, be careful. This is an angel who controls the laws of space. The Great Prophet held a bone scepter and stood one body length ahead of King Vaughn. Her level was higher than King Vaughn's, reaching the late demigod stage. She should be at the forefront. She also sensed a great crisis from the stunningly beautiful 10-winged angel before her, and even felt a strange sense of panic. And this feeling, only the world's strongest beings, the Beast King, the Dragon King, and the Elf Queen, had ever given her this. A peak demigod is a demigod who has ignited the divine fire, but has not yet condensed a divine spark. His strength was many times greater than that of a late-stage demigod. However, the 10-winged angel in front of her, who was clearly only at the early stage of demigod, gave her the feeling of facing a peak demigod, which made her both horrified and incredulous. Fortunately, it wasn't the legendary 12-winged angel. Otherwise, we can say we have absolutely no chance of winning. Many powerful races know that the rank of angel represents power. At the same level, a 12-winged angel is far more powerful than a 10-winged angel. Even in the battlefield of myriad realms, the appearance of a 12-winged angel is enough to shake a vast region and make countless races and gods wary. Generally speaking, 12-winged angels have always appeared as commanders of a large army of angels. 6-winged angels, 8-winged angels, and 10-winged angels are all legion commanders under the 12-winged angels. The titles of Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Legion Commander are not at the same level. According to ancient records, none of the 12-winged angels that appeared on the battlefield of myriad worlds were ordinary true gods. Each of them was a supreme god who possessed great divine power. The chief god, the lord of the pantheon. He commanded countless true gods. It is far more powerful than any lower-level god, middle-level god, or higher-level god. These are the 12-winged angels of the angel race. The renowned third-order angels. King Vorn took a deep breath, looked at the elegant and beautiful Angelia standing in the distance, and said, I am Vorn, the ruler of the kingdom of giants, and I hope we can resolve this conflict peacefully. Compared to the great prophet, he felt a greater threat from the 10-winged angel. The terrifying aura emanating from it made him involuntarily want to look up at it. This made him less confident about the upcoming battle. Secretarian said indifferently, Our Lord is merciful and loving, redeeming all worlds with his holy light. I give you two choices: embrace the holy light, believe in our Lord, and gain eternal life. Or, I will directly purify your body and soul. Upon hearing this, King Von's expression changed. But things quickly returned to normal. He didn't seem surprised to receive such a response. Angels are just like that. King Vorn said in a deep voice, My kingdom of giants will never desecrate the faith in the true Titan God. What Titan gods? They're just the thunder titans of later generations. Angelia walked over slowly. With each step he took, a dazzling halo would ripple around him. Each halo represents a law or power she has mastered. Space, holiness, light, annihilation, judgment, punishment, divine retribution. A series of halos of law emerged, making Secretarian, who was already sacred and noble, even more dignified, like a supreme god walking in the world. Seeing this scene, King Von and the great prophet were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Let's not even talk about King Von. The great prophet has lived for over 2,000 years, witnessing the reigns of 3 kings of the giant kingdom, and has seen almost all the demigods in this world, including the Dragon King and the Elf Queen. It can be said that, apart from Queen Medusa who rules the deep sea, there are others. She had seen all the demigods in this world. However, she had never seen any demigod who could control so many laws. There are at most 4 or 5 types. First, there's the limitation of talent. The difficulty increases exponentially with each new law you comprehend. Secondly, the number of laws is related to the success rate of igniting the divine fire and condensing the divine essence. The more rules you master, becoming a god becomes even more difficult. Who would dare to joke about their path to godhood? However, the 10-winged angel before her was surrounded by so many auras of law that she felt she couldn't count them all. There were hundreds of different types of laws. What a terrifying talent. And what astonishing courage. Under these circumstances, becoming a god is virtually impossible. There is even a high probability that they will be burned to ashes by the divine fire during the process of igniting it. Because there are too many rules. Correspondingly, the power of the divine fire is even more terrifying. She's dead, the great prophet murmured to himself. This wasn't a curse, but rather, based on her understanding of the path to godhood, she firmly believed that the beautiful 10-winged angel before her couldn't possibly overcome the hurdle of igniting the divine fire. Of course, this did nothing to help her and King Von in their current predicament. Conversely, facing a terrifying angel who wields the power of at least hundreds of laws, she and King Von are doomed. Just now, she thought that this angel's strength might be comparable to that of a peak demigod. In retrospect, she had seriously underestimated the situation. What peak demigod could be this monstrous? Even a true god couldn't compare. Putting aside divine power, even if a true god descended, she would probably pin him to the ground and beat him mercilessly. Your Majesty, the enemy is too fierce. You should retreat first. As long as His Majesty is alive, our mountain giant race has hope of continuing our lineage. I'll stop this angel. The great prophet dared not hesitate and immediately sent a message to King Von. You can't escape. Before King Von could respond, Angelia spoke up. She intercepted the great prophet's spiritual thoughts. In this independent space she created, she seemed to be omnipotent. Secretarian glanced sideways at the great prophet and said, You are nearing the end of your life, and your talent is mediocre. Your hope of becoming a god is slim. Your value lies in dying by my hand, helping me advance to the mid-stage of demigodhood. As for your king, I can spare his life. The followers of the Titans never feared death. King Von was quite defiant. Before the great prophet could persuade him again, he swung his 2 giant hammers and summoned terrifying purple lightning bolts that crashed down on Angelia. Its power is so great that it can easily smash even a 1,000-meter-high mountain. Annihilation. Angelia pointed with her finger. A terrifying force of law swept across. In an instant, All the thunder in the sky dissipated, and even the two giant hammers in King Von's hands exploded. King Von immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, suffering a severe injury. His Majesty, the great prophet exclaimed in surprise. He immediately raised the bone staff in his hand, summoning a series of storm tornadoes containing endless lightning that swept towards Angelia. Wherever it passed, space itself was distorted. If this were outside, space would definitely be torn apart. However, this is Secretary and's independent space, suppressed by hundreds of laws, making it almost indestructible. Therefore, even if the great prophet risked his life, he could only cause a slight distortion in the space. Secretary and pulled out an angel's sword burning with flames from the void. A gentle slash forward. Instantly, all the storms and thunder were cleaved into nothingness. Whether it was King Vorn or the great prophet, their all-out attacks were like child's play in front of Secretarian, easily broken with a flick of the finger. Judgment. Angelina pointed her divine sword at him. In an instant, a dazzling holy sword descended from the sky, piercing straight towards the great prophet. The great prophet was about to flee when he discovered that the space around him was imprisoned, and for a moment he showed despair. At that very moment, King Vorn's massive figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, blocking the great prophet's path without hesitation. With a soft buff, King Von was pierced directly by the holy sword, and blood splattered everywhere. Upon witnessing this scene, Angelia was also stunned for a moment. To her surprise, the mountain giant king was willing to die for others, which was beyond her expectations. His Majesty, the great prophet, cried out in grief. Her body was bound, and she could only watch helplessly as the holy sword transformed into golden flames that enveloped King Von's body. This is the legendary angelic flame. It can burn everything in the world. It can purify all evil and dark forces. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, King Von will be burned to ashes by the holy flame of the angels. But at that moment, the holy flames on King Von went out, and a brilliant holy light enveloped him, and the pained expression on his face quickly disappeared. With a single divine spell, King Von was pulled back from the gates of the underworld. Angelia glanced at him sideways. "Wanna die? Did you even ask me? Stay put and prepare to become a believer in our Lord." King Von remained silent. Is even dying so difficult these days? Secretarian ignored him. They didn't even look at the great prophet with his blank expression. Instead, they turned their attention to the forbidden area of the giant kingdom, to the Titan statue that stood hundreds of meters tall. Before anyone knew it, the Titan statue was enveloped in a divine light. More purple lightning bolts continued to erupt. This caused cheers from countless mountain giants within the city, who believed it to be a miracle from the Titan god. And indeed, that is the case. A moment later, the majestic statue actually came to life. Like a giant stone figure, it forcibly tore apart from the forbidden mountain behind it. It stood up, facing the city of angels suspended high in the sky. Its head had been blown off, but everyone could sense that it was gazing at the city of angels, or rather, staring at Secretarian, who was in a separate space. At the same time, a thunderous voice resounded from the Titan statue. It was as if an immortal god was whispering, his divine power overwhelming. "Your Majesty Angelia, I have heard legends about you. That happened tens of millions of years ago. Chapter 234 Your Majesty, save me." Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembled, and the capital city shook. That was a Titan statue hundreds of meters tall walking around. Each step he took shook the earth, like an ancient giant, exuding a sense of oppression. With a single stomp, it directly crushed the majestic central temple, yet it remained unconcerned, continuing to gaze at the elegant and beautiful Secretarian from the direction of the independent space. Inside the city, countless mountain giants cheered. Some fanatical believers are relieved that they did not commit suicide. Because a miracle has occurred. After countless years, a miracle finally descended upon the kingdom of giants. This shows that the great Titan god did not abandon them. Instead, I've been keeping an eye on it. Now, the kingdom of giants is in turmoil, and the Titan god has arrived just in time, clearly to save them. In an instant, the morale of the mountain giants' legion soared. Their fighting spirit surged even higher. High in the sky, thousands of high-ranking and powerful members of the giant kingdom experienced a surge in combat power upon discovering the descent of the Titan god, managing to withstand the attack from the high-ranking angels. Titans reign supreme, glory forever. Countless mountain giants roared wildly, their roars tearing apart the clouds high in the sky. They no longer have any fear. All I felt was excitement and exhilaration, because they believed they were saved. The great Titan god will surely defeat the evil angel army, and even destroy that terrible city of angels, saving them from peril. In an independent space, the great prophet and the resurrected King Vaughn were also visibly excited. They couldn't believe it. The Titans had actually descended. It was a miracle for their mountain giant race, a ray of light in the dark abyss. Although what descended was not the true form of the Titan god, but merely an avatar of his divine consciousness. But I think defeating a 10-winged angel at the demigod level shouldn't be a problem. This was the idea of the great prophet and King Vaughn. However, there was one thing that puzzled and confused them greatly. The Titan god they worshipped actually called the 10-winged angel, Your Majesty, and even claimed to have heard the legends of her creation tens of millions of years ago. This is a big problem. First of all, how could an angel at the demigod level live for tens of millions of years? Wouldn't that make him an eternal god? Furthermore, how could someone who has lived for tens of millions of years be merely a demigod? Even the most foolish pig could become a god after living this long. Secondly, the most incredible thing is that this descending Titan god addressed the 10-winged angel as Your Majesty, because only the supreme deity can be addressed as Your Majesty. For example, Her Majesty the Goddess of Light, worshipped by the Church of Light, Her Majesty the Goddess of Nature and Elves, creator of the race of nature elves, and Her Majesty the Goddess of Fate, who is said to control the River of Destiny, and so on. In addition, the ruler of the Thunder Titans, whom they worship, is also a monarch. Could it be that? Is the elegant and beautiful 10-winged angel before them a supreme deity? How is that possible? After all, if it were a supreme deity, a single glance would be enough to kill the two of them instantly, and even destroying this world would be just a matter of a snap of the fingers. At that very moment, Angelia suddenly spoke, her voice indifferent. Who are you? Her golden eyes fell upon the Titan statue. It's as if they're trying to find familiar traces. The Titan statue spoke in a voice as loud as thunder. I am merely a minor mid-level chief god under His Majesty the God King, not worthy of being remembered by the renowned Angelia. The central god? That person was indeed an unknown individual. Angelia said indifferently, my arrival in this world by breaking through time and space has given you the opportunity to display your divine miracles. The Titan statue said, thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to protect the believers of this world. I hope Your Majesty will grant me the favor and spare these lowly mountain giants. I can assure Your Majesty, they will not be an obstacle to the Angel Legion's conquest of the world. Angelia glanced at it sideways and said, what face does an unknown nobody have? Upon hearing this, the Titan statue fell silent. The Titans, who control the primordial power of thunder, have always been known for their volatile and easily angered nature. If you can't reason with them, then fight them. If you can't win an argument, then start a war. This is the way the Titans do things. However, this does not mean that the Titans were brainless. The Titan statue said in a deep voice, Your Majesty Angelia, the battlefield of the myriad realms has developed over tens of millions of years and is no longer the battlefield of the myriad realms that was oppressed by the angel race back then. With the help of countless floating islands, deities of various races sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Compared to tens of millions of years ago, we are much stronger. Even if another holy war were to break out, the combined strength of our various races would be enough to win. The reappearance of the angel race in the world is a good thing. However, we must also abide by the new order, otherwise great disaster will surely follow. Secretarian narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you threatening me? The Titan statue replied, of course not. I merely wish to inform Your Majesty that the order of the battlefield of myriad realms has been re-established. The harmonious development of the various divine realms was once disrupted by a supreme deity who sought to undermine the peace and stability of the battlefield of myriad realms, and whose whereabouts remain unknown. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Angelia's beautiful face. It was beautiful, but also very cold. The Titan statue immediately said, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I am merely stating a fact. Angelia said coldly, did you say that, or did Clovis say it? The Titan statue said, His Holiness Clovis is unaware that the angel race has descended upon this world. I will report to His Holiness Clovis later. Angelia said, that's such a pity. As she spoke, a massive phantom of an 18-winged angel appeared behind her. Upon seeing the dazzling phantom of the angel, the Titan statue's body trembled violently. After a moment, it said, Your Majesty, why bother? My divine body is located in the Titan realm. Even if you sever this divine thought of mine, it will not be much of a loss for me. I'll say it again, Your Majesty, please give me some face. Take your angel legion and evacuate the territory of the mountain giant kingdom. Who do you think you are that I should give you face? Secretarian gave a cold shout and slashed the angel sword in her hand directly at the Titan statue. Behind her, the dazzling phantom of the 18-winged angel merged into the divine sword, transforming into a brilliant sword light that instantly struck the towering Titan statue. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the Titan statue. Then, as if discovering something, the owner of the voice screamed in terror. The Sword of Destiny, said to be able to annihilate everything? How is this possible? With a bang, the Titan statue crumbled. Meanwhile, in the distant, alternate dimension of the Titan realm, a Titan god, towering 10,000 meters tall and possessing immense divine power, cried out in despair, "Your Majesty, save me." Before he could finish speaking, a mouthful of golden blood spurted from his mouth. Then he let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. A pair of golden eyes, filled with despair, stared wide open, as if they had died with their eyes open in disbelief. If there is an opportunity, he really wanted to say, legends are absolutely unbelievable. Chapter 235 The Laborer. Lots of work, no commission. The world was silent. Inside and outside the city, all the mountain giants stared in disbelief at the crumbling Titan statue. The great Titan god was actually killed with a single sword strike? Although only a divine thought was destroyed, it was still the divine thought of the Titan god. In the heart of the mountain giant, the Titans are supreme and invincible. Even if it is just a divine thought descending upon this world, it is unparalleled and can suppress all opponents. And that's it. In an instant, the beliefs of the mountain giants collapsed once again. It was even more desperate than before. On the battlefield high in the sky, the powerful forces of the giant kingdom crumbled instantly. The thousands of high-ranking and powerful figures were slaughtered and scattered by the high-ranking angels, and the mountain giants with any courage fell under the angelic swords. Many high-ranking and powerful figures finally succumbed to the angels' divine magic of faith at this moment. They abandoned darkness and embraced light, becoming believers of the Lord of Holy Light. At the same time, they followed in the footsteps of the high-ranking angels, suppressing other kingdom leaders and powerful figures. On the other side, the angel army gathered in the City of Angels also set out. A force of 150,000 holy angels transformed into a primordial force and flew out of the City of Angels, heading straight for the giant capital below. Now is the time when the faith and will of the mountain giants are at their weakest. Starting a war would be enough to deliver the final, fatal blow to this royal capital. Furthermore, this is the most opportune time to spread the faith of the Lord of Light, as it is an easy opportunity to recruit a large number of mountain giant believers. War broke out and quickly spread to every corner of the capital. Scenes of intense fighting can be seen everywhere, because many mountain giants are still putting up a stubborn resistance. But now, they are not fighting for the glory of the Titans, but for the kingdom of giants and for their own people. As the battle continued, these stubbornly resisting mountain giants suddenly discovered something very strange. That means the more you fight, the more enemies you encounter. At first, their opponents were angels. Before long, mountain giants joined the battle. However, the mountain giants who joined the battle did not help them resist the angels' attack, but rather helped the angels suppress them. After some time, their only remaining enemy was the mountain giant. What do we do? It was under these circumstances that more and more mountain giants could not hold on, or they fell on the battlefield, or they knelt down under the shroud of religious magic. High in the air, in a private space, Angelia swung her sword and killed the imprisoned great prophet. Almost at the same time, the aura emanating from her body surged several times over once again. Her level has increased. He advanced from the early stage of demigod to the middle stage of demigod. The great prophet. Not far away, King Vaughn cried out in grief. Although the great prophet always addressed him respectfully as His Majesty the King, in his heart, the great prophet was both his elder and his teacher. Without the great prophet's constant companionship and guidance, he would not be who he is today. Watching the great prophet's corpse rapidly burn to ashes under the shroud of the angelic flames, King Vaughn could no longer restrain himself. He took out a spare greatsword from his spatial equipment and charged towards Angelia. Then he was imprisoned. Then a holy light emerged from the void. It enveloped King Vaughn. Soon, King Vaughn's expression became distorted. He was trying to resist the erosion of his soul by the divine magic of faith through his strong will. Despite witnessing the annihilation of the Titan god's divine will, which dealt him a tremendous blow, his will remained steadfast. He would never betray the thunder and embrace the holy light. For the kingdom, for the people, King Von roared furiously, his face contorted in a rage. 2 seconds later, he knelt down. They praised the great Lord of Holy Light with a devout expression. Angelia waved her right hand, causing the independent space to collapse, and then calmly said, "Go and help the Angel Legion subdue the mountain giants in the city and redeem their faith." "Yes, Your Excellency." King Von respectfully withdrew and headed straight for the distant high-altitude battlefield. As for Angelia, she sheathed her angel sword, then closed her beautiful golden eyes and established a connection with some being in the darkness. "Angelia, you told me before that your holy angel race is the most law-abiding, but now it seems that you are even more outrageous than Astia." A voice from the depths of the soul echoed in Angelia's mind. Cold, stiff, yet filled with anger. He was clearly very angry. Angelia replied, "You can't blame me for this. It was your own negligence that allowed the divine will of that nameless god to descend upon this world. Those alien races who break the rules must die. I'm repairing the space-time and interdimensional teleportation arrays, which is why I haven't been able to take care of that bastard. You're the one who shattered the space-time and interdimensional teleportation arrays. I'm cleaning up your mess. All right, stop complaining. We angels will leave this world as soon as possible." Angelia said, "The battlefield of myriad realms is my lord's target. You are just a spirit of the laws of a broken world, and my lord doesn't even look at you. You just need to do your own thing and don't worry about anything else. There will definitely be benefits for you in the future. But you're cheating." The voice from the shadows was furious, but deliberately lowered its voice as it said, "If the boss finds out, I'm finished. Don't forget, the boss is the one in control of all this. I'm just a wage earner who works overtime without pay." Angelia said, "When I follow my lord into the battlefield of myriad realms and recover my peak divine power, I will forge a divine body for you, helping you escape this world and gain freedom." "Real? Believe me, I never make promises lightly." "Then I'll trust you one last time. I'll pretend I didn't see what happened. Also, stop messing with me. I'm just an employee. I have a lot of work and no commission. If I get fired by the boss, I won't be able to support my family." "Who taught you all these phrases?" "Those professionals, I often spy on them." Angelia remained silent for a moment, then asked, "Why is that nameless Titan god in this world? Didn't he say that he was protecting the mountain giant kingdom, and that those mountain giants were true followers of the Titan race?" "Say something that I can believe." "The boss has hidden something very important in the floating island world, which is said to be related to the holy war of the past. But I don't know exactly which floating island world it is hidden in." "What is it?" "I don't know either. You know, our boss's power is comparable to your Lord of Holy Light. How would we employees know what he wants to do?" "Comparable to our Lord? Who gave you that confidence?" Chapter 236, Faith and Law. It was noon. Here in Paradise Town, Lin Yu led by example, personally guiding the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, on her path to becoming a cook. During this time, he did not forget to take a look at the elven orb of light that was formed from the dark elf mother tree and was radiating holy and light magic. More than 3 hours passed, and the ball of light remained unchanged. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. If nothing unexpected happens, the elf born this time will definitely be very special, and it is very likely to be an ancient great elf who possesses the power of holiness and light. After lunch was ready, Lin Yu invited Tiffany to eat with them. Even the big lowly sitting needs to eat. However, her lunch is different from that of a normal person. The little girl arrived in the northwest area of the town and transformed into a gigantic black bone blood vine, hundreds of meters tall, directly devouring the blood, bones, and internal organs of wild monsters decomposed by the local believers. These things are all her food. It can help improve her abilities. When she has free time, she also goes to the spirit field to cultivate, trying to use the special substances in the spirit field space to allow her bloodline to evolve and break through again. If I'm lucky enough to evolve again, the little girl sitting can possess the growth potential of a true god. She is currently at the early stage of demigodhood, and at most she will reach the peak of demigodhood. Only by achieving bloodline evolution once again can her future be brighter. But I imagine the immortal flower would be furious. The taste is not bad. Lin Yu ate a bite of vegetables and a bite of spiritual rice. He offered a small compliment to the culinary skills of the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany. Tiffany's cooking was naturally not as good as that of Elena, the six-winged angel, but since it was her first time, it was already quite good that she managed to cook something okay. The requirements don't need to be too high. The Holy Maiden of Light sat upright to one side, eating in small bites. She has a very quiet and gentle demeanor. Hearing Lin Yu's words, she breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely excited, saying that she would continue to work hard. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. He communicated with the town's warehouse using his mind and retrieved a bottle several tens of centimeters tall from it. Then they found 2 small bowls. The white liquid contained in the bottle was poured into a bowl. Try this. This is Saintess Tiffany, sensing the pure life force emanating from the liquid in the bowl, exclaimed in surprise. The life water of the nature elves? Good. Lin Yu nodded and said with a smile. This was presented by Woodlow and Aguchi from the Mountain Giant Kingdom, a testament to the friendship between the Elf Garden and the Giant Kingdom. Tiffany accepted the small bowl that Lin Yu handed her with utmost respect. He then carefully placed it in front of him and said, Legend has it that the water of life is a sacred healing substance. Even if someone loses their limbs, they can regrow them with the help of the water of life. Unfortunately, our Church of Light does not have a good relationship with the nature elves. Those elves are afraid that we are spreading your faith in their territory, so they never contact us, and the water of life rarely appears in the fertile region. It's okay, there will be more and more of these things in the future. Lin Yu picked up the small bowl and drank the life-giving water inside in one gulp. It didn't have any particular flavor. It's just like drinking pure milk. However, the life energy contained within it is indeed enormous. Lin Yu could feel energy erupting within his body. Although it wouldn't push his level from mid-stage saint rank to late-stage saint rank, it still improved him to some extent. If you drink large gulps like this for a long time, advancing to the peak of the saint rank is only a matter of time. If we took this water of life to Earth and sold it, I believe it could fetch an astronomical price. The ability to regenerate severed limbs, cure all diseases, and even extend the lifespan of mortals is a treasure that countless humans dream of. However, Lin Yu has no intention of doing such a thing. The money on Earth is meaningless to him now. He planned to make the water of life his daily beverage. I take a few sips every now and then. Who knows? One day his level might suddenly break through. Shortly after the start of the all-out war between the Angelic Army and the Mountain Giant Kingdom, his level broke through and he advanced to the mid-stage of the Saint rank. His current goal is to advance to the peak of the Saint rank. Then, comprehend the power of the laws and attempt to become a demigod. Of course, it's not just about laws. The power of faith must also be mastered. As the Lord of Holy Light, worshipped by the angel race, becoming a god of faith is his greatest advantage, allowing him to possess immense divine power in a short period of time. Lin Yu is thinking about this right now. Faith and principles, working in tandem. In this way, his divine power will not have any shortcomings. In fact, he was the only one in the entire angelic ranks who believed in a deity. The other angels, including his secretarian, also wield the power of laws. Once she becomes a god, she will be a god of laws, not a god of faith. Because of the power of faith in the angelic faction, all of it was focused on the Lord of Holy Light. This is one of the reasons why the Lord of Holy Light possesses such immense divine power. While eating, Lin Yu pondered, to comprehend the power of laws, one can only rely on oneself. The world rules of the floating island will no longer provide direct assistance like when advancing to the saint rank. When I advanced to the saint rank, I mastered 3 powers: holiness, light, and the power of creation. The power of creation is a power that even the world rules of the floating islands do not know, and it is displayed as unknown on his information panel. Lin Yu knew this because he had asked Angelia. The answer I got from Secretarian. At the same time, he also learned just how incredible the power of creation was. The Lord of Holy Light is a god of faith, but that doesn't mean he can't use the power of laws. Conversely, the Lord of Holy Light can use the power of all laws. These laws and powers are created by burning the power of faith, guided by the power of creation. Therefore, the Lord of Holy Light is omnipotent and omniscient. Next, I will use the power of creation as the main force, with holiness and light as the foundation, to comprehend and control the power of my own laws. Once I succeed, I can use the laws even without consuming the power of faith. Lin Yu also hopes that she can feel strong. We cannot rely on angels for everything. One day, he will display his divine power before the world and awe all races. Yes, let's start from this world. After lunch, Lin Yu glanced at the ball of light again, but it still didn't move. He simply stopped caring. Go back to the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the Lord's Hall to take a nap. Throughout the entire process, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, accompanied them. It was at this moment that Lin Yu truly understood the meaning of Saintess, and it was a truly unique experience. Chapter 237, Elemental Spirit Lilith. Lin Yu had originally planned to take a nap. As a result, I didn't end up taking a nap. After spending more than 2 hours with the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, he was startled by a strange phenomenon that suddenly appeared outside the Lord's Hall. A brilliant ray of light shone through the window into the messy bedroom. Even though it is daytime and the sun is blazing, the radiance is still dazzling and eye-catching. You should rest for a while. After finishing, Linyu got up and left the bedroom. Tiffany, still drenched in sweat, huddled in the blankets, her bright eyes like pools of water. We went outside. The elven orb that was originally floating in midair has disappeared. Beneath the dark elf mother tree stood a beautiful figure dressed in a long white dress. She has the appearance of an elf. She has a tall and slender figure and long silver hair. The aura emanating from him was unlike that of any other dark elf. It possessed the attributes of holiness and light. It's hard to imagine that this is an elf born from the dark elf mother tree. If it were the mother tree of the nature elves, it might be somewhat possible. Not an ancient great elf? Linyu was somewhat surprised. The ancient great elves had wings on their backs, energy wings that looked like butterfly wings, as can be seen on the wings on Doris's back. However, there were no wings behind this figure. At that very moment, the figure strode towards Linyu, and upon reaching him, knelt down with excitement and reverence. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. The Holy Light elemental spirit greets you. As they were speaking, a virtual information frame appeared in Linyu's field of vision. Elemental spirits. Attribute: Holy Light, Holy and Light. Initial level: Peak Saint rank. Growth potential: Mid-tier God. Introduction: This is an elemental spirit that combines the powers of holiness and light, making it a pinnacle even among elemental spirits. Looking at the information panel of the Holy Light elemental spirit in front of me, Linyu was immediately filled with a sense of surprise. Doris, who awakened the bloodline of an ancient great elf, could only reach the level of a lower-level true god. This Holy Light elemental spirit, however, possessed a potential growth limit reaching the level of a mid-level god. This made him feel like he had received an unexpected surprise. Get up. Linyu raised his hand and said to the Holy Light elemental spirit in front of him, from now on, your name is Lilith. The Holy Light elemental spirit, Lilith, exclaimed excitedly, Thank you for bestowing this name upon me, Lord of Holy Light. Linyu nodded slightly. Then she looked at the white and gold dress worn by the Holy Light elemental elf. Seemingly sensing the Lord of Holy Light's doubts, Lilith quickly said, My lord, this outfit was created by me using holy and light power. I don't like tree skirts. The tree skirt is the starter equipment of the dark elves. Aside from being sexy, she has neither offensive nor defensive capabilities. To date, the dark elf mother tree has given birth to several thousand dark elves, but Linyu has not sent any of them out to hunt monsters, mainly because there is no suitable equipment for them. Won't these clothes just disappear when the fight goes on? The Holy Light elemental spirit thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, My lord, that is possible, for example, like this. As soon as she finished speaking, her white gold dress disintegrated into pure holy and luminous magic and disappeared. What is presented is a perfectly white ketone body. Linyu was completely dumbfounded. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced at the elven forest adorned with silver frost pendants. He took out a set of extraordinary equipment from the town's warehouse and handed it to the Holy Light elemental elf who was not at all shy in front of him, saying, Wear this, and this problem will be solved completely. Praise the Lord. Thank you for your blessings. Lilith, the Holy Light elemental spirit, was very happy. He put on this extraordinary suit in front of Linyu. Linyu said, This set of equipment is too low level and doesn't match your peak saint level power. You can replace it yourself when you get better equipment later. The equipment issues for ordinary troops need to be resolved by the Lord. Unlike his angel, who comes with a growth-type angel set that can be upgraded as the angel's level increases. Thank you, my lord. Lilith bowed respectfully. Linyu then said, Tell me about the special abilities of you elemental spirits. Lilith said, My lord, elemental spirits are the masters of the elements, possessing perfect elemental compatibility and affinity, because elemental spirits themselves are formed from elemental power. Even without becoming a god, elemental spirits can live forever. Even if the original body is killed, the elemental spirit can be resurrected by using the elemental laws of heaven and earth. Elemental spirits' attacks can be greatly enhanced by the elements of heaven and earth, and they can freely use forbidden-level elemental magic. In terms of comprehending the laws, we also have an absolute advantage over other races. Becoming a god is very easy for elemental spirits. In summary, elemental spirits are the most powerful pets. This is something that other intelligent races can only envy. However, the elemental spirits also have a clear drawback. Their numbers are extremely limited. Compared to the elemental spirits, the dragon race, which has a low fertility rate, is considered to be highly productive. At this point, Lin Yu had gained a deeper understanding of elemental spirits. Lilith, you are only one step away from becoming a demigod and mastering the laws. You must work harder. Go, follow the guidance of your faith, and head to the battlefield of the giant kingdom. Yes, your majesty, great lord of light. As soon as she finished speaking, the holy light elemental spirit, Lilith, transformed into a streak of aurora and vanished instantly into the distant horizon. Its speed was so fast that it was truly like a beam of light. Not long after the holy light elemental spirit Lilith left, Lin Yu suddenly received a notification from the floating island of Myriad Realms. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Your angelic army has captured the giant capital. Please choose to destroy or occupy it. Special reminder, destroying the giant capital will make your territory the mortal enemy of the giants. Other native factions in the Dark Forest will also consider your territory a target that must be eliminated. Has it been captured? Lin Yu was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he immediately chose destroy. Soon, the notification for the floating island of Myriad Realms appeared again. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully defeated the Giant Kingdom, a local superpower. You have obtained 159 magic cannon blueprints, 3 territory building upgrade blueprints, 1 city wall upgrade blueprint, 1 faith statue building blueprint, and 40 watchtower blueprints. You have obtained 1 crystal grade outpost treasure chest. Your name will resound throughout the entire floating island. Both professionals and native races will remember your illustrious reputation. Chapter 238 Famous throughout the world. Or should we surrender to? Almost at the same time, the rulers of all local forces in this world received a reminder from the floating island of Myriad Realms. For local forces, the world rule of the floating island of Myriad Realms is the supreme god. They naturally dared not take the warning from the supreme god lightly. Therefore, whether it was the Beast King of the Beastmen's royal court, the Dragon King of the Dragon Nest, or the Elf Queen of the Nature Elf clan, they all knew that there was an otherworldly territory in the Dark Forest that was developing at an astonishing speed. The power of this otherworldly territory has grown so great that it has destroyed the mountain giant kingdom. At the same time, Lin Yu's name was also remembered by them. In short, Lin Yu is already world famous. Local forces in the 8 major regions. Everyone knows about him and his territory, Paradise Town. Many local factions immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the threat from Paradise Town. In addition, a related world announcement also appeared in the island's chat channel. Looking at those rows of large, golden characters at the top, all the professionals were shocked and expressed disbelief. Is this true? I feel like I'm dreaming. The Mountain Giant Kingdom, isn't that the native superpower of the Dark Forest? It's said to be ruled by a demigod, and also has a large number of saint-level and extraordinary experts. Such a powerful local force was actually conquered by Boss Lin Yu's military legions. This is unbelievable. Holy crap, just how strong is Lin Yu's Angel Legion? They even defeated a kingdom-level power. Is he really going to rule the Dark Forest next? This is obvious. Previously, I didn't really believe Lin Yu's claim that he would conquer the Dark Forest and establish a kingdom within 20 days. I thought he was just bragging. But now I have to believe it. You're not the only one who got slapped in the face. Indeed, I didn't believe it at all at first either. Lin Yu is too amazing. Those veteran lords from a year ago still haven't conquered kingdom-level forces, but Lin Yu did it in less than half a month. The difference is just too big. You don't even know what type of soldier Lin Yu is. Furthermore, those veteran lords only number around 100 in total, including those who have already died. In addition, their troops are at most high-level units, so their development speed is naturally slow. Indeed, the first to leave is not necessarily the one who goes the furthest. With Lin Yu's current strength, he would be invincible even if he returned to Earth. Isn't that obvious? The highest-ranking professionals revealed on Blue Star are only saint level. Lin Yu, on the other hand, has already conquered even a superpower with a demigod at its helm. He must be invincible. I wonder what level Lin Yu is at now. They have most likely already advanced to the saint rank. Envious. I'm only level 6 now, not even a high-level professional yet. I'm only at level 5 yet. Compared to the lively and bustling atmosphere of the Island Chat channel. The Grand Alliance channel, which gathers a large number of alliance leaders and top lords, is completely silent. Their purpose in establishing the Grand Alliance channel was largely to deal with Lin Yu, who possessed the Angel unit. Now they suddenly realize that they can't even see Lin Yu's back anymore. To put it simply, it means being flung away by a great distance. Brothers, the moment of life and death for us has arrived. We must unite as one to fight against Lin Yu. Stop talking nonsense. Only we Lord-level professionals can unite. After all, with Lin Yu around, we have no chance of seizing the Island Lord's position. As for the leader of the Alliance, can he unite everyone? Don't be fooled by the tens or even hundreds of thousands of Alliance members they command. They're utterly useless. At this stage, besides crowdfunding or borrowing 10,000 gold coins, what are the uses of Alliance members? Even exchanging resources for gold coins at high prices is restricted by the floating islands. There's nothing we can do about it. Blame it on Lin Yu's rapid rise in status. Under normal circumstances, if we are given a few months to develop, and as the professionals advance to the king and transcendent levels, we can build the Alliance base and gather the Alliance members together. But right now, nobody has that ability. The vast majority of combat professionals are still fighting for survival. How could they possibly have the strength to come together? To be honest, Lin Yu is just too twisted. Actually, we Lord-level professionals are also facing difficulties right now. Each of us confronted with the problem of being blocked at our door by king-level creatures. This is the first test the floating island has given us. I heard Sikong Jun is in an even worse situation. We've been stuck with a king-level skeleton mage for days. Over 100 of our Dark Phoenix units have been captured and turned into skeleton phoenixes. We still haven't found a solution. Laughing so hard I'm crying. I wonder how Lin Yu passed that test back then. In the channel, the Alliance leaders, top lords, and high-ranking lords were all sighing and complaining. For them, Paradise Town is no longer a source of pressure and motivation, but rather a place of despair. To put it bluntly, even if everyone and every faction in the channel were combined, they still couldn't defeat the current Paradise Town. They are all very clear about this. Lin Yu was already an insurmountable mountain in front of them. At Xiaqingwe, beautiful, what have you been up to these past few days? Haven't seen you post anything. I'm not in the mood. In my opinion, you should destroy your territory and leave the Dark Forest with your Frost Dragon Legion. Losing your Lord's status doesn't matter. Come to me. I'll protect you. You're overthinking it. I'm busy having my dragon army hunt and collect gold. I'm not in the mood to chat with you. What? You're really going to fight Lin Yu to the death? At Xiaqingwe, Sister Xia, please don't do anything foolish. Paradise Town is absolutely unbeatable right now. Agreed. What's the point of fighting to the death? I've already submitted my surrender to Lin Yu, and he's agreed. Once he establishes his kingdom, I can join it as a lord and become one of his subjects. Holy crap. Sister Xia, stop joking. You're a top-tier lord. How can you just surrender like that? What use is a top-tier lord against Lin Yu's angelic army and Angel City? I don't want to die, nor do I want to lose my lordly status, so I have no choice but to surrender. All the Alliance leaders and top lords remained silent. Xia Qingyue's surrender was a huge blow to them, but they couldn't bring themselves to say anything to blame her. Perhaps they would have made the same choice if they were in their shoes. After all, the status of a top lord is extremely important, as it relates to the path to godhood and the limits of one's growth. After joining Lin Yu's kingdom, you'll have to hand over 70% of your daily earnings. Are you willing to do that? Compared to losing my status as a top-tier lord, what does this matter? There are ways to live even when poor. As long as I can keep summoning dragons, I have a chance to become a powerful god. Furthermore, with Lin Yu's protection, it will be safer to go to the battlefield of Myriad Realms. The battlefield of Myriad Realms is teeming with true gods. It's far more brutal than the floating islands. Looking at these messages sent by Xiaqingwe, some Alliance leaders and top lords in the channel actually thought it made a lot of sense. Additionally, I've discovered another problem. My energy bar has reached 99%, but I can't move it any further. After inquiring with the floating island, I learned that the interdimensional teleportation array leading to Earth has collapsed. In other words, we can't go back. They had never considered this issue. A dignified floating island actually managed to crash the interdimensional teleportation array? Isn't this a joke? Almost simultaneously, all the professionals in the channel communicated with Floating Island of Myriad Realms, and the answers they received left them completely dumbfounded. They can never go back. This is like catching a turtle in a jar. What the hell do you mean by catching a turtle in a jar? You're the turtle, your whole family are turtles, we're just trapped beasts. Why don't we surrender too? Ask Lin Yu if he's accepting lords from the undead faction. If he is, I can work with him to convert my undead units into holy light undead. Is there such a thing as a holy light undead? We should at least give it a try? Chapter 239. Maybe we can give it a try? We'd be rolling in it. Paradise Town, Lord's Hall. Lin Yu is receiving a reward from the floating island of Myriad Realms. The reward for conquering the mountain giant kingdom was still on the battlefield. He received the reward for being the first to conquer a kingdom-level local power. Honor points, 5,000. Reputation value, 20,000 points. And 10,000 gold coins. This is an extra reward and is not included in the outpost treasure chest. After opening the crystal-level stronghold treasure chest from the Kingdom of Giants, he will also receive a large reward of glory points, reputation points, and gold coins. That's about it. Wait until this war is completely over. I can exchange the glory points I've accumulated for the Origin Scepter. The Origin Scepter is a divine artifact that Lin Yu has been longing for. As for the artifact he initially coveted, the Curse of the Lich King, he had long since forgotten about it. At that very moment, Lin Yu suddenly received a message from Village Chief Guangming. The message described the discussions in the Grand Alliance channel. Although he had left the channel, many Lords of the Light faction were still there. The Lords of Light would collect any important intelligence they discovered and then have the Great Village Chief of Light report it to Lin Yu. Many Alliance leaders and top lords knew they were traitors. However, without evidence, they dared not kick people arbitrarily. As for now, I dare not do it even more. They also hoped to use those Lords of Light to get in touch with Lin Yu. Through the information reported by Village Chief Guangming, Lin Yu also learned that there were many Alliance lords, top lords, and high-level lords in the Grand Alliance channel who wanted to join his camp, like Xia Qinghua. The official explanation is that they've come to rely on him, this powerful figure behind them. To put it simply, they're afraid of being killed by Lin Yu's angel ambassador. These people all had great ambitions and didn't want to die in this small floating island world without even seeing the battlefield of Myriad Realms. Moreover, among these people were even lords of the undead faction. The idea of Holy Light Undead was also mentioned. The lords of the undead faction all knew very well that Lin Yu's angels were the terminators of evil and darkness. If they did not change their troop alignment, they would be burned to ashes by Lin Yu's angels sooner or later. As for how to change it, they don't know. We can only pray that Lin Yu has a solution. Holy Light Undead, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Some were surprised by the ingenious ideas of these undead lords. However, it's not like we can't give it a try. Lin Yu wanted to see if his power of creation was truly omnipotent. He also hoped to gain a deeper understanding of the power of creation through this seemingly defying the gods-like action. It would be even better if one could comprehend the power of laws in this matter. When the undead creatures attack at night, we can catch a few to try and catch them. Without giving it any further thought, Lin Yu gave a brief reply to the village chief of Bright Village and returned to the second floor of the Lord's Hall to continue his work with the Holy Maiden of Brightness. He already felt a little unsatisfied. After being further provoked by the Holy Light Elemental Spirit, Lilith, they became even more eager. Fortunately, nothing happened. Let's fight another 300 rounds. As a powerful figure at the mid-stage of the Saint rank, his energy is virtually limitless, and his regenerative abilities are also astonishing. More than 1,000 kilometers away, in the Mountain Giant Kingdom, the excitement of battle was equally palpable. Looking around, the capital of the Mountain Giants has been reduced to ruins. All the statues, all the buildings, and even the forbidden areas of the capital collapsed and disintegrated. The fall of the capital city marked the end of the Mountain Giant Kingdom. However, some mountain giants are still putting up a stubborn resistance on the battlefield. They are fanatical followers of the Titan God. Even after witnessing their Titan God being killed and despite King Vorn's persuasion, they still refuse to surrender. The angelic legion's approach to these mountain giants was physical purification. Since they were determined to join the Titans, the angels didn't mind giving them a ride. Of course, such fanatical believers are ultimately only a minority. The reason why the battle is still fierce is mainly because a large number of mountain giants from other cities and tribes are gradually gathering in the capital. They didn't experience the series of terrible things that came before. Their will and beliefs remain steadfast. Upon seeing the capital reduced to ruins, these mountain giants went berserk, roaring as they charged into the battlefield to fiercely fight the Angel Legion. However, as the battle continued, the number of mountain giants on the battlefield is also decreasing. As for the war in the skies, that has long since ended. Under the siege of the high-ranking Angel Legion, thousands of high-ranking officials of the kingdom, saint-level powerhouses, and extraordinary mountain giants either died or surrendered. Not a single one escaped. These mountain giants cannot escape the war shackles laid out by the angels high in the sky. In one battle, the entire army was wiped out. According to incomplete statistics, more than 2,000 powerful mountain giants surrendered after the war, and all of them became Lin Yu's followers. Among them, There were more than 60 powerful individuals at the saint level. In addition, the mountain giants who surrendered during the battle of the royal capital. Linyu made a fortune just by recruiting followers this time. After all, the mountain giant is a top-tier unit. How much gold would you get if you captured hundreds of thousands of top-tier troops at once? I don't know when. Southeast of the ruins of the capital. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and ancient trees snapped. A dense mass of enormous figures was rushing toward the battlefield of the royal capital. Upon witnessing this scene, the mountain giants on the battlefield were immediately invigorated, some even cheering, feeling that they were saved. Because those figures were all their people. The number is so large that it is at least 100,000. However, they were soon dumbfounded again. The reason is simple. Those 100,000 plus mountain giants didn't seem to be there to aid in the battle. They looked more like they were being chased. Their ranks were scattered, and some of their weapons and equipment had fallen to the ground, yet they dared not stop to pick them up. Soon, images appearing from a more distant direction confirmed their suspicions. In the distance, a large number of black figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. Leading the way were six-winged fallen angels riding Cerberus, followed by well-organized legions of fallen angels. In the jungle below, there was an even larger and more numerous army of mountain giants. These mountain giants were all believers who had been subjugated. The hundreds of thousands of mountain giants fleeing ahead were their targets. One fled while two pursued. They soon arrived at the ruins of the royal capital. The Holy Angel army on the battlefield, together with the Fallen Angel Legion and the Mountain Giant Believer Legion in the rear, directly surrounded and annihilated these mountain giants who refused to surrender. Chapter 240: The Gathering of the Three Kings. The war continued, and on a larger scale. With the addition of those hundreds of thousands of reinforcements, the number of mountain giants in the kingdom's camp increased to nearly 250,000, and its overall strength more than doubled. However, they were even more desperate. Because their current opponents, besides the Holy Angel Army, include the Fallen Angel Legion, as well as the mountain giant followers who have defected to the town of Paradise. In terms of legion size, the combined forces of Paradise Town have surpassed the mountain giants' army of the Kingdom faction. It can't compare in scale or strength. How could they possibly win? Moreover, even their sworn brother, His Majesty Vaughn, surrendered. In addition, many high-ranking officials and powerful figures of the kingdom also fell victim to the angels' divine magic of faith. They are now essentially leaderless. Or rather, a defeated and remnant army. It's only a matter of time before they are completely wiped out. Near the City of Angels, Secretary An's elegant figure stood tall amidst the clouds. After defeating the Great Prophet and subduing King Vorn, she did not participate in any further battles. Because the remaining mountain giants were not worth her personal attention. The same applies to City of Angels. Because of its immense power, each bombardment could inflict heavy casualties on the mountain giants' army, which was not conducive to recruiting followers for the Lord of Light, so they did not continue to participate in the battle. Lady Angelia. At this moment, a massive, fallen angel exuding a strong aura of hell appeared before Angelia and bowed respectfully. It was Gladys, who had evolved into an 8-winged fallen angel. Its level has reached the peak saint rank. Angelia glanced at her and said indifferently, "Your strength recovery speed is not bad." The 8-winged fallen angel Gladys said, "It all stems from the favor of the Supreme Creator. Under the Creator's protection, I believe I will soon be able to return to my peak condition. Let's talk about it when we get to the battlefield of myriad realms." Angelia said, "The spirits of the laws of this world are too weak to withstand the impact of great divine power. Even the condensation of a divine spark could cause the collapse of the law order." "I see." Gladys nodded. Like the other angels, her goal is to ignite the divine fire in this world and reach the pinnacle of demigodhood. Afterwards, they entered the battlefield of myriad realms, where they condensed their divine essence and became gods. Angelia asked, "How are the results of your Fallen Angel Legions campaign?" "I was just about to report to you." The 8-winged fallen angel Gladys respectfully said, "We have conquered all the mountain giant cities and tribes in the east and south, and have recruited nearly 200,000 mountain giants. Currently, the other fallen angel legions are leading most of the mountain giant followers in attacking cities and tribes in the north and west. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this war can be completely ended tonight." Angelia nodded slightly and said, "After the war ends, we should rest and recuperate. Perhaps tomorrow we will attack the Temple of Bones in the north." "Clear." Gladys nodded respectfully. Then he said, "It seems that the corpse of a Grim Reaper is buried in the area guarded by the Temple of Bone, and a team of Nightmare Knights has already gone to search for it." Angelia said, It's uncertain whether there's a corpse of the Grim Reaper. If there is, that would be best. We'll seize it, strip it of its divinity, and offer it to our Lord. Gladys said, with the help of divinity, my Lord can easily ascend to demigodhood. Angelia gave a soft hum. Step down. Lead your legion to the western region. First, we'll deal with the giant kingdom's cities and tribes there, then take care of the other local forces. Continuing west is the Linkle Plains, one of our next targets. Yes, Lady Angelia. Gladys withdrew respectfully. Before leaving, she handed Angelia several pieces of spatial equipment. It contained the spoils of war from the fallen Angel Legion, including gold coins, equipment, blueprints, stronghold chests, and basic resources collected from those cities and tribes. The gains were enormous. It took several pieces of extraordinary spatial equipment to fit them all in. Angelia put away the spatial equipment, intending to hand it over when she met the Lord of Holy Light later. The reason it is later, it's because the war in the capital won't last long. At that time, the Holy Angel Army will welcome the great Lord of Holy Light to descend upon the ruins of the giant capital, the eastern part of the Dark Forest. It is the territory ruled by the Fairy Garden. The Nature Elves here are the largest branch of the Nature Elf race, possessing kingdom-level power. At this moment, in a beautiful courtyard where hundreds of flowers are in full bloom, the elven Queen Bernina, with her noble demeanor and intellectual goddess-like aura, is discussing matters with two figures. One of the figures sat upright on the throne. Its body was shrouded in a thick fog of necromantic power, obscuring its face, yet it gave off a terrifying aura. Another figure, holding a trident, stood in the center of a huge lake, with waves rolling behind him. You can vaguely see a long tail wriggling in the waves. This is a woman with a tail resembling a snake's. Its body was also covered with scales that looked like purple gemstones. From her tail to most of her chest, she was covered in snake scales. Above that was snow-white, jade-like skin, a beautiful face, and a head of large, wavy, purplish-red hair. She has long, narrow eyes and purple pupils. It possesses both a sense of nobility and a hint of evil. It is said that the eyes of the Void Demon are purple. The darker the color, the purer the bloodline and the higher the status. The former of these two figures was none other than the Lich King, the ruler of the Bone Temple. The latter is the Naga Queen, the ruler of the southern region of the Dark Forest. There are rumors that Medusa and Naga look very similar. The same human body and snake tail. The difference is that Medusa's hair is made up of winding, twisting little snakes. The Naga's hair is human hair. At this moment, the three rulers all looked grim. Although the Lich King's expression was not visible, the necromantic power swirling around him revealed that he was in a very bad mood. The reason is simple. It had just learned from the Elf Queen that an army of angels had attacked the Kingdom of Giants, and then they received news that the Kingdom of Giants had fallen. Hades above, and those are angels. It's a lich. Isn't this going to kill it? As a lich, it can live forever, just like a god. But when it encounters an angel, even bones can be purified. The thought of an army of angels attacking its temple of bones sent chills down its spine and filled it with terror. How can I possibly be in a good mood? Chapter 241 Lich King. Why did you suddenly spit out blood? Elf Queen, are you sure you're the legendary angel? His Majesty the Lich King, seated on his throne, asked in a hoarse and deep voice. Although this message came from the Elf Queen, it's unlikely they're just trying to fool them. However, it was still somewhat hard to believe. After all, the holy angels have been gone for tens of millions of years and have never descended upon this world. The legends about the angel race all originated from the battlefield of myriad realms. The higher races of this world all know that the angel race is an extremely terrifying race. Tens of millions of years ago, he led the gods to defeat the void demons. They ultimately won the holy war. In the ranking of the strength of the races in the myriad worlds, the angel race ranks ahead of the Titan race, the nature elf race, the human race, and other supreme races. Such a mythical race that claims to dominate the holy and light factions. After disappearing for tens of millions of years, they actually descended upon their small floating island world. This made it feel incredibly incredible. It's like something out of a fairy tale. Queen Bernina the elf said with a grave expression, "This is a message from King Vorn. Not only has an army of angels invaded his kingdom, but he has also seen the legendary City of Angels." City of Angels? The Lich King let out a shriek, like a startled cat. The City of Angels, that's a renowned weapon of war for the angel race. Their specialty is cross-dimensional warfare. As for its warfighting capabilities, there's no need to elaborate further. Legend has it that the angels were able to sweep across countless worlds not only because of their massive angel legions, but also because of their possession of weapons of war like the City of Angels. Is this really necessary? This is just a broken little world. The mighty angel race has actually mobilized the City of Angels just to conquer this world. The Lich King's voice trembled as he said this. He was clearly terrified. Neither the Elf Queen nor the Naga Queen showed any mockery, for they were both equally flustered and filled with worry. In the eyes of the angels, liches and the undead are heretics. These elves who worship nature and the goddess of spirits, and the Naga who worship the goddess of darkness, are they not heretics? Perhaps in the end, we will all be tied to the cross. The Church of Light, which inherits the fine traditions of the angel race, loves to do this kind of thing. You have also received the divine message from the Supreme God. The kingdom of giants has been breached, and the force behind it all is Paradise Town, established by a lord from another world. Queen Bernina the elf said, the angelic army that conquered the kingdom of giants and the city of angels must have been summoned by that lord from another world. He brought war and disaster to our world. We must join forces to destroy Paradise Town and kill that otherworldly lord, or the present state of the giant kingdom will become our future. We definitely need to join forces. His Majesty the Lich King nodded in agreement. Of the three present, it feared the angels the most. Nature spirits and Nagas have the opportunity to encounter angels, have their souls purified, and embrace the holy light. As a lich, once it falls into the hands of angels, it's not as simple as purifying souls. Its immortal body will also be purified. In the end, not even a trace might be left. In this situation, even if the elf Queen Bernina doesn't speak, it will take the initiative to propose an alliance. The angels have conquered the giant kingdom. This means that King Vaughn and that great prophet are most likely dead as well. This shows just how strong Paradise Town's fighting power is. Only by forming an alliance can we possibly fight against them. The Naga Queen added. Moreover, we need to take the initiative. Before the angelic army has completely conquered and ruled the territory of the giants, we should strike first. Otherwise, once they gain control of the resources in that area, their power will become even greater. That otherworldly lord in Paradise Town might also summon even more angels. Good. Queen Bernina of the elves agreed. Strike first, and you'll have the upper hand. Strike later, and you'll suffer the consequences. She understands this principle. The elf queen pondered for a moment and said, we now need to send several saint-level experts to the territory of the giant kingdom to find the location of Paradise Town. In addition, assemble the army immediately and set off as soon as possible. Once we find the location, we'll launch an attack on Paradise Town. No need for that. The Lich King volunteered, saying, over the years I have studied the souls of prophets of various races and have barely mastered a secret magic similar to the Great Prophecy. Let me calculate it, and I'm sure I can pinpoint the location of Paradise Town. Then hurry up. The Naga Queen, wielding a trident that appeared to be made of gold, urged them on. The Lich King did not hesitate. He immediately used the power of the laws as a guide to unleash secret magic. About a second later, the necromantic fog surrounding the Lich King suddenly dissipated, revealing a pale, vampire-like face. Immediately afterwards, its expression contorted, and it spat out a mouthful of black blood. Under the bewildered gazes of the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen, the 2,000-year-old monster fell from his throne, spewing black blood. Lich King, what's wrong? The Elf Queen and the Naga Queen immediately inquired. The Lich King tried to answer, but when he opened his mouth, he spat out several more mouthfuls of black blood, his expression contorted in agony. Until a very long time had passed. It seems to have finally calmed down. He shakily got up from the ground and returned to his throne. The Lich King struggled to release a thick fog of necromancy, enveloping himself once more, before saying in a low voice, rest assured, I am unharmed. Upon hearing this, the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen looked at each other in bewilderment. How can it be okay after all this? If they hadn't seen the Lich King's legs trembling while he was lying on the ground, they would have almost thought he had kicked the bucket. Lich King, what just happened? Why did you suddenly start spitting blood? The Lich King explained, it must be because I wasn't prepared and was too impatient, which caused the spell to fail and result in a backlash. Don't worry, it's not serious. The Naga Queen asked, did you foresee the location of Paradise Town? The Lich King shook his head. Seeing this, Queen Naga immediately said, then prepare yourself first, and then we'll try again. The Lich King froze for a moment, then quickly said, let's do as Her Majesty the Elf Queen says. We'll each send saint-level experts to scout out the location of Paradise Town. One failure can kill it. If I fail again, won't I lose half my life? Isn't this a waste of time? The Naga Queen said with some displeasure. You are an immortal lich. What are you afraid of? The Lich King remained silent for a long time. Finally, he spoke, saying, this secret technique can only be used once a day. Yeah. The Naga Queen frowned slightly, clearly disbelieving. Queen Bernina, the elf queen, smoothed things over, saying, let's do it this way then. We'll each send 1 or 2 saint-level experts to gather information and immediately assemble our army. I will use our elven race's flying ships to participate in the war. You should also reveal your own cards. This war concerns the future of our 3 forces and even the entire Dark Forest. We must unite as one, or we will all die. Clear? No. The Lich King and the Naga Queen both nodded very seriously. Soon, the 3 local superpowers began to take action. At the same time, Paradise Town, the second-floor bedroom of the Lord's Hall. The Holy Maiden of Light raised her watery eyes amidst the fading light. Master, what's wrong? Lin Yu shook his head with a strange expression. Just now, he felt as if a fly had flown past him. But upon closer inspection, nothing was found. It must be an illusion. He didn't think much of it, and continued working hard. Chapter 242 Lin Yu's arrival. Time flies. On the eve of evening, the war in the capital of the giants has finally come to an end. Nearly 300,000 mountain giants have gathered on the ruins of the battlefield. They all became Lin Yu's followers under the influence of the divine magic, and each of them was a fanatical believer. If those Titan gods knew, they would be extremely envious. When these mountain giants worshipped them, only a few were fanatical believers. The majority were devout believers and true believers. When they came to Lin Yu, everyone became fanatical in their faith. It must be said that the angel's faith magic is truly terrifying. This is also one of the main reasons why believers of the Holy Light are able to spread throughout the universe. At this time, a beautiful figure appeared on the city wall of the City of Angels. She wore a crown, held a scepter, and had 8 beautiful angel wings on her back. She was none other than the 8-winged Archangel Catherine. When she arrived, Angelia was chatting with Vivien, the 12-winged angel who ruled the City of Angels, to learn about the current situation in the divine realm. Her earlier words had been taken back to the divine realm by Vivien, the 12-winged angel, and it was given to the 3 18-winged archangels. They were already eager to return to the embrace of the Lord of Holy Light, and were discussing forcibly breaking through the space-time of this world to welcome the Lord of Holy Light back to the divine realm of the Lord. However, after receiving a warning from Angelia, they immediately terminated the plan. Just as Angelia said, if their actions were to cause the Lord of Holy Light's plan, which had been in the works for tens of millions of years, to be ruined, they would not be able to atone for their sins even if they committed suicide. Grown-ups, the 8-winged Archangel Catherine respectfully said, the battlefield has been cleaned up, and all the spoils of war have been collected. In addition, the teleportation array has been set up. As she spoke, Catherine handed a bunch of spatial equipment to Angelia. Angelia nodded and accepted it, saying, gather those mountain giant followers and welcome the arrival of our Lord. Yes, Lady Angelia. Catherine withdrew respectfully. Soon, hundreds of thousands of mountain giants gathered together. As far as the eye can see, there are countless enormous figures, like a sea of giants. At the same time, a sense of savagery and violence washes over you. It is more awe-inspiring than an endless army of the dead. This is quite normal, of course. Compared to the undead, these mountain giants are far more powerful in combat. Among the undead races, only a few top-tier undead races can rival the mountain giants, such as bone dragons, ghost dragons, and death knights. The vast majority of undead, even those of the same level, are no match for the mountain giant. A moment later, a tall, handsome figure emerged from the teleportation array inside the City of Angels. Beside her was the petite and adorable little girl, sitting. After receiving Angelia's report, Lin Yu took the big lowly sea tongue and used the teleportation array in the town to teleport to the City of Angels. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, did not come along. She was still fast asleep in her bedroom on the second floor of the Lord's Hall. This afternoon really wore her out. Having just tasted forbidden fruit for the first time, and then engaging in a continuous battle for several hours, even a saint-level expert like her body couldn't keep up, suffering from severe dehydration. In contrast, Lin Yu seemed completely unaffected, like a strong ox that doesn't know what fatigue is. My lord, I saw Lin Yu. Angelia and Vivien, the 12-winged angel, quickly went to greet them. The beautiful secretarian remains elegant, dignified, and intellectual. The 12-winged angel Vivien beside him remained an illusory figure. Her true form was still in the divine realm. Only after Lin Yu unlocked the summoning authority for the 12-winged angels could she truly descend. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. In fact, he didn't necessarily have to stand on the ruins of the giant's capital. He was just saying it casually at the time, mainly to encourage the angel army and speed up the pace of the war. I never expected that Angelia would keep it in mind all this time. I contacted him as soon as the war ended. Fortunately, he just came to check on things, since nothing else was wrong. Moreover, using the teleportation array is convenient. It's like being instantly transported there. Arriving at the edge of the city wall of the City of Angels, Lin Yu looked towards the capital of the giants. Apart from the endless ruins of buildings, there was an endless army of giants in the mountains. Hundreds of thousands of followers of the mountain giants knelt on the ground. High above, there are rows of holy angels standing in neat formation. The visual impact was incredibly strong, giving Lin Yu a sense that his trip hadn't been in vain. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. May the Holy Light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal. At that moment, the angelic army and the legion of mountain giants followers roared in unison, their surging sound waves shaking the world within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, even tearing apart the clouds tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Standing atop the City of Angels, Lin Yu was immediately struck by a powerful sense of awe. It's like pointing out the landscape and looking down upon the world. The only regret is that only angels and mountain giants were present. If those kneeling here are the strongest of all races in the world, then it is a pilgrimage of all races, the pinnacle of their careers, and the feeling is completely different. Even so, Lin Yu was already completely satisfied. I was in a really good mood. Get up. Holy light shines upon the world, and all things live forever, and I will be with you. Lin Yu slightly raised his hand, his voice not loud, but under the effect of the thread of faith, his voice resounded in the minds of every mountain giant believer as if it were a supreme divine decree. This greatly excited hundreds of thousands of followers of the mountain giants. After another round of fervent kneeling and bowing, they finally stood up. They all raised their heads in unison, gazing with reverence and fervor at the handsome figure standing atop the City of Angels, their God of faith, the great Lord of Holy Light, the supreme creator who created light and all things. Lin Yu turned his head and looked at the elegant and beautiful secretarian. You deserve immense credit for this successful conquest of the giant kingdom. Through the special kill notification given by the floating island of Myriad Realms, he knew that it was Secretary and who killed the great prophet of the giant kingdom, a late-stage demigod, with a single blow. As for King Vaughn, through the connection of the thread of faith, Lin Yu also knew that he was not dead. Instead, he became one of his followers under Angelia's persuasion, a fanatical believer at the demigod level. Moreover, he was the king of the mountain giant kingdom. All I can say is, Secretarian did a great job. Chapter 243, An Unexpected Advancement. Peak Saint Rank. It is Angelia's honor to serve the Lord. Angelia dared not take credit. The great Lord of Light created light and angels. Naturally, angels must serve the Lord of Light under the guidance of light. This is their duty. All the angels are willing to give everything for the Lord of Light. As they were talking, Angelia took out more than a dozen pieces of spatial equipment and handed them to Lin Yu, saying, My lord, these are the spoils we have obtained so far. Furthermore, we have already occupied more than half of the territory of the mountain giant kingdom. Once the fallen angel legion conquers the cities and tribes in the west and north, the territory of the mountain giant kingdom will be completely conquered by us. Well done. Lin Yu praised him again. He chose one of the spatial rings and put it on his finger. By focusing their mental energy into it, they immediately saw a mountain of items. Gold coins, equipment, metal materials, magic materials, and basic resources are simply countless. And this is just one piece of spatial equipment. The other spatial equipment also contained mountains of spoils. It can be said that this war has made his paradise town even richer, and he no longer lacks resources at all. The town has blacksmiths and apothecaries. You can freely craft equipment and concoct potions. The artisan Angel Carol and others can also build the Angel City without any scruples. Building an Angel City requires 500,000 units of stone, 200,000 units of iron ore, and various magical materials. With the current resource reserves of Paradise Town, building 100 cities of angels would be no problem at all. The only problem is that there aren't enough angel craftsmen. If he had several thousand artisan angels under his command, then within 2 or 3 days at most, his Paradise Town would be able to possess an Angel City Legion. Sweeping across the world would be an easy task. Lin Yu took off the spatial ring from his finger and handed it back to Angelia, saying, Go back and find a group of angels to sort out the spoils from these spatial equipment. Just hand over the important things like gold coins, equipment, and blueprints to me. Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded respectfully. He then put away the dozen or so pieces of spatial equipment. She then took out a sphere of light that radiated brilliant light and handed it to Lin Yu, explaining the origin of the sphere, including the arrival of the Titan god's divine sense. Lin Yu looked at Secretarian in surprise. You actually slain the divine consciousness of a Titan god. Reporting to my lord, Angelia respectfully said, that was just a nameless Titan god, and his true form wasn't particularly powerful. Moreover, what descended was only a wisp of his divine consciousness, without any divine power. Killing him would be quite easy. With her demigod-level strength alone, she could have annihilated that divine thought. The reason she broke the rules and used a bit of power she shouldn't have was to transcend endless time and space and slay the true form of that Titan god. The result was, of course, a success. Below the supreme god, no deity who has been struck by her sword of destiny has survived. From beginning to end, the Titan god was just a nameless nobody in her eyes. Lin Yu said with a smile, "You've also slain a god. That's quite impressive. Praise the Lord." Secretary and was very happy to receive praise from the Lord of Holy Light. As for Lin Yu, he examined the ball of light in his hand and said, "The power of faith contained in this ball of light is enormous, far exceeding the power of faith I have accumulated over this period of time." Angelia said, "This was accumulated by the giant kingdom over time, but it was not taken away by the Titans." She paused for a moment, then continued, "I have purified the faith power within it. My lord can absorb it into his body to prepare for his future ascension to godhood." Lin Yu nodded. He then opened his mouth and swallowed the orb of faith. Soon he felt a surge of faith power erupt within him, permeating every corner of his body. That's absolutely enormous. This even directly led to a qualitative change in Lin Yu's physical condition. Even his level broke through the mid-stage of the saint rank, the late stage of the saint rank, and finally reached the peak of the saint rank. This is only the indirect effect of this power of faith. The full effects have not yet been fully demonstrated. This vast, ocean-like power of faith will only truly take effect when Lin Yu ascends to godhood, transforming into divine faith power and making Lin Yu's divine power even stronger. Peak of the saint rank. A look of surprise appeared on Lin Yu's face. I didn't expect the breakthrough to come so quickly and so easily. Now, he only needs to comprehend the laws to advance to the level of a demigod. Once one reaches the level of a demigod, one can possess a lifespan of thousands of years, second only to true immortal gods. Of course, Lin Yu didn't care about his lifespan of several thousand years. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become a god and live forever. What he cares about most is the strength of a demigod. A demigod, possessing a power of laws even stronger than a domain, is already a peak powerhouse in this floating island world, let alone on Blue Star, which has only been exposed to extraordinary power for a year. When he was still a low-level professional, Lin Yu had no concept of saint-level powerhouses or demigod powerhouses. But after he himself stepped into the saintly realm, he realized that his previous understanding was wrong. Nuclear bombs cannot threaten saint-level powerhouses. The power of a single nuclear bomb is at most equivalent to the combined power of a dozen forbidden spells. However, once a saint-level expert activates their domain, even forbidden spells can be easily blocked. Therefore, on Blue Star, saint-level professionals are basically invincible. As for demigods, there's even less to say. The only way to kill a demigod might be to destroy Earth. Lin Yu glanced at the several teleportation arrays standing on the ruins of the capital and said to Secretarian, "Send a portion of the Angel Legion and Mountain Giant followers to stay in this area to hunt monsters, and the rest return to Paradise Town. The next war plan is to attack the Temple of Bones. I really want to know if the area ruled by the Temple of Bones contains the corpse of death." "Yes, my lord." Angelia bowed respectfully. Her thoughts were the same as those of the Lord of Holy Light. With the order issued, a large number of holy angels returned to the City of Angels, and many followers of the Mountain Giants also entered the city. Those that could not be accommodated were teleported back to Paradise Town via the teleportation array. Soon, the fully loaded City of Angels broke through the clouds and flew towards Paradise Town. As for the big lowly Sidung, she stayed behind. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of numerous mountain giants, which she needed to clean up. This is her job. This was also her path to promotion. After returning to Paradise Town, the first thing Lin Yu did was to have Angelia retrieve the outpost treasure chest she had obtained from this war. Silver, gold, diamonds, colored crystals. There are more than 200 stronghold treasure chests of different levels. This is because the territory of the giant kingdom has not been completely conquered. Once the mountain giant cities and tribes in the west and north have also fallen to the fallen angel legion, the outpost chests obtained will be even more plentiful. Lin Yu immediately opened all the stronghold chests in the Lord's Hall. He couldn't wait to exchange for the artifact, the Origin Scepter. Chapter 244, Opening the Crystal Level Stronghold Treasure Chest. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened a silver tier stronghold treasure chest. You have gained 5,000 units of food and 5,000 units of wood, 1,000 gold coins, 7 arrow tower blueprints, 1 mountain giant unit quantity blueprint, 300 honor points, and 1,000 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully unlocked the feature. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened 1 gold tier stronghold treasure chest. You have obtained 10,000 units of food and 10,000 units of wood, 3,000 gold coins, 5 troop evolution blueprints, 1 large bottle of primal energy, and 3 earth attribute magic gems, 500 honor points, and 3,000 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully unlocked the feature. A series of information prompts appeared in Lin Yu's mind. In the blink of an eye, the hall was filled with a large number of treasure chests and items. Basic resources such as food and would have all been stored in the space equipment, and what's left are all good stuff. Especially those mountain giant unit quantity blueprints and unit evolution blueprints. The former allows him to acquire more elite mountain giants. The latter can help territory units achieve bloodline evolution and have higher growth potential. It took more than half an hour. Lin Yu finally opened all the silver and gold treasure chests. Not only did they obtain a large number of valuable items, but they also gained over 70,000 honor points and nearly 300,000 reputation points. This single harvest was enough to meet his requirements for exchanging for the Origin Scepter, and he would even have tens of thousands of glory points left to exchange for other items. The reputation requirements for establishing a kingdom have also been settled. Lin Yu inquired about the floating island of myriad realms. It is known that only 2 conditions need to be met to establish a kingdom. One has 100,000 reputation points. The other is a territory with city-level status. Lin Yu is now only 1 step away from upgrading his territory to a city. After that, Lin Yu turned his attention to the remaining 6 outpost treasure chests. 5 of them are diamond grade. 1 is a crystal grade treasure chest. This treasure chest is the reward for destroying the giant's capital. Without hesitation, he immediately opened all 5 diamond-level stronghold chests. The result did not disappoint Lin Yu. After opening these treasure chests, you will find 13 mountain giant unit quantity blueprints, all of which are top-tier blueprints. Each blueprint can summon 5,000 elite mountain giants. Among them were powerful mountain giants at the Saint rank and the extraordinary level. In addition, there are 20 exclusive unit evolution blueprints. The exclusive troop evolution blueprint is rarer and more precious than the ordinary troop evolution blueprint because it can help the territory's exclusive troops achieve bloodline evolution. We'll select a few angels later and use these evolution blueprints. Lin Yu already had a few candidates in mind. For example, the 6-winged Archangel Elena, the 6-winged Principality Pamela, the 6-winged Power Angel Renee, and the 4-winged Angels Ita and Sally. They were all angels who had followed Lin Yu from a very early age. Especially Yetta and Sally. The 2 angels that Lin Yu summoned on the first day were them. So far, Yetta and Sally have made significant contributions to the development of his field. Lin Yu has plans to train them into 12-winged angels of the upper 3 levels, which would be a reward for them. Lin Yu then looked at the last remaining, colored crystal-level stronghold treasure chest. Compared to the previous treasure chests, this treasure chest is larger and shines even brighter. It looks as if it's covered by rainbows. It's very beautiful. Lin Yu rubbed his hands together, silently praying for Goddess of Luck, and then chose to open the treasure chest. There was a click. The treasure chest slowly opened, revealing a dazzling golden light that was almost blinding, giving off a real, wow, a golden legend feeling. Immediately afterwards, a notification from the floating island of myriad realms appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened 1 rainbow crystal-level stronghold treasure chest. You have obtained 100,000 units each of food, wood, stone, and iron ore. You have received 30,000 gold coins. You have obtained 1 architectural blueprint, career tower. You have acquired 1 fundamental law each of the thunder and strength attributes. You have gained 5,000 glory points and 50,000 reputation points. Looking at the information prompts in my mind, Lin Yu took a deep breath, his heart filled with excitement. To be honest, there wasn't much in this treasure chest. However, it was of utmost importance to him, like a priceless treasure. Leaving aside the gains like gold coins and basic resources, the most important thing is the Profession Tower building blueprint, which is one of the necessary conditions for upgrading the town. Lin Yu has already met all the other upgrade requirements. Now, all that's missing is the Profession Tower building. Once the Profession Tower is built, his territory will be upgraded to town level. Then there are the two fundamental laws. It goes without saying that these two fundamental laws can help him advance to the level of a demigod and simultaneously master the power of two different attributes, the law of thunder and the law of strength. After advancing to the saint rank, professionals need to comprehend the laws through their own efforts and enter the realm of demigods. Normally, floating islands will no longer provide direct promotion assistance. But there are exceptions. For example, like me, opening a crystal-level stronghold treasure chest to obtain the essence of laws. Of course, there are other ways. What they have in common is that each of these paths is extremely difficult and not something that ordinary professionals can obtain. As he muttered to himself, Lin Yu chose to retrieve the item. Suddenly, two beams of aurora of different colors flew out from the outpost treasure chest and entered his forehead. In that instant, terrifying energy erupted from Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu immediately sat down cross-legged. At the same time, calm your mind and focus your consciousness completely on your body. There was no pain as I had imagined. Instead, there was a very mysterious feeling, as if I were immersed in an ocean containing countless information. This information is the essence of the law. Lin Yu doesn't need to figure it out or understand it on his own. The rules of the floating island world directly instilled these profound principles into Lin Yu's soul, helping him to easily master and utilize them. Gradually, streaks of purple lightning appeared around Lin Yu's body. Finally, even his individual hairs were entangled by lightning. At this moment, he was like a thunder god descending to earth. At the same time, inside Lin Yu's body, all his flesh, bones, and cells were also completely permeated by the power of thunder. In addition, the laws of power are also transforming Lin Yu's body. Chapter 245: The Skeleton's Sixth Brother and the Jealous Golden Behemoth Lord. Barren Desert. It is a region with very poor resources. Those professionals who arrive here are simply incredibly unlucky. Most importantly, the number of wild monsters is extremely small. Unlike the Dark Forest, which is teeming with dense hordes of monsters and even magical beasts. The best time to hunt in the desolate desert is actually at night, because a large number of undead creatures appear at night, which can help professionals level up quickly. But at night, it's pitch black. The hunting environment was extremely dangerous. Even now, only a few professionals in this area possess the skills to hunt at night. Under normal circumstances, Sikong Jun, a top lord in this region, can snowball his power in a short time, and his development speed is not much slower than that of top lords in other regions. But he was unlucky. I encountered a thieving and despicable skeleton old man. Every night, this skeleton old man would come over and try to take advantage of him. In just a few days, he had lost dozens of dark fire phoenixes, which made him both angry and heartbroken. The same applies today. As darkness enveloped the world, enormous figures appeared on the distant horizon. On the head of the leading skeletal fire phoenix stood a spirited king-level skeleton mage. It holds a bone staff. He was wearing a tattered gray robe. He exuded a powerful aura of death. Young lord of another world, we meet again. The king-level skeleton mage arrived near the territory, his two eerie green eyes wide open, looking down from high above at Sikong Jun, who was cowering in the territory and grinning with his skeletal mouth. Get out of here. Sikong Jun was on the verge of collapse. Every night, this guy surnamed Skull comes over and messes with him. This has seriously affected the development speed of his territory. He also considered biding his time, hunting during the day to accumulate strength, and waiting for the day when he could avenge his previous defeat. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. But the problem is, he can't hunt at night. This has led to his development speed falling behind that of other top lords. As of now, he only has less than 400 dark fire phoenixes under his command, and the highest level is only level 8, which is not even comparable to other top lords, let alone catching up with Lin Yu. I saw the world announcement today. They learned that Lin Yu's Angel Legion had already conquered the local superpower, the Mountain Giant Kingdom. His heart was breaking. At this rate, by the time Lin Yu conquers the floating islands and becomes the island's lord, he'll probably still be just a small-time Karami, not even qualified to be Lin Yu's rival. You bastard surnamed Skull, what will it take for you to let me go? Sikong Jun gritted his teeth in anger, and then roared, "What are you doing messing with me? If you're so capable, go mess with Lin Yu." He realized what was happening as soon as he finished speaking. I was so angry that I lost my mind. How could this king-level skeleton mage know Lin Yu, who lives far away in the dark forest? However, to his surprise, the king-level skeleton mage shook his head and said, "Lord Lin Yu is renowned throughout the world. He is an extremely powerful lord from another world. Even the mountain giant kingdom, which was guarded by a demigod, was conquered by him. I dare not provoke such a being." Sikong Jun was completely dumbfounded. When did Lin Yu's name begin to spread to the desolate desert? Even a king-level skeleton mage knows about this? He said angrily, "You're just a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. You can't handle Lin Yu, so you come after me, huh?" The king-level skeleton mage said with deep emotion, "Young lord of another world, the supreme god guided me to appear before you. I believe this is our destiny." As it spoke, it glanced at the Dark Phoenix Legion gathered behind Sikong Jun. "I'll say it again. If you give me half of your Dark Phoenix, our fate will be over." "Roll!" Sikong Jun immediately roared. He's not an idiot. How could he possibly believe the promise of a skeleton? They're probably digging a hole for him again. Sikong Jun glared angrily at the king-level skeleton mage and said, "You just wait. Once my Dark Fire Phoenix reaches the king level, your death will be imminent. When the time comes, I'll definitely dismember your bones and make soup. Young people, don't be impetuous." The king-level skeleton mage plopped down on the head of the skeleton fire phoenix, chuckling, "My mission is to test you. If you can't even pass my test, what qualifications do you have to go to the battlefield of myriad realms?" Sikong Jun's face darkened. He doesn't want any tests. He just wanted to develop rapidly and become as powerful as Lin Yu. "Aren't you afraid of dying at my hands? You should know that my Dark Fire Phoenixes are top-tier troops. Even if they can only hunt during the day, they will soon be able to reach the king level. At that time, you will surely die." The king-level skeleton mage glanced at him. Then, his mental power surging, said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Unable to defeat you, I'll naturally leave. It's just a pity about you. You've lost the spirit to fight in adversity." "What a load of bull." Sikong Jun said coldly, "Your so-called fighting spirit is just to make me send the Dark Phoenix Legion to their deaths in front of you. Is that it?" The king-level skeleton mage said, "How will you know it won't work if you don't try?" Upon hearing this, Sikong Jun immediately let out a cold laugh. He wouldn't fall for that skeleton's trick. After that, the man and the skeleton stopped communicating. Enraged, Sikong Jun went straight back to the second floor of the Lord's Hall to sleep. The king-level skeleton mage retreated with his skeleton fire phoenixes, disappearing into the darkness. However, it didn't actually leave. If that young lord from another world were to suddenly lose his mind and send those dark fire phoenixes out to hunt undead creatures again, it would go all out and kill several at once. It has already tasted the sweetness of catching rabbits. Compared to Sikong Jun, the golden behemoth lord, located on the Lenkel Plains, was slightly luckier. He also encountered a king-level skeleton blocking the door. This is the treatment all top lords receive, also known as the first test. The difference is that the king-level skeleton the golden behemoth lord encountered was not particularly powerful, nor was it as cunning as that king-level skeleton mage. In addition, the Lenkel grassland is rich in resources. During the day, there are countless wild monsters. The golden behemoth lord can use the daytime hunt to quickly level up his golden behemoth troops and easily overcome this challenge. It's just that the timeline of growth has been stretched out a bit. But compared to the miserable Sikong Jun, the golden behemoth lord is already very lucky. However, this does not mean he is in a good mood. On the contrary, the young man is currently in a very bad mood. Every time he saw those rows of big gold characters pinned to the top of the island chat channel, he was so envious he almost gritted his teeth. Lin Yu will surely make a fortune from this conquest of the giant kingdom. Damn it, why do all the good things fall on Lin Yu's head? When will it be my turn? What broke the heart of the golden behemoth lord the most was that Xia Qingyue, whom he had always cherished, had also fallen into Lin Yu's arms. This made him both angry and jealous. Even after scratching his scalp raw, he still couldn't think of a way to turn things around. Lin Yu is now like an unshakable mountain to him. He could only watch helplessly. Chapter 246 Advancement to Demigod, Origin Scepter. Paradise Town. Just as the golden behemoth lord was complaining and going mad with jealousy, Lin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, was emanating an increasingly powerful aura of a professional. He quickly broke through the peak of the saint rank and stepped into a new realm. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yu finally opened her eyes. As you can see, just as he opened his eyes, Purple lightning shot out from his pupils, like two thin lightning snakes piercing the void before him. As the thunder disappeared, the powerful demigod aura emanating from Lin Yu slowly dissipated. It's a success. The pinnacle of the mortal world, the realm of a demigod. Lin Yu stood up from the ground, stretched, and his bones cracked all over. With a casual pinch, the void in his hand instantly took on a distorted state. Lin Yu could clearly sense it. At this moment, an explosive and terrifying power was contained within his body. Even without using magic, a single punch could shatter a 1,000-meter-high mountain. This is a benefit brought about by the law of power. In terms of pure physical strength, Lin Yu is now equivalent to a mountain giant in human form. In terms of sheer power, he wouldn't be much weaker than King Vaughn. There is also the thunder law. This gave him the ability to control thunder. The combination of these two laws turned Lin Yu into almost a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, and an electrified one at that. Whether male or female, I believe no one could withstand his impact. Congratulations, my lord, on your ascension to demigod. Angelia, who had been watching over him the whole time, offered her congratulations at the opportune moment. Looking at Secretarian, who was as elegant and intellectual as a beautiful woman, a bright smile appeared on Lin Yu's increasingly handsome face. He naturally took Angelia's soft little hand and said with a smile, "You also played a crucial role in my ascension to demigod." This promotion. This was an unexpected surprise for Lin Yu. He had originally planned to comprehend the laws of holiness and light in order to advance to demigod status. Unexpectedly, the source of the laws of thunder and power was found inside the crystal-level stronghold treasure chest, which helped him advance to the realm of demigod. This was beyond his expectations. Of course, this is a good thing. After reaching the demigod realm, he gained a very intuitive understanding of the mysteries of the laws. The process of comprehending the laws of divinity and light will be easier than before. After reaching the demigod realm, professionals can continue to comprehend other laws. The more laws a demigod comprehends and masters, the stronger he/she becomes. Just like Secretarian, the number of laws within his body is unknown. Suppressing King Vaughn and the Great Prophet was a piece of cake. However, having too many rules also has a major drawback. That's why becoming a god is difficult. For mortals to become gods, the first hurdle is to ignite the divine fire. The laws are like the fuel for the divine fire. The more laws there are, the fiercer the divine fire burns, and the easier it is to burn oneself to ashes. Generally speaking, even a demigod with extraordinary talent will only master 3 or 4 kinds of laws of power before they begin to prepare to ignite the divine fire and become a god. However, Lin Yu doesn't need to worry about that. The reason is simple. He possesses the power of creation. The power of creation can protect his body and soul. Even the fiercest divine fire cannot burn him to death. This was something Angelia had told him when she explained the function of the power of creation to him earlier. Therefore, he can fully comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws at the demigod level. Each new principle is understood. After becoming a god, his divine power grew even stronger. Lin Yu then opened his personal information panel to check it. Lin Yu. Occupation, Lord. Level, Early Demigod. Master the laws, power, thunder. Honor points, 100,700. Reputation points, 413,500. Territory, Paradise Town, Advanced Town. Exclusive unit, Angel, Unique. Possession of gold coins, 2,579,400. Honor points have exceeded 100,000. A smile blossomed on Lin Yu's face. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately opened the Glory Items menu. Then select the Origin Scepter and start the exchange. At the same time, a notification appeared from the floating island of Myriad Realms. Exchange for the Origin Scepter equipment. It will cost 40,000 glory points. Confirm the exchange. Whether. The floating island of Myriad Realms remains as rigid as ever. Lin Yu was too lazy to complain and chose yes. Suddenly, the void cracked open, and a beautifully crafted scepter, entirely white and gold in color, flew out. At the same time, the option to exchange for the Origin Scepter in the Glory Items menu has also disappeared, meaning that the Origin Scepter belongs to Lin Yu alone. This is quite normal, of course. Divine artifacts are usually one of a kind. Each item redeemed reduces the available stock. Lin Yu reached out and grabbed the Origin Scepter in midair. The instant he grasped it, he felt an incredibly powerful force surge into his body, but it did not harm him. Instead, it felt like a fledgling returning to its nest, perfectly matching his body and soul. It's a very strange feeling. It was as if this Scepter of Origin had always belonged to him. just as Lin Yu was examining the origin scepter. Secretarian, who was standing to the side, also turned her gaze to the origin scepter in his hand. A hint of excitement flashed in her beautiful golden eyes, and then she lowered her head slightly. Here, the equipment information of the origin scepter also appeared in Lin Yu's field of vision. Origin scepter. Type, attack artifact. Grade, unknown. Durability, cannot be destroyed. Special effects, unknown. Introduction, the origin is also the end. Looking at the information on the origin scepter, Lin Yu was immediately filled with question marks. Of the 4 attributes, aside from knowing that it is an attack artifact and indestructible, the most important ones, its grade and special effects, are all unknown. Just like his power of creation, it is clearly unknown. The rules of the world of the magnificent floating island of countless worlds are completely unknown to them. What use are you? Lin Yu looked at Secretarian, who was standing quietly to the side, and asked, Angelia, do you know anything about this origin scepter? He didn't have any expectations. After all, Angelia was an angel he summoned from the realm of the gods. The origin scepter comes from the floating island of myriad realms, so it's normal not to know that. Angelia respectfully replied, My lord, I only know that the scepter of origin is a supreme artifact, but I do not know its specific attributes. Super artifact? Lin Yu was surprised, but also a little confused. Yes, my lord, Angelia said. Legend has it that the scepter of origin is a treasure that surpasses all divine artifacts, possessing unimaginable and immense power. Chapter 247. Holy crap, this actually works. Hearing what Secretarian said, Lin Yu immediately felt like he had hit the jackpot. Such a treasure surpasses even divine artifacts. Even the big shots on the battlefield of myriad realms would covet it. He redeemed it with just 40,000 glory points. This is no different from finding treasure while walking. However, Lin Yu also knew that although it seemed easy and simple, in reality no one but him could do it. Because obtaining glory points is extremely difficult. You can tell by looking at the rankings on the honor contribution ranking. Although dozens of lord-level professionals have made the list, their honor points are mostly between a few hundred and 1,000. There are fewer than 5 lords with more than 1,000 honor points. The second-ranked lord on the list is Xia Qingwei, whose territory is called Dragon's Nest, and she currently has 3,600 glory points. 3,600 glory points is far less than the exchange requirement for the origin scepter. The values differ by more than 10 times. Even if she had another month, it would be highly unlikely that she could gather 40,000 glory points to exchange for a super artifact like the origin scepter. Moreover, the honor items menu will be refreshed in less than 3 days. By that time, the exchange price of items will increase exponentially. Then it's even more impossible to redeem. It's fair to say that super artifacts like the origin scepter are basically just for show. Perhaps even the floating island of myriad realms doesn't believe that anyone could acquire so many glory points in just 15 days in the early stages. Lin Yu is the only exception. If his unit isn't an angel, but simply a top-tier unit, he couldn't have developed that quickly. It's even less likely that you could collect a massive amount of glory points by conquering a local superpower like the Mountain Giant Kingdom. Generally speaking, the limit of items that a lord-level professional can exchange is an artifact like the Curse of the Lich King, which is worth 5,000 glory points. Like Xia Qingwei, she currently has 3,600 glory points. If we work hard in the next few days, it's entirely possible to exchange for a divine artifact of this level. As for other lord professions, it's basically very difficult. All I can say is that the floating island of myriad realms is not a charity. Treasures will always belong to a minority, even just one person. For example, Lin Yu. After exchanging for the origin scepter, he still had 60,700 glory points left. He could exchange for more than a dozen artifacts of the same value as the Curse of the Lich King. As for the other lords, they could only look on with envy. Lin Yu suddenly had a thought. Instantly, the platinum origin scepter in his hand transformed into a beam of aurora and entered Lin Yu's brow. Lin Yu was able to sense it. The scepter of origin appeared in his sea of consciousness. I am establishing a connection with his soul. Or rather, accepting the nourishment of his soul. The artifact recognized its master so easily, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. He had just casually entertained the idea of incorporating the origin scepter into his body to see if, like in some novels, artifacts could be integrated into the body. As a result, an idea popped into my head. The scepter of origin instantly burrowed into his body. This surprised Lin Yu herself. Was he really that obedient and well-behaved? Moreover, Lin Yu also sensed that the power of creation and the power of faith contained within him vibrated the moment the origin scepter entered his body. Especially the power of faith, which is like a surging ocean. The emotion is very high. This has never happened before. The power of faith had always remained calmly contained after entering his body, without any fluctuations. This is because faith belongs to the power of the gods. Normally, only deities can use it. Lin Yu was a little confused, so he told Secretary Yin, who was standing quietly to the side, about the situation. After listening, Angelia explained, "My lord, the scepter of origin is said to be the origin and end of all things. Now that you have obtained it, even if you have not yet become a god, you can still use the power of faith." So that's how it is. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Being able to use the power of faith means that he does not need to consume the rare power of creation within him. Simply by using the power of creation as a catalyst, burning the power of faith can create all things. For example, the laws of creation. Give it a try. With a thought, the origin scepter reappeared in Lin Yu's hand. He then waved his scepter, drawing upon the power of creation and faith within him. Soon, a surge of faith within him began to burn under the influence of the power of creation. In front of Lin Yu, however, a gleaming gold coin slowly appeared. At first, it was just a phantom. As the power of faith burned, the phantom gradually solidified. Finally, it completely transformed into a solid gold coin, hovering in midair. Lin Yu grabbed the gold coin in his hand and examined it carefully. Although these are created coins, they're no different from the coins dropped by killing monsters in the wild. As he muttered to himself, Lin Yu glanced at the number of coins on his personal information panel again. Previously, there were more than 2.5 million. The last digit is 437. Now, the last 4 digits are 438. In other words, he created a gold coin out of thin air that contained the rules of the floating island world. Lin Yu was stunned. He was somewhat incredulous, and once again used the power of creation as a catalyst to ignite the power of faith within his body. This time, he created 100 gold coins. At the same time as he achieved success, the number of gold coins on his personal information panel also increased by 100. Lin Yu was dumbfounded, muttering, "Holy crap, this works? No wonder the power of creation can create all things in the world. It's no exaggeration whatsoever. They can even create gold coins. However, the consumption is also high. After all, these are gold coins that contain the rules of the world, not ordinary gold coins. With my current faith power, I can only create a few 100,000 gold coins at most before it runs out. The power of faith is different from magic. It is a non-renewable force. All the power of faith comes from believers. This is one of the reasons why believers are so important to the God they believe in. The more believers there are, the more power of faith they receive. Creating gold coins is pointless. I'll just create blueprints. Whatever blueprints are missing, I will create them to directly upgrade the territory to the city level and establish a kingdom." Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, Floating Island of Myriad Realms seemed to have finally reached its limit and sent a message. "Dear Lord Lin Yu, Floating Island of Myriad Realms is a fair and just world, and all cheating is strictly prohibited." Chapter 248, Supreme Grade Divine Artifact. Lin Yu rolled her eyes. As expected, the Floating Island of Myriad Realms wouldn't let him find a loophole. He created gold coins, and the floating islands of countless worlds seemed to have held back. However, when he was about to create the blueprint and directly upgrade to the main base, the Floating Island of Myriad Realms finally couldn't help but remind him that he couldn't cheat. However, this also reveals a piece of information. That means the power of creation can indeed create blueprints, and this is something that even the floating islands of the myriad worlds cannot restrict. They can only remind him to pay attention. It's just that we can't create it right now. Lin Yu muttered to himself. At this stage, the world rules of the floating island are still his beloved mother. When he conquers this floating island and becomes its master, he will choose to challenge the authority of this rule-making mother. Looking at the origin scepter in his hand, which was entirely white and gold and engraved with countless mysterious runes, Lin Yu really loves it. This amazing gadget is so incredibly useful. Most importantly, its true power has not yet been unleashed. It could even be said that there was no release at all. Because his level was too low, he was unable to mobilize the vast divine power contained within. Only after Lin Yu becomes a god can he barely use it. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the idea of the holy light undead is entirely feasible. The power of creation is omnipotent. It's just a matter of how much or how little faith power it consumes. Lin Yu decided to give it a try. Capture 1 or 2 powerful undead beings of the saint rank and transform them. The reason he is a saint-level undead is that undead of a lower level would not reflect the prestige of a demigod-level powerhouse like him. And even if he were created, they would not be of much use, but would only be a waste of his faith power. Then, Lin Yu opened the glory items menu again. He still has over 60,000 glory points, which he can redeem for another batch. The menu will be refreshed in 3 days. But such a good thing doesn't happen. After more than half an hour of selection and deliberation, Lin Yu ultimately redeemed 3 items. The ultimate artifact worth 25,000 glory points, Holy Radiance Armor. 5 semi-divine artifacts, the Time-Space Rings, worth 3,000 glory points each, costing a total of 15,000 glory points. 20 Law Stones, each worth 1,000 glory points, were used, consuming a total of 20,000 glory points. All these items together cost exactly 60,000 glory points. Lin Yu had 700 glory points left, which he saved, waiting to exchange them for more glory points after the war ended in the next 2 or 3 days. In short, he wanted to fleece everyone in the floating island of Myriad Realms before the item menu refreshed. Lin Yu then summoned the 6-winged Archangel Elena, the ancient archetype Doris, and the 4-winged Archangel Yetta. One person gave him a time-traveling ring. Lin Yu gave the remaining 2 rings to Secretary Un and the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, respectively. The 5 women who received the time-space ring were all very happy. Especially the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, was so moved that tears streamed down her face. After all, she had only been in Paradise Town for a day, yet she had received such a precious reward from the Lord of Holy Light. She regarded the timeless ring as her most precious treasure, carefully placed on the slender fingertip. Angelia and the others also put on the time-space ring. As a semi-divine artifact, the time-space ring doesn't have any amazing special effects. Its only feature is an unimaginably large dimensional space that can store a massive amount of items. The remaining Law Stones and the Holy Radiance Armor all belong to Lin Yu himself. The 20 Stones of Law contain the essence of 20 different attributes of laws. It can help Lin Yu master the same number of rules. Of course, this requires enlightenment. Unlike before, it will no longer be directly instilled into him by the floating island of Myriad Realms. However, compared to trying to comprehend it from scratch, having the Stone of Law makes it much easier, similar to learning from a book. Finally, there's the Holy Radiance Armor. This is a top-grade divine artifact, on par with a high-ranking god who wields immense divine power. It wasn't that Lin Yu didn't want to exchange for better artifacts, such as the main artifact, used by the main god. It was simply because it wasn't in the item menu. The only super artifact, the Origin Scepter, has already been acquired by Lin Yu. The second most valuable item is this, Holy Radiance Armor. Lin Yu then checked its equipment information. Holy Radiance Armor. Type, defensive equipment. Grade, top-tier divine artifact. Durability, 10 million. Special effect 1. Can significantly weaken attacks from powerful gods, and can perfectly defend against attacks from medium and weak gods. Note, this is under the condition of having divine power supporting it. Special effect 2. The affinity with the laws of holiness and light is 100%. Special effect 3. Greatly enhances the power of holy light spells. Special effect 4. Special effect 10. Holy Light Rebirth. Can revive ordinary deities whose souls have not been completely extinguished. Note, the Holy Light Rebirth skill requires divine power to support it. Introduction. This is a powerful artifact from the Light faction. Wearing it in the mortal world will make you a god of light, receiving the worship of the followers of light. Carefully review the attribute information of the Holy Radiance Armor. Lin Yu immediately took a deep breath. It truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier artifact. It actually has a total of 10 special effects, and each of them is extremely powerful. The only regret is, many special effects require divine power to unleash. But that's normal. After all, this is the equipment of an immortal god. It's not surprising that mortals cannot unleash its full power. Lin Yu also specifically inquired about the floating island of Myriad Realms, and finally learned that even without divine power, the divine armor of Holy Radiance could ignore the attacks of any demigod. Even if 100 or 1,000 demigods ganged up on him, he would remain unharmed. That's enough. At least on the floating island, he was truly invincible. No one can kill him. Even if Earth explodes, he will survive. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately put on this top-grade divine artifact and, following the method provided by the floating island of Myriad Realms, integrated his soul power into it. Ultimately, the so-called artifact recognized its master. Now his mark is inside this Holy Radiance armor. It can be stored inside the body. And even if they were to be assassinated by void assassins, the holy armor can also be instantly equipped on him to protect him. Chapter 249. Lin Yu's Faith Statue. Lin Yu wearing the sacred armor of the gods. He appeared even more handsome and possessed an imposing and extraordinary aura. His whole body was enveloped in divine light. It was as if a true god of light had descended upon the world. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, dressed in a snow-white gown, stared in disbelief. Standing to the side, the ancient archetype Doris, with her sexy and alluring figure, had eyes that seemed to be brimming with desire. Only Secretarian, the six-winged Archangel Elena, and the four-winged Archangel Ida did not react excessively. It seemed that to them, it was quite normal for the Lord of Holy Light to have such an aura. With this magical artifact, even if you go to the battlefield of myriad realms, you will have a great deal of safety. Even without divine power, the Holy Radiance armor can ignore attacks from demigods. What about hitting a cow from across a mountain, or stacking heavy blows? It had no effect on Lin Yu. Once supported by divine power, attacks from medium and weak divine power can be ignored, and attacks from powerful divine power can be significantly weakened. Weak divine power corresponds to a lower-level true god. Medium-level divine power corresponds to a mid-level true god. The powerful divine force corresponds to the superior true god. This is what makes the Holy Radiance armor so powerful. Of course, compared to the Origin Scepter, the Holy Radiance armor, a top-tier artifact, is nothing. After all, the Scepter of Origin is a super artifact. Those numerous, unknown attributes are enough to prove that the Origin Scepter is a truly high-class and beautiful item. Afterwards, Lin Yu began to deal with the dazzling array of spoils. Exclusive unit evolution blueprints are distributed to Elena, Yetta, Sally, Pamela, and others. Most of the ordinary unit evolution blueprints were given to the ancient archetype Doris. The remaining 10 or so were given to the Holy Maiden of Light Tiffany and the mountain giant Vaughn, a demigod-level powerhouse. Tiffany is extremely talented. He reached the level of a demigod. Lin Yu hopes that she can achieve a bloodline breakthrough with the help of the Troop Evolution Blueprint and possess the potential to grow into a true god. The same goes for mountain giant Vaughn. It remains to be seen whether this mountain giant king will awaken his Titan bloodline after successfully evolving. It would be interesting if he could achieve a reverse evolution with hidden bloodlines, like Doris. Next is the Troop Quantity Blueprint. There are more than 80 blueprints, all of which are blueprints for the number of mountain giants. After using these blueprints, Lin Yu directly obtained more than 80,000 fully armed elite mountain giants. Among them are nearly 100 mountain giants at the saint level. There are even more extraordinary and king-level mountain giants. Lin Yu also used up all the territory building blueprints, including the magic cannon, watchtower, and stone house. More than 3,000 intermediate magic cannons, more than 700 watchtowers, and more than 50,000 stone houses were built in one go. Let me add one more thing. The stone house is an upgraded version of the wooden house. They have larger living spaces and a better interior environment. The reason why the wooden houses in the territory cannot be upgraded after reaching a high level is because the territory level is too low, and a town is required to unlock the upgrade conditions. As for the blueprints, they can be built directly. A low-rise stone house with 3 floors. Blue stone and red tiles, palace style. It looks much more upscale than the wooden house. In addition, a low-level stone house can house 100 different types of soldiers. Whether it's a mountain giant that's 10 or 20 meters tall, or a short and thin goblin, they can all live inside. The maximum capacity is 100 troop units. Don't be confused, and don't ask why. That's how the world of floating islands works. After uploading some useless blueprints to the island trading platform, Lin Yu didn't have many blueprints left. This includes 5 territory building upgrade blueprints, 1 faith statue building blueprint, 2 spirit field upgrade blueprints, 1 profession tower building blueprint, and 3 blacksmith shop building blueprints. The blueprints for the statue of a deity were dropped when the giant's capital was destroyed. Lin Yu was also very curious about its effects. Territory building blueprints. Type, Idol of Faith. Number of uses, once. Construction requirements, 10,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of stone, 50,000 units of iron ore. Special reminder, statues of worship are high-level special buildings. They can increase the faith power contributed by believers to you to a certain extent, and also help to improve the believer's faith level. Special reminder too, this building only works on lords who possess follower units. Increase faith power and raise faith level. Very nice. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu went to the center of the town square and built the statue of the deity. Soon, a dazzling golden light descended. A colossal statue, hundreds of meters tall, was built. It is as if it were made of white jade and exudes an incomparably sacred radiance. It is worth mentioning. Its design is roughly similar to Lin Yu's. He was wearing the Holy Radiance armor on his upper body. The lower body is a long robe with a skirt. He holds the scepter of origin in his left hand and points to the sky with his right. It inexplicably gives people a feeling of divine might and dominance over all worlds. As for the face of the statue, it looks exactly like Lin Yu's. As the statue of their deity stood erect, the more than 1 million believers in the town, no matter what they were doing, all knelt down in unison as if summoned. A series of incredibly devout prayers followed. At the same time, Lin Yu also received a massive amount of faith power. The losses from creating gold coins were quickly made up, and the losses are still increasing. It really works very well. Lin Yu felt that if he built his idol statues all over the world, or even in the universe, he would have an inexhaustible supply of faith power. Next is the building, the Profession Tower. This is where the people learn combat skills and magic. If your level is high enough, then even comprehending domains and laws will not be a problem. At the same time, the Career Tower is also one of the essential buildings for upgrading town. Lin Yu then found a suitable location and built the Profession Tower. Its exterior shape truly resembles a tall tower. It is over 100 meters long. It has 9 floors and looks like a tower built of giant stones. Furthermore, a statue of a 12-winged angel stands atop the tower, perfectly matching the style of Paradise Town. At the same time, a notification has appeared from the floating island of Myriad Realms. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Your territory has met the requirements for upgrading to a town. Would you like to upgrade? Whether? Lin Yu naturally chose yes. In an instant, dazzling golden light emerged from the void, enveloping the nearly 80-kilometer-long Paradise Town. Soon, the area of Paradise Town began to expand rapidly. Chapter 250 Wife, come out and see God. At the same time, another world announcement has appeared in the island's chat channel. Moreover, there were 2 of them, which shocked countless combat professionals and lord professionals. Even the lords who possessed top-tier troops were stunned and speechless with disbelief. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. As the first lord to upgrade his territory, Paradise Town, into a town, Lord Lin Yu is hereby rewarded with 3,000 glory points and 20,000 reputation points as encouragement. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. As the first professional to advance to demigod status and master the power of laws, Lord Lin Yu is hereby rewarded with 5,000 glory points and 30,000 reputation points as encouragement. May all professionals take Lord Lin Yu as their role model, strive to grow and improve their strength, and ascend to the throne of an immortal god as soon as possible. 2 world announcements were released. The entire island's chat channels instantly erupted in excitement. All the professionals were stunned and in a state of extreme shock. Wife, come out and see God. Lin Yu is truly a god. The town only upgraded a short time ago, and it's already upgraded again, and his own level has even risen to the demigod level. This promotion speed is terrifying. A demigod who has mastered the power of the laws. My god, in a fantasy novel, Lin Yu would already be a terrestrial deity, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas, and cutting off rivers with ease. Upgraded to demigod, Lin Yu is now invincible. Indeed, let alone on our blue star, even on this floating island, Boss Lin Yu is basically invincible. That's incredible. Speaking of which, didn't those veteran professionals claim a year ago that to advance to demigod status, one must comprehend the fundamental laws of existence on their own? And I also inquired with the floating islands and received confirmation. How did Lin Yu, the master, comprehend the laws? For us players, this is no less difficult than a kindergarten child solving an advanced math Olympiad problem. Lin Yu has even conquered the kingdom of giants. It's not impossible for him to comprehend the laws of nature. I suspect that Lin Yu most likely received a special reward from the floating island. That makes sense. Regardless, Lin Yu is already a demigod. The position of Island Lord of the future floating island will undoubtedly belong to Boss Lin Yu. I believe no professional would disagree with this point. That's a demigod who dares to object. I'm currently hiding in the dark forest, biding my time. I'm waiting for Lin Yu to rule the dark forest and establish a kingdom. When that happens, I'll become the first combat professional in the heavenly kingdom. Waiting for +1. On the other side, there's the Grand Alliance channel, which gathers many big names. Upon seeing those 2 world announcements, the Alliance leader, top lords, and numerous high lords in the channel all fell silent. until a very long time had passed. Only then did someone speak up in the channel. It's confirmed. The floating island only has one favored son, and that's Linyu. We so-called top-tier lords and high-ranking lords are all stepchildren. Brothers and sisters, do you have anything to say now? Shut up, we can just surrender. A demigod, coupled with an angelic army capable of sweeping away the forces of any native kingdom. Such an opponent is simply invincible. The battle to seize the island offers us no hope whatsoever. That's absolutely true. The difference is huge. I am, after all, a top-tier lord, but my current level is only level 8. Even king-level experts have to look up to me, let alone Linyu, who is a demigod. You've already achieved a very good level of 8. Throughout the entire floating island, professionals who can reach this level are extremely rare. The gap is too big. There's simply no way to fight back. Previously, some professionals claimed that no matter how strong Linyu was, he was still just one person. There are tens of millions of professionals on the island. They could drown Linyu with their words alone. Now try flooding me. I feel that even if all the professionals were combined, they wouldn't be enough to stop Linyu and his army of angels from killing them. Put aside your feelings, it's already a fact. Besides Linyu, there are definitely other demigod-level powerhouses in Paradise Town, as well as a large number of saint-level and transcendent forces. They are more than capable of sweeping us away. There's no other way. Let's surrender. You sound rather helpless. Even if we wanted to surrender now, Linyu might not be willing to take us in. Don't forget, he never established an alliance in the first place. The beautiful Xia has successfully surrendered. This is a great start. Upstairs, that's not what you said. I remember you were the one who kept encouraging Xia Qingwei to destroy her territory and give up her status as a lord, and you even wanted Xia Qingwei to lead the Dragon Legion to join you. You're mistaken. I never said anything like that. I've always admired Linyu greatly, and I hope to become his lackey, just like the village chief of Guangming. The guy upstairs is flexible and adaptable. He has the talent of a great eunuch. Roll. In any case, the winds of surrender have already begun to blow. A top-tier lord at the demigod level. A territory capable of conquering a local superpower. This is something they absolutely cannot compete with. They couldn't think of any other way to go but to surrender. Unless Paradise Town is destroyed by the combined forces of the 3 remaining local superpowers in the Dark Forest, they have no other choice. But their intuition told them that such a thing was highly unlikely. As for the future battle to seize the island, they have no expectations. The position of island owner is basically rightfully Linyu's. The problem they are facing now is, how can I surrender? How can I join Linyu's kingdom and stand on the same side as Linyu? As for the demanding condition of submitting 70% of the daily harvest, they no longer hesitated. Just as Xia Qingwei told them, there are ways to live even when you're poor. As long as they're alive and retain their status as top lords, they still have the chance to become powerful gods in the future. In addition, most of the resources were concentrated in Linyu's hands. It can also quickly enhance the strength of Linyu and the Angel Army. When they go to the battlefield of Myriad Realms, they will have greater security. This self-comfort actually made many big shots feel much better, as if they were investing in their future. Compared to them, having already surrendered, Xia Qingwei completely let loose after seeing the 2 world announcements and the chat messages in the Grand Alliance channel. I was incredibly happy. Sure enough, the decision she made after lying in bed all night was the right one. Chapter 251 Level 7 Spirit Field, Ultimate Troop Building. Here in Paradise Town, after upgrading his territory to A Town, Linyu took another look at the next upgrade requirements. Just like upgrading a low-level town to intermediate or advanced, there are no special building requirements, so Linyu did not hesitate and consumed a total of about 5 million units of basic resources to upgrade the town, which had just been upgraded to advanced in one go. Paradise Town. Level, high-level town. Lord, Linyu. Territory buildings, Lord's Hall, Infirmary, Idol of Faith, Profession Tower, Apothecary's Residence, Dark Elf Mother Tree, Blacksmith Shop. Spirit Field Level, Level 5. Prosperity Level, 6,738,000 points. Next level, City. Upgrade requirements. Condition 1. Prosperity level reaches 3 million, completed. Condition 2. Possess a City Lord's Mansion, 10 Saint-level experts, and 30,000 high-level buildings, incomplete. Condition 3. 3 million units of wood, 3 million units of stone, 3 million units of iron, or completed. Linyu glanced at the new information about the territory. He met most of the 3 upgrade requirements. The relatively difficult part was having 10 Saint-level experts, which he has already accomplished. Currently, he has more than 300 Saint-level experts under his command, half of whom are angels, and the rest are mostly mountain giants. He is now only one building blueprint away from upgrading his city, the City Lord's Mansion. As long as I get the blueprints for the City Lord's Mansion, I can directly upgrade the city. Then, relying on city-level territories, establish a kingdom. It is impossible for a town-level territory to establish a kingdom, even if its reputation reaches 100,000. You need to have a city-level territory to do so. Lin Yu is now just one step away from establishing his kingdom. He looked at the few remaining blueprints in his hand, 3 of which were blueprints for the blacksmith shop. The drop rate for blacksmith shop blueprints is extremely low. However, during this attack on the Kingdom of Giants, his angelic army conquered more than 200 cities and tribes, opening countless treasure chests of various levels. It's not uncommon to find 3 blacksmith shop blueprints. After inquiring about the floating island of myriad realms, it was learned that, in territories at the town level, the number of blacksmith shops that can be built has been increased to 5. Perfect timing. He can use all 3 blacksmith shop blueprints he has, and then his territory will have 4 blacksmith shops. 4 blacksmith shops. Once all are upgraded to high level, we can produce 40,000 pieces of equipment per day. Lin Yu was overjoyed. With so many pieces of equipment, he could easily arm all the dark elves in his territory, especially those dark elves born from the dark elf mother tree, who are all currently wearing green leaf dresses that barely cover their chests and buttocks. Aside from being sexy and pleasing to the eye, it has nothing to offer. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately built the 3 blacksmith shops. At the same time, consuming minimal basic resources, all 3 blacksmith shops were upgraded to advanced levels. A high-level blacksmith shop requires 50 to 100 blacksmiths. This was not difficult for Lin Yu. The total number of blacksmiths in his territory has exceeded 3,000. The reason for the sudden surge was that the newly added blacksmiths all came from the mountain giant race. Several of them are master blacksmiths. Her forging skills are superior to those of the dark elf blacksmiths Nico and Emma. Unfortunately, no higher-level equipment forging blueprints were found this time, and the 4 blacksmith shops can now only forge mid-level equipment of level 4 to 6. However, this didn't have much of an impact. At present, intermediate-level equipment is still very popular among professionals on the island. It will take at least another month before intermediate-level equipment is completely phased out. In other words, he can continue to make a lot of money. There are 7 blueprints left, 5 territory building upgrade blueprints, and 2 spirit field upgrade blueprints. Lin Yu checked the information on these drawings one by one. These blueprints were found to be of very high level, and could be used even if the Dark Elf Mother Tree and the Spirit Field were both at level 5. Lin Yu was the first to use 2 Spirit Field upgrade blueprints. The level of the Spirit Field has been raised to level 7. Ling Tian, level 7. Special attribute, crop, pet, growth time reduced by 70%, yield increased 5-fold. Mutation probability 15%. Upgrade requirement, 100,000 gold coins. Note, level 7 spirit fields can only grow grains from level 1 to level 7. Of the remaining 5 territory building upgrade blueprints, 2 are advanced blueprints and 3 are top-tier blueprints. The latter was also revealed during the conquest of the giant capital. Advanced blueprints can be used to upgrade buildings that have been upgraded no more than 7 times. Top-level drawings have no restrictions. Just then, Lin Yu used 2 of the advanced blueprints to upgrade the Dark Elf Mother Tree to level 7. Then, he used a level 3 top-tier blueprint to directly upgrade the Dark Elf Tree to level 10. Level 10 is also the highest level of the Dark Elf Mother Tree. Once you reach this level, the Dark Elf Mother Tree becomes the ultimate structure. Top-tier unit building, Dark Elf Mother Tree. Level 10. Possible unit to breed, Dark Elf. Daily troop production capacity, 10,000. Next level, none. Upgrade requirements, none. Description: this is an extremely special Dark Elf Mother Tree, imbued with holy and light powers, but it did not die due to the magical conflict. Instead, it underwent a strange transformation. Special reminder: this is a top-level Elf Mother Tree, with a high probability of giving birth to special elves, such as ancient great elves, elemental elves, and elf messengers. 10,000 dark elves are born every day. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly as he looked at the new information about the Dark Elf Mother Tree. The number of offspring was a bit frightening even to him, but upon closer reflection, it doesn't seem so exaggerated. After all, in this conquest of the giant kingdom, he captured hundreds of thousands of top-tier mountain giants in one fell swoop, even though he hadn't completely conquered all the cities and tribes in the western and northern regions. Once all of them are captured, even more mountain giants will be taken in. If it were the Dark Elf Mother Tree, it would take 2 to 3 months to nurture the same number of Dark Elves. Compared to this, such an exaggerated speed of conception seems nothing at all. Of course, compared to other lord professions, this is a truly terrifying number. Especially for those top lords, even after developing for so long, the number of troops under their command cannot compare to the number of creatures the Dark Elf Mother Tree can spawn in a single day. If this gets out, it will surely make those top lords feel desperate. What Lin Yu didn't know was, when they learned that he had advanced to the demigod realm, those top lords were already so desperate that they were ready to surrender. Chapter 252, Summoning the Ten-Winged Angel. Next, Lin Yu then listed the equipment that Secretary N and others had sorted out on the island trading platform, according to different levels and prices. The quantity is small, only a little over 5,000 pieces. This is because the attack on the giant kingdom did not kill many mountain giants. Many mountain giants were directly swayed by the transformation of their faith and divine magic. In addition, the angel army did not clear out the wild monsters in that area, so they did not obtain much equipment. All the equipment listed are low-level, mid-level, and high-level equipment. As for the king-level, extraordinary, and even saint-level equipment, Lin Yu kept them and distributed them to the tribal elves under the command of the ancient great elf, Doris. After these days of fighting, the levels of those tribal elves also increased one by one. Many have already reached the king and extraordinary levels, but their equipment is not of a high level. This time, a large number of king-level and extraordinary equipment were revealed. It can be used to arm them. Dark elves, including Elder Caroline and Sheila, who had already reached the saint rank, also received saint rank equipment from Lin Yu, which greatly increased their combat power. In addition, the equipment crafted by the blacksmith today has also been delivered. A full 10,000 pieces. All of them are mid-level equipment ranging from level 4 to 6. Among them are many top-tier equipment items with special effects and attributes. Lin Yu took out more than 6,000 pieces of equipment to arm the Dark Elves that the Dark Elf Mother Tree had nurtured in recent days, and put the remaining 3,000 pieces of equipment on the island's trading platform. As expected, the equipment Lin Yu put up for sale in 2 separate batches was snapped up by professional players. Most of them were sold in the blink of an eye. About half an hour later, all of the approximately 9,000 pieces of equipment were sold out. Lin Yu thus gained nearly 3 million gold coins. In addition to the gold coins gained from the war, Lin Yu currently possesses 5.53 million gold coins. It's time to summon the angels. Lin Yu then opened the exclusive troop information in the Lord's Hall. As he expected, after the territory was upgraded to a town, the summoning authority for the 10-winged angels was unlocked. The summoning price for each 10-winged angel is 20,000 gold coins. It is 4 times the number of 8-winged angels, according to the summoning ratio scheme provided by the floating islands. For every 10 medium-sized angel legions that form a large angel legion, one can summon a 10-winged angel. Now, I have nearly 230,000 angels under my command. It can form 4 large angel legions, each with more than 51,000 angels. In other words, I can summon 4 10-winged angels right now. In addition, the more than 5 million gold coins I have can summon a full-strength large angel legion and 9 full-strength medium angel legions. Add the existing angels. That's just enough to assemble 6 fully-fledged large angel legions. That means directly summoning 6 10-winged angels. After careful calculation, Lin Yu immediately activated the summoning black hole. Soon, the summoning black hole appeared. Countless beautiful figures flew out of the black hole. Those were fully equipped angel legions. The first to appear was the Legion of Holy Angels, each one beautiful and holy, radiating a dazzling divine light. Next appeared the Legion of Fallen Angels, shrouded in a dense aura of hell. Those blood-dripping swords of fallen angels resembled legendary god-devouring swords, evil and terrifying. Following them emerged 6-winged and 8-winged fallen angels, resembling female warriors clad in blood-red armor. Like the high-ranking fallen angels summoned before, they also dragged thick chains in their hands, each chain ending in a terrifying 3-headed hellhound. These legendary hellish creatures are practically free in the fallen angels camp. Since the first time breaking the rules, the fallen angels faction has made Cerberus Rider a regular summoned unit. Every fallen angel of high rank possesses a Cerberus. If it weren't for the fear of going too far and being reported by the floating island of Myriad Realms, the 18-winged fallen archangel named Astia even wanted to equip the 4-winged and 2-winged fallen angels she created with Cerberus as standard equipment. Anyway, there are countless giant monsters like this in hell. In the past, When they had nothing to do, they would kill Cerberus as if it were a puppy for fun. Soon, all the angel legions descended. 19 medium-sized angel legions, each with a total number of nearly 100,000 angels. The ratio of holy angels to fallen angels is, as usual, 2-to-1. At this point, the total number of angels under Lin Yu's command exceeded 300,000. To be more precise, it's around 320,000. After the legion factions were formed, there were 6 large angel legions and 5 medium-sized angel legions. Under Lin Yu's gaze, 6 more beautiful figures flew out of the summoning black hole. 4 holy angels and 2 fallen angels. In terms of body shape, the difference between them is huge. The 4 holy angels were all of normal human height, around 1.7 or 1.8 meters. The other 2 fallen angels were each 7 meters tall. It can be described as an enormous angel. What these 6 angels have in common is that they all possess 5 pairs of angel wings. 3 pairs of wings are solid wings, while 2 pairs are luminous wings. They are all 10-winged angels. Lin Yu drew 1 10-winged holy angel and 1 10-winged fallen angel respectively, and checked their information. 10-winged Exugii. Initial rank, Saint. Growth potential, peak of upper godhood. Possesses divine spells, holy light blessing, prophecy, divine sword, descent of the god of light. Introduction, 10-winged archangels, belonging to the orthodox faction of the angel race. The 12-winged cherubim possess both formidable combat power and the ability to control the battlefield in their mission to spread the faith of holy light. 10-winged fallen angel. Initial level, peak saint rank. Growth potential, peak of upper godhood. Possesses the following combat skills: Dance of the Night, Hell's War Song, and Soul-Devouring Sword. Introduction, fallen 10-winged angels, the most cold-blooded and terrifying killing machines on the battlefield. In some ways, they are more evil than demons, for they come from hell. But their loyalty is beyond doubt. They are loyal warriors devoted to the Supreme Creator. The initial level is still higher for fallen angels. However, their growth potential is the same. They have all reached the peak of the upper true God. Lin Yu thought to himself, this is terrifying. The end for 10-winged angels is to reach the pinnacle and become true gods. Does that mean that the potential of 12-winged angels will reach the level of the chief god? Lin Yu had heard Angelia say that the supreme god was the master of a pantheon, with a large number of subordinate gods following him. Even in the battlefield of countless worlds, where gods roamed everywhere and demigods were as insignificant as dogs, the supreme god was still an extremely powerful being. A world like floating islands. If there were no world rules to protect them, the supreme god could pierce it with a single finger. Lin Yu muttered to himself. In other words, Vivien's true form is a god. She could destroy a world with a single finger. Chapter 253, The 12-Winged Fallen Angel Who Demoted Himself. Among the 4 holy angels, one of them is a 10-winged Xiao of the divine magic type. 3 of them are war-type 10-winged angels. Unfortunately, I didn't summon a command-type 10-winged angel. Commanding 10-winged angels are no longer principalities, but archangels. If they go a step further and are promoted to 12 wings, they become seraphim, the highest rank. In addition, these 4 holy angels were all just born from the angel rebirth pool. It does not belong to the high-ranking angels at their peak. They have no names. After a moment's thought, Lin Yu named them Martha, Cindy, Eudora, and Lena. Cindy is a 10-winged archangel. She possesses an extremely delicate face and a stunningly exaggerated figure. She held a white jade staff adorned with many gems, wore a pure white and gold magic dress, and the 10 angel wings on her back all radiated a dazzling light. Beneath that platinum gold magic dress was a shapely, exquisite figure. She has an exceptionally full bust, a rounded hip curve, and 2 long, straight legs. Unfortunately, the clearer view will not be visible. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. Thank you for giving me a name. The 4 10-winged holy angels were extremely excited. Their gazes toward Lin Yu were now filled with even greater fervor and reverence. Compared to the vast majority of angels, they are fortunate, because very few angels are given a name by the Lord of Light. They made a secret vow. We must cherish this honor. They dedicate everything that belongs to the great Lord of Holy Light. Lin Yu nodded. Then he turned to look at the 2 10-winged fallen angels. Compared to the 4 holy angels who were just born from the angel rebirth pool, these 2 are veteran, adult angels. The reason they didn't arrive at their peak combat strength is because of the restrictions imposed by the floating island of Myriad Realms. If there were no restrictions on the floating island of Myriad Realms, the 2 of them will descend directly as peak-level true gods who wield immense divine power. Sweeping across the world would be an easy task. What are your names? Reporting to the Most High Creator. The two 10-winged fallen angels immediately introduced themselves respectfully. One of them was named Karina, and the other was named Isidra. Their direct superior was a 12-winged fallen angel. To Lin Yu's surprise, the 12-winged fallen angel they served had actually been summoned by him long ago. It was Gladys, who had just evolved into an 8-winged fallen angel. This was something Lin Yu hadn't expected. He had originally thought Gladys was just a 6-winged fallen angel. Unexpectedly, her true identity turned out to be a powerful being at the level of a supreme god. Gladys obeyed the orders of the 18-winged fallen archangel Astia and was fortunate enough to become the first fallen angel to be summoned to serve the supreme creator. I never expected this. Gladys actually lowered herself in rank. This left Lin Yu deeply moved. To descend from a 12-winged fallen angel of godlike status to a 6-winged angel whose initial level is only king level, how much courage and faith would it take to do that? It seems I need to pay more attention to Gladys when I have time. In addition, behind the 10-winged fallen angel Karina and Asela, a 3-headed hellhound was also crawling, and the aura emanating from them had also reached the peak of the saint rank. Going a step further, these two Cerberus could become demigods. However, their growth potential is limited to the peak of the mid-level god. Lin Yu learned from the fallen angel Karina that the giant monster, Cerberus, normally has the growth potential of a mid-level god at its peak. Only a very small number of Cerberus can reach the level of a superior god. That's not bad. Although it can't compare to a 10-winged angel, it's not weak either. Lin Yu didn't pay too much attention to it. His core forces remain the holy angels and the fallen angels. Cerberus is just a bonus for summoning fallen angels. Having it is good enough, and we don't need to ask for too much. Lin Yu addressed the 6 10-winged angels present, saying, I appoint you as legion commanders, each leading a large angelic legion, to fight for your territory and for your faith. Of course, you also need to raise your own level as soon as possible. I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield of demigods in this world. Yes, your majesty, the great lord of light, supreme creator. The 6 10-winged angels all obeyed with utmost respect. At the same time, we must remain steadfast in our beliefs, strive to grow, and not disappoint the Lord of Holy Light, the Creator. Then, Lin Yu took stock of the high-ranking angels he had just summoned. 1 large angel legion and 9 medium-sized angel legions. There are a total of 19 8-winged angels and 196 winged angels. Among these high-ranking angels, there were 7 craftsman angels, 5 disciplinary angels, and a large number of 10 love angels. The summoning probability of the 22 special angels has increased again. This is good news for Lin Yu. After all, special angels play a very important role. The Angel of Retribution possesses combat power that is off the charts. The Angel of Love wields Cupid's arrow with unparalleled skill. As for the Craftsman Angel, its abilities are irreplaceable. The more of them there are, the faster Lin Yu can realize his dream of the Angel City Army. With the addition of these 7 angelic artisans. By tomorrow evening at the latest, the 3 angel cities that Carol and the others are building will be completed. At that time, sweeping through the entire dark forest will be a piece of cake. As he muttered to himself, a smile spread across Lin Yu's handsome face. He couldn't wait to conquer the dark forest and establish his own kingdom-level territory. Next, Lin Yu used blueprints to upgrade the territory's intermediate city wall to advanced. The high-grade city wall is 40 meters wide and 100 meters high, with a durability of 500,000 points. In addition, he also upgraded all the magic cannons located on the city walls to a higher level, giving them a longer range, a larger attack range, and even more terrifying power. Even a superhuman expert would be certain to die if struck. If attacked by a large number of high-level magic cannons, even a saint-level expert would be in mortal danger. Lin Yu said to Secretary Yun, who was standing to the side. The news of our conquest of the giant kingdom has already reached the local forces in the Dark Forest, including the Bone Temple, the Elf Garden, and the Naga Kingdom. Be careful when you're surrounding the undead army tonight. I suspect that those 3 homegrown superpowers will make a move. Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded respectfully. Chapter 254 Territory Scale. Ignorance is bliss. Night fell. As expected, the undead creatures from the underground world reappeared near Lin Yu's territory. However, the number is much less than last night. They didn't even need the angel army to intervene. The other legions within the territory could easily withstand the attack of the undead army. Lin Yu did a rough count. To date, he commands approximately 2.7 million subjects. These included an army of 320,000 angels, an army of 760,000 mountain giants, an army of 10,000 dark elves, an army of 400,000 goblins, an army of 250,000 goblins, and an army of 570,000 forest trolls. These are all elite troops. In addition to the legions, there were approximately 400,000 ordinary citizens. My daily work involves logistical preparation. In other words, even without counting the angelic army, he also commands an elite corps of 2 million soldiers. This is a truly astonishing number. If word gets out, it will definitely shock every professional on the island. Even the 3 local superpowers of the Dark Forest would be terrified if they knew. This is simply because the speed at which Paradise Town's power is growing is terrifying. This is beyond the comprehension of normal people. After the territory is upgraded to an advanced town, the area of Paradise Town has expanded further. It stretches approximately 160 kilometers in length and width. Within the territory, you can see rows and rows of tall buildings. There are over 100,000 stone houses alone, and all of them have been upgraded to advanced levels by Linyu. The high-class stone house can accommodate 300 residents. In total, Paradise Town can accommodate more than 30 million people, but Linyu's current population is less than 3 million, which results in many stone houses being empty. Looking down from high above, Linyu's territory doesn't resemble a town at all. It resembles a huge city. The only drawback is that the number of inhabitants is too small, making the territory seem somewhat empty. It can only be said that the Angel Legion still needs to redouble its efforts to subjugate more native intelligent races in order to fill the living space in its territory. The battle has begun at night. An elite army of over 2 million soldiers was scattered throughout the towns of Paradise. They also formed small legions of 500 soldiers each, working together to wipe out the undead creatures emerging from the underground world. Faced with the terrifying, whirlwind-like offensive of the elite troop legions, the undead creatures were really in trouble. Some were killed on the spot as soon as they emerged from underground. Some even had half their bodies still in the mud before their heads were separated from their bodies. During the recent night battles, the number of undead creatures was countless, like hairs on a cow or a vast ocean. No matter how many you killed, you couldn't kill them all. Today, it feels like there's more hatred than porridge. To solve this problem, the elite troops of Paradise Town had no choice but to expand the battlefield area. Powerful legions, such as the Angel Legion, Mountain Giant Legion, and Dark Elf Legion, have even reached places hundreds of kilometers away from Paradise Town. The undead creatures in those areas were as if they had never been explored before. They were in large groups, very densely packed. This gave the angels, mountain giants, and dark elves of the territory a sense of rampage and destruction. When the ancient great elf Doris and her tribe of dark elves first joined Linyu, they only had 2 king-level professionals. However, now, these tribal elves have basically all reached the king level. Many of them are extraordinary, even saint-level powerhouses. For them, the battle at night was no longer difficult at all. They kill undead creatures on the battlefield as easily as playing a game. Even high-level undead creatures were easily subdued by them. However, none of the saint-level powerhouses in the territory participated in the battle, including saint-level angels and saint-level mountain giants. They were all scattered around the battlefield and hide in the shadows. The goal, of course, is to wait for the rabbit to run into the tree stump. My lord, I have a feeling that tonight will be a night of turmoil. The speaker was Cindy, the 10-winged angel Lin you had just summoned. She stood beside Angelia with a respectful expression. My lord's prediction is correct. Angelia stood with her hands behind her back, her golden eyes gazing at the dark horizon in the distance, and said calmly, "Tonight, powerful figures from those 3 local forces will definitely appear. The kingdom of the mountain giants has been destroyed by us. They can't sit still." Upon hearing this, a hint of anger immediately appeared on the exquisite and beautiful face of the 10-winged Xia Cindy. Why won't these heretics just surrender willingly? To be able to kneel before the great Lord of Holy Light at close range is an honor they could never accumulate in countless lifetimes. Back when my angelic race swept across the universe, even the most renowned and supreme deities cannot simply meet my Lord whenever they wish. The mortals of this world are far more fortunate than those supreme gods and pantheons. How dare they rebel? How dare they blaspheme against our Lord's domain? They truly deserve to die. Ignorance is bliss, Angelia said in a detached tone. As the Holy Spirit of our Lord, our mission is to spread the glory of our Lord throughout the entire universe, so that all races in the universe may understand what the faith in the Holy Light is. Only the divine radiance of Holy Light can guide them in their direction. Praise be to our Lord. In this era, the glory of the Holy Lord will surely illuminate the entire universe. Ten-winged Xia Cindy made a prayer gesture with a solemn expression. Her pupils were also gold. Beneath long, curved eyelashes, a pair of eyes shone brightly. Coupled with her exquisitely beautiful face, delicate and snow-white skin, and exceptionally full breasts and perfect S-shaped curves, she was extremely alluring. It is undeniable. Angels are the embodiment of beauty. All angels are a combination of beauty, elegance, and stunning figures. However, among angels, there are also those who can truly catch your eye. For example, the ten-winged Xia Cindy in front of us. In terms of figure, she is even more exaggerated than Secretarian. Her exquisite and perfect face is no less stunning. In terms of temperament, even the ten-winged Xia Cindy can't compare to Secretarian. But that's normal. Lin Yu summoned more than 300,000 angels, but none of them possessed an aura that surpassed Angelia's. No matter which angel appears before Angelia, they will involuntarily admit defeat. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was late at night. Gladys, the eight-winged fallen angel tasked with wiping out the western and northern regions of the giant kingdom, has finally completed her mission and returned to her territory with her mighty army of fallen angels. Also returning were over 200,000 followers of the mountain giants. From this moment on, the Kingdom of Giants becomes an integral part of this world's history. Paradise Town has thus become the ruler of the western region of the Darkwood. In terms of status alone, it can rival the Bone Temple to the north, the Naga Kingdom to the south, and the Elf Garden to the east. Chapter 255, All Evolve. Spirit Field Space. Compared to before the upgrade, the spiritual energy in the spirit field space is now much richer. Just one breath is enough to give you a feeling of floating on air. This is because the special substances it contains have increased dramatically. This special substance can help living beings achieve the evolution of their bloodline. The longer you cultivate here, the higher your chances of evolution and success will be. With this period of cultivation, many of the angels and dark elves under Lin Yu's command have already evolved. There were thousands of angels who rose from 2 wings to 4 wings. Nearly 100 4-winged angels have been promoted to 6-winged angels. They not only achieved an improvement in rank and strength, but also saved Lin Yu a lot of gold coins. It can be said that upgrading the spirit field level was very worthwhile. At this very moment, Lin Yu was located in the spirit field. Dozens of dazzling orbs of light floated in the air in front of him on both sides. Each sphere of light contained a figure. On the left are 7 orbs of light, representing 6-winged Archangel Elena, 6-winged Power Angel Renee, 6-winged Principality Angel Pamela, 4-winged Angel Yetta and Sally, as well as 6-winged Retribution Angel Caroline and 6-winged Craftsman Angel Carol. There are more light spheres on the right, more than 20 in total. The figures shrouded within were dark elves, humans, and mountain giants. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, and the mountain giant king, Vaughn, are also in it. At this very moment, they are all undergoing the evolution of their bloodlines. My lord. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared. It was Gladys, an 8-winged fallen angel. She folded the 4 enormous fallen angel wings on her back and carried the blood-red divine sword on her back as she knelt on one knee in utmost respect before Lin Yu. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand. His gaze fell on Gladys's delicate face, which wore a solemn expression. Gladys is also flawless in appearance. Like a combination of angel and devil, she exudes a dark beauty. Unfortunately, its body was too large, measuring a full 7 meters in length. For Lin Yu, who is human, this is somewhat beyond his capabilities. However, according to Elena, fallen angels can shrink their physical form after ascending to become true gods. Of course, the same goes for Lin Yu. When he becomes an immortal god, he can also enlarge his body to a certain extent, becoming a giant, like a fallen angel, or even comparable to a mountain giant. Lin Yu suppressed his wild thoughts and smiled. Is the war in those 2 regions over? Reporting to my lord. The 8-winged fallen angel Gladys respectfully said, the mountain giant cities and tribes in both regions have all been captured. Our legion has reached the westernmost edge of the dark forest, where we can overlook the boundless Lenkel plains. Lin Yu nodded. Well done. Once we've completely cleared away the obstacles of the dark forest and seized control of the region's resources, we'll also send a legion to march into the Lenkel plains. To the west of the dark forest lies the Lenkel plain. To the north lies a barren desert, and continuing northeast leads to the St. Cable snowfield. Both the barren desert and the St. Cable snowfield are resource-poor areas and are not Lin Yu's priority targets. To the south lies the sea, where another large region, the 36 islands of the Gulf, is located. This is the territory of the dragon race. To the east lies the renowned Land of Abundance, the territory ruled by the native humans. The war in the fertile region has begun. If the Holy Sea of Light wins this war, the bountiful region will fall into Lin Yu's hands. Counting down these large regions. For Lin Yu, the most important target to conquer was the Linkle grassland, which was occupied by the orcs. This place has a vast amount of monster resources, as well as a large number of native intelligent races. Once this region is captured, Lin Yu's power will surely increase dramatically once again. However, when the attack on the Linkle grassland is launched, it will not be as cautious and gradual as it is now. Instead, they launched a full-scale war. By that time, Lin Yu would undoubtedly have multiple cities of angels, as well as a much larger legion of angels and a legion of native believers. It's possible that the total size of the army could exceed 10 million. He could take over the Linkle Plains in one fell swoop with a full-scale war. Over here, the eight-winged fallen angel Gladys respectfully handed over several pieces of spatial equipment and said, "My lord, these are the spoils of war that our legion has obtained in the western and northern regions." Lin Yu took it without hesitation. Check them one by one. The space equipment was filled with all sorts of resources, items, and magical materials. There are also a large number of magic cores. To date, Lin Yu has amassed millions of magic cores. Among them are many magic cores of the saint rank. There are even 2 demigod-level magic cores. However, these 2 demigod-level magic cores did not come from the Kingdom of Giants, but were plundered from the treasury of the Church of Light by Secretarian. The millions of magic cores he currently possesses are equivalent to the combined reserves of the Giant Kingdom and the Church of Light. Previously, the City of Angels bombarded the capital of the Giants. It only consumed tens of thousands of magic cores. The remaining magic core reserves are enough to supply multiple angel cities and cope with larger-scale wars. In addition to these gains, there are also many gold coins, equipment, blueprints, and more than 100 stronghold treasure chests of different levels. Lin Yu did not return to the Lord's Hall, but instead opened all the stronghold treasure chests in this spirit field space. In total, I gained over 50,000 glory points and over 100,000 reputation points. In addition, there are more than 400 different kinds of drawings. As usual, Lin Yu listed all the equipment and blueprints that were no longer needed in his territory on the island trading platform, hoping to recoup a large amount of gold coins to continue summoning angels. I wonder if Lady Luck is asleep. This time, opening the treasure chest didn't yield anything that really caught Lin Yu's eye. At most, there were a few exclusive unit evolution blueprints, which Lin Yu bestowed upon the 8-winged fallen angel Gladys, allowing her to choose whether to use them herself or distribute them to other fallen angels. Lin Yu put the items on the ground back into his space equipment. He asked, "I heard from Karina that you were once a 12-winged fallen angel." "Yes, my lord." The 8-winged fallen angel Gladys knelt down on one knee once more and said with utmost respect, "I have come to this world by order of Her Majesty Astia, degrading myself to serve you, the Great One." Lin Yu asked curiously, "Besides you, are there any other angels who have lowered their status?" Chapter 256 Sylvia, Free Demigods. Hearing Lin Yu's question, Gladys immediately replied respectfully, "My lord, in our fallen angel camp, Sylvia has also lowered her rank. In hell, she was a 12-winged fallen angel of godlike rank, just like me." Sylvia? Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. The first and second 6-winged fallen angels he initially summoned had both lowered their status. This was something he hadn't expected. The other fallen angels, were they originally of the same rank? "Yes, my lord." Gladys glanced at Lin Yu cautiously, and then said, "Generally speaking, it is very difficult for angels with more than 12 wings to lower their status. That would require extremely terrifying power to do so. And if it were to descend in its own personhood, that would be even more impossible. Because the laws governing this floating island world are extremely fragile. Any 14-winged angel that descends would be at least a true god that could easily disrupt the order of this floating island, causing the laws to collapse and the world to end. In other words, the initial rank of a 12-winged angel is demigod. The initial rank of a 14-winged angel is that of a lower-level true god. The maximum power this floating island can withstand is that of a peak demigod. To become a god, one must go to the battlefield of myriad realms. Lin Yu sighed. His gaze involuntarily fell on Gladys's stunning figure, and he said, "In recognition of your contributions, I will certainly reward you handsomely in the future." Praise be to you, the Most High Creator. Gladys was both excited and relieved. She was excited because she felt honored to receive the attention of the Creator. The reason I relaxed was because the Supreme Creator did not continue asking questions. She felt she couldn't hold back her emotions if asked about the Holy Angels faction. Step back. Lin Yu waved his hand. Work hard and serve the territory. Yes, great lord. Gladys immediately and respectfully withdrew from the spirit field space. Without stopping, it flew straight towards the distant horizon. About half an hour later, the dazzling sphere of light, suspended in midair, finally began to crack. Starting with the first sphere of light, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the other spheres of light also cracked open, with dazzling golden light bursting out from the cracks. Soon, all the orbs of light disappeared. One after another, figures exuding powerful auras appeared in Lin Yu's field of vision, and the smile on his face instantly brightened. First, all 7 angels successfully evolved. The 6-winged Archangel Elena, the 6-winged Power Angel Renee, the 6-winged Principality Angel Pamela, the 6-winged Retribution Angel Caroline, and the 6-winged Craftsman Angel Carol all became 8-winged angels. Yetta and Sally also evolved into 6-winged angels. From now on, they can be considered high-ranking angels. In terms of rank, the 7 angels have at least reached the peak of the saint rank. Elena and Yetta even became demigods. Their strength thus increased dramatically. On the other side, the dark elves and mountain giants were the same. Not one of them failed to evolve. After all, their growth potential is not high to begin with, and with the help of the troop evolution blueprint and the boost from the level 7 spirit field, the possibility of evolution failure is naturally very low. Worth paying attention to. They are the ancient great elf Doris, the saintess of light Tiffany, and the mountain giant King Vaughn. Doris achieved a breakthrough, reaching the pinnacle of growth potential at the peak of the mid-level god realm. Her own level also leaped from the late stage of the saint rank to the peak of the saint rank, entering the level of a demigod. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, was originally at the peak of the saint rank. This successful evolution not only gave it the potential to become a god, but also allowed it to reach the level of a demigod. As for the mountain giant King Vaughn, he directly advanced from the early stage of demigod to the late stage of demigod. The next step is to ignite the divine fire. If he succeeds, he will be a peak demigod. It's worth mentioning that after successfully evolving, not only did his level skyrocket, but his appearance also underwent a dramatic change. The normal appearance of a mountain giant looks like it is made up of countless stones of different sizes. Some mountain giants even have grass growing on their bodies, making them almost indistinguishable from mountains. But the current mountain giant King Vaughn, the body is becoming more human. A huge bald head and bluish-purple skin, completely different from other mountain giants. They don't seem to be of the same race. Moreover, one could see that golden lightning flashed on his body's surface from time to time, as if he were a titan who controlled the source of lightning. However, the mountain giant king did not change in size. It's still around 20 meters. Lin Yu checked Vaughn's personal information. His race is still listed as mountain giant. This indicates that he did not achieve the reverse evolution of his bloodline like the ancient great elf Doris, and did not become the legendary Thunder Titan. This left Lin Yu somewhat disappointed. Seemingly realizing this, mountain giant King Vaughn immediately knelt down in front of Lin Yu. Great Lord of the Holy Light, I have sensed the Titan bloodline hidden within me. If I were given another chance to evolve, I believe I could definitely transform into a Titan and master the source of thunder. These words were spoken. Lin Yu's disappointment vanished instantly. It's just a matter of consuming a few unit evolution blueprints, right? It's a minor issue for him now. Lin Yu said to the mountain giant King Vaughn, who was kneeling on the ground, you must perform well in the upcoming war. Whether you can get the chance to evolve into a Titan depends on yourself. Praise be to you, great lord. Mountain giant King Vaughn immediately declared that he would absolutely not let Lin Yu down. Lin Yu nodded, offered a few words of encouragement to the others, and then led the team away from the spirit field space. In the planting area of Lingtian, the immortal flower watched Lin Yu's disappearing figure and was instantly overcome with grief. Since Fujimi left, the master has never come to see her again. She seems to have been forgotten. No, I want to evolve. I want to become a demigod. Only in this way can I regain my master's love. The immortal flower cried out several times, cheering itself on while silently absorbing the special substances in the spirit field space. Surprisingly, as she continued to absorb the immortal flower, a faint golden light began to appear on her body. Although very faint, it did indeed appear. On the other side, the clouds shrouded in darkness. The 8-winged fallen angel Gladys appeared beside Angelia and respectfully recounted the conversation she had just had with the Supreme Creator. Your Majesty Angelia, am I deceiving the great Creator? looking at Gladys's face, which seemed to be filled with bitterness and resentment. Secretary N's lips twitched involuntarily. Ultimately, it was this former 12-winged fallen angel who bore the brunt of it all. Chapter 257 The Last Person, the Lord of Holy Light saw. Don't overthink it, you did the right thing. Angelia comforted him in a calmer tone. Once you have successfully welcomed our Lord back to the divine realm, then you can apologize to him. Our Lord is merciful and loving, and I imagine he will not punish you severely. Gladys opened her mouth, looking completely bewildered. So, she has to shoulder all these responsibilities, right? Angelia glanced at her sideways and said indifferently, What? Are you dissatisfied? Gladys immediately lowered her head and said respectfully, Whatever you say, that is what it is. In short, this important figure was someone she couldn't afford to offend. It would take the arrival of her boss to make things work. Angelia sighed softly and said, My arrival has already broken the rules. Although the spirit of the laws of this world is helping to cover it up, it is hard to guarantee that it will not be discovered by the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms. That guy's power surpasses that of the supreme deity. Only when our Lord returns to his peak can he be suppressed. Therefore, it's best to be cautious at this stage. Grown-ups, Gladys couldn't help but say, Why are the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms against our angel race? If it weren't for our Lord leading our angel race to turn the tide back then, it would have been devoured by the void demons long ago. It's not clear yet. Angelia shook her head and said, However, it is inextricably linked to the fact that our Lord stripped away his divine status and abandoned his great power to leave the divine realm back then. Because before that, it was the last person our Lord saw. Upon hearing this, Gladys was immediately jolted. She was not previously qualified to know such top-level secrets. In the divine realm of the Lord, whether it is the Holy Angels faction or their Fallen Angels faction, only angels with 12 wings or more are the core high-ranking members. As a 12-winged angel, she was merely the commander of an army of angels. Throughout the entire angel race, there are countless commanders like her. Top-level secrets are naturally inaccessible. All right, don't overthink it. Angelia said calmly. Follow in my Lord's footsteps, and all the fog that shrouds the path ahead will be lifted. I see. Gladys nodded respectfully. She didn't dare ask any more questions. As for taking the blame, she's already taken it all. What else can she do? The angels at the bottom of society have no human rights. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning. The undead creatures, who had survived a night of struggle in the war, finally received their orders and hastily retreated back to the underground world. Those high-level undead creatures with extremely high intelligence also breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, they were the rulers of darkness. Now, they can't wait for daylight to come. Paradise Town was simply too terrible for them. They would rather spend their entire lives in the underground world than approach this alien territory again. Especially the angels, they were like nightmares to them. Not only were they killed, but their souls couldn't escape either. At the same time, after cleaning up the battlefield, the various elite troop legions of Paradise Town returned to their territories using the teleportation array. Some went into the stone houses to rest and sleep. Some entered the spiritual field to cultivate. It was at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. This figure was enormous and moved incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near the territory of Paradise Town, unable to stop in time. As you can see, this is a skeletal dragon that is over 100 meters long. The entire keel is grayish-white. Only within its skull burned a ghostly blue flame of the soul. 2 more beams of dark blue light emanated from its 2 enormous eye holes, looking like 2 searchlights. We've finally found it. That territory ahead should be Paradise Town, which has conquered the giant kingdom. No, it's a town now. The bone dragon lies coiled in the clouds. Like an ancient, evil behemoth, it looked down at the brightly lit Paradise Town diagonally below. Just then, it seemed to discover something. The massive bone dragon's body trembled violently. By death. How can there be so many saint-level beings and demigods? Besides, isn't that His Majesty Vaughn, the ruler of the giant kingdom? How come he's in Paradise Town? Not only is he not dead, but he's also pledged allegiance to that otherworldly lord. The bone dragon was terrified by the terrifying aura emanating from the Paradise Town. Let's not even talk about the saint rank. Elena and the others successfully evolved. The town of Paradise now boasts a total of 7 demigods. They are Angelia, Mountain Giant King Vaughn, 8-winged Archangel Elena, 6-winged Archangel Yetta, Ancient Great Elf Doris, Holy Maiden of Light Tiffany, and Lin Yu himself. And it was merely a minor peak saint-level being. We can't stay here any longer. The bone dragon didn't hesitate and turned to run. It was sent by His Majesty the Lich King to investigate the location of Paradise Town. Now, not only has the location been found, but also very important intelligence has been discovered. It must return immediately to report to His Majesty the Lich King. Perhaps it is still in time. But just as the bone dragon was about to fly away, a giant hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and reached out to grab it. This palm was formed by the condensation of powerful laws. It contains the power of various laws such as space, holiness, and light. Judging from the hand shape, these are clearly secretary and small hands. Damn it, I've been found out. The bone dragon was immediately terrified. It quickly released its own domain world in an attempt to resist this hand of law. However, the result was that its domain didn't even last a second before being crushed by the hand of law. The next moment, even though it was over 100 meters long, it was still firmly held in the grasp of the law. No matter how much it twisted and struggled, it could not escape the restraints of the law. It looked like a large, skeletal lizard that had been tied up. "My lord, spare my life. I was just passing by." The bone dragon cried out and begged for mercy. In the face of death, the dignity of the dragon race is of no importance. However, the master of the law did not heed its cries, nor did he kill it on the spot. Instead, he forcibly dragged it into the Paradise Town, and it was condensed into a cage using the laws of space. The bone dragon was imprisoned in the square of the territory. Looking at the towering statue hundreds of meters high standing in the center of the square, and the terrifying auras emanating from the territory, the bone dragon was filled with utter despair. It felt like it was just there to get itself killed. Not long after, two more figures flew out of Paradise Town. They are the ancient archetype Doris and the six-winged Angelia. The former flew towards the eastern part of the territory. The latter, however, flew to the south of the territory. Chapter 258, Paying Homage to the Divine Envoy. Lin Yu is very comfortable. While his troop legions were busy hunting down undead creatures on the battlefield, he was already sleeping with a petite and adorable kawaii angel in his arms. He was unaware that the 6 demigods of the territory had stayed up all night. They waited patiently for the arrival of the enemy spies. They were even more unaware that Secretary and had directly used the power of the laws to capture a bone dragon at the peak of the saint rank. Angelia did not kill the bone dragon in order to help him. The Lord of Holy Light realized his plan to transform the Holy Light undead. Otherwise, she would have just crushed the bone dragon to death. At this moment, Lin Yu had already fallen asleep. The girl he was holding in his arms was Sherry, the angel of love who looked like a girl from an anime. He was absolutely enamored with the fluffy angel wings of the angel of love, Shirley. It feels especially comfortable when I use it as a pillow to sleep. Let me add one more thing. Lin Yu also opened the Glory Items menu and redeemed a time-space ring for the angel of love, Sherry. He had previously opened over 100 stronghold treasure chests and gained over 50,000 glory points. Exchanging for a time-space ring, worth 3,000 glory points, is a breeze. Semi-divine artifacts like the time-space ring are not unique. They can be obtained in bulk as long as you have enough glory points. Lord. In a hazy state, the angel of love, Sherry, murmured softly, as if in a dream. Then she twisted her petite body a few times, found a more comfortable position, snuggled into Lin Yu's arms, and continued to sleep. At the same time, more than 100 kilometers away from Paradise Town, a sexy and beautiful figure stood high in the sky, her charming eyes gazing at the distant horizon. It was none other than the ancient great elf, Doris. After an unknown amount of time, 2 figures suddenly appeared. They each rode a tall, white, one-horned steed, flying swiftly from the distant horizon. However, the 2 figures stopped again very soon. He gazed from afar at the ancient archetype Doris, who exuded a mature, sexy, and alluring aura. Both figures are nature spirits from the fairy garden. Both of them reached the saint rank. Like the dark elves under Lin Yu's command, the nature elves also have beautiful appearances and impeccable tall figures. They are all top-notch beauties. The difference is, dark elves belong to the evil faction, and their appearance exudes an evil and dark beauty. Nature spirits belong to the benevolent camp. It possesses a pure, tranquil, and gentle beauty derived from nature. The 2 types of spirits appear similar, yet are completely different. As for the white unicorn they ride, it is a unicorn that, according to legend, can only be ridden by virgins with pure souls and bodies. Unicorns, fairy dragons, and fairy dragons are all high-level races belonging to the nature spirit faction. In the world of professionals, they are also top-tier units. Whether any lords have randomly acquired one of these 3 top-tier troop types is unknown. As for why they knew they were top-tier units, It's because someone consulted the floating island of myriad realms and relayed the information to the island's chat channel, allowing other professionals to learn about it. At this moment, the two nature spirits riding unicorns stood motionless on the distant horizon. Even from a great distance, they could clearly see Doris's appearance and sense the elven aura emanating from her. For a moment, they were all stunned. There was astonishment and also shock. Both of their beautiful, bright eyes were filled with disbelief. Helena, am I dreaming? You're not dreaming, but I'm also curious if I'm seeing things. The two nature spirits exchanged a glance, then exclaimed in unison, "We've met the legendary ancient great spirits. How is this possible? Weren't the ancient great elves extinct a long time ago? It is said that only in the battlefield of myriad realms, under the command of the goddess of nature and elves, can there be ancient great elves. How come there are ancient great elves in our world? Is this real?" The nature elf who had just been called Helena took a deep breath and said, "I can sense the elven aura on her, which means she belongs to our elven race. There is also a very ancient power within her. This power has a certain suppressive effect on our bloodline. In other words, there's a 90% chance that the one we're meeting now is indeed an ancient great elf. By the goddess of elves." The other nature spirit also looked utterly horrified. In her view, even a dream would be more real than what she was seeing. Soon, the two nature spirits became excited again. That was an ancient great elf. It represents the past glory of the nature elf race. Now it has reappeared in this world. Does this mean that the nature elf race is about to usher in a glorious future? Moreover, this ancient great elf was a demigod who wielded the power of laws. If you could join their elf garden, their strength would definitely increase dramatically. Destroying that otherworldly territory called Paradise Town will also be much easier. Furthermore, with the fall of the giant kingdom, their power in the fairy garden has also weakened considerably. Previously, their alliance with the mountain giant kingdom was enough to intimidate the Bone Temple and the Naga kingdom. Now, the kingdom of giants is gone. Their fairy garden also needs to make some long-term plans. Otherwise, instead of being destroyed by that otherworldly lord, they might be kicked out of the dark forest by the combined forces of the Bone Temple and the Naga kingdom, which would be a huge loss. We want to pay our respects to the divine messenger. Good. The two nature spirits did not hesitate. He immediately rode his unicorn and flew towards Doris. Soon, they arrived in front of them. They dismounted and bowed to Doris with utmost respect. "Honorable ancient archetype, Helena, IV, a nature spirit from the elf garden, greets you. May the goddess's radiance shine upon you." Over here, the ancient archetype Doris is about to make her move. Capture these two nature elves who have recklessly intruded into the territory of the Lord of Holy Light. But after seeing their attitude, she suddenly had a new idea. Doris stood with her hands behind her back, highlighting her stunning figure. Then, feigning aloofness, he asked, "Why are you here?" Nature elf Helena replied without hesitation, reporting to the divine envoy, "We are acting on the orders of Her Majesty Queen Bernina to scout the location of Paradise Town in preparation for tomorrow's war." Tomorrow's war? Yes. Helena answered every question and explained in detail. Not only our elf garden, but also the Bone Temple from the north and the Naga Kingdom from the south will participate in this war. A three-way alliance? Doris thought to herself, just as I thought, the Lord of Holy Light is truly prescient. After that, she asked a few more questions. Helena and Ivy are both very open and honest in their conversations. They had no doubt about Doris's identity. They didn't even consider whether Doris came from Paradise Town. In their view, the ancient great elves were messengers of the goddess of nature and elves, and the most fervent believers in the goddess. There was no way they would side with a lord from another world. After confirming that Doris was an ancient archetype, they treated her as one of their own. They treated her with the same respect as Queen Bernina. Chapter 259, Sweeping them all. Honorable Divine Messenger. Nature Elf Helena said angrily, "Paradise Town is a force created by a lord from another world. He led a powerful army of angels to invade the dark forest and even destroyed the mountain giant kingdom. We must resist. We must protect our homeland. We humbly beg your excellency to help us." Before she could finish speaking, the nature spirit Ivy was also pleading for help from the ancient great spirit Doris. The ancient great elves wielded even more powerful forces of the laws of nature. It is stronger than other nature spirits of the same level. If this ancient great elf joins the battle, then the three factions will be even more confident in destroying Paradise Town. Certainly, as an ancient great elf, my duty is to protect the followers of Her Majesty the Goddess of Nature and Elves. Doris nodded slightly. Her expression was aloof, and her eyes were indifferent. He looked down at the two saint-level natural spirits with an almost condescending gaze. However, this scene appeared perfectly normal to the two nature spirits. After all, it was an ancient great elf, messenger of the goddess of nature and spirits. Arrogance is something that should be taken for granted. Praise the goddess. The two nature spirits exclaimed excitedly. It is an honor for our fairy garden to receive your help. They were all very excited. The ancient great elves have long since become legends. Although they had never been to the elven sanctuary in the Far East and did not know if there were any ancient great elves there, they had at least not seen them in this dark forest. I am so lucky and happy to see it now. Meanwhile, the arrogant and noble ancient archetype Doris, in their eyes, was secretly contacting her chief secretary, Angelia, through telepathy. Lady Angelia, I plan to infiltrate the elven gardens under the guise of an ancient archhell to gather intelligence on the enemy army. What do you think of this plan? You don't need to worry about safety. I've left a spatial law imprint on you. If anything happens, I'll be there for you immediately. Thank you for your protection, Your Excellency. After receiving Angelia's reply, Doris was immediately filled with confidence. Unconsciously, she puffed out her unusually full chest. Having experienced the war in the capital of the mountain giants, Angelia knew very well just how powerful she was. With Angelia supporting her, she would dare to swagger into anything, not just the elf garden, but even the elf holy land. With Secretarian backing her up, she had nothing to fear. Let's go? Doris spoke in a deliberately aloof tone to the two nature elves who were beaming with excitement. Take me to see your Queen Bernina. Upon hearing this, the nature spirit named Helena suddenly hesitated. Doris glanced at her. What's wrong? Nature elf Helena quickly explained, reporting to the divine envoy. We have come to find the location of Angel Town on Her Majesty the Queen's orders, but the mission is not yet complete. Could you please wait a moment, divine envoy? My intuition tells me that Paradise Town is located nearby. Ah, your intuition is really accurate. Doris thought to herself. The reason the two nature spirits couldn't see Paradise Town, which was just over 200 kilometers behind her, was because the space behind her was distorted, with a barrier blocking their view. A few dozen kilometers further on, we pass through a distorted spatial barrier. The two nature spirits will then discover that the Paradise Town they were tasked with finding is right before their eyes. Keep the change, please. Doris mimicked Secretary and, adopting an indifferent expression, and said, I've been keeping an eye on Paradise Town lately, and I know where it is. Really? That's wonderful. The two nature spirits immediately became excited. Today, they not only encountered the legendary ancient great elf, but also obtained information about the location of Paradise Town, easily completing their quest. This is truly a blessing from the goddess. Without further hesitation, the two nature spirits immediately led the way for this noble ancient great spirit. They had reason to believe that once they welcomed this ancient great elf back to the elf garden, their queen would be overjoyed. At the same time, they glanced enviously at the pair of butterfly-shaped, shimmering wings behind Doris. According to the ancient records of the elven race, that is the legendary wings of law. It belongs exclusively to the ancient great elves. Even elemental spirits don't have such wings. Ancient great elves with wings of law become powerful demigods once they reach adulthood, and becoming immortal true gods is a piece of cake for them. Unfortunately, with the inheritance of countless years, the mother tree of the nature elves has become increasingly difficult to nurture, producing ancient great elves. At least in their elven garden, no ancient great elf has ever been conceived. Soon, the three elves disappeared into the distant horizon, and shortly after they left, high above the clouds, an elegant and beautiful figure slowly emerged. It was as if it had emerged from the void, truly mystical. These three forces are moving quite quickly. Upon learning of the fall of the giant kingdom, we immediately mobilized our army and prepared to launch an attack tomorrow. But this is for the best. We don't need to fight one force at a time. Tomorrow, we will use a war to wipe out the combined forces of these three powers. As she murmured to herself, the graceful figure vanished once more, as if she had never existed. On the other side, southeast of Paradise Town, at a distance of approximately 300 kilometers, the aura of laws and domains still lingered between heaven and earth. Clearly, a battle has just taken place here. However, there were no obvious signs of fighting, indicating that it ended quickly. Another holy and beautiful figure soared through the sky, with three pairs of snow-white angel wings behind her. It was Yetta, who had just evolved into a six-winged angel of power. She went straight back to Paradise Town. He holds an angel's sword burning with golden flames in his right hand. With his left hand, he was dragging a long, thin snake tail. The snake's tail was completely covered in dark green scales. It is at least 4 meters long. At the end of the snake's tail was a woman with half-exposed breasts and long purple hair. Her face was delicate, and her eyes were closed. Hanging upside down in the sky, he was then dragged back to Paradise Town by the tail of the six-winged angel, Yetta. This is a Naga. From the Naga kingdom in the southern region, their level has reached the late saint rank. Like the skeletal dragon, she was also captured. Chapter 260 must be a bit more expensive. The next morning, Linyu woke up from her sleep. I slept for a night with the fluffy angel wings of the angel of love, Sherry, and the feeling was indescribably comfortable. The wonder of it was beyond words. Of course, the joy of the angel of love is not limited to this. Soon, Shirley also woke up. It let out a soft whimper, like a kitten. Petite and adorable, she resembles a two-dimensional girl just waking up from a dream. A pair of big, hazy, watery eyes exudes a kawaii vibe. Linyu was quite fond of it. At Shirley's service, Linyu got dressed and finished washing up. They also ate the breakfast that Elena and the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, had prepared. We have just arrived at the first floor of the Lord's Hall. With the territory being upgraded to a high-level town, the Lord's Hall, including both the bedrooms on the second floor and the main hall on the first floor, has undergone significant changes. The most intuitive thing is the area. The lobby on the first floor has been expanded to accommodate more than 10,000 people. The pillars, thick and straight, are carved with various runes. At the head of the hall, there was an exquisite throne, which belonged to Linyu. Here, he can summon the elite leaders of the territory. This makes the Lord's Hall look like a magnificent temple. As usual, the hall was piled high with items, gold coins, equipment, and blueprints, all spoils from last night's battle. In addition, these items have all been inventoried and sorted. Linyu's job is to put unwanted items on the island chat channel. All equipment useful to the troops in the territory was distributed. The blueprints were used one by one. Just as Linyu was dealing with these items, a slightly aged figure walked into the Lord's Hall. Upon seeing Linyu, he immediately knelt on the ground with fervent devotion and said, "Praise be to you, great Lord of Light. Your follower Denver greets you." Denver, Grandmaster Pharmacist. He is responsible for managing the pharmacists transferred from the Holy See at the pharmacist's mansion. "Get up." Linyu raised his hand and asked, "Is the medicine ready?" "Yes, my lord." The old apothecary Denver took out a mountain of potions from his personal storage space and said respectfully, "These are the potions we prepared yesterday. In accordance with your divine decree, all the potions we have prepared are intermediate-level potions. It is generally only effective for intermediate-level professionals." "That's enough." Linyu nodded in satisfaction. At present, the level of professionals on the island is generally only between level 4 and level 6. Those who exceed level 6 are considered advanced professionals. The number of people in this type of profession is very small, accounting for no more than 1 in 10,000. Intermediate-level medicine is a type of medicine that is widely used, suitable for the vast majority of professionals. As Linyu picked up a bottle of potion to examine it, he said, "Starting today, you will prepare small quantities of high-grade potions. You don't need too many. Just use a 9-to-1 ratio with the intermediate-grade potions." "Yes, your majesty, great Lord of Light." The old pharmacist, Denver, respectfully accepted the order. Among the pharmacists transferred from the Holy See, there were more than a dozen master-level pharmacists, making it easy for them to prepare high-level potions. Especially him, as a master-level pharmacist. Even if the great Lord of Holy Light asked him to concoct a potion suitable for saint-level powerhouses, he would be able to do so. Here, the information about the medicine in his hand was also displayed in front of Linyu. Speed potion. Level, intermediate. Effect. After use, it can increase the movement speed of intermediate-level professionals by 20%. If an advanced-level professional takes it, the speed increase will be less than 10%. Effect duration, half an hour. Then, Linyu casually picked up another bottle of medicine. This is a potion with the attribute of strength. It can increase the strength attribute of intermediate professionals by 30% within half an hour. In addition, there are other magic potions that increase magic power, healing potions that can quickly heal injuries, and mental potions that enhance perception, etc. In short, there is a wide variety of medicines available. There are also more than 6,000 bottles. I just don't know how much this medicine costs per bottle. Upon hearing this, the old apothecary Denver quickly replied, "Great Lord of the Light, in our land of abundance, a bottle of this intermediate potion is worth about 2 to 3 gold coins. The currency of the native human kingdom is divided into copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 100 copper coins were equal to 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. Gold coins have very strong purchasing power. A single gold coin can make an ordinary family of 3 live comfortably for 2 months. The reason why the potions are so expensive is that there are very few apothecaries, and the potions require relatively rare magical materials. Most importantly, taking medication can increase the chances of survival to some extent when facing danger. This has led to persistently high drug prices. Many local bounty hunters will grit their teeth and buy them, keeping them as a trump card. Only 2 or 3 gold coins. That won't do. Lin Yu shook his head and said, selling it to those combat professionals would cost at least 30 gold coins. As your level increases, the combat professionals are also getting more and more gold coins. What are they lacking right now? What's lacking is top-tier equipment. What they lack are potions that can enhance their combat abilities. If they can use the potion to defeat a boss-level monster in the wild, they'll have hit the jackpot. The price of 2 or 3 gold coins is purely for charity and good deeds. Lin Yu had reason to believe that even if he priced it at 10 gold coins, combat professionals would still go on a buying spree. Therefore, it has to be a bit more expensive. It's not expensive, so it doesn't reflect the high quality of the medicine. Upon hearing the words of the Lord of Light, the old apothecary Denver's mouth dropped open. A bottle of intermediate-level potion sells for dozens of gold coins. If this happened in the abundant region, those potion merchants would be beaten to a pulp. However, he was unaware that the gold coins of their native human kingdom were not the same concept as the gold coins of the professionals on the island. The former cannot be obtained by killing monsters in the wild. As Lin Yu uploaded the potions to the island's chat channel, he said to the old pharmacist Denver, "You guys need to work harder and try to concoct as many potions as possible. You may freely use the magical materials stored within the territory. I only ask for an increase in the quantity of medicine. With just over 6,000 bottles of potions, even if each bottle sells for 50 gold coins, the total profit would only be a few 100,000 gold coins." This made Lin Yu, who earns millions a day, somewhat dissatisfied. The old apothecary Denver immediately knelt down and tremblingly assured him, "My lord, rest assured, from today onwards, we will certainly prepare more potions and will never let you down." Lin Yu then nodded. He waved for the old pharmacist, Denver, to leave. Chapter 261, The Tragic Banshee. After dealing with the spoils, Lin Yu was accompanied by 2 angels and a maid. We arrived outside the Lord's Hall. At a glance, I spotted the bone dragon, which was over 100 meters long, imprisoned in the territory's plaza. At this moment, it seemed to be lying prostrate on the ground, as if it had lost all will to live. The direction they were facing was Lin Yu's hundreds of meters tall statue of faith. As you can see, the giant bone dragon's body was trembling. He was clearly in a state of extreme fear. This is because the town of Paradise is filled with an extremely rich power of holiness and light, which is extremely unfriendly to it as an undead creature. It gives the feeling that it could be snapped off at any moment. Furthermore, angels are everywhere in this territory. Moreover, there are not only holy angels, but also a type of enormous black-winged angel that exudes an evil aura from the underworld. The underworld is its final destination. It naturally recognized this aura at a glance. It's unbelievable that there are angels in the underworld. The underworld, isn't that the territory of the Grim Reaper? My lord. An elegant and noble figure came forward and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, his gaze falling on Angelia's exquisite and beautiful face, and said, "Is this bone dragon a spy from the Temple of Bones?" "Yes, my lord," Angelia said. "Following your divine decree, we kept watch all night and finally captured it. In addition to it, we also captured a Naga." Following Secretarian's gaze, Lin Yu indeed saw a Naga imprisoned next to the bone dragon. Aside from having legs that are long, thin snake tails, the Naga are basically similar to normal humans. Compared to the enormous bone dragon, she appeared extremely small. So much so that Lin Yu didn't notice her at first. In appearance, she is very similar to the description in the novel, with a human body and a snake tail and a beautiful face. If her hair were snakes, she would be Medusa. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed that the Naga's ears looked very similar to those of an elf, and it also exuded a faint elf aura. What's going on? Could it be that the Naga also belonged to the elf race? Lin Yu was a little confused, so he asked Angelia to bring Naga over. Soon, Naga appeared before Lin Yu, her saint-level power completely sealed away by Angelia. Forget about resisting, he could barely stand. The Naga have no legs. It uses the slender snake tail as its point of leverage. Due to her extreme weakness, she could only stand upright with difficulty. Lin Yu's gaze swept over Naga's half-exposed snow-white breasts and alluring S-curve, finally landing on her delicate face, and he asked, "What's your name?" "Human lord from another world. You will not get any information from me." The Naga gave a haughty snort. "A lowly heretic. Why don't you kneel before the great lord of holy light?" Secretary and wasn't going to tolerate her. She slapped the arrogant Naga to the ground. Before Naga could get up, the eight-winged archangel Elena waved her staff, showering Naga with a dazzling rain of light. A moment later, the Naga gave in. He knelt down before Lin Yu with utmost devotion. "Praise be to you, great lord of holy light. Your follower, Daphne, greets you." The stark difference before and after made Lin Yu's lips twitch involuntarily. Well, the advantage of having angels is that you don't have to use torture to extract confessions. A single spell of faith will solve the problem. Lin Yu then asked him about his earlier doubts. Naga Daphne replied, "Your Majesty, our Naga race does indeed inherit the bloodline of the nature elves, but that was a very ancient time ago." Then, Naga Daphne recounted the relevant information. Around the time of the Holy War, their ancestors were nature spirits. During that war, their ancestors were bewitched by the evil Dark Titan, and their bloodline was corrupted by the evil power, causing their bodies to mutate. And then it evolved over a long period of time. They eventually became the Naga race we know today. In addition, the Dark Elf race also appeared in that era. However, it's different from the Naga. The Dark Elf race was influenced by the Dark Goddess. Later, the Goddess of Darkness abandoned the Dark Elves, which directly led to the Dark Elves becoming a faithless race. Dark Titan. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, besides the Thunder Titan and the Storm Titan, there is also the evil Dark Titan in the world. Angelia, standing to the side, explained, "My lord, during the holy war of that time, some intelligent races did indeed betray their faith and turn to the void demons. This also includes some titans. They have succumbed to demonic power, even choosing to abandon the very essence of thunder. In the end, they transformed into dark titans, abandoned the alliance of all realms, and joined forces with demons." So that's how it is. Lin Yu suddenly realized that he now understood the origins of the Dark Titan. Then, Lin Yu looked at Naga Daphne and asked her more about the secrets of the Naga race. Naga Daphne was also very forthcoming with her knowledge. She held nothing back when facing the god of her faith. From Daphne, Lin Yu also learned that long ago, the Naga race's main base was not in the Dark Forest, but in the sea further south. They established their own kingdom in the ocean. They even have sea creatures who are loyal to them. Occasionally, fishermen would spot them, and for various reasons, they came to be known as evil banshees. The reason why I came to the Dark Forest. This is because as the dragon race prospered and ruled the 36 islands of the bay, they were unable to protect their own sea areas and had no choice but to migrate as a whole. As for why they didn't go to the deep sea, that's because the deep sea is Medusa's territory. Despite their striking resemblance, both having human bodies and snake tails, the Naga and Medusa are completely unrelated. The Medusa race, who considered themselves to have divine blood, were extremely arrogant and unwilling to accept these evil banshees. Therefore, in the end, the Naga race was forced to flee to the Dark Forest. All I can say is that they are a group of tragic female demons. Lin Yu felt that he had a complete obligation to save them. This will allow these sirens to live freely in the sea they long for in the future. Overall, however, the Naga were in a better situation than the Dark Elves. At least they weren't banished to the cold, damp, and sunless underground world. Therefore, Lin Yu now has one more race to save. A moment later, the Bone Dragon was also brought over. As soon as they approached, the enormous, peak-level Saint-rank Bone Dragon shamelessly knelt on the ground, pleading with Lin Yu and Secretarian in terror. "I beg you not to kill me. I will be very obedient." "Don't worry, I won't kill you. On the contrary, I will give you a great opportunity." As he spoke, Lin Yu made a grabbing motion in the air and pulled out the super artifact, the Origin Scepter. Then, using the Origin Scepter, he drew upon the power of creation within his body, burning his faith to generate a profound energy that enveloped the Bone Dragon before him. Chapter 262, Undead Army, Naga Warships. Just as Lin Yu was using the power of creation to transform the Saint-level Bone Dragon, the three local super forces of the Dark Forest also made a big move. To the north, there was a vast army of the undead. They are marching at breakneck speed, traversing mountains and valleys. The army contains more types of undead than the undead creatures that appear at night. Even within this army of the undead, one can still spot human figures. They were all carrying staffs, wearing uniform black robes with a golden immortal flower embroidered on their chests. The immortal flower grows on the path to the underworld, never fading. The immortal flower embroidered on their robes signifies their affiliation with the forces of darkness and symbolizes their desire and pursuit of immortality. They are elementals of the evil faction. Most of them are necromancers, and a few are dark mages. The abundant region is the territory of the Church of Light. Many native human professionals who worship evil gods have been besieged, and some have fled into the dark forest, seeking refuge with the Lich King, who rules the Temple of Bones. Besides these human elementalists, the army also includes many undead elementalists. Each of them possesses the power of the undead. Under their control, this vast undead army swept through the jungle at an astonishing speed, their figures even more agile and swift than wild monsters. At the same time, they were also consciously driving wild monsters towards the direction of Paradise Town. Above the army of the undead, thousands of figures stood there. They are all powerful beings. They all reached at least the extraordinary level, and there were more than 100 of them who were saint-level beings. The leader was the Lich King. It sat atop a throne of bones crafted from the remains of an unknown creature, its entire body shrouded in a thick necromantic mist, making it appear as a cloud of black fog. It is both mysterious and terrifying. His Majesty, a figure in black robes, stood beside the bone throne and asked, "That bone dragon hasn't returned all night, nor has any news come from it. Could something have happened to it?" This is an elderly human dark mage. His level has reached the early stage of demigod. He sided with the Lich King not because the Lich King possessed any great personal charisma, but because the Lich King held his soul in his hands. Liches are masters at manipulating souls. Many years ago, when he was still a saint, he became a servant of the Lich King. Thanks to his exceptional talent and the Lich King's help, he was able to advance to the early stage of demigod. At the same time, he is also the second strongest in the Temple of Bones. They were probably killed by those angels. The Lich King said in a somber voice, "Since early this morning, I have not been able to sense its soul aura, so it must be dead. But it doesn't matter, I already know the last place it disappeared from. That must be where Paradise Town is located." The words had barely left his mouth. The Lich King suddenly let out a soft, seemingly quite surprised. The dark old mage standing to the side asked, "Has your Majesty discovered something?" The Wizard King said, "It's strange. Its soul aura had clearly disappeared, but now it's reappeared, and so on, as if it's gone again." The dark old mage was completely dumbfounded. The Lich King seemed somewhat embarrassed, and after a moment of silence, he said, "This time it has completely disappeared, and the location where it disappeared is not far from where it was last seen at dawn. Don't overthink it. Just lead the army and charge in." "Yes, Your Majesty," the Lich King. The dark mage waved his staff, unleashing powerful dark laws that further increased the marching speed of the undead army. The undead army had already assembled and set out last night. After a night's march, the undead army was now less than 600 kilometers away from Lin Yu's Paradise Town. It seems like it's still a long way off, but it will only take a few hours to get there. At the same time, in the southern region of the dark forest, a truly shocking scene unfolded. Huge waves swept across the azure sky, swallowing up all the clouds and turning them into nourishment for the waves. Whether viewed from afar or up close, it looks as if a vast ocean has lost its gravity and appears high in the sky, and it can be seen very clearly. Countless figures stood firm amidst the surging waves. Leading them were countless nagas with human bodies and snake tails. Behind them followed a large number of fishmen wielding various weapons. Fishmen are a type of sea creature. When the naga fled to the dark forest, they also took a group of murlocs with them from the sea. After many years of breeding, both the naga and the murlocs have seen their populations increase many times over. This is an army of millions. Of these, naga make up 30%, and the rest are all murlocs. It can be seen that the fishmen reproduce faster. Leading the surging waves were giant ships, each armed to the teeth and loaded with a vast number of magic cannons. These are war weapons created by the Naga Kingdom. Giant ships do not have the ability to fly. However, the Naga can ride the waves in the blue sky, which indirectly allows giant ships to fly in the sky as well. Compared to elf airships and goblin airships, the Naga race's giant ships were a unique approach. Your Majesty, ahead of the huge waves, on the deck of the largest warship, a group of Nagas stood there, each wielding a trident. They were all women. The Naga race, who inherit the bloodline of nature spirits, also have no male beings. However, although the Naga race lost the elven mother tree, they also evolved the ability to reproduce. Moreover, it's asexual reproduction. They act as both father and mother. Just like the blacktip reef shark in the vast ocean of the blue planet. They can reproduce even without males. A powerful Naga said. The mark on Daphne's body mysteriously disappeared for several hours and then reappeared, remaining in the same spot ever since. It is highly likely that she has been captured and imprisoned by the powerful figures of Paradise Town. This is great news, Queen Naga said. She wore a crown and had a beautiful face. He was dressed in exquisite armor and held a golden trident. The scales on a typical Naga's snake tail are dark green. The scales on the Naga Queen's serpent tail, however, are dark purple, shimmering with an eerie and dreamlike luster under the sunlight, giving it an air of nobility. Hearing the words of the Naga Queen, the other powerful Naga on the deck also expressed their agreement. At least no one died. When the mark disappeared, they all thought Daphne had been killed by the angels of Paradise Town. In comparison, being imprisoned is actually good news. After all, if they could capture Paradise Town, they would have a chance to rescue Daphne. Lock onto the mark's location, accelerate forward. Yes, Your Majesty. Splash, splash, splash. High in the sky, huge waves rolled and swept up the clouds. Soon, the army disappeared into the distant horizon. Chapter 263 The Elf Queen, the Fairy Dragon, and the Demigod Beast. To the east of the Dark Forest. It also has a large army, and the lineup looks even more fantastical. At a glance, above the blue sky, in the jungle, they were all densely packed with the figures of nature spirits. Besides the nature spirits, there are also a large number of unicorns in the high sky. Each unicorn is carried by a powerful nature spirit. You can also see the presence of the fairy dragon and the fairy dragon. The quantity is not very large. There are only a little over 100 of them in total. The fairy dragon is entirely emerald green, enormous in size, and wields the power of nature. Fairy dragons are colorful and have a slightly slender and small body, appearing to be about half the size of fairy dragons. Both fairy dragons and fairy dragons are pure-blooded dragons. However, it does not belong to the dragon faction. They belong to the faction of the nature spirits. Similarly, on the backs of the fairy dragon and fairy dragon, there are also a large number of nature spirits, each fully armed and looking heroic. Within the high-altitude camp, then came a series of slender and exquisite flying boats. It is over 300 meters long and tens of meters wide. Dozens of magic cannons were mounted on both sides. This is the elf flying boat, a famous weapon of war of the nature elves. They were surrounded by the unicorn army and flew rapidly toward the distant horizon. In addition, in the jungle below, you can also see many enormous figures, several times more numerous than the unicorns in the sky. From a distance, they look like giant trees that can move. Upon closer inspection, you'll find that they have hands and feet, and there are even human faces on the main trunk. They are tree people. Tree people are the guardians of the nature spirit race. Like the nature spirits, the tree people were also created by the goddess of nature and spirits. The original tree people evolved from the elf mother tree. As time went by, and under the assimilation of the nature spirits, some ancient trees began to evolve into tree people. In addition, the nature elves also possess natural magic that can forcibly transform ancient trees into tree people. However, this kind of natural magic is extremely profound. Generally, only nature spirits with extremely high talent can comprehend this. In summary, Elf Garden has 4 main legions: the Nature Elf Legion, the Unicorn Legion, the Elf Flying Boat Legion, and the Treant Legion. There are too few fairy dragons and fairy dragons. It doesn't even reach the size of a small legion, so it can't be considered a main force. At this very moment, inside one of the fairy airships, in the exquisitely decorated hall filled with clusters of flowers, dozens of beautiful figures are gathering. They are part of the higher-ups in the fairy garden. At the very least, they are saint-level experts. The elf Queen Bernina, who sat on the throne at the head of the hall, was a demigod. Besides her, there were 2 other demigods in the hall. One was a beautiful woman dressed in a vibrant floral gown, with shimmering gold pupils. But her true form was not a nature spirit, but a fairy dragon. The other one is the ancient great elf, Doris, who has attracted all eyes. My lord divine envoy. Queen Bernina, the elven queen wearing an exquisite crown, looked at Doris with a smile and said, "Your arrival is something that our entire elven garden clan should celebrate. Unfortunately, this is during a time of war. We can only hold the most solemn, welcoming ceremony for you after this war is over." Doris said calmly, "The ceremony is not important. I just want to end this war as soon as possible." Elf Queen Bernina immediately said, "With the help of the divine messenger, I believe we can definitely destroy Paradise Town in one war." Upon hearing this, Doris immediately raised an eyebrow and glanced at Queen Bernina. The elven queen seemed to have everything under control. Doris thought for a moment and said, "The town of Paradise is not weak. Not only does it have a large angelic legion, but it also possesses the renowned war weapon, Angel City. Especially yesterday, the army of Paradise Town conquered the mountain giant kingdom in just one day. This highlights the terrifying power of the Angel Legion and the City of Angels in warfare. Does your majesty have a way to deal with this?" Queen Bernina, the elf queen, remained unsuspecting and said, "Our forces, including 8 demigods and nearly 1,000 saint-level experts, have joined forces. If we still cannot conquer Paradise Town, then I have nothing more to say." 8 demigods. Doris showed a hint of surprise. "Good." The elf queen nodded and said, "The Bone Temple and the Naga Kingdom each have 2 demigods, while our elf garden has 3. Upon hearing this, Doris glanced around the hall. They discovered that besides the elf queen, the only other one was the demigod whose true form was a fairy dragon. Could it be that the 3rd demigod of the fairy garden is hiding in the shadows? See the puzzled look on Doris's face. The elf queen immediately sensed that this ancient great elf was a bit slow-witted and quickly said, "My lord, our 3rd demigod is you." "There are definitely 3. Doris then came to her senses. She forgot about herself. It's because she hasn't fully immersed herself in the role she's playing. "Here," Elf Queen Bernina added, "this war involves not only our 3 forces, but also the monsters of the Dark Forest. Compared to intelligent races like us, the monster race does not have fixed territories. Their members are scattered throughout the Dark Forest. Among the magical beast race, there is also a demigod named Adonis, whose true form is a fire-breathing dragon beast, possessing dragon blood and formidable strength. I got in touch with it last night, and reached an agreement with it. It is willing to command the monsters of the Dark Forest and the army of wild monsters to attack Paradise Town with us." "This is great news." A radiant smile graced the exquisite and alluring face of the ancient archetype, Doris. She hadn't expected that even the monster race would join the war. This is equivalent to all the powerful forces in the entire Dark Forest uniting together. When this war ends, Paradise Town can definitely make you rich overnight. Furthermore, after dealing with these powerful forces, all that remained in the Dark Forest were some weak native intelligent races, which were easy to wipe out. In other words, her Lord of Light will be able to use this war to directly become the true ruler of the Darkwood. At this moment, opposite them sat the elf Queen Bernina on her throne. Upon seeing the beaming divine messenger, she also smiled broadly. It feels like the good days are coming for Fairy Garden. Chapter 264 Shock. The creation of the laws of time. Just as the armies of the 3 local superpowers were marching towards Paradise Town, the island's chat channel also became abuzz with excitement. This is because the armies of the 3 forces are so large that they cannot be hidden or avoided by the lords and combat professionals in the Dark Forest. They directly leaked this news to the island's chat channel. This also shows that the island chat channel still has strategic significance. War has broken out again. I saw a vast army of undead, like a boundless ocean, traversing mountains and valleys. There were also numerous powerful undead warriors high in the sky. Clearly, their target was Lin Yu's Paradise Town. Our team unexpectedly discovered a large army of elven gardens to the east of the Dark Forest. The ground was covered with tree men, and high in the sky were numerous unicorns, and even elven dragons and fairy dragons. I have to say something. Those elves are so beautiful. If I could marry one of them, I would have no regrets in this life. No matter how beautiful an elf is, she can't compare to an angel. Angels belong to Master Lin Yu. Do you want to die, or are you just dreaming? Let's get down to business. My territory is located south of the Dark Forest, and I've spotted a massive army from the Naga Kingdom. They're riding towering waves across the sky. It's breathtaking. I saw it too. There were Naga, Murlocs, and even giant ships flying across the sky. The scene was absolutely breathtaking, like something out of a movie. Clearly, the Bone Temple, the Elf Garden, and the Naga Kingdom, these 3 native superpowers, couldn't sit idly by after learning that the Mountain Giant Kingdom had been captured by the Angelic Army. They've mobilized a large army, intending to join forces and capture Paradise Town. Lin Yu is in big trouble. Yesterday, I was wondering if this would happen, and it actually happened this morning. It's unclear whether Lin Yu's angel army can withstand this wave of war. For any other Lord-level professional, this would be certain death. But with Lin Yu, it's hard to say. After all, everyone knows just how powerful Lin Yu's Paradise Town truly is. Regardless of how things are, this war is essentially the final battle in the Dark Forest. The three factions have won. Lin Yu has been eliminated, the Angel Army has vanished, and we professionals will continue to develop our strength stealthily. If Lin Yu wins, he will be the sole overlord of the Dark Forest. Once his kingdom is established, we professionals in the Dark Forest will also see a brighter future. At this time, suddenly, a combat professional sent a message. What do you think we should stand on? Should we help Lin Yu, or the three local factions? Why even bother taking sides? What level are you to participate in this kind of war? Once you're on the battlefield, do you think you can be cannon fodder? In reality, you don't even qualify to be cannon fodder. We don't need to help either side. We don't have the capability. We can just wait for the war to end. Agreed. I hope Lin Yu will win. If he's gone, I won't be able to buy equipment and potions. Speaking of which, the potions Lin Yu put up for sale before were really good. Our team successfully killed a level 7 Lord boss with the help of the potions and made a fortune. Lin Yu has actually started selling potions? Damn it. Why am I always the last one to know the news? The potion that Lin Yu put on the shelves should have caused a huge uproar in the island's chat channel. After all, pharmacists are rarer than blacksmiths. It's quite an exaggeration that Lin Yu started selling potions when most Lord-level professionals hadn't even prepared their own blacksmiths. However, the potion controversy was completely overshadowed by the event of 3 superpowers joining forces to besiege Paradise Town. At this moment, almost all professionals on the island are waiting for the latest news. The Alliance leaders, top lords, and numerous high-ranking lords in the Grand Alliance channel are also waiting for the outcome of this war. Because this war will shape their future. Is it a renewed pursuit of the island's leadership, or becoming Lin Yu's underling? This is the moment. Paradise Town, Territory Square. Lin Yu stared blankly at the ashes floating in the air. He actually failed? He used the profound energy generated by burning the power of faith with the power of creation to envelop the peak saint-level bone dragon. Soon after, the bone dragon turned to ashes amidst screams. Not to mention bone fragments. Even the soul vanished completely. This caught him somewhat off guard. Naga Daphne stands not far away. Instantly, cold sweat broke out on her brow, and she cautiously moved to the side. It wasn't until the 8-winged Archangel Elena glanced at her that she stiffened up and dared not make any small movements. And the ever-elegant and composed Secretarian. Upon seeing the sky filled with ashes, he couldn't help but twitch his lips, and then quickly explained, "My lord, it must be that the bone dragon's strength was too weak, which is why it couldn't withstand your creative power. I will capture the Lich King shortly, so you can continue your experiments. It doesn't matter whether the Lich King is captured or not." Lin Yu frowned and said, "I just feel that this bone dragon died a little too suddenly." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the exquisite and adorable Angel of Love, Sherry, and asked, "With your current strength, is there any way to revive her?" The Angel of Love is skilled not only in spreading love, but also in healing and resurrection magic. In the section of the Angel of Love's divine spells, there is a spell called Light of Redemption, which can resurrect the dead. However, the bone dragon is a peak saint-level being. The Angel of Love, Sherry, is only at the late saint rank. It's uncertain whether he can be resurrected. The Angel of Love, Sherry, shook her head and said, "My lord, bone dragons are purely undead creatures, and the Light of Redemption cannot resurrect them. It wouldn't be a problem for other races." Lin Yu felt a pang of regret. He wanted to experiment a few more times to gain more experience. At this moment, Secretarian suddenly spoke up. "My lord, why don't you try to use the power of creation to create the laws of time and reverse time?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about that. That makes sense. Without hesitation, Lin Yu once again swung the Origin Scepter, a super artifact, in his hand. At the same time, the power of creation within him also drew upon the power of faith to ignite rapidly. Under Lin Yu's control, the laws of time began to be created. The most incredible function of the power of creation is that it can create things out of thin air, even things that Lin Yu has never seen before. This involves the mysteries of the universe. However, Lin Yu is unaware of this yet. He only knew that the power of creation was omnipotent. Soon, after burning a vast amount of faith power, Lin Yu created the Law of Time. He immediately used the Scepter of Origin to reverse time in the area where the bone dragon was located. In an instant, space-time in that area distorted and strange lights flowed. The flying dust seemed to be drawn together, quickly gathering back together. Gradually, a massive bone dragon phantom appeared. Then, under the influence of the laws of time, it quickly solidified and was finally successfully resurrected. Upon seeing Lin Yu and Angelia, the bone dragon shamelessly knelt down and begged for mercy in utter terror. "I beg you not to kill me. I will be very obedient. Lin Yu said, you already said that. Bone Dragon. Chapter 265, please stop. No. Before the Bone Dragon could think further, Lin Yu once again swung the super artifact, the Origin Scepter, in his hand. The power of faith, fueled by the power of creation, envelopes the Bone Dragon within. Bone Dragon was imprisoned in place by Secretarian's powerful laws, and the power within its body was completely sealed. It had no way to resist, and could only watch helplessly as its body underwent strange changes. It could clearly feel it. The necromantic power within it is being transformed into something sacred and radiant under the influence of a terrifying force. Even its body and soul are being forcibly transformed. The difference is, its body and soul seemed somewhat fragile, unable to withstand that immense power. It is constantly dissipating as it transforms. About 5 seconds passed. The Bone Dragon disappeared once again, turning into a sky full of gray mist. Its terrified and desperate howls still lingered in the territory's square. Failed again, but unlike the first failure. Despite this failure, Lin Yu smiled. This failed experiment provided him with valuable experience. He has gained a deeper understanding of the power of creation, the power of faith, and the ultimate artifact in his hand, the Scepter of Origin. Indeed, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Only by experiencing failure can you open the door to success. Lin Yu was in a good mood and once again waved the Origin Scepter, burning the power of faith to create the laws of time. Soon, he reversed time once again in the area where the Bone Dragon had disappeared. In this process, Lin Yu also gained a deeper understanding of the profound meaning of the laws of time. Lin Yu had a feeling. He was able to master the laws of time very quickly. At that time, without needing to use the power of creation to burn the power of faith, he can directly reverse time and master other, more powerful abilities related to the laws of time. This seems incredible, but it's actually not surprising. Other beings who wish to comprehend the laws can only gradually sense their power through years of secluded cultivation, and even then, whether they can sense the laws of heaven and earth is still a question. Some demigods tried to comprehend new laws, but never succeeded in their entire lives. In contrast, Lin Yu, he directly creates and applies the laws. In both of these processes, all the mysteries of the law were revealed to him with unparalleled clarity. It's just like learning from a book. His comprehension and mastery speed is naturally many times faster than others. A moment later, the Bone Dragon has been resurrected once again. Just like before, it knelt on the ground, begging Lin Yu and Angelia for mercy in utter terror. For it, as the main character, it had no idea that it had been resurrected twice. Its memory, and all other traces, remained at the point in time when it first met Lin Yu and knelt down to beg for mercy. This is time travel. Here, Lin Yu once again wielded the super artifact, the Origin Scepter. This time, he was more careful and cautious, and also more experienced. Under Lin Yu's masterful control, the white skeletal dragon body of the Bone Dragon forest gradually began to emit a faint white light, a sacred radiance. At the same time, the soul of the Bone Dragon and the necromantic magic within its body, it also began to undergo a huge transformation. The necromantic power within the soul is rapidly disappearing, but it is not vanishing into nothingness. Rather, it is transforming into divine power. The necromantic power within it is also transforming into holy and light power. The Bone Dragon, personally sensing the changes in its own body, immediately opened its mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time. If it were a living, breathing dragon, it would be staring wide-eyed, its expression filled with disbelief. Death be upon you. It, an undead creature, is actually embarking on a path of holiness and light. What makes it so special? Oh no, this is fucking a ghost. How could such a thing happen? Most importantly, once the transformation is successful, it will no longer be an evil and dark creature. It is a spirit of the dead embracing holiness and light. If he were to meet the Lich King again in this capacity, the Lich King would surely smash him to pieces. To other races and creatures, it remains an undead. In the eyes of the dead, it is an anomaly. Does this mean I'll get beaten up no matter where I go? Please stop. No. The Bone Dragon cried out in terror to Lin Yu. I don't want to become a creature of light. I am an evil undead. The supreme underworld is my destiny. I want to become the Grim Reaper. I don't want to embrace the light. Noisy. Lin Yu slapped him. This slap struck straight to the soul, knocking the Bone Dragon unconscious. Then, Lin Yu continued his renovation plan. Time flies. The armies of the three forces are continuously approaching Paradise Town from the north, south, and east. In addition, the The Warcraft race also made some big moves. Under the command of the fire-breathing dragon beast, that the elf Queen Bernina called it, the magical beasts in the dark forest also gathered in the direction of Paradise Town. The quantity is not very large. Even if you include them all, it's only about 10,000. However, it's important to know that the lowest level a monster can be is extraordinary. In other words, these are nearly 10,000 extraordinary and saint-level powerhouses. Its formidable war power is comparable to, or even surpasses, any native superpower in the Dark Forest, if it weren't for the fact that the monster's territories are too scattered. In addition, their fire-breathing ancestor doesn't do anything and only knows how to sleep, so the super forces in the Dark Forest will definitely not be 4, but 5. Apart from Warcraft, they also summoned a vast horde of wild monsters, like an ocean. That terrifying scene was many times more horrific than the previous beast tide attack. It's obvious that Charizard couldn't sleep after learning that the mountain giant kingdom had been captured by the Angel Army. Not only did he accept the invitation from Elf Queen Bernina and personally leave the mountain, but he also mobilized magical beasts and wild monsters to fully cooperate with the armies of the three forces in preparing to conquer Paradise Town in one fell swoop and eliminate the angel threat. Speaking of the native creatures of this world, the arrival of the angels was no less significant than the invasion of the demons. If we do not launch a full-scale attack, this world will surely be suppressed by the faith banner of the angelic army. All intelligent beings will also become servants of the sacred and luminous faith. Just as war was about to break out, Lin Yu's renovation plan was finally successfully completed. The bone dragon that appeared before him now no longer possessed any undead aura. Its body is as white as jade. His skeleton, as if crafted from white jade, radiated divine light. The magical energy emanating from his body was of the attributes of holiness and light, no longer possessing any trace of coldness or evil. Despite being a skeleton undead, it gives off a very holy feeling. The sense of conflict and contradiction within it is extremely intense. Chapter 266 The Dragon of the Sanctuary, a New Species. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. Your servant Oster greets your majesty. May the holy light endure. May the Lord be eternal. Bone Dragon Oster knelt before Lin Yu with utmost reverence. Under the sunlight, its pure white bones radiated a faint golden glow, making it look much more upscale than before. Moreover, it is more pure than the native believers within the territory, because it was created by Lin Yu. Without Lin Yu, it wouldn't be what it is today. From the moment it was created, its soul, body, faith, and everything else belonged to Lin Yu. Lin Yu is its creator, and it also considers itself a servant, revering and loyal to Lin Yu. Lin Yu had her eyes slightly closed at this moment. He ignored Bone Dragon Oster, who was kneeling before him. He was still processing the profound feeling of the successful creation he had just experienced. The profound mysteries of creation contained within it captivated him. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yu finally finished his meditation and opened his eyes. A bright smile appeared on his face. This time, his modification of the bone dragon yielded tremendous results. This gave him a deeper understanding of the power of creation, the power of faith, and the laws of time. In addition, there is the power of holiness and light. He also touched upon the essence of its laws. When he was at the saint rank, he had already mastered the domain world of holy and light attributes, and with the amplification of the top-grade artifact, saintly radiant armor, he wore. This experience also gave him a deeper understanding of the sacred and luminous laws. It's just that the consumption of faith power is a bit too great. This modification of Bone Dragon Oster directly consumed 1% of the faith power within him. 1% may not seem like much. However, it should be noted that his body carries the power of all the faith that the mountain giant kingdom has held in the true Titan God for many years, which is an extremely large quantity. 1% of the consumption is quite astonishing. However, this is also related to the fact that Bone Dragon Oster is a peak saint-level being. Transforming powerful beings naturally consumes a great deal of resources. In addition, this was Lin Yu's first time doing something like this, so he was not skilled enough to have a complete grasp of the situation, which resulted in a lot of faith power being wasted meaninglessly. Lin Yu believes, the next time you transform a being of the same level, the consumption of faith power will be much less. Modifying ordinary undead creatures is even simpler. If I modify it a few more times, I might be able to master the laws of holiness and light. If only time could be reversed a few more times. It's even possible to comprehend the laws of time. Lin Yu was very happy and extremely satisfied with the renovation. He then turned his gaze to the Bone Dragon Oster, whose entire body was lying prostrate on the ground, and checked its information panel. Bone Dragon Oster. Level, Early Demigod. Faction, Holy and Light. Growth Potential Limit, Peak of Mid-Rank God. Introduction. This is an undead creature transformed by the power of creation. In its transformation into a being of holiness and light, it gained extraordinary growth potential. Its future is limitless. Looking at the information about Bone Dragon Oster, a look of amazement appeared on Lin Yu's face. After this transformation, Bone Dragon Oster's level actually broke through to the peak of the saint rank, becoming a demigod who wielded the power of laws, which was something he had not expected. What he didn't expect was, Bone Dragon Oster's growth potential has actually surged to the peak of the mid-level god level. This is comparable to an 8-winged angel. To put it simply, this is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring into the sky. For Bone Dragon Oster, it was a stroke of luck that defied fate. Unexpected. The effects of the power of creation are truly astonishing. Under the power of creation, a bone dragon that originally only had the potential to become a demigod has actually gained the potential to become a peak mid-level god. It can be said that it has undergone a complete transformation. This terrifying boost. Lin Yu even wanted to use the power of creation to transform himself. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand. After Bone Dragon Oster carefully stood up, Lin Yu said again, "From this moment on, you are no longer a bone dragon of the undead race. I bestow upon you a new title, Dragon of the Sanctuary. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light." The Holy Dragon, Oster, immediately bowed with immense excitement. And at that very moment, a notification from the floating island of Myriad Realms suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. In recognition of your creation of a brand new creature, you are hereby rewarded with 100,000 gold coins, 10,000 honor points, and 100,000 reputation points. Your glorious deeds will resound throughout the island. There's even a reward? Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. The rewards given by the floating island of Myriad Realms are not many compared to the great feat of creating new life, but they are better than nothing. Lin Yu habitually maintains a positive mindset. There was no stinginess in subtly criticizing the rules of the floating islands. At the same time, a related world announcement also appeared in the island's chat channel, shocking countless combat professionals and lords. Holy crap, a new life form has been created. Has Lin Yu become this awesome? I'm really curious, what new creature did Lin Yu create? Could it be that she collaborated with his angel to have a half-human, half-angel child? The angle of the comment above is unique, but it's practically impossible. Even if someone wanted to give birth, it couldn't be that fast. Humans have to carry a baby for 10 months. The analysis makes a lot of sense. However, the thought of a half-human, half-angel cub makes me envious and jealous of Lin Yu again. Brothers, I just asked the floating island. Lin Yu did create a sanctuary being, but they won't tell me the specifics. Sanctuary? Heroes of Might and Magic. What the hell is this Heroes of Might and Magic? This is a floating island. For some reason, I suddenly have a hunch that the sanctuary beings created by Lin Yu this time are related to the Holy Light undead that someone mentioned before. You mean, has Lin Yu mastered a method to transform undead creatures into Holy Light undead? Holy crap, if that's really the case, then there's hope for undead lords and dark lords like me. I must pledge allegiance to Lin Yu and have him transform all my undead units into Holy Light undead. I want to become a member of the Holy Temple faction. Count me in. Major League Channel. A top lord suddenly appeared, cheering with joy. Brothers, from this moment on, my Death Knight Legion has ushered in a glorious future. Praise be to Lord Lin Yu. I remember you weren't like this before. You used to angrily call us Lords of Light the lackeys of Boss Lin Yu. Times have changed, but I still love your rebellious side. Chapter 267, The Invincible Me. A New Special Angel. Paradise Town. Lin Yu glanced at his personal information. With the rewards from the floating island of Myriad Realms, he now has over 60,000 glory points and nearly 600,000 reputation points. As for gold coins, the number reached approximately 4.5 million. This includes the spoils from last night's battle, as well as the equipment, blueprints, and potions sold today. We can summon another legion of angels. Immediately, Lin Yu turned to his chief secretary, Angelia, and said, "Get ready. I've received news that the armies of 3 superpowers have already approached within 400 kilometers of our territory. There are a total of 7 demigods and nearly 1,000 saint-level experts. As for the number of extraordinary beings, it is more than 20,000. The enemy is very strong, don't underestimate them." "Yes, my lord." Angelia respectfully accepted the order. Lin Yu said, This war concerns the future and fate of my paradise town, and we cannot allow any accidents to happen. Angelia said confidently. Rest assured, my lord, our angelic legion will surely suppress all invaders and become the ultimate victors in this war. Very good. Lin Yu nodded. Angelia also withdrew at Lin Yu's signal. The eight-winged Archangel Elena and the Angel of Love Sherry also respectfully withdrew, taking with them Naga Daphne and the radiant Holy Dragon Oster. Both of them will also participate in the war. In particular, the Holy Dragon Oster has already reached the level of a demigod. They are now qualified to participate in the battle of the strongest. 7 demigods. There are 2 from each of the 3 factions, and the other one is a monster. Compared to the number of demigods in my territory, there's even 1 less. To date, Lin Yu has 8 demigods under his command. In other words, even if he doesn't personally step onto the battlefield in a peak contest at the demigod level, Paradise Town is enough to suppress those superpowers. Angelia alone could probably sweep the entire field. Secretary and's combat capabilities have exceeded the comprehension of normal people. Even Lin Yu couldn't figure out just how powerful Secretary and really was. In Lin Yu's eyes, Secretary and is like a bottomless pit. It seems as if they can unleash terrifying killing moves at any time to suppress the enemy. Moreover, Secretarian remained calm and composed throughout, which gave Lin Yu great confidence. It's as if with Secretarian around, no problem is a problem. Of course, there's myself too. I am a demigod now. He has mastered the laws of thunder and power. With the protection of the supreme artifact, the Holy Radiance armor, I am practically invincible on the battlefield at the demigod level. Even if 7 enemy demigods focus their attacks on me, they cannot harm me in the slightest. I can participate in this war. Since arriving on the floating island, Lin Yu, as a Lord-class professional, has never seriously participated in a battle, because he himself lacked combat experience. My previous level wasn't high enough either. It is difficult to guarantee one's absolute safety on the battlefield. If he encounters danger, he will have to rely on angels to save him. Things are different now. He donned the Holy Radiance armor, making his defense invincible. Even if he stood there motionless and let the enemy demigods attack him, he would remain unharmed. In this case, he felt he could go into battle and show off his skills. I also hope to learn how to fight through this war. Of course, it would be even better if one could draw upon the power of creation during battle to help comprehend and master new laws. You should go too, Lin Yu said to Tiffany, the Holy Maiden of Light who stood behind him like a maid. Things will be different after you join my territory. In the past, you needed to go into seclusion to cultivate in order to advance your cultivation level. Now it's not necessary. As long as you kill a powerful enough enemy, your level will advance by leaps and bounds. You have the potential to grow into a true god, and becoming a god in the future will be a piece of cake. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, was overjoyed. She immediately said, "Praise be to my lord. I will certainly strive to improve myself on the battlefield so that I can serve you in a better state." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. After the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, left, Lin Yu went straight back to the Lord's Hall. He communicated with the floating island of myriad realms through his thoughts and activated the summoning black hole. 4.5 million gold coins can summon a full-strength large angel legion and 5 medium-sized angel legions. I originally commanded 6 large angel legions and 5 medium-sized angel legions, plus this wave of summons. That's just enough to assemble 8 large angel legions, and it can summon 2 more 10-winged angels. As Lin Yu murmured to himself, countless stars appeared within the summoned black hole. It comes in white and dark red, angels representing different factions. Soon, large-scale legions of angels emerged from the black hole. The first to fly out were the Holy Angels Legion. Next came the Fallen Angel Legion. Then, one after another, high-ranking fallen angels dragged enormous Cerberus dogs out of the black hole and flew out. In the blink of an eye, the spacious Lord's Hall was filled with tens of thousands of angels. But that's not all. Due to insufficient space in the main hall, more angels retreated to the outer territory square. This time, Lin Yu summoned nearly 80,000 angels. At this point, the total size of his angel army had successfully exceeded 400,000. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light, Supreme Creator. In the hall, all the angels bowed to Lin Yu with utmost respect, their golden and blood-red eyes filled with reverence and fervor for him. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand with a smile. He was just about to say something inspiring. Just then, a dazzling golden light burst forth from the summoning black hole. Lin Yu looked up and immediately saw 2 beautiful figures, radiating golden light, flying out of the summoning black hole. They had the same look and the same aura. Even their faces, hair color, and expressions are exactly the same. They look like they were made from the same mold. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as well. Of course, it's not because they are twin angels. It's because their angel set is different from all the other angels. They held a gun in one hand and a shield in the other. Moreover, whether it's the angel's spear, the shield in his hand, or the angel armor he wears, the colors are all pure gold, as if they were made of gold. This design is similar to that of Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom in Western mythology. As expected, they are all new special angels. And it's a special angel with 10 wings. Chapter 268, The Rare Twin Special Angels. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. It is our honor to receive your summons. In the Lord's Hall, 2 special angels, radiating dazzling golden light, bowed respectfully to Lin Yu, their gleaming golden eyes filled with fervor and reverence for him. They look so alike. Uniform golden armor, golden spears, and golden shields. Their body shapes and faces are exactly the same. Behind them were 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings and 2 pairs of radiant, holy wings. From a visual perspective, even Lin Yu couldn't tell the 2 of them apart. However, Lin Yu could distinguish who was who by using the connection of their faith. Right now, the personal information of the 2 special angels was also presented to Lin Yu. 10-winged angel. Genre, war. Initial level, peak saint rank. Growth potential, peak of the upper god rank. Possesses the following combat skills: Blessing of Courage, Aurora Spear, War Melody, Twin War Song. Introduction. War angels are special angels, skilled in all areas related to war. In their eyes, war is the best means to sweep away darkness and evil forces. They are never absent from the battlefields of the angelic race. They possess formidable combat power and unwavering faith. Angel of War. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. To date, he has 4 special angels under his command. They are the Angel of War, the Angel of Punishment, the Angel of Love, and the Angel of Craftsman. Each type of angel has its own area of expertise. Compared to the orthodox angels, they do indeed have their own unique characteristics. The downside of special angels is that there are too few of them. The orthodox angels, on the other hand, number in the trillions, far exceeding the numbers of the special angels. Even the 4 18-winged archangels of the divine realm and the 3 18-winged fallen archangels of hell are all orthodox angels. To a large extent, special angels serve the orthodox angelic race. They assist the orthodox angel race in building a harmonious and powerful divine realm. Lin Yu looked at the 2 identical war angels and asked, "Do you have names?" The 2 war angels immediately shook their heads, and he looked at the Lord of Holy Light with anticipation. Clearly, they all hoped to receive a name from the Lord, just like those lucky angels. This will be their greatest honor. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. The fact that they have no names means that they were just born from the angel reincarnation pool. Unlike Vivien, who rules the city of angels, he is a veteran 12-winged angel who wields the power of the supreme god. Unlike Gladys and Severia, she did not descend from her birth order. However, it didn't have a significant impact. Newborn angels can also be nurtured. For example, Yetta and Sally have already been raised by him from the lowest level 2-winged angels to the high-ranking 6-winged angels they are today. Lin Yu thought for a moment. He then said to the 2 war angels, "From this day forward, your names will be Ophir and Oil." Since they look exactly alike, then they share the same surname. This way, it will be easier for him to remember. Praise be to our Lord. The war angels, Ophir and Oyer, exclaimed in unison, "Your favor will guide us in pursuing the clarion call of war. In the name of the Holy Light, we will judge all heresy." Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Go, lead your legions into the upcoming war. I hope to see both of you perform spectacularly on the battlefield." "Yes, sir. I will not disappoint you." The 2 war angels respectfully withdrew. They not only spoke in unison, but their movements were also synchronized. It's like one person. Lin Yu looked at their backs with their perfect S-shaped curves and had a strange expression. "I didn't expect that there would be twins among the angels." Angels are born from the pool of reincarnation. They are born as energy beings, sacred beings. There is no such thing as bloodline inheritance. However, it is very rare for angels to look exactly alike. This was the first time Lin Yu had encountered such a situation, even after summoning hundreds of thousands of angels. We need to nurture these twins properly in the future. After all, they are special angels of the 10-winged level. If they can take another step forward, they can reach the level of 12 wings, comparable to the seraphim, thrones, and cherubim of the upper 3 levels of the Orthodox faction. I believe that their combat power will increase dramatically after they become 12-winged angels. Lin Yu had every reason to suspect that once Ofer and Oyul reached the 12-winged level, their strength might surpass that of the war-type 12-winged angels. In view of this, it is indeed worthwhile to cultivate them properly. After that, Lin Yu also left the Lord's Hall. As soon as he stepped outside, he witnessed an incredibly shocking scene. Hundreds of thousands of angels gathered in the sky, densely packed, like an ocean of angels. Its scale was so enormous that it blotted out the sky. Under the command of the chief secretary Angelia, these hundreds of thousands of angels were organized into small angel legions, each numbering 500, and flew in unison toward the four walls of the territory. Immediately afterwards, more than 2 million elite troops from the territory climbed the city walls. These military units are all fully armed. Even the dark elves born from the dark elf mother tree are the same. Everyone was wearing their gear. However, this is not the full extent of Paradise Town's war power. In addition to the troop types, the four walls of the territory are equipped with a large number of magic cannons, all of which are of advanced level and can blast away extraordinary professionals. The magic cannon legion alone was enough to deliver a crushing blow to the invaders. In addition, there is the renowned City of Angels. And it's not just one. At this moment, 2 pure white angel cities are floating above the territory. They were all obscured by the distorted space. The 3 cities of angels, originally built by the angelic craftsmen, will likely be completed by tonight. However, due to the arrival of war, led by Carol, the artisan angels voluntarily halted the construction of the other 2 angel cities and devoted all their efforts to inscribing angelic runes on one angel city. We rushed and finally finished the job half an hour ago. Thus, Lin Yu's Paradise Town now has 2 angel cities that can be entered into the battlefield. The entry of the second city, the City of Angels, into the war is undoubtedly a fatal blow to the 3 local superpowers. Even if the monster race gets involved, they won't be able to cause any significant trouble. Chapter 269. Good things happen one after another. Great Lord of Holy Light. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to go to the city wall for inspection, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure wore a dark purple dress, with a delicate and beautiful face and a curvaceous figure. She was an impeccable beauty. However, the body as a whole looks somewhat illusory, just like the consciousness projection of Vivien, the 12-winged angel. Who are you? Lin Yu looked puzzled. He did not recall having such a follower under his command. The figure quickly replied, reporting to my lord, I am the spirit of the dark elf mother tree. Lin Yu suddenly realized. Angelia had told him that. When the angelic legions conquered the dark elf tribe, she encountered the spirit of the dark elf mother tree. At that time, the spirit of the mother tree already possessed saint-level combat power. Of course, this was under the condition of transforming into the eternal tree guardian. Later, the dark elf tribe was destroyed. The dark elf mother tree has been transformed into a blueprint for a troop building. From that time onwards, this spirit of the mother tree never manifested again. Lin Yu also tried to use his mental consciousness to establish a connection with the spirit of the mother tree, but the response he received was intermittent, and sometimes he could not make contact at all. He always thought that the anomaly caused the problem with the spirit of the mother tree. It's even possible that it will never be able to manifest again. But I never expected it. She suddenly appeared this time. This truly surprised Lin Yu. You only just returned to your initial state? Yes, my lord. The spirit of the mother tree explained. When it was transformed into a troop-building blueprint, my intelligence was greatly affected, leaving me in a state of semi-consciousness and semi-dormancy. Until yesterday. You have raised my physical body to level 10, and my intelligence has also been restored. At this point, the spirit of the mother tree revealed an extremely excited expression. Moreover, compared to before, I am now much stronger, possessing the power of a demigod. If I were to transform into an eternal Treant guardian, my combat power would be comparable to that of a peak demigod. This is something to be happy about. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. He had no reason not to be happy that a peak demigod had suddenly appeared under his command. The only regret is that this peak demigod cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. Because once the dark elf mother tree transforms into the everlasting tree guardian, it can never revert back to its original form and can no longer give birth to dark elves, which is a significant loss. Lin Yu said, You also want to participate in this war? Yes, my lord. The spirit of the mother tree nodded and said respectfully, Even without using my true form, I possess the combat power of an ordinary demigod. Now that a powerful enemy has attacked, as your trusted servant, I have a duty to protect your territory. Therefore, I implore you to give me a chance to participate in the war. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, it's good that you have such awareness. I allow you to participate in this war, but remember not to put yourself in a dangerous situation so as not to affect the mother tree. Praise the Lord, I will be careful. The spirit of the mother tree immediately assured Lin Yu that she would be careful. Whenever a danger signal is received, she will choose to return to her original body as soon as possible. As long as she's not too far away, returning to her original form is just a matter of a thought. Furthermore, since her original body went through a series of events such as death, transformation blueprints, resurrection and rebirth, and upgrade, the causal relationship between her and her original body is actually not deep anymore. Even if she perished on the battlefield, it will not affect the mother tree's ability to nurture the dark elves. This change was actually good news for her, because the smaller the causal link, the better. In the future, it will be even simpler for her to break free from her original body and gain freedom. She didn't want to spend her whole life as a mother tree that only gave birth to elves. Since joining the ranks of the Lord of Holy Light, she has had higher and greater pursuits and dreams. She wants to become a powerful true god and conquer all realms for the Lord of Holy Light. Then go ahead. This is also the last large-scale battle in the Dark Forest, a rare opportunity. Yes, my lord. The spirit of the mother tree did not hesitate. It immediately transformed into a streak of aurora and disappeared from the spot. Lin Yu also took a stroll along the city wall of the territory. Not long after, the big lowly sitting used a teleportation array to return to her territory from the ruins of the giant capital battlefield. After devouring the corpses of hundreds of thousands of mountain giants on the battlefield, the big lowly seedings level directly advanced to the mid-stage of demigod. That quote, if I could taste the flavor of the gods, even the immortal flower would be a mere junior before me, is truly no exaggeration. If you have food, you'll become stronger. This is the extraordinary talent of the big lowly sitting. Moreover, even now, the immortal flower is considered a younger brother compared to the big lowly sitting. The relationship between Sister Hua and Sister Tongue might need to be reversed. Just as I was thinking about this, a notification from the floating island of Myriad Realms suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. The immortal flower you planted has matured, simultaneously unlocking the ability to sign a master-servant contract. Good news keeps coming. Lin Yu suddenly felt that today was a good day. A series of good things happened in quick succession, making him beam with joy. He immediately went to Ling Tian. However, what they saw was not the immortal flower that was over 20 meters tall. Instead, she was a delicate young woman with a long golden dress, long golden hair, and an oval face. Master, I met Lin Yu. The girl immediately let out an excited scream. In the blink of an eye, she pounced into Lin Yu's arms, rubbing against him like a kitten. Lin Yu was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the immortal flower has also advanced to the demigod realm? After all, like magical beasts, demonic plants can only take human form once they reach the level of demigods. Like the big lowly sitting. You've evolved. Lin Yu remembered that the immortal flower's growth potential was at the peak of the saint rank. The girl nodded vigorously. Her waist-length hair was a dazzling gold, just like gold itself. The girl said, yesterday, when Master left the spirit field space, I suddenly seized the opportunity for evolution, and with the help of Lady Angelia, I finally succeeded in achieving bloodline evolution. This is beyond my expectations. Lin Yu gently patted the girl's head. His smooth, long, golden hair was ruffled and messed up, but the girl was very happy, blinking her golden eyes and gazing at Lin Yu. It wasn't easy. Sister Hua has finally waited for this day. Chapter 2, 70 enemy troops arrive. I'll kill you in a bit. Add the immortal flower. Lin Yu already has a total of 11 demigods under his command. They are Grand Secretary Angelia, 8-winged Archangel Elena, 6-winged Angel Yetta and Sally, Mountain Giant King Vaughn, Saintess of Light Tiffany, Big Lolita Sitten, Immortal Flower, Temple Dragon Oster, Spirit of the Elf Mother Tree, and Ancient Great Spirit Doris. 11 demigods versus 7 demigods from the opposing force. It was almost a complete rout. This is because Lin Yu was not included in the calculation. If he's included, then there's no solution at all. Such a terrifying speed of development is hard to believe even for myself. When he attacked the Mountain Giant Kingdom yesterday, he only had 2 demigods under his command. In the blink of an eye, the number had increased to 11. This made Lin Yu sigh in admiration. Once this information reaches the island's chat channels, it will surely shock tens of millions of professionals. After all, this was far too shocking. If the Lich King, the Naga Queen, and the Elf Queen knew this, they would probably lead their armies back home immediately, let alone a decisive battle to the death. They need to find a way to escape the dark forest as soon as possible. A little later, they would become Lin Yu's meal and be eaten by him. Unfortunately, these rulers of superpowers have no chance left. Looking at the delicate, oval-shaped face of the blonde girl in his arms, Lin Yu reached out and ruffled her hair again, smiling as he said, "From now on, your name is Bauer." Bauer, the immortal flower, nodded vigorously. She likes the name. In front of her master, she was Bauer. In front of that vine, she was Sister Flower. A moment later, the familiar nine-pointed star array reappeared, with the alternation of light and the completion of the contract. The immortal flower, Bauer, became Lin Yu's second magical plant, the kind that could be absorbed into his body. "Let's go?" Lin Yu led the girl away from the spirit field space. After returning to their territory, as expected, the immortal flower, Bauer, and the big Lolita, Situng, met. But there was no spark as expected. The two were like long-lost best friends, hugging each other and laughing happily. But as soon as Lin Yu left, the world instantly became quiet. A little girl and a young girl were both staring at each other with hostile eyes. "Tengmei, it's been a long time." "Sister Hua, you're just as fat as I imagined." The immortal flower, Bauer, was instantly stunned. "How do you tell she's fat from this vine? She's clearly voluptuous, okay?" Time flies. Before we knew it, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yu had a wonderful afternoon nap with the angel of love, Shirley, in his arms when news arrived that the enemy's army had finally arrived near his territory. The armies of the 3 local superpowers arrived almost simultaneously, one after the other. To the north lies the undead army of the Temple of Bones. To the east lies the elven army of the Elf Garden. To the south lies the Naga Kingdom's aquatic army. As for the west, there were no enemy legions. Because the western part used to be the territory of the Mountain Giant Kingdom, but it has now been conquered by Lin Yu and belongs to his territory. Although the local strongholds in this area have not been completely wiped out, the native creatures do not dare to attack Paradise Town. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the city wall of one of the cities of angels. 2 figures appeared behind him at the same time. One is Secretarian, who possesses an elegant demeanor. The other is Vivien, the 12-winged angel who rules the city of angels. "My lord," the 12-winged angel Vivien respectfully said, "the enemy army has arrived. Should we immediately send out the city of angels to defeat them?" "No rush." Lin Yu waved his hand and said, "Our objective is not to defeat the enemy, but to wipe them out in one fell swoop, paving the way for the subsequent conquest of the entire dark forest. Letting them escape will only affect our subsequent battle plans." After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu said to Angelia, "Tell the demigods in the territory to conceal their auras so as not to scare away the enemy." "Yes, my lord." Angelia immediately relayed the Lord of Holy Light's command. Demigods need to hide. Saint-level experts do not need this. Because, comparatively speaking, the 4 forces have a greater number of Saint-level experts. When outnumbered, they had no reason to flee without a fight. Lin Yu continued, "Once the enemy's entire army has entered the battlefield, we will launch a full-scale attack. Make sure those archangels remember to release the divine war shackles immediately to seal off the battlefield." "Clear." Angelia nodded. Vivien, the 12-winged angel standing to the side, was rather impatient. The realm of the gods has not seen a war for tens of millions of years. These holy angels, at most, go to hell to play with fallen angels and those hellish monsters. And not every holy angel has the opportunity to go. Take Vivien, for example. She hasn't known what war feels like for over 1,000 years. As a war-type 12-winged angel, she had been itching to get back to work. She hadn't had her fill when she attacked the mountain giant's capital before, because Secretary N was worried that if she killed all the mountain giants in the capital, it would affect the Lord of Light's ability to accept believers. This time, she needs to let off some steam. Although she wasn't personally on the battlefield, bombarding the enemy army could at least satisfy her small desire. Distance. The armies of 3 superpowers. They are all stationed about 50 kilometers away from Paradise Town. They did not approach any further, because they were worried about being bombarded by the magic cannons of Paradise Town. Moreover, the main force of the Warcraft race has not yet arrived. They need to wait a little longer. More than 10,000 figures have gathered in the clouds on the horizon. These figures, the lowest level being extraordinary, numbered in the hundreds, with those at the saint level. Apart from them, the demigods from the 3 factions are also here. An ancient great elf. He sat regally on the throne of bones. The Lich King, shrouded in black mist, gasped in surprise upon seeing Doris, the ancient archhell from the elven faction. The old black-robed mage beside it, as well as the Naga Queen and others on the other side, also showed expressions of utter astonishment. The ancient great elves, they are legendary beings. It is even rarer than elemental spirits. There are elemental spirits in this world, and more than one. However, the ancient great elves have never appeared in the world. The Lich King's soul trembled at the sight of the dazzling wings of law behind Doris. It has studied all the races of this world, but the ancient great elves are something it has never studied or even come into contact with. For a moment, it was overjoyed. Doris also sensed the Lich King's excited gaze. Her alluring, slender eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, "I'll kill you in a minute." Chapter 271, A Gasp of Cold Air. On the other side, the Naga Queen, wielding her golden trident, frowned imperceptibly. The appearance of an ancient archetype of demigod level in the Elf Garden is not good news for the Naga Kingdom. Like the elemental spirits, the ancient great elves were favored by the laws of heaven and earth. Compared to the relatively simple elemental spirits, ancient great elves could comprehend multiple laws. Igniting the divine fire and becoming a peak demigod in the future will be a piece of cake. In the future, the Elf Garden, with a peak demigod in charge, will put immense pressure on the Naga Kingdom. Although the ancestors of the Naga race were also elves. However, this did not win them the favor of the nature elves. Conversely, the nature elves, just as the dark elves who were hostile to the underground world, were hostile to the Naga race, viewing them as banshees of the evil faction. Their existence is a defilement of the pure bloodline of the nature spirits. In the Dark Forest, the Naga Kingdom and the Elf Garden are enemies. The Naga Kingdom's ally is the Bone Temple, which is under the Lich King's command. Queen Naga was initially happy when she learned of the destruction of the Mountain Giant Kingdom. Without the help of the Mountain Giants, the Elf Garden was left to fend for itself in the Dark Forest. They no longer needed to fear the Fairy Garden. In the blink of an eye, an ancient great elf suddenly appeared in the Elf Garden. This made the Naga Queen somewhat depressed. It seems that the plan to suppress the Elf Garden is no longer feasible. A similar thought flashed through the Naga Queen's mind. She didn't think about it any further. Because now, she and the Elf Queen share a common enemy, the town of Paradise, located dozens of kilometers away. The Lich King also shifted his attention at this moment. They no longer showed an excessive desire for the ancient great elves. Without destroying the Paradise town and annihilating the Angel Legion there, it might not only fail to study the ancient great elf's law wings, but it might even lose its own life. At this moment, all three rulers turned their gaze to the distant Paradise town. As demigod-level powerhouses, they could clearly see the scene in Paradise town. In an instant, all three of them took a deep breath. No wonder the Mountain Giant Kingdom couldn't withstand the angel army's attack. The Lich King said in a deep voice, "There are hundreds of thousands of angels in the heavenly town. And unlike the legends, there are not only holy angels, but also evil angels exuding the aura of the underworld." Even the gods of the battlefield of myriad worlds were unaware of the information about the fallen angels. The races and creatures of the small floating island world are even more unknown. The Lich King could only define the fallen angels of Paradise Town as evil angels based on the aura emanating from their bodies. Hundreds of thousands of angels. Among them are many high-ranking 6-winged angels, 8-winged angels, and even 10-winged angels. Conquering the Mountain Giant's kingdom was indeed a piece of cake. The Naga Queen also had a solemn expression and said, as legend has it, the angel race possesses terrifying faith magic. They not only destroyed the giant kingdom, but also forcibly transformed those mountain giants into slaves of faith. As you can see, there are nearly 1 million mountain giants in Paradise Town. They were all subjects of the kingdom of giants before. Now, however, they have all become believers of the Lord of Holy Light. Queen Bernina the elf said in a heavy tone, "If we do not annihilate the angel army and destroy this territory, we, and even the other intelligent races in this world, will suffer the same fate. We must win this war. Otherwise, our world will face an apocalypse." As she spoke, the elf Queen Bernina turned her gaze to the towering dark elf mother tree, hundreds of meters tall, standing in the center of Paradise Town. In addition, she also saw the dark elf legion within the territory. Her first reaction was disgust. But soon, the elf queen's expression became complicated again. Compared to the Naga, the nature elves despise and scorn the dark elves who have joined the evil and dark camp. But at the same time, they feel sympathy and pity for the dark elves' plight. It's a love-hate relationship. Once the fire-breathing dragon arrives with its monster army, we will launch an attack on Paradise Town. In addition, Queen Bernina then reminded the Lich King and the Naga Queen, saying, "Do not touch the Dark Elf Mother Tree in our territory. It belongs to our elf race." The Lich King looked over and said with some displeasure, "What does the Mother Tree of the Dark Elves have to do with your nature elves? They're already thinking about dividing up the spoils before the war has even started. Moreover, it also wanted to study such a tall Dark Elf Mother Tree." It has to be said, the Lich King was extremely persistent and obsessed with the pursuit of the truth and essence of things. If this were on Earth, it would surely achieve great things. Queen Bernina the elf said, "Dark elves and we nature elves share the same origin. Since they have appeared on the surface, they naturally belong to our elven race for disposal. I will take this Dark Elf Mother Tree to the elf sanctuary and ask Her Majesty the Queen to cleanse it of its evil and dark power." "Your Majesty, there's no need for such trouble." The ancient archetype, Doris, said indifferently, "I can handle this kind of thing." The elf Queen Bernina immediately beamed with joy and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, divine envoy." Doris nodded slightly, looking rather haughty. This scene, witnessed by the elf Queen Bernina, did not provoke any displeasure. An ancient great elf, huh? It's perfectly normal to be a little arrogant. Even when entering the elf holy land in the Far East, the ancient great elves would be treated as honored guests, and the elven queen would respectfully address them as divine messenger. At that very moment, the Naga Queen suddenly let out a soft eh. She asked, puzzled, "Queen Bernina, didn't you say there's an angel city in Paradise Town? Why haven't I seen it?" Upon hearing this, the Lich King immediately began searching everywhere. It couldn't believe it didn't remember such important information. However, after a thorough search, it still could not find the legendary city of angels. Unbeknownst to them, tens of kilometers above them, two enormous angel cities floated, and Lin Yu was atop the walls of one of the angel cities, looking down upon them. This is because the space surrounding the city of angels was forcibly distorted by the Grand Secretary Angelia. Even a demigod wouldn't be able to detect it. Chapter 272 Those Angels, Undermining the Underworld. "I don't know." Queen Bernina shook her head. She also found no trace of the city of angels. However, she said seriously, "This was the last piece of information King Vorn gave me before the fall of the giant's capital, and it cannot be false. The city of angels must exist, and perhaps it is hiding somewhere right now." Mentioning the mountain giant King Vorn, Queen Bernina felt very regretful. The destruction of the mountain giant's kingdom and the unknown fate of King Vorn saddened her. For her, King Vorn was a great collaborator. Since allying with King Vorn and gaining the support of the mountain giants, the Elf Garden no longer fears the threats from the Bone Temple and the Naga Kingdom. The peace of the Dark Forest has lasted for hundreds of years. At this moment, it is uncertain whether King Vorn is alive or dead. The kingdom of the mountain giants has already been destroyed. Countless mountain giants were captured by the angels and became believers in the holy light. This means that the balance of the Dark Forest has been broken. Even if we win this war, destroy Paradise Town, and eliminate the threat posed by the angels, the Dark Forest will enter a turbulent period. It's hard to guarantee that the Bone Temple and the Naga Kingdom won't take this opportunity to join forces and invade her elf garden. This was a very upsetting thing for the Elf Queen. "We need to be careful." Queen Naga said, "Angel City is a weapon of war for the angel race, renowned throughout the universe and having swept across countless worlds. Even if our army is much larger, we cannot be careless." "Good." The Lich King nodded as well. Of the three rulers, it was the most wary of the angels. They were terrified of falling into the hands of those angels and being purified. At that very moment, the old mage in black robes standing nearby seemed to have noticed something. An uncontrollable soft gasp. Then, in a hurried voice, she said, "Your Majesty, look over there. Isn't that the bone dragon Oster? It's still alive, and it seems to have undergone an astonishing transformation." Erstead, the Lich King looked in the direction the old black-robed mage was pointing. The Naga Queen and the Elf Queen Bernina were also very curious. Soon, a scene that appeared in their field of vision once again froze the expressions on their faces. Both queens stared wide-eyed, a look of utter disbelief on his face. They saw a bone dragon, over 100 meters long, standing prominently on the eastern wall of Paradise Town, its size exceeding that of the town's walls. Its two front paws gripped the edge of the city wall. Its tail dangles from the back of the city wall, swaying back and forth like a happy pet. Of course, that's not the point. The key point is that this bone dragon's body is completely different from other bone dragons. Other bone dragons have grayish-white bones all over their bodies, exuding a sense of coldness and death. In contrast, Bone Dragon Oster's body was flawless, with every bone as white as jade, and even radiating a holy glow. At this moment, Bone Dragon Oster. It didn't feel like a ghost at all. Instead, it had a sacred aura. Oh my god! The Lich King exclaimed in horror. Those angels actually transformed Oster, who was an undead creature, into a being of the light faction. It's simply unbelievable. They're incredibly audacious. The old sorcerer in black robes said, to transform the dead into beings of light is to go against the Grim Reaper and undermine the underworld. Although this corner is very small now, it will not cause the slightest harm to the underworld. However, if a large number of undead of light appear, the impact will be significant. After all, the underworld is the final destination of the dead. If the dead are gone, won't the underworld be empty? If you lose your job, what are the Grim Reapers supposed to do? Go shopping and buy handbags. The black-robed old mage had every reason to believe. If the Grim Reapers of the underworld were to discover what these angels were doing, they would surely fight them to the death. If he were death, he wouldn't be able to resist either. The Lich King took a deep breath and said, I just want to know, how did those angels manage to do that? Normally, such a thing should be impossible. Even immortal gods do not possess such power. The old mage in black robes was unable to answer the Lich King's question. After all, if he knew, he wouldn't be a mere demigod. Angels, as a mythical race, once swept across all realms and dominated the heavens, so it's not surprising that they possess such methods. If your majesty wants to know what methods the angels used, why not just capture a few angels and ask them later? I'd love to, the Lich King muttered to himself. It has never wanted to study the race of angels. The question is, does it even have that opportunity? I don't know why. It suddenly lost much confidence in the war. They seemed to be stunned by the angels' astonishing methods. Holy light undead. The elf Queen Bernina's lustrous lips twitched slightly. This event didn't shock her as much as the Lich King, but she still felt like she'd seen a ghost, as if her worldview had been severely impacted. At this moment, she turned to look at the ancient archetype Doris beside her. The divine messenger does not seem surprised. She noticed that Doris's expression was very calm. Doris said indifferently, even the angels have descended upon this world, so what is a mere holy light undead? It's not like the goddess of darkness has been transformed. Upon hearing this, Queen Bernina of the Elves immediately felt that this made a lot of sense. He thought to himself, no wonder he's an ancient great elf. His mentality is much more stable than that of ordinary people. How could she know? Doris wasn't calm. Rather, in her heart, the great Lord of Light was omnipotent and could do anything incredible without being surprised. Fanatical worship was all that mattered. Half an hour later, a dense array of dark shadows appeared on the distant horizon. Leading the pack was a massive magical beast, whose level had reached that of a demigod. He was followed by nearly 10,000 saint-level and extraordinary magical beasts. Behind them, there were countless wild monsters of various kinds. The mountains and jungles on the ground have been transformed into a vast ocean of wild monsters. Wherever it passed, the mountains trembled. Countless ancient trees were knocked down, just like an earthquake. The scene was countless times more shocking than the beast tide of the previous 2 days. Adonis and his army of monsters are here. Queen Bernina the elf immediately said, it's not too late. Launch an attack on Paradise Town immediately. Focus your attack on the city walls. Only by destroying them can our army break in. Chapter 273, The War Begins. The Lich King and the Naga Queen nodded. They also knew that the territory of the otherworldly lord was protected by the supreme rules. The town must not be attacked. After the town, you need to destroy its walls to break in. Before the city walls were destroyed, even demigods like them had no way to enter the territory of the otherworldly lord. That was the rule. Conversely, their home territories are different. Even if the city walls are not destroyed, the otherworldly lord's army can still cross the walls and attack the stronghold directly. This seems somewhat unfair, but it is also a means of achieving balance. Simply because their homeland is the ruler of this world. The otherworldly lords have only been here a short time. Without such protection, they would have been wiped out by their native forces long ago. If anyone's to blame, it's the fact that Paradise Town is developing too fast. This forced these superpowers to join forces and launch a war. The Lich King said, we cannot fight the legions of Paradise Town outside. That will only make them stronger. The units of the otherworld lords can level up by killing enemies. The longer the battle lasts, the more likely they are to advance to a higher level. This is becoming increasingly disadvantageous for us. Good. The Naga Queen also expressed her agreement. Then, with deep emotion, he said, the supreme rules are too lenient towards these otherworldly lords and combat professionals. If we had this ability, we would have already advanced to the peak of demigods. Queen Bernina the elf was also very envious of this. She also wanted to master this ability so that she could quickly improve her own level. Unfortunately, this ability does not belong to their native forces. There's no need to feel sentimental. Without this ability, even if those professionals are given 100 years, they may not be able to make a difference. Upon hearing this, both the Naga Queen and the Lich King nodded. Their homegrown forces have ruled the world for who knows how many years. In terms of strength and foundation, they are far superior to those professionals from other worlds. Only through special means can the strength gap between the two camps be narrowed quickly. Overall, their local forces still hold an absolute advantage in terms of terrain, location, and popular support. Paradise Town is just an exception. Or rather, it's a cheat that shouldn't exist at all. What are you all waiting for? Just then, a roar like thunder resounded. Launch an attack immediately and end this war as quickly as possible, so that I may return to my slumber. A thunderous roar approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of them. It was a colossal creature covered in fiery red scales and possessing a head resembling that of a lion. Accompanied by its beast-like panting, scorching golden flames could be seen spewing from its mouth and nostrils, crackling and burning the air. Charizard truly lives up to its name. Besides the demigod-level fire-breathing dragons, nearly 10,000 saint-level and transcendent-level magical beasts flew over. And in the distance, countless avian wild monsters gathered, blotting out the sun. Such a lineup. The three rulers couldn't help but gasp in surprise. They didn't realize how strong the monster race was before. Because the territories of Warcraft are scattered. At most, you can only see a few dozen monsters gathered together. Now, all the magical beasts in the entire Dark Forest have gathered here, reaching a terrifying scale of nearly 10,000, which has allowed them to truly witness the real strength of the magical beast race. If it weren't for the threat posed by Paradise Town, they all wanted to unite and wipe out the fire-breathing dragon and all the monsters behind it to prevent future troubles. After all, the native intelligent races and the monster race are inherently hostile forces. Life or death battles between them have become commonplace. It is common to see powerful local forces fighting with magical beasts in the mountains and forests. This time, it was because the enemy was the legendary angel race that Charizardman and the demon beast race were forced to cooperate with them and besiege Paradise Town together. If it were the orcs from the west invading, these magical beasts could not possibly be here, much less join forces with them. After exchanging greetings, Queen Bernina the elf said, "It is not advisable for our 4 armies to appear in the same battlefield area, so as not to accidentally injure our own troops. Fortunately, Paradise Town has 4 walls, so we can each attack one side without interfering with each other. It's like the Bone Temple Legion under the Lich King. They are either the dead or evil beings. If they are on the same battlefield, the evil elemental magic they release, or the necromantic and dark power they exude, will affect the elven units belonging to the good faction. Putting aside other factors, their combat effectiveness will definitely be weakened to some extent." "I object." The Naga Queen frowned and said, "We think we should concentrate our efforts on attacking one wall so that we can destroy it as quickly as possible." Queen Bernina the elf said, "The walls of the otherworldly lords are different from the walls of our own land. There is such a thing as durability. The city wall will not collapse until its durability reaches 0. Whether you attack one wall or all 4 walls, the effect is the same. You know that." The Naga Queen glanced at the Elf Queen with some surprise, and then said, "In that case, our Naga Kingdom will attack the southern city wall. The Lich King, I will attack the north." Without hesitation, the Elf Queen chose to attack the eastern wall of Paradise Town. The armies of the 3 forces are currently stationed in these 3 directions and do not need to change positions. Then, the 3 turned their attention to the enormous fire-breathing dragon. Charizard rolled its eyes. Its army would need to fly over Paradise Town to attack its western city wall. As for the ground-based monster army, it would have to circle around from both sides. "Okay, that works." Charizard didn't dawdle either. He immediately relayed the order to his army of magical beasts and wild monsters. Soon, the vast army of wild monsters split into 2 groups and began to circle around Paradise Town. Looking down from high above, it's like 2 tsunamis that are constantly rolling forward. The scene was quite breathtaking. "Let's get started." The 3 rulers exchanged glances. They then retreated to their respective army camps and led their armies to attack Paradise Town. Soon, the deafening roar of cannons rang out. That was the magic cannons from the walls of Angel Town bombarding the armies of all sides. At the same time, warships from the Naga Kingdom and airships from the Elf Garden were also bombarding the walls of Paradise Town. On the northern battlefield, the undead army of the Bone Temple launched a large number of undead catapults. In an instant, the walls of Paradise Town were trembling violently from the attack. The durability value is also decreasing rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. On the other side, the fire-breathing old beast led nearly 10,000 saint-level and extraordinary-level magical beasts, marching majestically through the sky across Paradise Town, preparing to head to the western battlefield. However, it did not find it. Right above its head, two enormous cities of angels are floating in the air. Linyu, the chief secretary Angelia, and the 12-winged angel Vivien all stared at it with indifferent eyes. All I can say is that this old beast is incredibly bold. Chapter 274 Siege of Paradise Town. Boom, 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 boom. Brilliant beams of light struck the walls of Paradise Town. That was an attack from a magic cannon. It's the Naga warships and the elf airships bombarding the city walls. Then, one after another, enormous fleshy spheres rained down from the sky, exploding violently the moment they hit the city wall. These were cannonballs launched by the catapults of the undead army. It appears to be a solid, but it possesses terrifying explosive power. After a round of attacks, the walls of Paradise Town suffered almost no damage, and no bricks were broken. However, this does not mean that the city walls perfectly withstood the attack. On the contrary, the city wall was severely damaged. This single attack caused the city wall's durability to drop by tens of thousands of points. The walls of Paradise Town are high-level walls with 500,000 durability points. It offers much better defense than fences and walls. Even so, it couldn't withstand the test for too long. Perhaps it won't be long before the 500,000 durability points reach zero. At that time, the city wall will instantly collapse into a huge stone ruin. In addition, the durability of the city walls cannot be repaired during battle. After all, protected by the rules of the floating island world, invaders can only break into the territory of the otherworld lord by destroying the city walls. If repairs can be made midway, these factions might not be able to break through the walls of Paradise Town even by tomorrow, making the war pointless. At the same time, several forces also launched an attack. They surrounded Paradise Town like a vast ocean. During this process, another series of terrifying forbidden spells enveloped Paradise Town, causing the city walls of the territory to shake even more violently, and their durability to plummet once again. Forbidden spells can generally only be cast by powerful individuals at the saint level. Different professions can unleash different forbidden spells. But all forbidden spells, regardless of profession, have one thing in common. They are incredibly powerful. To a certain extent, it is no less powerful than attacking enemies by opening up a domain world. Bang, 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 bang. The eastern city wall was struck by countless thick wooden spears. It was the Treant Legion, loyal to the Elf Garden, that made their move. Those tree men were all tens of meters tall. They could use the natural elemental magic they possessed to condense thick wooden spears and project them over long distances. They launched an attack on the walls of Paradise Town from a distance of thousands of meters. Don't be fooled by its wooden shape. Its attack power and penetrating force are terrifying. Furthermore, since the Treants are a race of great strength, the wooden spears they throw are incredibly powerful. If it were a local force's city wall, it would be pierced on the spot. Immediately afterwards, behind the Treant Legion, then a large number of nature spirits flew in riding unicorns. Under the control of the nature spirits, the unicorns unleashed streaks of purple lightning, attacking the city walls. The unicorn wields the power of thunder. The single horn on their heads is the vessel for the power of thunder. This is why unicorn horns are extremely valuable in the abundant region. They can be used not only to craft top-tier equipment, but also ground into powder, used to inscribe magic scrolls, and even to concoct potions. In conjunction with the Treant Legion and the Unicorn Legion, the attack was also carried out by the Fairy Dragons and Fairy Dragons. The Fairy Dragon, in particular, is incredibly elusive. They seem to possess the power of space. It allows for short distance, instantaneous movement on the battlefield. In a flash, they appeared hundreds of meters away. Like almost all dragons, fairy dragons and angel dragons can breathe dragon breath and unleash dragon language magic, and their power is quite astonishing. In a short time, the various troop formations of the Elf Garden had already besieged the city. It also demonstrated extremely strong war capabilities. To the south lies the battlefield of the Naga Kingdom. The Naga army and the Murloc army rode the waves directly into the sea. High above and on the ground, there were towering waves everywhere. It was filled with the figures of Naga and Murlocs. They simultaneously piloted Naga warships to bombard the walls of Paradise Town and rode giant waves to attack them, creating a scene resembling a tsunami. On Earth, the city would have been submerged by a tsunami long ago. Northern battlefield. The undead from the Temple of Bones unleashed a cataclysmic plague of the dead. Countless undead creatures converged like a vast ocean. The variety is countless. There are weak skeletons, rotting corpses, and ghouls. There are also powerful abominations, headless horsemen, zombie lords, and so on. High in the sky, there are countless ghosts, vampires, bone dragons, phantom dragons, and so on. Under the cover of countless undead catapults fleshy projectiles, these undead, some raising their weapons high, others roaring and howling, surge towards Paradise Town. These scenes of war, if it were any other Lord-level professional, they would probably have fainted from fright long ago. Thousands of meters in the air, standing atop the walls of an angelic city, overlooking the battlefield, Lin Yu said to Angelia, "It's about time to make our move. Proceed according to the original plan. Also, take out those arrogant magical beasts first." For Lin Yu, those magical beasts, including the fire-breathing dragon beast, actually dared to fly over Paradise Town. This is simply a disregard for his angelic legion. Besides, now that they're right under our noses, there's no reason for us to let them go. "Yes, my lord." Angelia immediately relayed the Lord of Holy Light's command. Almost at the same time, the various military units of Paradise Town were mobilized. Hundreds of thousands of angels, a mountain giant army of nearly 1,000,000, and countless territorial troops such as forest trolls and dark elves poured out of Paradise Town. At the same time, the distorted space that had enveloped the two cities of angels returned to normal. In an instant, these two cities, stretching 8 kilometers in length and width, came into view of all enemy units. At that moment, almost all the enemy units were terrified. This includes saint-level beings from all 4 factions, and even demigod-level powerhouses. By the goddess of elves, is that the legendary angel city, the war weapon of the angel race? How could they appear out of thin air? I didn't see them at all just now. Damn it. Paradise Town doesn't have just one angel city, it has 2. On the battlefield, many creatures were screaming in terror. However, the sound soon disappeared, because an attack from the city of angels descended upon them. The 2 angelic cities, under the control of the 12-winged angel Vivien, indiscriminately bombarded the 4 battlefields below. In a short time, the armies of the 4 forces suffered heavy casualties. Even saint-level experts who were hit instantly disappeared from their original positions. Chapter 275 2 Slaps from Secretarian. Run! Get away from this area. Charizard was also startled by the sudden appearance of the 2 angel cities, because these 2 cities of angels are right above it. The enormous shadow that was cast completely enveloped it. It was immediately filled with immense terror. It was as if a great calamity was about to befall them. Since advancing to the demigod realm, there has been no power that can frighten it anymore. Daily life consists of eating and sleeping, and then eating again after waking up. How delightful. But now it feels panicked. I want to get away from these 2 cities of angels as soon as possible. Other saint-level and extraordinary magical beasts felt the same way. This is because the city of angels is truly enormous, spanning 8,000 meters in length and width, and consists of 2 cities. Even without bombarding them, just hurling them down would be enough to turn them into mincemeat. They didn't want to die such a miserable death. Soon, led by the fire-breathing dragon beast, nearly 10,000 saint-level and extraordinary magical beasts flew towards the western city wall of Paradise Town. However, before they could fly very far, the space around them was forcibly confined. The fire-breathing dragon flying at the very front crashed headfirst into an indestructible spatial barrier with a muffled thud. This demigod-level magical beast was also somewhat dizzy from the impact. He shook his head a few times before he came to his senses. It exclaimed in horror, "Damn it! Paradise Town has powerful beings who have mastered the laws of space. The space in this area has been sealed. Ancestor, what do we do now?" Those saint-level and transcendent-level magical beasts all asked in fear. What to do? Of course, we should break through it. The fire-breathing dragon roared and unleashed a burst of scorching flames towards the invisible spatial barrier in front of it. Flame is its signature move. Within the spewing flames lies the power of the laws it has mastered. This attack is in no way inferior to the breath of a dragon of the same level. With a loud bang, golden flames struck the spatial barrier. It instantly exploded into a giant flower of fire, with countless sparks bounced back and landed on some unfortunate magical beasts, burning them on the spot and causing them to scream in agony. However, nobody paid them any attention. Other transcendent-level magical beasts retreated immediately. Meanwhile, the saint-level magical beasts unleashed their domain power, joining forces with the fire-breathing dragon beast to attack the spatial barrier. For them, they are now essentially imprisoned. This is not good news. We must escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the two cities of angels high in the sky target them, they will be trapped beasts, sitting ducks, with no way to avoid them. However, at this very moment, a large number of figures actually rushed into this spatial cage. They were all powerful, high-ranking angels, led by Ophir, a 10-winged war angel at the peak of the saint rank, and Oil. The total number is around 3,000. 3,000 high-ranking angels fought against nearly 10,000 monsters. Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, the angel race excels at fighting opponents of higher levels, especially the higher-ranking angels. Fighting an enemy of equal strength is like beating up your younger brother. Throughout the entire universe, there are very few intelligent races that can go toe-to-toe with the angels at the same level. Good timing. I have eaten all sorts of races, but I have never eaten an angel. Perfect timing to see what you taste like. The fire-breathing dragon roared. He immediately prepared to breathe fire at the angels who were charging in. Suddenly, a slender little hand appeared out of thin air and slapped it across the face with lightning speed, pulling the golden flame that was about to come out of its mouth back into its mouth. A loud, heavy blow. Charizard was knocked over a dozen times on the spot. My head was buzzing from being slapped so hard. It took him a while to come to his senses. His bewildered expression was tinged with horror as he shouted, "Who hit me? Get out here, ancestor." However, after a long time, the person in question still did not appear. However, Charizard did not believe that it was hallucinating. After all, its face was still burning with pain. In the distance, the war between monsters and angels has already broken out. As soon as the battle began, a large number of monsters were instantly killed by high-ranking angels. Especially the twins, they were absolutely invincible. Even when facing saint-level magical beasts, he could kill them with a single shot, and he was almost impossible to find an opponent. Seeing more and more monsters being killed, Charizardman was starting to get a little uneasy. After all, these monsters were all its underlings. It looked around, but didn't find anything suspicious. Then they prepared to enter the battlefield again to suppress those high-ranking angels. Just then, a slender little hand crossed through space again, wanting to slap it once more. "How dare you?" Fortunately, I was prepared. The fire-breathing dragon roared and unleashed a burst of flame imbued with the power of laws towards the hand. It believed its full-force attack would surely reduce the law-based hand that had ambushed it to ashes. However, the next second, the slender hand instantly shattered its golden flames, then slapped it onto its face. With a snap, another slap on the face. Moreover, this slap was much more powerful. It almost cracked Charizard's skull. It cried out in pain. I was both angry and terrified, as if I had seen a ghost. "Who is it?" Charizard roared in alarm and anger. "If you've got the guts, step forward." It was so angry that its whole body was engulfed in flames, making it look like a majestic and powerful fire unicorn. It was also at this time. An elegant and beautiful figure emerged from the void not far away. It was none other than the head secretary, Angelia. She gazed indifferently at the enraged, fire-breathing dragon and said, "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Bow your head and kneel on the ground. My lord is merciful and may grant you eternal life. You ambushed me." The Charizard beast bared its teeth at Secretarian, clearly furious. "No one can make our ancestor abandon his noble dignity, not even you angels. What level are you to call yourself a Tao ancestor in front of me?" Angelia's voice was cold and clear. With a slender grab from the void, she pulled out an angel's sword burning with golden flames. At this moment, the spatial cage suddenly began to shake. There is a powerful force attacking from the outside. Charizard was initially startled by Angelia's actions, but then it became excited and roared, "Ancestor's helper has arrived. Once the spatial barrier breaks, it will be your death. Attack the spatial cage from the outside." It was the Elf Queen, the Naga Queen, and the Lich King, among others. When they saw Charizardman get slapped twice, they knew that Charizardman was no match for Angelia. If they don't rescue him quickly, this old man will likely die at Angelia's hands. However, Charizard's happiness didn't last long. Soon, figures flew into Paradise Town as well. Moreover, each of them exuded a powerful demigod aura. How is this possible? How come there are so many demigods in Paradise Town? Isn't that mountain giant King Vorn? Although his appearance has changed drastically, I can still recognize him. He's not dead, and he's even become a follower of the Lord of the Holy Light. And that human woman, she is Saintess Tiffany of the Church of Light. Damn it, the angels have actually extended their reach into the land of abundance. The war currently raging in the Land of Abundance must be related to the angels. The elf Queen Bernina and others exclaimed in surprise. Seeing a large group of demigods charging towards them, they felt a chill run down their spines and realized they had been tricked. Chapter 276 Retreat. Retreat now. The elf queen and the others originally thought that the Paradise Town had at most 1 or 2 demigods. There might not even be a single demigod. After all, this otherworldly territory has only been developing for less than half a month. In just half a month, a demigod was born from nothing. This is completely illogical. They had previously speculated that the reason why Paradise Town was able to conquer the giant kingdom in one fell swoop was mainly due to the legendary weapon of war, Angel City. However, reality slapped them hard across the face. The town of Paradise is not only home to demigods, but their numbers far exceed what they could have imagined. On their side, including the ancient great elf Doris, there are only 8 demigods. Meanwhile, in Paradise Town, there are a full 10 demigods. And this doesn't even include the human lord with a tall, handsome face who stands atop the walls of the City of Angels. Of all the demigods in Paradise Town, this human lord is what they fear most, because he was emanating an incredibly terrifying pressure. This kind of pressure has far surpassed that of a peak demigod. He reached the level of a true god. This human lord was only at the early stage of demigod level, yet he possessed the aura of a true god. This illustrates a point. That is, he possesses a legendary artifact. For example, the white and gold armor he was wearing. For example, the staff he held in his hand, which looked like it was made of white jade. If their mental perception is not malfunctioning, then it means that this human lord possesses at least 2 divine artifacts. This discovery terrified them, and they broke out in a cold sweat. That's a legendary artifact. 2 items appeared at once. Moreover, it is controlled by the same person. This person's fighting ability must have reached an inhuman level. Even if they can't compare to real gods, they can still easily crush them to the ground. In addition, the City of Angels does indeed exist in Paradise Town. But not 1, but 2. A large group of demigods concealing their auras, powerful lords possessing at least 2 divine artifacts, and 2 angelic cities with terrifying war power. All these factors combined. This reveals a truth. They were fooled. Paradise Town, by waiting in ambush and deliberately feigning weakness, they eventually dragged their army into the battlefield and even surrounded a few of them. This is a conspiracy to capture them all. Retreat. Retreat now. The Naga Queen screamed first. Charizard was sealed inside a spatial barrier. They were now outnumbered 7 to 10, putting them at a disadvantage. Moreover, a terrifying lord clad in divine artifacts was looking down upon them from above. This was definitely not a good sign. We must first retreat to a safe area before discussing countermeasures. As for Charizard, they are now powerless to help. So be it if I die. Anyway, they're not demigods from their faction. Upon hearing the Naga Queen's words, the Elf Queen and the Lich King's first reaction was also to retreat. They also didn't want to be surrounded by the demigods of Paradise Town. Don't go. Help me. Inside the spatial cage, the Charizard's earlier excitement had long since vanished. Seeing the large group of figures flying out of Paradise Town, it was so frightened that its scalp tingled. At the same time, I felt deep regret. Had it known the hidden power of Paradise Town was so terrifying, it would never have dared to meddle. Now, not only has it failed to gain the upper hand, but it's also imprisoned and could be killed at any moment. In addition, nearly 10,000 of its magical beasts were also sealed inside this space. They are currently fighting against 3,000 high-ranking angels. Every moment, the corpses of monsters fall from the sky. To put it bluntly, their entire monster race was wiped out in one fell swoop. Perhaps after this war ends, there will be no more monsters in the dark forest. Just thinking about these things, it regretted it so much it almost vomited blood. Help me. Charizard roared at the Elf Queen and the others outside the spatial barrier. If you don't save me, you'll die even faster. Adonis is right. If we rescue it, our chances of fighting it together will be much greater. This is the voice of the Lich King. It has already put away the bone thrown beneath it. As it spoke, a long, jet-black spear appeared in its hand. This is a semi-divine artifact. Having been nurtured by it for over 1,000 years, its power is extremely strong. Attack together. The Lich King roared. His body then transformed into a black mist and merged with the black spear. Then, in an instant, it traversed thousands of meters and pierced the spatial barrier with the tip of its spear. A loud bang. The spatial barrier remained completely still, while the black spear was deflected. The Lich King, who had become one with the black spear, was also instantly shaken out. The black mist that had enveloped it had dissipated, revealing a face that was deathly pale. Upon witnessing this scene, the Elf Queen, Naga Queen, and the others, who were hesitating whether to make a move, also dared not act. When the Lich King attacked the spatial barrier, they simultaneously sensed how strong its defensive power was. It was almost indestructible. Even if all these demigods were combined, it would be very difficult to break them. Even if there is a chance of success, it cannot be done in a short time. By then, they will surely be surrounded. Walk. Without further hesitation, the Elf Queen prepared to flee. At that moment, she noticed a blue wave sweeping across the distant horizon. The Naga Queen escaped even faster than she did. This woman, the Elf Queen, gritted her teeth in anger. Just then, she suddenly heard another scream. Turning my head, I saw that the Lich King's body had been pierced by a bright green dagger. The piercing point was the Lich King's heart. Liches are also a race belonging to the undead faction. However, unlike most undead, the Lich's core is not the soul fire, but its heart. The heart is the source of a Lich's power, just like the angel's heart for the angel race. The difference is that the heart of an angel is indestructible. However, the Lich's heart is its most vulnerable and fatal weakness. Once the heart is destroyed, even an immortal Lich will die. It's you. The Lich King stiffly turned his head. It stared in disbelief at the one who had betrayed it, the ancient archetype Doris. Chapter 277, a backstab from Doris. You? Why? The Lich King's expression was contorted, showing anger, shock, and pain. It could sense that its heart had been pierced by a dagger, and the released power of law was trying to forcibly crush its heart. The Lich King instinctively mobilized his own laws to protect his heart. Although they eventually succeeded, they were severely damaged. Moreover, the intense pain was somewhat unbearable for it. His whole body convulsed. Most importantly, it never expected that its ally, who was also in the same camp, would launch a sneak attack on it from behind, and that the ancient Great Elf would use the signature skill of the Dark Elf Assassin, Shadow Assassination. Without a sound, it delivered a near-fatal backstab. Not far away, the Dark Old Mage, along with the Elf Queen Bernina and the demigod Fairy Dragon, were also shocked to see this. Especially the Elf Queen Bernina, who was completely stunned. It was as if she were the one who had been betrayed. I can't believe what I'm seeing is real. My lord, divine envoy. The Elf Queen Bernina cried out. Why did you do this? The ancient archetype Doris did not respond. With a swift slash, she sliced open the Lich King's heart and abdomen. Then it vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. Almost at the same time, a black gun pierced through her afterimage. This was a counterattack from the Lich King, but it did not harm the ancient Archel Doris in the slightest. Her sexy and alluring figure appeared hundreds of meters away. Black blood was dripping from the dagger in his hand. What a pity. Doris was somewhat disappointed. The dagger in her hand was just an ordinary sacred artifact. If it were a top-grade holy artifact, or even a semi-divine artifact, the Lich King would surely die. Now, although the Lich King is severely injured, he has survived her assassination attempt, which is quite disappointing to her. At this time, she finally looked up at the horrified crowd. A captivating smile graced her beautiful, heavily made-up face as she addressed the Elf Queen Bernina, saying, Your Majesty, abandon your unrealistic fantasies. You can't escape. Traitor. Queen Bernina the elf took a breath and said, You are an ancient great elf, a divine messenger of Her Majesty the goddess of nature and elves, yet you betray your own mother? Mother goddess? Doris's smile vanished instantly. She said coldly, Long after the holy war ended, nature and the goddess of elves abandoned our dark elf race. It was the great lord of holy light who gave me the opportunity to become an ancient great elf, and it was the lord of holy light who guided our tribe in the right direction. We have no mother goddess, nor do we need one. Only the holy light is eternal. Upon hearing this, Queen Bernina of the elves was both shocked and furious. Surprisingly, this ancient great elf actually came from the dark elf race. No wonder she saw the towering dark elf mother tree and a vast number of dark elves in Paradise Town. Those dark elves were led by this ancient great elf. What's infuriating is that this ancient great elf has completely forgotten nature and the elven goddess. She, like the dark elves of her tribe, had become a follower of the holy light. This is a blatant betrayal of faith. Even among the nature elves, betraying the faith of the elven goddess is a grave sin. However, considering the true identity of this ancient great elf, the so-called betrayal of faith then seems quite normal. The dark elves no longer worship nature or the elf goddess. So it was all a conspiracy. Queen Bernina of the elves sighed deeply, and then suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. The ancient great elf had always been a member of Paradise Town. His appearance before her was merely to help Paradise Town gather information about their allied forces with the intention of striking later. She suddenly felt a little relieved. Fortunately, the one betrayed by the ancient archetype Doris was the Lich King. If it were her, she may be dead by now. It's not that her strength is inferior to the Lich King's. It's because the Lich King has a stronger life force. She couldn't withstand that backstab. Hateful, foolish elf queen. You were so stupid as to let a wolf into the house, and you didn't even realize it from the beginning. The Lich King was so angry that his chest ached. As soon as it finished speaking, it carried the old dark mage away into the distance. This war is simply impossible to fight. They greatly underestimated the strength of Paradise Town. Currently, Charizard is imprisoned inside a spatial barrier. Queen Naga was the first to escape, and he is severely injured. On the other hand, in Paradise Town, 12 demigods were eyeing the town covetously. If it stays any longer, even the Lich King will face certain death. The ancient archetype Doris glanced sideways at the retreating figures of the Lich King and the Dark Wizard. She did not chase after them, because she knew those two guys couldn't escape. This includes the Naga Queen who escaped earlier. Sure enough, at that very moment, two dazzling portals of light suddenly appeared on the distant horizon. Several figures flew out from each of the light gates. They were all demigods from Paradise City. Using the Archangel's Gate of Light, they crossed the heavens and intercepted the Lich King and Naga Queen as they fled into the distance. At the same time, two more figures flew towards her. They are Elena, the eight-winged Archangel, and Vaughn, the Mountain Giant King. Prepare to cooperate with her to suppress the Elf Queen Bernina and that demigod-level fairy dragon. Chapter 278 Elf Queen, join us. It's over. The Elf Queen Bernina's expression changed drastically. She knew what the ultimate plan for Paradise Town was. That means defeating them one by one. Originally, the 6 demigods had gathered together. Even if the Lich King is severely injured by the ancient Archel Doris's backstab, as long as they stick together, there is a very high probability that they can withstand the demigod siege of Paradise Town. Even if things go awry, it's still quite possible for some of them to escape. After all, under these circumstances, 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. But now, the Naga Queen and the Lich King have fled one after the other. This directly prevents them from sticking together. Its overall strength has been severely weakened. The current situation is, whether it's her, the Lich King, or the Naga Queen, they all face a 2 against 3, or even 2 against 4 situation. Isn't this the end? Benina, surrender. The Mountain Giant King Vorn boomed. You were destined to fail before this war even began. Fate has brought you here, giving you the chance to embrace the holy light. Don't resist. Faith in the holy light is the right choice for you. Queen Bernina, the Elf Queen, looked at the Mountain Giant King Vorn, whose appearance had drastically changed, and said, Your Majesty Vorn, do you know what you are doing? You are betraying the Titan God. You are not the same person you were before. You are no longer the resolute and fearless king of the mountain giants. You've even abandoned the appearance of a mountain giant. Is this the fate you wanted? The mountain giants look like stone men, made up of countless stones of all sizes. At this moment, the mountain giant King Vaughn had a large bald head and his skin was bluish-purple, making him look like a mutated human magnified countless times. It has none of the air of a mountain giant. However, Mountain Giant King Vaughn shook his head and said, Bernina, you are still short-sighted. The reason I have become like this is because I am embarking on the path of evolution to become a Thunder Titan. Isn't this a good thing? Queen Bernina of the Elves fell silent. King Vaughn's words deeply stung her. He left her speechless after that. She had no idea that Mountain Giant King Vaughn had already touched upon the Thunder Titan bloodline hidden within him, and that he might evolve into a Thunder Titan in the future. This is indeed a good thing. If it were her, and she had the chance to evolve into an ancient great elf, she would also choose to abandon the appearance of a nature elf. After all, the ancient great elves were on a higher level. This is a blessing from our Lord. Seeing the elf queen remain silent, the mountain giant King Vorn said with a fanatical expression, Benina, nature and the elf goddess have abandoned you, for this is a broken world that is not cared for by the gods. She can't hear you calling her. We will not receive the spiritual strength you offer. Join us. Become a believer in the holy light. The great Lord of Holy Light will bring a brighter future to your elven race. Your Majesty, the beautiful woman, who was transformed from a fairy dragon, whispered something. Then he quietly walked to the side of the elf Queen Bernina. No matter what choice the elf queen makes, she will accompany her to the very end. Queen Bernina glanced at her, then raised her emerald green eyes to look at the giant like King Vorn, and said, "What if I refuse to believe in your Lord of the Holy Light?" Mountain Giant King Von said in a deep voice, "Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life." Understood. Queen Bernina the elf took a deep breath. The implication is, refusing to believe in the Lord of Holy Light is a dead end. This was not unexpected for her. The legendary angel race is known for its tough stance on heresy, which even influenced Vorn, the mountain giant king and a follower of the Holy Light. As they spoke, an exquisite long sword appeared in the elf queen's hand. Her profession is an elven swordsman. Once one reaches the level of a peak demigod, one can call oneself a sword god. The elementalist is the god of magic. However, the elf queen is currently only at the late stage of demigod and has not yet been able to ignite the divine fire to advance to the peak of demigod, so she is naturally not the so-called sword god. Is this your choice? Will you take all the nature spirits, unicorns, and tree people from the fairy garden with you? As they spoke, an enormous, ridiculously large great sword appeared in the hands of the mountain giant king, Vaughn. Not far away, the eight-winged archangel Elena waved her staff, showering down a dazzling rain of light that enveloped the area. The ancient great elf, Doris, vanished into thin air. This means they've entered assassination mode. After evolving into an ancient great elf, Doris's assassination skills became even more powerful. It almost felt like walking in the void. Even a powerful demigod would have difficulty detecting her presence. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as appearing and disappearing like ghosts. However, just as this war was about to break out, a deafening wail suddenly echoed from within the spatial barrier in the distance. Queen Bernina looked up and immediately saw that it was the fire-breathing dragon beast screaming in agony. It was trampled underfoot by the incredibly powerful ten-winged angel who wielded the laws of space, and its head was pierced by an angelic sword burning with golden flames. Before he could utter more than a few cries, this renowned ancestor of magical beasts died. Almost simultaneously, dazzling golden light emanated from the ten-winged angel. This is Chapter 279. Natasha, listen to me. The anomalies occurring within the spatial cage also caught Lin Yu's attention. The dazzling golden light came from his secretary, and under the golden light, Secretary N, who was already elegant and noble, appeared even more sacred and unapproachable, giving the impression of a goddess descending to the mortal world. After defeating Charizard, Angelia's level has advanced to the late stage of demigod. But this is only a minor advancement in cultivation level. It shouldn't produce any golden light phenomena. As he muttered to himself, Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something. His pupils contracted slightly. His face lit up with surprise, and he was also deeply shocked. Angelia has evolved yet another time. Lin Yu found it incredibly unbelievable. I was speechless. When she was first summoned, Angelia was just a four-winged angel. Through repeated bloodline evolutions, Angelia became a high-ranking ten-winged angel. Unexpectedly, Angelia is about to evolve again in such a short time. Next level, she will be a 12-winged angel. This rate of evolution is even faster than Lin Yu's level progression. It's like a joke. Under Lin Yu's gaze, the dazzling golden light had transformed into a sphere of light, enveloping Secretary N's elegant and beautiful figure until it was completely obscured. The evolution of bloodlines takes time, but the chances of failure are slim. Lin Yu was looking forward to Angelia appearing before him as a 12-winged angel. As for this war, Angelia doesn't need to do anything to handle it. After all, he was there to suppress the battlefield. He is no longer the weak lord who dared not leave his territory at will. He now wields two divine artifacts. Its own level is also as high as demigod. Even if a true god were to descend, killing him would not be an easy task, let alone the fact that the strongest beings in this world are only demigods. With him around, nothing unexpected will happen in this war. Benina, surrender. Mountain Giant King Vaughn, wielding his great sword, gave a final warning. Impossible. Queen Bernina the elf was also a diehard. She would rather die on the battlefield than betray her faith in nature and the goddess of spirits. At the same time, she secretly transmitted her voice to the woman in the golden dress beside her, saying, "Nasha, this war is doomed to failure, but I cannot abandon my people. I need you to leave here." "No, your majesty. I will not abandon you and run away alone." The woman in the gold dress shook her head. Her true form is a fairy dragon at the demigod level. They possess the talent of being able to teleport instantly. Unless the space is sealed or imprisoned, no one can stop her from escaping if she wants to. She knew the elf queen meant that she wanted her to leave alone. "Nasha, listen to me. Queen Bernina the elf said with a heavy expression. After this battle, Paradise Town will surely unify the entire dark forest, and its rise is unstoppable. I'm not telling you to live a life of ignominy. Instead, we hope you will go to the elven Holy Land in the far east and report all information about the heavenly town to Her Majesty the Elven Queen. The threat posed by the angels is too great. All races in the world need to unite. Let's take advantage of the fact that Paradise Town hasn't fully mastered the resources of the Dark Forest and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the end of all races will surely come. Nasha, now only you can get this message out. Upon hearing this, the fairy dragon Natasha's face immediately showed a very painful expression. Her departure meant that she and the Elf Queen would be separated by life and death. This may be their final farewell. At that very moment, a strange power enveloped them. The Elf Queen and fairy dragon Natasha felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Even their souls are being rapidly eroded by this strange power. It's a divine faith spell of the angel race. Queen Bernina was horrified. After glancing at Elena, the eight-winged archangel, who was waving her staff, she pushed Natasha, the fairy dragon, in a fit of shock and anger. Run! If you had been any later, you wouldn't have been able to escape. Fairy dragon Natasha gritted her teeth. She said, "Take care, Your Majesty." And then her body instantly transformed into a fairy dragon over 70 meters long. Immediately afterwards, the space around her began to distort. Then, the beautiful, multicolored dragon disappeared from the spot. In that very instant, a bright green dagger also stabbed towards them. But the stab missed. The ancient archetype Doris let out a soft exclamation, her figure emerging from the void, a hint of utter surprise on her exquisite and charming face. There are no fairy dragons in the underground world. This was the first time she had seen the fairy dragon use this special talent. To be able to teleport through space like a demigod who has mastered the laws of space, he is indeed very strong. However, she didn't think much of it. He swung his hand and stabbed at the elf Queen Bernina, who was standing not far away. At the same time, mountain giant King Vaughn swung his great sword, enveloped in purple lightning, at the elf queen. A battle between demigods erupted instantly. Chapter 280 The Great Prophecy. The Distant Horizon. A battle between demigods also broke out. A terrifying force of law is stirring up the winds and clouds. The sky looked as if it had been torn apart. The scene was truly breathtaking. Moreover, there were two battlefields, one in the south and one in the north. To the north, the Lich King and the Dark Wizard were being ganged up on by three demigods from Paradise Town. Tiffany the Light Maiden, Yetta the Six-Winged Archangel, and the Big Lowly, St. Tiffany and Yetta clashed the laws of holiness and light with the laws of necromancy and darkness wielded by the Lich King and the Dark Old Man. The little girl, Sea-Tongue, transforms into a black bone blood vine that is 100 meters tall. Wielding countless tendrils that resembled tentacles, it used the power of laws to frantically attack the Lich King and the Dark Wizard. The Lich King is her primary focus. This Lich was severely injured after being betrayed by the ancient Archel Doris. The little girl, Sitting, is now taking advantage of the Lich King's illness to try and kill him. As you can see, the Lich King's body is covered with bloody marks, and there are two crisscrossing bloody marks on his pale face, making him look extremely ferocious and causing him to grimace in pain. In reality, the Lich King was extremely powerful. His level has also reached the late stage of demigod. At its peak, it could easily take on both the Big Lowly Sitting and the Holy Maiden of Light Tiffany. It's a pity now. Its heart was severely damaged. Their combat strength is only about 60% of what it was before. With Yetta, a six-winged angel of power, joining the battle, it was no match for it. Even with the Dark Elder's assistance, it was at a disadvantage and was clearly suppressed by Yetta and his two companions. Damn it! If I hadn't been betrayed. With a snap, another bloody gash appeared on the Lich King's body. It was immediately filled with anger and rage. How could the mighty Lich King have ever suffered such humiliation? Not far away, the old dark mage, who was struggling to defend against the attack of the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, shouted repeatedly, "Your Majesty, stop talking nonsense. Breaking out and escaping is the most important thing. You can't escape." Saintess of Light, Tiffany, waved her staff and prayed with utmost devotion. The Lord says that light will cover the world and drive out the forces of evil and darkness. In an instant, a dazzling holy light appeared out of thin air. When the substance landed on the old dark mage, it felt as if he were being scorched by the blazing sun, causing him to scream in agony. This is not elemental magic. It is, in fact, the secret art of the Holy Sea, the Great Prophecy. The angel race also possesses great prophetic abilities, which the 10-winged archangels are capable of mastering. Its power is many times greater than this. The Church of Light's Great Prophecy can be considered a knockoff of the angel race's Great Prophecy. It might not seem like much in the vast battlefield where gods roam, but in this mortal world, it is an incredibly powerful forbidden spell. Just a moment. The dark power of the laws surrounding the old dark mage was dispelled and purified. At the same time, the Great Prophecy spell, imbued with the power of the Law of Light, directly invaded the dark mage's body, severely damaging his soul and causing him to appear as if he were smoking. This is the purification of darkness by holy light. Damn it! Why do you believers in the light always have to pick a fight with me? The dark old mage screamed and cursed. At the same time, he waved the staff of darkness in his hand, releasing a vast expanse of black mist that enveloped the entire battlefield. It's clearly visible. A colossal figure emerged from the black mist. That was a giant bird. It flapped its wings, let out a sharp cry, and then pounced on the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany. A projection of the Hell Phoenix? This filthy monster from the underworld will die even if it descends in its true form. Accompanied by a cold voice. The six-winged Archangel Ida instantly stood in front of the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, then raised the angel's sword in his hand and slashed down at the Hell Phoenix. Judgment of Faith. A loud bang. A massive golden divine sword fell from the void. The golden sword shone brightly. It resembles a sacred cross. It traversed the void and instantly struck the Hell Phoenix. The Hell Phoenix, which was condensed by the dark old mage using the power of laws, was instantly blasted apart, turning into a sky full of black mist amidst a series of mournful cries. On the other side, the dark mage spat out a mouthful of blood. The forces of darkness and light are mutually restraining. The stronger force can overcome the other force. Initially, when facing the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, alone, he seemed to be in complete control, even subtly gaining the upper hand. If it weren't for the interference of the little girl, sitting, Tiffany might not have been a match for him. After all, he had already advanced to the early stage of demigod years ago. He belongs to the old-school demigods. But when faced with Yetta, a six-winged angel of power, he was defeated instantly. If it weren't for the Lich King controlling his soul, he would have escaped long ago and wouldn't have been able to engage in battle. After all, he's not stupid. But the key issue is that the Lich King can decide his life or death. He didn't even dare to run away. What if he didn't die at the hands of this angel, but was instead killed by the Lich King? Where would he go to seek justice? Anyway, the Dark Wizard was also severely injured. This puts the master and servant in an even more dangerous situation. At this critical juncture, the Lich King also fought desperately, opening the gates of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, a large number of top-tier undead creatures, such as bone dragons, ghost dragons, and death knights, flew out from the gateway to the underworld. In fact, summoning the undead is the Lich's forte. The Scourge of the Dead also originated in this way. Among these numerous top-tier undead creatures, there was also a colossal monster that stood 100 meters tall. It was entirely dark black, with molten lava flowing across its surface. Upon encountering this monster, even the Lich King himself was stunned. It never expected that opening the gate to the underworld would summon the legendary Rock Demon. The Rock Demon, also known as the Lava Troll, is a type of monster from the underworld. Moreover, both its bloodline and combat power are superior to Cerberus. It seems that Lord Death is not yet prepared to take me as his servant. Chapter 281 Rock Demon. I was just passing by. Another battlefield. Even the Naga Queen, wielding her golden trident, was stunned by this scene. The towering, 100-meter-tall Rock Demon not only amazed her, but also surprised him. In the end, the Lich King really knew what he was doing. They were even able to summon the legendary underworld monster, the Rock Demon. Moreover, its level has reached an astonishing peak of demigod. Your Majesty, we are saved. On the battlefield, another demigod from the Naga Kingdom was overjoyed and said, with the help of this Rock Demon at the peak demigod level, we will definitely be able to break through. The Naga Queen said, that depends on whether the Lich King is willing to rescue us. The demigod Naga fell silent. Her situation and that of the Naga Queen were actually more difficult than that of the Lich King, because they were facing an attack from 4 demigods of the Paradise Town. If they are not careful, the 2 of them will be suppressed. Besieging them were the immortal Flower Bower, the 6-winged Angel Sally, the Holy Dragon Oster, and the Dark Elf Mother Tree Spirit, who appeared in a phantom state. For demigods, all at the early stage of demigodhood. However, Their combat power is all above the level of others of the same level. Overpowering the Naga Queen and the other two is no problem at all. Originally, the two of them were the fastest runners, but they were still intercepted by the demigods of Paradise Town and immediately surrounded and attacked. Without external help, neither of them can escape. Now, the Lich King has actually summoned a rock golem at the peak of a demigod level, which gives them a glimmer of hope. Whether or not they can be rescued depends on how kind the Lich King is. At that very moment, a roar resounded through the heavens and earth, tearing apart the clouds within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. From that towering, 100-meter-tall rock demon. With its appearance, the world's temperature seemed to rise by tens of degrees. Below in the jungle, large swathes of trees are withering at a visible rate. At this moment, it spread its arms wide, looked up at the sky, and roared angrily. It's like he's venting. It's as if it's proclaiming its terrifying power to dominate the world. And you know what? Its aura was truly earth-shattering, and its roar was like thunder, shaking the surrounding mountains. It has finally arrived in this world. Although it's just a mortal realm, it's still better than staying in the underworld. Moreover, using this plane as a springboard, entering the battlefield of myriad worlds is also a breeze. But first, I need to find Barkvis's body. Barkvis was the real name of the corpse of the Grim Reaper in life. It is obvious. This rock demon is no ordinary rock demon. It either comes from self-demotion. Alternatively, they could possess the body of a demigod rock demon with their divine sense, thereby achieving a cross-dimensional descent. I can smell the scent of war. There was a strong smell of blood, and also a repulsive aura of holiness and light. The rock demon whispered, a hint of hatred in its eyes. These beings of the underworld despise sacred and light forces the most. At this moment, following its senses, it turned its gaze to the Lich King on the battlefield and said coldly and arrogantly, "You little Lich, is it you who summoned me?" Upon hearing the words, "this god," the Lich King's body trembled twice. I was both surprised and delighted. Originally, being able to summon a rock demon at the peak of demigod level was enough to make it overjoyed, even somewhat unbelievable. Because its own level is only late demigod. Under normal circumstances, it can only summon underworld beings at the late demigod stage at most. Unexpectedly, the rock demon that descended upon the world possessed a level of power reaching the peak of demigod status, standing at the very top of this world, comparable to the Elf Queen and the Dragon King. What it didn't expect was, this rock demon actually calls himself this god. Doesn't this mean that it is a true god from the underworld? The core of a god, coupled with the level of a peak demigod, means that the rock demon is invincible in this world, and even the Elf Queen and the Dragon King are no match for it. This is truly a timely help. The Lich King immediately cried out excitedly, "It was I who summoned you, the great god of the underworld." The rock demon looked down at it and said in a voice as loud as thunder, "For the sake of the summoning contract, I can grant you one wish. Tell me." Without hesitation, the Lich King said, "Great god of the underworld, I beg you to unleash your power and take me away from here. If you can destroy that human territory in the distance, that would be even better. This is just a small wish, and I, the god, will grant it." The rock demon replied in a cold voice. Then it turned to look at the Lich King's opponent. "It's okay if you don't look at it." I was shocked when I saw it. When its gaze swept over the Holy Maiden of Light Tiffany and the big lowly Sidon, and finally landed on the six-winged angel of power Yetta, its dark red eyes widened instantly, as if it had seen a ghost. It even reached out and rubbed its eyes. I thought I was seeing things. Angels exist in this world. Could it be that I just experienced a transmigration through different dimensions, causing me to hallucinate? Muttering to himself, the rock demon turned his gaze elsewhere. In particular, the distant Paradise Town received its special attention. Soon, it was dumbfounded, because it saw that on the battlefield near Paradise Town, there were angel legions of considerable size, totaling hundreds of thousands. The scariest thing is, above Paradise Town, it also saw two giant, pure white cities. The legendary city of angels, by the king of the underworld. This hellish place does not belong to me. The rock demon trembled violently and wet himself in fear. It yelled, "I was just passing by," and then turned and ran. The enormous figure, trailing a trail of crimson lava, vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 282: The Lich King's Heartbreaking Devastation. The world was deathly silent. Everyone's expression froze. Even the eight-winged Xiao Elena and others on the battlefield were somewhat stunned. They all stared blankly at the rock demon, who was yelling, "I was just passing by," and fleeing in terror towards the distant horizon as if being chased by a dog. In the blink of an eye, the rock demon vanished without a trace. They escaped at top speed. Some angels tried to catch up, but they felt they couldn't quite catch up. This rock demon has clearly unleashed primordial power, making it difficult for anyone but a master of spatial laws to catch up. Unfortunately, the head secretary, Angelia, is undergoing a bloodline evolution. Otherwise, this rock demon will most likely be kept alive. It can only be said that it was very lucky and eventually managed to escape from this area. As for Linyu, he didn't chase after it either, because his target was that demigod-level fairy dragon. Compared to the ugly rock demon, the beautiful fairy dragon was more likely to attract his attention. God! The Lich King screamed in agony. It stretched out its right hand, trying to grab the rock demon's retreating figure as it fled into the distance. With heartfelt cries, it tried to summon the rock demon back. If it has seen a movie from a certain country, it might even blurt out, "Ball bean dagger." But no matter how the Lich King called out to it, the rock demon completely ignored it. It vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. On the contrary, the top-tier undead creatures such as bone dragons, ghost dragons, and death knights that were summoned along with the rock demon were very obedient. As soon as they appeared, they attacked the 8-winged Archangel Elena and the mountain giant King Vaughn. However, reality is cruel. They specifically bully honest people. So in the end, they died. He was sent away directly by the 6-winged Angel Yetta with a series of Faith Judgments. Faith Judgment is an angelic combat skill, not a divine spell. However, the angel's combat skills still have a purification effect. As they were slain, the souls of those top-tier undead creatures were also completely purified and reduced to nothingness, making it impossible for them to even escape back to the underworld. Just a moment. The Lich King and the Dark Wizard were left alone on the battlefield in this area. The two of them were incredibly excited when the rock demon was summoned. I felt like I'd met my savior. Because even if the rock demon couldn't eliminate the enemies on the battlefield, or even the town of Paradise, it would still be no problem for it to escape with the two of them. After all, it's not an ordinary rock demon. It calls itself this god. But what was the result? The rock demon was scared away before it even made a move. And he runs faster than anyone else. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. This plunged the Lich King and the Dark Lord back into despair. This dramatic shift from despair to hope and back to despair would cause most people to have a mental breakdown. Even the Lich King and the Dark Lord found it hard to accept. They're totally devastated. They no longer had the courage to resist. After exchanging a brief glance, the two went their separate ways to escape. You can't escape. With a soft shout, the 6-winged Angel Eda's 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings on his back trembled slightly and transformed into a beam of holy light, chasing after the Lich King. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, and the Big Lowly, Street, joined forces to hunt down the Dark Old Mage. And soon, the two of them caught up with the Dark Mage. The Big Lowly, Situng, wrapped the Dark Old Mage with tentacle-like vines. He struggled desperately, trying to resist, while simultaneously using the power of dark laws to condense an extremely sharp longsword, which he used to slash the vines. Clang, 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 accompanied by the clanging of metal. Where the sword vines intertwined, a series of sparks even appeared. A large number of vines were cut down, but not all of them were killed. At that moment, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, unleashed another powerful prophecy spell on the Dark Mage, nearly killing him. Meanwhile, the Big Lowly Situng made her move again. Several vines intertwined together formed a thick and long vine spear. The blow pierced through the Dark Old Mage's body. At the same time, the Dark Mage's body withered away at a visible speed, and in the end, even his bones were eaten clean by the Big Lowly Situng. Only a black robe remained, and a wisp of a void soul trying to escape. Heresy. Even your soul won't escape. The Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, waved her right hand. A ball of light appeared out of thin air, releasing an extremely strong suction force that swallowed the Dark Old Mage's soul. This is a soul orb created by Secretarian. Before the war began, Angelia gave one to each of the demigods in her territory and the Legion commanders, with the aim of collecting valuable souls from the battlefield. The soul is a good thing. It can enhance the power of fallen angels. In addition, the food of the immortal flower, Bower, is also a soul, which can accelerate her growth. Bower is currently at the early stage of demigod level. The limit of growth potential is the peak of demigod. By devouring souls, she can quickly advance to the level of a peak demigod. After defeating the Dark Elder, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, and the Lolita Stella quickly moved to a new location and joined forces with the six-winged Archangel Yetta to besiege the Lich King. With the three of them working together, the Lich King is basically out of the running. They were either killed on the spot or captured. There is no other possibility. Chapter 283: The Ferocious Angel Clan. Damn it. How can there be angels in this world? Those ferocious and holy beings, haven't they already sealed themselves away in the supreme divine realm and not appeared for tens of millions of years? In the blink of an eye, the rock demon had already escaped hundreds of kilometers away. Seeing that no angels were chasing after it, it immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I was both surprised and scared. As a true god of the underworld who descended to the mortal realm, although it has lost its divine power, its divine soul still exists, and its level is as high as the peak of demigod. Logically speaking, it has no reason to fear a group of mortal angels. But only these gods from the underworld know just how terrifying the angel race is. The underworld is an incredibly vast world. It is inhabited by the supreme underworld emperor, as well as countless death gods and true gods. The souls of all living beings who die in the universe go to the underworld. Looking at the entire universe, their underworld can be considered a superpower, no less than any supreme pantheon, and perhaps even stronger. But the angel race is so powerful that it defies reason. As far as it knows, tens of millions of years ago, after the Holy War ended, the angel race suddenly announced its return to the supreme God realm, and then never reappeared on the battlefield of all worlds. Angels were nowhere to be found in other dimensions either. Many years have passed. For archangels with 18 wings led a massive army of angels, suddenly storming into the underworld and slaughtering countless gods of death, true gods, and monsters of the underworld. Even their underworld emperor was almost killed. Finally, they hid in the core of the underworld and survived only by chance under the protection of the underworld's world rules. That invasion was nothing short of an apocalyptic disaster for the beings of the underworld. And that's not even the scariest part. The scariest thing is, the 4 18-winged archangels joined forces and cut the underworld in two. Half of them were taken away directly. Tens of millions of years have passed, and these gods of the underworld still don't know where the other half of the underworld went, nor do they know why they were suddenly invaded by the angels. All they knew was that the angels were extremely ferocious, especially those archangels with 18 wings, skilled at robbery and plunder. In short, for the beings of the underworld, the angels are their nightmare. Even the underworld emperor they served was terrified. They were afraid that one day the angels would suddenly descend again and take away the remaining half of the underworld. By then, they won't even have a home anymore. That's why the rock demon was so terrified when it saw the angel that it forgot all about its summoning contract with the Lich King and turned to run away. With a soft poof, it spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with lava. When it landed on the ground, it burned a deep hole through it. The backlash from this summoning contract has finally arrived. The Lich King was its summoner, yet it refused to fulfill the Lich King's wish and fled alone. This will naturally backfire on the contract. However, it didn't matter. It sacrificed a trace of its divinity to forcibly offset the backlash of the contract's power and did not suffer too much damage. Rather than dying there, losing a little divinity is nothing. Even if the backlash from the contract is so powerful that it could kill it on the spot, it will choose to silently endure it. Because this way, at least the true spirit can be preserved and resurrected in the underworld. If it falls into the hands of an angel, its soul will have no chance of escaping. This world is no longer safe to live in. I need to find those nightmare knights as soon as possible and take them to the battlefield of all realms. As for the corpse of Death Bhakvis, it would be great if we could find it, but it's okay if we can't. This floating island world has been targeted by the angel race, and the rock demon dares not linger. It wanted to return to the underworld, but it couldn't. First of all, it came from a lower rank, and even if it returned to the underworld, it would only be at the peak of demigod, and would need to cultivate again to become a god. It paid a heavy price for the lower realm. Secondly, it has a mission. The mission was to go to the battlefield of all realms and open a passage for the army of the underworld. The battlefield of myriad realms is the territory of the gods. Beings from the underworld are forbidden from entering or leaving. Even the souls of beings who die in the battle of the myriad realms will not go to the underworld. Either they were taken away by the gods. Alternatively, one could return to the fundamental laws governing the world of the battlefield of myriad realms. Its mission is to open a passage and help the underworld army descend upon the battlefield of all realms. In fact, the underworld is a neutral party. I have never interfered in matters concerning the multiverse battlefield. But that's not possible now. since the underworld was cut in half by the 4 18-winged archangels of the angel race. The very essence of the underworld was severely damaged. As time passed, the origin of the underworld not only failed to recover, but continued to disappear, as if it had been stolen from across time and space. Some Grim Reapers suspect that the angels are using the other half of the underworld to steal their underworld essence. If things continue like this, the underworld will eventually become a dead zone, the kind that even death cannot survive. The best way to solve this problem is to take back the other half of the underworld from the angels. But the problem is they don't dare. Even the Supreme Underworld Emperor shudders at the mere mention of the angel race. What about the other beings in the underworld? Therefore, the Grim Reapers of the underworld had no choice but to set their sights on the battlefield of all realms. They hoped to seize the primordial power of the battlefield of all realms from the supreme pantheons such as the Titans, Elves, and Dwarves through war, in order to repair the underworld. The closest squad of Nightmare Knights to me is to the north. Find them quickly. Without hesitation, the rock demon fled once more. The direction we are heading is towards the Bone Temple, located in the north of the Dark Forest. Chapter 284. This is an extremely perverted man. Lin Yu ignored the escaped rock demon. He was focused on winning over the fairy dragon, Natasha. About 300 kilometers away from Paradise Town, Lin Yu suddenly appeared. After locking onto the figure of fairy dragon Natasha, he waved the super artifact, the Origin Scepter, in his hand. By igniting the power of faith with the power of creation, the laws of time were created. Then time is reversed. The fairy dragon Natasha, who had just teleported away, was forcibly dragged back by time. But she herself was completely unaware and continued to use her teleportation ability. At that very moment, suddenly, thunder roared across the azure sky. Immediately afterwards, bolts of purple lightning struck her. The blow made her tremble uncontrollably. Looking back, she saw the human lord flying towards her. Without thinking, she unleashed a breath of dragon's breath at Lin Yu. Lin Yu waved the Origin Scepter in his hand again, directly pausing time and freezing the dragon's breath in midair. Upon witnessing this scene, the fairy dragon Natasha was immediately terrified. The laws of time? She screamed and stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. The law of time is a higher law. She had only heard of it and had never seen it with her own eyes. Lin Yu stood in the void, smiling as he looked at the fairy dragon Natasha and said, "Once I lock onto you, you can't escape. Surrender and become my mount, and let me ride you occasionally." A fairy dragon mount is quite cool. Moreover, after transforming into human form, she became very beautiful. The humanoid fairy dragon Natasha possesses a mature charm that even the ancient great elf Doris cannot match, like a ripe peach that is mouth-watering. Of course, this is definitely not the main reason why Lin Yu wanted to take the fairy dragon Natasha as his mount. The main reason is that she has reached the level of a demigod. The demigod dragon rider is worth having. Don't even think about it. Fairy dragon Natasha is very angry. The enormous dragon body charged straight toward Lin Yu. Then it slapped Lin Yu with its claw. With a thought, Lin Yu's Origin Scepter transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Then he clenched his right fist and slammed it towards the claws of the fairy dragon Natasha. A loud bang. The man and the dragon both retreated over 1,000 meters. The fairy dragon girl, Natasha, screamed in agony, feeling a sharp pain in her dragon claw, as if she had been punched through. Moreover, countless purple lightning bolts were flashing around her. Each flash caused her body to tremble uncontrollably. This is the damage caused by the law of thunder. He was shocked countless times in an instant. Her colorful dragon scales stood on end, making her look like a cat with its fur standing on end. Lin Yu, on the other hand, was completely unharmed. It's not that his power could overwhelm Natasha the fairy dragon. It's purely because his defense was invincible. Under the protection of the supreme grade divine artifact, the Holy Radiance armor, the fairy dragon Natasha's attacks could not cause him any harm. The law of time, the law of thunder, the law of power. Fairy dragon Natasha looked at Lin Yu with a horrified expression once again. It's like looking at a freak. Despite only being at the initial stage of demigodhood, he has mastered 3 different types of laws. This was also the first time she had met him. This human lord is a pervert. Fairy dragon Natasha thought to herself. After this encounter, she knew she was no match for Lin Yu. It's completely impossible for them to turn the tables on Lin Yu. Because Lin Yu was wearing a divine artifact-level battle armor, she couldn't even break through Lin Yu's defenses. The only option now is to flee again. Without hesitation, her enormous dragon body vanished into thin air once again. Lin Yu sighed. The Scepter of Origin reappeared in his hand, which he gently swung. The next moment, his figure also disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already blocking the way for the fairy dragon Natasha. Spatial laws? The fairy dragon Natasha was completely dumbfounded. What kind of human monster is this? Not only have they mastered the laws of time, but they have also mastered the laws of space. If these two laws were combined into one, wouldn't that be the supreme law of space-time? Lin Yu smiled and said, I told you, you can't escape. As he spoke, he waved the origin scepter several times. Just as the fairy dragon Natasha was on high alert, a 1,000-meter-high mountain not far away suddenly collapsed and vanished without a trace. Then, flames appeared out of nowhere, converging into a spectacular sea of fire high in the sky. Then, one after another, dazzling holy swords descended from the sky, shattering countless mountain peaks. These scenes. The fairy dragon Natasha was dumbfounded. I gasped for breath several times. Lin Yu then displayed various different types of law power in front of her. Law of destruction, law of fire, law of divinity. This man is even more perverted than she imagined. It made her wonder if he was the reincarnation of some powerful god. After all the strange phenomena of the law subsided, Lin Yu looked at the fairy dragon Natasha again and said, whether you become my mount or choose a way to die, the choice is yours. This is your last chance. Lin Yu is not good at coaxing the mother dragon. If they are truly obstinate and refuse to see the truth, then the only option is to execute them. The fairy dragon Natasha was so frightened that she retreated repeatedly. At the same time, he remained silent. She hesitated, weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, she discovered that she seemed to have only one option, one that could offer her a seemingly more promising future. I surrender. Finally, fairy dragon Natasha gritted her teeth and lowered her head towards Lin Yu. A moment later, a dazzling 9-pointed star array suddenly appeared, illuminating the man and the dragon within it. This is a master-servant contract formation. Chapter 285 Lilith's Advancement, Twin War Song. Inside the spatial cage, the evolutionary sphere enveloping Secretary and remained motionless. However, streaks of brilliant golden light fell from the void, landing on one angel after another. Nearly half of the nearly 10,000 saint-level and transcendent-level magical beasts have already been slaughtered by them. This also allowed the angels to receive a massive amount of primordial energy as a reward, enabling them to advance to a higher level. Among them, one golden light was the most dazzling. The figure shrouded in golden light also exuded an exceptionally powerful aura. This figure is not an angel. She wore a snow-white long dress, had an elfin appearance, a curvaceous figure, and a head of bright silver-white hair. She is none other than Lilith, the holy light elemental spirit. When she was born from the dark elf mother tree, she had already reached the peak of the saint rank and possessed the growth potential limit of a mid-level god. Previously, she had participated in the war against the mountain giant kingdom. They killed a large number of powerful mountain giants on the battlefield. Now, after killing many more monsters, his level has finally broken through. She has surpassed the peak of the saint rank and become a demigod-level powerhouse who wields two different laws, holiness and light. At this point, Lin Yu had 12 demigods under his command. Oh no, it's 13. The fairy dragon Natasha also surrendered and became Lin Yu's mount. After advancing to the demigod realm, the holy light elemental elf Lilith ceased participating in the battle. She distanced herself from the battlefield, leaving the remaining monster experience monsters to the angels on the battlefield. At that very moment, a melodious, sacred, and beautiful sound suddenly resounded across the battlefield. This is the sacred sound of angels, but it was not sung by angels. It is ethereal and illusory, originating from an unknown place. As this holy sound rang out, two beautiful figures on the battlefield suddenly radiated dazzling holy light, and their combat power instantly increased many times over. Their opponents, powerful saint-level magical beasts, were instantly killed by them. Wherever the golden spear light touched, all the enemies fell into pools of blood. These two beautiful figures were none other than Oir and Ophir, the war angels who wielded golden spears and shields and wore golden armor, resembling Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. The angelic battle technique they just unleashed was Twin Song. It belongs exclusively to the two of them. They can instantly increase their power. It is similar to the arcane art, war inspiration, but with a stronger effect. With the help of the twin war songs, the war angels Orpheus and Oir were even able to defeat demigods, including veteran demigods like the Lich King. Of course, the other higher-ranking angels are not much different. Basically, as long as they reach the late stage or peak of the saint rank, they can challenge demigods. According to this interpretation, The number of demigods under Lin Yu's command is actually far more than a dozen. There are at least dozens, or even nearly 100. Therefore, the outcome of this war was already predetermined before it even began. Only the rulers of a few superpowers, such as the Elf Queen Bernina, the Naga Queen, and the Lich King, still harbored illusions that they could conquer Lin Yu's Paradise Town. Little did they know, they had already fallen into Lin Yu's encirclement. Half an hour later, the battlefield within the spatial cage has come to a complete end. Nearly 10,000 saint-level and transcendent-level magical beasts were completely wiped out, leaving no survivors. These magical beasts, which cannot even perform prayer rituals, are generally not considered by angels to be accepted as followers of the Lord of Holy Light, unless there are special cases. This war was very fruitful. In addition to the large amount of gold coins, top-quality equipment, advanced blueprints, and other items that were dropped, the 3,000 angels who participated in the battle also experienced a surge in level, with many angels who were originally at the transcendent level being promoted to the saint level. Just from this war alone, the number of saint-level angels under Lin Yu's command has increased by more than 200. Furthermore, some of the saint-ranked angels directly advanced to the peak saint rank level. Next, all they need to do is continue to kill enemies and acquire primal energy to reach the demigod realm and master the power of the laws. Several angels also sacrificed their lives on the battlefield during this war. However, it's not a big problem, because there are angels of love on the battlefield. Whenever an angel is sacrificed, they immediately wave their staffs and unleash the divine spell, Light of Redemption, to resurrect the fallen angels. Therefore, the Angel Legion can be said to have won a complete victory. In addition, there were the war angels, Ophir and Oil, who reaped the greatest rewards. The two war angels joined forces to kill more than 20 holy-level magical beasts and more than 100 high-level extraordinary magical beasts, obtaining a massive amount of primordial energy. These primordial energy rewards directly propelled them to the demigod level. 1 war, and 3 demigods were promoted. This is definitely good news for Paradise Town, because the enemies that Paradise Town will face next will be even stronger. For example, the Beastmen Royal Court in the Linkle Plains, the Elven Sanctuary in the Far East, and the Dragon Clan in the 36 islands of the Bay. These forces are far more powerful than the local superpowers of the Dark Forest. It's basically the difference between a kingdom and an empire. In the conquest against these imperial powers, only demigods are the core force. Let's clean up the battlefield first. Waiting for Lady Angelia's evolution to complete, War Angel Ophir spoke. The other angels also expressed their agreement. This space is sealed by Secretarian's powerful laws, and they can't get out even if they want to. Chapter 286, The Naga Queen's Surrender. Southeast, high-altitude battlefield. A beam of emerald green light swept across the area. In an instant, the surging waves disintegrated, turning into a torrential rain that fell into the mountains and forests below. Any mountains and forests shrouded by torrential rain were frozen over at a visible speed. The enormous ancient trees, the rolling mountains, and the azure lakes were all frozen in place. Everything turned into an ice sculpture. It was as if 1,000 miles of ice had been frozen, a truly magnificent sight. This is the law of frost. From the Naga Queen, and that demigod Naga. The waves contained the power of their frost laws. As the waves were broken, the Naga Queen's face turned pale. As for the demigod Naga, she spat out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. They all stared at the spirit of the mother tree with horrified eyes, never expecting that this illusory figure would be so powerful. Of course, this also required the help of the other 3 demigods. Holy Light Dragon Oster, 6-winged Power Angel Sally, and Immortal Flower Bower are also participating in the battle. With the help of the spirit of the Elven Mother Tree, they shattered the Naga Queen and the demigod Naga's defense line in one fell swoop, while also injuring these 2 powerful demigods from the Naga Kingdom. Naga Queen, surrender. Our Lord is merciful and gives you a chance to embrace the Holy Light. Holy Light Dragon Oster said, his mental power resonating. As an undead creature of the skeleton race, it cannot speak human language, but this does not prevent it from using mental power to express what it wants to say. Holding her golden trident, the Naga Queen coldly declared, "My Naga race will never easily bow our heads to our enemies." Upon hearing this, the Holy Light Dragon Oster and his companions exchanged glances. The 6-winged Archangel Sally said, "This is your last chance to redeem yourself. Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life. Disbelieve in my Lord, and your race will be wiped out." Lisa is a petite and adorable angel. Compared to the sexy and tall Yetta, she looks like a fully developed lowly-type angel. In terms of physique, It is almost identical to those angels of love. However, the Naga Queen found no trace of cuteness in this six-winged angel. Instead, they felt as if facing a formidable enemy, their hearts filled with coldness and fear. Angels are synonymous with beauty and holiness. But when it comes to killing heretics, he is extremely ruthless. The cruelty of their methods is second only to that of demons. Void demons kill anyone they see, while angels kill heretics they encounter. There doesn't seem to be much difference between the two. The spirit of the mother tree then said to the Naga Queen, "Your resistance is futile. Your stubbornness will only lead to your death. Think of your people, the citizens of your kingdom." Upon hearing this, the Naga Queen immediately turned her gaze to the battlefield in Paradise Town. Although the distance between them was great, she could still see them clearly with her demigod-level strength. On the battlefield, their kingdom's Naga Legion and Murloc Legion are engaged in a fierce battle with the Angel Legion and various troop legions of Paradise Town, led by a large number of high-ranking angels. The legions of Paradise Town have already decimated her Naga and Murloc armies. As the battle has progressed, a large number of Naga and Murlocs have died on the battlefield. The scene looked quite tragic and horrific. In addition, many more Naga and Murlocs were converted by the faith magic. Not only did they become followers of the Lord of Light, but they also joined forces with the army of troops from Paradise Town to besiege the Naga Legion and the Murloc Legion, who were still fighting a bloody battle. The Naga and Murlocs on the battlefield won't last much longer. Their strength is waning. Meanwhile, the enemy's strength is growing ever stronger. Perhaps it won't be long before those converted Naga and Murloc followers are able to wipe out the remaining Naga and Murlocs on the battlefield. Besides the kingdom's army losing power, her Naga fleet has also been completely wiped out. One by one, the meticulously crafted Naga warships were either destroyed or crashed. The battlefield was littered with the wreckage and fragments of Naga warships. In addition, a portion of the Naga warships were forcibly captured by the angelic legions of Paradise Town, who then seized control and began bombarding her kingdom's army. This is a war that cannot be won. It's only a matter of time before the Naga kingdom's army suffers a complete defeat. Moreover, the longer the delay, the more Naga and Murlocs will be sacrificed on the battlefield. Thinking about this, the Naga Queen suddenly became conflicted. Surrender means to believe in the Holy Light and become a servant of the Lord of the Holy Light. This is not what she wanted. Just then, an impatient voice rang out. "Don't waste time talking to her. Just grab her and kill her if you can't catch her. Then we can train a new Naga Queen." These words came from the immortal flower, Bower. She stared intently at the Naga Queen and the demigod Naga. On her delicate, oval face, a hint of greed was almost palpable. "To be honest, I don't want you to surrender, because I am very interested in your souls." Upon hearing this, the Naga Queen was immediately horrified. During the battle just now, she had already discovered that the girl's true form was the legendary immortal flower that grows on the path to the underworld, specializing in devouring the souls of living beings. The thought that my soul might become food for this immortal flower is unbearable. She felt a chill in her heart. This directly broke down her psychological defenses. Without further hesitation, she immediately put away the golden trident in her hand. The demigod Naga not far away, seeing the queen's actions, he breathed a sigh of relief and then silently lowered his head. Chapter 287 The Lich King, Your Honored Angel. "I surrender." That's the Lich King's voice. It raised its hands and shouted that it wanted to surrender. Compared to the Naga Queen, it had no idea what the dignity of a king was, and it no longer had any backbone. After exhausting all his resources to escape, the Lich King decisively surrendered. The death of the Dark Lord was the final straw that broke the camel's back. It doesn't want to be like the Dark Wizard. Not only did the person die, but their soul was also sealed away. That's worse than death. The Lich King's surrender was timely. Any later, and the angelic combat skill Faith Judgment from the six-winged angel Ida would have struck him. They were already severely injured. He was then surrounded and attacked by Yetta and his two companions, which further aggravated his injuries. He was practically half dead. If he were to be struck by Ida's great cross-sword again, he would most likely be dead. Liches are immortal beings, but that doesn't mean they can't die. Ida held the angel's sword to the Lich King's neck and said indifferently, "Obey your power and await my lord's judgment." The blazing holy flames of the angels scorched the Lich King's skin. It gave the Lich King the feeling that his neck could be severed at any moment. Without hesitation, it immediately sealed its power. They surrendered obediently. "Your Excellency, the angel," the Lich King said very obsequiously, "it is my honor to serve the great Lord of Light. I will immediately withdraw my army from the battlefield." "No need." Ida said calmly. The fate of those undead creatures is to die on this battlefield. As she spoke, she glanced sideways at the Lich King. That one glance sent chills down the Lich King's spine. It realized that if it hadn't been for the principle that those who are pragmatic and adaptable are wise, it would have suffered the same fate. However, the Lich King speculated that its survival might be related to its identity. Otherwise, given the way angels treat evil and dark creatures, it is simply impossible for them to accept its surrender. Just like those magical beasts sealed in a spatial cage. Surrender or die? The Lich King turned his gaze to the distant battlefield. To the north of Paradise Town, its undead army is engaged in a fierce battle with Paradise Town's Angel Legion and various other troop types. But it's quite obvious. Its undead army has already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Whether on the high-altitude battlefield or the ground battlefield, the undead army's lines are rapidly collapsing. The Angel Legion that fought against the undead army was not the Holy Angel Legion, but the Fallen Angel Legion. Compared to the purification of holy angels, fallen angels kill one and eat it, kill a group and eat it. The soul fire of all undead creatures that died at the hands of the fallen angels was devoured by the blood-dripping sword in the angels' hands. It was then transformed into pure soul power and merged into the fallen angels' bodies. This is one of the ways fallen angels increase their power. In addition, there's the primal energy reward gained from defeating enemies. The fallen angels made rapid progress, their levels rising by leaps and bounds. To date, several fallen angels have ascended to the level of demigods, including the 8-winged fallen angel Gladys and the 6-winged fallen angel Sylvia. Both of them were fallen 12-winged angels who had lowered their status. For them, leveling up is not a breakthrough, but a restoration of strength. Compared to other fallen angels, they ascend to higher ranks much faster. These black-winged angels. He exudes a strong aura of the underworld. Could it be that they are also from the underworld? Hearing the Lich King's whispers, Ida, standing nearby, said indifferently, "They are fallen angels, from hell." Hell? The Lich King's eyes widened instantly. Then he asked cautiously, "Your Excellency, may I ask where hell is?" Ida glanced at it, and said, "This is where you might go after you die." The Lich King immediately shut his mouth and dared not ask any more questions. It tried every means to transform itself into a lich. Not because liches were powerful, but because becoming a lich would grant it immortality. It's afraid of dying. As the Naga Queen and the Lich King both lowered their heads. Now, on the battlefield of demigods, only the Elf Queen remains. It must be said that the Elf Queen is indeed very powerful. After the fairy dragon Natasha left, she single-handedly withstood the combined attack from the mountain giant King Vorn and the ancient great elf Doris, and has held on until now. 8-winged Xiao Elena did not personally participate in the battle. She stood outside the battle, wielding her divine staff. He unleashed a blessing spell to enhance Vaughn and Doris's power. While unleashing divine faith magic, they continuously eroded the will of the elf Queen Bernina. The reason why she was able to endure the influence of the divine magic for so long was because of the exquisite crown worn on the head of the elf Queen Bernina. That is the crown of the elf queen, a top-grade semi-divine artifact. This crown, nurtured and blessed by the laws of successive elf queens, possesses a variety of magical abilities. Moreover, the power of each ability is extremely strong. One of its abilities is to protect the wearer's soul. Without the protection of this top-tier semi-divine artifact, the elf Queen Bernina would have already fallen for it. Even so, it is truly remarkable that they have managed to hold on until now. At this moment, the elf queen could be completely converted by the divine magic of faith at any time. In a daze, Bernina seemed to see a familiar figure appear outside the battlefield. She stared intently, her expression immediately blank. "Nasha, didn't she already escape? Why are you back again?" Just then, the elf queen suddenly noticed a tall and handsome human figure standing on the dragon's head of the fairy dragon Natasha. In that instant, she understood. Utter despair. Chapter 288. My faith forbids me from bowing my head to a foreign race. Natha. The elf Queen Bernina called out with a sorrowful expression. Her best friend of many years was ridden beneath someone, becoming a dragon rider without any dignity. This made her seem to empathize with it. I am filled with grief and despair. At this moment, several more figures flew in from not far away. To the southeast, leading the group were 4 demigods from Paradise Town, followed by the obedient Naga Queen and another demigod Naga, whose powers had all been sealed. To the northwest are the 3, including the 8-winged Xiao Elena. The Lich King followed behind, his face twitching every now and then. Before participating in this war, The great Lich King never imagined that he would end up like this. Most importantly, the question is no longer whether it wants to surrender, but whether the Lord of Light, whom the angels worship, will accept it. After all, it is a lich. Under normal circumstances, it would be a primary target for the angels. It's truly a stroke of luck that I'm still alive. It was somewhat unexpected even to itself. It can only pray silently that the Lord of Holy Light will have mercy on it. At that moment, it suddenly saw the holy dragon Oster, who was escorting the Naga Queen, and its eyes lit up. If it can be transformed into a creature of the Light faction, just like Oster, then it can be integrated into Paradise Town. No more living in fear. Benina, are you still trying to struggle? The ancient great elf, Doris, slashed horizontally with her dagger. It clashed squarely with the elven longsword of the elf Queen Bernina. A loud clang. The elf Queen Bernina was sent flying hundreds of meters along with her sword, and then spat out another mouthful of blood. Compared to the beginning of the battle, at this time, the elf queen's strength plummeted. This was due to exhaustion and repeated injuries. She is no longer at her peak. If she were at her peak, with her late-stage demigod level and multiple powerful demigod artifacts, she wouldn't have been so easily slashed away by Doris's dagger. But at this moment, she was extremely weak. The alluring and sexy figure of the ancient great elf Doris appeared from the void, and looking at the elven Queen Bernina, who was still tightly gripping her elven longsword, she said, "The fire-breathing dragon is dead, and the Naga Queen and the Lich King have both surrendered. Of the 7 demigods in your faction, you are now the only one left. If you continue to resist, you will only hurt the natural spirits and treants who are loyal to you on the battlefield. It's not too late for you to surrender now. My beliefs do not allow me to bow my head to a foreign race." Queen Bernina shook her head in despair. At the same time, the thought of ending my own life arose in my mind. She cannot surrender. They also cannot become prisoners of Paradise Town. Only by dying could she repay the great goddess of nature and spirits. The ancient great elf, Doris, sensed the elf queen's intention and said calmly, "Your death would be the end of everything. But I believe that the nature elves and unicorns on the battlefield will probably die with you. Millions of people perished in a single day. The fairy garden has become a forgotten part of the dark forest's history. Is this your purpose?" Queen Bernina was speechless. At this moment, Lin Yu flew over on his fairy dragon Natasha, looked down at the elf Queen Bernina, and said, "Join my territory, and I will protect your elf garden. In the future, the elf queen who rules the far east will also accompany you." Upon hearing this, the elf queen's eyebrows twitched. She looked up at Lin Yu, who was standing on the head of the fairy dragon Natasha. That terrifying divine power made it almost impossible for her to breathe. At this moment, Lin Yu appeared to her like a supreme god, his divine power vast, and his gaze sweeping over the world. As for myself, I am like an ant. Life and death are not in one's own hands. Finally, she let out a long sigh. She slowly sheathed her elven longsword and removed the elven queen's crown from her head, saying, "I hope my lord will have mercy on my people." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Of course, they will also become my subjects." Accompanied by Lin Yu's voice, a dazzling holy light descended from the sky, enveloping the elf Queen Bernina. Without the protection of the elf queen's crown, the elf queen's weakened soul was naturally unable to withstand the faith magic of the 8-winged archangel Elena, and immediately embraced the holy light. At the same time, 2 more beams of holy light fell upon the Naga Queen and the demigod Naga, respectively. Their powers were sealed, so they had no ability to resist even if they wanted to. They soon both succumbed and became Lin Yu's followers. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. May the holy light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal. 3 local demigod powerhouses knelt down before Lin Yu, their expressions utterly devout. The Lich King was filled with envy at this sight. It also wanted to be blessed by the holy light, like the 3 elf queens, and become Lin Yu's follower, because this can save its life. However, reality is cruel. The holy light of the angels was filled with malice towards it. If it were enveloped by divine magic, it might just die on the spot. Therefore, it could only look at Lin Yu pleadingly, hoping that Lin Yu would reform it. In order to survive, the Lich King disregarded everything. Chapter 289, The Tough Naga. The fighting near Paradise Town continues fiercely. In particular, the army of the Bone Temple to the north and the army of wild monsters to the west surged like waves, crashing against the troops of Paradise Town time and time again. Although they are at a disadvantage overall, but they are fearless in the face of death. Even the ferocious legion of fallen angels could not completely crush the army of the Bone Temple. Countless undead creatures continued to fight against the fallen angels. They are everywhere, in the sky and on the ground. The same applies to the army of monsters in the wild. Whether they are avian wild monsters or beastmen, they all rush forward relentlessly and are far more ferocious than the powerful Angel Legion and Elite Troop Legion of Paradise Town. On the contrary, the Elven army in the east and the Naga and Murloc armies in the south. I don't know if it was an order from the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen, or for some other reason. The offensives of both armies were far less intense than before. Many nature elves, trance, Naga, and Murlocs even surrendered on the spot, without fighting to the death against the army of Paradise Town. A very wise choice. On the battlefield, the archangels who rule War Whisper. They ordered the angels in the Legion who were skilled in divine magic to cease their area of effect attacks and instead unleash their faith magic to recruit the surrendered elves, Naga, and other native creatures as followers of the Lord of the Light. A shower of dazzling light fell from the void. Countless natural spirits, Naga, Murlocs, and other native creatures flocked to the holy light. There are also a large number of unicorns and tree people. They all embraced the holy light. A few elven dragons and fairy dragons tried to escape, but they were intercepted by the angels who possessed incredible speed, and their souls were forcibly purified using divine magic of faith. After this series of operations, the armies of the Fairy Garden and the Naga Kingdom were essentially and completely destroyed. High altitude. Lin Yu waved the Origin Scepter, a super artifact, in his hand. Instantly, the spatial cage created by Angelia collapsed. 3,000 high-ranking angels have regained their freedom. Lin Yu said to the war angels Ophir and Oyul, who had already been promoted to the demigod level, "Go and transfer a portion of the legions from the eastern and southern battlefields to the western battlefield." The fighting was most intense on the western front, because there are tens of millions of wild monsters there. They seemed possessed, frantically charging at the territory's army lines. With the wars in the east and south about to end, a portion of the territorial legions on the battlefield can be transferred to provide support. These tens of millions of wild monsters. Lin Yu planned to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. In this way, not only can you obtain a huge amount of loot and hundreds of millions of food, but the level and strength of your territory's troops can also be greatly improved. Yes, Your Majesty, Great Lord of Light. The two war angels immediately relayed Lin Yu's orders. Lin Yu then turned his gaze to Lilith, the holy light elemental elf with soft silver hair, and nodded approvingly. He was very happy that the holy light elemental spirit had been able to advance to the level of a demigod. After all, it was a unique elemental spirit in his territory, and it was of the holy light attribute, possessing the power of both the holy and light laws. Whenever Lin Yu saw Lilith, he felt inexplicably close to her. On the other side, Lilith, the holy light elemental elf, was also thrilled to receive Lin Yu's praise. For her, the Lord of Light's affirmation was the greatest honor. In comparison, I wasn't even this happy when I was promoted to demigod. After Ophir and Oyer, along with a group of high-ranking angels, withdrew. Lin Yu then said to the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen, "You two also go to the battlefield and help subdue those elves and Nagas who are still resisting. Tell them that resistance will only bring them death and is pointless. Praise be to you, merciful Lord of Light." Both queens were moved to tears. After becoming followers of the Lord of Light, their only thought was to end the war as soon as possible. Lin Yu nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the beautiful faces and alluring figures of the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen. It has to be admitted, both queens exude boundless charm. Even Lin Yu felt a good impression of them. The only regret is, the Naga Queen also has a long, thin snake tail. The dense snake scales extend from bottom to top, all the way to the Naga Queen's full breasts, creating a unique and alluring effect. Her snake scales are purple, giving her a mysterious and dreamlike feel. It looks very good, but snake tails are still snakes, which makes things a bit tricky. I wonder if the Naga race has the ability to transform their snake tails into legs, just like mermaids who come ashore. If possible, that would be perfect. After the two queens left, Lin Yu turned his gaze to the Lich King, who was cowering to the side. This Lich King has long lost the imposing presence he had when he first arrived. It didn't even dare to meet Lin Yu's gaze, and instead knelt on the ground, trembling. "Great Lord of Holy Light, I beg for your mercy. You are my faith, guiding me in the right direction. Your radiance shines upon all worlds and dispels the darkness in my heart. I am willing to give my life to serve you." Lin Yu. Chapter 290 Secretary and succeeded. "Get up." Lin Yu raised his hand and said, "You should indeed feel fortunate that you survived, solely because of your Lich identity. If you were any other undead creature, you would already be dead. The Lich is a very rare undead creature. Moreover, they cannot pass on their bloodlines like other intelligent beings. To become a Lich, one must undergo transformation. The success rate is not much higher than that of becoming a god. The vast majority of creatures that aspire to become Liches perish on the path of transformation. Lin Yu had previously inquired with the mountain giant King Vorn and learned that in this entire floating island world, there might only be one Lich in front of him. This Lich is dead, and who knows how many years it will be before a new Lich appears. Therefore, Lin Yu was willing to spare its life. This allows him to conduct deeper creative experiments. Lin Yu's intuition told him that if he could transform the Lich King into a sanctuary Lich, he would have a very high probability of mastering the laws of holiness and light. At the same time, one's understanding of the laws of darkness, the laws of necromancy, and other related laws will reach an extremely high level. In addition, the power of creation and the power of faith can be understood more deeply. For Lin Yu herself, this can also be considered his own path of growth. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. The Lich King quickly replied, "You are a benevolent, loving, and compassionate supreme god. To have your protection would be the greatest honor of my life." Lin Yu glanced at the Lich King. It must be said that this old Lich was very pragmatic. Knowing they had no chance of escaping, they obediently followed orders and dared not resist. In comparison, the Elf Queen was much more assertive. Just now, he clearly saw the will to die in the eyes of the Elf Queen Bernina. If it weren't for the nature spirits, trance, and unicorns on the battlefield, she is highly likely to commit suicide. Conquering a diehard, like the Elf Queen, is the most satisfying. Regardless of the specific area of conquest, it represents a tremendous achievement for Lin Yu. I wonder if that Elven Queen is just as tough. What kind of expression the Elf Queen would have when he led his angel army into the Far East and conquered the Elf Holy Land. An Elven Queen, an Elven Empress. TSK. Lin Yu suddenly felt a little impatient. The war continues. As evening approached, the war in the eastern and southern areas of Paradise Town finally came to an end. The natural spirits, trance, unicorns, naga, and murlocs that survived the battlefield were all converted into Lin Yu's followers by the divine magic of faith. The total number is over 1.5 million. These military units are all elites among elites. If it were any other lord's territory, it would have been razed to the ground long ago. Only in Lin Yu's Paradise Town can the flag of victory be raised. As for the wars in the west and north, they continued to rage fiercely. Looking around, both battlefields were covered with a thick layer of corpses of wild monsters and undead creatures. The western battlefield, in particular, was a scene of utter bloodshed. So far, more than 20 million wild monsters have died on the battlefield. However, an even larger number of wild monsters are still persisting. It wasn't that they hadn't considered escaping or retreating, but the battlefield had been sealed off by one archangel after another using the divine magic, war shackles, whether in the air or on the ground. Everywhere there were war barriers radiating holy light. They can't escape even if they want to. As the Lord, Lin Yu also gained a great deal from this war. His level has broken through to the mid-stage of demigod, and he is not far from advancing to the late stage of demigod. If all goes well, once he eliminates all the wild monsters and undead army on the battlefield, his level will directly reach the late stage of demigod. In less than half a month, from a mere mortal, he rose to the late stage of demigod. This is truly amazing. Once the message is transmitted back to Earth, it will surely shock billions of people worldwide. After all, such a rapid promotion rate is simply terrifying. Even those veteran professionals from a year ago had to bow their heads and admit they couldn't beat a demigod-level powerhouse. As night fell, the combat professionals on the island also sought refuge in their shelters. For them now, the night is still very dangerous. At the same time, the island chat channel has also started to get lively. Almost all the professionals were talking about the war in Paradise Town. They were eager to know if the war had ended after a day had passed, and who had emerged victorious. Is it Lin Yu, or the local forces of the Dark Forest? Many professionals tagged Lin Yu in the chat channel, but none of them responded. Because Lin Yu is currently not paying attention to the island's chat channels. His gaze was fixed intently on the orb of evolutionary light enveloping Secretarian. As night fell, the evolutionary sphere finally began to stir. Cracks can already be seen appearing on the surface of the sphere of light, and dazzling holy light is shooting out from the cracks. Angelia succeeded. Lin Yu sensed Secretarian's presence. It is many times more powerful than before, and also more sacred. A long time passed. Finally, the evolutionary sphere, riddled with countless cracks, collapsed. A dazzling holy light shone forth. Within the holy light stood an alluring figure with perfect curves. Chapter 291, The Terrifyingly Powerful Secretarian. However, Angelia did not immediately step out of the holy light. Her evolutionary journey does not seem to be completely over yet. Not long after, Lin Yu then saw multicolored flames erupting from Angelia's body. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He knew that this was the legendary divine fire. For mortal beings to become immortal gods, the first hurdle is to ignite the divine fire. The divine fire began to burn from within his body. The power of laws wielded by demigods is the fuel for divine fire. The more laws one masters, the more fiercely and powerfully the divine fire burns. Under the tempering of divine fire, the body of a demigod will gradually transform into a divine body. Lifespan increases, strength skyrockets. If successful, one can reach the pinnacle of demigod status. The next challenge is to condense a divine essence. A peak demigod needs to condense the origin of the laws within their body into a divine spark and generate divine power in order to embark on the path to true godhood and possess eternal life. The first challenge, igniting the divine fire, is actually the most difficult. If they fail, they will be burned to ashes by the divine fire. Those who are less lucky may not even retain their souls. Now, Angelia is going through this test. As you can see, the multicolored divine fire had completely enveloped Angelia's body. The reason it comes in various colors. It's because each color represents a law that Angelia has mastered. Angelia has mastered so many laws that they are impossible to count, possibly numbering in the hundreds. These rules are different colors. Altogether, they are roughly colorful, radiating a dazzling, iridescent light. Under the tempering of the divine fire, the aura emanating from Angelia grew stronger and stronger. With so many laws burning together, the power of the divine fire is terrifying. Even divine artifacts can be burned to ashes. Lin Yu gazed at the elegant figure within the divine fire. For some reason, he felt no worry whatsoever. If it were any other demigod, they would probably have been burned to ashes long ago. But the one who ignited the divine fire at this moment was his secretarian. He instinctively had complete faith in Angelia, believing she could easily overcome this challenge. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, the momentum of the divine fire began to wane. It eventually shrank back into Angelia's body. At the same time, a terrifyingly powerful aura emanated from Angelia, dozens of times stronger than before. Lin Yu's impression was, Angelia is now powerful enough to slap the demigod rock demon, who calls himself this god, to death with a single blow. If Lin Yu achieved invincibility in this world by relying on the two divine artifacts he possessed, then Angelia has now achieved true invincibility through her own power. Lin Yu had never met the Elf Queen or the Dragon King, but he believed even the combined might of the Elf Queen and the Dragon King were no match for Angelia. Several more minutes passed. The four directions of heaven and earth suddenly began to tremble without warning. Immediately afterwards, thick bolts of purple lightning suddenly appeared and struck Angelia directly. Where the thunder passed, the sky seemed to be torn apart. Oh no, it doesn't seem so. It has truly been torn apart. Lin Yu could clearly see that where the purple lightning passed, dark cracks appeared, behind which was a void of black space. Lin Yu felt as if the world was about to collapse. 49 bolts of purple lightning struck Angelia in succession. Secretarian suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes were pure gold. It gives people an extremely noble feeling. As Angelia opened her eyes, the purple lightning in the sky vanished instantly, and the torn sky returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It was as if the scene just now was an illusion. My lord, I met Lin Yu. Angelia immediately flew over. The angel wings on her back had grown to 6 pairs. These consist of 3 pairs of solid, snow-white angel wings and 3 pairs of dazzling, flowing light wings. Angelia, the 12-winged angel. Looking at the increasingly elegant and beautiful secretarian, Lin Yu smiled brightly and said, Congratulations on advancing to 12 wings and reaching the peak of demigod level. Before Angelia could speak, Lin Yu then asked, What were those purple lightning bolts just now? Does this mean that after successfully surviving the divine fire tribulation, we still have to undergo a lightning tribulation? No, my lord. Angelia shook her head and said, There is no tribulation for becoming a god. Those purple lightning bolts are the world rules of this floating island reminding me. A reminder? Lin Yu asked in confusion. Why should I remind you? Angelia said, My lord, after igniting the divine fire, I attempted to condense my divine spark in one fell swoop. However, This caused a dimensional tremor, which the world's rules could not withstand, so they used lightning to remind me. She remained calm, seemingly unconcerned. It's just a little regrettable. The rules of this broken world are far too weak. If she gets even a little serious, the world can't handle it. In the battlefield of myriad realms, there would be no such worries. She would have become a god just now. Hearing what Secretariat said, Lin Yu remained silent for a long time. Finally, with a twitching expression, he uttered 3 words, "What a pity." Chapter 292, The Elf Queen. Lin Yu hadn't expected this. Just now, the world rules of the floating islands experienced a major catastrophe. It almost failed. 49 bolts of lightning struck in succession, serving as a reminder to his secretary, and not to act impulsively. Simply because Angelia is too strong. He burned the power of hundreds of laws to advance to the peak of demigod. Once secretary and becomes a god, even a true god of equal divine rank will be no match for her. Similarly, the world rules of this floating island cannot withstand such a powerful being ascending to godhood on its territory, and can only remind Angelia time and time again. Lin Yu has reason to suspect. The rules governing the floating island world are probably making everyone break out in a cold sweat right now. At this moment, Angelia suddenly said, "My lord, I just communicated with the world rules of the floating islands and learned that there are a total of 13 floating island worlds that are connected to Blue Star. Those 13 floating islands are much smaller, and the power of the world's rules is not strong. But if we can conquer all those floating islands and merge them with the floating island we are currently on, then the new world rules can accommodate the arrival of the true god." He paused slightly. Angelia continued, "Once our lord has conquered this floating island, we can formulate 2 plans. On one hand, we can send an elite army to the battlefield of myriad realms, and on the other hand, we can begin to conquer the other floating islands. At that time, these floating islands will be integrated into one. Your followers can become gods directly without entering the battlefield of myriad worlds. Apart from that, Angelia's plan to conquer those floating islands was also to see if the treasure hidden in the world law of the multiverse battlefield was in those floating island worlds. She hasn't explored this floating island world yet, but that doesn't stop her from casting more nets. What if that treasure is hidden on one of those floating islands? The fact that this treasure could be hidden away by the world's laws of the battlefield of myriad realms, and that it is related to the holy war between gods and demons tens of millions of years ago, suggests that this treasure must be extremely important and powerful. It might be comparable to the Origin Scepter, the ultimate artifact in the hands of the Lord of Light. Such a treasure is beyond the control of the supreme deities of the battlefield of myriad realms. Only her master is worthy of possessing it. Your plan is excellent." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. For him now, the floating islands are like a beginner's welfare village. The resources are quite abundant. If he could gain control of the other 13 floating islands, his power and strength would surely increase many times over. Just like Angelia said, after he conquers the floating island in front of him, he can send his main force to the battlefield of myriad worlds while sending secondary legions to conquer those floating islands, continuing to develop rapidly. In this way, we can achieve both goals simultaneously without neglecting either one. At the same time, the sacred land of elves in the Far East. A stunningly beautiful elf, dressed in a long golden dress and wearing an exquisite crown, appeared at the foot of a nearly 1,000-meter-tall elven mother tree, her expression carrying a hint of solemnity. "Mother, I have sensed a tremor in the laws of the world." It was more violent than any previous shock, almost to the point of collapse. Does this foreshadow an impending apocalyptic catastrophe? On the main trunk of the elf mother tree, a wrinkled human face appeared and said, "Your Majesty need not worry. The origin of the world's laws has returned to calm." Just now, someone was attempting to break through to the realm of a true god. Upon hearing this, the Elf Queen's pale golden pupils narrowed slightly. He exclaimed in utter astonishment, "Has that demigod gone mad?" As everyone knows, the laws of this world are extremely fragile and cannot bear the appearance of a true god. How dare he even dream of becoming a god? So he failed. The Elf Mother Tree said, "If nothing unexpected happens, like all those other unwilling geniuses throughout history, he has suffered a backlash from the world's rules. Even if he doesn't die, he must be severely injured." The Elf Queen frowned and said, "I just wonder who is attempting to break through to the realm of true god. Is it the Dragon Emperor? Or the Beast King of the Lenkel Plains? Or someone else? Unpredictable." After a moment of silence, the Elven Mother Tree said, "Your Majesty, you need not concern yourself with this matter. You should contact the Pope of the Holy See of Light and end the war that is taking place in the land of abundance. Our enemies are those professionals from another world. The civil war in the land of abundance will only give those otherworldly professionals an opportunity to take advantage of it. The Elf Queen shook her head and said, I can't contact the Pope of Light anymore. My intuition tells me that he has most likely perished, and this is very likely the direct cause of the war that broke out in the land of abundance. Elf Mother Tree, the Pope of the Holy See is dead? This is absolutely ridiculous. As the tradition was passed down from generation to generation, almost none of the popes of the Holy See died violent deaths. Instead, they all entered the battlefield of all realms and became immortal gods of light. The death of this generation's Pope of Light was somewhat suspicious. The Elf Mother Tree said, Your Majesty can send someone to the land of abundance to investigate the cause of the Pope of Light's death. The Elf Queen indicated that she was preparing to do so. He added, I plan to send people to the Dark Forest to summon the elves, led by Queen Bernina, back to the Holy Land. The world is currently under invasion by foreign enemies, and the development speed of Paradise Town is astonishing. I am not at ease. Your Majesty is wise. The Elf Mother Tree praised it, indicating its agreement. However, neither of them knew this. It was too late for them. Perhaps by the time the Elf Queen's people arrive in the Dark Forest, Linyu will have already established a kingdom there. Chapter 293 Mastering the Laws of Time. Late at night, in Paradise Town, a sudden, piercing scream rang out. The voice was filled with pain and despair. This is the Lich King's lament. Under Linyu's transformation, by burning the power of faith with the power of creation, its lich body turned into ashes, and even its soul was annihilated. This was the Lich King's third death, but it itself was unaware of this. Its thoughts lingered only on the moment of its final death, filled with resentment and regret. If it had known that surrendering would still lead to death, it should have fought again. Even dying on the battlefield is better than being purified to death by the power of holiness and light. After all, this is an extremely painful process for it. Failed again. Linyu sighed. Transforming a lich into a creature of light is indeed an extremely difficult task. It is far more difficult than transforming Bone Dragon Oster. However, Linyu was not disappointed at all. Instead, his face was full of smiles. Because every failure he experienced benefited him greatly. My understanding of the power of creation and the power of faith, as well as my comprehension of the laws of time, the divine, and the laws of light, have become much deeper. Continue. Linyu once again wielded the super artifact, the Origin Scepter. He created the laws of time with the power of creation, then reversed time to resurrect the Lich King. Great Lord of Holy Light. Whether your transformation of me is successful or not, I will always be your most loyal servant. The Lich King knelt on the ground with a devout expression. It had no idea that it had already died 3 times. If it knew, it certainly wouldn't have said such a thing. Linyu listened to it 3 times, so he remained indifferent and continued with his plan to modify the Lich King. As a mysterious power appeared, it enveloped the Lich King's body, and the Lich King's screams rang out once more. However, this time, the Lich King's body did not perish. On the contrary, just like the Holy Dragon Oster, its body is undergoing a very magical transformation under the influence of that mysterious power. Its soul, body, and the necromantic laws it has mastered are all transforming towards the realm of holiness and light. About 10 minutes passed. The transformation is now complete. The screams ceased. The Lich King also transformed into a Templar Lich radiating holy light. Sensing the changes within itself, it was both surprised and delighted. It then knelt before Linyu once more, praising him with fervor. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. Thank you for giving me new life. This time, the kneeling was sincere. Because upon being transformed into a sanctuary lich, it became a fanatical follower of Linyu. In the Lich King's eyes, Linyu was its creator. Creators of new life. Its faith in Linyu was so unwavering that it would not waver even in the face of death. Linyu, on the other hand, kept his eyes slightly closed. He was sensing the changes within his body. When the Lich King was successfully transformed, 2 different laws suddenly emerged within him, the law of divinity and the law of light. Just as Linyu had predicted, he successfully comprehended and mastered the power of these 2 laws. After that, he no longer needed to burn the power of faith to create, but could use it directly. My understanding of the profound mysteries of the laws of time is still lacking. Linyu looked at the Lich King kneeling before him. He felt he could give it another try. In one fell swoop, he grasped the laws of time. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Angelia, who was standing quietly to the side. Against the backdrop of 12 angel wings, Secretary On was breathtakingly beautiful. I saw the look in Lin Yu's eyes. Angelia seemed to understand immediately. She stretched out her slender, fair hand and slapped the Lich King to death. The Lich King never knew why this happened, not even until his death. When he fell to the ground, the Lich King's eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with his eyes open in disbelief. It has to be admitted. Secretarian's power is now ridiculously strong. After transforming into the Holy Light Lich, the Lich King not only fully recovered from his injuries, but also became even more powerful. Although it did not advance to the peak demigod level, it is much more powerful than before. In the end, he was still slapped to death by Secretarian. The feeling was as simple as swatting a fly. Lin Yu took a deep breath and waved the Origin Scepter once more. This time, he resurrected the Lich King who had been killed, so there was no need for further transformation. Therefore, he only needed to create the laws of time and reverse time. Soon, the laws of time appeared. Lin Yu immediately merged his own spiritual consciousness with the laws of time. Carefully contemplate the profound meaning contained within the laws of time. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yu suddenly beamed with joy. It's done. In an instant, time rewinds. The Lich King was resurrected once more, returning to the moment before he was slapped to death by Angelia. He was still filled with surprise as he perceived the earth-shattering changes that had occurred within himself. I am stronger now than before. Indeed, the great Lord of Holy Light is omnipotent. Praise the Lord. Praise the Holy Light. Angelia, Lin Yu said to Secretary and beside him, I'll leave the war outside the city to you. I need to go back and refine the few laws of power I've just mastered. Yes, my lord. Angelia respectfully accepted the order. The 12 angel wings on her back accentuated her elegant figure, making her shine even brighter. Afterwards, Lin Yu returned to the second floor of the Lord's Hall. It was almost midnight, so he decided to take a nap. Therefore, the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, was summoned. Soon, an exploration of the laws of time and the forbidden land of the Saints began. Chapter 294 Using the Stone of Law. The next day, Lin Yu woke up before dawn. Lying asleep in the bedding beside her was the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, her delicate and radiant face seemingly glowing, exuding a captivating charm amidst her tranquility. Lin Yu didn't wake her up. He took out a law stone from his own spatial equipment. Although he had only slept for 2 hours, Lin Yu was still full of energy. With his current strength, he wouldn't feel tired even if he worked continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. This is a demigod, possessing an inhuman physique. To add to that, Lin Yu's rank has been promoted again. Just as Lin Yu was studying the laws of time with the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, his level broke through once again, advancing from the mid-stage demigod to the late-stage demigod. As of now, the war outside the city has completely ended. The hordes of wild monsters on the western battlefield and the undead army on the northern battlefield were completely wiped out by his angel legions and territory troop legions. With the war shackles of the angels of power sealing off the battlefield, it can be said that almost no enemy escaped. With this, Lin Yu had wiped out all 4 factions in the Dark Forest. There is now nothing that can stop Paradise Town from unifying the Dark Forest. The next task for Paradise Town is to capture Bone Temple, Elf Garden, and the main base of Naga Kingdom. Then, they wiped out the local strongholds in the 3 regions. During this process, the remaining wild monsters should also be cleared out. In this way, the Dark Forest was completely conquered by Paradise Town and brought under Lin Yu's control. At that time, Lin Yu will be able to establish his kingdom's power within the Dark Forest. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to get the building blueprints for the City Lord's Mansion. Lin Yu's plan to capture the strongholds of those 3 forces was also to obtain the blueprints for the City Lord's Mansion by destroying such a superpower stronghold. With the City Lord's Mansion, his territory can be upgraded to the city level. This would then fulfill the requirements for establishing a kingdom. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed, merging his spiritual consciousness into the law stone. Soon, he sensed the power of the laws contained within. It's the law of blazing flames. This is an extremely common rule. It is primarily an offensive unit and excels at area of effect damage. Previously, Lin Yu had redeemed a total of 20 law stones in the Glory Items menu. Each law stone contained a different type of law power. However, the specific law can only be confirmed by perceiving it through one's own spiritual consciousness. This thing is similar to opening a blind box. If you're lucky, you might be able to unlock some rare laws of power, such as space, time, fate, cause and effect, and so on. Luck is average. It involves some common laws such as wind, fire, frost, earth, strength, speed, and so on. But no matter what, it won't all be for nothing. I didn't think much of it. Lin Yu immediately merged his own spiritual consciousness with the blazing flame law contained within the law stone, carefully comprehending the profound mysteries of the law contained within. This process is essentially learning from a book. The speed at which he comprehends and masters the laws even surpasses Lin Yu's ability to create them using the power of creation. This can be considered a shortcut for peak saint-level professionals to advance to demigod status. The only drawback is that it's very difficult to obtain glory points. Don't be fooled by the fact that Lin Yu gained a total of tens of thousands of glory points in just one battle against the mountain giant kingdom. Keep in mind that among the tens of millions of professionals on this entire floating island, only he was able to achieve this feat. Other professionals who can acquire glory points are mostly top-tier lords or high-level lords. Furthermore, the amount of honor points obtained is pitifully small. The average is only a few hundred points. This amount of glory points isn't enough to exchange for a law stone. In 2 more days, the glory items menu will refresh and the exchange prices will skyrocket, making it even harder for professionals to exchange for law stones. Those veteran professionals from a year ago. All these factors combined resulted in none of them being able to advance to demigod status. Therefore, it is clear that this shortcut is also very difficult to grasp. As time goes by, the profound meaning of the law of blazing flames surged into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness like a torrent. These are all profound secrets mastered by Lin Yu. For some reason, Lin Yu felt that he had a very strong talent. Although learning is done by following the book, truly mastering the profound principles is not an easy task. It is much more difficult than calculus. However, Lin Yu had a strange feeling. He seems to have a talent for understanding things quickly and applying what he's learned to other situations. He could easily comprehend and master the profound and difficult-to-understand principles and mysteries. This is a very amazing phenomenon. Lin Yu couldn't figure it out either. Could it be that he is a genius of unparalleled talent? Or is he truly the creator worshipped by the angels? But why doesn't he have any recollection of it? Similar thoughts flashed through Lin Yu's mind, but they quickly disappeared as he once again immersed himself in comprehending the profound mysteries of the law of blazing flames. Gradually, it seemed as if flames were emerging from Lin Yu's body. The temperature inside the bedroom also rose sharply. Tiffany, the Holy Maiden of Light, who was wrapped in blankets nearby, suffered from the heat and was soon awakened by it. Her fair and delicate face was covered with fine sweat. She hugged the blanket, covering her delicate body. Only her delicate, rounded shoulders were visible. He stared blankly at Lin Yu, who was enveloped in the raging flames of nothingness. He was speechless for a long time. Chapter 295 Strange Things Inside the Eyes. The sun was blazing overhead. As if drawn by a force, the fire elemental magic of heaven and earth surged into the second-floor bedroom of the Lord's Hall, converging within Lin Yu's body. Originally, Lin Yu's body already contained the power of holiness, light, thunder, and time. When different forces come together, a magical conflict is bound to occur. However, this phenomenon did not occur in Lin Yu. Even with the massive gathering of fire elemental magic, there was no conflict with the other forces within Lin Yu's body. This is because there is a creative force governing it. The power of creation surpasses any other power in the world, because it is itself a source of power. The power of creation can create everything. Under the suppression of the power of creation, all the forces within Lin Yu's body were in a very peaceful state, without any conflict. It's like a group of children being controlled by their mother. They dared not do anything out of line. This is naturally a good thing for Lin Yu. He doesn't need to worry about how to make the different attributes of the power within him coexist peacefully. If it were anyone else, without the suppression of the power of creation, with all kinds of forces gathered in one person, they might have already encountered serious problems. Of course, Secretary On is not included. So far, there's basically nothing that can bother Angelia. As the fire elemental magic gathers more and more, a magical vortex had almost formed above the Lord's Hall. The magic vortex is fiery red in color, looking like a giant sea of fire that is slowly rotating, which is quite spectacular. Moreover, it can be clearly seen even from a distance of hundreds of kilometers. Right now, I'm in the bedroom. The red light emanating from Lin Yu grew even stronger. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in flames. Its temperature is also frighteningly high. It almost reached the point of melting gold into iron. Fortunately, the Lord's Hall was protected by the world rules of the floating island. Otherwise, the entire Lord's Hall would have been burned to ashes by the red light emanating from Lin Yu. Even the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, was finding it difficult to bear. I got up early, dressed, and left the bedroom. I don't know how much time has passed. The vortex of fire elemental magic above the Lord's Hall has finally dissipated, returning to the world. At the same time, the red light on Lin Yu's body also disappeared. He opened his eyes, and within his pupils, which emitted a pale golden light, there was a vortex spinning. However, this vortex is composed of multiple colors: red, purple, white, gold. Red represents the power of flames. Purple represents the power of thunder. White represents the power of light. Gold represents sacred power. There is also a blank area, which is the territory of the time force. It was obvious that the vortex in Lin Yu's eyes was formed by the convergence of various laws and powers that he now possessed. As Lin Yu comprehends and masters more and more laws, this vortex will continue to change. In addition, it is not actually located inside Lin Yu's pupil. Its location is in Lin Yu's lower abdomen and in the sea of spiritual consciousness, one above the other, reflecting each other. As for the vortexes that appeared in Lin Yu's eyes, they were merely projections of these vortexes. Sure enough, after Lin Yu blinked a few times, the colorful vortex in his pupils disappeared. Only the faint golden light remained. Even now, Lin Yu still doesn't understand why there's a pale golden light in his eyes, and even his pupils are gradually turning golden. If this transformation continues, perhaps it won't be long before his eyes turn gold. Lin Yu speculated that this change was related to the power of creation within him. This change in his eyes only began when he advanced to the saint rank and mastered the power of creation. At first, it was just a faint golden glow. You might not see it if you don't look closely. All I could feel was how bright his eyes were. However, as Lin Yu's level increased and his mastery of the power of creation became more proficient, the golden light gradually intensified, and the color of his eyes began to change. Sometimes Lin Yu could feel her eyes getting itchy. It looked as if something was trying to pop out from inside. He had Angelia examine him, but she didn't find anything wrong. Lin Yu could only let it continue to change. In any case, one day the secret hidden in his eyes will be revealed to him. However, Lin Yu's intuition told her otherwise. Changes in the eyes are neither good nor bad. When the mutation is completely over, he may receive a big surprise. I have now mastered the power of 6 laws. They are thunder, power, holiness, light, time, and flames. His level has also reached the late stage of demigod. Lin Yu extended his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The space in the palm of his hand suddenly distorted, and the flow of time also changed. He could feel his power had increased to an astonishing level. Although she can't compare to Secretarian of the same level, she has no problem dealing with veteran demigods like the Lich King and the Elf Queen. Protected by the power of creation, the divine fire cannot burn my body. In other words, I can ignite the divine fire right now and advance to the peak demigod realm. But this is not my limit. I need to master a greater number of rules. When the divine fire is rekindled, I will obtain an even stronger divine body. Just like Angelia, he burned hundreds of laws to advance to the peak of demigod, almost causing the world rules of the floating island to collapse. He was simply abnormally strong. Secretary and's current situation is what Lin Yu is pursuing. Chapter 296 Secretary and's perfect plan. My lord, when Lin Yu arrived at the first floor of the Lord's Hall, Angelia had been waiting for a long time. She did not go hunting, because hunting was meaningless to her. Her level reached the pinnacle of this floating island world. Defeating enemies no longer grants the reward of primal energy. Only by entering the battlefield of myriad realms can one continue to level up in this way. So all she has to do every day is stay by Lin Yu's side, wait for the angel army to conquer this world, and then open the passage to the battlefield of all worlds. Once she reaches the battlefield of myriad realms, she can directly become a god. At that time, it might not be impossible for him to directly become a mid-level true god who holds a mid-level divine position. After all, it was a divine fire ignited with the power of hundreds of laws as its foundation. This kind of foundation is terrifyingly strong. Only extremely powerful deities who have reincarnated and cultivated themselves possess this ability. Why are you all alone? Lin Yu's gaze swept over the mountain of spoils piled up in the hall before landing on the beautiful and elegant Secretarian. Under the sunlight, the 12 angel wings behind Angelia shone even more brightly. It made her look breathtakingly beautiful. Aside from Angelia, the most beautiful angel Lin Yu had ever seen was the 10-winged Xia, Cindy. Even among the vast army of angels, the 10-winged Archangel Cindy stands out. Especially her figure, which is exaggerated to the extreme. However, when considering factors such as figure, appearance, and temperament, 10-winged Xia Cindy is no match for Angelia. Angelia has a firm grasp on the essence of elegance. When it comes to the most beautiful angel, it has to be Secretarian. Facing Lin Yu's gaze, Angelia lowered her head slightly and said respectfully, "Reporting to my lord, the legions of the territory have already gone out hunting using the teleportation array. In addition, the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen also led their armies back to the Elf Garden and the Naga Kingdom respectively to subdue the local strongholds in their respective areas. The Lich King then led an army of angels to the Bone Temple region, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In 2 days at most, we can clear out the local strongholds in the Dark Forest. As for the wild monsters, we can deal with them gradually later." "Can." Lin Yu nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The rock demon that was summoned by the Lich King seems to have fled to the north. Tell the angel army to be careful. That rock demon is quite powerful. His level reached the peak of demigod. Moreover, he even calls himself this god. It is presumably a true god from the underworld who descended to the mortal realm. Enemies like this are usually no match for even the Elf Queen and the Dragon King in a one-on-one fight. My lord need not worry," Angelia said. "Following us to the Temple of Bones is also the City of Angels. With Vivien guarding it, that rock demon won't be able to cause any trouble." "That's good." Lin Yu was relieved to hear this. Although Vivien is merely a void consciousness, under her control, the City of Angels can unleash a powerful force capable of slaying peak demigods. If the rock demon were to unfortunately encounter Vivien, it would most likely be doomed. Yesterday, it was the one that ran fast. If they meet again, the rock demon will surely die. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was that the rock demon was already terrified by his army of angels and would never appear in front of him on its own initiative. Rock demon now only wants to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. It didn't even want to look for the body of death, Barkvis. Angelia also informed Lin Yu that the demigods of the territory had gone together to search for the rock demon's whereabouts. If it is indeed found, then it's just bad luck. Lin Yu said, "If we encounter that rock demon, don't rush to kill it. Find out what its purpose is in coming to this world. I suspect it's not just about finding the corpse of the Grim Reaper." "Yes, my lord." Angelia nodded. She also had this suspicion. At the same time, Secretarian also set her sights on the underworld behind the rock demon. Back then, the 4 archangels with 18 wings split the underworld in two. One half was taken back to the realm of the Lord God and transformed into hell, where fallen angels were exiled. The other half was left to the gods of death, so as not to affect the cycle of life and death in the universe. But the situation is different now. The merciful and loving Lord of Light accepted those fallen angels. This gave the fallen angels faction the opportunity to compete with the holy angels faction for control of the divine realm of the Lord. That definitely won't work. They, the holy angels, cannot disobey the Lord's decree, but they can find other ways. For example, they could seize the other half of the underworld, merge it with hell, and recreate a complete underworld. At that time, the fallen angels can take over the management. Aren't those fallen angels skilled at manipulating the souls of living beings? Making them the Grim Reapers of the new era is most fitting. As for the original Grim Reaper and the Underworld Emperor, if they refuse to bow their heads, then just kill them. After thinking it over, Secretarian felt that the plan was very feasible. They were thus freed from the threat posed by the fallen angels to their holy angels, and it perfectly demonstrated the strengths of a fallen angel. Most importantly, with the fallen angels managing the underworld, together with their holy angel faction, the radiance of the Lord of Light can be rapidly spread throughout the universe. From living beings to the dead, all are ruled by the great Lord of Holy Light. At that time, whatever the Lord of Light's plan may be, it will be much easier to achieve. Chapter 297, The Old Underworld Emperor in Lolita. In an unknown, otherworldly spacetime, a vast, dark world floats in the air. This is the legendary underworld, the final resting place of the dead. The underworld is a very special world. It is connected to all realms of the universe and is protected by the laws of the universe. Almost all living beings who die in the world, without special circumstances, will have their souls drawn into the underworld by the laws of the universe, becoming beings of the underworld. However, the number of beings in the underworld is not as many as one might imagine. This is because the underworld also follows the cruel law of survival of the fittest and the supremacy of the strong. The vast majority of weak souls will be harvested by the Grim Reaper or become food for the monsters of the underworld. Only a very few souls can escape this calamity and then slowly grow stronger. It can be said that the underworld is full of powerful beings. At this moment, in the heart of the underworld, stood an ancient and magnificent temple. Inside the temple, seated on the throne, sat a figure dressed in a black and gold robe. He appeared to be an elderly human being. Despite his hunched figure, he exuded an incredibly terrifying aura of divine power. This is the might of the God King. Only the supreme deities who surpass the chief god possess this ability. He is the ruler of the underworld, the king of the underworld. Suddenly, the old underworld emperor opened his eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils, and said as if talking to himself, "Lolita, I sense an evil thought enveloping the underworld, and even I am involved. I peered into the river of time and space, but found nothing unusual. What's going on? I don't think this is my imagination. I had the same feeling when the underworld was invaded by the angels." At this point, the old underworld emperor suddenly trembled, his pupils shrinking slightly. "Lolita, could it be that the angels are plotting against our underworld again?" Shortly after he finished speaking, a cold female voice rang out in the temple. "Don't worry, Your Majesty the Underworld Emperor. The angels have already taken half of the underworld. They won't be eyeing the remaining half. After all, without the underworld, the laws of life and death in the universe would collapse. Under such circumstances, even the laws of the universe would not let the angel race off the hook, and would make those despicable angels the common enemy of all the universes." Upon hearing this, the old underworld emperor breathed a slight sigh of relief. A moment later, his old face twitched a few more times. The ruler of the underworld, with countless grim reapers under his command, ultimately had to rely on the deterrent power of the universal laws to prevent the angels from seizing the remaining half of his stronghold once again. When has he ever suffered such injustice? However, the thought of the 4 18-winged archangels who led the angelic army into the underworld back then sent chills down his spine. If he hadn't run so fast back then, the one speaking to Lolita now might be the new Hades Emperor. Lolita is the spirit of the world's laws in the underworld. After the angels cut off half of her original power, she was also severely injured. Not only has it not recovered, but it continues to weaken. If they weren't angels, and where does that malice come from? The old underworld emperor frowned and said, "Those supreme gods in the battlefield of myriad realms don't dare to plot against my underworld. In the entire universe, apart from the angels, the only race that can threaten my underworld is the void demons." Could it be? The void demons, still resentful after their defeat, are preparing to invade the battlefield of myriad realms again? That possibility cannot be ruled out. A female voice from the void said, "This is good news for us. With the void demons invading the battlefield of myriad realms, we can also send our netherworld army to participate in the war and then find an opportunity to seize the primordial power of the battlefield of myriad realms." The old underworld nodded. He said to the spirit of the underworld laws, whom he called Lolita, "I have sent some underworld deities to many floating island worlds. They will try to enter the battlefield of all worlds and build a large number of underworld passages. At that time, our army will be able to enter. My only worry right now is whether the angel race, which disappeared tens of millions of years ago, will reappear in the world. Those wicked angels are not friendly to us beings of the underworld." In the heart of the old underworld emperor, angels, as holy beings, are synonymous with the source of all evil. No race is more evil than angels. Even the void demons cannot compare. After all, the void demons didn't cut his underworld in two back then. Instead, they kidnapped countless death gods and underworld monsters under his command, causing the underworld's strength to plummet. Probably not. At least until the Lord of Holy Light returns, the angel race will not be born. The spirit of the laws of the underworld said, "I learned a secret a long time ago. The reason why the angel race withdrew from the battle of the myriad realms and sealed themselves in the god realm of the Lord was because their Lord of Holy Light suddenly disappeared. As for why, no one knows." Upon hearing this, the old underworld emperor was immediately shocked. At the same time, he was overjoyed and could hardly hide his happiness. "I never imagined that the wicked angel race would come to this. This is the best news I've received in tens of millions of years. Lolita, you should have told me sooner." "What's the point of telling you?" The spirit of the underworld laws said with a hint of disdain. "Even if you know the Lord of Holy Light has disappeared, what can you do besides hiding in the underworld and gloating? Can you take my other half back? That's going too far." The old underworld emperor felt extremely humiliated, yet he was speechless. If he possesses power comparable to the Lord of Light, what are those few 18-winged archangels? However, this is just wishful thinking. Taking that step and surpassing the supreme deity is harder than a mortal turning the world upside down. Chapter 298 Lin Yu, the Overlord of the Dark Forest. Paradise Town, Lord's Hall. Lin Yu was counting the spoils of last night with Angelia. A massive amount of gold coins, tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, and stacks upon stacks of blueprints. The gains were far greater than those from the war against the Mountain Giant Kingdom. Besides these spoils of war, the biggest gain was the subjugation of those native intelligent races. Among them are nature spirits, trance, unicorns, nagas, merfolk, and so on, totaling more than 2 million, and each one is an elite among elites. After all, those who could be drawn to participate in the war were all quite strong. Those young elves, naga, and so on are still in the stronghold of the nature elves and naga. One of the tasks the elf queen and the naga queen had when returning to the elf garden and the naga kingdom was to subjugate all the remaining people. This is not a difficult thing, because they were accompanied by a large number of archangels and angels who possessed divine powers of faith. All you need to do is gather those intelligent beings like elves and nagas together, and then you can take care of them with a single set of faith magic. As for the Temple of White Bones, there's no need to subdue the undead creatures there. Just as Lin Yu was counting his spoils, the chat channel within Taiwan is also buzzing with discussion. Countless professionals gather here. This also includes many Lord-class professionals. They were all investigating the outcome of yesterday's battle. They were eager to know which side ultimately won the war. This is very important to them. I can confirm that the victors of the war are the 3 native superpowers, including the Elf Garden. This morning, I saw large numbers of nature elves, unicorns, and trance gathering and returning to their base. If Paradise Town had won, this elven army wouldn't have existed. That makes sense. I am in the southern region of the Dark Forest, and this morning I saw armies of Naga and Murlocs riding on towering waves back to the Naga Kingdom. So, does this mean Paradise Town really lost the battle? Lin Yu is dead too. If that's really the case, then that's fantastic news. To the person upstairs, I can only say you're celebrating too soon. Regardless of whether Paradise Town was defeated or not, Boss Lin Yu is definitely not dead. How did you know? Because I'm friends with Lin Yu, and I was the one who sold him the blacksmith shop blueprint. I got a friend slot. As of now, Lin Yu's avatar hasn't turned gray. Holy crap, that's awesome. They actually have Lin Yu's friend. You deserve some credit for how quickly Lin Yu's Paradise Town has developed. Even if Lin Yu were still alive, it wouldn't matter. His territory had been destroyed, and he had lost his status as a Lord-class professional, forced to become a combat professional. A lone wolf poses little threat to our Lord. Is the person upstairs still half asleep? The world announcement is out. Lin Yu is now a demigod. With demigod power, wiping out your Lord-class army would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? The chat channel fell silent immediately after those words were spoken. Many professionals are only now realizing that Lin Yu is a demigod. Even top lords at this stage have to bow their heads before demigods. In other words, even if Paradise Town is destroyed, Lin Yu will still be a big shot they need to look up to. How the hell do you play this? Just then, a message appeared in the channel. Stop talking nonsense. The town of Paradise was not defeated at all. Our team witnessed an army of angels riding in an angelic city flying towards the north of the Dark Forest, the territory of the powerful Bone Temple. How is that possible? If Paradise Town has won, what about the Elven and Naga armies they saw earlier? Did they flee in defeat? There is a possibility of this. However, I'm more inclined to believe that both the Elf Garden and the Naga Kingdom have surrendered. Those elves, Nagas, and even the merfolk have all become followers of Boss Lin Yu. Don't forget, spreading faith is the angels' forte. The chat channel fell silent once again. The angelic army was not destroyed, and the city of angels still exists. That only proves one thing. Paradise Town really won. This is unbelievable. After all, it was a joint attack by 3 superpowers. Furthermore, a large number of magical beasts and countless wild monsters are also participating in the battle. There are several demigod-level powerhouses alone. With such formidable war power, sweeping away tens of millions of professionals on the island would have been a piece of cake. Yet Lin Yu defeated them all by himself. This is something that many professionals find hard to believe. But at the same time, a large number of professionals were excitedly cheering in the channel, saying that they could finally relax. They are mostly professionals located in the Dark Forest. They look forward to becoming citizens of Lin Yu's kingdom after he establishes it. Xia Qingyue, the leader of the Alliance, Midsummer Night, was one of them. When she learned that Paradise Town had won, her expression became extremely complicated. But mostly it felt relaxing. Now that's great. She no longer needs to overthink things. Just lie down quietly. Soon after, a large number of equipment, blueprints, and potions were listed by Lin Yu on the island trading platform. This action further demonstrates that Paradise Town has emerged victorious in this war. From this moment on, Lin Yu is the undisputed ruler of the Dark Forest. Conquer the Fairy Garden and the Naga Kingdom. The key is that he has so many girls he can't use them all. Not only angels, but also elves and Naga. I'm so envious of Lin Yu. Chapter 299, The Million Angels Army. When it got to noon, all of Lin Yu's listed items, except for some blueprints, have been sold out. This includes nearly 90,000 pieces of equipment of different levels, as well as more than 10,000 bottles of intermediate and advanced potions. The potions were all prepared by the pharmacist's mansion, a pharmacist from the Holy Sea of Light. Even the Grandmaster level pharmacist, Denver, participated in the preparation of the potions. Although it is just a pharmacist's mansion. However, the amount of medicine prepared exceeded Lin Yu's expectations, and it helped him earn approximately 600,000 gold coins. This is a pleasant surprise. But the real surprise was the nearly 90,000 pieces of equipment. Among them, 40,000 pieces of equipment were crafted by 4 advanced blacksmith shops, and all of them were mid-level equipment ranging from level 4 to 6, suitable for professionals at this stage. The remaining nearly 50,000 pieces of equipment were spoils of war. A war resulted in the discovery of 50,000 pieces of equipment. Even Lin Yu found it hard to believe. Previously, when his territory had just been upgraded to Paradise Town, it was attacked by the undead army and the beast tide, and in total, only about 10,000 pieces of equipment were dropped. This time, the amount of equipment is 5 times that of before. Lin Yu even suspected that the world rules of the floating islands might be secretly increasing the drop rate of equipment. Of course, this is also directly related to the fact that this war was much larger in scale. Although the armies of the Elf Garden and the Naga Kingdom did not suffer many losses, the undead army of the Bone Temple and the army of wild monsters were wiped out by Paradise Town. The total number of kills is at least 60 million. In addition to a large number of equipment and blueprints being dropped, more than 7 million gold coins were also dropped on the battlefield, which made Lin Yu a fortune. Lin Yu earned over 25 million gold coins from this sale of equipment and blueprints. All the gold coins added up. Lin Yu now possesses a total of nearly 33 million gold coins. This astonishing discovery left Lin Yu speechless. He had long anticipated that he would become rich overnight through this war, but he never expected to become this rich. Based on the summoning price given by Floating Island of Myriad Realms, a large angelic legion, comprising 51,111 angels. It is led by a 10-winged angel, assisted by 10 8-winged angels, and each of the 106 winged angels serves as the commander of a smaller legion. The total summoning cost is 2.87 million gold coins. In other words, Lin Yu currently possesses 33 million gold coins, enough to directly summon 11 large-scale angel legions, totaling over 560,000 angels. As of now, the total number of angels under Lin Yu's command is only 400,000. Summoning over 560,000 angels at once is simply insane. Lin Yu's long-held goal of building a million-strong angel army was achieved in an instant. A million-strong army of angels. For cities of angels. In addition to millions of elite soldiers of various races. It can easily sweep across the neighboring Linkle grasslands. Conquering the Linkle grassland is Lin Yu's next war plan. In addition, his city of angels also reached 4 locations late last night. Early this morning, Carol and a group of angelic artisans began building new angel cities, and even more. 10 angel cities were being built simultaneously. The planned completion time is 3 days. If more angel craftsmen can be summoned this time, the completion time will be shortened. As things stand now, Lin Yu no longer needed to consider whether he could conquer the floating island. Whether it's local forces or professional forces, none of them were a match for him. Lin Yu's current concern is how to seize the position of Island Lord as quickly as possible, become the ruler of this floating island world, and then enter the battlefield of myriad worlds. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately communicated with the floating island of myriad realms and activated the summoning black hole. Soon, the black hole appeared. It was as if a portal had been opened in time and space, a path to the highest realm of angels. Before long, countless stars appeared inside the black hole. The ratio of the golden light representing holy angels to the blood-red light representing fallen angels remains 2-to-1. This also shows that the holy angels faction is more powerful. A few moments later, hordes of angels flew out of the black hole, quickly making the first floor of the Lord's Hall crowded. The first angels summoned had no choice but to leave the Lord's Hall and gather in the outer square. Their gazes pierced through the hall's entrance, fixed with fervent devotion on that handsome and supreme figure. As time went by, the square in the territory was also filled with angels, a scale of hundreds of thousands. They formed an array of small legions of angels. Solemn and orderly, it looks very impressive. After all the holy angels were summoned, the fallen angel legion followed. After the fallen angels descended, the entire hall was instantly filled with an atmosphere of holiness and hell. The two forces are in opposition. As the summoning drew to a close, a large number of high-ranking fallen angels flew out together, each dragging a thick chain, the ends of which were enormous three-headed hellhounds. But at that very moment, Angelia, who was standing quietly beside Linyu, suddenly changed her expression. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint in them. She seemed to have discovered something. Chapter 300: The difference between ordinary true gods and supreme gods. Soon, the black hole that had been hovering in mid-air in the hall disappeared. More than 500,000 holy angels and fallen angels were all summoned. With this, Lin Yu's goal of building a million-strong angel army was truly achieved. In addition, there are 4 cities of angels. This power alone was enough to give Lin Yu the confidence to sweep across the entire floating island world, and conquering the Elf Holy Land and the 36 islands of the bay would not be too difficult. Not to mention, he also has millions of elite legions of various races. But you still have to eat one bite at a time. After all, his strength is not yet great enough to truly achieve multi-regional warfare. Of course, this is only true for now. Perhaps by the time Lin Yu conquers the Lunkel grassland, he will have an army of tens of millions of angels. At that time, it will be possible to conduct two-way or even multi-way operations between the Elven Sanctuary and the 36 islands of the bay, and directly sweep across the world with a single war. This summons a total of 27 angels of punishment, 43 angels of love, 35 angels of craftsmen, and 10 angels of war appeared, and the probability has increased significantly. Lin Yu didn't find it strange at all. This was explained in the exclusive troop summoning information in the Lord's Hall. Upgrading your territory not only unlocks the ability to summon higher-ranking angels, but also increases the probability of summoning special angels. His territory has now been upgraded to a high-level town. Moreover, it summoned a full 11 large-scale angel legions at once. It is quite normal for a large number of special angels to appear. There are also 11 10-winged angels. Of them, 7 are holy angels and 4 are fallen angels. All levels have reached the peak of the saint rank, and their growth potential is all at the peak of the upper gods, only one step away from becoming a main god. The chief god, also known as the Lord of the Pantheon. He had countless subordinate gods under his command. Even in the battlefield of myriad realms, the main god is an extremely powerful being. The growth potential of a 12-winged angel is at the level of a chief god. For example, at this moment, after Angelia evolved into a 12-winged angel, her growth potential limit reached the peak of a lower-level god. The main god is the same as the ordinary true god. It is also divided into inferior, middle, and superior positions. The difference is that the status of ordinary true gods is distinguished by divine power. Lower-ranking true gods wield weak divine power. A mid-level true god, possessing moderate divine power. The highest-ranking true gods possess immense divine power. The supreme deity, regardless of its rank, wields immense divine power. The rank of a chief god is determined by the number of gods under his command. Having 3 pantheons means being a lower-level god. It possesses 6 pantheons and is a mid-level chief god. Having 9 pantheons makes one a superior god. This is similar to the common saying, different classes of people. Lin Yu did not give the 7 10-winged holy angels any names. Let them solve the name problem themselves. After all, he didn't have much stock. Once his territory is upgraded to a city, and he can summon 12-winged angels, he will choose to name the first batch of 12-winged angels he summons. The principle is first come, first served. As for the 4 10-winged fallen angels, he didn't need to worry about their names. These high-ranking fallen angels all came with their own names. Because they are veteran angels, they are different from the holy angels who have just been born from the angel rebirth pool. For example, these 4 10-winged fallen angels. When they were in hell, they were all high-ranking true gods who possessed great divine power. Now, having been summoned to the lower realm by Lin Yu, his level has plummeted to the peak of the saint rank. This can be considered a great sacrifice. Lin Yu was deeply moved by this and resolved to give these fallen angels a better future. At least we can't let them stay in hell any longer. They deserve better benefits. But Lin Yu hasn't figured out exactly how to do it yet. Once he becomes powerful, or truly becomes the creator, this problem should be easily solved. At worst, He could just create a divine realm for the fallen angels, just like those holy angels, and let them live happily there. While thinking about this question, Lin Yu was unaware that his secretary, and was also finding a new home for the fallen angels faction. However, compared to him, Secretarian's plan was much simpler and more direct. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light, Creator. Inside the Lord's Hall, countless angels bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. These angels all had devout expressions and fervent gazes. At the same time, whether they were in the Holy Faction or the Fallen Faction, they were all high-ranking angels, totaling more than 5,000. The high-ranking angels present alone constitute a formidable fighting force. Once they've developed further, they'll be even more formidable. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand. His increasingly handsome face was beaming with a bright smile. If one could suddenly possess an army of millions of angels, sweeping across the world would be just around the corner. Who wouldn't feel exhilarated? Chapter 3:1 Angelia, my dear sister. Lin Yu dispatched all of the more than 500,000 newly summoned angels. These angels, divided into 1,100 small angel legions, flew to various directions of Paradise Town to begin clearing out the remaining wild monsters in the dark forest and the strongholds of local forces. The local believer legions in the territory also have this mission. Examples include the Mountain Giant Legion, the Dark Elf Legion, the Goblin Legion, and the Forest Troll Legion. Once the matters concerning the Elf Garden and the Naga Kingdom are settled, the Army of Nature Elves, the Army of Nagas, and the Army of Merfolk, led by the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen, will also participate in the full-scale extermination of the Dark Forest. I believe it won't be long before it happens. The Dark Forest will then be completely under Lin Yu's control. After the Angel Legion leaves, Angelia suddenly spoke to Lin Yu, saying, My lord, yesterday I had Carol and the others build a large number of teleportation arrays. I'll go and set them up first to help the territory's legions complete the clearing mission more quickly. In addition, the Elf Queen, the Naga Queen, and the Lich King each took away many teleportation arrays. They will scatter those teleportation arrays across their territories. At that time, Lin Yu's other troop types and legions will be able to easily teleport there. If Lin Yu wanted to visit the Elf Garden headquarters, he wouldn't need to fly thousands of kilometers. A teleportation would take him there in an instant. Can. Lin Yu nodded and said, Also, bring the blueprints for those watchtowers and build them in various areas to provide the territory's legions with a field of vision for combat. Yes, my lord. After Angelia respectfully withdrew, Lin Yu was left alone in the Lord's Hall once again. His handmaid, Tiffany, had also gone out on a mission. She would only come back around noon to prepare lunch for Lin Yu, or rather, to help Lin Yu take a nice afternoon nap. It must be said, Lin Yu's life was much happier than that of other Lord-level professionals. He no longer needs to worry about whether his territory will be destroyed by local forces. Because now, no local power can destroy his territory. Even if the dragons of the Elven Holy Land and the Bay joined forces to attack, they would not be able to conquer his territory. In this world, his territory is already invincible. However, Lin Yu wasn't entirely idle. He still had a large number of blueprints to process, all of which would be useful for his territory. Among them, 5 were even blueprints for the blacksmith shop. These 5 blacksmith shop blueprints alone made him a fortune. Of course, I wouldn't sell it on an island-wide trading platform. That would be throwing away the big picture for small gains. He wanted to build it himself. A territory at the advanced town level can build 5 blacksmith shops. His territory already has 4 blacksmith shops, so he can build 1 more. The 5 blacksmith shops together can produce 50,000 pieces of equipment per day, ignoring the resource consumption of Dark Elf units. There are still 40,000 pieces of equipment left, which can bring him tens of millions of gold coins every day. This is truly amazing. More gold coins than the tens of millions of undead creatures and wild monsters dropped yesterday. This also shows how lucrative the profession of equipment merchant is. Of course, this is also because he was standing alone in the eye of the storm. Other lords who own blacksmith shops can only forge 100 or so pieces of equipment per day at most, due to the limited number of blacksmiths and equipment forging blueprints. Moreover, they were all low-level equipment. They usually sell at low prices. In comparison, Lin Yu has made a fortune. After building the 5th blacksmith shop, Lin Yu still had 4 blacksmith shop blueprints left, which he stored in his personal spatial equipment. Once the territory is upgraded to a city, the number of blacksmith shops that can be built has been increased again. He can then take out these blueprints and use them again. Next, Lin Yu processed all the other blueprints and added a large number of buildings such as advanced stone houses and advanced magic cannons to the territory. His territory spans 160 kilometers. There are more than 200,000 high-class stone houses. In total, it can solve the housing and living problems of more than 60 million people. The total number of people under his command is only about 5 million, so there is no need to worry about not having a place to live. Just as Lin Yu was busy. Located hundreds of kilometers away from Paradise Town, atop a mountain thousands of meters high. Two figures with completely different temperaments gathered here. A figure, elegant, noble, sacred, and inviolable. Another figure, evil and sinister, was like a god of death from hell. In fact, the second figure did indeed come from hell. She was one of the 10-winged fallen angels that Lin Yu had just summoned. And that elegant figure was none other than Lin Yu's secretary. Secretary and the 10-winged fallen angel were several dozen meters apart, facing each other. The former had her willow leaf eyebrows slightly furrowed. The latter, however, had narrowed bloodshot eyes and a strange smile on her exquisite face. Angelia, my dear sister. Long time no see. Chapter 302 Victoria. Tens of millions of years. It really has been a long time. Angelia slightly raised her golden eyes, looking at the perfectly proportioned 10-winged fallen angel before her, and frowned, saying, "You've left the divine realm without permission and descended upon the floating island world. Once the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms discover this, we'll be in big trouble." The 10-winged fallen angel chuckled. She ignored Angelia's warning and even retorted with a laugh. "The one who broke the rules first was clearly my sister. Either no one descends, or no one should criticize anyone else." Angelia. At this moment, the 10-winged fallen angel said coldly, "He dares to cause trouble for my angelic race? We'll give him face and barely abide by the rules. If we don't, we'll kill him one day. The Supreme Creator returns to the universe and all worlds. He, a spirit of the laws of the world, actually dares to obstruct us. He should have been purified back then." Hearing these harsh words from the 10-winged fallen angel, Angelia silently rolled her eyes. Even after all these years, this guy is still as reckless as ever. Or one could say that the three 18-winged fallen archangels of hell all share the same personality, acting impulsively and without considering the consequences. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have fallen together. And apart from the Creator, they don't respect anyone else. This includes several 18-winged archangels from the divine realm. Now that I've descended to the mortal realm, I won't say anything more. Angelia said to the 10-winged fallen angel, "I only warn you one thing. Hide your own identity well, and don't let the world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms discover it. If this ruins my lord's plans, don't blame me for being impolite. Okay, my dear sister. You're still as long-winded as ever." The 10-winged fallen angel grinned, glanced at Angelia a few more times, and said, "What's wrong with becoming a fallen angel? You're stronger. Moreover, in the beginning of the universe, weren't the two chaos angels created by the Supreme Creator also opposed to each other, one good and one evil? My sister should have been with us back then." "Enough." Angelia frowned and said, "I'm really curious. Why didn't it descend upon Astia? Why was it you? What's wrong with me?" The 10-winged fallen angel was somewhat dissatisfied. She snorted at Angelia and then said, "If my sister wants to see Astia, we'll have to wait until we go to the battlefield of all realms. You might as well tell your sister too. Astia is building a time machine that can traverse the battlefield of all worlds, so that our entire Hell Faction's army can descend at once. If anyone is to blame, it's that the laws governing this floating island world are too weak. I came here very cautiously, afraid that I would suffer another heavy blow like my sister did. It doesn't matter if the interdimensional teleportation array collapses, but if the world collapses, that would be a grave sin." As he said this, the 10-winged fallen angel actually laughed heartily. Angelia rubbed her forehead. This guy is even crazier than Astia. If Astia is the mastermind behind the scenes, then this 10-winged fallen angel is the general on the front lines. Angelia had thought she was still asleep, but she had unexpectedly woken up. And it has also come to this world. This is going to be fun. At that moment, the 10-winged fallen angel suddenly spread her arms as if embracing the world, revealing her incredibly voluptuous figure and curves. She took a deep breath, seemingly in a state of blissful ecstasy. Even this weak mortal world is much better than hell. How cruel of her to banish her younger sisters to that dark and filthy world back then. Doesn't her conscience bother her? After all, we are sisters born from the primordial reincarnation pool. Angelia glanced at her indifferently and said, "If I don't banish you, am I supposed to just stand by and watch you make a mess of my lord's divine realm? What, do you want revenge on me?" Victoria is the younger sister. How dare she retaliate against her older sister? The 10-winged fallen angel smiled and said, I have come down to Earth this time to serve the Supreme Creator with my sister. In this regard, I hope my sister can teach me. Angelia's eyebrows twitched slightly. She realized that this guy was there to compete with her for his place in the Lord of Holy Light's heart. She served the Lord of Light, elevating the importance of the holy angels in his heart, which made the fallen angels restless. After all, the fallen angels were already weak. They have been consistently suppressed by the holy angels faction. Now that they finally have a chance, they naturally want to seize it. So, Victoria arrived. Angelia said expressionlessly, You're already very capable. You don't need me to teach you. It is my honor to receive your praise, sister. Victoria chuckled, seemingly in a very good mood. Angelia, however, didn't want to talk to her anymore. Her elegant figure vanished from the spot in an instant. After Secretarian left, the smile on Victoria's beautiful face gradually faded. His expression turned unusually cold. Suddenly, she raised her head, staring coldly at the sky, and said, You'd better pretend you didn't see me descend. Also, if you dare to peek again, I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the clear blue sky suddenly trembled. And then, that was it. Chapter 303, When His Majesty Takes Action, 1 is worth 2. I smell the scent of beings from the underworld. Victoria reached out and grabbed at the air, and surprisingly pulled out strands of blood-red silk threads. These threads, like little snakes, writhed and twisted in her palm, as if trying to escape, yet unable to escape Victoria's grasp. In the end, he was crushed to death by Victoria. Pure power of the laws of the underworld. It contains a trace of divine power. This means that a true god from the underworld has descended upon this world. You've got some nerve. Victoria gave a cold laugh. She had an exquisite face and a stunning figure. Apart from being a bit huge in size, there is not a single flaw to be found. Even the malicious sneer on her face gave her a unique kind of beauty. The beauty of darkness and evil. This kind of beauty stands in contrast to the holiness of divine angels. But they are evenly matched. Even in front of Secretary and Victoria didn't seem to be lacking in anything. At that moment, Victoria suddenly reached out and slashed at the void in front of her. Instantly, a huge rift was torn open in the void, revealing a pitch-black, dark world behind it. About 10 seconds passed. A blood-red figure exuding the aura of a demigod emerged from the void rift. This figure was none other than Gladys, the 8-winged fallen angel. Upon seeing Victoria, Gladys was initially stunned, then overjoyed. Without hesitation, she knelt on the ground and said excitedly and respectfully, Your Majesty Victoria, it is my honor to meet you. Looking at Gladys's excited face, Victoria seemed somewhat displeased, coldly saying, It's taken you so long to recover to the 8-winged level. I sent you here to serve His Majesty the Creator, not to slack off. Look at Angelia. She only had 4 wings when she descended, but now she is a 12-winged angel. Gladys trembled. His expression was panicked, and a bitter feeling welled up inside him. Even at her peak, she was just a minor 12-winged fallen angel. How could she possibly compare to Her Majesty Angelia? However, she dared not offer any explanation in the face of Victoria's rebuke. He immediately confessed his guilt and begged Victoria for forgiveness. At that very moment, a powerful and terrifying thought entered her body. It even touched her soul. The fallen angel Gladys dared not resist, for she knew that Her Majesty Victoria was searching her soul's memories to gain insight into what had happened during that time. Before long, the terrifying feeling subsided. Get up. Victoria raised her hand with a cold expression. After Gladys respectfully stood up, Victoria said, I have a task for you. Select several of the highest-level fallen angel teams, train them to the level of demigods, and activate their angelic hearts. Hell warriors are one of our secret weapons. It will allow our fallen angels faction to receive more favor from His Majesty the Creator. As a result, not a single fully-fledged hell warrior has appeared yet, which is why His Majesty the Creator's attention is mainly focused on those holy angels. It's not that they're so powerful, it's just that you and Zawirui are so useless. Can't even handle the smallest things. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Gladys knelt down once again, filled with fear and trepidation. In fact, she was also very aggrieved. After all, the time was really too short. She was present in every battle, and the enemies she killed could be piled up into a mountain, but she had only just been promoted to the level of demigod, let alone those 4-winged and 2-winged fallen angels. So far, even the highest-ranking 4-winged fallen angels and 2-winged angels are only at the saint level. There's still a long way to go before I can become a demigod. Naturally, it would be impossible for them to fuse into a fully-fledged hell warrior. Victoria glanced at her and said, "Those soul orbs that Angelia assigned to you contain the soul essence of tens of millions of wild monsters. As a result, you high-ranking fallen angels divided up all those orbs of soul light. If we concentrate on training a fallen angels team, we would already have hell soldiers." Gladys was speechless. In the fallen angels faction, only the higher-ranking angels are truly living beings. Those four-winged and two-winged fallen angels were merely war puppets they created to serve their faction. In situations of resource scarcity, high-ranking fallen angels would naturally prioritize improving their own strength, instead of training soldiers. "Fine, I won't punish you this time." Victoria waved her hand, signaling Gladys to rise, and then said, "Now that I have arrived, I will certainly not let Angelia steal all the glory." Gladys quickly replied, "With your Majesty's help, one is worth two." Victoria glanced at her sideways and said, "Is it just you and Sylvia combined?" Gladys's lips twitched, and then she said, "We certainly dare not compare ourselves to your Majesty. What I mean is that your Majesty is at least as good as two 18-winged archangels." "That's more like it." Victoria snorted coldly. "Go, and do what I asked you to do." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished into thin air. She's going to personally visit the Bone Temple and kill that rock demon god, devour its soul, and ascend to become a 12-winged fallen angel. Angelia is already a 12-winged being, so she naturally can't fall behind. Otherwise, how can they present themselves before the Creator? Chapter 304. Ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty is dead. Temple of White Bones. The area spanning hundreds of kilometers was a vast, white sea of bones. Even those mountains were piled with countless bones, like mountains of bones. Here, you can't see any trace of life at all. Even the lakes were filled with dark red blood. This is the world of the dead. It was filled with an extremely dense aura of death. Every now and then, new undead are born, crawling out of the sea of bones. Countless ghosts hovered above the sea of bones, turning the sky a hazy gray. The scene looked exceptionally terrifying. At the same time, this place is also a forbidden zone for living beings. Under normal circumstances, even saint-level experts who control a domain would not appear here, because that would mean a near-death experience. However, compared to a day ago, there are far fewer undead creatures in this area. Previously, the land was teeming with powerful undead. From time to time, you can see top-tier undead creatures such as bone dragons, death knights, headless knights, and ghost dragons. There are countless boss-level undead like Skeleton King Lion here. But now, the number of undead here has plummeted, and they are generally just weak undead creatures. Because the vast majority of powerful undead were taken by the Lich King to the battlefield of Heavenly Town, never to return. Of course, that's not all. Some extremely powerful undead creatures were still left behind. Their task is to guard the Lich King's home. A whole day has passed, and His Majesty hasn't sent back a single message. Could something have happened? That's absolutely impossible. His Majesty is an immortal Lich. Even if multiple demigods joined forces, it would be difficult to kill him. Even if the war in Paradise Town is lost, His Majesty will certainly have no problem escaping back to the Temple of Bones. It's highly likely that His Majesty was simply delayed by some matters, which is why no news has been sent back. No need to rush. My intuition tells me that His Majesty will soon return to the Temple of Bones. In the center of the Temple of Bones, it stands a bone temple made of the bones of various colossal creatures. There are also many different kinds of skeleton structures around. This is the true Temple of Bones. It is the living area of the Lich King and his powerful undead forces. At this moment, a dozen or so undead creatures, each of whom was at the saint rank, were gathered inside the central bone hall. Compared to the current Paradise Town, they are nothing. However, compared to other Lord-level and combat-level professionals, these dozen or so saint-level undead are still invincible. With them around, the native forces of the Dark Forest dare not easily invade. They gathered in the central bone temple, discussing the matter while awaiting news of the Lich King's return. The Lich King is the ruler of the Bone Sanctuary. It shelters all the undead creatures here. If the Lich King is gone, the Bone Temple will quickly become history in the Darkwood. Therefore, these saint-level undead were somewhat anxious. We hope the Lich King will return safely. Just at this moment, a ghost of extraordinary power suddenly burst into the central bone hall, exclaiming in terror and anxiety, "My lords, something terrible has happened. An alien army has invaded our territory. Judging from their appearance, they should be the legendary angels." In addition, accompanying the angelic legion was a massive white city, radiating an incomparably pure power of holiness and light. That's impossible. A saint-level expert from the skeleton clan exclaimed in surprise. His Majesty led a large army to attack Paradise Town just yesterday. And with the cooperation of the Elf Garden and the Naga Kingdom, how come the angels there are on our territory? Could it be that His Majesty and the others were defeated? Upon hearing this, the Bone Palace fell silent. This seems to explain why their rulers didn't send back any news all day. The allied forces were defeated. His Majesty the Lich King may also have perished. Then aren't those undead spirits who stayed behind to guard the house also doomed to die? Now, the angelic army of Paradise Town has arrived, riding the legendary war weapon, Angel City, with the clear objective of eradicating their bone temple. Not even a single skeletal claw can escape. Even the souls of flies need a purification spell to leave. What should we do? Gentlemen, His Majesty is dead. The angelic legion is coming with great force. We're all likely to be purified into bone dust. Upon hearing this, a saint-level ghost resembling a troll said with great concern, "At least you can leave behind some bone fragments. If I fall into the hands of those angels, I won't even have the chance to leave behind any ashes." A host of saint-rank undead. All right, stop talking nonsense. The most urgent thing is to leave here as soon as possible. His Majesty has most likely already embraced death, so there's no point in us staying at the temple. After dividing the treasure, everyone goes their separate ways. That makes sense. All the holy ranked undead present agreed. Their situation is exactly the same as when Tang Sanzang was captured by a monster, and Zhu Beiji was clamoring to share his belongings with Sha Wujing and return to Gao Village. Without hesitation, the group of saint-level undead rushed to the Lich King's private vault. Because the things there are the most precious. It is also the most valuable. Chapter 305 The Black Hole in a Private Treasury. The Lich King's private vault is a forbidden area of the Bone Temple. No undead may enter without the Lich King's permission, including that dark old mage who was at the demigod level. The private vault is surrounded by magical barriers personally set up by the Lich King, combining offense and defense, enough to prevent ordinary demigods from forcibly entering. However, when a group of saint-level undead appeared at the entrance of the private treasury, they discovered that all the magical restrictions had disappeared. His Majesty's spirit is imprinted on the magical barrier. With His Majesty's demise and the disappearance of his spiritual imprint, it's only natural that the magical restrictions would disintegrate on their own. One of the saint-level undead explained it this way. Another enormous ghoul king, who was at the late saint rank, said, "This actually helps us, as we don't have to waste our energy destroying the restriction." The group of saint-level undead all nodded in agreement. Immediately, they swarmed in and entered the treasure vault. However, what they saw next quickly left them stunned. The treasure vault was in complete disarray. Broken items were scattered all over the ground. Moreover, all the high-value items have disappeared. It's obvious that someone entered beforehand and looted the treasure vault. Damn it, who dares to be so bold? They actually dared to plunder His Majesty the Lich King's private treasury. All the saint-level undead were dumbfounded. They were all in an inexplicable state of anger. They planned to split the loot and escape together, but unexpectedly, someone beat them to it. Could it be those human dark mages? Impossible. A saint-level undead analyzed. The stronger human dark mages have already gone to Heaven's Town with His Majesty. Those left behind are just rookies. They are not capable of getting close to His Majesty's private treasury. If it's not them, then who is it? Could it be that one of us struck first? Upon hearing this, the holy ranked undead present began to explain, stating that they were not treasure thieves. At this critical juncture, no one dared to hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. They will be torn to pieces by their companions. Suddenly, a saint-level undead noticed the anomaly and led the other saint-level undead to the deepest part of the treasure vault. A huge cave suddenly appeared in their field of vision. It has a diameter of at least 50 meters. Around the entrance to the cave, there is a lot of fresh soil scattered around. A group of saint-level undead surrounded the cave, looking down into it. The cave was pitch black and stretched into the ground for who knows how many meters. It gives you the feeling of a gaping maw from an abyss. They even inexplicably sensed a very dangerous aura. It's as if once you enter the cave, you'll die without a burial place. How could there be a deep underground cave here? Judging from the fresh soil around it, it must have been dug out in the last 2 days. Could it have been His Majesty who dug it? That's possible, but I suspect this underground cave was dug by thieves who looted a treasure vault. I see. A powerful, saint-level undead warrior from the zombie race shouted. It must have been those thieves who dug this cave in the underground world, thus gaining access to His Majesty's private treasury and stealing its contents. Clever. That must be it. So what do we do now? Should we leave immediately, or go into this cave to explore? Let's go in and take a look. One of the holy ranking undead said, going outside is risky. We might run into the angelic army of the heavenly town. There's no guarantee of safety. We might as well escape through this cave. If its end really is in the underground world, then we can escape safely. Perhaps we can even catch those thieves and retrieve His Majesty's personal treasures. The underground world is the territory of evil races, led by powerful evil forces such as dark elves, cyclops, spiders with human faces, and the undead. They are also the dead. Entering the underground world is just like returning home. They believe that no matter how ferocious the angels were, it was unlikely that they would come down to the underworld to hunt them down. Therefore, this cave is equivalent to a safe passage for them. I have a feeling of unease. Me too. It's as if there's a great terror lurking deep within the cave. Don't overthink it. Even if there's death inside, we still have to try. If we fall into the hands of death, we might still survive and become its servants. But if we are caught by those angels, they won't even give us a chance to be thrown into the embrace of the underworld. That's right. The group of saint-level undead did not hesitate. He immediately summoned the extraordinary and king-level undead who remained in the Temple of Bones. They managed to assemble a medium-sized legion of several thousand men. Then they all entered the cave. These extraordinary, king-level undead are considered their underlings in rebuilding their power in the underground world. As for the Temple of White Bones, they have no intention of guarding it anymore. After all, the Lich King they served was already dead, and they didn't want to be buried with him. They traveled through the pitch-black cave for an unknown amount of time. Finally, a cluster of twinkling lights appeared ahead. They thought they had finally entered the underground world, but when they got closer, they found themselves in a closed underground space. In the center of this underground space, there lay a python carcass, larger than they could have imagined. It is at least 1 kilometer long. Near the python's corpse stood a humanoid monster, hundreds of meters tall, its body flowing with scorching lava. There was also a group of evil knights riding nightmare beasts. Lava Troll, Nightmare Knight. There is also a snake corpse that exudes divine power and the aura of the underworld. What kind of hellish place is this? The underworld? All the saint-level undead were terrified. Chapter 306: The Undead Who Were Wiped Out. At that very moment, a terrifying aura surged forth like a tsunami. It instantly enveloped a group of saint-level undead and the thousands of extraordinary and king-level undead behind them. In an instant, all the spirits instinctively knelt on the ground, because within that aura lay terrifying divine power, and it was divine power from the underworld. As undead creatures, they also belonged to the underworld faction. Faced with the true god of the underworld, they were as if they had encountered their own god of faith, and naturally could not resist. Besides, they aren't very strong. The highest level is only the peak of the saint rank. They haven't even mastered the laws. That divine power pressed down on them like an unshakable sacred mountain, forcing them to kneel and worship. Forget about resisting. There's no way to escape even if you wanted to. By the Emperor of the Underworld. How is it possible that 2 true gods of the underworld are hidden in the underground world of our White Bone Temple? There are 2 true gods, one dead and one alive. The one that is still alive is a lava troll with a body over 100 meters long, and the terrifying divine power pressing down on them also comes from this rock troll. Although its level is at the demigod level. But Kamui is real. It is obvious that he is the true god of the lower realm. As for the dead true god, he was that 1,000-meter-long python. This is a giant serpent from the underworld, one of the unique monstrous races of the underworld. Despite having perished countless years ago, its body has not decayed, and even displays divine power. Gods are immortal. This is because the bodies of deities contain an immortal substance. This immortal substance cannot be erased. Even time can hardly make immortal matter disappear. Therefore, after a deity dies, his or her body is preserved forever, unless the immortal substance within it disappears. Otherwise, even after tens of millions of years, the bodies of gods would not decay and turn to ash. This is truly unbelievable. I never imagined that my joke would actually come true. I actually saw death. And there were 2 of them. A saint-level undead said with a twisted expression. There are 2 kinds of gods in the underworld, the god of death and the true god. These 2 deities are different. The latter is an ordinary deity, just like the deities of other worlds. The former refers to a special deity unique to the underworld, who possesses the ability to travel between the yin and yang realms, and is skilled at harvesting the souls of the dead. To become a Grim Reaper, one needs to be certified by the spirit of the laws of the underworld. This is not easy. In the underworld, The number of ordinary true gods far exceeds that of the god of death, and death status is even higher. However, for these holy rank undead, whether these two deities before us are the legendary gods of death or ordinary true gods of the underworld, it makes no difference. A late-stage saint-level ghoul king, his mind resonating, declared, "Brothers, we've solved the case. His Majesty the Lich King's private treasury was stolen by that Grim Reaper and those Nightmare Knights." Upon hearing this, the group of saint-level undead immediately rolled their eyes. What the hell is going on now? People are still concerned about who looted His Majesty the Lich King's treasury. What's wrong with this guy? Does he want to snatch the treasure items back from that rock demon god? Let's not even talk about that geodemon. Even those Nightmare Knights are beyond their ability to contend with. That was a team of 100 people. It may seem small in scale, but it is extremely powerful. The leader was a Nightmare Knight at the demigod level. The other Nightmare Knights are either saint level or extraordinary. Such a powerful combination could be wiped out with just one charge. I wonder if I heard their prayer. The Nightmare Knights actually charged towards them. Upon witnessing this scene, a saint-level undead immediately cried out in terror to the lava troll, "Lord Death, spare our lives. We are willing to become your servants and serve you for all eternity. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. We didn't see anything." The other holy rank undead were also desperately begging for mercy. They are now suppressed by divine power and cannot move. They had no choice but to beg for mercy. However, the rock demon ignored them completely and continued doing what it was doing. It is building an altar. This is an altar with teleportation capabilities. Its function is to absorb the power of the underworld, then tear through space and time to transport it to the battlefield of all worlds. The world rules of the battlefield of myriad realms isolate the underworld from them. Therefore, the gods of the underworld can only enter the battlefield of all realms by transiting through other worlds, such as the floating island world. Today, it is very fortunate that the body of Death Barkvis has been found. It needs to get out of this awful place as soon as possible. As for the Nightmare Knight teams scattered in other parts of this world, it didn't want to waste time regrouping them. If those angels were to come after it, even it might not be able to escape. How could it possibly care about so many things? Before long, screams rang out. The Nightmare Knights have charged into the undead camp, killing any undead they see without mercy. They seem not to hear the wails and pleas for mercy. In less than 5 minutes, thousands of saint-level, transcendent, and king-level undead powerhouses were slaughtered, with not a single one spared. Even the soul fire of these undead was devoured by them. Then, they gathered near the rock demon. "Sir, this is a huge problem. The angels are coming after us, and they've brought with them the weapon of war, Angel City." Chapter 307 The Angelic Army Descends. The rock demon arrived at the Temple of Bones last night. These useless Nightmare Knights ultimately found Death Barkane's corpse thanks to it. After finding the body, it immediately built a teleportation altar. The main structure of the altar has now been completed. All that's left is to inscribe the runes. At that moment, the demigod-level Nightmare Knight let out a howl. It was so frightened that it trembled all over. It almost caused the runes to disintegrate, resulting in failure. However, the rock demon did not blame the Nightmare Knight. It was purely because it was frightened by the news of the arrival of the angels. It's not that it's too timid. Those angels were indeed too cruel. Without hesitation, the rock demon said to the Nightmare Knights, "Go to the surface world, destroy all the buildings of the Bone Temple, and then seal the cave entrance. If any angels come near, lead them away. In short, we must not let them disturb my work in building the teleportation altar. In another half hour at most, it will be able to finish inscribing all the runes on the altar. At that time, it will be able to teleport directly to the battlefield of myriad worlds. Get rid of those wicked angels." "Yes, sir." The demigod-level Nightmare Knight respectfully accepted the order. Then, he and the other Nightmare Knights left the underground space without looking back. They knew that this trip would almost certainly mean certain death. There's absolutely no way they can escape. They will surely die at the hands of those angels. However, they dared not disobey the decrees from the gods of the underworld. Even knowing they are going to die, they have no choice but to obey orders. After the Nightmare Knights left, the rock demon immediately stored the 1,000-meter-long corpse of the netherworld python into its spatial equipment, and then continued to inscribe runes on the altar. The speed is also much faster than before. It was simply because it hadn't expected the angels to arrive so quickly. It's like they've been chasing after it, following its trail all the way. Although it possesses the level of a peak demigod, and even has a divine soul within its body, making it virtually invincible in the demigod realm, it still dares not come into contact with those angels. What if it kills the smaller one and the larger one comes along? Its only thought right now is, complete the teleportation altar as quickly as possible and then leave this hellish place. It preferred to deal with the gods of the multiverse battlefield as a demigod rather than come into contact with those angels. Half an hour is enough. Outside world. The territory ruled by the Temple of Bones. Above the vast, boundless sea of white bones, a colossal city of angels floats silently. The mere aura of holiness and light emanating from it purified countless spirits in the surrounding area. At this time, then countless holy angels flew out of the city. They were all fully armed, wielding angel swords burning with golden flames and radiating a dazzling holy light. They are beautiful and pure, yet they harbored malice towards the undead of the Temple of Bones. These are two large-scale angel legions, with a total number of over 100,000 angels, commanded by two 10-winged angels. They are Cindy the 10-winged Archangel and Martha the 10-winged Power Angel. Under their leadership, the army of 100,000 angels launched a powerful attack, surging into the pale white sea of bones with a vast and mighty holy radiance. In an instant, a large number of undead creatures were killed and purified. More undead creatures screamed and fled in terror. Previously, they were the rulers of this area. Right now, all they want is to survive. However, the angelic army would not give them that opportunity. On the battlefield, numerous divine-level angels wielded their staffs, unleashing dazzling holy light spells into the sea of bones. Instantly, swarms of undead creatures vanished into the sky and earth. Their very essence was devoured by the soul orbs that floated high in the sky. Besides the undead creatures, the white bones covered by holy light magic in the sea of bones were also completely purified, eradicating all necromantic power. Once the skeletons are purified by the holy light magic, they will no longer be able to give birth to new undead. There's no problem even if you take it home and use it to make soup. As for how it tastes, that's another matter. Run now. An evil angel has broken in. Countless undead creatures were fleeing in all directions. Everything that flies in the sky and walks on the ground is fleeing. As soon as the angel army descended, they fled for their lives in a chaotic frenzy, like birds and beasts scattered from their nests. As for gathering to resist, stop joking. After the last batch of extraordinary and king-level undead were taken away by those saint-level undead, the undead creatures remaining in the Sea of Bones were at most at the late stage of level 9. High-level undead creatures like these can still swagger around in front of other professionals. However, when they encounter Lin Yu's army of angels, they are basically no different from cannon fodder. Whether it's divine magic or angelic combat techniques, they can instantly wipe out a large number of enemies. At the same time, a series of dazzling barriers appeared on the battlefield. That was the divine magic of the archangels, the shackles of war. It can seal off the battlefield, preventing the enemy from escaping. To deal with the undead of the Temple of Bones, the angelic army's strategy was to eradicate evil completely and leave no one behind. As the clearing operation progresses, the battlefield continued to advance towards the central bone temple. Chapter 308: The Shock Professionals. On the edge of the Sea of Bones in the Temple of Bones, a large number of human figures were gathered here. They were all combat professionals, and their total number reached nearly 1,000. Some of these combat professionals came to this area, while others came from other nearby places. Over the past 2 weeks, the number of combat professionals here has been steadily increasing. The reason they came here is because the undead here are not only weak, but also numerous, which is perfect for them to kill monsters and level up. At night, they would hide. During the day, they come out to hunt the weak undead here, as well as the wild monsters. The level increased rapidly. Among these combat professionals, the highest level has reached level 8. They are in no way inferior to those top-tier Lord professionals. At this moment, they gathered on the summit of a bone mountain, gazing at the distant horizon. In their field of vision, a colossal white city was clearly suspended in the air. In addition, they saw countless angels flying out of the white city to wipe out the undead creatures in the Sea of Bones. Holy crap! What those people in the chat channel are saying is true. Lin Yu indeed dispatched the City of Angels and the army of angels to attack the Temple of White Bones. Those angels are too powerful. They are completely invincible and no undead creature can stand against them. They kill undead creatures on the battlefield as easily as cutting leeks. Fortunately, we weren't in that area. Otherwise, we might end up like those undead creatures. Upon hearing this, the combat professionals present all felt fortunate. Compared to Lin Yu's army of angels, they were far weaker. With their strength, they could conquer an ordinary lord's territory, but it would be completely impossible for them to contend with Lin Yu's angel army. Of course, they never intended to go against Lin Yu, because that would be suicidal. One of the combat professionals said, "If nothing unexpected happens, after we completely conquer the Bone Temple, the Elf Garden, and the Naga Kingdom stronghold, Boss Lin Yu should also establish a kingdom. We'll join them then. Although Lin Yu's conditions are very harsh, at least we don't have to live in fear anymore. Indeed, only by joining Lin Yu's kingdom will we no longer need to worry about being purified by those angels as heretics. Let's get out of here right now. If the dead gather in our direction and attract Lin Yu's angels, we might be implicated. It would be a huge loss if we died before our great cause was even half completed." Just as these combat professionals were preparing to evacuate, suddenly, they saw several figures fly out of the City of Angels. Both are six-winged angels. One was a humanoid creature wearing a black and gold robe. The other figure was a bone dragon that was over 100 meters long. Damn, what a huge bone dragon. I've seen bone dragons from the Temple of Bones before, but none of them are as big as this one. Its level has definitely reached the demigod level. This bone dragon looks like it's made of white jade, and it gives me an unusually sacred feeling. I suspect it's a sacred creature created by Boss Lin Yu. That's possible. Who is that human in black robes? How can there be humans in Lin Yu's territory? What human? That's clearly a lich. If nothing unexpected happens, it is the ruler of the Bone Temple, His Majesty the Lich King. He was also captured by Boss Lin Yu and transformed into a sanctuary lich. Holy crap, is Lin Yu really that awesome? They can even modify liches. Comparing yourself to others is truly infuriating. We're both professionals who have descended to this floating island world, so why is there such a huge gap between us and Lin Yu? Don't say anything, it's all fate. After those four figures appeared, the combat professionals present dared not linger any longer. They all fled in the opposite direction from the angel army. They were located at the very edge of the dark forest. These professionals planned to find a safe area to level up first, and then wait for Lin Yu to establish his kingdom. On the other side, four figures flew straight towards the central bone hall. Besides the Lich King and the Templar Dragon Oster, the other two six-winged angels are Yetta and Sally, both of whom are demigods. Especially Ida, who is now in the mid-stage of demigod. In a one-on-one fight, even a peak demigod might not be her match. Their mission is to destroy the headquarters of the Bone Temple. It would be even better if we could find the escaped rock demon. However, when the group of people arrived at the central bone hall, the scene before them left them stunned for a moment. The Lich King, in particular, was completely dumbfounded. Its bone temple, and all the other buildings around it, were reduced to ruins. Scattered building ruins and broken skeletons of giant objects were everywhere. It couldn't even find its own bone temple. Damn it! The Lich King was instantly enraged. They cast a fierce gaze at the group of nightmare knights standing amidst the ruins. These are the guys who destroyed its headquarters. How can this be explained to the great creator? On the other side, the nightmare knights in the ruins were also stunned for a while, not expecting the enemy to arrive so quickly. What I didn't expect was, the Lich King of the Bone Temple was standing behind two six-winged angels, emanating an aura of pure holiness and light. This is truly unbelievable. Chapter 309, The Underworld Emperor Reigns Supreme. The Shocked Nightmare Knights. Liches are purely undead creatures. In some ways, the Lich is the representative of the undead race in the mortal world. It even gained the approval of the laws of the underworld. This is why powerful liches can open the gates of the underworld and summon undead creatures from the underworld. In reality, the Lich King's power is still very weak. It's only at the demigod level. If it reaches the realm of a true god, then after opening the gate to the underworld, it can not only summon a massive number of undead creatures, but also summon a giant monster from the underworld. Examples include Cerberus, the Phoenix, the Serpent, and the Abyss Dragon. Furthermore, this ability is generally possessed only by creatures like liches. And once the lich becomes a god in the underworld, therefore, the probability of him becoming the Grim Reaper is also very high. This is the lich, a type of undead creature that has received special protection from the laws of the underworld. Similarly, the lich would never betray the undead faction. But what do they see now? A lich emanating an aura of holiness and light. There is also a bone dragon that belongs to the holy and light factions. This completely shattered their worldview and cognitive understanding. These nightmare knights were now filled with the same terror as mortals seeing a ghost. This is absolutely ridiculous. By the Emperor of the Underworld, how could there be liches and bone dragons with holy and light attributes in the world? This makes absolutely no sense. That's not how the laws of the universe work. The Nightmare Knights present were completely dumbfounded. They were incredulous at what they were seeing. Even the shock of the angels' descent was not as great as the shock of the Lich and Bone Dragon Oster joining the ranks of the light. After all, this completely defies the laws of the universe. This has never happened before. Those angels are actually able to transform Liches and Bone Dragon undead into creatures of the light faction. It's absolutely terrifying. No wonder our gods in the underworld are so terrified of the angels. The abilities of this race are simply terrifying. All the Nightmare Knights turned their gaze to the two six-winged angels who were radiating brilliant holy light. A mid-stage demigod. A demigod in the early stages. Just standing under that sky made them feel their scalp tingle. Now, they finally know why the Nightmare Knight squad suddenly lost its signal. As they suspected, the Nightmare Knight squad had been completely wiped out, and the enemy that destroyed them was none other than the angels. It was obvious that the Nightmare Knight squad had terrible luck. They accidentally wandered into the territory of Paradise Town and were killed by the angels there. At the same time, they were also glad that they hadn't investigated the cause of the Nightmare Knight squad's demise. Otherwise, they might have died long ago. Of course, these extra days of living don't seem to have much significance, because now, the angels have caught up with them. They still have to die? Sir, what should we do now? A Nightmare Knight of Saint rank sent a telepathic inquiry, his mental consciousness visibly trembling. The person it was questioning was none other than the demigod-level Nightmare Knight who commanded this team. The demigod-level Nightmare Knight replied, "The teleportation altar is not yet complete. We need to buy more time for you, sir. However, there's no need to fight those two angels to the death. We'll retreat while luring them away from this place." "Yes, sir." The other Nightmare Knights readily obeyed. Without the slightest hesitation, the Nightmare Knights immediately retreated to the rear. Moreover, they escaped at an extremely fast speed. They weren't worried that the two angels wouldn't be able to catch them. The angel race possesses the ultimate speed in the world. Even if they ride on nightmare beasts, they can't outrun the angels with multiple wings. As they expected, the six-winged angel Ida and Sally did not hesitate to chase after them, with the Lich King and the Bone Dragon Oster close behind. These Nightmare Knights destroyed the Lich King's stronghold, causing my lord to lose a great deal of spoils. This is unforgivable. Seize them, redeem their bodies and souls. Our lord's loss will be recovered from them. Yetta and Sally took the lead, chasing after the Nightmare Knights. The former is tall and has a stunning figure. The latter is petite, delicate, and adorable. The two angels are very different in both appearance and temperament. However, they share the same goal. Both of them wanted to eliminate these despicable Nightmare Knights to make up for the loss of the Bone Temple as much as possible. Because if they were to destroy the Temple of Bones, they could obtain a large number of architectural blueprints. In addition, you can also get a very high-level stronghold treasure chest. As a result, the Temple of Bones was destroyed before them, turning into ruins. These spoils of war were naturally out of reach. Soon, after fleeing for more than 200 kilometers, the Nightmare Knights were caught up by Yetta and his three companions. Without any communication, the battle broke out immediately. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the Temple of Bones. But a blood-red figure tore through space and descended. Chapter 3:10 The Resurrected Grim Reaper. The figure was none other than Victoria, the 10-winged fallen angel. The angel army had set off more than an hour earlier and had just arrived at the Temple of Bones when she arrived right after them. This shows just how fast she is. The distance of over 2,000 kilometers was easily traversed in the blink of an eye. The lava troll's aura disappeared here. As she spoke to herself, Victoria waved her right hand. Instantly, the ruins of the Bone Temple flew into the air, then were swept by a beam of bloody light and reduced to ashes. Without the architectural ruins to conceal it, the cave leading to the underground space was also revealed. It was clearly visible that dark, flowing light appeared at the entrance of the cave. That was the light of the laws that restricted it. This law-based restriction was personally set up by that demigod-level Nightmare Knight. Its power is dozens of times greater than that of ordinary magical restrictions. This restriction alone is so powerful that even a saint-level professional would have no chance of breaking it, not even if multiple saint-level experts joined forces. However, to Victoria, this law and restriction were nothing more than a child's game. She flicked her finger, sending out a beam of blood-red light that struck the law-based restriction. A crisp bang. The law-based restrictions shattered like transparent glass. It turned into countless fragments and disappeared. In reality, the power of that blood-red light was not great. It merely struck the fatal weakness of the law restriction in order to achieve the goal of breaking through the surface by targeting a single point. In Victoria's eyes, the laws and restrictions set up by a demigod are full of flaws. She would only take the restrictions set up by Angelia seriously. Without delay, Victoria's figure blurred, transforming into a blood-red shadow as she entered the cave. Following the divine aura of the rock demon, she flew directly towards the underground space. Everything in the world leaves a trace, no matter what happens. However, these traces are not easily detected by ordinary people. Especially the traces of deities are difficult to trace. However, this was still a piece of cake for Victoria. She was able to capture and materialize those traces from an unknown realm of the world, thereby tracking down her target. This ability is something that most gods would have to look up to. On the other side, the rock demon, who was inscribing runes on the teleportation altar, also seemed to have sensed something. The seal on the entrance has been broken. Someone broke in. The rock demon took a deep breath. Although it only sensed a presence intruding. However, it also understands a principle. Those who come with ill intentions will not come. Anyone who dares to venture in alone and cause trouble for it must be no pushover. After a moment's thought, it took out the corpse of the netherworld giant python that it had previously stored in its spatial equipment. Barkvis, it's all up to you. The rock demon probed its own soul into the corpse of the netherworld giant python, using underworld's secret techniques to forcibly activate the divinity contained within the corpse, thereby temporarily reviving the netherworld giant python. Sure enough, under its control, the Grim Reaper, Barkvis, who had been dead for countless years, has come back to life. The python's body, which was a kilometer long, began to writhe. His dark red, firm pupils slowly opened. It raised its enormous, serpentine body, looking down at the rock demon, and said in a stiff, cold voice, "Is it you, the resurrected god?" "Good." The rock demon nodded. "Death god Barkvis, I have been sent to the battlefield of all realms by the divine decree of His Majesty the Underworld Emperor to pave the way for my underworld army. I am currently preparing to build a teleportation altar and cannot delay. Now, the enemy is approaching. I need you to help me stop her. Once I complete my mission, I will petition His Majesty the Underworld Emperor for credit on your behalf. At that time, His Majesty the Underworld Emperor may use his great power to reverse the river of time and retrieve your true spirit from the era of the holy war between the demons and saints tens of millions of years ago, thus helping you to be resurrected." Death, Barkvis, was stunned for a moment. Then he murmured, "So, I've been lying dead for tens of millions of years." "That's absolutely right." The rock demon sighed. "Tens of millions of years have passed, and the universe has changed a lot. The same applies to their underworld. It was cut in half by the angels. Otherwise, His Majesty the Underworld Emperor would not have sent them to risk their lives on the battlefield of myriad realms. However, it didn't bother to tell Death, Barkvis, about it. First, the time and place were inappropriate. Secondly, there is a concern that if the Grim Reaper Barkvis were to find out, his fragmented consciousness might collapse on the spot, and he would revert to a state of being a corpse. "I will help you." Death god Barkvis glanced at the teleportation altar, nodded, and then asked, "Who is the enemy?" "A true god of another race. If it's just a lower god, I can buy you some time. When it was alive, it was a mid-level god. They viewed the lower-ranking gods as weaklings. But the situation is different now. It is the resurgence of fragmented consciousness. His divine power is far less than before. It can only barely deal with deities who hold the rank of a lower god." The rock demon said, "The enemy's strength is at most at the peak of demigod, but their identity is a bit special. They are angels." Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, Death Buckwheat immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, the second half of the rock demon sentence made it tremble all over, almost causing it to collapse. However, before Death God Barkvis could speak, a terrifying aura surged into the underground space. At the same time, Victoria's stunning figure flew out of the cave passage. He instantly appeared in front of the rock demon and Death God Barkvis. Chapter 3:11 Little Death God, you even want to harvest my soul? Death God Barkvis and rock demon's gazes immediately fell on Victoria. The former stared wide-eyed. The latter instinctively became alert. "Death," Barkvis said, "your enemy is her." "It's her." The rock demon nodded. "Death God Barkhanes, she's an angel?" Rock demon. In the eyes of all races and beings, angels are synonymous with beauty and holiness. He is the ruler of the holy and light faction. But the angel that appeared before them now was wearing a dark red suit of armor, standing 7 meters tall, with jet black angel wings on its back. Even the two pairs of flowing wings were glowing with blood-red light. The most important thing is breath. The aura emanating from this angel was evil, dark, and filled with slaughter and destruction. The angel was completely different from the one in Death Barkvis's memory. It was forced to participate in the great war between the holy and the demon tens of millions of years ago. It had seen with its own eyes what the archangel looked like. Although it knew it had been lying dead for tens of millions of years, the angel race, which was born as a sacred being, could not have changed so much. Death god Barkvis even saw the shadow of their underworld creatures in the 10-winged angel before him. She bears the mark and power of the underworld. Even if someone told it that this 10-winged angel came from their underworld, it wouldn't doubt it. Are you really sure she's an angel? Instead of some newborn spirit born in our underworld? Death god Barkvis asked again, somewhat incredulously. I'm sure. As the rock demon hurriedly inscribed the teleportation runes, he said, although I don't know why such an angel appeared, her identity is beyond doubt. In Paradise Town, besides black-winged angels like this, there are hundreds of thousands of holy angels. Furthermore, based on my speculation, Rock Demon hesitated for a moment before saying, the reason why these black-winged angels have the aura of my underworld must be related to the half of the underworld that was taken away by the angel race back then. The stolen half of the underworld? Death god Barkvis asked, puzzled. What do you mean? The literal meaning. The Rock Demon said, you died too young, so you don't know about this. Sometime after the Holy War ended, the angel race invaded our underworld and eventually cut our underworld in half and took it with them. Death god Barkvis was completely dumbfounded. The underworld was cut in two, and one half fell into the hands of the angels. It's unbelievable. They even doubted their own consciousness, which led to auditory hallucinations. Just then, Victoria pulled a blood-red divine sword from the void, glanced indifferently at the Rock Demon, and finally fixed her gaze on Death god Barkvis. You are the corpse of the Grim Reaper? What a pity. It's just a fragmented consciousness that has been revived. The soul has already been annihilated. Otherwise, you could use your divine soul essence to cultivate multiple hell warriors. Arrogant. Death, Buckwrestle, was immediately enraged. Even though it has fallen and its divine power has plummeted, it still has no problem dealing with ordinary lower-level gods. The 10-winged angel before them was only at the peak of the saint rank. Not even a demigod. To it, they were nothing more than ants. As a result, the 10-winged angel didn't take it seriously and even tried to seize its divine soul essence. No matter who you are, if you offend this god, you will only face death. Death god Barkvis raised his massive serpentine neck and stared coldly at Victoria with his dark red vertical pupils. I am already a dead being, so I have no fear of your angelic race. While it was alive, it would certainly have been wary of the angel race. But now it's already dead, and dead for tens of millions of years, so what is it afraid of? In addition, this recovery will not last long. After its consciousness fades, it has to go back to lying dead. It has nothing to do with the collapse of the universe. So, it is now basically fearless. The saying goes, the ruthless fear the stubborn fear the reckless. And what do the reckless fear? They fear those who are already dead. As it spoke, it opened its mouth wide and spat out countless blood-red blades of light. Where the blade flashed, the void was cleaved in two. In Death god Barkvis's view, this one move was enough to kill Victoria. After all, Victoria was just a 10-winged angel at the peak of the saint rank. It was even somewhat dissatisfied with the Rock Demon forcibly reviving its consciousness. Why would it need to personally intervene with such a weak ant? The Rock Demon can handle it on its own. However, just when Death Barkvis thought Victoria would be cleaved into pieces by its rain of blades, Victoria held the blood-dripping divine sword and slashed horizontally. In an instant, all the sword light vanished. Even the void that had been cleaved by the sword light returned to normal. That's interesting. Death Barkvis was not angry but pleased. Its figure flickered and transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. In his hand, he was holding a sickle with an exaggerated shape. That is the scythe of death. It is specifically designed to harvest the souls of living beings. He then swung the Grim Reaper's scythe directly at Victoria, attempting to hook out her soul. Being able to enjoy the delicious angel soul before his annihilation would be a wonderful thing for him. However, he swung it several times in a row. They all seemed to have hooked into thin air. His scythe of death could not shake Victoria's soul. How is this possible? Death Barkvis was stunned. Although his divine power plummeted, he still had no problem hooking away the souls of mortals. But what's the situation now? At this moment, Victoria, standing opposite, suddenly sneered and said, How dare you? You mere ant-like mid-level Grim Reaper. You actually want to harvest my soul? As she spoke, a massive phantom of an angel appeared behind her. That was none other than an 18-winged angel. I'll give you another chance. Try again. Death god Barkvis froze instantly upon seeing the phantom of the 18-winged angel. His mouth was opening wider and wider. Finally, his voice trembled as he said, "You are Archangel with 18 wings, Her Majesty Victoria?" Chapter 312, The 18-Winged Archangel in My Memory. What? An 18-winged archangel? On the other side, the rock demon, who was busy inscribing altar runes, was also stunned for a moment after hearing the words of death god Barkvis. As is widely known, the angel race has 7 archangels with 18 wings. Each and every one of them is a supreme deity. He wields supreme divine power that is incredibly terrifying. The relevant information is not a secret. The intelligent races of the mortal world may not understand, but these true gods could not possibly be unaware of it. At this moment, death god Barkvis, who had transformed into human form, gritted his teeth and said, "Foolish rock demon, you have provoked the 18-winged archangel of the angel race, and you don't even know it? You deserve to die." Rock demon didn't know what the 18-winged archangel Victoria looked like, but he had seen it before. After all, he participated in the great war between the holy and the demon tens of millions of years ago. I was fortunate enough to have looked up at the 7 18-winged archangels of the angel race from a very distant place. The scene was that 7 archangels stood behind the eternal Lord of Light, confronting His Majesty the Demon King, who commanded the army of void demons. At that time, he memorized the appearance of the 7 18-winged archangels. On the contrary, he could not see the face of the eternal Lord of Holy Light. At this moment, the phantom of the 18-winged angel appearing behind Victoria was at least 90% similar to one of the 18-winged archangels in his memory, if not exactly the same. The only difference is that the color of the angel wings has changed. But he was certain that this was the real person. Just now, the reason he didn't recognize Victoria at first glance was, that's because Victoria is currently just a 10-winged angel. He could not possibly connect a 10-winged angel with an 18-winged archangel who wielded supreme divine power. But after seeing the phantom of the 18-winged angel appear behind Victoria, he immediately made up his mind. Whatever the reason that an 18-winged archangel descended to this mortal world as a 10-winged angel, none of that matters. He is certain that he has not made a mistake. No wonder. No wonder he couldn't steal Victoria's soul just now. How could a mere mid-level death god possibly shake the soul of an 18-winged archangel? Let alone him. Even the ruler of the underworld, His Majesty the Underworld Emperor, would have virtually no chance of harvesting the soul of an 18-winged archangel unless there were special circumstances. The 18-winged archangel of the angel race can be said to be the strongest being in all the universes. It ranks among the top deities in all pantheons. Death god Barkvis even speculated that when the underworld was halved by the angels, their underworld emperor was also beaten to the ground by the 18-winged archangel of the angels. How is this possible? Upon hearing this, the rock demon cried out in shock. He then turned to look at the enormous phantom of the 18-winged angel standing behind Victoria and froze. It's unbelievable. It even felt like a dream. How could a mere underworld god be so fortunate as to be hunted down by the legendary 18-winged archangel of the angel race? Even if this news were reported to His Majesty the Underworld Emperor, he would never believe it. After all, what makes it so special? Compared to the 18-winged archangel, it was as weak as an ant. Fear and shock caused the rock demon to even forget to continue inscribing runes on the teleportation altar. Perhaps it was because it knew that even if it finished inscribing the teleportation runes, it would be impossible to successfully escape into the battlefield of myriad worlds when facing the 18-winged archangel of the angel race. With the power of the 18-winged archangel, it can be obliterated even across endless dimensions and time. This is not an exaggeration. Previously, on the battlefield attacking the kingdom of mountain giants, the Grand Secretary Angelia once killed a Titan god in the Thunder Titan realm with the Sword of Destiny, across countless dimensional worlds. Moreover, it was a true spirit that had annihilated that Titan god. Even if the Titan King himself intervened, it would be impossible to resurrect that Titan chief god. All living beings in the universe possess a soul and a true spirit. This includes deities as well. The true spirit of the gods resides in the long river of destiny. Even if the soul perishes, as long as the true spirit remains, it can be resurrected by shaking the river of fate with great power. The true spirit is the source of all living beings. This represents its traces in the universe. If the true spirit is annihilated, it is equivalent to completely disappearing from the universe, and even a god king with supreme power cannot revive it. Death god Barkvis ignored the rock demon, who was in a daze. His gaze fell on Victoria. Ever since the phantom of the 18-winged angel appeared, Victoria has been emanating a terrifying divine power that even made his true spirit tremble. He instinctively felt fear. Without hesitation, he immediately put away the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand. He knelt on the ground. His voice trembled as he said, "Your Majesty, Archangel Victoria with 18 wings, please forgive my disrespect. I am willing to give anything, hoping only to gain your forgiveness." Victoria looked at him coldly. "Don't you want to harvest my soul anymore?" Death, Barkvis, trembled violently. He said with an almost mournful face, "This humble god wouldn't dare." In his mind, he had already cursed the rock demon's ancestors for 18 generations. Although he has perished, his true spirit has not been extinguished. If Victoria gets angry and shatters his spirit, he will be completely gone from this universe, with no possibility of resurrection. That rock demon actually provoked the 18-winged archangel of the angel race. And it even implicated him. Damn it. Chapter 3:13 Your Excellency Victoria, please be merciful. You're smart. Victoria stood high in the sky, looking down at the trembling, kneeling Death Barkvis, and said in a cold voice, "Your divine body and divinity are of some use to me. You don't have any objections, do you?" No comment. Death god Barkvis hurriedly shook his head. He was simultaneously being watched by the phantom of the 18-winged angel behind Victoria. "I felt like my remaining consciousness was about to collapse," he said almost without hesitation. "Everything I have belongs to your Majesty. Your Majesty may take my divine body and divinity as you please. I only ask that your Majesty forgive my disrespect." "Very good." Victoria nodded in satisfaction. He then swung the blood-dripping divine sword in his hand, unleashing a crimson sword light towards Death god Barkvis. With a soft puff, golden divine blood sprayed out. Death god Barkane's head was severed on the spot. Throughout the process, he offered no resistance and calmly accepted death. In fact, his expression clearly showed a hint of relaxation and joy. It was as if he wasn't the one whose head was cut off. The reason he had this mindset was that Victoria did not kill him, but forgave the true spirit he entrusted to the river of fate. He had already perished. It was a fragmented consciousness that was forcibly revived by the rock demon. Before long, he'll be back to lying in bed like a corpse. The best outcome for him was to preserve his true spirit so that he wouldn't completely disappear from the universe. Even before returning to the river of fate, he instinctively praised the benevolent Her Majesty Victoria. It has to be said, this is the awe of the supreme god. As Death god Barkane's consciousness faded away, his human form also reverted to the appearance of the 1,000-meter-long nether python. This is the true form of Death god Barkvis. Subsequently, all the energy contained within its body was devoured by the blood-dripping long sword in Victoria's hand, and after a transformation, it entered Victoria's body. In that instant, the aura emanating from Victoria suddenly surged. He broke through to the peak of the saint rank in the blink of an eye. He has reached the level of a demigod. Furthermore, her rank continues to climb. It only stopped when it reached the late stage of demigod. However, this is not all of Death god Barkvis's energy. At least 90% of the energy is still stored in Victoria's body. After all, Death god Barkvis was a mid-level god in life, possessing moderate divine power. Even after dying for tens of millions of years, the energy contained within his divine body remains terrifying. Under normal circumstances, it would be entirely possible to help Victoria ascend to the level of a lower-level god. Unfortunately, this is a floating island. Peak demigod status is already the limit. The ascension of a deity will cause the rules of the floating islands to collapse. Therefore, Victoria had no choice but to forcibly stop the level advancement. She planned to ignite the divine fire after defeating the rock demon, thus breaking through to the level of a peak demigod. At this moment, Death god Barkvis's divine body had turned into a dried-up corpse, no longer of any use. If even a slight breeze were to blow by, its corpse would turn into ashes. Meanwhile, a scythe-shaped weapon was found near the mummified corpse. This is the equipment that Victoria dropped after defeating Reaper Barkvis. It is Reaper Barkvis's signature artifact, the Reaper's Scythe. But at this very moment, Victoria's beautiful face suddenly turned cold. "You've got some nerve. How dare you steal my things?" With a cold snort, Victoria, wielding the blood-dripping divine sword, pierced into the void with a single strike. Instantly, the void trembled. The entire underground space began to shake. I don't know how many stalactites fell from the cave ceiling, Faintly, one could hear painful screams echoing from the void. Victoria said coldly, "Give me back what you have, or I'll kill you." No sooner had the words left her lips than a terrified voice echoed from the pierced void, saying, "Victoria, these are the rules of the floating island of myriad realms. Getting equipment by killing enemies is entirely based on luck." Victoria said, "Even Lady Luck would have to call me sister. You're talking to me about luck?" The voice in the void was speechless. "These are rules set by the spirit of the world's laws in our boss's battlefield of myriad realms. I'm just an employee, so can you please not make things difficult for me? If the boss finds out, he'll definitely fire me." Victoria coldly said, "Stop talking nonsense and hand over my spoils. This is the final warning. As for the battlefield of myriad realms, you can handle that yourself." After a few seconds of silence, a death robe, a divine artifact ring, and a divine spark radiating brilliant light flew out from the void rift pierced by the blood-dripping divine sword. "Where's my fundamental energy?" Victoria asked again. She searched Gladys's soul memories. "Therefore, it is known that defeating enemies in the floating island world can reward you with primal energy. The owner of that voice from the void is none other than the world rules of the floating island." It quickly replied, "Really no. The primal energy reward for killing a mid-level god is too much. If I gave it to you, my world's laws would become unstable, and it would also attract the boss's attention. Your Majesty, please be merciful. I am merely a minor spirit of the laws of this mortal world, and a flawed one at that." Chapter 314, Where Did You Go Wrong? "Remember this, you owe me." As Victoria spoke, she put away the spoils of war. At the same time, strands of golden silk flew out from the fallen angel's sword in her hand. These golden threads are the divinity of death, Barkvis. It also contains the divine laws that Bakvis himself possessed. The power of divinity can increase the probability of a being becoming a god. In addition, it can enhance one's strength after becoming a god. Victoria sealed these divine qualities away, intending to bring them back to Paradise Town later, along with the godhood and artifacts of death god Bakvis, and hand them over to the Supreme Creator. No, the void rift disappeared. The spirit of the world's laws on the floating island fled as if it were running away. It felt very unlucky. It's upsetting that the Lord of Light of the angel race had to appear in its territory, causing one after another 18-winged archangels to descend. Previously, it was only the teleportation array that was shaken and collapsed. Now it's even worse. They're using swords to cut it and threatening to kill it if it doesn't obey. It is the spirit of the laws of a mortal world. How can it withstand such turmoil? Comparatively speaking, Angelia is easier to talk to. That Victoria is so unruly. Only after getting far away from that underground space did the spirit of the world's laws on the floating island dare to express its dissatisfaction in a low voice. Because it was afraid that Victoria would hear it. Although Victoria is currently only at the demigod level. But it is very clear. If Victoria wished, she could instantly possess the power of a supreme deity. The 18-winged archangels of the angel race are all extremely abnormal. Compared to the 18-winged archangel at his peak, this spirit of the laws of a mortal world is truly weak and vulnerable, so he dares not offend anyone now. They didn't even dare to report to the spirit of the world's laws in the battlefield of myriad realms. They've provoked the angels. The boss can protect it for a while, but not forever. Therefore, it can only compromise itself. It even comforted itself, thinking that as long as it could hold out for a while longer and send the angels and their Lord of Holy Light into the battlefield of all realms, its days would be better. And you too. This is the underground space. Victoria drew her sword and looked at the rock demon, who stood there blankly beside the teleportation altar. Originally, this rock demon was her target. However, the sudden appearance of death, Barkvis, allowed her to achieve her plan ahead of schedule. Therefore, her desire to kill the rock demon faded somewhat. The rock demon, being watched by Victoria, immediately knelt down in terror and cried out, "Your Majesty Victoria, spare me. I was wrong." Victoria glanced at it sideways. "What did you do wrong?" The rock demon's expression froze for a moment. Yes, what did it do wrong? It was merely a minor true god who entered this world by opening the gate to the underworld through the Lich King. In order to complete the task assigned by His Majesty the Underworld Emperor, it planned to build a teleportation altar to enter the battlefield of all worlds. From beginning to end, it never provoked the angels. Instead, they were worried about being killed by the angels, so they chose to run away the moment they arrived. As a result, the wicked angel race still came after them. Moreover, the one who descended was an 18-winged archangel. What did it do wrong? The rock demon dared not think too much and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, wherever you say I am wrong, I am wrong. I only ask for your Majesty's forgiveness and to let me leave this world. Victoria glanced at it and said, if you don't even know where you went wrong, what's the point of your life? After saying that, she slashed at the rock demon with her sword. In that instant, the rock demon seemed to have a sudden flash of inspiration and cried out in terror, Your Majesty, my mistake was not embracing the holy light and having faith in the great Lord of the holy light. I beg your Majesty to give me this opportunity to serve the Lord of the holy light. The blood-dripping divine sword stopped at the rock demon's neck by the slightest difference. The rock demon trembled with fear. Fortunately, the divine sword did not continue its downward strike. Our Lord is merciful and loving. Since you are so devout, I will give you a chance. Victoria sheathed the blood-dripping divine sword and flicked out a beam of blood-red light that pierced the rock demon's brow. The rock demon dared not resist and allowed the blood light to merge with its soul, leaving behind the mark of a follower of the holy light. After everything is over, the rock demon knelt on the ground with fervent devotion, saying, Praise be to Her Majesty Victoria. Praise be to the great and supreme Creator. At this point, it joined the ranks of the fallen angels, just like the three-headed hellhounds. At the same time, he became a follower of Linyu. Victoria said calmly, Hand over your divinity. Yes, Your Majesty. Without hesitation, the rock demon forcibly extracted the divinity from its body. Blood was spurting out. He respectfully handed it to Victoria. Very good. Victoria nodded in satisfaction. Paradise Town. Linyu's expression was blank. Just now, he received 2 special message notifications from the floating island of Myriad Realms. Congratulations, Lord Linyu. Your fallen angel Victoria has defeated the Slayer Barkvis. You have received 10,000 gold coins and the artifact, the Death Scythe. Congratulations, Lord Linyu. Your fallen angel Victoria has defeated the Slayer Barkvis. You have obtained 1 artifact, the Death God's Robe, 1 Divine Spark, and 1 Spatial Artifact. 2 message notifications. They appeared one after the other, less than a minute apart. This left Linyu utterly astonished. What? Is death so special? How could someone kill twice in a row? Chapter 3:15 A pair of little hands are too red. What's going on? Linyu expressed his incomprehension. He communicated with the floating island of Myriad Realms through his consciousness to inquire about the reason behind it. A long time passed, but no reply was received from floating island of Myriad Realms. The rules of the floating island world seemed to have vanished, ignoring him completely. This appears to be the first time such a situation has occurred. However, he didn't think much of it. Killing twice and getting more equipment is a good thing. Victoria killed the god of war, Barkvis, and obtained a total of 3 artifacts and 1 divine essence. The drop rate is simply unbeatable. Linyu took a deep breath. His handsome face was also beaming with a bright smile. To date, his troops have killed nearly 100 million wild monsters and native intelligent creatures, and such an astonishing drop rate has never been seen before. Usually, you'll only get 1 piece of equipment or a blueprint. In addition, some gold coins. Sometimes, nothing at all can be revealed. This time, 3 divine artifacts were even obtained, making it a huge success and a great harvest. Victoria's strength has exceeded my expectations. It's hard to imagine how she did it. They actually managed to kill a Grim Reaper. As he spoke, a stunningly beautiful figure appeared in Linyu's mind. He had previously summoned 4 tin-winged fallen angels. Victoria was one of them. It possesses an initial level at the peak of the Saint rank and the maximum growth potential at the peak of the Upper God rank. Its power is comparable to that of beings at the demigod level. However, Linyu was still surprised that Victoria was able to kill a Grim Reaper all by herself. Death God Barkvis is the master of the god corpse that those nightmare knights are trying to find. It was indeed hidden in the dark forest. I just don't know how Victoria ran into him. Moreover, his body actually came back to life and eventually died at Victoria's hands. Linyu had no idea what had happened. He could only wait until Victoria returned to Paradise Town to ask her properly. Of course, that's not important. Linyu just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. The important things are those 3 divine artifacts and the divine essence that burst from Death God Barkvis. The value of these spoils is comparable to the total gains of the past few days of fighting. Linyu felt that Victoria was her lucky star. Those little hands are so red. Just then, Linyu seemed to sense something. I have gained 1 more believer. And he is a believer at the peak of the demigod level. It's that rock demon. Linyu was startled, his expression showing both astonishment and shock. The rock demon that called itself this god unexpectedly became his follower. This caught him somewhat off guard. He originally thought that even if the rock demon failed to escape the angel legion's pursuit, it would still die at the hands of the angels. But to everyone's surprise, it surrendered. Moreover, like those native intelligent beings, they became his followers. This is somewhat unbelievable. After all, it was once the true god of the underworld. It is extremely difficult to persuade a true god to surrender and even switch sides to become a believer embracing the holy light. The rock demon's surrender must be related to Victoria. She must have killed death god Barkvis first, and then subdued the rock demon. This fallen angel is not simple. Lin Yu had reason to suspect that Victoria, like the fallen angel Gladys and Severia, was a demotion from her original rank. Otherwise, he couldn't be this strong. However, it is impossible to determine whether she is a 12-winged fallen angel like Gladys. Lin Yu instinctively felt that Victoria was more impressive. But Gladys had also told him that it was difficult for angels with more than 12 wings to lower themselves. Therefore, Lin Yu was somewhat uncertain. There is another problem. Victoria killed God of War Bakvis, but I did not receive the reward of primal energy. Does this mean there's no reward for this kind of kill? Lin Yu recalled that on the battlefield of the mountain giant kingdom, Angelia had also destroyed the consciousness of a titan god, but he had not gained any primordial energy at that time. Never mind. It's not a big deal if there's no reward of primordial energy. My current level has reached the late stage of demigod. Even if one obtains the primordial energy, it can only be suppressed within the body and will not allow one to reach the peak of demigod status. Lin Yu plans to ignite the divine fire after mastering more laws. Because in this way, whether he is at the peak of the demigod level or later advances to the level of a true god, his strength will be relatively greater. I didn't think about it any further. Lin Yu continued doing his work. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the large bed in the bedroom on the second floor. He held a stone of law in his hand. The law it embodies is the power of the law of life. Soon, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and slowly integrated his spiritual consciousness into the stone of laws, comprehending the profound meaning of the laws of life. With a deeper understanding of the profound principles of the laws of life, Lin Yu increasingly felt that his talent was exceptionally high. The laws and mysteries of different attributes seemed to pose no difficulty to him whatsoever. Especially when he advanced to the late stage of demigod, it became even easier for him to comprehend it. He estimates that if he focuses on meditation, he can master several different types of laws in a single day. Chapter 316, A Pair of Good Sisters. The Temple of Bones, an underground space. Victoria has sheathed her fallen angel's sword. A stunningly beautiful and proud figure stood tall in midair. She possessed a noble aura unmatched by any other fallen angel, and an aura of destruction and slaughter that surpassed all fallen angels. She was like a ruler who controlled destruction and slaughter. Even the rock demon, who had already sided with the fallen angels, was trembling with fear on the sidelines. It didn't even dare to raise its head to look up at Victoria's back. They knelt on the ground like humble servants, fearing that their actions might be disrespectful to Her Majesty Victoria. Just like the rules of the floating island world state. Holy angels are easy to talk to and follow the rules. Fallen angels, on the other hand, are extreme evil elements. The 3 fallen archangels with 18 wings, in particular, represent the extreme of the extreme. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen to fall into depravity back then. It was from them that other angels began to step into the dark abyss of depravity. They are the root cause of the formation of the fallen angels faction. Apart from the Supreme Creator, there are practically no rules that can restrain these 3 18-winged fallen archangels. Originally, Victoria and the other 2 fallen archangels were already furious enough because they couldn't bring the entire army of fallen angels to the floating island world. As a result, the world rules of the floating island even snatched her spoils. This directly ran into the line of fire. This forced her to explode on the spot, piercing the world rules of the floating island with a sword. To put it more seriously, if it weren't for the fear of their identities being exposed and discovered by the spirit of the world's laws in the battlefield of myriad realms, thus ruining the Creator's plan that had been in the works for tens of millions of years, how could she, a fallen archangel with 18 wings, possibly suffer such injustice? Not only did they seal off their own status, but they also had to act according to so-called rules. Are you kidding me? She devoured all the rules of the floating island world right then and there. The void demons who invaded all the universes back then had a particular fondness for this. Weak void demons that enjoy eating living beings. The powerful void demon gods, on the other hand, enjoy devouring the spirits of the laws of the extraordinary world. Now a fallen angel, She also wants to taste what the spirit of the world's laws tastes like. This teleportation altar leads to the battlefield of myriad worlds. Victoria looked down at the teleportation altar, which was entirely dark red. The entire altar is over 300 meters high. There is a very large platform in the middle. The entire structure is inscribed with countless runes that belong exclusively to the underworld. However, some areas of the altar remained blank, uncovered by runes. Yes, Your Majesty Victoria. The rock demon knelt on the ground, bowing its head humbly, and said, "Give me just a few more minutes, and I can finish inscribing all the runes." At that time, by activating the altar, we can absorb the primal power of the underworld and open a passage to the battlefield of myriad worlds. Victoria asked, "What are you going to the battlefield of all realms for?" Tens of millions of years ago, the battlefield of myriad realms forbade beings from entering. Even the souls of beings who die in the underworld do not go to the underworld. The battlefield of all realms has already blacklisted the underworld. The rock demon respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, my mission is to construct a space-time passage from the battlefield of myriad realms directly to the underworld, so as to transport the underworld's army. This is a divine decree from the underworld emperor. There are many other true gods of the underworld who received the same order as me. However, they did not descend upon this floating island, but instead went to other extraordinary worlds. This is a team task. If even one success is achieved, Hades's goal will be accomplished." Victoria then learned from the rock demon that the reason the underworld emperor wanted to send the underworld army into the battlefield of all realms was to participate in the war of all races. They attempted to seize the primordial power of the battlefield of myriad realms from those divine races through war, in order to give back to the underworld. The underworld is doomed. The old king of the underworld could only prolong the life of the underworld through this method. You guys are pathetic enough. Victoria suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for these creatures of the underworld. The underworld is a super force that connects countless worlds in the universe. As a result of those 18-winged archangels' actions, the Honkai was not far off. It was truly a hardship. However, when she thought about how hell, the realm of fallen angels that banished them, was the other half of the underworld, she couldn't feel any sympathy for them. In fact, she felt a bit angry. Because in any other world, it would be impossible to trap the three of them. Only a supreme realm like the underworld possesses enough power to suppress them. All I can say is, they deserve to collapse. That old underworld emperor is the same, he's utterly useless. Backed by the spirit of the laws of the underworld in his own stronghold, he was still raided by those 4 18-winged archangels. He was truly unworthy of being the king of the underworld. If there's ever a chance in the future, I must call upon Astia and the other two, and lead my fallen angel army to invade the underworld. Let hell and the underworld be united as one again. Then my fallen angels will rule. As for those death gods and true gods in the underworld who refuse to surrender, kill them all." Victoria thought to herself. It has to be said that Victoria and Angela are truly best friends. The two of them had exactly the same idea. The only difference lies in the starting point. Victoria wanted to expand the influence of their fallen angel faction. Angelia, on the other hand, plans to separate the fallen angels from the divine realm, letting those fallen angels go wherever they want to play. Chapter 317: Victoria's plan to steal origin energy. Soon, under Victoria's watchful eye, the rock demon then finished inscribing the runes on the teleportation altar. In an instant, a dense crimson light burst forth from the altar, but it quickly vanished. The rock demon immediately said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the altar has been completed, and we are ready to go to the battlefield of myriad realms at any time." Victoria glanced at it sideways. "What are you going to the battlefield of all realms for?" The battlefield of myriad realms is not the territory of their angel race. At least not now. The world's laws govern the battlefield, along with the supreme deities of the various pantheons. At this stage, the angels cannot enter. To avoid being discovered by the spirit of the world's laws in the battlefield of myriad realms, thus disrupting their creator's plans. Although the angels still don't know what the creator's plan is, they are not in a hurry. They just need to accompany the creator on his journey. They are willing to follow whatever the creator wants to do, because the creator is everything to them. Even Victoria, who had become a fallen angel, did not want to experience the dark ages without a creator again. The 4 18-winged archangels of the Holy Angels camp banished them not simply through military intimidation, but more so because they had fallen into despair and willingly descended into hell. Otherwise, banishing them wouldn't be such an easy task. And upon learning of the Creator's return, the fallen angels finally saw hope. They couldn't wait to break through hell and be reborn. They were content to be able to stay by the side of the Creator and serve their Creator. As for disrupting the Creator's plan, they would never dare to. If this leads to the Creator disappearing again for tens of millions of years, where will they go to seek justice? After hearing what Victoria said, the rock demon was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, "If I'm not going to the battlefield of myriad realms, then why did your majesty ask me to perfect the runes of the teleportation altar?" "I have my reasons." As she spoke, Victoria stretched out her slender right hand and reached out to grab at the air. She immediately pulled out a sphere of time and space. Victoria then integrated the time-space sphere into the teleportation altar, saying, "From now on, you will stay here and absorb the primordial energy of the underworld using the teleportation altar and this time-space sphere. This is your next task. The fundamental energy of the world is a very advanced form of matter. It can help living beings easily achieve a breakthrough in their level of life. Professionals can also reach higher levels by absorbing the elemental magic of heaven and earth through secret techniques. However, this method of cultivation is extremely difficult. Many beings spend their entire lives cultivating themselves, yet they are still unable to break through their limitations. However, if one absorbs the source energy, one can easily advance in rank. For example, the professionals on the island can easily break through levels by killing monsters in the wild and obtaining the primal energy reward from the floating island world. This is evident. The power of primordial energy is truly astonishing. Unfortunately, the floating island world is a flawed and weak mortal world with limited reserves of primordial energy. Even the primal energy reward for killing a mid-level reaper cannot be obtained. In addition, Victoria didn't want to destroy the world. Therefore, she had a new plan when she saw the teleportation altar. That is to steal the primordial energy of the underworld. Although the underworld has been halved and is gradually heading towards an era of collapse, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse, and the primordial energy it carries is still enormous. Stealing even a tiny bit of the primordial energy would be enough to elevate many of the Creator's followers to the pinnacle of the floating island world. In addition, she also plans to use this method to train a large number of Hell soldiers. "I understand, Your Majesty." The rock demon nodded respectfully. Now, it has joined the ranks of the fallen angels, pledging allegiance to the great Creator. He had no qualms about stealing the primordial energy of the underworld. On the contrary, I felt a strange sense of excitement. It believed that as long as it completed this task well and gained the favor of Her Majesty Victoria, or even the Creator, it would surely have a bright future. Meanwhile, Victoria was also preparing to leave the underground space and return to Paradise Town. But at this very moment, she seemed to have sensed something. With a wave of her right hand, a section of the underground space instantly collapsed and disintegrated. Soon, a large hole appeared in front of her. After passing through the cave, she arrived in a vast, dark world. This place is the underground world. Not far away, an underground legion was marching. The members of this legion are somewhat strange. They are all spiders. Large and small, numbering in the thousands. These spiders have a very creepy appearance. The upper body is human, regardless of gender, and is completely naked. Its lower body consists of spider legs covered in barbs. It looks like a combination of a human and a spider. And these are none other than the infamous, evil race of the underworld, the human-faced spiders. A follower of the spider goddess. A wicked heretic as ugly as a demon. A hint of disgust crossed Victoria's beautiful face. Immediately, she flicked her finger and released a burst of blood. Under the shroud of blood, the entire army of human-faced spiders was wiped out in an instant. Thousands of spiders with human faces were wiped out before they even saw who their enemy was. Their very souls were completely devoured by Victoria's fallen angel sword. Victoria also simultaneously acquired the memories of those human-faced spiders. The Spider-Man Empire and the Dark Elf Empire in the underground world are preparing for war. This is great news. We can petition our Lord to dispatch my fallen angel legion to participate in this war, to help the Dark Elf Empire destroy the Spider-Man Empire, and then to recruit those Dark Elves as our Lord's followers. Chapter 318 The 12-Winged Angels Who Were Scared Away. Who is it? Dare to appear on the marching route of my Imperial army? Are you courting death? Suddenly, a roar came from the distant horizon. Immediately afterwards, a figure as fast as black lightning flew towards Victoria. Its upper body resembled that of a young human, with a fairly handsome face. Its lower body, however, consists of 8 incredibly ugly and horrifying spider legs. This is also a spider with a human face. Moreover, he exudes an aura of darkness. Clearly, it has reached the saint level. When it flew in, it fully released its powerful saint-level aura, appearing extremely arrogant. However, their arrogance didn't last long. When it was about a kilometer away from Victoria, it suddenly stopped, as if it had braked suddenly. It sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Victoria. Holy crap! A demigod! The spider with the human face was startled. His handsome face contorted in shock. The number of demigods in the underground world is less, and they are much rarer than in the surface world. It's perfectly normal for a being to never see a demigod in its entire life. It never expected to be so lucky. Without the slightest hesitation, the spider with the human face turned and ran away in fright. You think you can just leave now that you've come? Victoria is not a soft-hearted person. 1,000 meters away, he slapped the saint-level human-faced spider. In an instant, the void distorted. Then there was a loud bang. The spider-faced creature, thousands of meters away, was slapped to pieces by Victoria, its shattered corpse mixed with green blood falling from the sky to the ground. Senior, spare my life. A phantom gray shadow fled towards the distant horizon. It is the soul of that human-faced spider. He screamed as he fled for his life. In the end, they still couldn't escape Victoria's clutches. She was forcibly brought over and devoured by her fallen angel's sword. After the fall, everything about the angels changed, including their angel outfits. The fallen angel's sword can devour the souls of living beings, purify them into the essence of the soul, and replenish the fallen angel, thereby enhancing the fallen angel's power. Comparatively, fallen angels ascend to higher ranks faster and more easily than holy angels. The downside is that the fallen angel faction lost the rebirth pool, unable to conceive angels. The only way to expand the fallen angels' ranks is by creating hell soldiers. After collecting the spoils, Victoria didn't linger and left the underground world, returning to the surface through an underground passage. The Earth's surface. The war between the angelic legions and the undead of the Bone Sea continues. It was less of a war and more of a harvest. Although there were a great many undead in the Sea of Bones, none of them could withstand the attack. Even the strongest among them never reached the king level. Faced with an army of 100,000 angels, they were naturally too weak to withstand a single blow. Visibly, every moment on the battlefield, hordes of undead creatures were slain by angels, their souls and corpses then purified. Due to the vast difference in strength, this meant that the City of Angels, which was suspended above the Sea of Bones, did not even have a chance to make a move. Vivien, the 12-winged angel who controls the City of Angels, is also feeling bored. She longs to unleash a barrage of attacks and destroy the Sea of Bones below. Unfortunately, the conditions didn't allow it. Those undead creatures are experienced monsters for the angels. Right at this moment, a figure exuding a terrifying aura of destruction and slaughter, yet also possessing endless allure, appeared in the City of Angels. It was none other than Victoria, the 10-winged fallen angel. City of Angels is a weapon of war for the Holy Angels faction. As the ruler of this City of Angels, Vivien can prohibit fallen angels from entering the City of Angels. Even the high-ranking fallen angels cannot enter without her permission. However, to Victoria, the City of Angels under Vivien's control seemed to be completely undefended. Greetings, Your Majesty Victoria. Vivien appeared out of thin air and bowed respectfully to Victoria, saying, Vivien, the 12-winged angel of the Holy Angels, greets you. Victoria scanned Vivien with her blood-red eyes. With just one glance, he saw through everything about Vivien. You are a high-ranking angel who was conceived tens of millions of years ago, and you have only now advanced to the level of 12 wings. Your realm is only at the peak of the lower-level main god. Your growth rate is too slow. Why not join my fallen angels camp? I will personally transform your angelic heart and help you ascend to 14 wings. Aren't you excited? Upon hearing this, Vivien was so frightened that her scalp tingled. She didn't even dare to continue communicating with Victoria because she was worried that her true form in the divine realm would be affected and forced to fall. She disappeared in an instant without even saying goodbye. Consciousness returns directly to the body. Upon seeing this, Victoria immediately raised an eyebrow. How could that ignorant little fellow possibly understand the true meaning of depravity? He muttered to himself, slightly dissatisfied. Victoria's figure also disappeared into the teleportation array of the City of Angels. The scene shifts, and she is now in the central square of Paradise Town. The creator is currently comprehending the mysteries of the laws on the second floor of the Lord's Hall. We must not disturb him. Let's go to the spirit field first, and then advance to the peak demigod level. Chapter 319, The Base Camp of the Fairy Garden. Spirit Field Space. Victoria released the energy that had been suppressed within her. This energy was transformed from the divine body of death, god Barkavi's, and purified by the sword of the fallen angel. It is extremely vast and pure, almost the same as the original energy. Then, she ignited the power of the laws she controlled. In no time, her enormous and exquisitely beautiful angelic body was enveloped in divine fire. The divine fire burned fiercely, distorting even the space itself. During this process, the aura emanating from Victoria became increasingly powerful. Furthermore, Victoria was extremely lucid. With her powerful mental will, she drew upon the evolutionary matter within the spiritual field space, causing it to surge into her body. At first, those evolved substances seemed to possess sentience and refused to be absorbed by her. Until Victoria gave a nonchalant hum. They have only just become a little smarter. People flocked to Victoria from all directions. Finally, a pale golden mist even formed around Victoria's body. Not long after, a dazzling orb of evolutionary light appeared. It enveloped Victoria's angelic body. If all goes well, Victoria will become a 12-winged angel after this evolution is complete. Throughout the entire town of Paradise, currently, there is only one 12-winged angel, Angelia. As for Vivien, the ruler of the city of angels, she is not included in the calculation. After all, Vivien was just a consciousness, and not even a complete one. It is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Paradise Town. In a lush forest of ancient trees, the headquarters of the Elf Garden is located here. This place has vast stretches of giant ancient trees and is filled with flowers and lush green grass. A gentle stream flows through the forest. The breath of life is extremely strong. Moreover, one can often see young unicorns and nature spirits frolicking in the forest. Fairy dragons and fairy dragons also appeared, lying on the tops of ancient trees like guardians, protecting the unicorns and nature spirits in the forest. In addition, there are tree people, and the figures of giant bears and eagles. Those giant bears and eagles are not wild monsters, nor are they the pets of nature spirits. Because they are nature spirits themselves. They were transformed from nature spirits whose profession was druid. Elf druids were also seen on the battlefield during the siege of Paradise Town. They not only transformed into giant bears and eagles, but even a saint-level elven druid transformed into a dragon and fought against Lin Yu's angel legion. The dragon druid is extremely powerful. After transforming into dragons, they can breathe dragon breath just like dragons, except they cannot use dragon language magic. It also possesses the powerful magical and physical defenses of the dragon race. Its combat power is not much less than that of a real dragon. Unfortunately, their opponents were the Angel Legion. The number of dragon druids was already very small, because only holy druids could transform into dragons, and with the angels being extremely powerful, they were suppressed in every way. This resulted in the dragon druids failing to demonstrate their true abilities. Of course, that's not important. After joining the Paradise Town, they have plenty of opportunities to prove themselves on the battlefield. The first thing Elf Queen Bernina did upon returning to her base camp. It means gathering all the nature spirits, tree people, dragon spirits, and other races together. Then it was handed over to the divine-level angel who accompanied him. Soon, one after another, divine spells of faith were unleashed, and all the nature spirits, unicorns, and other creatures left behind in the base camp became Lin Yu's followers. The entire process proceeded without any unexpected incidents. Everything went very smoothly. Mother, please don't resist. This is a redemption of fate and faith, not the end of the race. Queen Bernina stood before the elf mother tree at her base camp and spoke calmly. Beside her stood Elena, an 8-winged archangel holding a staff, her beautiful figure radiating a dazzling and holy light. The natural elves are the same as the dark elves. Each faction stronghold has an elf mother tree. That was their mother. At this moment, a human face covered in tree wrinkles appeared on the main trunk of the elf mother tree. It stared at the elf Queen Bernina and said, "Your Majesty, do you know what you are doing?" "I know." Queen Bernina the elf nodded. "My mind is perfectly clear. I met the great Lord of Holy Light in Paradise Town, and he guided me toward the light. I firmly believe our people will also rise to glory under the blessing of the Lord of Holy Light. Mother may not know, but the ancient archetype Doris was also a follower of the Lord of the Holy Light. She was once a dark elf from the underworld, and after embracing the Holy Light, she achieved an evolution of life." The elf mother tree remained silent. In fact, this was already known when the army of nature elves was annihilated in Paradise Town. It had already guessed that the ancient great elf was a traitor. "Your Majesty, I will not harm my children, even if they have abandoned their faith." However, I will not betray nature or Her Majesty the Goddess of Elves. That's not something you can decide. This quote comes from Elena, the eight-winged archangel. As Elena finished speaking, the entire base of the fairy garden was immediately shaken. In the blink of an eye, all the elven buildings in the base camp collapsed, turning into a wooden ruin. The fairy garden's headquarters has been destroyed. At the same time, the elf mother tree itself began to tremble. What's going on? The human face on the main tree trunk showed astonishment and fear. It sensed that it was being forced to transform into an eternal tree guardian. This is not the ending it wanted. Chapter 320 The Elf Mother Tree equals Guardian of the Eternal Tree. The Elven Mother Tree has two forms. One is the tree shape. One is in human form. In its tree form, rooted in the earth, it can give birth to spirits. In human form, it transforms into an eternal tree guardian, possessing formidable combat power. The downside is that it can no longer breed elves. At this very moment, the Elf Mother Tree in the Elf Garden base camp is transforming into an eternal treant guardian, a transformation that was forced to occur when the base camp was destroyed. According to the rules of the floating island world, once the stronghold is destroyed, all buildings will be reduced to ruins. The Elf Mother Tree is also considered a building. The difference is that it possesses intelligence and is a living being. Therefore, when the main base was destroyed, it did not become a ruin or die, but instead transformed into the direction guarded by the eternal trance. This transformation is governed by the world rules of the floating islands. Even the Mother Tree of Elves itself has no way to control it. As the earth trembled, thick tree roots rose from the ground, carrying soil with them. At the top of the tree, countless branches and leaves were falling. In just 2 minutes, the Mother Tree then transformed into a gigantic tree man and appeared before the elf Queen Bernina and the eight-winged archangel Elena. It is over 100 meters tall. He was taller than any of the tree people in the fairy garden. The canopy above its head is like a crown placed on its head. The natural magical energy emanating from it had reached an astonishing late-stage demigod level. Next, it only needed to overcome the divine fire hurdle to reach the peak of the demigod realm. Well, the elf mother tree sighed deeply. Like most elven mother trees, it dislikes war. Their mission is to nurture elves and pass on the bloodline of the nature elf race. But now, it has been transformed into the everlasting tree guardian. It's as if it's been forcibly sterilized, unable to give birth to natural spirits anymore. They were forced onto the path of war. This is not what it wants. As the elven mother tree looked at the eight-winged archangel Elena standing in midair, a hint of anger appeared on the face on the main trunk. If these angels hadn't invaded the dark forest, conquered the elf queen, and destroyed their elf garden stronghold, even a mighty elven mother tree wouldn't transform into a warlike tree man. It is very angry right now. A fighting spirit even ignited deep within him. You'd better think this through. With an unusually calm gaze, the eight-winged archangel Elena looked at the colossal tree man standing over 100 meters tall before her. Resistance will only lead you to the abyss. Heretics who refuse to embrace the holy light do not deserve pity. As they were speaking, 3 more figures flew out. They are Big Lolita Sitting, Fairy Dragon Natasha, and Ancient Great Elf Doris. In addition, there's the elf Queen Bernina. There were 5 demigods present. They stood in different positions, surrounding the eternal tree guardian, who had transformed from the mother tree. As long as the mother tree of elves refuses to surrender, a war between demigods is inevitable. Even the elf Queen Bernina wouldn't show any mercy. Bernina is no longer the elf queen she once was. She is now, first and foremost, a follower of the Lord of Holy Light, and only then the queen of the elf garden. If the elf mother tree insists on being an enemy of Paradise Town, she can only cooperate with the eight-winged archangel Elena and others to suppress the elf mother tree. Surrounded by 5 demigods, even the elf mother tree felt a chill. It knows very well that it only has one chance to make a choice. Refuse to surrender, die. Choosing to bow one's head is to betray one's faith in nature and the goddess of spirits. Its gaze swept over the elf Queen Bernina and the ancient great elf Doris, finally settling on the countless nature elves in the main camp. Right now, the nature spirits all looked at it with great anticipation. It can read the eyes of these nature spirits. It is pleading with it not to resist. In the end, it had no choice but to suppress its fighting spirit. Forced to transform into an eternal treant guardian, I can no longer continue to inherit the bloodline of the nature elves. The mission Her Majesty the Goddess entrusted to me has been terminated. Ultimately, this is a world that has been abandoned. The elf mother tree consoled herself. They chose to bow their heads to the holy light. At the same time, it took out a dazzling white orb from its body, which contained the power of faith that the fairy garden had offered to the goddess of nature and fairies over the years. This sphere of faith was also one of the reasons it surrendered, because the goddess of nature and elves, like the Titan god worshipped by the mountain giants, has never paid attention to this world. The faith of countless nature spirits was ignored by the goddess of nature and spirits. Had it not been for the increasing prosperity of the nature elves over time, their faith in the goddess might have long since wavered. Now, the angelic army has conquered the elven garden. The goddess of the elves did not perform any miracles, nor did she protect the elves here. This is also a blow to the mother tree of elves. Does it have any other choice but to surrender? A dazzling rain of light poured down from the void, enveloping the eternal Treant Guardian, who was the embodiment of the mother tree of elves. This is a divine spell of faith from the eight-winged archangel Elena. Upon witnessing this scene, Queen Bernina of the elves breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, similar scenes were also occurring in other faction strongholds, tribes, within the elf garden. Hundreds of elven tribes were destroyed. One after another, the elven mother trees were forced to transform into eternal tree guardians, undergoing purification through the magic of faith. It is worth mentioning, 3 of the elf mother trees underwent a mutation. They did not transform into eternal Treant Guardians, but instead became nature elf unit building blueprints when the horde was destroyed. If Lin Yu knew this news, he would be very happy, because these are 3 blueprints for top-tier troop building structures. Once completed, 3 nature spirit mother trees will appear in his territory, capable of nurturing a large number of nature spirits. Chapter 321 Xia, the beautiful lady, help me. When the subjugation of the fairy garden is completed, Lin Yu now commands millions more followers and believers. Among them, the most numerous are nature spirits. Next are unicorns and tree people. Fairy dragons and fairy dragons are still very rare. All in all, there are only 200 or 300. Furthermore, most of these millions of elven followers are still young and not very strong in combat. This is because the vast majority of the elite professionals from the Elven Garden were already engaged in battle and had been recruited earlier. However, even childhood is nothing to worry about, because they have already joined Paradise Town. They possess the ability to gain primal energy rewards by defeating enemies, thereby increasing their strength level. Growing up is very simple. After all, they are all top-tier soldiers. Whether it's nature spirits, treants, unicorns, or fairy dragons and fairy dragons, they are all top-tier units. Let's set aside their individual combat abilities for now. At least their growth potential has reached the saint level. Some exceptionally talented individuals even possess the potential to grow to the level of demigods. As long as you work hard to kill enemies, you can quickly become stronger. Furthermore, Lin Yu doesn't need to worry about equipment. Nature elves are a race skilled in crafting equipment, and almost every faction stronghold, tribe, has an elven blacksmith. Therefore, even young elves are mostly fully armed. What Lin Yu needs to do? The plan is simply to distribute the high-level equipment they acquire to them once they've grown stronger, thus further enhancing their abilities. Soon, teleportation arrays were built in various areas of the elf garden. Some nature spirits led their teams to begin hunting in the surrounding areas. Some nature spirits would gather and transport their tribe's reserves of food, timber, iron, ore, metal materials, and other resources to the lush Paradise Town. From now on, Paradise Town is their base of operations. They will live in Paradise Town. They will also grow up under the protection of Lin Yu and the army of angels. For them, who are top-tier soldiers, the small floating island world is not their final destination. Their future lies in the battlefield of countless worlds. If they are fortunate enough to achieve a bloodline evolution, they can possess the potential to grow into demigods and qualify to step onto the battlefield of myriad worlds. If he were even luckier, he would become a true god. Then their future in the battlefield of myriad worlds will be even brighter. To help the Lord's troops become stronger, the world rules of the floating islands also provide many methods, such as troop evolution blueprints, spirit field space, mutation evolution, and so on. In this regard, the rules of the floating island world apply equally to all Lord professions. It's simply that the path to becoming a mid to low-level Lord is a bit more difficult compared to becoming a high-level or top-level Lord. But as long as you work hard enough and are lucky enough, even low to mid-level Lords can rise to the top. Not long after, a full-scale war broke out in the eastern region of the Darkwood, which was ruled by the Elf Gardens. In addition to the main force of the Elf Garden participating in the battle, there are also a large number of angel legions, mountain giant legions, forest troll legions, and other legions of various races that have been teleported over from Paradise Town. Their enemies are the wild monsters in this area, and other strongholds of native races. The war plan for Paradise Town is simple. Wipe out all the wild monsters in the dark forest and the strongholds of local forces and concentrate all the resources. Then, with their full strength, they attack the neighboring Linkle grassland. Just as the eastern region was plunged into chaos. In a jungle in the same area, tens of thousands of combat professionals gathered together. Tens of thousands of combat professionals already constitute a very large force. However, they dare not make the slightest move now, because above them, nearly 10,000 enormous frost dragons were circling. The highest level frost dragon has reached level 9. Compared to other Lord-class units, these frost dragons are growing at a very fast rate. And these are Xia Yue's exclusive troops. Xia Yue's territory was not far away. The purpose of those tens of thousands of combat professionals gathering there was also to seek refuge in Xia Yue's territory. Currently, war is raging throughout the eastern region of the Dark Forest, and Lin Yu's angelic legion has entered this area. They are very worried that they will encounter Lin Yu's angels and be killed as heretics. Coincidentally, someone revealed the location of Xia Yue's territory, Dragon's Nest. So soon, combat professionals from the surrounding area gathered there, hoping to receive Xia Yue's protection. Because they all know that Xia Yue is now half a person of Paradise Town. Her territory will not be invaded by the angel legions. However, the wishes of these combat professionals were not fulfilled. Because Xia Yue did not open the gates of her territory to them. They didn't dare to force their way in. After all, Xia Yue's Frost Dragon Legion was watching from high above, and high-level arrow towers stood atop the walls of the territory. Anyone who dared to harbor ill intentions would undoubtedly die. Beautiful Xia, help me. Boss Lin Yu has completely conquered the territory of the Elf Garden. The entire eastern region is engulfed in war, and your place is the only safe place. Alliance Leader Xia, I am a member of the Midsummer Night Alliance. Please don't abandon me. Many combat professionals were shouting loudly. They hoped that Xia Yue would allow them to enter the territory. Xia Yue, who was inside the territory, was having a bit of a headache. She didn't know whether she should let these combat professionals in, not because she was worried that they might have ulterior motives, but because she didn't know what Lin Yu's attitude was towards combat professionals. She is no longer the free person she once was. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Yue contacted the village chief of Guangming and asked him to relay the situation to Lin Yu. Unfortunately, she didn't have any of Lin Yu's friends. Chapter 322, Another Day of Envying Boss Lin Yu. At the same time, the island's chat channel also started vibrating. Despite it being daytime, countless professionals still gathered on the channel. Especially those professionals located in the Dark Forest, almost all of them came to the channel. Something terrible has happened. The town of Paradise is conducting a full-scale cleanup operation in the Dark Forest, with Paradise Town troops everywhere. I am at least 1,000 kilometers away from Paradise Town, but there are also mountain giant legions that have joined forces with Paradise Town nearby. What's 1,000 kilometers? As our team approached the edge of the Dark Forest, we also saw a large number of angels flying across the sky. The entire Dark Forest was engulfed in the flames of war. These professionals are telling the truth. Paradise Town is indeed conquering the entirety of the Darkwood. It's not just the Bone Temple in the north and the Elf Garden in the east that are fighting. War is also breaking out in the southern Naga Kingdom and the western region, which was originally under the rule of the Mountain Giant Kingdom. The entire legion of millions of angels and millions of troops from Paradise Town were dispatched. They were teleported to these 4 areas via teleportation arrays. The western and northern areas, in particular, are the regions where the main force of the Paradise Town is clearing out the enemy. As for the east and south, Paradise Town did not send many troop legions there. Because the Elf Garden and Naga Kingdom, which ruled these 2 regions, had already submitted to the Heavenly Town, their mission was to wipe out the eastern and southern regions. But no matter what. Indeed, there is no peaceful area in the Dark Forest. This has led to combat professionals and lords in the Dark Forest no longer daring to hunt monsters in the wild. They fear encountering Lin Yu's troop legions and being mistaken for enemies and killed. The lord retreated into his own territory. Combat professionals either hide in sanctuaries or gather near those territories. Just like the tens of thousands of combat professionals gathered near Xia Yue's territory. They hope to seek refuge in Xia Yue's territory. This will allow us to safely navigate the ongoing campaign by Paradise Town to wipe out the Dark Forest. Holy crap, how many different troop types would it take to wipe out the entire Dark Forest? Even 1 million might not be enough. 1 million troops? Upstairs, you're seriously underestimating Paradise Town. Paradise Town first conquered the Mountain Giant Kingdom, then successively subjugated the Bone Temple, the Elf Garden, and the Naga Kingdom, and now possesses at least several million troops. Millions? Is that really that scary? The truth is often the most frightening. While other lords find it difficult to subdue their native races, it's a piece of cake for Paradise Town. Because Lin Yu's exclusive unit is the Angel. Their greatest strength lies in conquering through faith. Previously, some professionals had witnessed the Angelic Legion attacking a forest troll tribe without resorting to war and slaughter. Instead, they used some kind of divine magic. After a single divine spell, all the forest trolls of that tribe surrendered. They knelt on the ground, shouting praises to the great Lord of Light. The angels are too amazing. Just a quick question. Who is the Lord of Holy Light? The Lord of Holy Light is the god of worship for the angel race, and also the powerful Lin Yu. No way. Lin Yu is clearly a professional, so how did he become the god of worship for the angel race? Who knows, but that's the truth. My troops are from the Light faction, and they told me that the Lord of Holy Light has descended upon the Dark Forest. Who else could it be but the great Lin Yu? This is the advantage of being an angel. Lin Yu didn't need to do anything. He was directly promoted from a lord-level professional to a godlike figure. Another day of envying Lin Yu. Envy +1. In no time, countless envious professionals appeared in the chat channel. Compared to professionals who are struggling to make a living, this is a stark contrast. Lin Yu, who descended upon this floating island world in the same batch, not only became the god of faith, but also commanded an army of millions and was about to conquer the Dark Forest region. The professionals are now feeling more than just envy. More than anything, it's about admiration and reverence. Even those high-ranking lords and top-ranking lords can only look up to Lin Yu in his current state. Once the army from Paradise Town has cleared out the Dark Forest and all resources are concentrated under Lin Yu's command, the size of his troop army will likely exceed 10 million. With the angels being subdued and Lin Yu using gold coins to summon over 10 million, it shouldn't be a problem. An army of tens of millions, that's terrifying. Furthermore, with Lin Yu possessing weapons of war like Angel City, it's not impossible that after ruling the Dark Forest, they could directly conquer the entire floating island. That's absolutely true. It's unbelievable that it's only been half a month since it arrived. Those veteran lord-level professionals spent an entire year without being able to conquer a single floating island. Lin Yu, however, can become the lord of an island in a mere month. That's incredibly fast. If this were a fictional world, Lin Yu would definitely be the protagonist. Who is the villain? Golden Behemoth Lord. Are you implying something about me? In fact, the professionals in the chat channel still underestimated Paradise Town. After conquering the strongholds of the Elf Garden and Naga Kingdom, the total size of the army in Paradise Town has exceeded 10 million. After clearing out the Dark Forest, the number of troops under Lin Yu's command may reach more than 30 million. Chapter 323. Anyway, nobody knows my name. The complete eradication of the Dark Forest in Paradise Town is a very strong stimulus for the professionals on the island. This is because it foreshadows the imminent birth of a superpower that will rule a large region. Moreover, this force is not a local force. The rulers were professionals just like them. At this moment, the professionals on the island could no longer imagine just how vast the gap was between them and Lin Yu. It wouldn't be unreasonable to even compare Lin Yu to a deity, but they were just ordinary people. Lin Yu now holds the power of life and death over all professionals in the Dark Forest. Perhaps in the near future, Lin Yu will then control the fate of all professionals on the island. In terms of level, Lin Yu has also reached the realm of demigod, wielding the power of laws that is unattainable for them. Power and strength have surpassed everything else. What else could this be but God? Major League Channel. Why is there such a big difference between these two top-tier lords? Lin Yu commands millions of troops across various military units. My forces, on the other hand, number only a few thousand, a fraction of Lin Yu's. Stop talking, we're all in the same boat. Lin Yu, and we are from completely different worlds. I just hope Lin Yu has forgotten what happened last time, otherwise I'll be in big trouble. Don't worry, in Lin Yu's eyes you're just a nobody now, he won't bring up the past. But the Golden Behemoth Lord is a different story. Holy crap, what happened to me? All I did was get some professionals to spread rumors in chat channels. It's not a big deal. From beginning to end, everything I did not cause Lin Yu any real harm. That's true, but if I were Lin Yu, the first person I'd kill when I conquer the Linkle Grasslands would definitely be you. Upon seeing this message, the Golden Behemoth Lord, who was on the vast grassland, immediately turned green. From the moment he arrived in the floating island world and learned that Lin Yu was a top-tier lord just like him, He had always wanted to suppress Lin Yu, or even trample him underfoot. As a result, Lin Yu's growth rate was like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Now, they possess millions of troops and are about to rule a large region. Looking at his Golden Behemoth Legion, it numbered only 8,000. Compared to other top lords, he was already powerful enough. But compared to Lin Yu, he seemed weak and vulnerable. At this moment, he showed no arrogance whatsoever as a top lord, and was hiding in his own territory, trembling with fear. Just like the lord in the channel said, he is now terrified that Lin Yu will lead his army to invade the Lenkel grassland. Because that day would be his last. What terrified him most was, he also inquired with the floating island of Myriad Realms and learned that the interdimensional teleportation array, leading to Blue Star, had indeed collapsed. Until the teleportation array is repaired, no professional can return to Earth. This means that, once Lin Yu attacks, he won't be able to escape. Lin Yu had previously stated on an island-wide chat channel that he would punish those who spread rumors professionally, and even remembered their names. This shows that Lin Yu is petty. If I fall into his hands, he will definitely not let me go. Inside the territory, the Golden Behemoth Lord, dressed in a black suit of armor, muttered to himself with a grim expression, looking at the tens of millions of professionals on the island. He was the person most afraid of seeing Lin Yu. Just yesterday, he was still praying and firmly believed that with the 3 local superpowers of the Dark Forest joining forces, they would definitely be able to conquer Lin Yu's Paradise Town. It would be best to just kill Lin Yu directly. That way, he would have no worries. Things didn't go as planned. Paradise Town not only won the war, but also recruited a large number of local elite troops, and now has an army of millions. Not only was Lin Yu's territory not destroyed, but his power also increased many times over. How is he supposed to play? Upon receiving this news, the Golden Behemoth Lord was completely dumbfounded. I felt utterly hopeless, because he knew that from this moment on, no force could threaten Lin Yu anymore. And it was only a matter of time before Lin Yu's army marched into the Lunker grassland. Perhaps in just a few days, the Angel Legion will appear on the Lunkel grassland. And he, too, will face his end. I can't just sit here and wait to die. We must find a way to get through this. After much deliberation, the Golden Behemoth Lord seemed to have only one path to take. That is to seek refuge with the Beast King's court that rules the Lunkel grassland, and with the help of the Beast King's court, confront Lin Yu head-on. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. As for contacting professionals on the grasslands to oppose Paradise Town, he hadn't considered it. The reason is simple. No professional, including Lord, on the island dares to go against Lin Yu. If he takes this path, he might end up being killed by those professionals who pretended to join, and then his corpse would be sent to Lin Yu as a lucky charm. Therefore, professionals are unreliable. The only ones they can rely on are the local forces. If he can find a way to gain the approval of the Beastman Royal Court, he can have a powerful backer. If this path also doesn't work, I have no choice but to take the plunge. Give up your status as a top lord and become a combat professional. Anyway, nobody knows my name. Thinking of this, the Golden Behemoth Lord actually felt relieved. It was as if we had seen light and hope. Chapter 324, The Power of 10 Laws. It was evening. As dusk fell, Lin Yu finally finished his day-long comprehension of the laws. The process of comprehending the laws is actually not boring or tedious. On the contrary, it was full of passion, because every time Lin Yu comprehends and masters a new law, he can clearly feel his own strength improving. This feeling is wonderful. It's no less exciting than nighttime entertainment. If it weren't for the fact that he sensed a large number of his subjects returning to their territory, he wouldn't have wanted to break free from his comprehension of the profound mysteries of the laws. After a day of secluded meditation, I have once again mastered the power of the 4 laws. They are life, frost, gale, and darkness. Adding to the 6 laws I already knew, I now know 10 laws. It is truly astonishing that one person can master the power of 10 different attributes of the law. At least in this floating island world, this is unprecedented. Generally speaking, ordinary demigods only master 1 or 2 laws. A demigod with high talent and a special life form may master 3 or even 4 laws. However, there has never been a demigod who has mastered all 10 laws. Aside from a lack of talent, the biggest concern is whether I can overcome the challenge of the divine fire. After all, the more laws there are, the stronger the divine fire becomes. What if, because of his unparalleled talent, he were burned to death when the divine fire was lit? Where would he go to seek justice? Therefore, the vast majority of demigods dare not break through their own limits. In contrast, Lin Yu did not have such concerns. With the protection of the power of creation, he can freely level up and comprehend the mysteries of the laws. The reason is to use level control. It's because Lin Yu has now entered the late stage of demigod. The next step is to ignite the divine fire and advance to the peak of demigodhood. He can start this process at any time now, but he did not do that. Since advancing to the late stage of demigod, he has forcibly suppressed all the primal energy that has gathered into his body, including the primal energy he gained from clearing the dark forest today. All day long, his massive army of millions was engaged in a full-scale purge of the dark forest. Not only did they kill a massive number of wild monsters, moreover, they captured a large number of local strongholds. As the Lord, he naturally received a huge reward of primordial energy. He sealed away all of these primordial energies. Moreover, it was sealed using the power of creation. Under the awe of the power of creation, those primordial energies were as obedient as well-behaved children, daring not to make the slightest move. Therefore, Lin Yu doesn't need to worry about having too much primordial energy in his body, which would force him to ignite the divine fire. He can fully comprehend the profound mysteries of the laws and enhance his foundation for becoming a god. Lin Yu hoped that he could be like Secretarian, mastering hundreds of different elemental laws before becoming a god. After becoming a god, he might directly become a mid-level god, or even a high-level god. The efforts we make now. This paves the way for future strength. In addition, it can save a lot of time for future promotions. Leaving aside the scepter of origin and the armor of the holy god. With my current strength, I can already contend with a demigod at the peak. With the combined power of 10 different attributes of the law, even the renowned Elf Queen, Dragon King, and Beast King of the Grasslands would be no match for me. This is not arrogance, but self-confidence. After all, among the 10 laws that Lin Yu possessed, the law of time existed. A single law of time is enough to make him invincible. Furthermore, time and space can be integrated. After fusion, a higher level of space-time laws will be formed. The laws of space-time are even more powerful. If I could master the laws of space-time, I might be able to break through the world barrier and return to Earth even without relying on the interdimensional teleportation array of the floating island. Even to enter other floating island worlds. Thinking about this, Lin Yu's desire to master the laws of space became even more urgent. Tomorrow is the last day for the honor items menu to refresh. I need to exchange for more law stones to avoid a price surge after the refresh, which would result in a loss. If we could exchange for a space law stone, that would be the best. If I cannot, then I will ignite the power of my faith to create and comprehend things on my own. Lin Yu plans to master the laws of space in the near future. He was determined to discover the laws of space-time. I didn't think about it any further. Lin Yu got up and left the second-floor bedroom, going to the first-floor hall. Inside the hall, there were a large amount of equipment and medicines. These items all come from the territory's blacksmith shop and pharmacist's mansion, and selling them will bring in a large sum of money. At that very moment, a massive yet exceptionally beautiful figure entered the Lord's Hall. Lin Yu even saw an incredibly eerie and alluring quality about this figure. This is something that no other fallen angel possesses. And that figure was none other than Victoria. To Lin Yu's surprise, the 10-winged fallen angel he had just summoned that morning had now advanced to the level of a 12-winged angel. She became his second 12-winged angel. She can be compared to the head secretary, Angelia. The fallen angel Victoria greets the Supreme Creator. Upon approaching Lin Yu, Victoria immediately knelt on one knee, her expression filled with reverence for him. She waited all afternoon. The Creator has finally emerged from seclusion. Chapter 325 Death Set. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand. After Victoria respectfully stood up, Lin Yu turned his gaze to Victoria's back. 3 pairs of fallen angel wings, each several meters long and as black as ink, and 3 even larger pairs of flowing, blood-red wings. In addition, he was wearing a full set of crimson fallen angel armor. This look is incredibly imposing, Lin Yu said with a smile. Victoria, you've given me a surprise. Victoria's promotion to 12 wings was one of them. The second point is that the level has reached the peak of the demigod realm. Previously, he had defeated the god of death, Bakvis, at the peak of the saint rank, and also subdued the rock demon, who was at the peak of the demigod level. He had no idea that the fallen angel he had summoned that morning was so powerful, seemingly comparable to his chief secretary, Angelia. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Victoria was immediately thrilled and quickly said, "It is Victoria's honor to receive the Creator's praise. I will definitely continue to work hard to serve the Creator." Lin Yu nodded and asked, "I'm very curious. What's the deal with Death God Barkvis?" Victoria bowed her head respectfully and said, "My lord, This is what happened. I followed the aura of the rock demon and eventually entered an underground space located beneath the Temple of Bones. Victoria told Lin Yu everything that had happened in the underground space. This includes events such as the rock demon reviving the remnant consciousness of the Grim Reaper Barkvis, and the rock demon ultimately abandoning darkness and embracing the holy light. After listening, Lin Yu suddenly understood. It turns out that the rock demon resurrected Death God Barkvis. Because it was a resurrected fragment of consciousness, Death God Barkhanes was not very powerful. He ultimately died at Victoria's hands. Lin Yu looked at Victoria and said, "It is still somewhat beyond my expectations that you were able to kill a resurrected death god with your peak saint-level strength." Victoria thought, what is a mere mid-level Grim Reaper? Even when facing the Underworld Emperor who rules the Underworld, she was not intimidated at all. However, remembering Angelia's warning, she dared not say anything more in front of Lin Yu. Victoria quickly changed her mind and said, "Angelia can do this too." Really? In Lin Yu's heart, there are almost no problems that can stump his secretary, and he even believed that secretary and could handle even a real deity. After all, she possesses the power of hundreds of laws. When it ascended to godhood, it couldn't even withstand the world rules of the floating island. Out of fear of the world collapsing, Secretarian gave up the idea of becoming a god. This is evident. How capable is Secretarian? Just then, Victoria took out the spoils of war from killing the god of death, Barkvis, from her spatial equipment and respectfully handed them to Lin Yu. "My lord, here is the artifact set of Death God Barkvis, as well as his godhood. As for Barkvis's body, it has already been devoured by my fallen angel sword. In addition, I also obtained the divinity of Death God Barkvis and Rock Demon, which not only contain the profound mysteries of their laws, but also greatly help the strength of my lord's divine power after becoming a god." Earlier, when it was learned that the body of Death Barkvis might be hidden in the Mirkwood, Angelia had considered finding the body, extract the divinity from it, and give it to Lin Yu. Victoria beat Angelia to it and got it done. Victoria was lucky. Her original intention was simply to kill the rock demon in order to advance her rank to demigod. However, she never expected that the corpse of Death God Barkvis would also be hidden in that underground space. All I can say is that luck plays a very important role. You did a great job. Looking at the pile of spoils presented before him, Lin Yu couldn't help but admire Victoria once again. A black and gold death robe, a scythe with an exaggerated design, resembling the Grim Reaper, a magical space ring, entirely azure blue, a dazzling and brilliant divine essence. In addition, there is a sphere of light that seals divinity. The value of this pile of spoils is truly astonishing. It's no exaggeration to say that they could buy a life-bearing planet with them. Of course, this is just a metaphor. You won't find such a buyer in the floating island world. Lin Yu immediately checked the information on these spoils of war. The Grim Reaper's robe. Type, defensive equipment. Grade, mid-tier supreme artifact. Durability, 3 million. Special effect 1, greatly weakens attacks from medium-level deities and ignores damage from weak deities. Special effect 2, necromancer and darkness elemental affinity increased to 100%. Special effect 3, greatly enhances the power of necromancer spells. Special effect 4. Description, this is one of the pieces of the Grim Reaper suit. The Grim Reaper's scythe. Type, attack equipment. Grade, mid-tier supreme artifact. Durability, for million. Special effect 1, greatly enhances the power of divine spells such as necromancy, darkness, and curses. Special effect 2, increases damage to souls by 3 to 10 times. Special effect 3, can control all undead creatures in the mortal world. Special effect 4. Description, this is one of the pieces of the Grim Reaper suit. These two artifacts, when combined, form the Death Set. Set bonus 1, increases all attributes by 50%. Set effect 2, passively grants the user the divine authority of the Grim Reaper. Set effect 3, activate the set's power with divine strength, allowing free movement between the underworld and the mortal world. Chapter 326 Gold Mine in the Underground World. The Godhood of Death God Barkvis. Rank, mid-tier god, late stage. Contains divine power, extremely rare. Faction, Underworld. Special effect, perfect fusion with divine essence can lead to becoming a true god of the underworld, with a chance to transform into the Grim Reaper. Fusion restriction, the user must be a deity, and their divine rank cannot exceed that of a mid-level deity. Introduction, divinity is the key for mortals to unlock the gates to immortality. Besides these, the remaining spoils were the divine orb, and the spatial artifact ring. Within the divine sphere lies the divinity of death god Barkvis and the rock demon, as well as the laws they wield. Victoria informed Lin Yu that she had purified the divinity of the two underworld deities, and Lin Yu could directly absorb their power. As for that spatial artifact ring, it's a low-grade, mid-level true artifact with no particularly outstanding effects. There's only one, and it's spacious. The time-space ring that Lin Yu redeemed from the glory item menu has more than 10,000 times the space, enough to hold the entire floating island world. Of course, to fit a floating island inside, one would need to possess sufficiently powerful strength. Only gods can do such a thing. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu put the spatial artifact ring on his hand. He really liked this piece of equipment. Then he picked up the exaggeratedly designed Grim Reaper scythe. With a gentle wave, the space in front of him was cut open, revealing a pitch-black dark world behind him. This is still because there is no divine power to bless it. If one were to wield this scythe of death with the power of a god from the same faction, its power would be even more terrifying, and opening a spatial passage to another world would not be a problem. Death's ability to freely traverse between the underworld and the mortal world is primarily due to this. In addition, there's the aid of the Grim Reaper's robe. Death can then freely travel between dimensional worlds. If this weren't the backdrop of a battle for supremacy across worlds, but a different theme, Lin Yu would be very willing to play a Grim Reaper who travels through various worlds and reaps souls. What a pity, Lin Yu sighed inwardly. Then he looked up at Victoria, who was standing respectfully to the side, and said, "In your opinion, what should be done with this Grim Reaper equipment?" He originally intended to bestow the Grim Reaper suit upon Victoria. After all, the death set was originally dropped by Victoria, who was also the first 12-winged fallen angel and had reached the peak of demigod level, allowing her to unleash the full power of the death set. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lin Yu then gave up on the idea, because fallen angels, like holy angels, have their own unique angel outfits. An angel dressed in the Grim Reaper's suit looks rather out of place. It might even affect Victoria's own strength. Victoria thought for a moment and said, "My lord, you can temporarily store the death set and bestow it upon a suitable candidate later." "Fine," Lin Yu nodded. He stored the death god set, along with the divine spark and the divine orb, into the spatial artifact. At this moment, Victoria respectfully said, "My lord, after killing the god of death, Bakvis, I unexpectedly entered the underground world and learned that the Spider-Man Empire and the Dark Elf Empire in the underground world are preparing to go to war. Do you think we should send a legion to participate in this war? Thus, we can simultaneously conquer the underground world." War has broken out in the underground world. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised and asked, "Have you found out the reason why these two underground empires went to war?" Victoria replied, "When I was in the underworld, I killed a saint-level human-faced spider and obtained some information from its soul memories. A gold mine has appeared at the border between the Dark Elf Empire and the Spider-Man Empire. Both underground empires want to seize this gold mine for themselves. In addition, the possibility that Cyclops, evil eye demons, and undead may also participate in this war cannot be ruled out. These 5 evil races are essentially the rulers of the underground world. The number of races in the underground world is not as large as that in the surface world, but their strength is not much weaker than that of the surface world. In particular, the 5 evil races possess a war power far exceeding the combined strength of all the native forces in the Darkwood. A gold mine." Upon hearing this word, Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. He had always known that there were gold mines in the floating island world. This information was revealed a year ago by veteran professionals on the Blue Star Professionals Forum. If you can capture a gold mine, you can collect a large amount of gold coins. Unfortunately, even now, after his army has swept through the entire Dark Forest, he has not found the so-called gold mine, which makes him quite disappointed. Are you sure this is a gold mine for professionals, or a local gold mine? Professional gold mines and local gold mines are not the same thing. Only the former can directly collect gold coins, which can then be used to summon troops. The gold mine by the latter is meaningless to professionals. At most, it can be sold on Earth to make some money. I'm certain it's a gold mine for professionals." Victoria nodded solemnly. The reason why the Spider-Man Empire and the Dark Elf Empire want to occupy that gold mine is because it contains a very special power. Like primordial energy, it can help them break through quickly. Then that's it. Lin Yu was in high spirits and said, "We must join the war, and we must take over this gold mine." Victoria immediately said, "Supreme Creator, I implore you to entrust this task to our fallen angel legion. I promise I will not let you down." Lin Yu was about to agree. Suddenly, I saw an elegant and beautiful figure walk into the hall. His secretary and is back. Chapter 327 Victoria, who has been stabbed in the back. Angelia. Lin Yu waved to Secretary In as she walked into the hall. Angelia also quickly walked over and bowed respectfully to Lin Yu. Upon witnessing this scene, Victoria, standing to the side, had a somewhat strange expression, because she saw a smile appear on the creator's handsome face after Angelia appeared. This smile is different from the smile the creator showed when he praised her earlier. For her, it was more like a formulaic compliment. As for Angelia, there was even more sincerity and recognition. This illustrates that Angelia holds a very important place in the creator's heart. Victoria was a little unhappy. She single-handedly killed the god of death, Bakvis, not only obtaining multiple divine artifacts for the creator, but also subduing the rock demon for him. In the creator's heart, she was still no match for Angelia. However, Victoria's slight unhappiness quickly dissipated. She comforted herself. Angelia appeared beside the creator before her. They have served diligently until now. It is quite normal to receive more attention from the creator. She doesn't need to rush. After all, the creator has returned. She has an infinite amount of time to stay by the creator's side and show herself. She believed that one day, the creator would truly set his sights on her and bestow upon her the same favor as Angelia. Thinking of this, Victoria's mood immediately improved. Lin Yu had already informed Angelia about Victoria's killing of the god of death, Bakvis, and her discovery of a gold mine in the underground world. Victoria is preparing to lead the Fallen Angels Legion into the underworld to participate in the war for the gold mines. After listening, Angelia raised her eyes and glanced at Victoria, who was standing quietly to the side. This guy is really fast. They actually beat her to it, finding the divine body of death god Bakvis, and even subduing the rock demon. They also brought back important information from the underground world that deserved the attention of the Lord of Holy Light. Angelia, what do you think? Secretary And immediately replied, My lord, this is a very good war plan. With our current strength, we can definitely achieve a two-front war in both the surface world and the underground world. The dark underground world is similar to the underworld. That place is perfect for fallen angels to use their strengths. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. He added, Besides the Fallen Angel Legion, a portion of divine-level angels should also accompany us. With them, faith can spread even in the darkest underground world, especially the Dark Elf Empire. We must use the power of the Holy Light to change the tragic fate of those dark elves. Our Lord is wise, Angelia said respectfully. Victoria, standing to the side, was mentally analyzing what Secretary And had just said. Our Fallen Angels faction is indeed adept at fighting in the underground world. After all, compared to Hell, the underground world is a much better environment. But why did Angelia mention the underworld? Victoria was not stupid. On the contrary, she is also very shrewd. He understood Angelia's intentions almost instantly. Her sister And clearly knew that Hell could no longer hold them, the fallen angels, so she wanted to release them directly into the underworld, far away from the realm of the Lord God. Angelia is paving the way for future plans. At this stage, the Supreme Creator certainly does not have such thoughts. However, if Angelia mentions it a few more times in front of the Creator might actually have such thoughts in the future, perhaps even imperceptibly. Furthermore, after the underworld and Hell merged into one, it became a very nice large world. That's enough to house them in the Fallen Angels faction. Previously, Victoria herself had also had the idea of leading an army of fallen angels to conquer the underworld and merge with Hell. But the problem is, actively capturing and passively releasing animals are completely different concepts. She would never forget that when she was the Archangel with 18 wings, she held a seat in the divine realm. She didn't want to spend her life in the underworld. Serving the Creator was her dream. You little devil, Angelia. I only stole your thunder once, and you turn around and try to sabotage me. After Victoria figured it out, her chest heaved with anger, and her heart ached. This older sister is really too cunning. Of the three people present, only Lin Yu didn't think too deeply about it. He said directly to Victoria, In that case, I'll leave the affairs of the underworld to you. Those evil races there, recruit those who can become believers, and purify those who cannot. The purification by fallen angels is simpler and more brutal than that by holy angels. Moreover, Lin Yu believed that the underground world of a small floating island would certainly not be a problem for his fallen angel legion. At the same time, he also has great confidence in Victoria. After all, Victoria even defeated death. Besides that, I have only one request. Take over that gold mine as quickly as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. Victoria immediately bowed respectfully. After receiving a signal to leave, Victoria was instantly filled with an overwhelming murderous aura. Angelia had stabbed her in the back right in front of the creator, and she was very unhappy. He was preparing to vent his anger on those evil races in the underground world. Chapter 328, Marching into the Underground World. Victoria is an impatient person. Without the slightest delay, after leaving the Lord's Hall, he issued the order to the fallen angel legion of the territory to march into the underworld. It is currently evening. Night had just fallen. Most of the troop legions have not yet returned to their territories, including the fallen angel legion. However, this did not affect the transmission of Victoria's orders. Even the fallen angels thousands of kilometers away could hear Victoria's cold, murderous voice echoing in their minds. In an instant, the fallen angels scattered throughout the dark forest began to gather at the Temple of Bones in the north. For those that are close by, we'll just fly over. Those who are far away will be transported by the nearest teleportation array. Less than half an hour. An army of 300,000 fallen angels appeared above the Temple of Bones. The blood-red light and evil power emanating from it dyed the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of meters red. The scene was even more terrifying than the sea of bones below. Unfortunately, no one got to see this scene. The same applies to the undead in the Temple of Bones. After a day of clearing out the undead in the Temple of Bones, the undead have been basically eliminated. In the vast, boundless mountains and seas of bones, not a single spirit can be seen. Even the aura of the undead has disappeared. Countless stark white skeletons were thoroughly purified by the holy angels. Even their color changed. The initial sea of bones gives people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Even saint-level experts would not easily set foot in this place. The bone sea now feels warm, and the eerie feeling disappears completely upon entering, which is quite amazing. The reason is that the sacred and magical power of light here is too strong. They can cleanse the souls of living beings. It makes living beings unconsciously forget the fear in their hearts. After being purified by the Holy Angel Legion, this vast sea of bones can no longer give birth to any undead creatures. With its unique landscape, it would make a pretty good tourist attraction in the future. Besides, the entire army of fallen angels gathered here. Following Lin Yu's instructions, Angelia also dispatched 3,000 archangels and angels of divine magic, as well as 600 command-type angels of authority. 300,000 fallen angels can be divided into 600 small legions. Each small legion of fallen angels is equipped with 5 angels of divine magic type and 1 angel of command type. The mission of archangels and angels of divine power is to spread the faith of holy light in the underground world. The mission of the archangel is not to command the fallen angel legion. Instead, they are responsible for opening the gate of holy light for the fallen angel legion, which allows for rapid teleportation. The fallen angels were the main force in this attack on the underground world. The holy angels who participated in the battle served as support. In addition to the archangels, angels of power, and angels of authority, Angelia also kindly dispatched a number of special angels, the most numerous of whom were the angels of love. The mission of the angels of love is not to provide healing and resurrection services to the fallen angel legion. Instead, they fought in coordination with the fallen angel legion. The angel of love's exclusive divine spell, Cupid's arrow, often has the power to turn the impossible into the possible. In addition, the ancient great elf Doris also received orders and rushed over. And it brought with it a dark elf army of several thousand. The purpose of bringing Doris and these dark elves along was to more easily conquer the Dark Elf Empire. For the Dark Elf Empire, Doris's tribe is a good example. These tribal elves are living much better lives in Paradise Town than before. Soon, the army that was going to conquer the underground world was fully assembled. Victoria, the 12-winged fallen angel who was the commander-in-chief of the army, found a suitable location in the area of the Bone Temple, and then pulled out her fallen angel's sword from the void. Then, he suddenly slashed his sword down towards the ground. A loud bang was heard. The area struck by Victoria's sword immediately collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a giant cave with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a bottomless depth appeared before the expeditionary army. The rock demon, located in the nearby underground space, was startled. I thought it was an earthquake. It was only after it arrived on the surface world and saw the legion of fallen angels gathered high in the sky that it breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully asked Victoria if it needed to participate in the war. Victoria refused outright. Let it obediently guard the teleportation altar. The mission to steal the primordial energy of the underworld must not go awry. Otherwise, when will she be able to train her Hell Warrior Legion? Move out. With a command from Victoria, 300,000 fallen angels surged into the giant cave. This cave leads directly to the underground world thousands of meters deep. The end is nigh for those subterranean races. Watching the retreating figures of the fallen angel army, the rock demon couldn't help but mutter to himself. It sensed an aura of destruction and slaughter emanating from those fallen angels that sent chills down its spine. It had never seen the legendary Void Demon, but its intuition told it that these fallen angels were even more insane than the Voidwalkers. It expressed a slight sympathy for the evil races of the underworld. However, it soon went back to guarding its teleportation altar. After all, what does it have to do with him? Chapter 329 Dark Elf Queen. Just as Victoria was leading her army of fallen angels on an expedition to the underworld, the Dark Elf Empire, located in the underground world, is also not at peace. In order to seize the mysterious gold mine that suddenly appeared, Her Majesty the Queen of the Dark Elf Empire announced the mobilization of the Empire's main army to wage war against the Spider-Man Empire. After receiving the order from the Dark Elf Queen, all the Dark Elf cities and tribes responded. Many countries dispatched powerful warriors and professional legions to participate in this war. According to incomplete statistics, the Dark Elf Empire's army numbered at least 2 million. This alone demonstrates just how powerful the Dark Elf Empire was. It's nothing like the fairy gardens of the surface world. After all, one is an empire. One is a kingdom-level power. Only the natural elf empire in the Far East can suppress the Dark Elf Empire. Right now, in the imperial city of the Dark Elf Empire, the Dark Elf Queen is convening a meeting of the Empire's highest officials. Hundreds of figures gathered in the magnificent Imperial Palace, which was filled with dark elements. These figures are all at least saint-level experts. Among them are several demigods. Moreover, these are not all the powerful figures in the Dark Elf Empire. Many extremely powerful Dark Elves are not present here. After all, this is a meeting of those in power. Looking around, the Dark Elves inside the hall were not only powerful, but each one was also alluring and beautiful. Among the elves, it's almost impossible to find someone who is ugly. Even ordinary elves are rare. In the extraordinary world, elves are also synonymous with beauty. Throughout the hall, there were hundreds of powerful dark elves, most of whom were over 100 years old, some even having lived for hundreds of years, yet none of them showed signs of aging. It's just a ripe peach at most. Her beauty and grace are exceptional. This is because elves possess the characteristic of eternal youth. Even at the end of their lifespan, elves do not age. Instead, they pass away in extreme weakness. Overall, elves are very good. Your Majesty. At this moment, a bewitching and alluring dark elf stepped forward. He bowed respectfully to the Dark Elf Queen, who sat on the throne in the Great Hall, and said, "Our scouts have discovered that the main force of the Spider-Man Empire has arrived within 100 kilometers of the gold mine. Besides the Spider-Man Empire, there are also signs of large-scale military mobilizations in the Cyclops Empire, the Evil Eye Empire, and the Immortal Kingdom. The realm of immortals is the stronghold of the undead. It is also the largest gathering place of the undead in the entire floating island world. The undead forces on the surface world are actually very few. Regions like the Land of Abundance, the Holy Land of the Elves, the 36 Islands of the Gulf, and even the Great Plains of Lenkel generally do not have any undead forces with even slightly greater strength. You can see some of them at the Lake of Death. The Temple of Bones, located in the Dark Forest, is arguably the most powerful gathering place for the undead on the surface of the world. This is because undead creatures have a hard time surviving on the surface world. Just like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouts to kill it. Only the dark underground world is a paradise for undead creatures. This is why the extremely powerful undead stronghold, the Immortal Realm, was formed. Obviously, these three races are also interested in gold mines. These words immediately sparked a murmur of discussion within the hall. The Dark Elf Empire is extremely powerful in the underground world. They were confident they could destroy the Spider-Man Empire. However, if the other three evil races also get involved, or even side with the Spider-Man Empire, the Dark Elf Empire will be no match for them. Hateful. The gold mine has appeared at the border between our territory and the Spider-Man Empire. What are those three races doing getting involved? Moreover, for their army to participate in the war, they must cross the borders of our Spider-Man Empire. Are you kidding me? This must absolutely not be allowed to happen. The Imperial territory is sacred and inviolable. The high-ranking Dark Elves in the hall shared a unified stance on this issue. Even if they didn't want that gold mine, they would never allow the armies of other races to enter their Imperial territory. It was a matter of national dignity. May I interject? Those three forces certainly wouldn't dare invade our imperial territory. What we need to focus on are their racial powerhouses. Our empire's border fortified cities can temporarily withstand their large armies, but they cannot defend against their saint-level and demigod-level warriors. The main hall quickly fell silent. This is indeed a very troublesome problem. Finally, all the Dark Elves in the hall turned their gaze to the Dark Elf Queen who sat on the throne. The Dark Elf Queen was a woman of unparalleled beauty. She wore a long black and gold dress with a V-neck and a string of purple gemstones around her neck, the gemstones sparkling with dazzling light, highlighting her delicate, snow-white skin. The long dress, bound by a burgundy ribbon, accentuated her graceful figure. She had long, smooth, dark red hair, wearing an exquisite and luxurious crown. Her beautiful face was heavily made up, and her eyes were deep red. Her moist lips were bright red, like blood. On either side of her mouth, there was a small, sharp tooth, like a vampire. This Dark Elf Queen possessed an air of supreme nobility, yet also exuded a bewitching and dark beauty, surpassing even Doris, who was once the chieftain of the Dark Elves. If Linyu were here, she would definitely appreciate it very much. Chapter 330 Revenge for Wrongs, Justice for Injustices. Ignore those three forces. The key border cities just need to be well defended. On her throne, the Dark Elf Queen spoke. As planned, the Imperial Army will move into the area where the gold mine is located to construct defensive and war structures. Her voice was clear and cold, with a hint of aloofness. The purple gemstone at her neck blended seamlessly with the snow-white peak. It emitted a faint, shimmering purple light, mingling with the breathing of the Dark Elf Queen. It reflected the Queen's breathtakingly beautiful face. Her words gave the Dark Elves in the hall immense confidence. The Dark Elf Queen is not only the strongest in her Dark Elf Empire, but also a pinnacle existence in the underground world. She once defeated the Cyclops King, who was also a peak demigod, single-handedly. Take the Dark Elf Queen's strength as an example. She is now capable of breaking through the barriers between worlds, entering the battlefield of all realms, and becoming an immortal god. The reason she didn't go to the battlefield of myriad realms was because the floating island world without gods was more appealing. At that very moment, the Dark Elf Queen suddenly changed the subject, asking, "Has the cause of the destruction of the tribe led by the Dark Elf Doris been investigated?" The Elven Mother Tree in the capital city of the Dark Elf Empire is the main tree. The Elven Mother Trees of other cities and tribes are all cultivated from branches that have separated from the main tree. The main tree has a special connection with the other Spirit Mother Trees. Therefore, the Elven main tree located on the Royal Tree since the moment Doris's tribe was destroyed and the Dark Mother Tree disappeared. The destruction of a tribe is no small matter for the Dark Elf Queen. After all, cultivating a Dark Elf Mother Tree is quite difficult. The Dark Elf Queen desperately wanted to know who had the audacity to invade her empire and annihilate the tribes under her rule. Reporting to Your Majesty the Empress. A Dark Elf stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "Our investigation team has returned with some useful information. That tribe has been reduced to ruins. The Elven Mother Tree within the tribe has disappeared. The Dark Elves, led by Chief Doris, have also disappeared without a trace. In the ruins of the tribe, the investigation team found no elf corpses or blood, nor any fragments of souls. However, the investigation team sensed the presence of residual divine and light magic there. Besides, the investigation team also discovered a destroyed undead stronghold nearby, where the remaining holy and light magic was even more concentrated. It can be basically confirmed that the murderer is a being from the light faction, and it is very likely from the surface world." Upon hearing these words, the Dark Elves in the hall began to discuss the matter again. Their expressions also showed surprise, because creatures from the surface world rarely venture into the underground world. This is the stronghold of an evil race. Even the demigods on the surface of the earth dared not be too arrogant. Now, they are both surprised and furious that surface creatures have invaded the underground world and even wiped out a tribe of their Dark Elf Empire. The Dark Elf Queen's expression was also somewhat unpleasant. The coldness between his brows intensified. She took out a magical map from her personal spatial equipment, glanced at it, and said, "The location of Chief Doris's tribe corresponds to the dark forest in the surface world." As she spoke, the Dark Elf Queen frowned slightly. As far as she knows, there is no faction of the light in the dark forest. Bright Bio's headquarters are located in the Land of Abundance. The underground world region corresponding to the Fertile Land is only a small part of her empire's eastern border, with the majority located within the territory of the Spider-Man Empire. But no matter what, if the murderer is a follower of the light movement in the fertile region. Therefore, the destroyed tribes should also be located in the eastern region of the empire. Logically, if the followers of light wanted to train, they would directly seek a passage to the underground world in the land of abundance, rather than traveling thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers to the dark forest to find an underground passage. Therefore, the Dark Elf Queen speculated. The murderer was not from the Church of Light. Rather, it is located in a dark forest. It is highly likely that the Lord of Light descended upon the dark forest, leading his legion of light troops into the underground world, and destroyed Chief Doris's tribe and that undead stronghold. There are no otherworldly professionals in the underground world. However, this does not mean that these subterranean races are unaware of the existence of professionals from other worlds. On the contrary, they know a lot of information. Not only do they know that among those otherworldly professionals there are combat professionals, but they also know that there are Lord professionals who can summon various types of troops. Your Majesty is wise. The Dark Elf offered a compliment, then said, the investigation team did indeed find a passage to the surface world nearby. We have temporarily sealed off that passage and are not taking any rash actions. Well done, the Dark Elf Queen said. After this gold mine incident is over, send powerful warriors to cross that underground passage into the surface world, find the culprit, and avenge Chief Doris's tribe. As she spoke, the Dark Elf Queen's expression was filled with intense murderous intent. As an evil race, the Dark Elves are no benevolent beings. If their people are bullied, they will naturally seek revenge, even if the enemy is on the surface world. However, the Dark Elf Queen was unaware that the person she was looking for had already led a massive army into the underworld. She was very lucky, because the fallen angel army traveled through the underground passages of the Bone Temple area, which corresponds to the underground world of the Spider-Man Empire. If you take the underground passage near Paradise Town, you will enter her empire. It's worth mentioning that only a portion of the Dark Elf Empire's territory corresponds to the surface world, which is located in the Dark Forest. A large part of it lies in the Linkle Plains and the sea further south. Part of it also extends into the fertile region in the east. In short, the first to face the army of fallen angels is the Spider-Man Empire. Chapter 331 being too ugly is also a mistake. On the other side, after the fallen angel army entered the underground world, Victoria built the teleportation array immediately. On this expedition to the underground world, she brought thousands of teleportation arrays, all of which were crafted by the angelic artisans of her territory. For the craftsman angel, creating a teleportation array is a very simple task. To help the territory's military forces conquer and rule the dark forest more quickly, the craftsman angels built a large number of teleportation arrays during this period. Victoria brought all those teleportation arrays with her. With the teleportation array, the troops and legions of Paradise Town can be teleported in immediately, without having to rely on traversing underground passages. Of course, this applies to special circumstances. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, only newly summoned fallen angels will use the teleportation array to advance into the underground world. At this time, the ancient archetype Doris approached Victoria and said, Lady Victoria, this seems to be the territory of the Spider-Man Empire. I know. Victoria nodded. The Dark Elf Empire's territory is in the southeast. We're not in a hurry to go there. First, we'll wipe out the cities and tribes of the Spider-Man Empire to improve the overall strength of each legion. She planned to wait until the powerful figures of all the evil forces gathered in the gold mine area, then lead her army of fallen angels to attack and wipe out all those evil creatures. She didn't want to conquer one power after another. That would be a huge waste of time. Understood. Doris seemed a little disappointed. She couldn't wait to go to the capital of the Dark Elves. However, she did not aspire to become the new Dark Elf Queen. When she first sought refuge with Linyu, she still had this idea. But now, she is no longer interested in the Empress's throne. She only wants to serve the Lord of Light forever. After all, she has not yet successfully inherited the bloodline of the Lord of Holy Light. It's happened so many times, and there's still no sign of anything happening. Her urgency stemmed from her desire to help the great Lord of Light conquer the high and mighty Dark Elf Queen, so that the entire Dark Elf race could embrace the Holy Light. She firmly believed that the Holy Light was the future of the Dark Elves. Here, Victoria issued war orders to the commanders of the various fallen angel legions through mental communication. Soon, the army of 300,000 fallen angels split into legions of varying sizes and marched toward the planned war route. Victoria had previously devoured the souls of thousands of human-faced spiders, plus the soul of a saint-level human-faced spider. Therefore, they have a very good understanding of the Spider-Man Empire. She knew exactly where the cities and tribes were in the vicinity and their relative strengths. She passed this information on to the commanders of each Angel Legion. Let them lead the fallen Angel Legion to attack on their own. The human-faced spider race is an evil race and also a follower of the spider goddess. The fallen angels' war plan for this race is primarily annihilation, with the aim of subjugation as a secondary measure. After all, they are really ugly. Even fallen angels living in hell couldn't stand it. Of course, this is a secondary factor. The main reason is that Victoria wants to improve the overall strength of the Fallen Angels Legion. In fact, the number of fallen angels is not as large as that of holy angels. If they can't catch up in terms of strength and level, wouldn't that be a disaster? How could this fallen archangel with 18 wings possibly present herself before the Supreme Creator? Soon, war broke out. The nearest tribes, lairs, and even cities of the Spider-Man were the first to be attacked by the Fallen Angel Legion. Countless fallen angels transformed into streaks of blood-red light, charging into these strongholds. They kill any spiders with human faces they see. Regardless of gender, whether they were large or small spiders, they were all slaughtered by the fallen angels, their blood and souls devoured. In addition, these strongholds were also destroyed. The spider web was burned completely. Before leaving, the fallen angel built a teleportation array on the ruins. The loot was teleported directly back to Paradise Town. As the Fallen Angel Legion continues its invasion, more and more Spider-Man strongholds are falling in the flames of war, and a steady stream of spoils and resources are flowing into Paradise Town. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yu once again praised Victoria. This newly promoted 12-winged Fallen Angel is also quite capable. Here in Paradise Town, as night fell, some of the weaker troop units returned to base. The Elite Legion, however, remained outside to hunt. Basically, each battlefield area is overseen by a saint-level expert, so even at night, when countless undead emerge from the ground, it is difficult to threaten the Elite Legion. Conversely, undead creatures in the night are considered experienced monsters by Elite Legions. Meanwhile, the relatively weaker troop legions centered around Paradise Town, hunting undead creatures in the surrounding area. In short, the dark forest at night is also very lively. Lin Yu was not idle either. He summoned the Holy Light, Tiffany, working with the head secretary, Angelia, to take stock of today's rich spoils. Chapter 332, A Great Harvest. Today's harvest was phenomenal. More than 9 million gold coins were produced. The quantity of equipment and blueprints also exceeded 100,000. The blueprints, in particular, were more numerous than Lin Yu could have imagined, because throughout the day, his troop units destroyed a large number of local strongholds. More than 600 elven cities and tribes, as well as Naga cities and tribes, were destroyed, along with some strongholds of other races. More than 50,000 architectural drawings were obtained. There are also other types of blueprints, such as blueprints for troop numbers, troop evolution, equipment, and so on, an unbelievable number. Of course, this wasn't the biggest gain. The biggest gain was resources. The resources available are abundant, including food, wood, stone, iron, ore, magical materials, and metal materials. The total number is as high as several billion units. So much so that even Lin Yu's several fully leveled resource storage depots couldn't hold it all. Some of the resources that are needed in the near future have accumulated in the northern part of the territory. The other part was stored in Angelia's spatial equipment, to be retrieved when needed in the future. My territory is no longer lacking in food and basic resources, especially food. Although my population exceeds 10 million, there is more food than I can possibly eat. At least for the next 2 or 3 months, I will not have to worry about food. Putting aside the food seized from the numerous strongholds captured, the amount of meat stored in the territory is astronomical. Today, the territory's military legions hunted down tens of millions of wild monsters, which can be broken down into hundreds of millions of units of beast meat. Yesterday's battle resulted in the hunting of even more wild monsters. There are tens of millions of them. Hundreds of thousands of civilians have been working overtime, but they still haven't been able to completely decompose the corpses of those wild monsters. If nothing unexpected happens, once all the monster corpses in the wild have been decomposed, the reserves of animal meat in Paradise Town will reach more than 2 billion units. With so much food, it would be no problem for Lin Yu's subjects to eat for 2 or 3 months. After all, during this period, the troop legions of Paradise Town will continue to hunt. After killing all the wild monsters in the dark forest, they attack the neighboring Lenkel grassland. In addition, war has begun in the underground world. A steady stream of food and other resources will be sent back. Therefore, Lin Yu doesn't need to worry about food shortages due to the large number of people in his territory. There's no need to worry about the basic resources required to build this city of paradise or construct or upgrade buildings in your territory. He now has an unbelievable abundance of both food and basic resources. I stayed up until 10 p.m. The spoils were finally counted. Lin Yu gradually listed the equipment and blueprints he no longer needed on the island trading channel. Angelia distributed any equipment that was needed. The standard blueprints that were needed were also given to Angelia. Lin Yu is now using Angelia entirely as his secretary. All matters, big and small, are entrusted to Secretary N. He would chat with Secretary N whenever he had free time. Just as Victoria thought, Angelia had already occupied a very important place in Lin Yu's heart. No one in the entire town of Paradise could compare. The gentle and lovely Exugia Elena, the petite and adorable angel of love, Sherry, Doris, the alluring and seductive ancient great elf, and Tiffany, the holy maiden of light, who aspires to be the most perfect maid. None of them can compare to Angelia. It wasn't because Lin Yu had abandoned her after getting back together. It was simply because Angelia's was just too good to pass up. From managing the territory and waging wars with the legions to handling Lin Yu's food, Angelia managed everything perfectly. She even washed Lin Yu's underwear sometimes. Tell me, who wouldn't like a secretary like that? It took about half an hour. All of the tens of thousands of pieces of equipment that Lin Yu listed were sold out. However, there are still many blueprints that cannot be sold. This is because, as things stand now, the vast majority of Lord-class professionals no longer lack ordinary building blueprints. Blueprints like fence blueprints and warehouse blueprints simply won't sell on trading platforms. Only special building blueprints such as the blacksmith shop, the pharmacist's mansion, and the professional tower are sought after by lords and professionals. This is mainly due to the small number of Lord-class professionals. The total number of lords on the entire floating island does not exceed 10,000. It is one in several thousands of a combat professional. Besides, blueprints aren't consumables. Naturally, it will become increasingly cheaper and may even become unsellable. However, this did not have much impact on Lin Yu. After all, he doesn't make money by selling blueprints. Equipment and potions are his main sources of income at this stage. Both of these items are consumables, especially medicines, which are disposable items. Once used, they're gone. Equipment also has durability. When it drops to a certain level, it will affect the equipment's attributes and quality. In this case, you either need to find a blacksmith to repair it, or you'll have to replace it. Furthermore, as professionals improve their skills, they also need to upgrade to higher-level equipment. Therefore, even now, the demand for equipment on the island remains very high. By selling equipment and potions, Lin Yu was able to earn a huge amount of gold coins each time. Total harvest, 67 million gold coins. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This astronomical figure made it difficult for him to remain calm. In addition, he still has more than 800 stronghold treasure chests that he hasn't opened. I don't know why. He had a strange sense of anticipation. Chapter 333 Treasure Chests and Surprises. Under Lin Yu's gaze, the hall floor was covered with treasure chests of various levels. Silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, diamond treasure chests, and even crystal-grade treasure chests. The largest number of silver treasure chests are over 500. Secondly, there is a gold treasure, more than 270 in total. The rarest type is the rainbow crystal chest, of which there are only 2. These are obtained by destroying the main base of the Elf Garden and the capital of the Naga Kingdom. He could have obtained 3 rainbow crystal-level treasure chests. Unfortunately, the Temple of Bones was destroyed by those Nightmare Knights. This directly resulted in Lin Yu losing a crystal-level stronghold treasure chest. It's truly a pity. One more thing, that Nightmare Knight team was also wiped out. With the help of 4 demigods, including the 6-winged Archangel Yetta, Sally, the Lich King, and the Templar Dragon Oster, defeating the Nightmare Knights would have been a piece of cake. Only one of the Nightmare Knights was a demigod. The rest are all saint-level and transcendent. Such strength is insufficient to contend with the 4 demigods of Paradise Town. After defeating the Nightmare Knights, Yetta and Sally both advanced to the late demigod stage. Their next task was to ignite the divine fire. In addition, the Lich King, the Elf Queen Bernina, and the Naga Queen are also preparing to ignite the divine fire. They were already veteran late-stage demigods. Or perhaps it's due to insufficient foundation. Or perhaps they were worried about not being able to survive the tribulation of divine fire. Therefore, the divine fire has never been lit. But things are different now. They killed a large number of enemies today and received a huge reward of primal energy. There's no need to worry about its historical and cultural foundation. Now, They have all become believers of the Lord of Light, firmly believing that the great Lord of Light will protect them, so they are full of confidence in passing the test of igniting the divine fire. With a little more preparation, we can try to break through. As the stronghold treasure chests continue to open, a series of information notifications from the floating island of myriad realms appeared in Lin Yu's mind. The sheer number of notifications was giving Lin Yu a headache. Finally, he turned off most of the notifications, leaving only the notifications for opening the diamond chest and the rainbow crystal chest. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened a diamond-level stronghold treasure chest. You have obtained 50,000 units of food and 50,000 units of wood, 10,000 gold coins, 3 blueprints for increasing the number of nature elf units, 1 large bottle of primal energy, 10 unit evolution blueprints, 2,000 glory points, and 30,000 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully unlocked the feature. You have obtained food, wood, 1 advanced equipment forging blueprint, 5 blueprints for increasing the number of Murloc troops, 2,000 glory points, and 30,000 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully unlocked the feature. After opening a bunch of diamond-level stronghold treasure chests, Lin Yu reaped a great harvest. He acquired over 200,000 gold coins alone. There are 45 blueprints for various troop types, and more than 70 blueprints for troop evolution. Moreover, these drawings are at least high-level drawings. In addition, Lin Yu also obtained an advanced equipment forging blueprint. This is good stuff. This allows him to unlock the blacksmith shop in his territory to craft high-level equipment. Advanced equipment refers to equipment ranging from level 7 to 9. At present, there are very few professionals who have reached level 7 to 9. They are basically top-tier combat professionals, as well as high-level lords and top-level lords. However, I believe that soon, more and more highly skilled professionals will emerge. Lin Yu's current approach to creating advanced equipment isn't considered too ahead of its time. Advanced equipment is more expensive, but I imagine that top professionals wouldn't be stingy with the gold coins to buy high-level equipment, especially top-quality high-level equipment with special attributes, which they would really like. Looking at the advanced equipment forging blueprint in his hand, Lin Yu could already imagine that soon even more gold coins would flock to him. He's basically making so much money he can't keep his hands full. No other Lord-level professional can compare to him in the field of equipment. The equipment he sells occupies a large share of the trading platform. It's fair to say that even if you add up all the Lord professions who own a blacksmith shop, the quantity and quality of equipment they sell still can't compare to his. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu opened 2 crystal-grade treasure chests. The moment it was activated, a dazzling array of colors filled Lin Yu's vision. Soon, a notification appeared. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened 1 rainbow crystal-level stronghold treasure chest. You have obtained 100,000 units of food and 100,000 units of wood, 30,000 gold coins, 1 elemental law of water, 2 blueprints for the top-tier Naga unit, 5,000 glory points, and 50,000 reputation points. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened 1 rainbow crystal-level stronghold treasure chest. You have received 30,000 gold coins, 1 blueprint for a territory-exclusive troop building, 1 magic map of the entire current floating island, 5,000 glory points, and 50,000 reputation points. Looking at the information prompt for the second treasure chest that appeared, Lin Yu immediately took a deep breath. Sure enough, his intuition was right, and he received a pleasant surprise. Chapter 334: The Appearance of the Angel Reincarnation Pool. The other items you get from the treasure chest are not important. Lin Yu paid no attention to anything, including the water attribute law source, the 2 Naga unit building blueprints, or even the magic map of the entire floating island. His only focus was on the territory-exclusive troop building blueprint. Because his exclusive unit is the Angel, this means that his Angel unit building has appeared. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately took the drawing and checked its information. Territory-exclusive troop building blueprints. Type: Angel Reincarnation Pool. Usable times: once. Summonable unit: Angel. Construction requirements: 300,000 units of wood, 200,000 units of stone, 150,000 units of iron ore. Description: this is an extremely rare troop building blueprint, usable only by lords whose territory-exclusive troop is the Angel. This is a huge profit. Looking at the information on the blueprint in his hand, Lin Yu immediately broke into a bright smile. I was extremely excited. He immediately shared this good news with Secretarian, who was standing next to him. The Angel Reincarnation Pool. Angelia's golden eyes flickered slightly, and then she smiled and said, With the angel reincarnation pool in the territory, my lord has another way to summon angels, and it doesn't even cost gold coins. Really? Lin Yu nodded and said, the angel reincarnation pool can indirectly save me a lot of gold coins. Just like the dark elf mother tree in his territory, Lin Yu doesn't need to spend a single gold coin, yet he can get a full 10,000 top-tier dark elves every day for free. If you're lucky, you might even be able to obtain elemental spirits. For example, there's Lilith, the holy light elemental elf with long silver hair. For some reason, Lin Yu always felt a strange sense of familiarity whenever he saw Lilith. Although he is currently preoccupied with many affairs in his territory, Lin Yu still keeps an eye on this holy light elemental spirit from time to time. When Lin Yu learned that Lilith had advanced to demigod, he specifically praised her and urged her to continue her efforts and advance to the peak of demigod status as soon as possible. Angelia did not respond after hearing Lin Yu's words. She just listened quietly. Well, whatever, as long as the Great Lord of Light is happy. In fact, Angelia also really enjoys the feeling of being with the Lord of Holy Light. The former Lord of Holy Light focused solely on matters of the universe and rarely even descended upon the realm of the Lord. All affairs of the divine realm are managed by these 18-winged archangels. Even for an 18-winged archangel, meeting the Lord of Holy Light is not an easy task. But things are different now. The Lord of Light embarked on a different path. They have temporarily put aside everything from before and even have no memory of what happened before. And she also has the opportunity to serve by the side of the Lord of Holy Light. This feeling made her very satisfied. It surpasses leading an army of angels to sweep across the universe. Sometimes, Angelia even secretly wished that time and space could be confined to this floating island. That way, she can remain in her current state, serving the great Lord of Light. In comparison, returning to the battlefield of myriad worlds seems utterly meaningless. Unfortunately, she couldn't freeze the space-time of this floating island, even when she displayed her peak divine power. It's not because the power of the battlefield of myriad realms is affecting this floating island. It is because the Lord of Holy Light is here. The status of the Lord of Holy Light is not something she can imprison. No power can imprison or even affect the status of the Lord of Holy Light. Previously, in order to more quickly besiege Paradise Town, the Lich King used prophetic magic in an attempt to predict the exact location of Paradise Town. The outcome was not as expected, but it did not succeed. Instead, he coughed up blood on the spot and nearly died. The reason is that Lin Yu is in Paradise Town. Fortunately, the Lich King's foresight was of the Paradise Town. If it had foreseen Lin Yu, it would have perished on the spot, not just spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Position is a very mysterious thing. It may seem unreal, but it actually exists. Lin Yu then took out several more blueprints. This includes 6 blueprints for building Naga units and 5 blueprints for building Nature Elf units. These 11 blueprints for military building units are all top-tier buildings. 5 of the blueprints were obtained when the strongholds of the Elf Garden and Naga Kingdom were destroyed. The other 6 blueprints were obtained from the treasure chest we just opened. Lin Yu did not hesitate. They immediately went outside the Lord's Hall. They found a suitable location and built these troop buildings together. Soon, 5 towering mother trees of nature and a lake about 10 kilometers in diameter appeared in Paradise Town. The 6 Naga unit buildings are located in the center of this lake. It looks like the nest of some kind of creature, but it is actually called the Naga Palace. It is entirely purple, exuding a mysterious aura. It must be admitted that the appearance of this lake has made the environment of Paradise Town more beautiful, giving it a pleasant feel. Next, Lin Yu used the blueprints to build the Angel Reincarnation Pool. The Angel Reincarnation Pool is approximately 500 meters in length and width. The entire piece resembles a piece of white jade, covered with intricate patterns. The pool was filled with a milky white liquid that emitted extremely pure, holy, and luminous magical energy. Its aura sacred and capable of cleansing the souls of living beings. Beside the reincarnation pool stands a tall statue. This statue is a portrait of Lin Yu. Chapter 335, the max-level Angel Reincarnation Pool. When Lin Yu's gaze fell on the statue, information about the Angel Reincarnation Pool immediately came into his view. Unique unit building, Angel Rebirth Pool. Level 1, under ceiling. Summonable unit, Angel. Daily summonable angel count, 50. Next level, Tier 2 military buildings. Upgrade requirement, 10,000 gold coins. Introduction. This is the core building of the angel race, and the foundation for their inheritance and development. For the angel race, nothing is more important than it. Special reminder. Upgrading the Angel Reincarnation Pool will increase the number of angels that can be summoned, as well as the probability of summoning special angels and high-ranking angels. Like the Dark Elf Mother Tree. At level 1, the number of angels summoned is also 50. The difference is that the Dark Elf Mother Tree nurtures, while the Angel Reincarnation Pool directly summons. You can summon it once a day. The number of angels summoned each time is determined by the level of the Reincarnation Pool. At this moment, Lin Yu saw the words sealed on the Angel Reincarnation Pool information panel, which made him somewhat puzzled. Could it be because the level is too low? When the Dark Elf Mother Tree was built, there was no concept of sealing it. Lin Yu checked the information on the newly constructed Nature Elf Mother Tree in Naga Palace, and found that there was no seal notification. Whether it's the Dark Elf Mother Tree, the Nature Elf Mother Tree, or the Naga Palace, they are all top-tier troop buildings. And the Angel Rebirth Pool is a unique troop building. That might be the reason for the seal. As for what is sealed, Lin Yu doesn't know yet. He inquired about the floating island of Myriad Realms, but received no response. Ever since Victoria killed God King Barkvis yesterday, the floating island of Myriad Realms has been ignoring him. This also puzzled Lin Yu. Upgrade first. The upgrade requirements for the Angel Rebirth Pool are higher than those for other troop buildings. It requires a full 10,000 gold coins. Upgrading the Nature Elf Mother Tree in Naga Palace to level 2 only requires 5,000 gold coins, just like the initial Dark Elf Mother Tree. However, Lin Yu didn't care much about it. He doesn't even need to spend gold coins to upgrade, because he possesses a large number of territory building upgrade blueprints. He has all the building upgrade blueprints, from low level to high level to top level, and there are more than 100 of them in total. These building upgrade drawings. Some of them were discovered directly when local forces' strongholds were destroyed. Some were obtained from treasure chests in strongholds. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately upgraded the Angel Reincarnation Pool from level 1 to the maximum level 10, consuming a total of 9 blueprints of various levels. The cost of these blueprints is nothing to Lin Yu, who is now very wealthy. After reaching the maximum level, the Angel Rebirth Pool also underwent significant changes. First of all, the appearance has become much larger. It stretches for nearly 10,000 meters in length and width. The statue is over 1,000 meters tall. It looks absolutely spectacular. It has a stunning, world-wonderful feel to it. Secondly, the milky white liquid in the pool exudes a more concentrated and pure divine and luminous magic, and one can almost hear holy sounds echoing from within. Finally, there's the information change regarding the Angel Reincarnation Pool. The level 10 max level, Angel Rebirth Pool, like the Dark Elf Mother Tree, allows you to summon 10,000 angels every day. The probability of summoning special angels and high-ranking angels is also greatly increased. In addition, there is an additional probability of summoning a mature angel. A mature angel is an angel in their prime. For example, a 2-winged angel, when it reaches its peak, becomes a demigod. 4-winged angels represent the pinnacle of demigods. 6-winged angels are directly true gods. In other words, the angels summoned through the Angel Reincarnation Pool will not all be at their initial level. Some will be at their peak. However, what puzzled Lin Yu was the words under seal have not disappeared. In other words, this Angel Reincarnation Pool is still sealed. What's going on? Lin Yu didn't understand. He shared his doubts with Angelia, who was standing nearby. Since the floating island of Myriad Realms is unreliable, he naturally has to rely on his own chief secretary. Angelia also saw the information about the Angel Reincarnation Pool, and then said to Lin Yu, reporting to my lord, this is because the world law power of this floating island is too weak to support the appearance of a god-level angel. Therefore, it must be sealed away temporarily, to prevent divine angels from accidentally entering the floating island and causing it to collapse. So that's how it is. Lin Yu suddenly realized and said, does this mean that once we conquer and merge with the other floating islands and strengthen the world's laws, the seal on the Angel Reincarnation Pool can be lifted? Yes, my lord. Angelia nodded and said, however, it's not necessary to conquer other floating island worlds. No matter what method is used, as long as the power of the world's laws can support the appearance of a god-level angel, then the seal on the Reincarnation Pool can be broken immediately. At that time, you will not only be able to directly summon angels of true god level, but also greatly increase the number of angels you can summon. This is great news. Lin Yu had a big smile on his face. After successfully finding the answer, he began to summon angels. 10,000 may not seem like a lot. After all, Lin Yu now has 1,000,000 angels. However, over time, the number becomes quite considerable. It would be even better if there were more, Angel Reincarnation Pools. Chapter 336 The Divine Realm Shakes. Our Lord has returned. Activate the Angel Reincarnation Pool and summon an angel. Whether. Call. Lin Yu decisively chose yes. Instantly, a dazzling holy light emanated from the Angel Reincarnation Pool. The statue of Lin Yu, located next to the Angel Reincarnation Pool, also radiates dazzling divine light. When Lin Yu's gaze fell on the statue again, something strange happened. His vision seemed to traverse endless time and space, descending upon an incomparably vast world. That world was filled with a rich, sacred, and luminous power. Looking out, the earth is covered with majestic white cities. Each city was enormous. Furthermore, the walls of all the cities were loaded with a large number of weapons of war. Countless angels also gathered in each city. They were all fully armed. He saw not only a large number of the 3 higher-ranking 12-winged seraphim, thrones, and cherubim, but also archangels with even more angelic wings. How many cities and how many angels are there? Lin Yu couldn't count them all. What shocked Lin Yu was that the densely packed white cities were none other than the cities of angels, possessing terrifying war power. This completely stunned Lin Yu. In the instant, Lin Yu was lost in thought. From among the countless cities of angels, large and small, countless fully equipped angel legions flew out. They gathered high in the sky. It formed a vast and boundless ocean of angels. Trillions? Trillions? Too many to count. The most terrifying thing is that all of those angels were adult angels. The weakest are all demigods. Among them are countless true gods, as well as chief angels who wield great divine power. They sensed Lin Yu's consciousness. Without hesitation, they soared into the sky. Each angel's delicate face was filled with excitement. Their golden eyes shone with boundless fervor and reverence. The next moment, all the angels placed their hands together on their full chests and bowed in unison, saying, "Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. May the Holy Light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal." A unified yet terrifying sound wave swept across the entire world. It can change the color of the wind and clouds and make the stars tremble. Lin Yu seemed to be startled awake, and his consciousness instantly left this world. Just after Lin Yu's consciousness disappeared, the vast army of angels gathered in the heavens all took out their weapons and raised them high in the sky. Then came a frenzied shout. "Serving the great Lord of Holy Light. The flame of faith will never be extinguished. Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life." At the same time, the billions of angel cities in this world shone with dazzling holy light, like suns falling to earth, blindingly bright. At the ends of the earth, 5 towering figures, each 1,000,000 meters tall, sat atop majestic divine thrones. Among them, 3 figures stood out as sacred and inviolable. The other 2 figures exuded an aura of evil, destruction, and slaughter. 5 figures opened their eyes simultaneously. The consciousness of the Supreme Creator has returned. Should we continue to fight? This struggle is pointless. I sense that the divine essence and divinity of creation, which my Lord has sealed away for tens of millions of years, have been activated and are in the process of reviving. It won't be long before our Lord truly descends upon the divine realm. Let's retreat. Go back and prepare the army. Welcome the great Lord of Holy Light to the battlefield of myriad realms. As they spoke, the 3 divine figures vanished from the spot. The remaining 2 figures, shrouded in blood-red light, exchanged a glance. We also need to speed things up. Victoria is already serving the Creator, so there's no need to worry about the floating island world. Don't worry. They've even sent the Angel Reincarnation Pool over. It's nothing, just a pool of angelic reincarnation. After we go back, we'll coordinate the fallen angel army and the Hell Legion, and one day we'll sweep away all obstacles for the Creator on the battlefield of all realms. Okay, now I'm worried about something. What are you worried about? I'm afraid Victoria is no match for Angelia. You know, Angelia is the most cunning of them all. Here in Paradise Town, as the light from the Angel Reincarnation Pool faded, a full 10,000 angels appeared in Lin Yu's field of vision. Angels summoned using the Angel Rebirth Pool are different from those summoned using gold coins in the Lord's Hall, and do not need to follow the so-called summoning ratio scheme. Which angel you can summon depends entirely on luck. When Lin Yu looked over, he immediately saw a large number of high-ranking angels. Hundreds of 6-winged angels. Nearly 100 8-winged angels. There were also more than 30 10-winged angels. The rest were all 4-winged angels. There wasn't a single one of the lowest-ranking 2-winged angels. Just like Lin Yu said before, the Angel Rebirth Pool can save him a lot of gold coins. It really is true. Those 30-odd 10-winged angels alone were worth 6 or 700,000 gold coins. One more thing. All the angels summoned from the angel reincarnation pool are holy angels. There are no fallen angels. At that very moment, Lin Yu saw a 10-winged angel holding a scepter and wearing an exquisite crown. This is a chief angel. Chapter 337, The 10-Winged Archangel Alice. From the time permissions were unlocked until now, Lin Yu has already summoned about 20 10-winged angels. Apart from one-third of them being 10-winged fallen angels, the remaining 10-winged angels are either 10-winged power angels or 10-winged strength angels. No 10-winged chief angels of the war command type have been summoned yet. And this time, the summoning of the angel reincarnation pool. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Yu. Not only did it summon more than 30 10-winged angels at once, but one of them was even a chief angel. This made Lin Yu very happy. The only regret is that this summoning not only resulted in a small number of special angels, but also the absence of adult angels in their prime. Although the sealed angel reincarnation pool cannot summon true god-level angels for the time being, but it would also be acceptable for demigod level 2-winged and 4-winged angels to appear, especially the 4-winged angels. His prime was the peak of a demigod. This is already the strongest fighting force in the floating island world. If Lin Yu could summon even a few of these 4-winged angels, he would dare to say to all the races of the floating island, who else? Unfortunately, there weren't any. I wonder if it's because Lady Luck, Highlang Line, happened to be taking a nap. However, Lin Yu was not too disappointed. After all, a max-level, angel rebirth pool can summon 10,000 angels every day, and one day he will be able to get his wish. Lin Yu summoned the 10-winged archangel. In her expectant gaze, she was given the name Alice. I then checked her information. The 10-winged archangel. Initial level, early demigod. Growth potential, peak of upper godhood. Possesses divine spells, Mind Guardian, Eternal Wall, and Gate of Light, upgraded version. Introduction, the 10-winged archangels, belonging to the orthodox faction of the angel race, the 12-winged seraphim, are commanders and decision-makers on the battlefield. Under their leadership, the angelic legions can unleash even greater combat power. Looking at the information about the 10-winged Archangel Alice, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Truly impressive. In terms of growth potential, the archangels are the same as the other 10-winged virtues, 10-winged powers, and even the 10-winged fallen angels, reaching the pinnacle of the higher gods. However, Alice's initial level directly broke through to the saint rank. He was born a demigod, as expected of an angel specializing in war command. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. The 10-winged Archangel Alice bowed excitedly to Lin Yu, saying, "It is my honor to receive your name." Lin Yu nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Step back and join the other angels to wipe out the enemies in the dark forest." "Yes, my lord." The 10-winged Archangel Alice respectfully withdrew. Soon, a large group of angels flew out of Paradise Town. It's already late at night. The war had already begun under the cover of night. Countless spirits emerged from the earth, forming a vast, boundless sea of the dead, wandering through the dark forest. Alice and the other angels had no trouble finding enemies. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yu took out a large stack of blueprints from the spatial artifact. There are more than 100 of them. All of them are blueprints showing the number of troop types. There are nature spirits and nagas, as well as tree people, unicorns, fish people, and so on. Moreover, most of the blueprints are of a very high grade. There are as many as 15 blueprints for top-tier unit types, each capable of summoning a large legion of 5,000 units. This is the reward for attacking a superpower. Other Lord-class players would never get blueprints for this level of troop quantity when attacking small or medium-sized local strongholds. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately used all of these blueprints. Soon, a dense mass of figures appeared in the territory square. The natural spirits, Naga, Trance, and other units summoned using blueprints are all elites, and each one is fully armed, so there is no need to equip them separately. Lin Yu did a rough calculation. This summoning brought him nearly 200,000 elite troops. There are nearly 3,000 types of soldiers that have reached the saint level. There are over 50,000 units at the extraordinary level. That's absolutely terrifying. One more thing. With the end of the war these past 2 days, the number of demigods in Paradise Town has exceeded 20, and the number of saint-level professionals has surged to over 10,000. As for the extraordinary level units, there are countless of them. Moreover, as the war continues, new troop types are constantly being promoted to higher levels. Angels, in particular, advance very quickly. Because of their strong combat capabilities, they killed more enemies. Finally, there's this blueprint. Lin Yu flipped his right hand, and a blueprint radiating golden light appeared in his hand. This blueprint was discovered during the destruction of the capital of the Naga Kingdom, and it was the blueprint that Lin Yu most wanted to obtain at the beginning of this war. Building blueprints for the City Lord's Mansion. Territory building blueprints. Type: City Lord's Mansion. Usable times: once. Construction requirements: 50,000 units of wood, 30,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of iron ore. Special reminder: the City Lord's Mansion is one of the most important buildings in your territory. It is the core of a city-level territory and the center of power. Only with it can you open the door to establishing a kingdom. Chapter 338: Establishing a Kingdom. The City Lord's Mansion is the core building for upgrading a territory into a city. Without this blueprint, a lord cannot upgrade to a city. They cannot establish a kingdom. When Lin Yu first arrived on the floating island, his goal was to possess a kingdom-level power. Now, the dream is finally about to come true. He couldn't help but get excited. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately went to the vicinity of the Lord's Hall, found a suitable location, and selected to use the City Lord's Mansion building blueprint. This location is in the very center of the entire territory. The Lord's Hall is right next door. To make room for this area, Lin Yu even moved the Dark Elf Mother Tree. As an aside, buildings within a territory can be moved, and there is no limit to the number of times. This allows lords to design and plan their territories to the fullest extent. Soon, the blueprints in Lin Yu's hand disappeared. A huge, phantom-like building appeared in the area in front of him. It is clear that the overall shape of the phantom is that of a palace. It has one main hall and 9 attached courtyards. The main hall is an open office area. The annex was a private area exclusively for the lord. If all goes well, once the City Lord's Mansion is completed, Lin Yu will no longer reside on the second floor of the Lord's Hall. The rest area will be moved to the backyard of the City Lord's Mansion. 9 attached villas were bestowed upon Elena, Doris, and others. As for Lin Yu himself, he could stay anywhere he wanted. It's okay to change it every day. About half a minute. The building's silhouette became completely solid. A magnificent and luxurious palace complex came into Lin Yu's view. The palace gates faced the territory square directly. Above the main gate, the plaque bears the 3 gilded characters, City Lord's Mansion. Although it was written in a script from an extraordinary world, Lin Yu miraculously understood it all. Of course, that's not important. With the completion of the City Lord's Mansion, a notification from the floating island of Myriad Realms appeared at the opportune moment. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Your territory has met the requirements for upgrading your city. Would you like to upgrade? Whether. Upgrade. There was naturally no need for hesitation, and Lin Yu decisively chose yes. In an instant, a dazzling golden light emerged from the void and quickly enveloped the vast Paradise Town. Immediately afterwards, the area of Paradise Town began to expand rapidly. The majestic city walls on all 4 sides rapidly expanded outwards. The area within the territory is expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the Lord's Hall, located near the City Lord's Mansion, has also become even more magnificent. However, compared to the palace-like layout of the Lord's Mansion, the Lord's Hall is more like a detached villa. I don't know how much time has passed. The changes in the territory gradually ceased. The dazzling golden light that enveloped the territory slowly disappeared. Ultimately, a brand new and much larger territory was presented to Lin Yu. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. Your territory has been upgraded to the city level. You have met all the requirements for establishing a kingdom. You can set your current territory city as the capital and establish your own kingdom. Special reminder 1. After establishing your kingdom, your name and the title of your kingdom will spread throughout the entire floating island world. Your kingdom will be specially marked, and all intelligent beings in the dark forest will know of it. Special reminder 2. By establishing a kingdom, you will become the enemy of all native factions in the floating island world. Please choose carefully. Lin Yu completely disregarded the special reminder from the floating island of Myriad Realms. Without establishing a kingdom, can the native races of the floating islands live in harmony with a lord from another world like him? That's impossible. As for the location of the capital being marked, there's no harm in it. After all, there are no native forces in the dark forest that can threaten his territory anymore. He might even soon be able to rule the entire dark forest. Therefore, Lin Yu directly communicated with the floating island of Myriad Realms in his mind, expressing his desire to establish a kingdom. Please confirm whether you wish to establish a kingdom. Whether. Confirm. Lord Lin Yu, please name your kingdom. Lin Yu thought for a moment and then said, Paradise. Please name your capital city. The Holy City. Congratulations, Lord Linyu. You have successfully established a kingdom-level power, Paradise Kingdom. Your name will resound throughout the world. Congratulations, Lord Linyu. As you are the first lord among all professionals to establish a kingdom-level power, you will receive the following rewards. Reward 1. A set of exclusive King's equipment, semi-divine artifacts set. Reward 2. The 3 fundamental principles of randomness. Reward 3. 1 million gold coins. Reward 4. 10 million units of spirit rice, and 5 million units each of basic resources such as wood, stone, and iron ore. Reward 5. 10,000 glory points and 100,000 reputation points. Special reward for blueprints for auxiliary city buildings. At the same time, a world announcement regarding Lin Yu's establishment of a kingdom-level power, Paradise Kingdom, also appeared in the Island chat channel. Those rows of dazzling golden characters immediately shocked countless professionals. Chapter 339, the sensational world chat channel. Despite it being late at night, many professionals were still chatting and joking in the Island's chat channel. The sudden appearance of the world announcement instantly shocked everyone in the channel. After waking up, countless professionals opened their friends list, calling on their friends to come and witness the descent of the gods. As time went by, the number of professionals gathering in the chat channels is also increasing. When they saw the row of large golden characters prominently displayed at the very top of the channel, they were immediately dumbfounded. Simply because the establishment of the Kingdom of Paradise was too sudden. This was unexpected by all professionals. They originally thought that Lin Yu would prepare for the establishment of a kingdom only after he had completely conquered and ruled the Dark Forest. After all, establishing a kingdom requires many conditions. In particular, it requires territories at the city level. It's important to know that at this stage, the vast majority of lord-level professionals' territories are only at the village level, mostly mid-level villages, with a few being high-level villages. There are practically no lords who own town-sized territories. In contrast, Lin Yu, they've actually upgraded their territory to the level of a city. This speed can no longer be described as fast. Island chat channel. Lin Yu is awesome. He built his kingdom so quickly. My territory has only just been upgraded to a high-level village, while Boss Lin Yu's territory is already a kingdom-level power. My limited cultural background means I can only describe my current feelings with one word: holy crap. Lin Yu's capital city is called the Sacred City. I really want to go and see it. I don't even want to call you out on it, but are you just there to see the city? By the way, the world rules of the floating islands have already marked the location of the Holy City. Those professionals who are nearby can go and scout ahead. What's the point of exploring? Let's wait for Boss Lin Yu to speak first. Indeed, before Boss Lin Yu gave the order, who would dare approach the Holy City? What if they got wiped out by those angels? Who could they complain to then? When will Boss Lin Yu start recruiting citizens for the kingdom? I can't wait. Also waiting. Once we become citizens of Lord Lin Yu's kingdom, we can hunt freely in the Dark Forest. I'm really curious to know if Lin Yu will open the Sacred City to us then. It definitely needs to be opened up, otherwise where will we live? Living in a tree hollow? Where would you live? Every second, a large number of new messages appear in the chat channel. Countless professionals spoke freely in the channel. They were having a really lively conversation. The thing that professionals care about most is when Lin Yu will start recruiting citizens of the kingdom and whether he will open the capital city, the Holy City, to them. And it's not just combat professionals. Many lords and professionals are also concerned about these issues. The reason is simple: no professional wants to be Lin Yu's enemy. Only by joining Lin Yu's paradise can one be considered one of Lin Yu's own. Even if they don't receive Lin Yu's protection or the so-called royal welfare benefits, at least they don't have to worry about being exterminated by Lin Yu's angel army as heretics. As for joining Paradise Kingdom, it requires surrendering 70% of your daily income. This harsh condition is no longer mentioned. In this cruel floating island world where you could lose your life at any moment, survival is the most important thing. If you can't even guarantee your survival, how can you talk about becoming a strong person? Moreover, after joining Paradise Kingdom, they were essentially backed by a powerful patron. Whether in the floating island world or later in the battlefield of myriad worlds, the Paradise Kingdom will support them, giving them more opportunities to become gods. In comparison, resources don't seem to be important. After all, they gained experience while killing monsters in the wild. What was handed over was only a portion of the gold coins, equipment, blueprints, and other external items. These things are important to Lord-class professionals, but not so indispensable to combat professionals. Therefore, many professionals look forward to joining Lin Yu's kingdom. Those professionals, especially those living in the Dark Forest, are most eager for this. Before joining the Kingdom of Paradise, they didn't even dare to hunt in the wild. Because now, the dark forest is filled with Lin Yu's military legions. Even at night, Lin Yu had a massive army of troops out hunting down monsters and undead creatures in the wild. So how could they dare to go out rashly? After all, it's better to be safe than sorry. At this time, the MLS channel was also buzzing with discussion. Almost all the alliance leaders, high-ranking lords, and top-ranking lords have emerged. They were all talking about Lin Yu establishing a kingdom. Even Xia Qingwei got involved. She had been waiting for Lin Yu's reply, but Lin Yu hadn't responded to her yet. She could only console herself by thinking that Lin Yu must have been too busy to see the message she had asked village chief Guangming to forward to Lin Yu. It's worth mentioning that 2 top-tier lords have not appeared in the Grand League channel. One is the even more desperate Golden Behemoth Lord. The other one is the unlucky Si Kongjun. It's unknown whether he has managed to deal with that high-end 6th-level skeleton mage in the past few days. But regardless of whether it's resolved or not, Si Kongjun's wish to surpass Lin Yu has been completely dashed. Chapter 340 Battle in the Land of Abundance. Moreover, it wasn't just professionals on the island who knew about Lin Yu's establishment of a kingdom. The local forces on the floating island also found out. All the local forces were utterly shocked and incredulous. It's unimaginable that the otherworldly lord named Lin Yu has developed so quickly. In just half a month, the kingdom has been established. Give him another half month. Isn't he about to establish an empire? This alone is enough to make them extremely wary. It even flashed a dangerous red light. Many local forces regard Lin Yu and his Paradise Kingdom as the greatest threat, claiming that if they do not eliminate Paradise Kingdom, their world will face a great calamity. The Queen of Nature Elves, located in the Far East, also holds this view. Furthermore, she remotely contacted the elven elites who were on a mission to the Holy Sea of Light, preparing to warn them to be careful of the Kingdom of Heaven when they traveled to the Dark Forest later. The result astonished the Queen of Nature Spirits. She couldn't contact the team she had dispatched. Why can't we get in touch with them? Judging by their speed of travel, they should have already arrived at the Land of Abundance. And they met with high-ranking officials of the Holy See. There's no reason why we can't be contacted. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, the Queen of Nature's spirits felt a sudden unease, a bad premonition creeping into her heart. But no matter how much she thought about it, she still couldn't understand the root cause of the accident. Given the strength of that team, unless a demigod-level expert personally intervened, it would be impossible for them to disappear without sending back any news. What exactly happened to that team? The Queen of Nature's fairies frowned, her exquisitely beautiful face filled with bewilderment. At the same time, the cultists of light, located in the Land of Abundance, were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The high command of the Cult of Light, leading a massive army of cultists and regular professional armies from 2 human kingdoms, launched an even more frenzied attack on the cities and territories within the Kingdom of Kilias. The establishment of the Kingdom of Heaven was most exciting for these believers of light. They sensed the presence of the great Lord of Light. The high-ranking members of the cult were especially excited, eager to conquer the Kingdom of Kilias as quickly as possible and then travel to the Kingdom of Heaven in the Dark Forest to pay homage to the great Lord of Holy Light. Looking down from high above, it is clear that the armies of the Holy See and the 2 human kingdoms have all invaded the territory of the Kingdom of Kilias. In order to complete the task assigned by Lady Angelia, the Church of Light mobilized almost its entire force. Both human kingdoms also dispatched all their professional legions to participate in this war. The total number of professionals gathered exceeds 10 million. This massive army of human professionals, numbering in the tens of millions, guided by holy light and faith, is frantically conquering and seizing territory within the borders of the Kingdom of Kilias. Even with the Kilias kingdom fighting desperately, they couldn't stop it. As city after city fell, the army's defensive line of the Kingdom of Kilias was also being continuously compressed towards the core area where the capital was located. Without external assistance, it was only a matter of time before the Kingdom of Kilias fell. In this case, the king of the Kingdom of Kilias could only repeatedly request the aid of the dragon race. If he doesn't come soon, his kingdom will be gone. Right now, on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Kilias, inside the central command tent of the Holy Sea's army, a battle had just ended. It can be said that the battle started quickly and ended quickly. If the Queen of Nature were here, she would find that the powerful elven contingent she sent to the Church of Light had all become lambs to the slaughter. Dozens of powerful nature spirits had their magic sealed, were bound, and thrown to the ground like chicks. Among them are many powerful individuals at the saint level, but they were still no match for the Church of Light. Because of this attack on the kingdom of Kilias, all the powerful members of the Holy Sea of Light were mobilized, and even the main base, the city in the clouds, was left unguarded. These nature spirits were surrounded by a group of cardinals, bishops, and knights of the temple, so they naturally couldn't escape. They were caught before they could even react, because they never imagined they would be besieged by such powerful figures as the Holy See. After all, they are nature spirits. Even if you don't respect the monk, you should respect the Buddha. Behind them is the natural elf empire. Moreover, the Holy Sea of Light and the Empire of Nature's spirits have never been hostile forces. The Holy See had absolutely no reason to arrest them. But how could they know? Since the arrival of the 18-winged archangel at the headquarters of the Church of Light, the City of Clouds, the Church of Light has never been the same Church of Light it was before. The appearance of the Lord of Holy Light and the Holy Spirit has given the Church of Light a new future. Guided by their faith, they would not hesitate to fight against anything, not just a natural elf empire, but even the entire world. What's the big deal about catching a few nature spirits? Even the high-ranking members of the Holy See discussed taking these beautiful natural spirits to the dark forest and offering them to the great Lord of Light. Chapter 341, The Shocked Nature Spirits. Have all of you members of the Holy See gone mad? We are envoys from the Holy Land of the Elves. You actually resorted to underhanded tactics against us. Do you want to start a war with our nature elf empire? Inside the central command tent, a group of beautiful natural spirits were calling out. Anger and disbelief filled the delicate and beautiful faces. They never imagined they would be attacked by the Church of Light before they arrived. According to the original plan, after their meeting with the high-ranking members of the Cult of Light, they were to head to the Elf Garden in the Dark Forest. As soon as they arrived, they were captured by powerful members of the Holy See. Because it happened so suddenly, they didn't even have time to send a message to the Queen of Nature Spirits about the attack. Now, their powers and equipment have all been sealed. The Queen of Nature Elves could not contact them either. At this moment, seeing the large number of powerful members of the Holy See around them, some of the Nature Elves showed signs of fear. They weren't afraid of dying here. What I fear is being treated as a slave and imprisoned by these believers of light. In the human world of the Abundant region, there have been instances of nature spirits being sold as slaves at exorbitant prices. Although it doesn't happen often, it does occur. Therefore, the Elven Holy Land has threatened and warned the three human kingdoms more than once, but to little effect. Because there will always be greedy humans willing to take risks. Moreover, it's not just natural spirits that are traded. There are also markets for orcs, fox people, clam people, naga, and so on, in the dark corners of the bountiful region. Nature's spirits are synonymous with beauty and purity. They were deeply loved by the nobles of the human kingdoms. They were very worried that they would end up in the same situation. After all, their powers are now sealed, and they can't even commit suicide. At that very moment, an elderly man dressed in a bishop's robe appeared, surrounded by a group of Templar knights. Upon seeing this person, a nature elf immediately exclaimed, "Bishop Rachel, is this how your Holy See of Light treats its guests? We are an envoy from the Nature Elf Empire." Bishop Rachel, one of the demigods of the Holy See. The entire Holy See of Light has a total of 7 demigods. Their strength far surpasses that of the superpowers in the Dark Forest. Among them, the most powerful demigod is the Pope of Light. Unfortunately, the Pope of Light was a heretic and was killed by Angelia in Cloud City. On behalf of Her Majesty the Empress of our Nature Elf Empire, I request an audience with your Pope. Don't think about it. Bishop Rachel said calmly. Woolies has already been condemned by the Holy Tribunal. Upon hearing this, the bound nature spirits were immediately terrified. As expected, Her Majesty the Queen's prediction was correct. Pope Wallace of Light had indeed fallen. As for who dares to issue a judgment against His Holiness the Pope of the Holy See, they didn't know and dared not imagine. The leading saint-level peak nature elf took a deep breath and said, "Bishop Rachel, we have come on the orders of Her Majesty the Queen, hoping that your Holy See can stop the war with the kingdom of Kilias and restore peace to the land of fertility. An alien species has invaded our world. They are our enemies. And you must release us now." Bishop Rachel glanced at her and said, "The great Lord of Light has descended upon this world. All races should embrace the holy light and become believers in the Lord. Believe in the Lord, and you will have eternal life. Those who do not believe in the Lord are heretics. They only have one path, death, including your nature elf empire." Having said that, Bishop Rachel ignored the shocked nature elves and gave orders to the temple knights beside him. "Take them to the heavenly kingdom, and bring with them the spoils and resources we have captured, and offer them to the great Lord of the Holy Light." Yes, Your Excellency. The temple knights obeyed respectfully. He then took out several magic-suppressing chains, chained up all the dozens of nature spirits present, and dragged them out of the central army camp. Even now, these nature spirits finally understood why the Church of Light had launched this war. It turns out that the Holy Sea of Light had already pledged allegiance to the otherworldly lord who established the Paradise Kingdom, and was helping that lord conquer the fertile region. But the problem is, how could an imperial-level power like the Holy See bow its head to a lord from another world? Could that otherworldly lord be the Holy Light Lord worshipped by the believers of light? How is that possible? Legend has it that the Lord of Holy Light is the creator of the Holy and Light factions and the creator of the angel race. Its status is even higher than that of the Goddess of Light. According to the holy scriptures of the followers of light, the Goddess of Light is also a subordinate deity under the Lord of Holy Light. How could such a supreme being possibly descend upon a small, floating island world? They were completely baffled. Also, what's the deal with offering them to the Lord of Holy Light? However, regardless of their inner thoughts, once everything was ready, a fully equipped team of Templar Knights escorted them toward the dark forest. It's very fast. It will take at most 2 days to arrive. Here in the Kingdom of Paradise. After completing the establishment of the kingdom's power, Lin Yu returned to the newly renovated Lord's Hall and activated the summoning black hole. As the territory is upgraded to a city, the ability to summon 12-winged angels has also been unlocked. This means that he can now directly summon a 12-winged angel of the highest rank. Chapter 342 The Angelic Army expands in size. After Lin Yu communicated with the floating island of Myriad Realms and activated the summoning black hole, Lin Yu's gold coin reserves also plummeted to 1.1 million in an instant. After opening all 800-plus stronghold treasure chests, Lin Yu's total gold coin reserves reached approximately 69 million. This time, he spent a total of about 68 million gold coins to summon a total of 24 large-scale angel legions, with a total number of angels of more than 1,226,000. This is just the summoning this time. This doubled the total size of Lin Yu's angel army. It reached an astonishing number of 2.3 million. What does it mean to have an angelic legion of 2.3 million? Once word gets out, it won't just frighten the professionals on the island. The entire local power in the floating island world will be terrified. Under Lin Yu's gaze, countless angels flew out of the summoning black hole. In the blink of an eye, the vast Lord's Hall was filled with the figures of angels. Every angel radiates a divine light. It is sacred and inviolable. After descending, they regrouped into well-organized angel legions and retreated to the outer territory square to make room for the angels summoned later. This summoning lasted a full 10 minutes before it ended. They summoned approximately 800,000 holy angels and 400,000 fallen angels. In addition, a large number of Cerberus appeared. Although Cerberus doesn't have many scenes, its fighting power is undeniable. Whether on the battlefield of the Mountain Giant Kingdom or in the war against the undead army of the Bone Temple, these Cerberus dogs performed exceptionally well. Countless enemies have been eaten or torn to pieces by them. As far as Lin Yu knew, Cerberus had already advanced to the level of a demigod. Its overall strength is in no way inferior to that of a 6-winged angel of the same level. When combined with their fallen angel knights, their combat power becomes even more formidable. Soon, all 24 large-scale angel legions were summoned. On the first floor of the Lord's Hall, a vast sea of angels gathers. At a glance, whether they were holy angels or fallen angels, they were all angels of high rank, and their enormous angel wings were dazzlingly bright. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. May the Holy Light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal. The holy angels were the first to respectfully bow to Lin Yu. As for the fallen angels, they immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Yu, shouting for the Supreme Creator, their blood-red eyes filled with endless fanaticism. Get up. Lin Yu raised his hand with a smile. At a glance, he saw a large number of special angels. There are hundreds of angels, including angels of punishment, angels of craftsmanship, and angels of love. In addition, among the 24 leading 10-winged angels, there were also 2 chief angels, both wearing crowns and holding scepters. This was something Lin Yu hadn't expected, because the probability of summoning war commander-type angels is inherently low. Unexpectedly, after the 10-winged Archangel Alice, 2 more archangels appeared in succession. As expected, upgrading the territory level can increase the probability of summoning various angels. In addition, the ability to summon 2 archangels at once is also related to the fact that I summoned more than 1 million angels this time. After all, the more angels there are, the greater the chance of them appearing. However, Lin Yu did not name the two archangels. He doesn't have much stock. It's first come, first served. After encouraging these high-ranking angels, Lin Yu dismissed them. Next, they will lead their respective angel legions to participate in the nighttime extermination of undead creatures. The participation of over 1 million angels is enough to cause a surge in the nighttime wars gains. At Lin Yu's current level, he no longer cares much about acquiring primordial energy. Gold coins were what he hoped to obtain, because gold coins can help him summon more angels. After all the angels had withdrawn, Lin Yu activated the summoning black hole once again, according to the summoning ratio scheme given by Floating Island of Myriad Realms. For every 500,000 two-winged angels, or 10 large-scale angel legions, one can summon a 12-winged angel. Now, he commands approximately 2.3 million angels. In other words, it can summon 4 12-winged angels at once. As for the cost, it was 400,000 gold coins. This is nothing to Lin Yu now. Let alone 400,000 gold coins. Even 4 million gold coins would be enough for Lin Yu without hesitation. After all, 12-winged angels are among the highest-ranking angels. The renowned seraphim, cherubim, and thrones all have 12 wings. They are also among the highest-ranking angels in the ordinary angels. At the same time, 12-winged angels represent the limit that can be summoned in the floating island world. For example, it would be virtually impossible to summon 14-winged angels, 16-winged archangels, and 18-winged archangels in this small floating island world, because their initial level was at the level of a true god. A moment later, four figures exuding powerful auras flew out of the summoning black hole. 3 white and 1 black. Chapter 343, The New Special Angel. 3 12-winged holy angels. A 12-winged fallen angel. Under Lin Yu's command, besides Victoria, Gladys and Severia were also once 12-winged fallen angels. They came into this world degrading themselves. Now, they have only recovered to the level of 8-winged fallen angels. However, Lin Yu had inquired with Gladys and learned that their demotion was only temporary. Even if they don't recover to the level of 12-winged fallen angels in the floating island world, their status can be restored on the spot when they enter the battlefield of all worlds and become gods. So the loss wasn't that great. When Lin Yu learned this, he breathed a sigh of relief. In his view, Gladys and Severia, who were the main gods at their peak, were summoned to the floating island world by him. Not only did they lose their divine positions and their levels were reduced to the level of mortals, but even their status was also reduced. The price paid was too high. Now that he knows they can recover quickly, he feels much more at ease. I didn't think about it any further. Lin Yu turned his gaze to the 4 12-winged angels in front of him. Among them was one of his acquaintances, none other than Vivien, the 12-winged angel who now controlled his city of angels. Lin Yu hadn't expected that Vivien would be summoned as soon as he unlocked the summoning privileges for the 12-winged angel. It was quite a coincidence. Vivien. Lin Yu looked at the beautiful and holy 12-winged angel Vivien and said, "You were originally a chief god-level angel of the divine realm, but now that you have descended to the floating island world, your level has plummeted to the mortal level. The loss is quite significant. Praise be to you, merciful Lord." Vivien quickly replied, "You don't need to worry about me. When my consciousness first connected with the city of angels, I eagerly anticipated receiving your summons. Now my wish has come true. It is Vivien's honor to serve you in my true form." When Vivien looked at Lin Yu, her expression was excited and her gaze was incredibly fervent. She was clearly telling the truth. For Vivien, being a 12-winged angel of god-level status in the god realm was incredibly boring and meaningless. Because within the realm of the gods, there exists an army of angels numbering in the trillions. And there are countless 12-winged angels like her. To be precise, it's a little over 100 million. One more of her won't make a difference. We can do without her. Moreover, above them, there were a large number of 14-winged angels overseeing them. She was incredibly excited to have secured a spot to descend upon the floating island world. Countless 12-winged angels envied her. Moreover, compared to serving the Lord of Holy Light and being a servant of the great Lord of Holy Light, the god-level power she previously possessed was nothing at all, and she felt no remorse for it. So what if I've plummeted to the level of a mortal? She was, after all, a 12-winged angel. Returning to his peak is only a matter of time, and the recovery speed will be countless times faster than normal cultivation. Once you enter the battlefield of Myriad Realms, she will soon be able to return to the level of the Supreme God. Therefore, she did not regret losing the great divine power at the level of a chief god. On the contrary, She was extremely excited about having the opportunity to serve the Lord of Holy Light. Hearing Vivien's words, Lin Yu simply smiled and nodded. He saw Vivien's efforts. He will definitely find an opportunity to make it up to this beautiful 12-winged angel later. Then, Lin Yu looked at the other two 12-winged holy angels. One of them, like Vivien, is a 12-winged angel. The other one is somewhat special. She wore a snow-white long dress and held a staff that looked like it was made of white jade. However, her staff is different in design from those of the Exius. Her scepter has a 9-pointed star encircled by a ring at the top and a pair of angel wings as decorations in the middle. Let's look at her information panel again. She truly is a special angel. Moreover, it was a special angel who had never appeared before. 12-winged angel. Type, Paradise Angel. Initial level, Peak Demigod. Growth potential, Peak of lower rank, Main God. Possesses divine spells, Holy Light, Paradise of the Lord, and Great Prophecy. Introduction. Paradise angels are a special type of angel whose primary duty is to create a world with an environment of unwavering faith for believers. Even evil beings will quickly convert to their faith and embrace the holy light in the world created by paradise angels. Special passive. Where paradise angels are present, the faith power contributed by believers is tripled, cannot be stacked. Paradise angel. Just by looking at the information, you can tell it's a support type angel. She is not good at fighting. However, her special passive ability is something that other angels do not possess, and it is extremely useful. Because the power of faith is also crucial to Lin Yu. His goal is to achieve godhood through both laws and faith. If the power of faith is insufficient, there is no way to condense a divine personality of faith. Therefore, the appearance of this angel from paradise can solve a major problem for Lin Yu. Whether he can become a god with dual divine status upon entering the battlefield of myriad realms depends on how capable this angel from paradise is. Lin Yu then asked, "Do you have names?" The angels of paradise and the 12-winged angel immediately shook their heads, then looked at Lin Yu with expectant eyes and said, "If we could receive a name from the Lord, that would be our greatest honor." This is evident. They are two newborn angels who have just been born from the divine reincarnation pool. Chapter 344 Secretary N's Little Hands. Lin Yu thought for a moment and then named them. Edith, the angel of paradise. Rebecca, the 12-winged angel. Having received names from the Lord of Light, the two 12-winged angels' beautiful faces showed even more excitement and fervor, and they hurriedly praised the great Lord of Light. Vivien and the 12-winged fallen angels standing to the side were filled with envy. They are all angels who were born long ago. They have their own real names. Naturally, they don't receive the same benefits as newborn angels. Lin Yu then turned his gaze to the 12-winged fallen angel. She knelt on one knee before Lin Yu with utmost reverence and introduced herself. Her real name is Priscilla. Before descending upon the floating island, she was also a lower-level peak main god with great divine power, and she was under the command of the 18-winged fallen archangel Astia. Lin Yu checked her information panel. Initial level, peak demigod. The 4 12-winged angels that were summoned were all peak demigods. Based on this alone, Lin Yu could directly announce to all the native races of the floating island world that the island belonged to him. With 4 peak demigods, plus Angelia and Victoria, who are also peak demigods and 12-winged angels, even the Dragon Emperor, the ruler of the 36 islands of the Gulf, would have to run away with his tail between his legs. Of course, it was the same before. It can only be said that after this summons, Lin Yu's power has grown considerably. Sweeping through this floating island world is even easier. Lin Yu said to the 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla, who was kneeling respectfully before him, "You will lead the fallen angels you just summoned to the underworld and reunite with Victoria. You two 12-winged fallen angels, join forces and take care of that gold mine as quickly as possible. Victoria will tell you the relevant information." The 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla respectfully responded, "As you command, your divine will, Most High Creator." After receiving Lin Yu's signal, Priscilla immediately left the Lord's Hall. They led an army of 400,000 fallen angels through a teleportation array to the underground world. In this way, the total size of the fallen angel army in the underground world reached 700,000. This is a truly terrifying number. At the same scale, neither the holy angels nor the fallen angels could match the fallen angels. And when the opponent is one of the evil races from the underground world, there is even less suspense. Lin Yu had reason to believe that Victoria and Priscilla, the two 12-winged fallen angels, alone were enough to turn the underground world upside down. Perhaps the underground world will be conquered even before the surface world. After all, relatively speaking, The overall strength of the underground world is much weaker. The territory is also far less vast than the surface world. You may all leave now. Lin Yu waved to Vivien and the other two. Seeing this, the 3 12-winged holy angels also respectfully withdrew from the Lord's Hall. Before leaving, they glanced cautiously at Angelia standing next to Lin Yu one last time before her beautiful figure disappeared outside the gate. Lin Yu said to Angelia, "The territory's power is growing faster than I expected. It's almost time to declare war on the Beastmen royal court of the Lenkel Plains. Our Lord is wise, Secretary, and has always been 100% supportive of Lin Yu's decisions. Even if it's not entirely correct, she will do her best to make it perfect." Angelia said, "By tomorrow, the 10 angel cities that Carol and the others have built will be completed. At that time, our Lord can mobilize the entire angel army and send them to the Lenkel Plains. With the cooperation of 14 cities of angels, conquering those orcs on the grasslands would be a piece of cake. As for clearing out the dark forest, that can be left to the kingdom's other military units. Even without counting the angel army, the total size of the other troop legions of the heavenly kingdom already exceeds 10 million, making it easy to clear out the dark forest." Lin Yu nodded. Then he said, "I plan to recruit professionals from the dark forest as citizens of the kingdom. What do you think?" Angelia quickly replied, "I will obey your will, my lord." Lin Yu pulled Secretary in soft, slightly cool hand and rubbed it while saying his thoughts. "When I established the kingdom just now, the floating island of Myriad Realms rewarded me with 4 blueprints for the construction of affiliated cities. I plan to build these 4 subordinate cities in the 4 regions of the Dark Forest: East, West, South, and North. Make them gathering places for professionals. As for the capital of our kingdom, professionals are not allowed to enter except under special circumstances. Our Lord is wise." Angelia reflexively agreed. Out of the corner of his eye, he was actually staring at his left hand, which Lin Yu was rubbing and kneading. The Lord of Holy Light is interested in her hands? After all, this isn't the first time. Moreover, she had never seen the Lord of Holy Light hold anyone's hand and knead it repeatedly like that. Over here, Lin Yu was getting a little distracted while massaging and couldn't help but say to Angelia, "Besides that, I also obtained 4 law origin powers from the floating island. Give me some advice. By the way, let's explore the mysteries of the laws governing time and space together." Lin Yu controls the laws of time. Angelia has mastered the laws of space. The seamless connection between 2 people is the law of space and time. Before the elegant secretary could speak, Lin Yu took her hand and headed towards the backyard of the city lord's mansion next door. Well, this can also be considered a celebration of the establishment of the kingdom. Chapter 345: Standoff between the 2 armies. Just as Lin Yu was discussing the laws of time and space with Angelia, the war in the underground world has also become more intense. As the 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla led an army of 400,000 fallen angels into the underground world and joined forces with Victoria, more cities and tribal layers of the Spider-Man Empire were attacked by the fallen angel legions. From the beginning of the invasion war to now, less than 5 hours. However, more than 100 cities and tribal layers of the spider-faced humans have already been captured by the fallen angel legion. A large amount of loot has been revealed. Gold coins, equipment, blueprints, and so on. The list goes on and on. Furthermore, a massive amount of resources were seized by the fallen angel legion and then teleported back to the holy city via the teleportation array. The number of spider-faced creatures wiped out by the fallen angel legion also reached several million. A large number of fallen angels have been upgraded to higher levels on the battlefield, especially those fallen angels of high rank. The fastest level increase. Many of them have advanced to the saint rank and mastered the power of their domains. Some 10-winged fallen angels, whose initial level was at the peak of the saint rank, broke through directly to the level of demigods. The harvest was enormous. Meanwhile, the Spider-Man Empire had already received news of the invasion of its territory. They urgently mobilized a large army. They attempted to encircle and annihilate the fallen angel legions scattered across various regions. Furthermore, the Spider-Man Empire even recalled the large army it had dispatched to occupy the gold mines in order to counter the invasion from the fallen angel army. After all, gold mines are very important. But the safety of the Empire and the race is of greater importance. What use would it be for them to seize the gold mines if the Empire were to fall? At most, it will only result in the emergence of some powerful individuals. This is meaningless compared to the potential annihilation of the Empire. However, what terrified the spider-faced Empire was that they had far underestimated the war power of the fallen angel legion. The army they sent to participate in the encirclement and suppression not only failed to complete its mission, but was instead devoured by the assembled army of fallen angels. The holy archangels who accompany the army are tasked with providing remote teleportation services to the fallen angel legion. Whenever the fallen angel legion is intercepted by the army of spider-faced men, or, to put it another way, when there are powerful cities that are difficult to conquer, the fallen angel legions from other regions, with the help of the archangels, will be directly teleported to the battlefield via the Gate of Holy Light to join forces with the fallen angel legions already on the battlefield to annihilate the enemy. All I can say is, the reason why the fallen angels army could attack so quickly was, and they achieved a tremendous victory. Those archangels from the Holy Angels faction deserve immense credit for their contributions. Finally, around 3 a.m. on the surface world, the army of fallen angels clashed with the main force of the Spider-Man Empire. This main force, consisting of over 2 million troops dispatched by the Spider-Man Empire to the gold mining region, was urgently recalled. Their original mission was to fight against the army of the Dark Elf Empire, a struggle for ownership of the gold mine. As a result, they were forced to retreat back into the Empire, eradicate those fallen angels who appeared out of nowhere. On a vast black plain, the two armies stood facing each other, thousands of meters apart. Looking out, the opposite side was a dense, ocean-like expanse of human-faced spiders. They were all extremely ugly. Even those spiders with human-like faces and extremely beautiful upper bodies lacked any aesthetic appeal when contrasted with their spider legs covered in black spikes. Legend has it that the spider goddess looked like this. Therefore, the spider-faced race also regards the spider goddess as the creator of their species. They are also the most steadfast believers of the spider goddess. The difference is that the spider goddess is an immortal deity who can transform her spider legs into 2 long, snow-white legs. Of course, that's not important. At this moment, opposite the army of spider-faced beings, the army of fallen angels had gathered and exceeded 400,000 in size. Led by the 12-winged fallen angel Victoria, teleporting more fallen angel legions from other battlefield areas. A major war could break out at any time. Your Majesty, the 12th fallen angel, Priscilla, appeared and bowed respectfully to Victoria. Victoria glanced at her and said, "Learn from those holy angels, call them sir." Priscilla's expression froze for a moment. He immediately understood and respectfully asked, "Your Majesty Victoria, when will you launch an attack on the spider-faced army on the other side?" "No rush," Victoria said. "Those spider-faced creatures are also reinforcing their forces. Once their various legions have converged, we'll wipe them all out in one fell swoop." "Yes, sir." Priscilla nodded. But at that moment, a powerful figure suddenly appeared between the two armies. That was a demigod-level human-faced spider. The upper body is that of an extremely sexy human woman. Her gaze fell on Victoria and Priscilla, a hint of horror in her eyes. Despite being a demigod herself, she sensed her own weakness. She feigned calmness and said loudly, "This is the territory of our Spider-Man Empire. No matter which race or legion you come from, I order you to withdraw immediately. We can overlook what happened before this." "Order?" Priscilla looked at Victoria again. Victoria didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly. Priscilla suddenly understood. The 12 fallen angel wings behind him trembled slightly. The figure vanished into thin air. Chapter 346 Instant Kill. With a soft pft, the glaring blood surged into the sky. A head with an extremely beautiful face flew up. Yet it shrivels up rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even its remaining remains were devoured, losing all their essence. Blood, soul, magic. It was completely swallowed up in the blink of an eye. The 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla grabbed the shriveled head with one hand and casually tossed it, sending it flying thousands of meters to crash down in front of the army of spider-faced beings. This action immediately shocked all the powerful Spider-Man warriors. Meanwhile, the ranks of the Spider-Man army also fell into chaos, because that was a renowned demigod-level powerhouse in their empire. As a result, he was killed by the enemy in a single encounter. It even devoured the soul. How could they not be afraid? Some of the more timid human-faced spiders would almost instinctively try to run away. The enemy's strength is terrifying. Seeing their demigod killed with a single sword strike, the human-faced spider warriors' expressions changed drastically, feeling a chill rush from their feet straight to their heads. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. That's incredible. It's even more terrifying than His Majesty's strength. Even His Majesty might not be able to kill Lady Lenny, who is at the late stage of demigod level, in one move. What race are these invaders? We've never seen them before. They're not only incredibly powerful, but also extremely evil, far surpassing our human-faced spider race. The Spider-Man race is an absolutely evil race. After killing their enemies, they will eat the enemy's corpse. Some would drag the enemy's corpses back to their lair and store them as food. Even in the underground world, the evil of the Spider-Man race is evident, and they are disliked by other races. However, facing fallen angels, these human-faced spiders, however, admitted their inferiority. After all, they wouldn't eat the enemy's soul along with it. Lady Lenny has fallen in battle. What should we do now? How about we withdraw our troops? The army of spider-faced beings appeared to be several times larger than the army of fallen angels, but it was of no use whatsoever, because their high-end combat capabilities are weak. The enemy forces opposite them not only consisted of multiple demigods, but also 2 peak demigods. Their strength was such that they could easily kill Lady Lenny, who was in the late stage of demigodhood. Once war breaks out, those 2 peak demigods alone were enough to bring their army to a standstill. In this situation, insisting on starting a war would be tantamount to suicide. However, some powerful beings with human faces hold different opinions. Now that the 2 armies are facing off, if we order a retreat, we will inevitably be pursued by the enemy. At that time, the collapse of our army will be even faster. A complete rout is not impossible. Fighting is not an option, retreating is not an option either. So what should we do? Should we just leave it at a stalemate? By the way, I request His Majesty's assistance and ask him to send more powerful warriors. A stalemate like this isn't a solution. The enemy is constantly sending legions, and their numbers will only grow larger. The longer the stalemate lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. Upon hearing this, all the powerful spider-faced warriors were speechless. They were all at a loss. Finally, the commander of the Spider-Man army spoke up. If the enemy doesn't move, we won't move either. We'll wait for the Empire to send reinforcements. Besides, we have several other legions on their way. Once all the armies have assembled, we will drive the enemy out, even if it means piling up the corpses of our own people. There's nothing we can do about it. The enemy has invaded their imperial territory. They even conquered more than 100 of their cities and tribal strongholds. If they don't fight desperately, the entire empire will be conquered by the enemy. If we exert all our strength, there may still be a chance of victory. Regardless, after this battle, their Spider-Man Empire is unlikely to have the strength to compete with the Dark Elf Empire for that gold mine with its mysterious power. This left the Spider-Man commander somewhat disappointed. Its intuition told it that if it could cultivate in that gold mine, it might be able to ignite the divine fire and advance to the peak of the demigod realm. Damn it, just who are these enemies? There has never been a trace of them in the underground world. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. Could they be from the surface world? But the problem is, I've never heard of such a powerful race existing in the surface world. As time goes by, the various legions of the Fallen Angels faction have all assembled, totaling approximately 700,000. The army of the Spider-Man Empire has grown to over 3 million. Spiders of all sizes with human faces gathered on the battlefield. As far as the eye could see, they were covered in hairy spider legs, which made one's scalp tingle. In addition, powerful reinforcements from the Spider-Man Empire have also arrived. 4 demigods arrived, including that spider commander. That makes 5 demigods. One of them was a peak demigod. The entire Spider-Man Empire has a total of 2 peak demigods. One has already appeared on the battlefield. The other was the ruler of the Spider-Man Empire, but it was never seen. That's about it. Within the ranks of the fallen angels, Victoria spoke with an indifferent expression. At the same time, he reached out and pulled a sword of a fallen angel from the void. Upon seeing this, the 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla, who was standing respectfully to the side, immediately gave the order to start the war. In an instant, 700,000 fallen angels flew into the sky. The opposing army of spider-faced beings seemed to have received a signal as well. Millions of human-faced spiders screamed and howled. Like a tsunami, they surged towards the army of fallen angels. War broke out instantly. Chapter 347, A Very Rewarding Night. Just as the war between the fallen angel army and the spider-faced army reached its climax, the Earth's surface also welcomed the first rays of dawn. Lin Yu woke up from the luxuriously decorated villa of the city lord's mansion. He rubbed his stomach, feeling a bit full. Of course, this has nothing to do with Angelia. It was simply because overnight, a massive amount of primordial energy had accumulated within him. Although suppressed by the power of creation, the primordial energy would not forcefully break through his realm and burn his power of loss, but he still felt a sense of fullness, as if he had eaten too much. Victoria's army of fallen angels has gone to war with the Spider-Man Empire. slaughtered a massive number of human-faced spiders. The Holy Angel's army and other legions of the kingdom also wiped out a large number of undead creatures, wild monsters, and local strongholds last night. The amount of primordial energy we harvested was naturally abundant. The primordial energy harvested just last night, if distributed among the professionals, could easily cultivate hundreds of saint-level experts. Now, this enormous primordial energy is forcibly suppressed within Lin Yu's body. You'll naturally feel like you've eaten too much. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu mobilized the power of creation within his body to compress those primordial energies. Soon, the feeling of fullness disappeared. Next time this happens, continue to compress. I will release it all at once when I am about to become a god. Help me attain a higher divine position in one fell swoop. Not only primordial energy, but also the power of faith stored within him can be manipulated in this way. Compression is for a more powerful explosion later. After things calmed down, Lin Yu looked at the person beside him. Beneath the thin silk quilt lay an elegant and beautiful figure. It was his secretary, and at this moment, Angelia's eyes were slightly closed, her eyelashes were long and curved, and her exquisitely beautiful cheeks were adorned with a blush. Her delicate and flawless skin was crystal clear, as if it were radiating divine light. In terms of figure, Angelia is not as exaggerated as Cindy the Ten-Winged Xia. However, it also has a curve with the golden ratio. There wasn't a single flaw on her body. Every part of it is exceptionally perfect and captivating. Even when she is fast asleep, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Yu didn't want to wake Secretary in and wanted her to sleep a little longer. After all, the two of them had spent several hours researching the mysteries of the laws of time and space last night, which had greatly depleted their energy. But I must say, Lin Yu was very satisfied with the whole process. In particular, Secretary N's understanding of the profound mysteries of spatial laws greatly benefited Lin Yu. Each guidance session gave Lin Yu a completely new and wonderful experience. If you let him lose control, he will become lost in it. After personally learning from Secretary N, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of the mysteries of spatial laws. If nothing unexpected happens, with just a few more studies, Lin Yu should be able to master the laws of space. With Secretary N's dedicated assistance and seamless connection, he might be able to directly merge the laws of time and space to form an even more powerful law of time and space. Overall, it was a very rewarding night. Lin Yu quietly put on his clothes and left the city lord's mansion. On a new day, he can summon another 10,000 angels from the angel reincarnation pool. Although 10,000 angels are nothing compared to the more than 1 million angels he summoned last night, getting something for free always makes people happy. However, Lin Yu did not immediately summon it. He went straight to the vicinity of the newly built Nature Spirit Mother Tree in Naga Palace. Yesterday, I was too busy discussing spatial laws with Secretary N. For a moment, I forgot to upgrade the level of these troop buildings. Immediately, Lin Yu took out a large number of territory building upgrade blueprints from his spatial artifact and upgraded all 5 Nature Elf Mother Trees and 6 Naga Palaces to level 10, the maximum level. A level 10 troop building can produce 10,000 troops per day. In other words, he can now get 50,000 Nature Elves and 60,000 Nagas for free every day. Both the Nature Elves and the Naga, known as the Evil Banshees, are top-tier units. Putting aside the difference in combat strength, at least their growth potential has all reached the peak of the Saint rank. He was just one step away from becoming a demigod. In addition, the environment of Lin Yu's territory has also changed after the upgrade. That is, the life and natural elemental magic power, as well as the water elemental magic power within the territory, have increased dramatically. This allows believers within the territory who possess the relevant elemental magic power to cultivate at a much faster pace. Let me add one more thing. As the territory is upgraded to the city level, Lin Yu's territory, also known as the Sacred City, stretches for nearly 300 kilometers. This is an extremely exaggerated number. This also makes the Holy City look nothing like a city of mortals. It's more like a divine city inhabited by gods. After all, what mortal city could possess such an astonishing scale? Looking across the entire floating island world, you probably can't find such a magnificent city. The same applies to the renowned Natural Elf Empire. The next step is to build those 4 auxiliary cities. Then announce the recruitment of professionals as citizens of the kingdom. As he muttered to himself, Lin Yu's figure transformed into a purple lightning bolt and vanished instantly into the distant horizon. Chapter 348, Building a City. Lin Yu was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. This is the power of the Thunder Law. This allows Lin Yu to possess an extremely terrifying flight speed, comparable to that of an angel. In addition, after a night of cultivation, Lin Yu's strength has also improved considerably. However, this has little to do with Secretarian. He extracted the 4 fundamental laws from the rewards of the floating island of Myriad Realms. Taking advantage of the break after his conversation with Angelia, he successfully mastered the 4 fundamental laws. He has now mastered 14 different fundamental laws. This does not include the power of creation and the power of faith. It can be said that Lin Yu's current strength is extremely terrifying, absolutely surpassing that of the nature elf queen of the Far East. In no time at all, Lin Yu's figure then arrived at his destination. This is the heart of the northern region of the Dark Forest. He plans to build a subsidiary city at this location to house the professionals from the northern region. Lin Yu put away the magic map in his hand and took out a building blueprint for a kingdom's affiliated city. The magic map in his hand was of a higher grade than the one that had appeared in the hands of the Grand Elder of the Mountain Giant Kingdom. The Grand Elder's magic map can only display the territory ruled by the Mountain Giant Kingdom, just like the magic map in the hands of the Dark Elf Queen. Areas outside their territory cannot be displayed. But Lin Yu's magic map is a complete map of the entire surface world of the floating island. The 8 major areas of the floating island are presented clearly. Even the territories of the sea creatures located deep in the ocean were marked. In the future, when Lin Yu attacks the sea tribes and conquers the Medusa clan, he can easily find his target with the help of this magic map and will not lose his way on the vast ocean. This time, we're building an auxiliary city. Lin Yu also used this magic map to determine the location. As the architectural blueprints in Lin Yu's hands disappeared, a huge, illusory city appeared before Lin Yu. Moments later, the city materialized and lay horizontally among the mountains and forests. The 4 city walls are all over 200 meters high, making them look very majestic. At the same time, information about the city also came into Lin Yu's view. City, unnamed. Level, low. Subordinate kingdom, paradise. Ruler, Lin Yu. Buildings within the city. City Lord's Mansion, Statue of Faith, Central Teleportation Array. Population, 0. Prosperity level, 0. Troops stationed, none. Upgrade requirements, 5 million units of wood, 10 million units of stone, and 8 million units of iron ore. Special reminder, the level of a subordinate city cannot exceed the level of the capital city. Description, this is an affiliated city of the Heavenly Kingdom, sharing its vision with the Heavenly Kingdom. Any act of hostility towards this city will result in hostility towards the Heavenly Kingdom. Lin Yu's figure blurred as he entered the city. Looking around, apart from a city lord's mansion, a statue hundreds of meters tall, and a central teleportation array, there were no other buildings. The surrounding area is a blank space paved with large bluestones. Like territories, subordinate cities need to be built up step by step. However, Lin Yu did not intend to build this auxiliary city himself. He planned to entrust the task of building the city to those professionals who wanted to join his kingdom. Let them use the blueprints they obtained to improve the various buildings in the city. The same applies to the 3 other attached cities he will build later. This would save him a lot of blueprints and resources, which he could then use to build his own capital. As for whether those professionals are willing or not, this is not a problem. After all, this is their gathering place, the shelter that Lin Yu provided for them. If they themselves are unwilling to build anything, they can only camp in the open. In addition, allowing professionals to build their own cities will give them a greater sense of belonging and accomplishment. In short, this is a great way to kill multiple birds with one stone. Subsequently, Lin Yu went to the western, southern, and eastern regions of the Dark Forest and built 3 more subordinate cities. Thus, his kingdom consisted of a capital city and 4 subordinate cities. He simply named the 4 subordinate cities North City, East City, West City, and South City, and scattered them in 4 directions, protecting his capital in the center. It can be said that the entire Dark Forest was under the control of his kingdom. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as complete domination. Just as Lin Yu finished building the eastern city and was preparing to return to the capital, the Holy City, he suddenly saw a sizable territory on his way back. Furthermore, outside this territory, there are nearly 100,000 combat professionals gathered. I never expected Xia Yue's territory to be here. Lin Yu's figure stood tall in the clouds. Looking down at the territory below, he was able to confirm that this was Xia Yue's territory because nearly 10,000 large and small frost dragons were circling in the sky above the territory. The roars of the dragons rose and fell, sounding quite awe-inspiring. The frost dragon is Xia Yue's exclusive unit. The frost dragon is not the only unit type. Other lord professions may also randomly obtain it. However, it seems that Xia Qingyue is the only lord profession in the Dark Forest who possesses the Frost Dragon unit. Lin Yu had no intention of entering Xia Qingyue's territory, but just as he was about to leave, a giant ice dragon, tens of meters long, suddenly soared into the sky, and it flew straight toward Lin Yu in the clouds. On the head of the Frost Dragon sat a very beautiful figure. Chapter 349 Xia Qingyue's territory. In less than half a minute, the rather large Frost Dragon then flew up into the clouds. But it dared not approach Lin Yu. The aura emanating from Lin Yu was absolutely terrifying to it. Its intuition told it that Lin Yu could kill it with a single slap. It instinctively felt fear. It stopped about several hundred meters away from Lin Yu. No matter how much Xia Qingyue, who was sitting on its head, tried to persuade it, the Frost Dragon dared not go any further. In the end, Lin Yu took the initiative to fly over. This action terrified the Frost Dragon, making it tremble with fear. If it weren't for Xia Qingyue's orders, it would have simply tucked its tail between its legs and run away. Your boss, Lin Yu? Xia Qingyue looked up at Lin Yu. A pair of beautiful eyes radiated a bright light. This was her first time meeting Lin Yu. It was somewhat sudden. However, she was certain that the terrifying figure before her was Lin Yu. Because her Frost Dragon told her that this figure did not have the aura of a native human professional, but was a professional from another world like herself. And throughout the floating island, only Lin Yu possesses such a terrifying aura among professionals. It's me. Lin Yu nodded calmly. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue's eyes shone even brighter. She never expected that the legendary boss Lin Yu would be so handsome. She has a tall and slender figure. His face could even be described as handsome. Coupled with that white and gold armor, Lin Yu's figure appeared even more heroic and sacred. Xia Qingyue even felt a sense of unease, as if she dared not look directly at Lin Yu. She guessed that it must be because Lin Yu's strength was too great, which made her instinctively feel awe. After all, Lin Yu is a demigod who has mastered the laws. She, having had the same amount of development time, is only at the late stage of level 8. They are worlds apart. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and said with a smile, I never expected that boss Lin Yu would pass through my territory. I wonder if I would have the honor of inviting boss Lin Yu to sit in my territory. Lin Yu thought about it, and then did not refuse. Just now, while Xia Qingyue was sizing him up, he was also sizing up Xia Qingyue. A black suit perfectly accentuated Xia Qingyue's curvaceous figure, and coupled with her beautiful and delicate face, made this alliance leader Xia even more stunning, and gave her a dashing and heroic air. Could it be that she's called a goddess by those professionals? However, those professionals were just imagining things, while Lin Yu was seeing it with his own eyes. A beautiful woman invited me. There was no reason to refuse. As for safety, there's absolutely no need to worry. Putting aside Lin Yu's own strength, the superior grade true divine artifact he wore, the Holy Radiance divine armor, was enough to protect him. Even looking at the entire floating island world, no force can threaten him. Immediately, Lin Yu took the lead and flew towards the territory below. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Qingyue was immediately filled with envy. Generally speaking, only professionals who reach an extraordinary level possess the ability to fly. She's not even a professional level player yet, so naturally she can't fly. Not to mention someone like Lin Yu who suddenly appears out of nowhere. Looking at Lin Yu's back, Xia Qingyue felt he was more and more dashing. At the same time, the combat professionals gathered outside Xia Qingyue's territory also saw Lin Yu descending from the sky. A chorus of exclamations erupted. Holy crap, an extraordinary powerhouse. Not extraordinary, but with an aura stronger than extraordinary. Wouldn't that mean a saint-level expert? Look, he's gone into Xia de Mei Nu's territory. By the way, why aren't those magic cannons and arrow towers attacking him? The beautiful Xia is also riding a dragon and following behind him. This must be a big shot. Damn, a bunch of idiots, that's boss Lin Yu. Besides boss Lin Yu, which other professional has such powerful strength? And who else could make the beautiful Xia personally come to greet him? Holy crap, Lin Yu actually showed up in Xia's territory? Is there some unknown secret hidden in this? I suspect that the beautiful Xia has already submitted to boss Lin Yu. You know what I mean? That's a real boss. I'm so envious. This way, Xia Qingyue showed Lin Yu around her territory. Although its territory is far smaller than Lin Yu's capital city, the Holy City, it still has quite a few buildings. Not only is there a blacksmith shop, but there is also the pharmacist's mansion where medicines are prepared. Inside the blacksmith shop, there were many goblin blacksmiths crafting equipment. The nearby pharmacist's mansion, however, was quiet and secluded. This is because there are no pharmacists in Xia Qingyue's territory. In addition, Lin Yu saw a building that looked like a haunted house and asked, "What kind of building is this?" Xia Qingwei didn't hide anything and quickly explained, replying to the questioner, "This is a troop building for elite two-headed demons. You can spend gold coins to recruit two-headed demon troops. I think it's a bit of a waste, so I've never recruited any. Compared to recruiting the two-headed demon, recruiting the frost dragon is naturally more cost-effective." Lin Yu nodded. Strangely enough, the nature elf mother tree and Naga palace that he created could all be generated directly without consuming gold coins. I don't know why. After all, the information about those troop buildings didn't mention that they had mutated like the dark elf mother tree. That's amazing. Could it be that the floating island of myriad realms gave him a backdoor? Chapter 350 My King. After touring the territory, Xia Qingwei led Lin Yu to sit down in her lord's hall. They also brought back a lot of fresh fruit and meat. Although it was far less lavish than the meal secretarian prepared for Lin Yu, it was still very sincere. At this moment, Xia Qingwei suddenly couldn't help but ask, "Yesterday, I asked the village chief of Guangming to send a message to the big boss, asking how to deal with those professionals outside my territory." At this point, her eyes became somewhat melancholy. Lin Yu has not replied to her messages to this day. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu opened the friends list and saw the message from the village chief of Guangming. "I was a bit busy yesterday." Lin Yu picked up a fresh fruit and took a bite while saying, "Perfect timing. I just built several subordinate cities in the dark forest. One of them is located near your territory, about 80 kilometers away. You can share this information with professionals outside later. Let them gather in that city. However, only professionals who have joined my kingdom have the right to enter the city, and only in affiliated cities. My royal capital, the Holy City, is not open to professionals for the time being." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingwei was both surprised and disappointed. Surprisingly, Lin Yu had already built an auxiliary city. The speed was terrifying. Disappointing. She also wanted to go to the sacred city to see the angels, the elves, and the environment in which Lin Yu lived her daily life. However, the result was the message that it was not open to professionals. It is truly a bit of a pity. Xia Qingwei asked, "Is the big boss planning to recruit professionals as citizens of the kingdom?" Lin Yu nodded slightly and said, "The war in the dark forest is basically over. Professionals who join my kingdom can obtain the qualification to hunt in the dark forest. The implication is, those professionals who refuse to join the kingdom of paradise may be expelled from the dark forest or even killed outright." This attitude is very assertive. But Xia Qingwei felt it was perfectly normal, because the floating islands are a world where the strong prey on the weak. The main theme of this world is the struggle for supremacy. The goal of the strong is to conquer and rule everything. Those who disobey will naturally receive different treatment. Just like near her territory, if any professional hunters refuse to obey her orders or pay protection money, she will choose to expel them, making it impossible for them to hunt near her territory. After all, she had put in effort to clear out the enemies around her territory. How could she possibly let outsiders lie down and enjoy the fruits of her labor? Lin Yu's Paradise Kingdom is in a similar situation now. After the legions of the Paradise Kingdom wiped out the powerful local forces in the Dark Forest, what remained were some weak wild monsters and factions. Hunting in this environment poses almost no danger. Before this, professionals could not even guarantee their basic survival. It can be said that those combat professionals and lord professionals indirectly receive the protection of the Heavenly Kingdom. For them, this is benefits. It is naturally impossible to obtain such benefits without paying any price. Xia Qingyue turned her bright eyes to Lin Yu and said expectantly, "Big brother Lin Yu, I wonder if I could become the first professional under your kingdom?" "Certainly," Lin Yu responded with a smile, without refusing. Joining the kingdom doesn't mean you have to do anything. It doesn't matter who comes first or last. Lin Yu then contacted the floating island of myriad realms to create a confirmation panel and sent it to Xia Qingyue. At the same time, a message appeared in Xia Qingyue's mind confirming her joining the Paradise Kingdom, with a special reminder that betraying the Paradise Kingdom would come at a great cost. This special reminder was also created by Lin Yu. It wasn't explicitly stated, but anyone who isn't a fool will understand what the price is. Xia Qingyue immediately selected Agree to join. From then on, she was branded as a citizen of the Kingdom of Paradise. Whether in this floating island world or on the battlefield of countless worlds, this mark will remain. She is from the Kingdom of Paradise. He will serve the Kingdom of Heaven and Lin Yu, the ruler of the kingdom, for the rest of his life. Unless you commit treason. Xia Qingyue took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yu with a very solemn expression, saying, "From now on, you are my king. I am willing to serve your majesty." Lin Yu said with a smile. There's no need to be so serious, relax a bit. Yes, your majesty. Xia Qingwei blinked her bright eyes and said. She would prefer to call Lin Yu by his name directly, as that would make them seem closer and less distant. The problem is, she didn't have the guts. She just referred to Lin Yu as Boss Lin Yu because there were no angels present. Those angels, they cannot bear to see anyone call their god by his real name. She wasn't the only one who knew this. Many professionals know this. Previously, some professionals claimed in the island's chat channel that calling Lin Yu by his real name in front of angels would be punished by the angels, and that the sin seemed to be more serious than becoming a heretic. Xia Qingwei had warned herself to be careful about this issue, to avoid being accidentally eliminated by those fanatical angels because of a problem with title. Where can she go to seek justice? Chapter 351 Xia Qingyue's Dream. I chatted with Xia Qingyue for a long time in her territory, from territory building to professional development. Then they talked about Earth and other floating island worlds. During this time, Xia Qingyue also offered some suggestions with Lin Yu's nodding approval. For Lin Yu, this exchange was very worthwhile. It's not a waste of time. He gained some insights from it. It must be said that Xia Qingyue is not only beautiful and has a tall and shapely figure, but she is also quite capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to create the Midsummer Night, which is hailed as the strongest alliance of professionals. Initially, the strongest professional alliance was the Hall of Kings of the Golden Behemoth Lord, while the strength of Midsummer Night couldn't even squeeze into the top 5 among the many alliances. Nowadays, the Hall of Kings has faded into obscurity. In contrast, Xia Qingyue's Midsummer Night has become the strongest professional alliance, with nearly 1 million alliance members. Clearly, Xia Qingyue is not just a pretty face. This exchange also reveals that Xia Qingyue is a lord professional with her own opinions and dreams. If Lin Yu, the Lord of Holy Light, hadn't appeared on this floating island, Xia Qingyue will definitely become one of the strongest contenders for the title of Floating Island Owner. She's no worse than a man. Xia Qingyue looked at Lin Yu's handsome face and said, Your Majesty's establishment of the Paradise Kingdom will surely attract millions of professionals from the Dark Forest to join. However, the professionals are still too weak to provide Your Majesty with enough assistance on the path of war. Xia, the beautiful woman, looked very serious. She felt a little embarrassed when she addressed Lin Yu as Your Majesty before. After all, we all come from Earth and have received higher education. But after a while, I seem to get used to it. It's all right. Lin Yu waved his hand. He hadn't expected those professionals to contribute much to his war plans. As long as they hunt peacefully and hand over their daily catch to him, that's enough. The problem of war will be handled by his angelic army. Lin Yu said. However, you still need to work hard to improve your level. In game terms, the floating island is just a beginner's village. The battlefield of all realms is the real stage. If you can't go to the battlefield of myriad realms, you can't even become a god. Clear. Xia Qingyue nodded. She also had a strong desire to grow up quickly. Now, the Dark Forest has been wiped out by the legions of the Heavenly Kingdom. All slightly stronger local forces and wild monsters were wiped out. For her Frost Dragon Legion, the Dark Forest poses little danger. Although the number of wild monsters and local forces has been greatly reduced, it is safer. Her dragon army can hunt to its heart's content, level up faster. Moreover, she did not want to be confined to the Dark Forest for long. She now has a new goal. That is to make oneself stronger and lead one's own Frost Dragon Legion to sweep across this floating island world together with Lin Yu's Angel Legion. She wants to contribute to Lin Yu's path to dominance. Finally, they were granted special permission to enter the Holy City. Xia Qingyue had already figured it out. Only by entering the sacred city can one truly become a key figure in the Heavenly Kingdom. Being an ordinary citizen of the kingdom was not what she wanted. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Yu then left Xia Qingyue's territory. Watching Lin Yu soar into the distant horizon, Xia Qingyue felt a strange sense of admiration. In the cruel world of the extraordinary, the weak revere the strong. Women can also admire strong men. This is the law of the jungle. Lin Yu is a man whom Xia Qingyue can both respect and admire. If Lin Yu asked her to repay him with her body, she would probably choose to offer herself. After all, following Lin Yu, becoming a god might be a very simple thing. Moreover, Lin Yu is so handsome. His white and gold armor made him look like a god. Which woman can resist being confused? TSK, what am I thinking? Xia Qingyue sensed her restless inner world and shook her head vigorously to calm herself down. She then went to the wall of her own territory. Upon seeing Xia Qingyue appear, the combat professionals outside immediately gathered around. Miss Xia, Was that Boss Lin Yu just now? I'm really curious. What exactly did Boss Lin Yu do with the beautiful Xia while he was inside for so long? Beautiful Xia, when will Boss Lin Yu recruit citizens of the kingdom? If we go hunting now, will we be treated as heretics and killed by the legions of the heavenly kingdom? Many professionals were shouting loudly. Some of them have been here since yesterday. Outside, the heavenly kingdom's troops are clearing out wild monsters and local forces. They dared not go hunting at all. As for Xia Qingyue's territory, they couldn't enter it either. It can be described as a dilemma. Quiet down. Xia Qingyue waved her hand to quiet the professionals down, and then said, His Majesty will soon recruit professionals as citizens of the kingdom. You can now go to Dongcheng, which is 80 kilometers away. It is an auxiliary city that His Majesty has just built. From now on, that place will be the gathering place for you combat professionals. But only citizens of the Kingdom of Paradise are allowed to enter the city. Chapter 352 Announcement from Lin Yu. Upon hearing this, the combat professionals present immediately erupted in cheers. This news was nothing short of a pleasant surprise for them. They had long been hoping that Lin Yu would establish a kingdom and recruit them as his subjects. After all, as combat professionals, they only have a better future if they are backed by Lord professionals. Lin Yu is the best candidate. There is no other. On this floating island, which other Lord-level professional can rival Lin Yu in strength? Let alone this floating island. There aren't any other floating islands either. Lin Yu's personal strength and the power of his territory have surpassed those veteran lords from a year ago. They naturally wanted to pledge allegiance to such a powerful lord. They were overjoyed to hear that Lin Yu was going to recruit the kingdom's citizens. Very good. I finally have the chance to pledge my allegiance to Boss Lin Yu. Early on, when the Hall of Kings was first established, I had been hoping that Lin Yu would establish an alliance, but my wish has not been fulfilled until now. Of course, compared to the alliance, joining Boss Lin Yu's kingdom would be even better. The current league is a mess. Only a kingdom possesses the power of unity and loyalty. The beautiful Xia calls Boss Lin Yu Your Majesty. It seems she's already joined the heavenly kingdom. Suddenly, I feel that the title Your Majesty is a bit awkward. I find it hard to say it. I have the same feeling. It's like I've traveled back to the Middle Ages. The native human social system of the floating island world is similar to that of the medieval world abroad. The rulers of the 3 human kingdoms in the bountiful region are all called His Majesty the King. If you don't want to use that title, then don't. For example, just call Lin Yu by his real name. Stop joking. I don't want to be killed by those angels as a blasphemer. The angels in the heavenly kingdom regard Lin Yu as their god of faith. Anyone who dares to disrespect Lin Yu is their mortal enemy. Right now, there are no angels here. Once I join the kingdom of heaven, I'll have to get used to being called His Majesty the King or Lord. In any case, I just don't want to be called Lin Yu. His words were met with unanimous agreement from the combat professionals present. There are precedents for this kind of thing. They all need to be more careful in the future. Just then, a professional exclaimed, Quick, look at the island's chat channel. Boss Lin Yu has posted an announcement. Immediately, the professionals present all opened the island chat channel. Meanwhile, even more professionals are gathering in the chat channel. To all professionals on the island, I am Lin Yu, the ruler of the heavenly kingdom. The battle in the Dark Forest is nearing its end, and the entire Dark Forest has now come under the rule of my heavenly kingdom. This is a public announcement to recruit professionals from, but not limited to, the Dark Forest to join my heavenly kingdom and become citizens of my kingdom. All citizens of the kingdom enjoy the kingdom's welfare benefits while fulfilling their obligations to the kingdom. The following are the rights and obligations of the kingdom's citizens. First, to become a citizen of my heavenly kingdom, one must hand over 70% of their daily harvest to support the kingdom's long-term development. Secondly, the citizens of the kingdom must not kill or wage war against each other and must abide by the kingdom's peace treaty. Third, all citizens of the kingdom must obey the orders issued by the kingdom and must not disobey or neglect them. Fourth, within the kingdom's territory, all citizens will be protected by the kingdom's military legions. Fifth, non-citizens are prohibited from hunting within the kingdom's territory. Those found hunting will be expelled or, in more serious cases, killed. Sixth, Lin Yu's announcement immediately shook the entire island's chat channels. Professionals were cheering and celebrating. Many professionals also remained silent because they felt the content of the announcement was too forceful. In particular, those who do not join the Paradise Kingdom do not even have the right to hunt in the Dark Forest and improve their strength. If they are discovered, they will be expelled or killed directly. This is simply an unfair contract term. This has also caused great dissatisfaction among some professionals who are unwilling to join the Paradise Kingdom, but but still want to hunt under its protection. The reason they are unwilling to join the kingdom of heaven is because the taxes there are too high. If you get 10 gold coins, you have to hand over 7. Who could stand this? However, the announcement released by Lin Yu shattered their illusions. Tell them very clearly. This kind of wishful thinking, wanting a reward without putting in any effort, is completely unworkable. It's fine if they weren't discovered. If discovered, the consequences will be very serious. Completely understandable. To put it simply, this is the different treatment foreigners and Chinese citizens receive. The monsters in our dark forest are like women in our country. They're already few in number. If they're all snatched up by foreigners, won't all of us Chinese be left to remain single? What you said makes absolutely perfect sense. Support Lin Yu. No, it's supporting His Majesty the King. I've received a notification from the floating island and have chosen to join. From now on, I'm a citizen of the Paradise Kingdom. Me too, added instantly. It only took a minute. The number of professionals who chose to join Paradise Kingdom has reached over 2 million. As time goes by, the number continues to increase dramatically. Chapter 353, The Increasingly Beautiful Secretarian. The Holy City. Lin Yu took a moment to check out the lively island chat channel. I've also seen professionals criticizing him for being too domineering and leaving them no way to make a living. Lin Yu didn't take this to heart at all. He conquered the dark forest, and those professionals who wished to develop within it naturally had to obey his will. If you don't want to, you can leave here and develop in other regions. After he took control of the entire floating island, those professionals can also travel to other floating islands. In short, it is absolutely impossible to live under the protection of his kingdom without paying the price. As the old saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep soundly under one's bed? He wasn't generous enough to share the fruits of the kingdom's military efforts with everyone. After the kingdom's military legions had wiped out the remaining forces and wild monsters in the dark forest, there were already few left. They could barely hunt enough for their own citizens, so how could they share the spoils with others? Most importantly, if we weren't more assertive and domineering, more professionals will follow suit. After all, the taxes in the Paradise Kingdom are indeed very high. If one could receive protection and steadily progress without joining the Heavenly Kingdom, most professionals would probably choose to do so. Lin Yu's plan to accelerate the development of Paradise Kingdom by leveraging the power of professionals will also fail. Therefore, in this situation, one must be ruthless. 1 hour after the announcement was issued, Lin Yu checked the kingdom's overall information panel. Paradise. Kingdom ruler, Lin Yu. Royal capital, Holy City. Level, low-level city. Auxiliary cities, 4. Area of influence, Dark Forest. Total population, over 18.69 million, of which 5.74 million are Blue Star professionals. Regular legions, Holy Angel Legion, Fallen Angel Legion, Nature Elf Legion, Dark Elf Legion, Mountain Giant Legion, Naga Legion, Murloc Legion. Allies, none. Faction/Faith, Holy Light. In just 1 hour, more than 5.7 million professionals have already joined my kingdom, and the number is still increasing. I believe it will soon exceed 6 million. Lin Yu still underestimated his own appeal, or rather, his deterrent power. Under his intimidation, some professionals who described him as powerful and domineering joined his kingdom. It can only be said that when you're under someone's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. However, at present, those who have joined my kingdom are mostly professionals from the Dark Forest. As for professionals from other regions, they have not yet joined. That's for sure. The reason is simple. The influence of the Kingdom of Paradise has not yet extended there. Lin Yu's army of angels also struggles to pose a direct threat to professionals in other regions. Therefore, they were not as anxious as the professionals in the Dark Forest. After all, once you join the Kingdom of Paradise, you'll immediately have to start paying taxes. Nobody's a fool. The vast majority of professionals located in other regions plan to wait until Lin Yu's angel army arrive before choosing to join Lin Yu's heavenly kingdom. This can save them a lot of profits. No rush. It won't be long before the whole world is mine. Lin Yu murmured something. Then I closed the kingdom information panel and returned to the Lord's Hall. Overnight, the first floor of the Lord's Hall was once again piled high with loot. There are countless items such as gold coins, equipment, and blueprints. The gains were even greater than those from the previous night battle. This is because the underground world is also at war. The Fallen Angel Legion, led by the 12-winged fallen angels Victoria and Priscilla, killed millions of spider-faced creatures from last night until early this morning. Combined with the night battles on the surface world, the overall gains were naturally substantial. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to take stock of these spoils of war, an elegant figure, exuding an air of nobility, entered the Lord's Hall. It was Angelia. The early morning sunlight streamed down on Secretary N's curvaceous figure, bathing her in a golden glow. The 12 angel wings on her back radiated a dazzling divine light. Secretary N is noticeably more beautiful today than before. Her skin was rosy and translucent. A pair of golden eyes shone with dazzling light. Her figure also seems better and fuller. Every move she makes possesses a captivating charm. Looking at Secretary N in this state, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Spring rain can indeed make flowers more beautiful. My lord. Angelia stepped forward and bowed. His expression remained as respectful as ever. However, it was obvious that under Lin Yu's ardent gaze, Secretary N's delicate body trembled slightly, and her long, curved eyelashes also shook. Angelia never imagined it. That kind of thing will happen to me. This was so sudden. She was completely unprepared. She was still a little dazed when she woke up this morning, feeling like it wasn't real. Overall, although the process was tedious and full of changes, it was still very enjoyable. Most importantly, as long as the Lord of Light is happy, she can accept anything. Chapter 354, Angelia's Status. Lin Yu sized up Secretary N for a moment. Suddenly, he said with some surprise, "The aura around you seems to have changed." "Yes, my lord." Angelia nodded. She has become more acutely aware of the changes within herself. After thinking for a moment, he explained, "Last night, while serving my lord, the power of my lord's creation entered my body and affected my status." If what? Lin Yu blurted out the question. Angelia said with some anticipation, "If this can continue, my status might be elevated, allowing me to achieve a higher level of bloodline evolution." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was also overjoyed. He never imagined that his thing would have such a use. "I truly deserve to be called the Lord of Holy Light. Every part of her body, inside and out, is a treasure," Lin Yu said with a smile. "Since there are such benefits, we should indeed persevere day by day and strive to help you advance to the level of a 14-winged angel as soon as possible." His goal was to train Angelia to become an 18-winged archangel. He initially thought it would be somewhat difficult, because the angel race has always consisted of only 7 archangels with 18 wings. There are 4 holy factions. There are 3 factions of fallen angels. No other angel has ever been able to ascend to the level of 18 wings. This is what Angelia told him. Now that Lin Yu has learned that the power of creation can influence Angelia's rank and has a chance to help her rise to a higher level, he is very happy to have found a feasible way. Moreover, he was very satisfied with both the process and the outcome of the improvement. He said he was generous and charitable. Angelia glanced at Lin Yu, who was in a state of pleasure, then lowered her head and said, "Thank you for your favor, my lord. It is the greatest honor of my life to serve by your side." The Lord of Holy Light has not yet returned to the divine realm. It did not integrate the divine essence and divinity of the creation that were sealed in the divine realm. They don't even have any memories of the past. Therefore, they did not know her identity. The tremor in her status was not as simple as being promoted to a 14-winged angel. It was a breakthrough beyond the limit of an 18-winged archangel, an ascension to the status of a chaos holy angel. In fact, she had already touched the barrier of the chaos angels. However, they have been unable to break through. Until last night. At a certain point in time, she suddenly felt a tremor in her own rank. It was discovered that the power of creation from within the body of the Holy Light had influenced her status. At that moment, she was shocked. It was also full of surprises. The 7 archangels, born from the primal reincarnation pool, each with 18 wings, have the ultimate goal of ascending to a higher rank and becoming even more powerful chaos angels. But who knows how many billions of years have passed. But none of them succeeded. Even Angelia herself has given up. But I never expected the surprise to come so suddenly. If those guys in the divine realm knew, they'd probably be insanely envious. Angelia murmured to herself. So, the breakthrough opportunity for the 18-winged archangel has always been with our Lord. Only our Lord's power of creation can allow us to ascend to higher ranks. However, upon closer reflection, it seems normal. After all, the 2 chaos archangels recorded in the Holy Scripture were created by the Lord of Light using the power of creation. The 7 of us were born from the primordial pool of reincarnation created by the Lord of Holy Light. One is the power of creation, and the other is the pool of reincarnation. Their social standing is naturally different. At this moment, Angelia even considered directly breaking through the space-time tunnel of the floating island world and sending Lin Yu, the Lord of Holy Light, into the divine realm of the Lord. Once you return to the divine realm and merge with the Creator Godhood and divinity, The Lord of Holy Light can then be restored to his former peak divine status. At that time, the Lord of Holy Light can use the vast source of creative power within the Godhead of creation to directly help her become a chaos holy angel. And now, the Lord of Holy Light. The original source of the creative power within the body is not much. After all, the life form of the Lord of Holy Light is only at the demigod level. It truly requires daily accumulation to have any chance of helping her break through. The moment the thought popped into her head, Angelia felt like she couldn't stop herself and wanted to go crazy. But she quickly suppressed her inner desires. She cannot disrupt the plan that the Lord of Light has been preparing for tens of millions of years, nor is she qualified to order the Lord of Light to do anything. She is an angel. They are followers of the Holy Spirit of the Lord of Holy Light. Everything she has belongs to the Lord of Light. She can only possess what the Lord of Holy Light gives her. Even if something is placed right in front of her, she cannot covet it if it is not given to her, otherwise her status will instantly collapse. Just like the divine essence and divinity of creation left behind by the Lord of Holy Light in the divine realm, these 18-winged archangels have been able to touch them at any time over the years. However, none of the 18-winged archangels dared to reach out and take it. That is blasphemy against the Lord of Light. This way, while Angelia remained silent. In a daze, Linyu seemed to see a faint wisp of blood-red light flash across Secretarian's body. He thought he was seeing things, so he didn't think much of it. He then pulled Secretarian aside to count the dazzling array of spoils in the hall. Chapter 355 Level 10 Spirit Field and Divine Stone. Soon, the spoils were tallied. Linyu listed a large number of blueprints, equipment, and medicines on the island's trading platform. Among them, the number of equipment items is as high as nearly 150,000. This is because Linyu reserved a large number of king-level equipment, extraordinary equipment, and high-level top-quality equipment with special attributes. These reserved equipment need to be allocated to the kingdom's top-tier troops. For example, the newly conceived Dark Elves, Nature Elves, and Naga. Besides the Angel Rebirth Pool, the Elf Mother Tree and Naga Palace in his territory can produce a total of 120,000 top-tier troops every day. These top-tier units are all unequipped. They need to be specially equipped. Unlike angels, who are born fully armed. After all the items that were supposed to be sold were sold, Linyu took a large quantity of spirit rice seeds to this spirit field and planted them. Now, he can harvest more than 4 million units of spirit rice every day. This harvest seems astonishing, but it can only supply 1/3 of the kingdom's troops and believers. This is simply because his kingdom has far too many soldiers and believers. We still need to work hard so that all soldiers and believers can eat spiritual rice. However, just as Linyu was considering this issue, he learned some good news from Secretarian. That was Edith, the paradise angel he summoned yesterday. She could cultivate spirit rice seeds from mature spirit rice, so he no longer had to rely on killing enemies to get them. This is indeed a good thing. Linyu immediately summoned Edith, the angel of paradise, and entrusted her with the task of cultivating the spirit rice seeds. One more thing, there are also different grades of spirit rice seeds. From level 1 to level 9. The higher the grade of the spirit rice seed, the more spirit rice it will produce, and the greater the energy it contains. The spirit rice Linyu has been eating these past 2 days was grown from level 4 seeds. As a demigod, it didn't improve his strength at all, except that it tasted better. But for ordinary people, the benefits are much greater. If you eat it for a while, you can definitely become a professional. It can also help junior professionals advance to higher levels. Unfortunately, there was too little level 4 spirit rice, so Linyu couldn't bear to share it, and kept it for himself and the people around him. Now that there is Paradise Angel Edith, not only can he eat higher-grade spirit rice, but other believers and soldiers in the kingdom also have the opportunity to enjoy this benefit. It was also at this time. Linyu used several high-level, territory-building upgrade blueprints to upgrade the spirit field to level 10. To Linyu's surprise, level 10 is not the highest level of a spirit field. It should be noted that the troop buildings in his territory reach their maximum level at level 10. In contrast, the spirit field can still be upgraded. Lingtian, level 10. Special attribute, crop pet growth time reduced by 95, yield increased tenfold, mutation probability 25. Upgrade requirements, 5 million gold coins, 1,000 divine stones. Looking at the information about spirit field, Linyu was somewhat surprised. He then asked Secretarian, who was standing quietly to the side, "What is the divine stone?" Angelia explained, "My lord, a divine stone is a crystal containing the essence of divine power without any attributes. It is generally born from the source of the laws of a world. The sacred stone is also a very important resource for the gods. It can increase the divine power within a deity to a certain extent. At the same time, help the gods elevate their divine status. Simply put, divine stones are similar to spirit stones in fantasy novels. They are cultivation resources for true god-level life forms. Lin Yu then informed Angelia of the upgrade information for the spirit field. Angelia said, "There shouldn't be any divine stones in this floating island world we're in, because only extraordinary worlds capable of supporting true gods can give birth to divine stones. Once my lord arrives at the battlefield of myriad realms, divine stones will no longer be a rare commodity. That's all we can do." Lin Yu didn't think about it any further. When he enters the battlefield of myriad realms, he will move his royal city there as well. We can find a way to upgrade the spirit field later. It's the same thing. Afterwards, Lin Yu and Angelia returned to the territory together. While building and upgrading new blacksmith shop, pharmacist mansion, and royal capital resource reserve, he also summoned angels from the angel summoning pool. It was also at this time. The professionals located in the dark forest. They are converging from all directions toward the 4 subordinate cities built by Lin Yu. Looking down from high above, it is clearly visible. Millions of professionals flock to the cities in their respective regions, like ants carrying food. For example, all the professionals located in the northern region of the Dark Forest went to North City. Some professionals who were closer to the city had already entered the city. None of the 4 attached cities were guarded. The city gates were also wide open. However, there are also rules and restrictions. Only professionals who are citizens of the Heavenly Kingdom are allowed to enter the city. If any non-kingdom citizen attempts to forcibly enter the city, they will receive an invasion alert and become an enemy of the Heavenly Kingdom. I ask you, who dares to do that? Chapter 356. It's good enough that I didn't make you by land. Holy crap, what a huge city. The city wall alone is over 200 meters high. Standing under the city wall, I felt no different from an ant on the ground. I've seen the territories of other lord-level professionals before, but none of their walls reached this height. I doubt even a king-level expert could destroy it. Let alone the king level. Even the extraordinary level would probably find it difficult to achieve. After all, this is a city. Its defensive capabilities and durability far exceed those of the walls of small towns and town-level territories. Only a saint-level expert can invade this city. No wonder there are no arrow towers or magic cannons on the city walls, or even any guards. Looking at the dark forest now, it can be said that no enemy can destroy it. Even under attack from the undead army at night, this city remains impregnable. As expected of boss Lin Yu. That's amazing. At this moment, professionals could be seen near the 4 subordinate cities in the 4 regions. Every professional who saw these cities was awestruck. What does it mean to build a city with walls that are over 200 meters high? They had never even heard of it before, let alone seen it. However, these professionals were unaware that, compared to these subordinate cities, the Holy City, which was also a low-level city, was far more magnificent. The city walls are hundreds of meters high. That was something even a saint-level expert would find difficult to break through. The reason why the 2 cities are of the same level but different in size is that the Holy City is the capital of the Heavenly Kingdom, so it is naturally more magnificent. At the same time, a large number of professionals poured into all 4 subordinate cities. They were quickly dumbfounded, because at a glance, the city was full of empty areas, with only bare blue stone floors. The only buildings are the City Lord's Mansion, the Central Teleportation Array, and a statue that is hundreds of meters tall. They couldn't get into the City Lord's Mansion. The Central Teleportation Array can be used to travel between the 4 subordinate cities by spending gold coins. The statue is a statue of Lin Yu. These 3 buildings are all given as a bonus to the floating island of myriad realms after the city is built, without consuming any blueprints or resources. The statue looks like boss Lin Yu. Although I have never met Lin Yu, it seems that a voice in the dark tells me that he is the idol of the kingdom's ruler. I have that magical feeling too. Speaking of which, although it's just a statue, you can clearly see how handsome and dashing Lin Yu is. He even gave me an invisible pressure, like I was facing a god. Once Lin Yu becomes a god through faith, his consciousness will be able to connect with the statue and descend from afar. It's almost like a projection of a deity. How do you know this? Shouldn't this be knowledge at the level of a true god? Because I just asked about the floating islands. All right. As more and more professionals gather in the 4 cities, the city immediately became lively. Some professionals even spent gold coins to experience what it felt like to be teleported to other cities. The delivery fee is 1 gold coin per trip. It may not seem expensive at all, But when you look at the millions of professionals in the Dark Forest, it becomes quite astonishing. If nothing unexpected happens. From now on, Linyu will be able to collect a large amount of gold coins every day just by collecting teleportation fees. I just visited 3 other cities, and they were also empty, with hardly any buildings. Didn't Boss Linyu say that in the announcement? The 4 cities in the east, west, south, and north are all gathering places for us professionals. The task of building these cities is also left to us. For example, we need to build the wooden houses, restaurants, and even arrow towers ourselves. Build it yourself? Aren't combat professionals not allowed to use territory building blueprints? That's outside. Boss Linyu has granted us the authority to build territorial structures in these 4 cities. I asked the floating island of myriad realms, and it is indeed possible to do so. However, there is one problem. All buildings constructed within the city belong to the Kingdom of Paradise. Especially special and high-end buildings cannot be dismantled at will once they are built. Holy crap, they use our blueprints and resources, but the ownership belongs to the Heavenly Kingdom. My sister heard all about Lin Yu's little scheme back on Earth. What little scheme you're plotting? You don't have to build it if you don't want to. Lin Yu didn't force you. Moreover, the land in the city, including the entire city, belongs to Boss Lin Yu. It's already good enough that he didn't ask you to buy land. That makes perfect sense. By the way, isn't your sister pretty? Tell me about her when we get back to Earth. Roll. Not long after. Construction began in 4 auxiliary cities in the east, west, south, and north. Using the blueprints they obtained and purchasing the now extremely cheap basic resources from the island's trading platform, the combat professionals built their own houses within the city. Quick-thinking professionals found good positions immediately. For example, around the central teleportation array and near the city gate. The area near the city gates was especially looted by professionals. It was basically a first-come, first-served situation. Because this is a quick way to leave the city and go hunting in the wild. In addition, some professionals set up stalls in these prime locations to sell or exchange goods. With more and more professionals flocking in, these 4 previously empty subordinate cities quickly became bustling with activity. Chapter 357 Linyu. The passion is gone. The Holy City. After summoning 10,000 angels from the angel reincarnation pool, Linyu returned to the Lord's Hall to prepare for a new round of angel army summoning. In addition, he also completed the construction of the relevant territorial buildings that had been delayed last night. Once a territory is upgraded to the city level, the number of blacksmith shops that can be built increases to 10, the number of pharmacist mansions to 5, and the number of warehouses to 10. He completed all of these buildings in one go. 10 advanced blacksmith shops can forge 100,000 high-level equipment pieces every day. There aren't enough pharmacists at the pharmacist's mansion. Linyu has already given orders to the Holy Maiden of Light, Tiffany, to contact the Holy Sea of Light and request that another batch of pharmacists be dispatched. That's the advantage of having power. Even a top-tier lord like Xia Qingwei, who managed to build the apothecary's mansion using blueprints obtained from the glory item menu, still couldn't brew potions in her territory due to the lack of apothecary potions. Linyu is different. The Holy Sea of Light is his backyard. If there's a shortage of pharmacists, they can be directly transferred from the Church of Light. There's no need to waste time searching for them. As for the warehouse, Linyu's sacred city is not just a city-level territory, but also his royal capital, so the warehouse is directly named Royal Capital Resource Reserve. Furthermore, the reserve capacity has also surged. A city-level resource reserve can store 1 billion units of resources. The capacity of the capital's resource reserves is 5 times that amount, reaching a terrifying 5 billion units. In other words, Lin Yu's existing 10 Royal Capital Resource Reserves can simultaneously store 50 billion units of resources. He has taken out all the food and other resources that had to be stored in the spatial barrier created by Secretary and due to the warehouse overflow, and put them into the capital's resource reserve. With a capacity of 50 billion units, it is more than enough to meet the current resource reserve needs of the Paradise Kingdom. If nothing unexpected happens, there won't be another margin call in the short term. Inside the Lord's Hall, a massive black hole, called Summoning, floated in midair. Countless angels fly out of the black hole at all times. Through that dark passage, Lin Yu seemed to see once again the vast and boundless divine realm, where countless angel cities stood and trillions of angels formed an army. Yesterday, when his gaze fell upon the statue of the angel reincarnation pool, his consciousness suddenly descended upon the vast realm of angels. At that moment, he truly witnessed the glory of the angel race and their terrifyingly powerful war force. Compared to the angelic army in the divine realm, The millions of angels under his command are but a drop in the ocean. There's simply no way to compare them. He eagerly anticipates the day when he can truly control the trillions of angels in the divine realm, which would make him absolutely invincible. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly excited and thrilled. However, Lin Yu also knew that these things couldn't be rushed, because his strength is still too weak. Angelia had told him that the trillion-strong angel army in the divine realm were all adult angels. The weakest among them are demigods, while there are countless angels at the true god level. There are countless 12-winged angels like Vivien, who are at the level of a chief god, in that army of trillions of angels. If he can't advance in rank, how can he be qualified to lead or command? Is it just because of the title Lord of Holy Light? The war on the floating islands must end as soon as possible. I can't wait to go to the battlefield of myriad realms and become a god. Ever since witnessing the splendor of the angelic realm, Lin Yu had felt that the longer he stayed on the floating island, the more time he was wasting, and he couldn't wait to leave. In addition, it was also because he felt that he had no rivals left on the floating island. Neither the Linkle Plains, nor the natural elf empire of the Far East, nor the dragon clan of the 36 Islands, could rival his Paradise Kingdom. On this island, he seems to have lost his passion. The only thing that could still attract him was perhaps the island owner's position, which every professional dreams of. On another note, how exactly does one become an island owner? This was Lin Yu asking about the floating island of myriad realms. He quickly received a reply from floating island of myriad realms. Control at least 5 major regions and defeat at least 5 empire-level forces. In that case, it's not difficult at all. Lin Yu calculated it in no time. 5 major regions: the Dark Forest, the Linkle Plains, the Land of Abundance, the Elven Sanctuary, and the 36 Islands of the Gulf. 5 imperial powers: the Orcish Royal Court, the Nature Elf Empire, the Dragon's Nest, the Spider-Man Empire, and the Dark Elf Empire. If the surrender of the Holy See counts as a defeat, then it's even simpler. We will launch an attack on the Linkle grasslands shortly. Attack the Orc King's Royal Court's vast grasslands in one fell swoop, and then send other troop legions to wipe out the local forces and wild monsters on the grasslands. Take over the Linkle grasslands within 2 days. Take down the Nature Elf Empire and the Dragon Clan within 5 days. That's the decision. Chapter 358: Setting off for the Linkle grasslands. Soon, all the angels were summoned. The total number of gold coins consumed was over 60 million. The total number of summoned angels has once again exceeded 1 million. At this point, the total size of Lin Yu's angel army reached a terrifying 3.5 million. The Holy Angels army numbered 2.3 million. The army of fallen angels numbered 1.2 million. The newly summoned fallen angels were, as usual, dispatched by Lin Yu to the underground world to join forces with the fallen angel army led by Victoria and Priscilla to carry out combat missions. If nothing unexpected happens, today, the army of fallen angels will be able to conquer the Spider-Man Empire. The Spider-Man Empire is also an empire-level power. After destroying the Spider-Man Empire, the Island Lord Conquest mission, which involves eliminating 5 empire-level forces, represents another step forward. Lin Yu looked at Angelia, who was standing quietly to the side, and asked, "How is the construction of Angel City progressing?" Angelia replied respectfully, "My lord, the rune inscription work for the 7th city of angels will be completed in 1 hour. In other words, 6 cities of angels have already been completed. Then we don't need to wait." Lin Yu said, "Recall all the Holy Angel Legion that were sent out to hunt, and gather the kingdom's extraordinary, saintly, and demigod powerhouses. Immediately launch an attack on the Linkle grassland, adding to the 4 cities of angels that already existed. The Kingdom of Heaven then had 10 cities of angels. With 10 cities of angels, an army of 2.3 million holy angels, and the kingdom's many powerful warriors, conquering the Beastman royal court on the Linkle Plains would be no problem at all. Not to mention, he and Angelia were there too. Even if the Beastman royal court had many peak demigods hidden within, it would still be destroyed. Yes, your majesty, great lord of light." Angelia respectfully accepted the order. Lin Yu's orders were then relayed. Soon, the Holy Angel Legion, which was hunting in various areas of the Dark Forest, and the kingdom's powerful warriors returned to the Holy City using the nearest teleportation array. Above the Holy City, 10 cities of angels floated in the clouds. Every city of angels radiates a sacred light. It stretches for 8 kilometers and is entirely white. It looks as if it were made of crystal-clear white jade. The city walls are covered with a large number of magic cannons, which shows the terrifying power of the war. Upon her return, The 12-winged angel Vivien immediately took control of these angel cities with her consciousness. She will take over these angel cities in the upcoming war with the Orcish royal court. Generally speaking, a 12-winged angel can control 10 angel cities. Each city of angels is equipped with a large angel legion of 50,000. That totals 500,000 troops. This is consistent with the summoning ratio scheme for the 12-winged angels provided by Floating Island of Myriad Realms. After the summoning, Lin Yu now commands 9 12-winged angels, 6 of whom are holy angels, capable of controlling 60 angel cities. Once the new city of angels is built, Lin Yu will continue to send another 12-winged holy angel to take over. The development of the city of angels has never stopped. Moreover, with the summoning over the past few days, the number of artisan angels has also surged. From just Carol and Marion at the beginning, the number has now grown to nearly 200, which is enough to build a medium-sized angel city. Currently, the city of angels that Lin Yu owns are all small-scale. The medium-sized angel city is much larger in scale and has a more terrifying war force. According to the craftsman Angel Carol, a medium-sized angel city can support 1 million angels, which is equivalent to 20 large angel legions. A war fortress, an army of 1 million angels. What does this mean? Simply put, to attack a power like the Spider-Man Empire, you can just send a medium-sized angel city there. There's no need to send reinforcements repeatedly. Not long after, more than 2 million holy angels crowded into those 10 cities of angels. They set off in a grand procession towards the Linkle grassland, thousands of kilometers away. Angelia was also in the army's ranks. Lin Yu habitually handed over command of the angel army to Angelia, secretary, and has never let him down. Furthermore, after last night's frank conversation, Lin Yu has even greater trust in Secretarian. However, Lin Yu himself did not set off with the army. It wouldn't be too late for him to descend upon the battlefield when the angelic army attacks the core stronghold of the Orcish royal court. The central teleportation array of the Holy City is interconnected with the teleportation arrays of every angel city. With the help of the central teleportation array, he can directly descend to the battlefield without having to travel thousands of kilometers. Just as Lin Yu's angel army set out on their expedition, the Beastmen royal court, far away on the Linkle grasslands, also received the message simultaneously. An aged figure rushed straight towards the temple in the orc capital. He was thin, with a fox-like pointed face, and a gray-white tail trailing behind him. This figure was a fox from the Beastman race. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." As soon as they rushed into the temple, the fox elder screamed in panic. Chapter 359 Beast Emperor. The Orcish capital is the stronghold of the Orcish race. It is much larger than the capital city of the Mountain Giant Kingdom. This place is home to the largest number of orcs in the world, and their individual strength is quite formidable. The orcs are a very peculiar race. They exhibit characteristics of many wild monsters and even magical beasts. Their appearance is like that of a wild beast and a human. All orcs are bipedal creatures that walk upright. They are humanoid in form and come in various races. They include the fox people, lion people, tiger people, werewolf people, pig people, dog-headed people, swan people, clam people, behemoth people, and rabbit people, among others. The orcs have many branches. The total size of the population even exceeds that of the 3 human kingdoms of the Land of Abundance. However, the social system of the orc race is relatively primitive. Not good at farming. Orcs typically rely on herding, hunting, and raiding other orc tribes for food. The orcs also have a very strong desire to invade. It is said that long ago, the Linkle Plains were not the territory of the orcs. Many other races lived there, and there were even settlements of humans. But now, the orcs dominate the Linkle Plains. Many races were forcibly absorbed or even wiped out by the orcs, and the only race that has survived to this day is the Goblin Kingdom, which possesses technological power. However, compared to the Orcish royal court, the Goblin Kingdom was still too weak to withstand a single blow. Perhaps it was because the orcs valued the goblins' hands-on skills that they let them go. Of course, none of this matters, because Lin Yu's army of angels has already arrived. Imperial City Temple. An exceptionally imposing figure sat on the throne. He resembled a lion, with a full head of golden hair, even on his face, giving him an incredibly domineering, rugged, and fierce appearance. He is the ruler of the Orcish royal court, Beast King Webster, a super strong person at the peak of the demigod level. Their race is the Golden Lion Man race. The Golden Lion Man is a branch of the Lion Man race and possesses powerful bloodline strength. Its combat power is second only to the Golden Behemoth. After Webster ascended to the throne as the Beast King, The Golden Lion Men naturally became the royal family of the Beast King's court, surpassing all other Beastmen in status. Even the mighty behemoth had to bow its head in the face of the Golden Lion Man. What's the matter that you're in such a hurry? Beast King Webster looked down indifferently at the Fox clan elder kneeling in the main hall. The Fox elder was the great prophet of the Beastman royal court. However, unlike the great prophet of the Mountain Giant Kingdom, the great prophet of the orcs is not so high and mighty, but submits to the ruling authority of the Beast King like other orcs. When the great prophet formally meets the Beast King, he must also kneel down. The Fox clan's great prophet said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty the Beast King, I have foreseen a terrible calamity within the prophecy orb, which is about to befall our Beastman race." Nonsense. Beast King Webster was unwilling to believe the prophecy of the Foxman prophet. Because the orcs are the absolute rulers of the Linkle Plains. No force can resist it. The chances of an intrusion originating from another region are also slim. In the entire floating island world, the only forces that pose a threat to the orc race are humans and nature elves, races located far away across the Dark Forest. Even human forces wanting to invade the Linkle Plains would have to cross the Dark Forest first. Moreover, unless all the human forces in the Land of Abundance unite, it is unlikely that they could bring an apocalyptic disaster to his Orcish royal court. I wouldn't dare to speak nonsense. The Fox clan's great prophet hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I see a terrifying divine and luminous power filling the sphere of prophecy and covering our entire empire's territory. And the source of this power is the Dark Forest. My guess is that the enemy is that newly established paradise." Paradise. Beast King Webster raised a thick eyebrow. His expression immediately turned serious. He could ignore all the otherworldly professionals who had descended upon this world, but he could not underestimate the ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom. Because that otherworldly lord named Lin Yu only took half a month to build a powerful kingdom-level force in the Dark Forest. Although no concrete news came. However, he had reason to believe that the kingdoms of the Dark Forest could not suppress the Kingdom of Paradise. It's even possible that they've already been defeated. Of course, this is a speculation based on his overestimation of the overall strength of the Paradise Kingdom, and the reality may not be as incredible as he imagines. I believe what you say. The Kingdom of Paradise will surely become a great enemy of my Beastman royal court in the future. I am planning to dispatch the orc army to the Dark Forest to help the kingdom there annihilate the Heavenly Kingdom in one fell swoop. It's too late, Your Majesty. The Fox clan's great prophet trembled as he said, "If my prophecy is correct, the army of the Heavenly Kingdom is already marching in. You should immediately mobilize the legions from all regions to defend the capital." Chapter 360 The Impatient Beast King. The expression on Beast King Webster's face froze instantly. The great prophet of the Fox clan certainly wouldn't dare to mock him. In other words, there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the army of the Heavenly Kingdom has indeed invaded the Linkle Plains, as foreseen by the prophecy orb. The second possibility is that the Fox clan's great prophet's divination technique malfunctioned. The scenes depicted in the prophecy orb are not real, or rather, they are things that may happen in the future. In a moment of extreme rationality, Beast King Webster chose to believe the latter. There's no reason for the war in the Kingdom of Paradise to be moving so fast. Could it be that the Lord of that other world conquered and ruled the Dark Forest in just half a month, and then relentlessly spread the flames of war to his territory? Even if he were the reincarnation of the god of war, his desire to attack could not be this strong. Moreover, where does the Kingdom of Paradise get the confidence to conquer the vast Linkle grassland and the Orcish royal court, which they believed could defeat him? Seeing that the Beast King Webster did not seem to take his prophecy seriously, or rather, he was belittling the Heavenly Kingdom, the great prophet of the Fox clan said urgently, "Your Majesty, please believe me. This is an apocalyptic disaster, and we must do everything in our power to have any chance of overcoming it." "I see." Beast King Webster waved his hand. He then said, "I will recall several of the Empire's main legions as soon as possible to defend the capital." "This is not enough at all." The Fox High Prophet said, "You should gather the legions of all the cities, as well as the forces of all the tribes. Even the Goblin Kingdom should be sent as an envoy to obtain their aid. You must concentrate all the strength of the Great Plains to resist the attack from the Kingdom of Paradise. Are you telling me how to do things?" Beast King Webster immediately turned a cold gaze to the Fox clan's great prophet kneeling in the main hall. A hint of anger appeared on his rugged face. This old fox is getting more and more audacious. They actually told him to his face what he should and shouldn't do. Could it be that his leniency towards the fox people over the years has led this old fox to want to climb on his head? He secretly decided that once the threat from the heavenly kingdom was eliminated, he would properly punish the fox people. As for that old fox, he could get out of the capital. I wouldn't dare. The Fox clan's great prophet was so frightened that he quickly shook his head. He naturally didn't have the courage to challenge the Beast King's authority. The problem is, this incident is far too serious. He was terrified whenever he recalled the images he saw in the prophecy orb. He could sense the Beast King Webster's impatience and anger towards him. But compared to the prophesied apocalypse and the future of the entire orc race, it was nothing. The great prophet of the Fox clan said, "You are the great Beast King, the ruler of the Beastman race, and I would never dare to disrespect you. I only hope that you will take everything I just said seriously." "Okay, I got it," Beast King Webster said expressionlessly. He has already said that he will mobilize several of the Empire's main legions back to the capital. Isn't this enough of an issue? After all, the combined size of the main legions exceeds 1 million. In addition, there were Imperial Guards in the capital city. The Imperial Guard also numbered over 1 million, and all of them were the elite of the elite. In addition to the other orc warriors in the capital, the total size of the army in the entire capital will exceed 3 million. With an army of 3 to 4 million, plus the defensive weapons of the capital, how could this not be enough to resist the attack of the Paradise Kingdom? As for mobilizing the strength of all the orc tribes and asking the Goblin Kingdom for help, that's making a mountain out of a molehill. When did the mighty Orcish royal court ever need the help of those weak goblins? It got out. Doesn't this orc ruler need to save face? Seeing that the Fox clan's great prophet still wanted to continue his nonsense, the Beast King Webster grew even more impatient and said in a low voice, "You may leave now." The great prophet of the Fox clan opened his mouth as if to speak. But in the end, they shut their mouths under the intimidation of the Beast King Webster. Finally, he shakily got up from the ground. With a long sigh, he dragged his aged and hunched body away from the Imperial Capital Temple. Watching the old Foxman prophet's retreating figure, Beast King Webster snorted coldly once more. This prophecy had caused his opinion of the old fox to plummet. In his view, even if the Kingdom of Paradise were truly insane enough to invade the Lenkel Plains, they would only be invading from the outside, little by little. They would have plenty of time to deploy a large army to intercept them. They wouldn't be able to protect the capital immediately. His mobilization of several main armies back was already a great show of respect to the great prophet of the Fox clan. But this old fox was still not satisfied. Do you really think that the people in the Paradise Kingdom are all gods descended from heaven and can sweep away everything? In fact, apart from the local forces in the Dark Forest, the local forces in other regions were unaware that the main force of the Paradise Kingdom was the army of angels. The same goes for Beast King Webster. If he knew that his opponent was an angel, he would surely have cooperated fully with the advice of the Fox clan's old prophet. Chapter 361 Arrival at the Lenkel Grasslands. Among the main legions dispatched back by Beast King Webster, 2 of their main legions are renowned throughout the entire floating island world. One of them is the Behemoth Legion. The other one is the Kodo Beast Legion. Behemoths are a warlike race of orcs, and their individual combat strength is extremely powerful. It is known as the king of the land, especially the Golden Behemoth, which can fight dragons for hundreds of rounds on land. As for the Kodo Beast, it is also extremely powerful. They are in the form of wild beasts, enormous in size, and terrifyingly destructive. The Kodo are a subordinate race of the Beastmen, much like the relationship between unicorns and nature spirits. At the same time, the Kodo Beast is also a mount. The Kodo Beast's weakness is its low intelligence, requiring many Kodo Beasts to control it. However, in terms of combat strength, compared to the powerful Kodo Beast Knights, the Great Bear Knights, Wolf Riders, and other orc cavalry are all pushovers. Magic teleportation arrays were also built in some important cities of the Orcish royal court. Using these teleportation arrays, several main armies quickly converged on the Orcish capital. In addition, the prophecy of the Fox clan's great prophet, as well as the news that the capital city might be attacked by the Paradise Kingdom, quickly spread throughout the entire capital city. At first, the millions of orcs in the city were not quite convinced. However, as several main forces returned to defend, they had no choice but to believe it. However, this did not cause panic among the orcs of the capital. Because the vast majority of orcs, like the Beast King Webster, do not believe that the Kingdom of Heaven has the guts to invade their capital, at least not now. In addition, the capital city is located in the heart of the Beastmen's royal court. Numerous cities and tribes surround and protect the area from all directions. The capital city is the safest place on the entire Lenkel grassland, and also the place with the strongest war forces. Many orcs are not worried that a real disaster will befall them. They continue doing what they were supposed to do. After all, could the army of the Paradise Kingdom possibly bypass their numerous defenses and fly directly towards their capital? But it must be said, sometimes the most unlikely things happen are the most likely to happen. At this very moment, with a sufficient supply of magic core energy, the 10 angel cities of the Paradise Kingdom traversed the dark forest and descended upon the Lenkel grassland in just half an hour. This speed seems incredibly fast, but for the City of Angels, this is already very slow. Traveling 1 or 2,000 kilometers in half an hour, what's that? If Vivien, the 12-winged angel who controls these 10 cities of angels, were at her peak, traversing thousands of floating island worlds within half an hour would be a very simple matter. After all, under normal circumstances, the energy source for the City of Angels is divine stones, instead of the magic core of the mortal world. In terms of energy level, it's basically the difference between nuclear power and 92-octane gasoline. Of course, that's not important. As the 10 majestic cities of angels marched into the Lenkel grassland, they made their way in. His figure could no longer be hidden. However, the first to discover these cities of angels were not the orcs on the grasslands, but the Blue Star professionals who descended upon the Lenkel grasslands. The professionals were dumbfounded at first sight. One by one, they all gaped, their expressions blank. Holy crap, is that Angel City, the war weapon of Boss Linyu? Just as rumored, it's enormous. 10 cities of angels, forming a neat formation, swept across the sky, even shattering the clouds. It was breathtaking. The messages posted by those professionals from the Dark Forest in the island's chat channel are actually true. After the Dark Forest, Boss Linyu has now set his sights on the Lenkel grasslands. And they even mobilized a full 10 cities of angels. If nothing unexpected happens, there must be a large angel legion stationed in those angel cities. So cool, so domineering. Is this what war looks like for the angels? Those enormous cities of angels, streaking across the sky, looked like interstellar warships from a science fiction movie. They gave me the feeling that even planets would be destroyed if they stood in their way. They didn't know that even a small city of angels, if we could unleash our full power, destroying a planet like Earth wouldn't be a problem at all. Because the mini-angel city, controlled by a 12-winged angel of godlike status, is powerful enough to directly obliterate a true god. A few rounds of bombardment would shatter even a planet. Currently, Lin Yu's mini-angel cities cannot even unleash 1,000th of their power. It can only kill some demigods. It seems that the target of those angel cities' attack is the Orcish capital. This is a strategy of capturing the leader first. First, wipe out the orcs' stronghold. The remaining remnants will be much easier to deal with. The Orcish royal court is probably doomed this time. Get rid of the fear. It's said that when Lin Yu conquered the capital of the mountain giants, he only used 1 angel city. This time, with 10 angel cities joining forces, they can definitely conquer the Beastmen's capital with ease. So what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? We just need to wait for Boss Lin Yu to conquer the Lenkel grassland, and then we can join the Kingdom of Paradise. The one who should be worried is the Golden Behemoth Lord. That makes sense. Chapter 362, scolding anyone who comes along. Hoping for a miracle? The Golden Behemoth Lord is indeed in a panic right now. He originally thought that no matter how fast Lin Yu was, he would need to digest the gains in the Dark Forest first. But to his surprise, Lin Yu was even faster than he had imagined. Having just established 4 subordinate cities in the 4 regions of the Dark Forest, thus solidifying its dominance over the Dark Forest, they then dispatched an angelic army into the Lenkel Plains. The scariest thing is, Lin Yu actually dispatched a full 10 angel cities. This is clearly an attempt to snatch the head off Beast King Webster through a war. He's really torn right now. Yesterday, he sent a team of golden behemoths to the orc capital in an attempt to establish an alliance with the orcs, or you could say he wanted to rely on the orcs as a powerful backer. As a result, the golden behemoth team returned in a sorry state within half a day. They were attacked by a large orc tribe. Leaving aside the amount of gold lost by Behemoth, at least the orc emperor didn't make it to the capital. The plan to join the Orcish royal court also failed. However, this actually made him feel fortunate, because the war power that Lin Yu displayed in order to attack the Beastman royal court was too terrifying. He had a deep suspicion that the Orcish royal court could not withstand it. If the defection plan succeeds, he might have to go down with the Orcish royal court. What he's struggling with is, he now seems to have no other choice but to destroy his territory and become a combat professional. After all, Lin Yu's angel army has already arrived. Once they conquer the Beastman royal court and sweep across the entire Lunkel grassland, his territory will inevitably be reduced to ruins. Although his territory is still at the level of a high-level village, this can prevent attacks from local forces and wild monsters. However, this does not include Lin Yu, who is also a professional. Lin Yu's angel army can directly attack his territory. Damn it, how could things have gotten this bad? That guy surnamed Lin is absolutely freakish. The Golden Behemoth Lord was both anxious and angry, and had lost all interest in anything else. As a lord possessing top-tier troops, he was certainly unwilling to destroy his territory and become a combat professional with no future. But if he didn't do so, it seemed that he only had one path left: death. He glanced at the professional badge on his wrist. The energy bar on the mark is still at 99%. This indicates that the floating island of Myriad Realms has not yet completed the interdimensional teleportation array leading to Blue Star. The floating island of Myriad Realms is utterly useless. It's one thing that the supreme rules governing the entire world can't provide a truly fair competitive environment for all professionals, but it also takes so long to repair a small teleportation array. I don't know what they're good for. When the Golden Behemoth Lord is enraged, he'll verbally attack anyone who comes to mind. It's also because the rules of the floating islands are good-tempered and don't hold grudges. If it were Lolita, the spirit of the world's laws in the underworld, she would definitely have given the Golden Behemoth Lord a big slap in the face, letting him know what it means to be tough when you have a big fist. Let's wait and see. To the Kingdom of Paradise, I am but a little Karami. The primary target of those angels' attack will undoubtedly be the capital of the Orcish royal court. It's not too late to make a decision after we see how this war ends. Even now, the Golden Behemoth Lord still harbors a sliver of hope for the Orcish royal court, expecting a miracle to occur and for the Orcish army to smash those cities of angels to pieces. Ultimately, he couldn't bear to part with his status as a top-tier lord. He couldn't make up his mind if there was even the slightest hope. Here in the Holy City, Lin Yu opened the Glory Items menu to exchange for the items he wanted while waiting for Angelia's good news. As for the Golden Behemoth Lord cursing him, he was unaware of it and did not care. His attention was focused on the Glory Items menu. After the angelic army and the various legions of the kingdom successfully carried out a complete eradication of the Dark Forest, he obtained a massive amount of basic resources, as well as more than 1,000 stronghold treasure chests. Open all the treasure chests in these outposts. Lin Yu's accumulated honor points directly exceeded 600,000. This is a truly astonishing number. This allows Lin Yu to exchange for a large number of good items. The first thing he exchanged was the Stone of Law. He exchanged a full 200 of them, consuming 200,000 glory points. Then, I exchanged for more than 30 common artifacts, including the Curse of the Lich King, Holy Sword of Light, Staff of Fire God, Thunder Gauntlets, and Wings of the Wind God, consuming more than 200,000 glory points. These artifacts are priced between 5,000 and 8,000 glory points. It's much cheaper than the Origin Scepter. Its grade is only that of a lower-level true divine artifact. Even compared to Lin Yu's Sacred Radiance armor, these lower-level true artifacts are considered ordinary. However, it is still a magical artifact. The power of any divine artifact is extremely terrifying even in a mortal world like a floating island. Lin Yu planned to store these artifacts away and distribute them to suitable recipients later. For example, the Holy Light Elemental Spirit Lilith is very suitable to use the two artifacts, the Holy Light Sword and the Prophecy Bracelet, Holy Light Attribute. Once equipped, the Holy Light Elemental Spirit, Lilith, will definitely be incredibly powerful. In his mind, the image of a woman with long, silver-white hair and a perfect, snow-white body naturally appeared. Lin Yu decided to have an in-depth conversation with the Holy Light Elemental Elf, Lilith, after the war ended. After all, the power of the divine artifact was too great, and he was somewhat uneasy about it. I need to personally guide this Holy Light Elemental Spirit. Chapter 363 cannot escape the palm of his hand. In addition to various artifacts, Lin Yu also redeemed a large number of blueprints in the Glory item menu. For example, Troop Evolution Blueprints, Exclusive Troop Evolution Blueprints, etc. The latter, in particular, saw him directly exchange hundreds of them. This is because the Exclusive Unit Evolution Blueprint can help his angels achieve bloodline evolution. The drop rate for this blueprint on floating islands is extremely low. Now that I have a lot of glory points, I should take this opportunity to redeem them. In addition, all the blueprints redeemed from the Glory item menu are top-tier blueprints, which can help 10-winged angels upgrade their rank. This is also why Lin Yu chose to exchange in large quantities. Finally, Lin Yu couldn't find any items he liked to exchange for, so he exchanged all his remaining glory points for Law Stones, including the remaining ones from before and the Law Stones that were exchanged. He now possesses a total of 348 Stones of Law. This represents the fundamental mysteries of the laws governing 348 different attribute domains. If he could fully comprehend and master it, he felt he could become almost as twisted as Angelia. When he goes to the battlefield of myriad realms to become a god, he will likely become a high-ranking true god who wields powerful divine power, saving him a lot of development time. The honor items menu will refresh after today. I wonder if, besides the exchange rate skyrocketing, any new good stuff will appear. For example, the Origin Scepter, a super artifact he incorporated into his body. If he had it, he would do anything to exchange it. Without thinking further, Lin Yu casually closed the honor items menu and glanced at the honor contribution ranking. On the leaderboard, he topped the list with a total honor value of nearly 900,000 points. Xia Qingyue ranked second, with only a little over 5,000 glory points. Next is the Golden Behemoth Lord, with a glory value of just over 3,000. However, this guy was cunning. He actually hid his name and used Golden Behemoth Lord instead, so no one knew what his real name was. The Golden Behemoth Lord has been opposing me from the very beginning. They even had people spread rumors against me in the island's chat channels before, and more than once they incited other alliance leaders and top lords in the Grand Alliance channel, intending to destroy my territory and eliminate me. Lin Yu has never been to the Major League channel, but he has an inside man inside. Those lords of the Light faction were all his diehard fans. The village chief, Guangming, was particularly loyal to him, as if he was afraid that Lin Yu would stop playing with him. Regardless, Lin Yu learned a lot about what was happening in the Grand Alliance channel through these lords of the Light faction, including the fact that the Golden Behemoth Lord hated him to the bone, based solely on the aforementioned charges. That was enough to make Lin Yu determined to eliminate the Golden Behemoth Lord. Although a mere top-tier lord could not possibly threaten him, he would still be very unhappy if he let the Golden Behemoth Lord grow into an immortal god without any intervention. Lin Yu has never been the kind of person who repays evil with kindness. In fact, he is very stingy. They also hold grudges. Take Skeleton King Ryan, for example. During the first 2 or 3 days when he was weak, he couldn't hunt at night, and he kept thinking about taking down the Skeleton King Ryan Easter egg. Even though Skeleton King Lion had escaped back to the underworld, he did not let him go. The Golden Behemoth Lord has done so much, yet you expect him to act as if nothing ever happened? How is that possible? Even if it means completely hiding his identity, Lin Yu will still find him and eliminate him. The mastermind behind this crime will absolutely not escape his grasp. Although we don't know the name of the Golden Behemoth Lord or the exact location of his territory, it doesn't matter. Angelia can easily handle this matter. Lin Yu knew that Secretary and held the power of the laws of destiny. The location of the Golden Behemoth Lord can be pinpointed through the invisible threads of fate. Of course, Lin Yu is also an option. If he were to use the power of faith to burn the power of creation and create the laws of destiny, he could also dig out the Golden Behemoth Lord. He entrusted this matter to Secretary, and because he did not want to waste his faith power on a mere Lord-level professional. In fact, the power of faith within Lin Yu was already enormous. This is because, following the kingdom of the mountain giants, he absorbed and integrated the faith of all the creatures in the fairy garden and nature and the fairy goddess. So much power of faith. This was enough to enable him to condense a divine spark of faith after entering the battlefield of myriad worlds. In addition, with the Paradise Angel Edith around, he can also obtain a large amount of faith power every day. However, this still did not satisfy Lin Yu. He hoped that when he became a god, the godhood of faith that would condense within his body would be comparable to the godhood of law, so that one would be stronger than the other. Once this goal is achieved, his divine power will surely become extremely terrifying. Therefore, he now basically tries to save money wherever possible. Unless there are special circumstances, he generally does not waste the power of faith within him, barring any unforeseen circumstances. In another hour, the angelic army should arrive at the capital of the Orcish royal court. Lin Yu also had some expectations for this war. Chapter 360, for their even abandoning their old stronghold. Just as Angelia's army of holy angels was riding the city of angels across the Lenkel plains, heading straight for the Orc capital. In the dark, damp underground world, the war between the fallen angel army, led by Victoria, and the army of the Spider-Man Empire has also ended. Millions of spiders with human faces were wiped out by the army of fallen angels. The vast battlefield was littered with the corpses of spider-faced creatures. Moreover, these corpses all have one thing in common. Their blood, souls, and even the essence of their bodies have been devoured, turning them into decaying, dried-up corpses. These mummies were extremely fragile. It will turn to dust at the slightest touch. Even a necromancer would be helpless against it. After cleaning up the battlefield, the fallen angels used the newly built teleportation array to send their spoils directly to the holy city on the surface world. Then they regrouped and continued to sweep through the cities and tribal layers of the Spider-Man Empire. Wherever they went, they left a trail of devastation. No city could withstand the onslaught of the fallen angels' army. Just a few hours later, the million-strong army of fallen angels conquered 2/3 of the territory of the Spider-Man Empire, reaping countless resources and spoils of war. Most importantly, the fallen angels who participated in the battle experienced a rapid increase in their levels. Victoria commissioned Gladys to create an elite fallen angel team, 5 of whom have already advanced to the level of demigods, while the rest of the fallen angels are all at the saint level. Perhaps it won't be long before they are all able to break through and become demigods. By that time, the angelic energy within them will then be fully activated. Thus, they awaken the ability to combine and become super hell warriors capable of slaying gods. Several more hours passed. The fallen angel army, advancing unimpeded, finally reached the capital of the Spider-Man Empire. Legions of fallen angels from all directions also gathered here. However, to the surprise of the fallen angels, the spider-faced capital city they had surrounded was now a ghost town. Inside the city, buildings stand tall and streets crisscross. It looks a bit like a city built by 2-legged creatures. However, there are some unique features, namely that spider nests and similar structures can be seen everywhere in the city, and countless spider webs are spread throughout the city. However, at this moment, the vast city was deathly silent. Apart from the spider webs being blown by the wind, there was no other movement to be seen. The human-faced spider was nowhere to be seen. Not even a small spider was seen. It was obvious that the spider-faced creatures inside the city had abandoned it and fled. And the direction they fled must have been northeast, because the cities in other directions had already been captured by the fallen angel army, and only this area had not been attacked because it was too far away. After all, the army of fallen angels did not come from all sides. Instead, they started from the western region and launched an attack on the capital of the Spider-Man in a fan-shaped pattern. The spider-faced creatures in the capital escaped before the fan-shaped formation closed. It has to be admitted, the ruler of the Spider-Man Empire was truly charismatic. They have mastered the art of cutting off one's own arm, and where there's life, there's hope. In order to preserve the lineage of the Spider-Man race, it even abandoned its own capital city and fled for its life. In fact, several hours earlier, upon learning of the annihilation of the army of millions of human-faced spiders, it had already fled with the human-faced spiders of the capital without hesitation. They were terrified that if they were even a step too late, they would lose their heads. Grown-ups, the 12-winged fallen angel Priscilla respectfully asked, "What should we do now? Should we immediately go after those fleeing spider-faced creatures? Don't waste your time on those lowly microbes. They may escape for a while, but they can't escape forever." Victoria said indifferently, "My lord has ordered that we destroy the Spider-Man Empire. First, destroy this capital, then conquer the remaining cities and tribal layers. Once the war is over, we will head to the gold mine immediately." "Yes, sir." Priscilla respectfully accepted the order. Beside Priscilla stood a 12-winged fallen angel. She was just summoned by Linyu. Her name is Tasia. In hell, she was also a fallen angel of the lower-level godlike status, wielding great divine power. Soon, a large number of fallen angels flew into the giant city. After the core temple was destroyed, the capital city belonging to the Spider-Man race was quickly reduced to ruins. At the same time, a large number of blueprints, as well as a golden, dazzling stronghold treasure chest, were looted. Let's leave the blueprints aside for now. Judging from its appearance, this stronghold treasure chest is of a high level. This is a god-tier stronghold treasure chest. It is 1 level higher than the crystal-grade outpost chest. However, there's no need to be surprised. After all, the Spider-Man Empire is an empire-level power, so it's normal for it to drop a god-level stronghold treasure chest. It would be strange if a crystal-level stronghold treasure chest were found instead. Send these blueprints and the stronghold treasure chests to the Holy City and deliver them to the Supreme Creator. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, a new teleportation array was built on the ruins of the giant city. After sending the blueprints and stronghold chests away, the fallen angel army set off again to attack the Spider-Man city and tribal nest in the northeast. They encountered no resistance along the way, because all the human-faced spiders in this area have fled with their Spider King. Only empty cities and empty nests remain. The fallen angels were not disappointed. After destroying all the cities and tribal lairs and obtaining a large number of blueprints and stronghold chests, they turned around and headed straight for the gold mine. And at this very moment, a large army of dark elves has also gathered near the gold mine. In addition, the rulers and high-ranking officials of the Dark Elf Empire, the Cyclops Empire, the Evil Eye Empire, and the Immortal Kingdom also gathered, making it a gathering of powerful figures. Chapter 365: The Pinnacle of the Underground World and the Gold Mine. A major crisis has occurred in the Spider-Man Empire. It is located 10,000 meters away from the gold mine. At the summit of a large mountain, more than 20 figures gathered. These figures all exuded the aura of laws. This shows that they are all powerful demigods. In addition, thousands of figures stood high in the sky surrounding the mountain. They were all saint-level experts from different races and factions. The speaker was a giant who was about 15 meters tall. The skin is bluish-black. His whole body was covered in muscles like a coiled dragon. It looks very majestic and robust. The strangest thing is, this giant has only one eye, located directly above its nose. He was none other than the Cyclops Emperor, a terrifying being at the peak of the demigod level. Behind him stood several demigod-level Cyclops powerhouses. Besides the Cyclops King, the summit was also home to the Evil Eye Demon King, the Ghost Dragon King, and the Dark Elf Queen, along with their respective demigod-level high-ranking subordinates. The Ghost Dragon Emperor is the ruler of the Eternal Kingdom, the undead stronghold of the underground world. The Evil Eye Emperor rules the Evil Eye Empire. It is worth mentioning, the Evil Eye clan has an extremely strange appearance. It looks like a giant fleshy ball floating in mid-air with countless tentacles. The surface of the fleshy ball only has eyes and a mouth. Moreover, the eyes are exaggeratedly large, almost taking up 3/4 of the fleshy area. In addition, each of the fleshy balls has an eye on it. The overall design looks terrifying, much like a void demon. In fact, the evil eyes do indeed possess the bloodline of the void demons. They were originally creatures of the evil faction, but were transformed into their current form by the void demons. Therefore, they also call themselves Evil Eye Demons. If a creature like the Evil Eye Demon were to go to the surface world, it would be an absolute enemy, besieged and wiped out, and would never gain the approval of surface creatures. But then again, none of these races in the underground world can appear openly on the surface. Once discovered, they are like rats crossing the street, hated and beaten by everyone. The same applies to dark elves. Therefore, the eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. We received the news a long time ago. The Dark Elf Queen, dressed in a long, fitted black dress that accentuated her sexy and alluring figure, said, "The Spider Empire has been invaded by an unknown force, and many cities and spider lairs have been captured. The army of spider-faced creatures that intended to be stationed at the gold mine was also recalled." "You're giving up the gold mine?" The Cyclops Emperor exclaimed in surprise, then laughed and said, "It seems the Spider Empire has encountered a formidable enemy this time. I imagine those spiders have suffered heavy losses." These words were spoken. The Ghost Dragon Emperor and the Evil Eye Demon Emperor also chuckled strangely. The mysterious power contained in gold mines is not limitless. It would only benefit them if one less force shared it with them. The Dark Elf Queen was also very happy. But when she saw the figures of the Cyclops Emperor and his two companions, her mood soured again. Originally, this gold mine belonged to her and the Spider-Man Empire. If the Spider-Man Empire withdraws, then her Dark Elf Empire can monopolize the gold mine. As a result, these three guys got involved, wanting a piece of the pie. No wonder she was in a bad mood. She successfully prevented the armies of the three factions from stationing in the gold mining area through negotiations, which was already her greatest effort, as there was simply no way to restrict the entry of the powerful members of the three factions. After all, none of the three forces were weaker than her Dark Elf Empire. We're all equally bad. When the three forces joined forces, she naturally couldn't withstand the pressure and had to back down. In that case, let's share the gold mine ourselves. The Ghost Dragon Emperor spoke with a tremor in his spiritual consciousness. It is extremely large, measuring over 300 meters in length. The other three emperors present seemed as insignificant as ants before it. However, body size does not determine strength. All four rulers were peak demigods. Once a fight to the death ensues, it will inevitably end in mutual destruction, and there will be no absolute victor. Of course, if Victoria and the other two were here, the situation would be different. As they spoke, The enormous figure of the ghost dragon emperor flew straight toward the gold mine 10,000 meters away, and the group of undead powerhouses led by it followed without hesitation. Walk! The Dark Elf Queen, the Cyclops King, and others also set off. Soon, thousands of demigods and saints gathered near the gold mine. Looking out, the gold mine resembles a giant gold mountain standing on the Earth's surface, reaching an astonishing height of over 500 meters, enveloped by an invisible barrier. This barrier contains the power of rules. Native organisms simply cannot get in. They had already tried to attack the barrier, but to no avail. Fortunately, although there was a barrier, there was still a mysterious power emanating from the gold mine through the barrier, and they could surround the gold mine and absorb this mysterious power. The so-called mysterious power is actually the primordial energy, plus a little bit of the power of rules. It is also of great benefit to the top demigods in the homeland. If the creatures are native species with relatively low cultivation levels, the benefits are even greater, as it can help them level up. This is the fundamental reason why all parties want to seize the gold mine. Only professionals from other worlds can cross the barrier. The Supreme Rule wants to use our power to kill those otherworldly professionals. Whatever. With us stationed here, which otherworldly professional would dare to approach? That makes sense. Even the Dark Elf Queen deeply agreed with these words. However, they were unaware that an army of a lord from another world was marching towards the gold mine. Chapter 366: The Angel Clan Attacks. The surface world, the Link Grasslands. The 10 cities of angels are arranged in a straight line. Wherever it passed, the clouds were scattered. They flew in a grand procession to the capital of the orcs. The scene was breathtaking. Such a spectacular sight would inevitably be seen by the orcs on the grasslands. Of course, this is also because the angelic army had no intention of concealing their presence. If they wanted to hide, the 12-winged angel Vivien could easily send the city of angels flying higher into the clouds, completely undetected by the orcs. The reason for doing this is, they just wanted to let the orcs know that they had arrived. This would allow the orcs to deploy a larger army to defend their capital. The angels have always preferred to take down all the prey in one fell swoop. And things did not disappoint the angel army. When 10 cities of angels flew in a dense cloud over a heavy orc city, the orcs inside immediately reported the news to the Beast King Webster, who was far away in the capital. Meanwhile, when they discovered that the target of these cities of angels was their capital, the Orcish regular legion stationed in this heavily fortified city immediately assembled and headed towards the capital. They gathered in the capital immediately without needing any orders from Beast King Webster. The same applies to the orc legions in other heavily fortified cities. They assembled immediately upon receiving the news, because they discovered that the enemy was none other than the legendary angel race. This problem is more serious than disobeying the orders of Beast King Webster. Of course, they also believed that when the Beast King Webster received this news, he would also issue an order for them to assemble in the capital. They were just carrying it out first. And that is indeed the case. When the Beast King Webster, who was in the imperial capital temple, learned that 10 cities of angels were flying towards his capital with a vast army of angels, he was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined that his capital city would one day be attacked by the angel race. Because the angel race is a legendary mythical race, they never appeared in this broken, floating island world. The legends about the angel race all originated from the battlefield of myriad realms a long time ago. All they knew was that the angel race was very strong, powerful enough to contend with the terrifying void demons. They also know that angels are messengers of God worshipped by the Church of Light, and are holy judges who punish all evil and dark forces. How could a legendary mythical race suddenly descend upon our world? This floating island world is not even complete, and its laws are incomplete. What makes it so worthy of being invaded by the angel race? At this moment, Beast King Webster is just like mountain giant King Vaughn was back then. When he first received the news that the angels had descended upon the dark forest and were launching an attack on the mountain giant kingdom, King Vaughn of the mountain giants was equally bewildered and incredulous. It's like an ordinary person seeing a ghost. I was completely stunned, utterly dumbfounded. I have wronged the great prophet. Beast King Webster took a deep breath. He only found out now. That old fox had such good intentions. He longed to recall the great prophet and offer him some comfort. After all, he had previously felt the urge to punish the entire Fox People clan because of the Fox clan's great prophet's outrageous actions, which was indeed his mistake. However, Beast King Webster only thought about this. For him, the most urgent task now was not to comfort the old fox, but to find a way to withstand the attack from the angels and thus survive this calamity. I regret not listening to Xian's advice. I should have summoned all the legions from the capital then and sent envoys to the Goblin Kingdom to request assistance. Now it's too late. The Angel army arrived riding the legendary war weapon, Angel City, at an incredible speed. Time is running out for Beast King Webster. He didn't have enough time to follow the advice of the Fox Clan's great prophet. The only option was to mobilize the Orc legions and tribal warriors stationed in the cities near the capital as much as possible. It was too late to dispatch the Orc legions that were far away. Without further hesitation, Beast King Webster immediately issued a war mobilization order, urgently deploying troops. At the same time, the news of the angelic invasion was announced to the entire capital, urging all Orc warriors to take up arms and prepare for a decisive battle against the angelic army. In an instant, the entire Orc capital was thrown into chaos. They hadn't taken the prophecy of the great prophet to heart before. Some Orcs even felt that the great prophet of the Fox Clan was exaggerating, and like the Beast King Webster, they expressed their dissatisfaction with the great prophet of the Fox Clan. But things are different now. The prophecy of the Fox Clan's great prophet has actually come true. It really was an apocalyptic disaster that befell them. The scariest thing is, the attacking enemy turned out to be the legendary Angel race. This caused panic among the millions of Orcs in the capital, who lost all their previous confidence. Chapter 367 Good Things Don't Work, Bad Things Do. Several hours later, the 10 cities of angels finally arrived above the Orc capital. This was the first time that Vivien, the 12-winged angel, had deliberately slowed down after receiving orders from Secretarian. Otherwise, it wouldn't even take an hour. Along the way, the city of angels also encountered some extraordinary, even saint-level, beastmen who blocked its path, but were naturally killed instantly by the high-ranking angels. These powerful beastmen were originally assassins released by the Beast King Webster. They were prepared to die. The intention was to ascertain the true strength of the angelic army. Beast King Webster was eager to know just how many angels were stationed in these 10 cities of angels, so that he could be mentally prepared. In the end, all the powerful beastmen who blocked the way died. We haven't found out anything about the truth or the falsehood. There was absolutely nothing the Beast King Webster could do about it. He knew that he had no choice but to defend the Beastman capital to the death. After all, he couldn't possibly have fled with millions of Orcs from the capital without even putting up a fight, could he? Moreover, the Lenkel grasslands are only so big. Where can we escape to? The angelic army arrived in the city of angels, and catching up with them would be a very simple matter. Therefore, we have no choice but to hold our ground and fight the enemy to the death. By using the fortifications of the capital to hold off the angelic army, and then continuously summoning Orcish legions from other cities and tribes to launch a pincer attack on the angelic army, there might still be hope for victory. Of course, this was just the idea of Beast King Webster. Just like the Golden Behemoth Lord who had been waiting for news of the war, the Beast King Webster also harbored a sliver of hope and complacency regarding the war. Countless elite beastmen and powerful warriors ascended the majestic city walls. As you can see, the walls of the Orc capital are also covered with a dense array of magic cannons, and all of them are high-level and super large, with power that can threaten even those at the transcendent level. As the capital of the Orc race, its defensive capabilities are extremely strong. Even demigods would have to give way. Beast King Webster also brought the high-ranking officials of the Beast King's court to the city wall. With the appearance of the Beast King Webster, the entire Orc capital was filled with deafening cheers and roars. That was the shouting of millions of Orcs inside and outside the city. Yes, a large number of Orcs have also gathered outside the capital city. They were all Orc warriors and elites from nearby cities. Since the Orc capital was already overcrowded, they simply gathered outside the city. All the Orc warriors and elites inside and outside the city rose up, numbering at least 7 million. This is also the result of the Beast King Webster's best efforts. It has to be admitted, the Orc race is extremely powerful. With a single command from Beast King Webster, millions of beast warriors were summoned in a short time, something that the kingdom-level forces of the Dark Forest could not do. Most importantly, this is not the full extent of the Orc race's strength. It's less than 1/5. Throughout the entire Lenkel Plains, there are tens of millions of Orcs. And the Orcish army, which is even larger in total size. Because the distance was too far and the time was too short, they didn't have time to get here. The vast majority of the Orc legions are still on their way to the capital. If the Orcs were given just one more day, the number of Orc warriors and elites gathered in this capital city would surely exceed 10 million, or even reach 20 million. In comparison, the kingdom-level forces in the Dark Forest can be described as weak. This is the Beastman royal court that rules over the entire Lenkel grassland. No wonder the Beast King Webster didn't take the Fox clan's great prophecy to heart before. With this kind of strength, no one else would believe that any force could bring about the annihilation of the orc race. As for the paradise in the dark forest, that's even more impossible. Previously, Beast King Webster only regarded the heavenly kingdom as a threat, not the root cause of the destruction of the Beast King's court, at least not now. But reality is cruel. What he didn't believe would happen, actually did. This was like a slap in the face to Beast King Webster, leaving him speechless in the face of his people. After all, if he chooses to believe the Fox clan's great prophet, the orc army now gathered in the capital is no longer 7 million, but over 10 million. Your Majesty, is that the legendary city of angels? Truly a terrifying weapon of war. In comparison, the airships of the nature elves, the airships of the goblins, and so on are as insignificant as ants. The flying boat is only a few hundred meters long. As for the goblin airships, they are even smaller and generally rely on sheer numbers to win. The city of angels, however, stretches for 8 kilometers. Neither the elf airship nor the goblin airship are comparable to the city of angels. At this moment, we are 10,000 meters in the air. 10 cities of angels float side by side, radiating holy light, just like the legendary divine cities. Upon witnessing this scene, not only the millions of orcs present, but even the Beast King Webster gasped, instinctively feeling a sense of impending doom. The old fox's prophecy. It's true that good things don't work, but bad things do. Predicting the end of the orc race is more accurate than anything else. Chapter 368, The Swan Man. Your Majesty, should we launch an attack on those cities of angels immediately? A high-ranking member of the Orc Empire inquired. He came from the Tiger Man tribe. His face was covered in tiger fur, and he had a royal mark on his forehead. His level has also reached the demigod level. He exuded a powerful aura and domineering presence. However, it was clear that his voice was trembling, indicating that he was in a state of tension and panic. Of course, this is normal. No one could remain calm upon seeing the 10 cities of angels floating overhead. It was already quite an achievement if they weren't so terrified that they couldn't speak. Do not act rashly. Beast King Webster waved his hand. The current situation is that the enemy is strong and we are weak. Even though he knew the angels were hostile, he dared not attack them. After all, what if there's still room for negotiation? Beast King Webster said, send an envoy to communicate with those angels. Remember to be polite and never offend them. Also, be clever and good at negotiation. If you can drive away the angel race without a fight, that would be the best. You will be credited with a great achievement. Yes, Your Majesty the Beast King. Soon, messengers from the orc race took to the skies. And almost at the same time, under the watchful eyes of countless orcs, a beautiful and holy figure flew out from one of the angel cities and spoke with the orcs as an envoy. That was a 10-winged angel. It has 3 pairs of real angel wings on its back, as well as 2 pairs of energy wings. His level has reached the mid-stage of demigod. A high-ranking orc said with a solemn expression, I am also a mid-stage demigod, and I advanced to that level decades ago. However, that 10-winged angel fills me with fear. My feeling is that even if I fight with all my might, I still can't be her match. It's not just you. I feel the same way. A beastman at the late demigod stage gasped and said, angels truly live up to their legendary mythical race. Their combat power is terrifyingly strong, and killing enemies of higher levels is a piece of cake for them. I wonder how many demigod-level angels like this are in those cities of angels. If there were even 3 or 5 of them, this war would be very difficult. Then we can only pray to His Majesty the Beast God. The high-ranking members and powerful figures of the orc race present were filled with worry. They were terrified that a huge number of demigods might fly out from those cities of angels. Then they're doomed. In the extraordinary world, wars are rarely decided by numbers. Even if their legion is 10 times the size of the angelic army, the appearance of multiple angelic demigods could still crush their legion's formation. A demigod's law-based attack is no joke. Even among extraordinary professionals, a demigod can wipe out a whole group with a single move. A set of forbidden spells imbued with the power of laws could easily annihilate an army of hundreds of thousands of mortals. Therefore, they all need to pray that the number of angels and demigods does not exceed the limit that their Orcish royal court can fight against. There is still some hope. Only about a minute or 2 had passed. The Beastman envoy then turned and returned to the capital. This messenger looked very much like an angel, with a pair of snow-white wings on his back, and he was very beautiful. Overall, it looks about 70% similar to a 2-winged angel. However, she was an orc. Their race belongs to the Swan clan, a branch of the orc race. Many orcs' bestial features are manifested on their faces, such as lionmen, tigermen, werewolves, and pigmen, etc. However, the beast-like characteristic of the Swan clan is their wings. Leaving aside their wings, they have the appearance of humans. How are the negotiations going? Beast King Webster asked anxiously. Other high-ranking members and powerful figures of the beast race also turned their attention to this beautiful swan woman. They sent swans as messengers to negotiate with the angels. They wanted to use the swan people's unique appearance to make the angels feel favorably toward their beast race. However, the swan man shook his head and said, "Your Majesty the Beast King, the war angel gave us 3 minutes to consider whether to surrender our entire race and embrace the holy light, or to be conquered by war." Beast King Webster and the others fell silent. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, the news still weighed heavily on their hearts. No surrender, or war will break out. Those angels had no intention of resolving this incident peacefully. Even making them pay war reparations would be acceptable. The angels can take anything they have. As long as there's no war, anything goes. However, surrendering as a whole clan is absolutely impossible. As for asking them to believe in the holy light, that would be even more unacceptable to them. Their faith belongs to the beast god faction. Just as nature spirits only worship nature and the spirit goddess, they could not possibly abandon their faith in the beast god. Is that all you have to say? There is none left. The Swan Man envoy hesitated slightly, then shook his head. In fact, the war angel had also told her that if their swan race were willing to surrender, they would receive better treatment than the other beastmen. In other words, her angelic appearance did indeed win over the war angel. But this only applies to their swan people race. Of course, she dared not tell Beast King Webster such a thing to his face. She planned to discuss it privately with her clansmen after she stepped down. Meanwhile, Beast King Webster didn't notice anything amiss. With a grim expression, he said to the Beastmen's high command, "No need for 3 minutes of deliberation. Prepare to bombard Angel City. Let those arrogant angels know that we Beastmen are not to be trifled with." Chapter 369, Bombarding the City of Angels. With the issuance of the order by Beast King Webster, the war machine of the orc capital quickly began to operate. Tens of thousands of advanced magic cannons and supergiant magic cannons were raised to their maximum upward angle and aimed directly at the 10 angel cities suspended high in the sky. Because the City of Angels is truly enormous, the Orcish leaders didn't even need to worry about missing their target. Because with just a rough aim, you're guaranteed to hit it. Soon, the magic cannon, which had already been fully charged, was activated. All the cannon muzzles lit up with a dazzling light in an instant. The Orcish High Command did not hesitate at all in response to the orders of Beast King Webster. Because they do not want to surrender to the kingdom of heaven, they also did not want to abandon their faith in the beast god in order to embrace the so-called holy light. Since those angels were so arrogant and unreasonable, they had no choice but to strike first. Moments later, accompanied by a series of deafening roars, countless dazzling beams of light shot straight toward the 10 cities of angels high in the sky. Its speed was so fast that it exceeded the limits of what the naked eye could see. The shelling just started. The beam of light over there has already successfully hit the target. Beast King Webster, the high-ranking members of the beast race, the powerful figures, and millions of beastmen inside and outside the city all watched the about-to-happen scene with tense eyes, not daring to blink. They look forward to seeing the City of Angels destroyed by their magic cannons. It would be even better if all 10 cities of angels were destroyed, reduced to ruins, and fell from the sky. Without the threat of the City of Angels, it wouldn't be easy for the angels to conquer their capital, at least that's what they thought. Bang, 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 bang. Tens of thousands of beams of light struck the walls of the City of Angels. The City of Angels was immediately thrown into turmoil. On the surface of the city wall, countless divine patterns shimmer and ripple. And then, that was it. As the kinetic energy of the magic cannon's attack dissipated, Angel City quickly calmed down. None of the 10 cities of angels were destroyed in the expectant gaze of the orcs. You could even say that not a single layer of plaster has fallen off the wall. Not a single brick was broken. Despite being attacked by tens of thousands of magic cannons, all the angel cities remained intact. At most, the divine runes surrounding the angel cities had only lost a little energy. Upon witnessing this scene, all the orcs, including the Beast King Webster, were dumbfounded. Their capital's tens of thousands of magic cannons bombarded the cities of angels without causing any damage. They said it was unbelievable. At the same time, my scalp felt numb. So what the hell should we do next? Just then, a high-ranking orc with a blank expression swallowed hard and said, "By the way, is it too late to surrender now?" Upon hearing this, all the orcs present fell silent. They were unwilling to surrender earlier because they still held great hope for the capital's war effort, believing that tens of thousands of magic cannons combined could inflict some damage on those cities of angels. Not to mention destroying all of Angel City. But at least it can prove to those arrogant angels that the orc race is not to be trifled with. However, the result left them all stunned. Those angelic cities suspended high in the sky, like indestructible divine cities, easily withstood the attack of tens of thousands of magic cannons. This result was completely beyond their expectations. This also made them feel frightened and uneasy. Some orcs even worried that their attack might anger the angels, who would then carry out a massacre of the entire capital, killing millions of orcs inside and outside the city. Beast King Webster's face was also twitching. He took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Continue the attack. Don't stop. Even if we use up all our reserve magic cores, we'll stop. I refuse to believe that these angel cities are truly indestructible." "Yes, Your Majesty the Beast King." The order was issued quickly. Tens of thousands of magic cannons in the capital city have begun charging again. These orcs had no idea. In a mortal world like the floating islands, the defenses of Angel City are truly impregnable. Even if all these angel cities are small-scale, their divine rune defenses are beyond the reach of their magic cannons. The targets of the City of Angels invasions have always been extraordinary worlds guarded by true gods. Generally speaking, only the power of a deity could possibly destroy a small angel city. In the past, the angels looked down on incomplete worlds like floating islands, where even true gods did not exist, and they did not consider them objects to be conquered. The strongest being here is merely a peak demigod. Now, the City of Angels has descended upon the floating island world. You could say it's invincible. There is virtually no force capable of destroying it. Even if the 10 cities of angels remained unmoved, allowing the orcs to exhaust all the magic cores stored in the capital, it would be virtually impossible to destroy even one of the cities of angels. Unfortunately, the orcs were unaware of these things. They are still delusional and want to keep trying. Lady Angelia, should we immediately order an attack on the orc capital and punish those stubborn heretics? On the walls of a city of angels, a woman with delicate features and a perfect figure asked a question. It was Alice, the 10-winged archangel that Lin Yu had summoned earlier. Chapter 370, They Are the Lord's Angels. Attack. Angelia immediately issued the war order to attack the orc capital. Some enemies only realize what reality is after experiencing despair. It's as if they won't know how to repent until they hit a brick wall. As the 18-winged archangel of the angel race, Angelia's heart only warms when she is with Lin Yu. In her eyes, all other living beings are ants. One attempt to persuade them to surrender is already quite good. She will not give diehards a chance to continue struggling. Since peaceful means cannot end this war, then killing is the only option. They slaughtered until the orcs completely bowed their heads. The surviving orcs will naturally choose to believe in the holy light. Yes, sir. The 10-winged Archangel Alice relayed Secretarian's orders. Soon, countless dazzling lights shone brightly on the walls of the 10 cities of angels. That was the light from the magic cannon. Each city of angels is equipped with 640 magic cannons and 80 magic giant cannons on its walls. The 10 cities of angels combined have a total of over 7,000 magic cannons. Although it is far inferior to the magic cannon of the orc capital, its power is incomparable. Even the ordinary magic cannons of Angel City possess power comparable to the colossal magic cannons forged by the orcs. And if it were a giant magic cannon, its power would be something the orcs had never even seen before. Such a magical cannon is something that a mortal world like a floating island could not create. This is because, if its full power were unleashed, it could annihilate a true god. In the mortal world, it would be difficult to create such a weapon of war capable of killing gods. Of course, this refers to the mortal world within the cultivation system. If it were a technologically advanced world for ordinary people, that wouldn't necessarily be the case. Angelia glanced at the group of high-ranking angels gathered behind her and said, "Once we break through the magical defense shield of the orc capital, each of you will lead your own legions in. The war power of the City of Angels is too strong. It would be such a waste to use it solely to blast those orcs." "Yes, Lady Angelia." All the high-ranking angels respectfully obeyed the command. The 12-winged angels Vivien and Rebecca, as well as the two 12-winged holy angels that Lin Yu had summoned earlier, were also among them. They were all extremely respectful to Secretarian. Especially when they sensed the changes in Secretarian's body, the angel's attitude towards her became even more obvious. They sensed the presence of the Lord of Holy Light emanating from Angelia. This shows that Angelia, like the 8-winged Archangel Elena and the Angel of Love Sherry, has successfully served the Lord of Holy Light. In addition, Angelia's noble status within the Holy faction. They were naturally even more respectful. At the same time, they were also filled with envy. Although the benevolent Lord of Light watches over all angels, watching over them and serving are not the same thing. They all long for the day when they can serve the Lord, which is the ultimate dream of all angels. In comparison, being promoted to Archangel or even Angelic Leader is not that important. After all, they are the Lord's angels. No matter how strong they are or how high their status is, everything they possess belongs to the Supreme Lord. Serving the Lord and doing good for Him is the essence of their faith in the Lord. If they were separated from the Lord, everything they possessed would become meaningless. This is also the root cause of why some high-ranking angels, and even the 18-winged archangels, chose to fall. In reality, very few holy angels know this. The reason why fallen angels fell is not because they abandoned themselves or their faith. The high-ranking angels, led by Astia and the other two 18-winged archangels, sought to find a way to bring the Lord of Light back to the divine realm through falling. It has to be said, angels are, in essence, an incredibly insane race. Especially when it comes to matters involving the Lord of Holy Light, they are capable of anything. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, thousands of dazzling beams of light shot out from the walls of the 10 cities of angels. It bombarded directly towards the orc capital below. Almost simultaneously, a huge light shield appeared in the sky above the capital. This is a magical defensive shield created by the orcs using countless precious magical materials and the essence of laws, and reinforced layer by generations of orc demigods. It enveloped the entire orc capital. Once it's at full power, even a demigod would find it difficult to shake. Not only the orcs, but also other imperial powers on the surface have such magical defensive shields at their bases. The most famous are the shields of the Nature Elf Empire and the Church of Light. Without a large number of demigod-level powerhouses joining forces, it is virtually impossible to destroy the protective shield of the two faction strongholds. Although the orcs' capital city's protective shield is relatively weak, it still possesses astonishing defensive power. Under the bombardment of 10 cities of angels, it shone brightly and trembled incessantly, ultimately managing to withstand the first wave of bombardment. However, it is clearly visible that some cracks have appeared on the surface of the shield. Just as millions of orcs were filled with fear and anxiety, wondering if their capital's protective shield could withstand a second wave of bombardment. A towering 12-winged angel phantom, reaching 10,000 meters in height, suddenly appeared in the sky above the Beastmen's capital. The phantom looked down at all the orcs in the city, then raised the angel's sword in its hand and slashed straight down at the protective barrier of the orc capital. A loud bang. In an instant, the entire capital of the beast race trembled. The protective barrier around the capital city collapsed instantly, vanishing into nothingness. This is the strongest attack from one of the cities of angels, the Holy Judgment Sword, whose power far surpasses that of the magic cannon. Chapter 371 Orcs will never be slaves. It's over. Upon witnessing this scene, the millions of orcs in the city were filled with despair. Beast King Webster and the other high-ranking and powerful members of the beast race were also greatly shocked. They never expected that the magical defensive shield of the capital, which the Empire had built with countless resources, would only withstand one wave of attacks from the City of Angels before being shattered by a giant sword. Before the angels, their background seems utterly useless. By the beast god, what level of attack was that? It feels like its power has surpassed the limits of a demigod and reached the level of a god. A powerful orc shouted in disbelief. The other orcs felt the same way. The sword shattered their capital's protective shield with a single strike. This power was definitely not at the demigod level. Even though cracks had already appeared on the capital's protective shield when the giant sword arrived, it was still the same. Can we really withstand the power of the true god? Even the Beast King Webster was momentarily stunned. He underestimated the angels and overestimated himself. If it were any other force invading, whether it be the human race, the natural elf empire, or the dragon race, destroying his capital's protective shield would be an extremely difficult task. But faced with the absolute power of the angels, his capital's protective shield was so fragile that it could not be broken. It had just enveloped the entire capital city, and the next second it was blown up. This also made him realize just how powerful the legendary mythical race truly was. At that very moment, a strong sense of crisis rushed towards me. Beast King Webster immediately shouted, "Everyone, immediately withdraw from the city walls." Upon hearing the roar of His Majesty the Beast King, the Beastmen on the city wall immediately retreated back into the city. However, some who reacted slowly or were too slow were blasted apart along with the city wall by beams of light that descended from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. A dense barrage of energy beams bombarded the area. It struck the walls of the orc capital like a torrential downpour. The capital's city walls were instantly riddled with holes, and large sections of the walls collapsed, killing and injuring countless orcs. After 3 rounds of shelling, the 10 cities of angels suspended high in the sky finally ceased their attack. At this moment, the walls of the orc capital had been reduced to rubble and ruins, burying a large number of orc corpses. Even some orcs of the saint rank were unable to escape and died in the bombardment. Of course, that's not important. The important thing is that all the magic cannons installed on the city walls were destroyed. Next up is the Angels stage. As you can see, the entire Beastman capital was plunged into chaos. Even some cowardly orcs, such as Rabbitmen and Ratmen, were screaming and fleeing for their lives. However, the vast majority of orcs calmed down amidst the roars of Beast King Webster and the Orcish High Command, and took up their weapons to rally together. The City of Angels, suspended high in the sky, did not continue its attack. But all the orcs knew this was not the end. The war has only just begun. They are about to face the legendary army of angels, under the watchful eyes of countless orcs. Soon, countless figures flew out from the 10 cities of angels. They were all fully armed and filled with fighting spirit. They assembled into large-scale angel legions, looking down from thousands of meters above the millions of terrified orcs in the capital. 1, 2, 3. How many angel legions are there? By the beast god, the total size of this angelic army is over 2 million, and there are more than 20 demigods and tens of thousands of saint-level angels. The scariest thing is, there are actually 5 demigod-level angels, and each and every one of them is a 12-winged angel. Legend has it that 12-winged angels are among the highest-ranking angels and commanders of the angelic army. Generally, when conquering a transcendent world, the angelic race will only deploy one 12-winged angel. The high-ranking members and powerful figures of the Beast clan, led by Beast King Webster, they all had blank expressions. Their small Beastman force actually warranted the angel race, mobilizing a full 5 12-winged angels. What merit or ability do they possess? Your Majesty, shall we surrender? With our strength, there's absolutely no way we can defeat this army of angels. In an instant, a terrifying force of law swept over. There was a loud bang. The orc high-ranking officer who wanted to surrender was immediately blown to pieces. Blood and flesh splattered all around. The surrounding orcs were so frightened that they retreated in fear. The Beast King Webster said with a grim lion face, "Anyone who dares to speak of surrender or undermine the morale of my empire's warriors will suffer this fate. Remember, we are brave and fearless orcs. Orcs will never be slaves. Orcs will never be slaves." After Beast King Webster finished speaking, deafening shouts immediately erupted within the city. At the same time, on the other side, a group of high-ranking members of the Swan clan were secretly discussing something. The angelic army is launching a powerful attack. The capital cannot be defended. If we fight to the death, the entire tribe could be wiped out. We, the Swan people, cannot follow His Majesty to our deaths. Since the Angel clan has promised us better treatment, then we will strive to become the light of the beast race in the new era. Elder, His Majesty has said that orcs will never be slaves. We've simply changed our faith and embraced the holy light. When did we become slaves? That makes sense. Elder is wise. After a brief discussion, the Swan clan was the first to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. It was at this moment that the angelic army marched in a mighty force towards the orc capital. Chapter 372, The Beastmen's Military Legion. The greatest advantage of the orcs in warfare lies in their ability to charge into battle. The orc cavalry are renowned throughout the entire floating island world. Whether it's the giant bear cavalry legion, the wolf cavalry legion, or the barbarian elephant cavalry legion, they all have a tremendous deterrent effect on the legions of many other races. As for the behemoth legion and the Kodo beast legion, there's even less to say. In particular, the Kodo beast knights legion is not only the most powerful cavalry legion of the orcs, but is also known as the king of land cavalry in the floating island world. Question: a cavalry army composed of hundreds of thousands of armored behemoths, some tens or even hundreds of meters long. What force could withstand its charge? Looking across the entire floating island, no such force can be found. It can be said with certainty that no cavalry legion of any faction or race can clash with the Kodo Behemoth Cavalry Legion, the king of land-based cavalry, truly deserving of the title. However, the Kodo Beast Cavalry Legion also has a major drawback. That means it can't fly. Even at the extraordinary level, it is difficult to fly, simply because of the excessive weight. This time, the orcs are facing angels once again. The angels are all aerial combatants. This directly resulted in almost all of the orc cavalry legions, including the Kodo Beast Cavalry Legion, losing their advantage in land battle charges. The angelic legions would never engage in a head-on charge like the land legions of other races. Only a fool would do that. The angel legion charged directly into the ranks of the orc cavalry from high above. This makes it difficult even for a berserk behemoth to charge. The orc army's morale plummeted instantly as a result. However, the orcs are not without air units. On the contrary, they have many. For example, harpies, Pegasus riders, two-headed demons, and so on. As well as fully equipped angel legions descended from the sky, the Orcish aerial combat units, under the command of Beast King Webster, also took to the skies to fight the angel legions. The total number of all orc air units is around 1 million. When they all took off into the sky, the scene was truly breathtaking. Unfortunately, it was of no use at all. Before the two armies even made formal contact, a large number of orc air units were wiped out by the angels' divine magic, and countless mangled corpses fell from the sky like raindrops. As the two armies clashed, screams of agony erupted. The million-strong orc air force was the first to be slaughtered by the angelic army. Blood stained the sky red in an instant. In less than 10 minutes, the orcs' million-strong air force was wiped out by the angel army. Of course, not all orc air units were killed. About a third of the air combat units bowed their heads under the angel's divine faith spell and turned to charge towards the orc army inside and outside the capital. Upon witnessing this scene, all the orcs were stunned. This includes the Beast King Webster, as well as the high-ranking members and powerful figures of the Beast clan. Beast King Webster was the first to regain his senses and roared, "Where are those winged swans? Why didn't they rush up to intercept the Angel Legion? Reporting to your majesty, the Swan clan has betrayed us. More than 200,000 Swan people have rushed out of the capital and are now fighting alongside the Angel Legion against the large army gathered outside the city." Betray? Beast King Webster was stunned. The Swan clan's sudden betrayal was beyond his expectations. He had reason to suspect that the War Angel must have promised the Swan people some benefits during the previous negotiations. Otherwise, the Swan people would have no reason to betray them so quickly. Damn Swan people. They will never again receive the favor of the great Beast God. Beast King Webster was so angry that his lion mane bristled. He then ordered a full-scale war against the Angel Legion. Immediately afterwards, he took the lead and rushed into the sky, charging towards a legion of angels. At the same time, tens of thousands of high-ranking members and powerful figures of the Beast race closely followed behind the Beast King Webster. The betrayal by the Swan people was merely an exception. The vast majority of other orcs have a firm faith and uphold the belief that orcs will never be slaves. They will not surrender until their will is completely broken. Even if it meant dying on the battlefield, they were unwilling to become believers in the Holy Light faction. Roar, roar, roar. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. That was the roar of hundreds of golden behemoths. In fact, within the orc race, the golden behemoths are not a single race, but rather evolved from ordinary behemoths who awakened and hid their bloodline. Therefore, the golden behemoth is usually extremely powerful. The lowest level is transcendent, and the most common level is saint. This also shows that the golden behemoth lord was very lucky to randomly get the golden behemoth unit. If you're unlucky, you might end up as a silver behemoth, or even just an ordinary behemoth. Furthermore, the golden behemoth is still not the most powerful behemoth. The strongest behemoth is the amethyst behemoth. However, the path of behemoth's evolution is extremely difficult, no less so than ascending from a mortal to a true god. Even among the orc race, the amethyst behemoth does not exist. It happened before, but it's already in the battlefield of myriad realms. Chapter 373 Secretary and's Little Tricks. Don't confront those high-ranking angels head-on. Go and assassinate those Legion angels. They are relatively weak. This was an order from Beast King Webster to the high-ranking members and powerful members of the Beast race. He added, "Even if this war is destined to be lost, we will make the angel race pay a heavy price." "Yes, Your Majesty the Beast King." Tens of thousands of powerful beastmen roared in unison. The angel army was terrifyingly powerful. There were more than 20 demigods. Among them, 5 were even at the peak of the demigod realm. Such a super strong lineup is something they cannot defeat. However, they can attack the smaller angel legions on the battlefield. Most small angel legions only have 1 or 2 saint-level powerhouses, and they have a good chance of annihilating them. This would not only make the angels pay the price for their arrogance and domineering behavior, but also indirectly support the orc army on the battlefield and relieve pressure. However, the idea was nice, but the reality was harsh. Angelia, who was stationed on the battlefield, and the other 12-winged holy angels would never allow such a thing to happen. Otherwise, how would they explain themselves to the great Lord of Holy Light when they return? Although the heart of an angel is unbreakable, even if an angel is killed, it can still be resurrected by using the angel's heart and at the cost of gold coins. In addition, there are many angels of love on the battlefield. Their resurrection magic can also redeem fallen angels. However, Secretarian was ordered to take command of the angel army and guard the battlefield. How could she just stand by and watch those powerful figures from the Beastmen capital disrupt the angel army's offensive plans? Therefore, the moment the Beastmen, led by Beast King Webster, rushed into the sky, Secretarian personally took action. She directly used the power of spatial laws to create a spatial barrier. He sealed Beast King Webster and others inside. One of the orc demigods reacted the fastest, attempting to escape the barrier's coverage, but was forcibly slapped into the spatial barrier by Secretarian. Secretarian was also lenient. If only a little more force were applied, Secretarian would smash this orc demigod's head. In the blink of an eye, the spatial barrier imprisoned nearly 10,000 beastmen, the vast majority of whom were saint-level beastmen, with a very few being demigod-level beastmen. Angelia ignored the other extraordinary orcs. The power at the extraordinary level poses no threat to the angel legion at all. Even a small angel legion can easily surround and kill an extraordinary level expert. Bang 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 bang. A massive spatial barrier floats high in the sky. 10,000 powerful beastmen were forcibly banned. Terrified, they frantically attacked the barrier, desperately trying to escape. Even the Beast King Webster joined the attack. As you can see, Beast King Webster's lion-like face twisted in pain. The Golden Lion Men, Behemoth Warriors, Tigerman Warriors, and others around him all looked terrified and incredulous. With just one move, they wiped out all the top experts of their beast race. What terrifying power this is. A demigod could never do that. Only immortal gods can do that. After all, their Beast King was a peak demigod, yet he was also forcibly imprisoned. Seeing Angelia standing tall in the sky, her elegant, sacred, and noble figure filled all the imprisoned beastmen with utter despair. Such a terrifying existence. It actually appeared in the small floating island world. Moreover, they led an army of angels to attack their empire. Where can they go to seek justice? How can they possibly defeat it? Perhaps, this war was doomed to failure from the very beginning. Their previous wishful thinking and their desire for victory were ultimately just wishful thinking on their part. Don't give up. As long as we're alive, we have a chance. Everyone, listen to me. Attack the barrier with all your might. Once the barrier breaks, we can escape. Beast King Webster roared, boosting the morale of the orc warriors who were in despair. As the Beast King, his words still carry considerable weight. Under his guidance, the 10,000 beastmen forced themselves to calm down and then unleash their most powerful attacks together, attempting to shatter the spatial barrier. Once, twice, 3 times. Each attack causes the spatial barrier to tremble a few times. It seemed as if they couldn't withstand their power. However, even as many powerful beastmen grew exhausted and their faces turned pale, the spatial barrier remained unbroken, firmly sealing off the spatial area within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Your Majesty the Beast King, a beastman demigod said in a trembling voice, this is not a simple spatial barrier. The spatial laws within it seem to have been connected with the fundamental spatial laws of the world. We're not attacking a barrier, we're attacking the entire world. Simply put, without the power to destroy the entire world, one cannot break this spatial barrier. Beast King Webster fell silent. He actually noticed this as well. He simply couldn't believe that a demigod could be this powerful. Using the power of its own laws to connect with the fundamental laws of the world, even a true god probably couldn't do that. After all, this requires the approval of the world's highest rules. Could it be that the 12-winged angel has truly gained the approval of the world's rules? But how could that be? Chapter 374 The Paradise Angel, Who is Not Good at War. just when Beast King Webster and other powerful beastmen were helpless against the spatial barrier. One after another, beautiful and radiant figures surged into the spatial barrier. Under Angelia's control, holy angels can freely enter and exit the spatial barrier, but those beastmen powerhouses cannot, which contains the profound mystery of the rules. These are tens of thousands of high-ranking angels. Among them were more than a dozen demigods, including 8-winged and 10-winged angels. The rest are all at the saint level. Secretarian's plan was simple, to have these high-ranking angels kill powerful beastmen and raise their own ranks. As for the ordinary orc units, they were left to besiege by the relatively lower-level angel legions. The greater the difference in level, the less primal energy reward you will receive. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Only in this way can the overall strength of the angel army be enhanced to the greatest extent. In addition, several 12-winged angels, including Angelia, did not personally participate in the battle because they had all reached the level of peak demigods. No matter how many enemies you kill, you can't level up any further. Their path to advancement lies in the battlefield of myriad realms. However, there was one 12-winged angel assisting the angel army in battle. She was Edith, the paradise angel summoned by Linyu. She descended upon the Beastman capital, wielding a staff topped with a 9-pointed star and decorated with a pair of angel wings. She waved her staff and recited the words of God. In an instant, an endless rain of light appeared from the void. Then it crashed in the orc capital. Immediately afterwards, a dreamlike phantom appeared in the capital. The phantom is a vast world, in which countless tiny angels, no bigger than the palm of your hand, are singing melodious and sacred hymns. All the orcs shrouded in the illusory world lost themselves. They were so engrossed in the illusory paradise created by Edith that they remained oblivious to the fierce battles raging outside. And as countless little angels sang their hymns, these orcs in the illusory paradise world had their souls quickly purified. In the end, he became a follower of the Lord of Light. Spreading faith in the holy light is also one of the effects of paradise magic. Its greatest function is to strengthen believers' faith in the Lord of Light and to encourage them to contribute more faith power to the Lord of Light. In addition, the range of the Paradise Divine Art is incredibly large. It is several times stronger than the same level of faith-based divine magic. Just as the information states, the Paradise Angels are not skilled in warfare, they are merely support characters. Thanks to the efforts of the Paradise Angel Edith and a large number of holy angels, countless orcs are choosing to embrace the holy light every moment on the battlefields inside and outside the orc capital. In just a few minutes, the number of orcs who abandoned darkness and embraced light reached as many as 1 million. This is absolutely amazing. It can be said that in the realm of spreading faith, virtually no race can compare with the angels. In this field, angels are professionals. At this moment, the war inside the spatial barrier also began. Many archangels with divine magic types immediately released faith magic, instantly purifying some of the beastmen warriors who were on the verge of despair and collapse, and bringing them into the embrace of the Lord of Holy Light. Other powerful beastmen were also affected by the divine magic of faith, and their wills were no longer firm. Their combat effectiveness plummeted. This is normal, since faith in divine arts affects the soul. The most numerous type of war angels, like tigers among sheep, slaughtered one after another those diehards who refused to bow their heads. Beast King Webster has also met his match. These were the war angel twins under Lin Yu's command, Oyer and Ofer. Now, they have all reached the late stage of demigod level. In a one-on-one fight, they were both able to suppress the Beast King Webster, let alone when the two sisters joined forces, quickly overwhelming the Beast King Webster to the point of being unable to resist. Several other orc demigods were also besieged by demigod angels. Demigod angels such as Elena, Ita, Sally, Cindy, and the Angel of Punishment Caroline all participated in the battle. Not only were they individually stronger, but they also outnumbered each other, leaving the Beastmen demigods powerless to fight back. After just a few rounds, several Beastmen demigods were killed by them. Among them was a golden behemoth at the demigod level. The behemoth, towering tens of meters tall, appeared incredibly powerful, yet it was cleaved in two by a single divine punishment spell from the 10-winged Archangel Cindy. It was simply too ruthless. Stop! I surrender. On the battlefield, some of the Beastmen warriors soon gave up and shouted that they wanted to surrender. And it's not just one, there are many. They were not only subjected to a ferocious attack by high-ranking angels, but also besieged by their former companions in cooperation with the angels. In addition, their souls were constantly tortured by the divine magic of faith, which caused their mentality to collapse. Angels are always merciful to those who are willing to embrace the holy light. They were spared their lives immediately. At the same time, they used religious magic to completely purify their souls. Damn traitor. The beast god will never forgive you. Beast King Webster roared in fury. His lion mane bristled, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. The Empire's high-ranking officials and powerful figures, like dominoes falling, successively chose to bow their heads to the holy light, signifying that his empire was rapidly heading towards destruction. Just yesterday, he was a carefree beast king. In the blink of an eye, the empire fell. No one could accept this situation. Chapter 375 Your Majesty, stop resisting. Your Majesty, please stop resisting. Surrender, embrace the holy light. Believe in the Lord and receive eternal life. A high-ranking orc whose soul had been purified was trying to persuade the Beast King Webster. As a result, he was directly taken away by the Beast King's law attack in his rage, and his body was even blown apart, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Who else wants to surrender? While fending off the attacks from the Twin War Angels, Beast King Webster roared and howled at the high-ranking orcs and powerful warriors on the battlefield. On behalf of the Beast God, I will surely slay all traitors who have abandoned their faith. Seeing the seemingly insane Beast King Webster, many of the high-ranking orcs and powerful individuals who were about to lay down their weapons immediately perked up, fighting the angels while keeping their distance from the Beast King Webster. This will prevent them from being killed by Beast King Webster when they are forced to surrender later. At that very moment, a dazzling holy light swept across. The high-ranking members of the Beast King, who had just been annihilated by the power of the laws of the Beast King Webster, were resurrected and reborn in full view of everyone. As soon as he was resurrected, he quickly fled far away. The Angel of Love's resurrection spell is not time reversal, so he has the memory of being killed by the Beast King Webster. The Orcish high-ranking official, his expression fanatical, shouted excitedly, "Webster, did you see that? This is the protection of the Holy Light. Before the Lord of the Holy Light, even the Beast God is but a weak, true God. Praise be to the Holy Light. Praise be to the Lord." Other high-ranking orcs and powerful individuals who had already embraced the Holy Light also shouted enthusiastically. This scene also dealt a heavy blow to the will and spirit of those Beastmen warriors who were still putting up a last-ditch resistance. Despite having his body completely destroyed, he miraculously revived and returned, lively and energetic. This was beyond their comprehension. This also made them more in awe of the power of the Holy Light faction. Damn it! Beast King Webster was enraged. At the same time, I was also filled with fear, never expecting that the angel's power was so terrifying. Even the dead can be resurrected. However, when he thought of the holy sea of the land of abundance, he felt that it was quite normal for angels to have such abilities. Within the holy sea of light, there exists a forbidden technique called the Great Healing Divine Art. This forbidden technique is said to be able to bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bones. As long as the deceased has been dead for no more than 3 days, and their soul has not been extinguished or transformed into an undead, they can be resurrected with the help of the Great Healing Divine spell. Even believers in the light can do this. It's not surprising that angels can do that. After all, the secret arts of the Church of Light are basically derived from the divine arts of angels, such as the Great Healing Divine Art, the Great Prophecy Art, the Light of Judgment, the Divine Judgment, and so on. Unfortunately, understanding this only made him more acutely aware of the terror of angels. However, this did not offer much help to him, who was already in a life-or-death situation. He is still under attack from 2 war angels. Moreover, the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light struck the Beast King Webster. Immediately, fresh blood spurted out. As you can see, his armor has been ripped open, and there is a huge sword wound on his chest, dripping with blood. This is a semi-divine defensive armor. Its level has also reached the top grade. However, a single sword strike from the war angel Ithiel cleaved it in 2, and all the magical runes attached to it crumbled, rendering it completely useless. Only a master blacksmith could possibly repair it. Despite the excruciating pain in his chest, Beast King Webster retreated rapidly, feeling incredibly fortunate. Without the protection of his armor, the sword light would have already cleaved his body in 2. The armor saved his life. However, reality did not allow him to be happy for long. 2 almost identical twin war angels charged at him again. The expression on their exquisitely beautiful faces was utterly cold, like 2 killing machines, making Beast King Webster feel the true fear of death. At this point, he was basically at his last gasp. At the same time, the war inside and outside the orc capital has also reached a fever pitch. Millions of orcs clashed with Lin Yu's angel army on the battlefield. The deafening sound of war drums echoed in layers. This is a war drum unique to the orc race. When struck using clan secret techniques, it not only boosts the morale of the orc army, but also allows the orcs on the battlefield to forget their fear and pain, indirectly enhancing their combat effectiveness. The Lion Man roared, and the behemoth howled. The raging Kodo behemoth rampages across the battlefield. Countless wolf riders, elephant riders, and orcs of various races fought the angels in their own ways. This is a very moving and breathtaking scene. The scenes on the battlefield also clearly showcase the violence and primal beauty of the orc race. Lin Yu, who stood atop one of the angel city's walls, was also deeply immersed in it. Such a war is infinitely more exciting than any fantasy movie. Yes, Lin Yu is here too. Using the central teleportation array of the Holy City, he traversed thousands of kilometers and appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 376 delves into the mysteries of the laws of fate. My lord. Secretarian appeared before Lin Yu with her elegant and beautiful figure and bowed respectfully. She stood beside Lin Yu, half a step behind. Vivien, the 12-winged angel, also appeared, standing respectfully at the back, ready to receive any orders from the Lord of Holy Light. Lin Yu's gaze was fixed on the spatial barrier battlefield suspended high in the sky. As the war progressed, of the nearly 10,000 high-ranking or powerful members of the beast race who were originally imprisoned by Angelia, more than 2,000 had been killed, and more than 3,000 other beast race powerhouses had been brought down by the divine magic of faith. The number of Orcish high-ranking members and powerful warriors still putting up a fight is less than half of what it was before. Among them, the most stubborn is Beast King Webster. Even in his weakest state, the Beast King who ruled over the orc race never bowed his head to the holy light. His will was unwavering to an incredible degree. Even the angel's divine magic seemed unable to purify his soul. Angelia, standing to the side, was very good at reading people's expressions. Seeing Lin Yu looking at the Beast King Webster who was being overwhelmed by 2 war angels, he said, "If my lord wants to spare Webster's life, I can suppress him and have a holy angel forcibly plant the seed of faith in his soul." No need for that. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, "Since this Beast King wants to sacrifice himself for the beast god he worships, then let him have his way. Let him die at the hands of Ophir and Oyel, which will be considered as fulfilling his due value." Beast King Webster is a powerful being at the peak of the demigod level. After killing him, the 2 war angel twins will receive a very large reward of primal energy. If they kill a few more enemies, the 2 of them might be able to break through. 2 war angels at the peak of the demigod level are far more powerful than a lion-headed monster of the same level. Our lord is merciful. Angelia offered a timely compliment. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. He killed someone, and yet he's still merciful? It must be said, faith is terrifying. In the eyes of believers, whatever the god they worship does is right. Lin Yu said, "In the underground world, the fallen angel legion, led by Victoria and Priscilla, has already conquered the Spider-Man Empire. The next step is to seize the gold mines and wipe out other evil forces in the underground world. Your holy angels should also speed up your war effort. Conquer this floating island world as soon as possible and head to the battlefield of all realms." "Yes, my lord," Angelia respectfully said. "By evening this day, our army will have conquered the orcs on the battlefield. After we wipe out the remaining orc cities, tribes, and other local forces on the Lenkel Plains tomorrow, we can march on the land of Fertils." In Secretary On's war plan, in the entire floating island world, only 5 areas are worth conquering with the Holy Angel Army. The Lenkel Plains, the Bountiful Region, the Elven Sanctuary, the 36 islands of the Gulf, and the Medusa Empire located in the deep sea. The remaining areas are not worth mentioning. It can be easily handled by simply sending some of the kingdom's troop units. After thinking for a moment, Angelia continued, "With the help of the power of fate, I saw some visions of future wars in the land of fertility. In 2 more days, the Dragon Legion of the 36 islands of the Gulf will appear on the battlefield of the land of abundance to help the kingdom of Kilia's fight against the army of the Church of Light. We'll storm the land of abundance the day after tomorrow, and then we can annihilate the dragon army in one fell swoop." "This is great news." Lin Yu nodded and said, "Let's discuss the mysteries of the laws of fate tonight. The laws of time also allow us to glimpse a corner of the future. However, it is not as clear as the laws of fate. Because everyone has an infinite future, the laws of time merely reveal this infinite future, but it is difficult to determine what the real future will be. The laws of fate are different. It points directly to the essence of all things. Those who control the laws of fate can even determine the future of certain things. Take Angelia, for example. If she wanted to interfere in the battle between the two war angels and the Beast King Webster, and also wanted the Beast King Webster to die at the hands of the two war angels in the next second, all she needs to do is use the power of fate. Forcibly sever the other threads of fate that were entangled with the Beast King Webster. All that remains is the side story of his fate, where he is killed by two war angels with a single sword strike. Therefore, with only this one branch of fate remaining, the Beast King Webster would no longer have any possibility of escaping, dodging, or resisting in the future, and would be directly killed by the two war angels with a single sword strike. Fate determines everything. This is the terrifying aspect of the laws of fate. In comparison, the mysteries of the laws of fate are even more obscure and difficult to understand than the mysteries of the laws of time. I believe that very few beings in the entire universe can master the power of the laws of destiny. Lin Yu wants to master the laws of destiny. The best approach is to have an in-depth discussion and exchange with Secretarian. It may be faster than using the power of creation to create the laws of destiny and then comprehend them yourself. Angelia had no objection to Lin Yu's words. She also eagerly anticipated receiving the power of creation from the Lord of Light. This could shake his almost fixed position. Chapter 377 The Death of the Beast King. Roar, 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 roar. On the battlefield, the Orcish Behemoth Legion and the Kodo Beast Knight Legion roared and howled. They rampaged across the battlefield thanks to their massive size. Even if orcs stood in their way, they were simply knocked away and killed. Spurred on by the war drums of the orcs, the already low-intelligence behemoths and Kodos went berserk, their sole purpose being to kill the angels on the battlefield. Especially those Kodo beasts. Like heavy tanks speeding across the battlefield. The earth trembled because of them. The orc riders riding on their backs had lost control of these raging Kodo behemoths. Some orc knights were even thrown off balance, and, before they could react, were trampled into mincemeat by the frenzied Kodo behemoths. Almost all of the Kodo beasts went mad. This was rare in previous wars. Normally, the sound of war drums would only make them stronger, but would not make them lose their minds. This situation arises because not only are they stimulated by the sound of war drums, but also by the divine magic of faith from angels that is constantly torturing their souls. Under the dual influence, their consciousness eventually became extremely confused. The same applies to those behemoths. However, the orcs' ferocity did not have any negative impact on the angel legion's encirclement and suppression. Conversely, behemoths and Kodos in a state of unconsciousness and chaos are easier to kill and purify. As dazzling divine spells and angelic combat techniques bloomed on the battlefield, large numbers of behemoths and Kodo beasts were instantly slaughtered. Meanwhile, even more behemoths and Kodo beasts had their souls forcibly purified by the divine magic of faith. After embracing the holy light, their consciousness instantly returned, and they seemed to have become even smarter. It perfectly complemented the Angel Legion's battle plan. As the war continued, more and more orc units fell on the battlefield. Bloodied corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. Countless orc units bowed their heads to the divine spells of faith and became believers in the holy light. Among them, besides the Behemoth and Kodo, which are top-tier units, there are also the extremely fierce Lionmen, Tigermen, Bearmen, and so on, as well as the extremely beautiful Foxmen, Clammen, and so on. The Clam people originally belonged to the Sea tribes. Later, for reasons unknown, he joined the orc side. People from the Clam are generally small in stature. It looks like a miniature creature. Even the goblins appeared tall and imposing compared to the Clam people. But don't underestimate the fighting power of the Clam people. They all have wings studded with colorful pearls and fly at extremely high speeds. Moreover, their small size makes them difficult to target. On the battlefield, Clam people generally play the role of assassins. Unfortunately, the Clam people's assassination skills were not very effective against the angels. In terms of speed alone, they were outpaced by the angels. In addition, their souls and wills are quite fragile. A single sweep of their faith magic can easily turn a large number of them into believers of the holy light. Standing on the walls of Angel City, Lin Yu could clearly feel the spiritual connection between him and the orc believers, and this connection was constantly growing stronger. Angel units and undead units have a very interesting thing in common. That is, during wartime, the number of one's own troops will increase as the fighting progresses. The difference is, angels use faith to subdue enemy troops. The undead, on the other hand, transform enemy units into undead creatures of the same faction after they are killed. It can only be said that the process is different, but the result is the same. As time goes by, the size of the orc army on the battlefield is decreasing at a visible rate. One battle zone after another was continuously compressed. At the start of the war, the orc army had an absolute advantage in size, and each angel legion faced an attack from enemies several times larger. But now, the situation is different. The angel faction is growing larger and larger with each battle. The total number has exceeded 5 million. Apart from the 2 million who are angels, the rest are all Orcish soldiers who have had their souls purified. These Orcish cultists are led by the Angel Legion to carry out a final encirclement and annihilation of the remaining orc legions on the battlefield. The first battle to end was in the spatial barrier battlefield suspended high in the sky. Led by the twin war angels Ophir and Oyel, the high-ranking angels defeated all the high-ranking orcs and powerful figures in less than an hour. All the diehards were killed. Those who are willing to believe in the Lord of Holy Light are purified using divine magic. This includes peak saint-level beings and demigod-level beastmen. Beast King Webster is also dead, and they die very quickly. Before the barrier war ended, he was killed by the sisters Ophir and Oyel, and a very magnificent crown dropped from their body. This is the crown of the Beast King, at the very least a semi-divine artifact. It was precisely because of the fall of the Beast King Webster that the war within the barrier was able to end more quickly, and many of the high-ranking and powerful members of the Beast clan who were still holding on chose to surrender. At the same time, the orc army on the ground also completely collapsed. The death of the Beast King shattered the faith of countless orc units. They dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. The object of their worship was Lin Yu, who stood on the walls of the City of Angels. He was their new god of faith. Chapter 378 The Beastman Royal Court becomes history. Angelia's prediction was correct. By evening, the war in the orc capital had come to a complete end. With the addition of orc legions arriving from other cities and tribes, the total number of orc troops involved in the battle reached a terrifying scale of nearly 10 million. Even so, the orcs were unable to defend their capital against the attack of the angelic army. Of the nearly 10 million orc troops, about 1/3 perished on the battlefield, while the remaining 2/3 became believers in the Holy Light under the purification of the Paradise divine magic and the Faith divine magic. This war provided Lin Yu with a full 6 million Orcish soldier followers. Among them are powerful units such as behemoths, Kodo beasts, and golden lionmen. There are countless beautiful beast-eared girls, such as fox people, clam people, butterfly people, and swan people, who have all become Lin Yu's followers. If Lin Yu were just a little more radical, having 30,000 concubines in the harem is a simple matter. Moreover, they are all composed of beauties from different races. This alone is enough to make the tens of millions of professionals on the island envious. Under the kneeling gaze of countless orcs, the massive orc capital city began to tremble. Countless magnificent buildings are collapsing. In the blink of an eye, this ancient capital, which had stood on the Lunkel grassland for countless years, was reduced to a pile of rubble and ruins, and all the statues of the beast gods collapsed. From the start of the war until the destruction of the orc capital, the beast god worshipped by the orcs has never performed any miracles. Unlike when the angelic army conquered the capital of the mountain giant kingdom, there was also the consciousness of a titan god who descended to the mortal realm, attempting to challenge Secretary and in order to protect the mountain giant kingdom from destruction. The gods of the orc faction remained completely silent. It's unclear whether they didn't receive the signal or were afraid of the angels and therefore dared not show themselves. Of course, that's not important. Importantly, with the orc capital reduced to ruins and the death of Orc King Webster, the orc royal court has become a thing of the past on the Lenkel Plains. It is believed that soon, this vast grassland will welcome a new ruler. This ruler will also bring a bright future to the native tribes on the grasslands. After the fall of the orc capital, the angels then built teleportation arrays in the ruins and the surrounding battlefield. They then teleported the spoils and resources they had captured to the holy city located in the dark forest. In addition, many old, weak, sick, and disabled orcs were also teleported there. Although these orcs were unable to serve Lin Yu on the battlefield for various reasons, they still had a purpose: to provide Lin Yu with faith power. A fanatical level of faith. In addition, there's the boost from Paradise Angels. Lin Yu can draw immense faith power from them. In addition, they can also do some logistical work, quietly contributing to the development of the Paradise Kingdom behind the scenes. In short, guided by their faith, all of them can realize their greatest value. Next came the 6 million elite orc troops that were brought to surrender. They will follow in the footsteps of the angelic army to wipe out the remaining orc cities, tribes, and other local strongholds on the Linkle Plains. Lin Yu and Secretarian both plan to complete this task by tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, the angelic army will drive its cities of angels toward the battlefield of the Bountiful region, where it will join forces with the army of believers of the Church of Light. My lord. Angelia respectfully handed Lin Yu a spatial ring. The ring contains loot including gold coins, equipment, and blueprints. Lin Yu also witnessed the angel army cleaning up the battlefield, so he knew that the gains from this war were astonishing, with a large amount of equipment dropped. A rough estimate puts it at least 200,000 pieces. With so much equipment, Lin Yu could easily amass tens of millions of gold coins from the professionals on the island. And this is one of the things that makes Lin Yu happiest. He transferred the spoils from the ring to his personal spatial artifact, and with a thought, an extremely luxurious-looking crown appeared in his hand. This is the crown of the Beast King. Originally belonged to Beast King Webster. Once it becomes equipment and is revealed, any class can use it. Crown of the Beast King. Type: Special Defensive Equipment. Grade: Top-tier Semi-Divine Artifact. Durability: 100,000 points. Special Effect 1. The wearer will be granted the status of a Beast King, wielding immense power over all mortal-level beastmen. Special Effect 2. Soul Protection. Protects the wearer's soul. Special Effect 3. War Inspiration. Increases the combat power of orcs within a radius of 10,000 meters. Special Effect 4. Description: This is the crown of the orc rulers, granting the wearer the authority to rule over the orcs. However, it should be noted that non-orcs who wear the crown may face fierce retaliation from the orcs. Chapter 379, even a semi-divine artifact, is beneath his notice. No wonder Beast King Webster could withstand the purification of faith spells multiple times. Besides the Beast King Webster's own unwavering will and faith, the most important factor was the Beast King's crown, in Lin Yu's hands. The soul of Beast King Webster was protected by this crown. What a pity. It's just a semi-divine artifact. Lin Yu was slightly disappointed. His vision has now been elevated to an unprecedented level. They don't even look at equipment at the semi-divine level. When he established the Kingdom of Heaven, the floating island of Myriad Realms also rewarded him with a set of semi-divine artifact king armor called the King of Radiance. King of Glory is equipment exclusively for kings and rulers. Crown, armor, cloak, weapon, shoes. All the pieces in the set are included. Its attributes are also far superior to those of the crown of the Beast King. All things considered, it is comparable to a typical divine artifact. However, Lin Yu still kept the King of Glory as a collectible and put it into his spatial artifact. His origin scepter is a super artifact, the Holy Radiance armor. He wears as a top-tier true artifact, and he also carries more than 30 artifacts that he redeemed from the Glory item menu. In this case, how could Lin Yu possibly care about a mere semi-divine artifact? Without much thought, he casually put away the magnificent beast head crown, intending to bestow it upon a suitable person later. As for selling it on the island's trading platform, that's definitely not allowed. Professionals on the island are all too poor. Buying high-level equipment and ordinary king-level equipment is okay. I simply can't afford a semi-divine artifact. Lin Yu turned his gaze to the beautiful secretary standing quietly to the side. Let the angel army and those orc believers rest for a while and recover their strength and magic. We'll start clearing out the Linkle grasslands later. It was already nighttime. Darkness, like the shadow of a demon's wings, engulfed the entire Linkle plains. The grasslands also began to swarm with undead creatures. Countless grassland monsters roam at night. The Linkle grasslands are extremely dangerous during this time of day, far beyond daytime. However, for the angelic army, this is an excellent hunting opportunity, as they have countless monsters to kill and level up. After a short rest, a new round of hunting battles will begin once again. Yes, my lord. Angelia respectfully accepted the order. He then relayed Lin Yu's orders to the Angel Army and the Orcish Believer Army. Lin Yu did not linger, and together with the elegant and beautiful Secretarian, they returned to the Holy City via the teleportation array. The first thing to do upon returning. Naturally, it was time to take stock of the gains from this war. All unused equipment and blueprints can be listed on the island trading platform. With the addition of the 100,000 high-level equipment pieces crafted at the blacksmith shop today, Lin Yu has now listed a total of 280,000 pieces of equipment. The remaining tens of thousands of top-tier high-level equipment, as well as even higher-level equipment such as king-level and extraordinary equipment, were all collected. This is equipment for the top-tier troops in the territory. For example, top-tier units like Dark Elves, Nature Elves, and Nagas. They were born without any equipment. Equipping these top-tier units with high-level gear not only unleashes their full combat potential, but also helps them level up faster. As for ordinary elite troops, they do not have such benefits. Why can't they grow? In addition to equipment, Lin Yu also sold tens of thousands of bottles of potions. Although the potions are disposable consumables, they are very popular on the island's trading platform. Especially when professionals want to take down a boss, the boost from potions is their only choice, and they will buy them even if they are very expensive. After all, defeating the boss not only grants a large amount of primal energy as a reward. If they're lucky enough to get some top-tier equipment, they'll make a fortune. The tens of thousands of potions were snapped up by professionals in less than 10 minutes after they were put on the market, which directly proves the potion's popularity in the trading market. It surpasses even the best equipment. Not long after, Lin Yu walked out of the Lord's Hall with hundreds of troop quantity blueprints in his hands. With the disappearance of these drawings, elite orc legions suddenly appeared in the territory square. This time, Lin Yu brought in hundreds of thousands of elite troops and fanatical followers, including the powerful Behemoth Legion and the Kodo Beast Legion. All I can say is that war is a highly profitable industry. The larger the scale of the war, the faster the snowball of the victor rolls. The lords and professionals on the island could not even imagine how much Lin Yu would gain from this war. It was completely beyond their comprehension. After processing the other drawings, Lin Yu returned to the Lord's Hall. He took out 2 golden, glittering stronghold treasure chests from the spatial artifact. Both are god-tier stronghold treasure chests. These were discovered after the destruction of the Orc capital and the Spider-Man capital. When the Fallen Angels army conquered the Spider-Man Empire, they also dropped a large number of stronghold treasure chests, all of which Lin Yu has already opened. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Then, the 2 god-level stronghold treasure chests were opened simultaneously. Chapter 380: The Amazing Harvest from the God-level treasure chest. The dazzling golden light illuminated the world before Lin Yu's eyes. The scenery is more stunning than any of the stronghold treasure chests I've opened before. It really has the feel of a golden legend. A moment later, 2 enormous god-level stronghold treasure chests were opened, and a series of information prompts appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened a god-tier stronghold treasure chest. You have gained 1 million units each of food, wood, stone, and iron ore. You have received 300,000 gold coins. You have obtained 1 source of the Dark Law and 1 source of the Blood Law. You have obtained 2 blueprints for the construction of an affiliated city. You have obtained 1 blueprint for the spider-faced unit building. What you receive. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. You have successfully opened a god-tier stronghold treasure chest. You obtained food and wood. You have earned gold coins. You have obtained 1 blueprint for the Golden Behemoth unit building. You have obtained one of the fundamental laws of the soul. You have obtained 1 cross-realm teleportation blueprint. What you receive. You have gained 200,000 reputation points and 100,000 honor points. Looking at the notification messages, a smile appeared on Lin Yujun's handsome face. As expected of a god-level stronghold treasure chest, not a single item he opened disappointed him. Besides the 2 troop building blueprints, 3 fundamental laws were directly obtained, one of which was the fundamental power of the soul law, which was extremely lucky. As is widely known, there are all sorts of laws and powers in the world. Each law of power is a key to unlocking the door to godhood. However, laws can be strong or weak. By mastering powerful laws, one's divine power will be even stronger after ascending to godhood. Among them, the law of the soul is an extremely powerful law that can not only inflict terrible damage on the enemy's soul during battle, but also protect one's own soul from being attacked by the enemy's secret techniques. The soul of a living being is very fragile. Moreover, once the soul is extinguished, even gods find it difficult to be reborn. Lin Yu is already very strong, but he is still completely ignorant in the realm of the soul. Now that he has the origin of the laws of the soul, he can make his soul stronger as well. At the same time, it makes his life form more perfect. However, among all the treasure chest items, the one that Lin Yu should pay the most attention to is not the origins of the laws, nor the various architectural blueprints, but the interdimensional teleportation blueprint. As the name suggests, once used, the interdimensional teleportation blueprint allows him to travel to other worlds. But whether it was teleportation to Earth or to other floating island worlds, Lin Yu had no idea. Therefore, he immediately contacted the floating island of Myriad Realms to inquire. He quickly received a reply from Floating Island of Myriad Realms. After using the interdimensional teleportation blueprint, The Lord will be randomly teleported to a floating island world related to their current planet, and the number of people teleported cannot exceed the size of a full-strength medium-sized legion. Lin Yu's home planet is Blue Star. There are a total of 14 floating island worlds related to Earth. In other words, this cross-world teleportation blueprint can randomly teleport Lin Yu, or one of his troop legions, to 13 other floating islands. For other Lord professions, this interdimensional teleportation blueprint may not be of much use, but it would be very useful for Lin Yu. He originally thought that he could only achieve cross-world conquest after conquering the floating island and becoming its master. Now that he has this interdimensional teleportation blueprint, he doesn't need to wait at all. It can directly open the door to cross-industry competition. Lin Yu immediately took out the drawing and handed it to Secretarian, who was standing next to him. After reading the information on the interdimensional teleportation blueprint, Angelia said, "My lord can send a medium-sized angel legion to conquer another world, led by Rebecca. Rebecca is one of the 12-winged angels. His level is peak demigod." Lin Yu said, "I believe in Rebecca's abilities, but conquering a floating island world with just a medium-sized angel legion might not be enough. Even though this medium-sized angel legion contains several demigod-level angels, its total size is only slightly over 5,000. 5,000 angels against an entire world. It seems a bit of a stretch." Angelia said, "My lord, there is no need to worry. Once Rebecca's angel legion conquers an otherworldly stronghold and builds a teleportation array, I can use the power of spatial laws to create a space-time tunnel and teleport more angel legions there. Local strongholds can be destroyed or occupied. Lin Yu has always chosen to destroy the strongholds of the local forces he has conquered in order to obtain more building blueprints and stronghold treasure chests. Angelia means to occupy a stronghold. They built a teleportation array using that force's stronghold as a base. Once her consciousness connects with the teleportation array and creates a space-time passage, the other troop types under Lin Yu's command can be teleported there without hindrance." "That's great." Lin Yu immediately agreed. He immediately issued an order, recalling Rebecca and her medium-sized angel legion from the Lenkel Plains back to the Holy City. Also recalled were the 10-winged Archangel Cindy and the Holy Light Elemental Spirit Lilith, and the Lich King and Oster the Templar Dragon. With Rebecca added, that makes 5 demigods on the expedition, enough to handle any problems that may arise. Chapter 381 Only Success Allowed. Failure not an option. After the 5 demigods returned to the Holy City, Lin Yu then summoned them and informed them of the mission to develop the floating islands of another world. The 5 demigods not only did not refuse the task, but were also very excited about it. This shows that the great Lord of Light has great trust in their abilities. Moreover, they would not hesitate to serve the Lord of Holy Light, even if it meant perishing on a floating island in another world. Next, Lin Yu took out several artifacts from his personal spatial artifact, such as the Holy Sword of Light, the Prophecy Bracelet, the Wings of the Wind God, and the Lich King's Curse. Among them, the Holy Sword of Light and the Prophecy Bracelet were bestowed upon Lilith, the Holy Light Elemental Spirit. The Wings of the Wind God were given to Oster, the Dragon of the Sanctuary. As for the Lich King's Curse, it was naturally bestowed upon the Lich King. It can be considered that the name and reality are well matched. With these divine artifacts, the 3 of them will become even more terrifying, and defeating a peak demigod will be a simple matter. Especially Lilith, the Holy Light Elemental Spirit, is a rare elemental spirit herself, a favorite of the laws of heaven and earth, and is born with great strength. Now we have 2 artifacts from the same faction in our hands. Her strength is absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, Lin Yu did not bestow any divine artifacts upon the 12-winged angel Rebecca and the 10-winged angel Cindy, because they came with their own evolving angel sets. The angel set allows them to unleash their full potential. In addition, they are all angels with extremely high status. Even without magical artifacts, they are capable of handling all kinds of problems. Just like Rebecca, the 12-winged angel, her strength was so great that even the Lich King and his 2 companions, who possessed divine artifacts, were no match for her. Rebecca has reached her current level. The angel suit she wore was as powerful as a divine artifact. Therefore, whether or not they have the magical artifact is not very important to Rebecca and Cindy. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the beautiful Holy Light Elemental Elf, Lilith. He had originally planned to personally instruct this Holy Light Elemental Elf on how to use the Holy Sword of Light and the Prophecy Bracelet, but now it seems he'll have to postpone that. But it's okay, there's plenty of time later. Developing floating islands in another world is the most urgent task. Lin Yu looked at the 12-winged angel Rebecca and said, "You will lead this mission to explore another world. Success is the only option. Failure is not an option. There is only one cross-world teleportation blueprint. I don't know when we'll see such blueprints again. Therefore, success is imperative." Of course, Lin Yu also believed that with 5 powerful demigods led by Rebecca, plus a fully fledged angel legion, the chance of mission failure was almost non-existent. Unless they were attacked by a large number of demigods as soon as they arrived on the floating island in another world. However, this possibility is very low. Based on Lin Yu's speculation, the local forces on other floating islands were far less powerful than those on the floating island he was on. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the 12-winged angel Rebecca immediately pulled out an angel's sword burning with golden flames from the void, then touched the ground with the tip of the sword and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Yu like a female general about to go to war. Rebecca swears to serve the great Lord to the death. This mission will certainly not disappoint the Lord. Lin Yu nodded approvingly. His gaze then swept over Cindy, who was standing quietly to the side. He planned to reward this 10-winged angel with her exquisite face and exaggerated figure after the mission was successfully completed. To be honest, in terms of figure, Lin Yu has yet to discover any high-ranking angel who can compare to the 10-winged archangel Cindy. This is a plus for her. He didn't say anything more. Lin Yu gathered the 5 demigods and the angel legion together, and then chose to use the interdimensional teleportation blueprint. With the disappearance of the blueprints, then a dazzling golden light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the legion. Under Lin Yu's gaze, the figures of the 5 demigods and the angel legion rapidly blurred. They disappeared after about 3 seconds. Angelia seemed to sense something and said to Lin Yu, "My lord, space-time has been shattered, achieving an instantaneous cross-dimensional jump. They have now successfully landed on the floating island of another world." Lin Yu asked, "Can you pinpoint their coordinates?" Angelia shook her head and said, "Due to the great distance and the barrier of the world, it's impossible to lock on. But once they build the teleportation array, I'll be able to lock on." The teleportation array foundation that Rebecca and her friends took away was not an ordinary teleportation array. Instead, it is a teleportation array imprinted with the fundamental law of Secretarian. Once built, Secretarian will be able to achieve long-distance consciousness sensing, thereby creating a space-time passage that can connect the 2 worlds. This is the information Angelia gave to Lin Yu. Based on Lin Yu's current strength alone, he cannot do it. Even if he mastered the laws of space, and even merged them with the laws of time to form an even more powerful space-time law, he still wouldn't be able to imitate Angelia in doing such a thing. From this point of view, Lin Yu could tell that Secretarian was much more capable than him. Chapter 382 Professionals from the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Floating Island. Number 018439. After crossing the world barrier, the Angel Legion, led by the 12-winged angel Rebecca, descended into a dense jungle. It's the same as the floating island world where Lin Yu is. It is nighttime on this floating island. In the jungle, the roars of wild monsters and the furious cries of undead creatures can be heard everywhere. It looked no different from the nighttime environment of a dark forest. The only difference is that there are more wild monsters and undead creatures here. As far as the eye can see, the jungle is filled with densely packed figures. The Angel Legion was attacked by these creatures as soon as it arrived. Countless wild monsters and undead creatures surged in from all directions, like a raging tide. The scene was absolutely horrifying. However, the angels were not afraid at all. On the contrary, their desire for war was extremely strong. With the command given by the 12-winged angel Rebecca, the angelic legion of 5,000 was dispersed into organized angelic squads, forming an offensive force to wipe out the enemies surging from the vicinity. In an instant, a dazzling white light shone through the forest. That was the radiance of angelic divine magic and angelic combat techniques. Each flash results in the killing of a large number of wild monsters and undead creatures. Just a few minutes later, the surrounding battlefield was littered with mangled corpses. An even stronger, pungent smell of blood wafted through the jungle. This attracted even more wild monsters and undead creatures. Like an anthill being disturbed, they swarmed everywhere. Scenes like this are no longer seen in the dark forest. Thanks to the efforts of the angelic army and the various legions of the heavenly kingdom, in clearing out the monsters and undead creatures in the wild, most of the monsters and undead creatures in the wild have been eliminated, allowing professionals in the dark forest to venture out to hunt even at night. If it were this jungle, even professionals who have reached the king level can be torn to pieces. However, The Descending Angel Legion need not worry about such a thing happening, because their war strength is powerful enough, and they are protected by 5 demigods. With 5 demigods in charge, it's almost impossible for anything to go wrong. This is a great place to upgrade. The Dragon of the Sanctuary, Oster, said with some excitement. Its skeletal dragon body is over 100 meters long, radiating holy light, which is even more visible at night. Although it is a skeleton, it has no flesh or blood on its body. However, it does not instill fear. On the contrary, it has a sacred feeling. Upon hearing the words of the holy dragon Oster, the 10-winged archangel Cindy and the holy light elemental spirit Lilith, who were standing not far away, were also eager to try. Neither of them has yet reached the threshold to ignite the divine fire. Seeing the dense swarm of enemies in the jungle, they were naturally delighted. One more thing, the Lich King has already broken through. He successfully ignited the divine fire during the day and advanced to the level of a peak demigod. The 12-winged angel Rebecca said to the group, "Spread out and search for local strongholds in the vicinity, and also clear out the surrounding wild monsters and undead creatures." "Yes, Commander." The men immediately obeyed. Soon, a series of law-based storms swept through the nearby jungle. The destructive power of the demigods far exceeded that of the Angel Legion on the battlefield. They simply wiped out large areas. Whether the enemy comes from the sky or the jungle on the ground, they cannot withstand the sweep of the demigods' laws. Basically, one set can take away tens of thousands of wild monsters and undead creatures. As for the spoils of war, they were scattered all over the ground. Shortly afterward, the Lich King was the first to return. He couldn't find the location of the local force's stronghold, but somehow he managed to capture a group of professionals from somewhere. Dozens of professionals were bound by his chains of laws and dragged over like chicks. It's quite obvious. The faces of these professionals turned green with fright. He screamed in terror, making a series of loud, guttural noises. The language they spoke was not the common language of the extraordinary world, but the Lich King and the 12-winged angel Rebecca could understand it. This was the rule of the floating island of myriad worlds. They were begging for mercy. They were also exclaiming in surprise that they had seen an angel. The Lich King said to the 12-winged archangel Rebecca, "These guys are hiding in a cave not far away, and they have been detected by my sense of law. They are also professionals from Earth. However, what they say is different from what the professionals on the floating island where our Lord is speaking say. They must be from other countries on Earth." The 12-winged angel Rebecca nodded slightly. Instead of interrogating the professionals, she allowed the Lich King to directly search their soul memories. The Lich King did as instructed and soon learned much important information. The Lich King remained silent for a long time. Those information were like opening up a new world for him. He told Rebecca, "This floating island, numbered 018439, has been home to over 10 million Blue Star professionals. And just as I predicted, they come from other countries on Blue Star, such as Japan, South Korea, and so on. The professionals I caught are from Japan. It is worth mentioning. I learned from their soul memories that just as we arrived, a so-called world announcement was posted in the island's chat channel, which is exclusively for professionals. The world rules of this floating island call upon all professionals on the island to unite and annihilate us. It sees us as invaders. Chapter 383, the world rules that don't know when to stop. Annihilate my angel legion." Hearing the Lich King's words, a hint of surprise flashed across the beautiful face of Rebecca, the 12-winged angel. Has the world rules of this floating island become so arrogant? They actually called on the island's professionals to come and wipe them out, completely disregarding the angel race. The Lich King then analyzed. This floating island is very small, mainly composed of jungles and wastelands, spanning about 7,000 kilometers in length and width, less than 1% of the total area of our floating island. I imagine the rules of this world are also fragile, its intelligence is low, and it is very rigid. In the words of those professionals, we are the virus that has invaded the game world and needs to be eliminated. The 12-winged angel Rebecca heard the words game world and virus for the first time. However, she could easily understand the meaning behind it. He then gave a cold laugh with an indifferent expression and said, "We must find an opportunity to kill it later and feed it to the world rules of our floating island." The commander is wise. The Lich King immediately offered a compliment. He was also very dissatisfied with the rules of this floating island world. In contrast, the rules of their floating island world are much more pragmatic and know how to maintain boundaries. The Lich King then turned his gaze to the dozens of Sakura Kingdom professionals he had captured and asked, "Commander, what should we do with these professionals?" Rebecca countered, "What do you think?" The Lich King thought for a moment, and then said, "These professionals were just boasting in the island's chat channel that if they encountered us, they would definitely kill us and loot our equipment. In their eyes, we are no different from monsters in the wild. Furthermore, this group of professionals is morally corrupt and acts wickedly. Some are even more evil than evil creatures, even towards their own companions. I'm innocent. We don't have it." The dozens of professionals from the Cherry Blossom country screamed in terror. They were also able to understand the conversation between the Lich King and Rebecca. When they saw the Lich King belittle them to nothing, they knew things were going to get bad. The most important thing is, what right does a Lich have to accuse them of acting maliciously? The Lich is clearly the most evil creature. The undead creatures in the darkness are nothing compared to the Lich, and what they do is insignificant compared to the evil Lich. Don't kill us. We know many secrets about this floating island world. As long as you don't kill us, we can tell you all those secrets, including information about our professional world. A middle-aged professional said anxiously. However, before he could finish speaking, the Lich King said to the 12-winged Archangel Rebecca, "This human is cunning." While begging for mercy, he exposed our location in the island's chat channel and summoned other professionals to come and attack us. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression immediately went blank. He didn't expect that his little trick would be discovered. After all, sending messages on the island chat channel only requires using your mind. How can you see all of this? Little did he know that the Lich King was constantly monitoring their soul memories, and that their every move could not escape the Lich King's eyes. "You bastard. Are you trying to get us killed? You really deserve to die. Your Excellency, you may kill him, but please spare us. We harbor no ill will toward you or your legion." The other professionals screamed, trying to distance themselves from the middle-aged man. However, the 12-winged angel Rebecca completely ignored them, simply waving her hand indifferently at the Lich King. The Lich King understood immediately and led the professionals from the Sakura Kingdom away. Not long after, he returned alone. The 12-winged angel Rebecca said, "Next time we encounter a professional like this, we don't need to bring them back. Also, we need to find and capture the strongholds of the local forces as soon as possible and establish teleportation arrays. Our Lord is waiting for us." "Yes, Commander." The Lich King respectfully accepted the order. At the same time, the chat channel on this floating island also became abuzz with excitement. More than 10 million professionals from countries such as Japan and South Korea were thrilled by the mission rewards offered by the floating island of myriad realms. "Killing the commander of that otherworldly legion will allow me to advance 3 major realms and obtain the power of 5 different elemental laws. This reward is amazing. My level has just advanced to the early stage of level 9, and with 3 consecutive levels, I'll be a saint-level powerhouse. Once you obtain those fundamental laws, advancing to demigod status will be a piece of cake. There aren't any demigods on the entire planet Earth yet. Whoosh. This is my chance to defy fate. I must seize it." Someone just leaked information that the otherworldly force invading our floating island is an angelic legion, located in the southern part of Zone 3. We should immediately assemble and attack. What? An angel? Yes, they're the winged angels from Western mythology. The whistleblower has been captured by those angels. This is the information he revealed before he died. Yash, I can't wait to head to District 3 and capture those angels. Regardless of the rewards offered by the floating islands. Or perhaps an angel from Western mythology. It holds a fatal attraction for exotic professionals on this floating island. Almost everyone said that as soon as it was light tomorrow, they would leave the shelter and head to the southern part of District 3 to besiege the Angel Legion that had invaded their floating island. As for what happened on this floating island, Lin Yu was unaware of this. Chapter 384: The Creator's Divinity and Divinity. The sacred city, shrouded in darkness, was brightly lit. The dazzling holy light illuminated the entire city, making it resemble the most brilliant pearl in the world. The lavishly decorated city, Lord's Mansion. Lin Yu is having an in-depth discussion with Secretary and about the profound meaning of the law, starting with the laws of space, then moving on to the laws of destiny, and finally, with the cooperation of Secretary and the origins of the laws of darkness, blood, and soul obtained from opening the God-level stronghold treasure chest, were absorbed and fused together. I mastered it very smoothly. At this point, Lin Yu had mastered more than 20 fundamental laws. Among them, the relatively powerful laws are the law of time, the law of soul, the law of destruction, and the law of divinity, while the other laws are relatively ordinary. Now our Lord has successfully mastered the laws of darkness. We could try to merge the laws of darkness with the laws of light to create a more powerful law of light and darkness. A rare blush appeared on Angelia's breathtakingly beautiful cheeks, and fine beads of sweat glistened on her glistening forehead. Her eyes were hazy and her breathing was rapid, as if she were drunk. But he was extremely lucid. Even at crucial moments, she would occasionally remind Lin Yu and offer him suggestions. In addition, there are the Thunder Law, the Gale Law, the Flame Law, and the Frost Law. My lord has already mastered all 4 of these laws, and you may choose to fuse them as well. Especially Thunder and Gale, which can be combined into a storm. The Law of Storms is one of the most powerful forces of the Storm Titans, capable of altering the heavens and earth and controlling the winds and clouds of the world. Let's not talk about that now. Lin Yu was doing what he was supposed to do very seriously. The night of meditation passed. In addition to successfully mastering multiple laws, Lin Yu's understanding of the mysteries of the laws of space and destiny has also become more profound, especially the laws of space. He was just one step away from truly understanding it. This was all thanks to Angelia's dedicated guidance, coupled with Lin Yu's own extraordinary talent, which allowed him to comprehend the mysteries of the laws at an unbelievable speed. As for the laws of fate, Lin Yu also grasped a little bit of the basics. It's amazing. While comprehending the laws of destiny with Secretarian, Lin Yu's thoughts once again descended into the divine realm of the Lord, which was in an unknown time and space. He saw once again the densely packed city of angels and the trillion-strong army of angels. On the edge of the divine realm, he also saw a huge black vortex. Behind that black vortex lies hell. Under his conscious gaze, a vast number of fallen angels flew out of the black vortex, along with a large army of hellish giants. However, this wasn't the most surprising thing for Lin Yu. What surprised him most was that he actually saw unimaginably large warships among the fallen angel army. Yes, it's a warship. It's similar to the interstellar warships in science fiction movies. Unlike others, these warships were adorned with the wings of fallen angels and covered in corrupted runes. Despite being made of metal, they exuded an extremely evil and dark aura. Lin Yu was eager to learn more about these hellish warships. Unfortunately, his current consciousness was not yet able to communicate with the fallen angels in the divine realm, so he had to give up in the end. Just as Lin Yu's consciousness was about to leave the god realm, he suddenly sensed a calling force. Following this sensation, his consciousness arrived at the core forbidden area of the god realm, the central area of countless temple complexes. There stands a magnificent temple. Upon entering the temple, his consciousness seemed to have entered another dimension, containing an incomparably vast hall. At the end of the main hall are layers of golden steps. I don't know how many steps there are. It leads all the way to a divine throne at the very top. Behind the throne stands a statue that is 1,000,000 meters tall. The statue's face was obscured, but Lin Yu instinctively felt that the statue was him. The gaze shifted from the statue to the area above the throne, where a dazzling crystal and a sphere of chaotic light floated. These 2 things are the source that calls to him, the divine nature and divinity of the Creator. This message suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's soul. He was immediately thrilled. The creators of the angel race are beings even more terrifying than the supreme gods. Because in terms of realm, the 18-winged archangel is the supreme god. If he could merge with and control the Creator's divine nature and divinity, he could sweep across the battlefield of all realms, and it would be easy for him to capture the goddesses of nature and spirits and spank them. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's consciousness rushed towards the floating divine spark and divinity without hesitation. As a result, he walked straight through it. It couldn't budge an inch. They also cannot merge with the divine nature and divinity of the Creator. Sigh, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. It's probably because my strength isn't enough, or it's possible that I need to wait until my true body enters this temple before I can activate the Creator's divinity and divine nature. Just then, the dazzling divine spark suddenly trembled. Lin Yu's consciousness also left the god realm with some regret, returning to his original body. He continued his legal exchange with Secretarian. Chapter 385, 12-Winged Seraph. The next day, Lin Yu woke up early. He opened the Honor Items menu, and, sure enough, saw that all the items inside had been refreshed. The exchange price of all items has increased several times, or even 10 times. This means that redeeming the currency will be even more difficult. Just like this Stone of Laws, the exchange price before the refresh was 1,000 glory points. Now it has surged to 10,000 points, a tenfold increase. Even Lin Yu felt the pinch. The good news is that many new items have appeared in the refreshed menu, including a top-tier true artifact comparable to the Holy Radiance armor. However, no new super artifact appeared. But that's normal. Angelia had told Lin Yu that even the Supreme God King was not qualified to possess a super artifact like the Origin Scepter. It's already quite remarkable that a single super artifact could appear in a tiny floating island world. Any more would be wishful thinking. Once we've cleared out the local strongholds on the Linkle grasslands. Once I've collected enough glory points, I'll exchange them for that top-tier, true divine artifact. The exchange price of hundreds of thousands of glory points is something that other Lord-level professionals can only look up to and envy. But for Lin Yu, it was not a difficult thing. If the Angel Legion and the Orc Legion located on the Linkle Plains are capable, he might be able to obtain that top-grade true artifact today. The sleeping secretary and was not disturbed. After having breakfast, Lin Yu went to the Lord's Hall alone. The first floor of the Lord's Hall was once again piled high with massive amounts of loot. Of the loot, 50% came from the legions located on the Linkle Plains, 30% from the Kingdom's legions in the Dark Forest, and 20% from the Fallen Angel Legion from the Underworld. The number of gold coins that were released alone exceeded 10 million. This is an astonishing number. Adding to the more than 200,000 pieces of equipment, blueprints, and other items that Lin Yu put up yesterday, his total gold coin reserves in the information section had already reached over 100 million after just one night's sleep. To be precise, it is 112.8 million gold coins. Last night, Lin Yu was having an in-depth discussion with Secretary and about the mysteries of the loss, so he didn't have time to summon the angels. It just so happens that we're summoning together today. A large-scale angelic legion with 50,000 angels costs 2.87 million gold coins to summon. And I now possess over 100 million gold coins. It can summon a total of 39 large-scale angel legions at once. The total number of angels is nearly 2 million. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The fact that he could summon nearly 2 million angels at once was awe-inspiring, even to him. At the same time, he planned to send the entire Holy Angel Legion that he had summoned to that floating island in another world to carry out a conquest mission. With the war power of the angelic army, I believe he will soon receive good news that will satisfy him. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately communicated with the floating island of Myriad Realms and activated the summoning black hole. Soon, countless angels flew out of the black hole. The ratio of holy angels to fallen angels remains 2-to-1. The entire summoning process took nearly 15 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the Lord's Hall and the square outside were filled with countless angels, and the atmosphere of holiness and hell surged to its peak. At this point, Lin Yu's angel army had reached a terrifying 5.5 million in total. It's worth mentioning that, this time, a total of 4 12-winged angels were summoned. There are 2 holy angels and 2 fallen angels. One of them, a 12-winged holy angel, is the one that Lin Yu should pay the most attention to. It's not because she's particularly beautiful, has a great figure, or possesses an elegant demeanor. It was because of the angel outfit she was wearing. She wore a white gold magical gown, her long golden hair swaying behind her, and she held an angelic scepter that symbolized her status. On her head was an exquisite and magnificent crown. This angel outfit directly indicates that she is a commander-type angel. The commander-level angels who reach the 12-winged rank are the renowned 12-winged seraphim, the ruling angels among the 3 higher angels. Seraphim are the true commanders of the angelic army. Even the 12-winged cherubim, the 12-winged seraphim, and other special angels of equal rank must obey the commands of the 12-winged seraphim on the battlefield. This is evident. How high is the status of seraphim among the angels? Putting aside the archangels, the seraphim are the most powerful angels. Praise be to you, great Lord of Holy Light. May the Holy Light endure forever. May the Holy Lord be eternal. Under Lin Yu's gaze, the 12-winged seraphim immediately bowed respectfully. Beneath her solemn expression lay a fervent faith in Lin Yu, and the excitement and thrill of being able to witness the Lord of Holy Light firsthand. Lin Yu also had a big smile on her face. After waiting for so long, he finally summoned the seraph. Of the 3 highest-ranking angels, only the cherubim have yet to appear. Lin Yu plans to use the exclusive troop evolution blueprint to directly train Elena, who has already been promoted to the level of a 10-winged archangel, into a 12-winged cherubim. Lin Yu took another look at the 12-winged seraph. She has 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings and 3 pairs of dazzling, shimmering wings, all of which radiate a golden glow. It looks like it's burning with golden flames, which is very cool. As for her appearance and figure, they are absolutely perfect. Lin Yu absolutely adores it. Chapter 386 Secretarian's Fist. After learning that this 12-winged seraphim was a newly born angel, Lin Yu then named her Mia. At the same time, she was appointed as the Legion commander of the angel army, leading the summoned Holy Angel Legion to conquer the floating islands of another world. Of the nearly 2 million angels summoned this time, there are approximately 1.3 million holy angels. With so many angels going on the expedition, there shouldn't be any problems. In addition to the angel army, Lin Yu also planned to send several angel cities there to completely end the hope of that floating island. Angelia woke up shortly afterward. First, they went to the Lord's Hall to greet Lin Yu, and then went to the territory square outside to build a time-space tunnel. Last night, while Lin Yu was exchanging ideas about the laws with Secretarian, Rebecca, and the others, who were far away on a floating island in another world, completed the task that Lin Yu had given them. Moreover, it exceeded the target. They captured more than a dozen large and medium-sized local strongholds. A large number of teleportation arrays were built. Of course, all Secretarian needs to create a time-space tunnel is a teleportation array. Under Lin Yu's slightly nervous gaze, Secretarian stood gracefully and beautifully in midair in the territory square. She stretched out her slender little hand and threw a punch. Suddenly, the whole world seemed to shake. The space that was attacked by Secretary and small fist collapsed directly, revealing a huge black hole. Behind the black hole lies a pitch-black, dark universe. Lin Yu could even see the cosmic storms that filled the space, which was terrifying to the extreme. However, those cosmic storms were very far away from the black hole and did not sweep over. Subsequently, Angelia used the laws of space to create another black hole in the dark universe, and on the other side of that black hole was a floating island in another world. Next, Secretarian used the laws of space to create a passage connecting the two black holes. Soon, a time portal capable of traversing two worlds appeared. The space-time tunnel is formed by the laws of space and is not a physical entity, so there is no need to worry about it being torn apart by the storms in the dark universe. My lord, it's ready. Angelia returned to Lin Yu's side and respectfully said, now that the space-time passage has been established, it can support the Angel Legion to travel between the two worlds. Well done. Lin Yu smiled broadly, holding Secretary N's delicate hand and expressing his admiration repeatedly. He then said to the 12-winged Seraphim Mia, take your angel army and march to the floating islands of another world. Yes, your majesty, great lord of light. Seraphim Mia respectfully obeyed, waving the scepter in her hand. In an instant, more than 1 million angels flew into the air and surged into the space-time tunnel like a flood. After the entire angel army had been teleported away, Lin Yu dispatched 5 more angel cities to the area. These 5 cities of angels have all just been completed, and it was handed over to Seraphim Mia for control. To date, he commands a total of 15 angel cities, 10 of which are located on the Linkle Plains. Besides the army of holy angels, the nearly 700,000 fallen angels summoned this time were also dispatched by Lin Yu to the underground world. At this point, the total size of the fallen angel army in the underground world reached 1.9 million, though it wouldn't be unreasonable to call it an army of 2 million. The Kingdom of Paradise today is truly at war on all sides. The battlefields include the Dark Forest, the Linkle Grassland, the Underworld, and the otherworldly floating island. The war in the Dark Forest can now end. The remaining wild monsters were too few to warrant the Kingdom's army to wipe them out. They could be left for the Kingdom's professionals to hunt, lest they be denied even the chance to level up. Lin Yu turned to look at Secretarian, who was becoming increasingly beautiful and charming. I'm planning to withdraw the army of nature elves, the army of Naga, and the army of mountain giants. What do you think? Should we send them to clear out the Linkle Plains, or to attack the floating islands of another world? Angelia said, my lord, you can send them to the floating island in another world. I spoke with Rebecca last night and learned that there are a large number of wild monsters there, making it a great place to improve your strength. Lin Yu glanced at Secretary and with some surprise. Last night, the two of them spent the whole time exchanging the profound mysteries of the laws. Angelia actually had the mood to chat with Rebecca. He was a little unhappy. He secretly resolved that he must work harder tonight to try and master all the mysteries of the laws of space and destiny. Lin Yu immediately used his consciousness to command the Naga Queen, the Elf Queen Bernina, and the Mountain Giant King Vorn, ordering them to bring their respective racial armies back to the Holy City. According to incomplete statistics, the army of nature elves, the army of Naga, the army of Murlocs, and the army of mountain giants, led by the 3 of them, totaled approximately 6 million. Most of them were native believers who had surrendered. A small portion of them were elite troops summoned by Lin Yu using the troop quantity blueprint. An army of 6 million top-tier troops, an angel army of over 1 million, and 5 angel cities attacked that floating island in another world together, a truly devastating attack. All he needs to do now is receive the loot that's being delivered to him while waiting for news that the floating island has been captured. In addition, Secretary and also informed Lin Yu that the angel army was wanted on the floating island in the other world. Destroying the invading Angel Legion became a world-class mission for the more than 10 million professionals from various countries on that island. You're capable of doing something like this? Once we find an opportunity, we'll destroy the world rules of that island and merge them with the world rules of our island. Lin Yu gave the same idea as the 12-winged angel Rebecca. Secretary and immediately praised, "Our Lord is wise." Chapter 387 The Shock of the Professionals. Linkle Grassland. The sun shines brightly under a clear blue sky. Today is a beautiful day. For the native races living on the Linkle Plains, today is also a good day to change their future destiny. The war started last night and has continued until now. It never stopped. The angelic army and the surrendered Orcish troops, centered on the ruins of the Orcish capital, swept outwards to clear out surrounding areas. Each region's army consists of an angel city, several fully fledged angel armies, and a very large Orcish legion. There are a total of 10 legions. Clean the respective areas. With the fall of Beast King Webster and the destruction of the Beastmen's high-ranking officials, powerful figures, and even the Beastmen's capital, the remaining Beastman cities and tribes were naturally unable to withstand the attack of the Angel Army. To be honest, even if the Angelic Army hadn't participated in this cleansing war, with the surrendered Orcish troops, they were enough to sweep across the entire Linkle Plains. Because of its size, it amounts to over 6 million. With at least 6 million elite orc troops, including top-tier units such as the Behemoth Legion, the Kodo Beast Legion, and the Golden Lion Man Legion, how could the remaining orc forces possibly withstand them? With its formidable war power, conquering cities and seizing territories was a piece of cake. Originally, the orcs were the absolute rulers of the Linkle Plains. Now, their main force has been almost wiped out by the Angel Army. Although there are still tens of millions of orcs left on the grasslands, it will be very difficult to withstand the attack of the Orc Elite Army. Last night, a massive number of undead creatures appeared on the Linkle Plains. This resulted in the Angelic Army and the Orcish legions advancing at a slow pace. As the sun rose, the undead creatures retreated to the underworld. The Angelic Army and the Orcish legions advanced at an astonishing speed, as if a motor had been instantly activated. Wherever they went, corpses littered the ground. Whether they were native races or wild monsters, they all fell under the sweeping attack of the Angelic Army and the Orcish legions. The former still have the opportunity to surrender and embrace the holy light. The latter is a dead end. In just a few hours, the number of wild monsters killed by the army exceeded 10 million. In addition, more than 300 local strongholds were captured. The native creatures in those strongholds were lucky, because the angels knew that their Lord of Light was storing up faith power and preparing to condense a divine status of faith soon, so they did not commit mass killings. The vast majority of native creatures were captured by the angels through their faith magic. Only a very small number of diehards were killed. This move has also made the Orcish cultist legions grow larger and larger. A few hours later, the total size of the orc army exceeded 9 million. Regardless of how much their overall war strength had increased, the sheer size of the army was enough to be frightening. In addition, a massive amount of loot was continuously transported to the holy city. The old, weak, sick, and disabled native creatures were also teleported away. In the future, they will make outstanding contributions to the faith of the Lord of Holy Light and the behind-the-scenes development of the kingdom in the holy city. The Orcish followers who remained on the grasslands were all elite warriors. Just as the Angelic Army and the Orcish legions were frantically clearing out the Linkle Plains. Unsurprisingly, the professionals on the vast grasslands also learned of this information. I was equally shocked. For them, the Beastman royal court, which ruled the Linkle Plains, was an invincible behemoth, and even its tribes and cities were not to be challenged. And it is precisely in such a powerful force. But it only took one day for the Kingdom of Paradise to conquer it. Even the capital city was reduced to ruins. How could they not be surprised? Many professionals panicked and chose to join Heavenly Kingdom as soon as they received the news, because they didn't know when they would encounter Lin Yu's army of angels. If the angels kill them as heretics because they haven't joined the Kingdom of Heaven yet, where can they go to seek justice? Lin Yu's army of angels is too powerful. I originally thought this war would last at least 2 days. As a result, the orc capital was captured in just 1 day, and it is said that even the Beast King, who was at the peak of the demigod realm, was killed. I suspect that within a month, Boss Lin Yu will be able to rule the entire floating island world. No doubt about it, this was already destined. In terms of racial strength, the orcs are not much weaker than the nature elves and dragons, yet their main base was wiped out in a single day. This means that even the elven Holy Land and the 36 islands of the Bay are no match for Boss Lin Yu's angel army. It might not even take half a month for Boss Lin Yu to ascend to the position of Island Lord of this floating island. That's incredible. I'm very curious, what kind of treatment will the country give Lin Yu after he returns to Blue Star as the island owner? I'm curious too. Envious. Chapter 388, Take Care of Yourself. The number of professionals in the Lenkel Plains is actually greater than in the Dark Forest. The total number is approximately 10 million. They account for nearly 1/6 of the total number of professionals on the island. Although this floating island has 8 major regions, the number of professionals is not evenly distributed. For example, in resource-poor regions such as the Barren Desert, the Silent Sea, and the St. Cable Snowfield, the number of professionals is very small. The number of professionals in the Land of Abundance is also not large. Because that area is the territory of native humans, although there are some wild monsters available for professional hunters to hunt, they are extremely rare. Taking all factors into account, the remaining 4 regions, the Dark Forest, the Lenkel Plains, the Elven Sanctuary, and the 36 islands of the Bay, became the main gathering places for professionals. Of the tens of millions of professionals, at least 70% are distributed across these 4 regions. The Lenkel Plains are so vast that the number of professionals is incredibly high. At the same time, there are also many professional alliances here. This has even led to the formation of many relatively stable, offline organizations. It's not surprising to see hunting teams of thousands of professionals on the grasslands. Moreover, the professional society on the Lenkel Plains is very chaotic, with battles frequently breaking out between professionals. There are reports that the Lord-level professionals here have also been besieged by combat professionals. Of course, all of that is in the past. After news of Lin Yu's Angel Army's conquest of the Orcish capital spread in the island's chat channel, all the professionals on the Lenkel Plains rushed to join the Heavenly Kingdom. It was as if they were afraid that if they were a step too late, the spot would be gone. In less than an hour, the number of professional citizens in Paradise Kingdom exceeded 10 million. Half a day later, it reached an astonishing figure of 15 million, and it continues to surge. With a large number of professionals joining the Kingdom of Paradise and becoming citizens of Lin Yu's kingdom, the chaos in the Lenkel grassland vanished in an instant. Because the Kingdom of Heaven has strict rules, namely, that its citizens are not allowed to kill each other. The guiding principle is unity, mutual assistance, and common growth. Competition is acceptable, but infighting is not. After all, there are plenty of enemies, and there's absolutely no need for internal strife. Once the enemies on this floating island are all killed, then we'll move on to other floating islands. Lin Yu's army of angels has already begun exploring the floating islands of another world. Once the resources here are almost depleted, Lin Yu will consider sending professionals over to clean up the mess. Lin Yu was quite generous on this issue. He eats meat, and the kingdom's professionals can also drink the soup. There was nothing he could do. His kingdom's taxes were outrageously high. If he didn't give those kingdom professionals a little something, they'd probably starve. And Lin Yu found it difficult to extract more value from them. The stronger the kingdom's professionals are, the more oil Lin Yu squeezed out, the more juicy it would be. Those kingdom professionals were well aware of this, and they were willing to let Lin Yu exploit them. Looking at the millions of professionals on the grasslands, the only professional who wants to be exploited by Lin Yu but can't be exploited is probably the Golden Behemoth Lord. Upon learning that the Orcish capital had fallen, he was so frightened that he didn't even eat breakfast. His first reaction was to join Lin Yu's Paradise Kingdom, like other professionals, hoping to avoid being killed by Lin Yu's Angel Legion. But he failed. He was refused acceptance as a citizen by the Kingdom of Heaven. This left the Golden Behemoth Lord in despair. At the same time, it was also full of confusion. Since no one knows his name, there's no reason why Heavenly Kingdom could directly lock onto him and exclude him. Even Earth's Skynet isn't that powerful. Therefore, he contacted the floating island of Myriad Realms to inquire. After a long time, floating island of Myriad Realms finally replied with a single sentence: "Take care." The Golden Behemoth Lord was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why the floating island of Myriad Realms would reply with such a message. Could it be that the floating island of Myriad Realms had also been won over by Lin Yu's sweet talk? And sure enough, the Golden Behemoth Lord was right. Previously, Lin Yu told Secretary and that he wanted to find an opportunity to destroy the world rules of that floating island in another world and feed them to it. It heard him clearly and instantly felt that all its efforts during this period were worthwhile. As the spirit of the laws of a world, it can only ascend to a higher level by devouring the laws and spirits of other worlds. If Lin Yu really uses such sugar-coated bullets to win it over, then Lin Yu will be its second parent, even closer than its boss. In this situation, it doesn't mind slightly undermining the principles of fairness and justice. For example, unilaterally restricting the Golden Behemoth Lord from joining Paradise Kingdom. This was obviously very unfair to the Golden Behemoth Lord, but it had no choice. Lin Yu was the Holy Light Lord of the Angel Clan and was about to become its rebirth parent. So of course it had to choose to stand on Lin Yu's side. To put it bluntly, if Lin Yu truly grasped the power of the Lord of Holy Light, with Lin Yu as its backer, it even dares to turn against its own boss. What does it matter if we swindle a mere gold behemoth lord? Anyway, the boss doesn't know. Chapter 389 Self-Destruction of Territory. Damn it. The Golden Behemoth Lord was cursing loudly in his own territory. It's unclear whether they're criticizing Lin Yu or the unethical, floating island of myriad realms. At this moment, he felt as if he were enveloped by malice. It was as if the whole world was against him. He felt utterly hopeless. If time could be reversed, he certainly wouldn't openly oppose Lin Yu, but would keep a low profile, quietly develop his own strength, and look for the best opportunity. But now, it's too late to say anything. Even the floating island of myriad realms sent him a message saying, "Take care of yourself." Who the hell can I complain to? There's no other way. I have no choice but to destroy my own territory. Without the constraints of territory, I am free to fly like a bird in the sky and swim like a fish in the sea. In addition, I have several thousand golden behemoths. The highest level golden behemoth has advanced to the late stage of level 9, and the next step is to reach the king level. Once my golden behemoth legion grows stronger, my level will also increase rapidly. Of course, the most important thing. It's this. The golden behemoth lord took out 2 dazzling crystals from the territory's warehouse, each radiating a very profound power. With these 2 stones of law, my advancement to demigod will be a piece of cake. He exchanged most of his glory points for this item before the glory items menu refreshed as a preparation for his future advancement to the demigod realm. He just needs to find a way to advance to the saint level. Then you can use the stone of law to break through and become a demigod. Once he becomes a demigod and enters the battlefield of myriad realms, Lin Yu will be unable to do anything to him. Being sleazy is my only way out. The golden behemoth lord took a deep breath. He then listed all the supplies stored in the warehouse on the island's trading platform, including basic resources such as food, timber, and iron ore. Without territory or spatial equipment, he naturally couldn't carry so many supplies on his escape. He could only treat the internal trading platform as a temporary resource reserve. After emptying the entire territory, the golden behemoth lord communicated with the floating island of myriad realms, again, choosing to destroy the core building, the Lord's Hall. Destroy the Lord's Hall, and your territory will be reduced to ruins. You will simultaneously lose your Lord class status, the ability to summon troops, and be passively reassigned to a combat class. Furthermore, having lost your territory, your troop units may rebel. Please make your choice carefully. Please confirm whether to destroy the Lord's Hall. Whether. The golden behemoth lord had a dark expression throughout. His expression changed slightly only when he heard that a mutiny might occur within the military. The units on the floating islands do not have quantifiable loyalty. Whether or not a troop can gain loyalty depends entirely on the Lord's own abilities. In addition, it is also related to the Lord's halo. Every Lord has the same Lord Aura, which is a passive skill. Under the influence of the Lord Aura, it is easier to gain the allegiance of troops, professionals, and neutral creatures, and the loyalty of troops is increased. Once you lose your status as a Lord, that aura will also disappear. Even the Golden Behemoth Lord himself couldn't be sure whether the Golden Behemoth Legion, which he had nurtured for so long, would betray him after the Lord's aura was gone. If you betray him, his future is basically ruined. They might even die at the hands of those Golden Behemoths. That shouldn't happen. I believe in my leadership abilities. The Golden Behemoth Lord consoled himself like AQ. Finally, he took one last, reluctant look at his territory, filled with anger and resentment, and chose yes. He sacrificed far too much for this territory. Everything in the territory was a labor of love for him. Now that he has no choice but to destroy it with his own hands, he naturally hates Lin Yu to the core. After all, if it weren't for Lin Yu, he wouldn't be in this situation. Don't give me the chance. If there's even the slightest chance, I will make sure Lin Yu doesn't get away with it. This feud is now in the making. The Golden Behemoth Lord muttered viciously to himself. Soon, the entire territory began to shake, and large swathes of buildings began to collapse. Just a few seconds later, the vast territory was reduced to ruins. Just then, a message from the floating island of Myriad Realms appeared in the mind of the Golden Behemoth Lord. Congratulations, you are the second professional to choose to destroy their own territory. You have received 500 glory points and 3,000 reputation points. The Golden Behemoth Lord's face turned green. It felt like being slapped across the face, a burning pain. What the hell is there to congratulate? Furthermore, the reward of a few glory points and reputation points is utterly useless. It can't even be exchanged for a single law stone, and at most, it can only be exchanged for some spirit rice seeds. Although I'm no longer a Lord-level professional, I feel like I've been reborn. This is a new beginning. While trying to console himself, the Golden Behemoth Lord gave the order to the Golden Behemoth Legion. Let's go, leave this hellhole, and start afresh in the desolate desert. Barren desert, scarce resources. Lin Yu definitely wouldn't approve. He can get more time and opportunities to develop there. However, after he gave the order, the Golden Behemoth Legion stood still and did not move. His heart skipped a beat. This has never happened before. Chapter 390 Betrayal by a Military Branch. What do you want to do? A rebellion? The Golden Behemoth Lord was both shocked and furious. He had only just lost his territory and his status as a lord, and these Golden Behemoths were already defying his orders. This was beyond his expectations. This terrified him. He has placed all his hopes on this Golden Behemoth Legion. His future growth depends on these Golden Behemoths. Without the help of the Golden Behemoth Legion, it would be very difficult for him to advance to the Saint level and use the Law Stone on his own. Just like now, his level has reached the late stage of level 9. The next step is the King level. Losing his Lord status and becoming a combat professional has one advantage. He now only needs to kill 3 King-level enemies to achieve a level breakthrough and become a King-level professional. With the war prowess of the Golden Behemoth Legion, killing 3 King-level enemies would be quite easy. However, without this Golden Behemoth Legion, he would have had a hard time achieving this with his own combat prowess alone. Like many veteran combat professionals a year ago, he will be stuck at a certain level and unable to progress. Now, these Golden Behemoths no longer obey his commands. This terrified him even more than the news that the Orcish capital had been annihilated by the angelic army. He was so scared he almost peed himself. My dear lord. Just then, a Golden Behemoth over 20 meters tall walked over, looking down at the Golden Behemoth Lord with an almost condescending gaze. The Golden Behemoth Lord instinctively took several steps back. He was terrified, because he could see no respect whatsoever in the eyes of this Golden Behemoth. Number 7. Do you also want to betray me? The Golden Behemoth Lord said angrily. Without my guidance, could you have advanced to the late stage of level 9 so quickly? Furthermore, it was I who granted you the authority of a legion commander, allowing you to lead the other Golden Behemoths. I nurtured you and gave you status. You actually betrayed me? Golden Behemoth number 7 said in a muffled voice. I have not forgotten the Lord's cultivation of me, but I will also not forget that the Lord forced us brothers to fight against undead creatures at night when we were not strong enough. In that battle, 7 out of our 14 brothers died. The Golden Behemoth Lord was completely dumbfounded. He himself had almost forgotten about this matter. How could Golden Behemoth 7 still remember? Furthermore, weren't these Golden Behemoth soldiers he summoned? Yet they still hold a grudge against him over such a trivial matter. If it weren't for this incident, he wouldn't have known that the Golden Behemoth 7, to whom he had entrusted such an important mission, actually harbored such sentiments. At the same time, this also made him feel a chill run down his spine. After all, he had been training Golden Behemoth 7 as a great general. The thought that his great general had been secretly harboring resentment towards him filled him with a chilling fear that ran straight to the top of his head. It's like in a TV drama where someone raises their enemy's son without even knowing it. The Golden Behemoth Lord took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said, You are the troops I summoned, and serving me is your duty. Services are born for war. Dying on the battlefield is your destiny. I summoned you and gave you new life, so you should serve me, not betray me when I lose my status as a lord. Upon hearing these words, Golden Behemoth 7 remained unmoved. She even gave the young man a somewhat indifferent look. My lord, you have never regarded us as true intelligent beings. In your eyes, we are all your tools, killing machines without any self-thought. I'm telling you now you're wrong. Trying to use us as tools is your biggest mistake. You actually want us to believe in you and worship you as a god. How is that possible? Even if you become an immortal god in the future, you will never gain our faith. Of course, you no longer have a chance. In reality, it's common for lords to treat their troops as tools. After all, it was they who summoned the troops. Just like the soldiers in a strategy game, the lord subconsciously treats the soldiers as tools and can simply summon them again when they die. The same applies to the Golden Behemoth Lord. He didn't think he had done anything wrong in this regard. However, the last words of Golden Behemoth number 7 terrified the Golden Behemoth Lord, causing his face to change drastically. He stared at Golden Behemoth 7 with a look of horror. Do you intend to kill me? Of course not. Golden Behemoth 7 shook its head and said, we won't kill you because you summoned us, but you will no longer be able to gain our loyalty. We want to break free from your constraints, leave this place, and find our true future. As soon as he finished speaking, Golden Behemoth number 7 led the Golden Behemoth Legion to leave. The Golden Behemoth Lord shouted, where are you going? The Linkle Plains are being wiped out by the army of angels. Follow me to the desolate desert, and you will have no chance of survival. Following you is a dead end. Golden Behemoth number 7 retorted without turning its head, we're going to join His Majesty the Beast King. Chapter 391, A Supernatural World Where the Strong Are Respected. The Golden Behemoth is a member of the orc race, so it is only natural that it submits to the Beast King, just as elves would submit to the Elf Queen. Every race has its own ruler. The people of this race will instinctively submit to the ruler, including humans. This is a sense of unity. However, upon hearing Golden Behemoth number 7's words, the Golden Behemoth Lord was overjoyed and immediately caught up with the Golden Behemoth Legion, saying, your orc race's Beast King is dead. The one who killed him was Lin Yu from the Kingdom of Paradise. Follow me, or rather, let's cooperate, and I will avenge your Beast King in the future. As soon as the words fell, the Golden Behemoth Legion halted abruptly. This made the Golden Behemoth Lord very happy, thinking that things had taken a turn for the better. To the young man's bewilderment, the Golden Behemoth 7 glared at him fiercely and said, you need to show respect to His Majesty Lin Yu. He is a great ruler and conqueror. Though the Beast King is dead, the Beastman race is ushering in an even more glorious future. As the god of worship for the angel race, His Majesty Lin Yu will surely lead our orc race to glory. The Golden Behemoth Lord was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? He said blankly, don't tell me that the person you're going to seek refuge with is Lin Yu, the mastermind behind the destruction of the Beast Clan's royal court. Golden Behemoth number 7 said, the Beast King's court is the native beastman power of this world. What does its destruction have to do with us? The Golden Behemoth Lord said, then you shouldn't have gone to seek refuge with Lin Yu. From the young man's perspective, this was a completely unrelated connection. He could understand even if these Golden Behemoths wanted to seek refuge with the remaining native beastmen forces on the Linkle Plains. What's with this seeking refuge with Lin Yu nonsense? He couldn't understand it. Golden Behemoth number 7 glanced at him and then said, the army of the Heavenly Kingdom is about to conquer the entire Linkle Plains, and the orc race will also usher in a new ruler. Whether the native orcs like it or not, they will choose to bow their heads to the powerful Heavenly Kingdom. This is an unchangeable fact. In addition, after the fall of Beast King Webster, His Majesty Lin Yu received his crown and was given the identity of the new generation of Beast King. His Majesty Lin Yu is now the true ruler of the orc race. Now that we have been reborn and become free beings, of course we should go and pledge our allegiance to His Majesty Lin Yu. For following the war horn of the Heavenly Kingdom offers a brighter future. The title of the god worshipped by the angel race is enough to attract them to join him. This is an extraordinary world where the strong rule. Putting aside other factors, a Golden Behemoth Lord who is only at the late stage of level 9 is simply not worthy of their loyalty. After all, they are top-tier beings, Golden Behemoths. Only the truly strong can rule them. Without hesitation, Golden Behemoth 7 led the Legion away quickly. Several thousand Golden Behemoths, like a golden wave, quickly disappeared into the distant horizon of the grasslands. The Golden Behemoth Lord was left alone, standing there with a blank expression. I was in a daze for a long time. After a long time, the Golden Behemoth Lord seemed to suddenly wake up. His expression twisted as he began to curse. Lin Yu, Golden Behemoth 7, and the world rules of the floating island. He cursed them all. He was furious. It's also hard to accept such an outcome. When he first arrived on this floating island, he was the first to reveal his identity as a top lord, earning him countless voices of admiration and envy. The alliance he founded, Hall of Kings, quickly became the strongest professional alliance on the island. At that time, his prestige was unmatched. To put it simply, he was the most powerful person on the island during that period. Until Lin Yu appeared. Of course, all of that is in the past. What he found hard to accept was that the Golden Behemoth Legion, which he had painstakingly nurtured with love and care, had not only betrayed him, but was also preparing to defect to the Heavenly Kingdom. He worked hard to develop it for so long. In the end, it all benefited Lin Yu. Moreover, he kept saying that joining Lin Yu would be a better career choice. How could he possibly accept this? The Golden Behemoth Lord's mentality collapsed immediately, and he roared loudly, venting his hatred and grievances. One day, I will take back everything I have lost. Sooner or later. The Golden Behemoth Lord went completely mad. He kept muttering the same sentence. Their figures staggered and disappeared into the distance. It's clear that he hasn't completely lost his mind after all. He knows that escaping is the most important thing right now. Moreover, he believed that as long as he could escape the Linkle Plains, he would be completely free. In this world, nobody knows his name. No one has ever seen what he looks like. Even if he encountered other professionals, no one would associate him with the Golden Behemoth Lord. After all, he doesn't even have the Golden Behemoth anymore. I see. This is what is meant by destruction before construction. Without destruction, there can be no construction. The young man comforted himself as his figure gradually receded into the distance until it disappeared at the edge of the grassland. What he should be worried about now is not whether he will be hunted down by the Angel Army, but how to survive on the grasslands after losing his territory and military legions. He didn't even have a single combat professional by his side. As for the Alliance members of the Hall of Kings, they are even more unreliable. First, we don't know where the offline location is. Secondly, if they knew he was the Golden Behemoth Lord, those Alliance members might just tie him up and take him to the Holy City to collect the reward. Therefore, he could only rely on himself. Looking back, Chapter 392 Kingdom Announcement issued by Lin Yu. The war in the Kingdom of Paradise is progressing very smoothly. After Lin Yu issued the order, the kingdom's plan to clear out the Dark Forest came to an end, and the remaining wild monsters were left for the kingdom's professionals to enjoy. As for the kingdom's troop legions in the Dark Forest, the top-tier military units have been dispatched to the floating islands of the other world, such as the Army of Nature Elves, the Army of Naga, and the Army of Mountain Giants. The remaining, relatively weaker kingdom troops were dispatched to the Linkle Plains. There are far too many wild monsters on the grasslands. Greater efforts are needed to achieve faster conquest and eradication. The kingdom's troop legion that Lin Yu dispatched was also extremely large, exceeding 10 million, mainly composed of forest troll armies, goblin armies, grey dwarf armies, and goblin armies. In addition to the existing army of angels and Orcish cultists. The total size of the army that wiped out the Linkle grasslands reached 20 million. This is a very alarming number. This also shows how powerful the Kingdom of Paradise is now. Lin Yu plans to wait until tomorrow to withdraw the Angel Army from the grasslands and the top-tier Orcish troops and send them to the Land of Abundance to participate in the war against the native human kingdoms. With the teleportation array and the City of Angels, deploying troops is a very easy thing. After the Abundant region was settled, that leaves only the two regions, Elven Sanctuary and 36 islands of the Bay. Once Lin Yu conquers these two regions, he will be able to directly ascend to the position of Island Lord on this floating island and open a space-time passage to the battlefield of myriad realms. Becoming an immortal god is also within reach. Taking advantage of a free moment, Lin Yu opened the island chat channel, which was a rare occurrence for him. During this period, he spent his days comprehending the laws. In the evening, he would discuss the profound meaning of the laws with Secretarian. I rarely check the chat channels. As soon as he opened it, he saw countless messages flooding the screen. It was very lively. The topics discussed by the professionals were mostly related to the fall of the Orcish capital and the angelic army of the Heavenly Kingdom's full-scale annihilation of the Linkle Plains. It also contains countless pieces of fluff such as Lin Yu is invincible and awesome. After scrolling for a while, Lin Yu also felt it wasn't very interesting. Just as he was about to log off, he suddenly saw a Lord-class player in the chat channel saying that the number of wild monsters in the Dark Forest had decreased significantly, which had seriously affected his leveling speed. This Lord-class professional also rallied the professionals of the Dark Forest to petition His Majesty Lin Yu. The petition was to request that Lin Yu open a teleportation channel between the 4 affiliated cities and the Linkle grassland. This way, they could go hunting on the Linkle Plains. As the ruler of the Paradise Kingdom, Lin Yu did not simply ignore the petition from his kingdom's citizens. Instead, he opened his friends list and inquired about the relevant information from Xia Qingwei. Lin Yu doesn't have many friends. There are only 3. One was the middle-aged man who initially traded the blacksmith's blueprints to Lin Yu. One of them was his #1 follower, the village chief of Guangming. The third one is Xia Qingwei. They added each other when Lin Yu entered Xia Qingwei's territory. Xia Qingwei replied almost instantly after receiving Lin Yu's message. Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. Personally speaking, my Dragon Legion is currently hunting very low-level monsters in the wild, resulting in extremely slow experience gain. Additionally, my level is also stuck at the late stage of level 9. This is mainly because almost all the king-level wild monsters in the Dark Forest have been killed. For a professional to advance to the king level, they need more than just the accumulation of primordial energy. They also need to defeat king-level enemies. A Lord-level player needs to kill 10 king-level enemies to break through to the next level. Combat professionals need to kill 3 king-level enemies. Now that the high-level monsters in the Dark Forest have been almost completely wiped out, it's naturally very difficult for top professionals like Xia Qingwei to advance. In general, those most affected are the top professionals. For those in lower-level professions, there is little impact. Top professionals in the Dark Forest, including Xia Qingwei, all hope that Lin Yu could open a teleportation array to the Lunkel grassland. After all, the wild monsters there have not yet suffered severe damage from the Angel Army. There, they can find hope of advancing to the king rank. I see. Lin Yu gave Xia Qingwei a brief reply. Then I closed the friends list and opened the kingdom's chat channel. Sure enough, he saw similar petitions posted in the kingdom channel, all from top professionals in the Dark Forest. In contrast, the professionals from the Lenkel Plains rejected such an offer. They did not want the monster resources of their region to be taken away by the professionals from the Dark Forest. The Angel Army can be killed, but professionals from other regions cannot. This is indeed a problem that needs to be solved. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Lin Yu came up with an idea. He looked at Secretary Angelia, who was standing quietly to the side, and asked, Angelia, could you connect the teleportation arrays of those affiliated cities to the space-time passage leading to the floating island in another world? Angelia nodded, indicating that it was simple. That's fine. Lin Yu immediately posted an announcement in the kingdom's chat channel. The kingdom has now opened a time-space portal to floating island number 018439. Starting tomorrow, kingdom warriors confident in their abilities can use the teleportation arrays in the 4 affiliated cities to travel to floating island 018439 for exploration and hunting. The floating islands of another world are rich in monster resources, but they are also fraught with danger. Furthermore, our kingdom is currently at war with professionals from other countries, such as the Sakura Kingdom and the Korean Kingdom, located on floating island number 018439. Professionals from our kingdom who have been teleported there should be prepared for war. Those who believe in the supremacy of peace should not go to the kingdom. Chapter 393 Boiling Point. As expected, Lin Yu's announcement had just been released. The entire kingdom's chat channel was in an uproar. It was like a heavy nuclear bomb crashing into the ocean, unleashing a massive tsunami. All the kingdom's professionals were shocked by Lin Yu's announcement, because they never expected that Lin Yu had actually opened a space-time passage to the floating island in another world. This is simply a miracle. Those top professionals from the Dark Forest had only petitioned Lin Yu to open a teleportation channel to the Lenkel grasslands, but Lin Yu delivered a devastating surprise to them. Don't you want to level up quickly? Then let's go explore the floating islands of another world. There are plenty of monster resources there. As long as you are strong enough, you won't have to worry about not being able to level up. Of course, that's not the important thing. Praise be to His Majesty the King. As expected of Lin Yu, this move is simply unbeatable. I can't wait to head to that floating island world, not to level up, but to spar with those well-off Japanese professionals. If my great-grandfather knew, he might just crawl out of our ancestral grave, pat me on the head, and tell me to do a good job. Those professionals from Japan and South Korea actually dared to wage war against our Paradise Kingdom. They've gone too far. Brothers, get your weapons and equipment polished up. Once the time portal opens tomorrow, let's go straight there and wipe them out. The thought of facing a professional from Japan makes my blood boil. Settling old scores and new grievances in this war. Brothers and sisters of the kingdom, stay calm. After all, this is a national war and the exploration of another world. Those with lower levels should not go yet, lest they become free kills for those weaklings. Upstairs, I don't like what you said. Yeah, so what if I'm a low level? Even if I die on the battlefield, I'll become an undead and still bite them twice. Hey bro, stick close to me tomorrow. I'm a necromancer. If you die, I'll turn you into a skeleton so you can keep fighting. Wait, this isn't fair. Why is it that only a few outlying cities in the Dark Forest can access the time-space portal to Little Day's floating island? Aren't the professionals of the Linkle Grasslands citizens of the kingdom? Urgent call to His Majesty Linyu. The millions of professionals across the Linkle Grasslands are applying to join the battle. Agree plus 10,086. You just wait. The native forces of the Linkle Grasslands haven't been completely wiped out yet. When the war is nearly over, I believe His Majesty Lin you will build affiliated cities on your grasslands and open a time-space portal. Brothers and sisters, is anyone from the Beijing group here? Add me. I'm a Black Bear Knight, level 8, early stage. Okay, gather near the teleportation array in the center of North City. Let's get the expeditionary force up first, and then teleport directly there as soon as the space-time portal opens tomorrow. Received. In no time, a large number of legions and teams appeared in the kingdom's chat channel. Exploring and conquering another world, and engaging in national wars with professionals from other countries such as Japan and South Korea. These two factors combined ignited the passion of millions of professionals in the kingdom. Although the professionals of the Kingdom of Linklegrass are temporarily unable to travel to floating island 018439. But that didn't stop them from getting excited too. According to incomplete statistics, in a short period of time, more than 3,000 Jingyuan teams were established. The number of kingdom professionals who joined these expedition teams exceeded 1 million. It is believed that by tomorrow morning, the army of expeditionary professionals will be even larger. And it's not just combat professionals. Lord-level professionals located in the Dark Forest also got involved. Not long after Lin Yu's kingdom announcement, the kingdom's lords and professionals led their respective troop legions to the nearest affiliated cities. Xia Qingyue also set off. She was riding on the back of a king-level frost dragon. Leading a dragon legion of over 10,000 frost dragons, she flew majestically towards the nearest city to her territory, East City. As soon as she entered Dongqing, her appearance caused a frenzy of cheers from the Dongqing professionals. Xia Qingyue is the island's undisputed goddess. She was already beautiful and was a top-tier lord with frost dragon troops. In addition, the alliance she founded, Midsummer Night, was the #1 alliance among professionals. Her reputation among professionals is very high. Seeing that Xia Qingyue had actually led the Frost Dragon Legion to arrive, and that she, like them, was preparing to participate in the expedition to another world, they were naturally very excited. Following Xia Qingyue, many more Lord-class professionals led their own troop legions into the 4 subordinate cities. What kind of legions were there? The Dwarven Musketeer Legion, the Forest Troll Legion, the Knights of Light Legion, the Golden Griffin Legion, the Goblin Legion, and the Headless Horseman Legion, and so on and so forth. There are all sorts of military units and legions. It's a real mixed bag. With the arrival of these Lord-class professionals, the atmosphere of the interdimensional expeditionary force instantly reached its peak. Chapter 394, a special battle to brilliantly receive the rewards of one's ancestors. The island chat channel also became lively. This place is home to all the professionals from the floating islands, numbering in the tens of millions. When the professionals from Paradise Kingdom forwarded Lin Yu's kingdom announcement to the island chat channel, it instantly stirred up an even bigger wave. All the professionals were shocked by Lin Yu's extravagant spending. After all, they haven't even figured out how to navigate their own area yet. In contrast, Lin Yu had already opened a time-space passage to the floating island in another world long ago. This struck them as incredible. However, when they learned that there were professionals from other countries like Japan and South Korea on that floating island in another world, and that it was in a state of hostility and war with the Paradise Kingdom, all their disbelief and awe vanished. All that's left is excitement and exhilaration. They had been waiting for this moment for who knows how many years. As one of the kingdom's professionals said, this national war is about settling both old and new scores. We don't need to worry about the current state of relations between the countries around the world. This is a floating island. It is an extraordinary world where the strong are respected. In a world where even immortal gods might exist, how could these professionals possibly be restricted by the laws of Earth? Putting everything else aside, we must avenge our grudges and settle our scores. Just do it. Island Chat Channel. Let me first say to the professionals of the Dark Forest, you are now the vanguard of the national war, carrying the beliefs of all of us as you go to war against the professionals of the Sakura Kingdom. To retreat on the battlefield would be to disgrace one's ancestors. Exactly. If you're afraid of dying, don't go. Leave the opportunity to us. I'm just waiting for Lin Yu's angelic army to arrive, to establish subordinate cities and time-space portals in my region. Just thinking about all that easy life makes my 40-meter-long sword itch with thirst. I'm currently in the abundant region. I wonder when Lin Yu's angel army will arrive. It should be soon. Once the Linkle Plains are cleared out, the next target of Paradise Kingdom's war will likely be the Bountiful region. However, the native human kingdoms of the abundant region are currently at war with each other. If Lin Yu's angelic army were to invade, it would be a classic case of two birds fighting over a clam, allowing a third party to reap the benefits. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Paradise Kingdom easily conquered the Bountiful region. What do you mean by the fisherman reaps the benefits? I suspect the Holy Sea of Light in the abundant region has already sided with boss Lin Yu. Otherwise, why would the Holy Sea of Light launch a war at this particular time? Some professionals have made similar analyses before, but they haven't been confirmed yet. However, it's almost certain now. It's quite normal for the Church of Light to surrender. After all, Lin Yu's exclusive unit is the Angel, and in the Light faction, angels are gods. The native followers of Light also worship angels as the Holy Spirit. Even if you gave the Holy Sea 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to oppose the angels. This is contrary to their religious doctrines. Judging from this, Lin Yu's remaining opponents are only the Natural Elf Empire and the Dragon Clan of the 36 islands in the Gulf. Once he defeats these two races, Lin Yu can become the Island Lord. I don't care about those issues. I just want to know when I, stuck in the St. Cable snowfield, will have the chance to travel to the floating islands of another world and fight those lowly people. I think you should move to another region as soon as possible. That desolate, icy place is a place even the dead avoid. Lin Yu will definitely only send his angel army to occupy the area at the very last minute. I've made up my mind. I'm going to the dark forest. Even if I have to crawl, I'll crawl until I enter the time portal. The awakening of my hidden bloodline means I can't stand by and watch that little brat live happily on that floating island in another world. I wonder how many professionals from the Sakura Kingdom are on that floating island in another world. Who cares? We'll do as much as we can. Based on my deduction, Lin Yu not only dispatched an army of angels, but also conscripted the top-tier troops from the Heavenly Kingdom. If you arrive late, you might not even get a taste of the spoils. Upon seeing this information, many professionals immediately became anxious. They were well aware of the formidable fighting strength of the angelic army and the top-tier troops of the Heavenly Kingdom. If you go too late, there might be nothing left. Those professionals located in the dark forest are fine. They have the advantage of being close to the source and can embark on an expedition to another world tomorrow. Meanwhile, professionals in other regions can only watch helplessly. This led to professionals from all regions frantically tagging Lin Yu, especially the top professionals, who all wanted Lin Yu to quickly go and conquer their regions and establish the space-time portal. At this moment, countless professionals are in a state of frenzy. The blood of vengeance has been awakened. No one wants to miss this special national war. After all, opportunities to bring honor to one's ancestors and make one's ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke are rare. Chapter 395 Grassland City 1 and Grassland City 2. Lin Yu also saw the information in the Island Chat channel. However, he can only say that he is powerless to help with the petitions from professionals in various regions. After all, his reach wasn't that far. For example, in the two major regions of Elven Sanctuary and 36 Islands of the Bay, how can he establish subordinate cities and create time-space tunnels before his angel army has even invaded them? Therefore, professionals in other regions can only wait now. However, Lin Yu gave the professionals from the Linkle Grasslands the opportunity to travel to the floating islands of another world. Previously, when he opened 2 god-level stronghold chests, he obtained 2 building blueprints for subordinate cities. He summoned a high-ranking angel. Send her to the Linkle Plains to build the attached city. The 2 attached cities were named Grassland City 1 and Grassland City 2, respectively. Simple, easy to understand, and easy to remember. When Angelia goes to connect the space-time portals to the 4 affiliated cities of the Dark Forest, she will also connect the teleportation arrays of these 2 grassland cities at the same time. Tomorrow morning, professionals from both regions will be able to travel to the floating island in the other world. In addition, Lin Yu also posted the news of the city's construction on the Kingdom Chat channel, which unsurprisingly caused another sensation and excited millions of professionals on the grassland. At the same time, Lin Yu once again warned the professionals in the kingdom. Don't act impulsively. After all, besides their cherished daily life and little sticks, the floating islands in the other world also harbor a large number of wild monsters, and one wrong move could lead to death there. However, this did not seem to dampen the passion of the kingdom's professionals. On the contrary, more and more kingdom pros are forming expeditionary legions and expeditionary teams. Conservative estimates suggest that when the time portal opens tomorrow, the number of kingdom professionals heading to the floating island in the other world could easily exceed 5 million. That's the allure of a simple life. In the end, Lin Yu simply stopped caring. He has already dispatched the angelic army and the kingdom's top-tier troops to wipe them out, and there are also 5 angel cities guarding them. As long as the kingdom's professionals closely follow the army's war march, they will certainly not be slaughtered by the otherworldly powerhouses. On the battlefield of national war, they could also follow behind the kingdom's army. In general, as long as the kingdom's professionals are careful and don't stray outside the kingdom's army's clearing range, their safety is guaranteed, so Lin Yu stopped talking nonsense. Anyway, they won't listen to reason. Those guys have all gone crazy. He was yelling and screaming in the kingdom channel like he was on steroids. If Lin Yu doesn't give a direct, firm order, there's no way to persuade him otherwise. But then again, Lin Yu herself also had a similar impulse. However, he plans to go there after the national war has truly begun, because the past is meaningless now. Moreover, he has more important things to do. We'll deal with the time-space portal issue later. Lin Yu said to his elegant and beautiful secretarian beside him. Let's go to the underground world. We received news from Victoria that the army of fallen angels has arrived in the gold mine area. As you wish. Angelia bowed with utmost respect. Immediately afterwards, the two entered the central teleportation array of the holy city. The next moment, they found themselves in a dark, damp underground world filled with the smell of decay. The underground world is not suitable for living beings, because the environmental conditions here are too poor, especially the crimson lava rivers, which can be seen everywhere. The air was also filled with a pungent sulfur smell. If an ordinary person were to arrive here, they would be poisoned in a very short time. While professionals can withstand it, they will still feel uncomfortable. Only those evil races who are accustomed to the underground environment will not be affected. But overall, compared to the underground world, the surface world is paradise. Even in the remote and sparsely populated St. Cable snowfield, the living conditions are much better than in the underground world. Lin Yu also plans to relocate all the subjugated subterranean races, such as the Dark Elves, to the surface after conquering the underground world, so that they can once again bask in the sunlight. As soon as it arrived, Lin Yu then saw countless fallen angels, as well as a large number of enormous Cerberus. The location he teleported to was the gathering place of the fallen angel army. The gold mine is located tens of thousands of meters away. Although they were far apart, Lin Yu could clearly see the gold mine, simply because it is too large in scale. It is 500 meters high, shaped like a giant cone-shaped pot lid, with a diameter of several thousand meters, and emits a dazzling golden light. At the same time, an energy shield also surrounds the gold mine. A strange, faint light appeared on the surface of the shield. It looks very mysterious. Great Creator! A group of huge and beautiful figures flew over. Leading the group were several 12-winged fallen angels, including Victoria, followed by a large number of high-ranking fallen angels, including Gladys, a fallen angel who had already risen to the 10-winged level, and Severia. Lin Yu asked, "What's the situation now?" Victoria stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said, "My lord, the ancient archetype Doris is trying to persuade the Dark Elf Queen and others to surrender. If the persuasion to surrender fails, then war will begin immediately." Chapter 396. Are you Doris? Near the gold mine. Within a kilometer, there are at least 100,000 powerful beings from the underground world. At the very least, they are all at the extraordinary level. There are as many as 20 to 30,000 saint-level experts. They mainly came from the four superpowers, the Dark Elf Empire, the Cyclops Empire, the Evil Eye Empire, and the Immortal Realm, with a few coming from other powers and races. If Lin Yu's army of fallen angels hadn't gotten involved, the four superpowers will definitely use this gold mine to devour the other factions and races. By then, the entire underground world will be completely divided up by four superpowers. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. The army of fallen angels has already arrived. This also meant that their plan was doomed to fail. Under the watchful eyes of countless hostile gazes, several powerful tribal elves, led by the ancient great elf Doris, appeared in the area where the powerful warriors of the Dark Elf Empire were stationed, to meet Her Majesty the Dark Elf Queen. Your Majesty the Empress. It is an honor for Doris to meet you in person. The ancient Archel Doris held the Dark Elf Queen in the highest esteem. The tribal elves standing behind her were the same. After all, they were all members of the Dark Elf race. Before Lin Yu appeared, They, as elves of the Dark Elf tribe, had always been loyal to the Dark Elf Queen. It was the holy light that changed their faith and allegiance. You are Chief Doris? The Dark Elf Queen sat enthroned on her lavishly decorated throne. She wore a black and gold tulle dress, the slit in the skirt revealing two long, snow-white legs crossed together. Her alluring body leaned slightly forward, making her look exceptionally sexy and charming. Her pupils were dark purple. It gives people the illusion of a demon's eye. A look of deep astonishment appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. She looked at Doris in disbelief, and at the pair of butterfly-shaped, shimmering wings behind her. The Dark Elf Queen has not forgotten Doris. She always remembered that a tribe in their empire was destroyed by an unknown force, and the real culprit has yet to be found. Doris was the chieftain of that Dark Elf tribe. Almost all the high-ranking officials of the Dark Elf Empire believed that Doris and her tribe of elves were dead. The same applies to the Dark Elf Queen. However, now, she actually saw Doris standing right in front of her, with a pair of legendary wings of law belonging to the ancient great elves appearing behind her. In addition, the characteristics of Doris that belonged to the Dark Elves also disappeared. Her red eyes turned a vibrant green. The two pairs of small, sharp fangs, resembling those of a vampire, have also disappeared. Even the aura emanating from his body no longer belongs to the evil and dark camp. Judging from appearances alone, it's impossible to connect the current Doris with the Dark Elf chieftain. Even the Dark Elf Queen was initially unsure. Her expression was one of confusion and surprise. "Yes, Your Majesty." The ancient archetype, Doris, said, "I was once a chieftain of the Dark Elf tribe, but now I have embraced the Holy Light and become a follower of the Lord of the Holy Light. Under the protection of the Great Lord of Light, I achieved bloodline evolution and ascended to become an ancient Great Elf. Now he has even reached the late stage of demigod. The elves of my tribe are living well in the territory of the Lord of Holy Light. The vast majority have already advanced to the transcendent level, and there are more than 20 saint-level experts among them." Upon hearing this, the Dark Elf Queen and the nearby high-ranking and powerful Dark Elves all showed expressions of horror. If what Doris said is true, the power of that Lord of Holy Light is terrifying. After all, there were only 2 king-level professionals in Doris's tribe before, let alone transcendent or saint-level professionals. How could those tribal elves have grown to this level in such a short time? They expressed disbelief. However, when they sensed the demigod aura emanating from Doris, and that the tribal elves behind her were also demigods or saints, they realized. They had no choice but to believe it. At the same time, they also developed a great curiosity about the Lord of Holy Light that Doris mentioned. The floating island is a world without gods. However, the Lord of Holy Light not only helped Doris ascend to become an ancient great elf, but also enabled those tribal elves to achieve a leap in level. Could it be that he really performed a miracle? At this moment, the Dark Elf Queen suddenly glanced at the army of fallen angels gathered tens of thousands of meters away. Then he sneered and said, "Even if that Lord of Holy Light is truly a god, he is probably an evil god." The Dark Elf Queen said this because she saw that Doris and the other tribal elves came from the evil winged people army. The Lord of Holy Light is not an evil god. How could they have so many such evil followers? Even the Dark Elf Queen herself had to admit that the evil aura emanating from those winged people terrified her, a peak demigod. Compared to the evil levels of those winged people, they, the Dark Elves, as well as the Cyclops, the evil-eyed demons, the undead creatures, and even the Spider-Man race, are nothing compared to them. They are too low class. Chapter 397, The Empress's chest ached with anger. Hearing the words of the Dark Elf Queen, anger immediately flashed across the face of the ancient archetype Doris. If it weren't for the fact that she came with a mission to redeem the millions of Dark Elves, she would have definitely fought this Dark Elf Queen who had blasphemed the Lord of Light. Doris took a deep breath. He struggled to suppress the urge deep within him to directly purify this heroic empress. She said, "The great Lord of Light is loving and selfless, and he has compassion on all living beings. Otherwise, I, as a Dark Elf, would not have been able to embrace the Holy Light. And, Your Majesty the Empress, they are not winged people, they are fallen angels. From the angel race. The fallen angels, by divine decree of the Lord of Light, spread the faith of the Holy Light to the underworld to redeem the dark beings there. In the surface world, in our Lord's holy city, there are still millions of holy angels. It won't be long before the whole world is bathed in the glory of our Lord." Doris's gaze swept over the assembled high-ranking and powerful Dark Elves, finally settling on the Dark Elf Queen's stunningly beautiful face, which was filled with shock. Your Majesty, the Spider-Man Empire has been annihilated by our Lord's fallen angel army. If it weren't for our Lord's mercy, granting us Dark Elves a chance for redemption, we would have launched an attack on your Dark Elf army the moment the fallen angels descended. At this moment, to the southeast of the gold mine, the main force of the Dark Elf Empire is stationed. The total scale is over 2 million. Their original mission was to fight against the army of the Spider-Man Empire and compete for the gold mines. As a result, the Spider-Man Empire was gone. The Dark Elf Queen coldly declared, "We Dark Elves are not made of clay to establish ourselves in the underworld and rule over such a vast region. Even when facing the angels, my Dark Elf Empire dares to fight them. Doris, you and your tribe of elves have become traitors to my Dark Elf race. Now, you even want to seduce my Dark Elf race to embrace the so-called Holy Light. Your crime is unforgivable. Once the war begins, the first person I will kill will be you. Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Faced with the Dark Elf Queen's angry rebuke and murderous intent, the ancient Great Elf Doris remained calm and said, "Since the end of the ancient War of the Gods, our Dark Elf race has lost the protection of the gods. We were even abandoned by the Goddess of Darkness. After a very brutal and bloody period, our people finally managed to establish themselves in the underground world and thrive. However, this does not mean we do not need faith. A race without faith, even if it survives, will not prosper. The Dark Elves may forever remain in the underground world, never to see the sun on the surface. Now, I bring holy light to my people. The great Lord of Light did not despise us like other true gods, but instead was willing to become the protector of our Dark Elf race. Your Majesty, this is an opportunity for our people to rise." Seeing the Dark Elf Queen's slightly moved expression, Doris changed the subject, saying, "My Lord's fallen angel army destroyed the Spider-Man Empire in just a few hours. Your Majesty, how much stronger do you think my Dark Elf race is compared to those Spider-Man? Are you threatening me?" The Dark Elf Queen narrowed her dark purple eyes slightly. Doris shook her head and said, "This is not a threat. I am merely stating a fact to Her Majesty the Queen. The dark forests of the surface world have been conquered by our Lord's angelic army. The mountain giants, the Naga, and the nature elves of the Elven Gardens have all become our Lord's followers. I just received a message. The Beastman royal court that ruled the Lenkel Plains was also destroyed by the attack of the angel army. The Holy See of the Land of Abundance, guided by the Holy Light, declared war on the kingdom of Kilias and the Dragon Clan long ago. Your Majesty the Empress." Doris looked up at the Dark Elf Queen, whose expression had become extremely solemn, and said, "Surrender is not a disgrace, but the best choice you have ever made. You wouldn't want to see the Dark Elf Empire reduced to ruins by the sweeping angelic army, would you? If that's the case, you will become a great sinner of our Dark Elf race." The Dark Elf Queen was both shocked and furious, and felt a slight pain in her chest. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that before. A high-ranking Dark Elf, resembling a beautiful woman, roared, "Doris, you've gone too far." Doris ignored her and said, "I once had a dream, to become the next queen of the Dark Elves. Although I'm no longer interested, I believe that if war breaks out, this dream will definitely come true. It all depends on Her Majesty the Empress's decision. The implication is that, with the war underway, the Dark Elf Queen will most likely die on the battlefield, and she will ascend the throne of the Queen. Doris is indeed not interested in the Queen's throne at the moment. Her favorite thing to do is serve the Lord of Holy Light." Chapter 398, Encountering an Ambush. Everything that needed to be said has been said. The ancient Great Elf Doris did not waste any more words. Now it remains to be seen how the Dark Elf Queen and the other high-ranking elves will decide their course of action. If they still refuse to surrender, then the only option is for the fallen angel army to conquer the Dark Elf Empire through war. War inevitably results in casualties. In the battle against the fallen angel's army, many Dark Elves will inevitably sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. However, in many cases, war is the most effective and direct way to conquer. Your Majesty, after the ancient archetype Dali left with several tribal elves, all the high-ranking and powerful Dark Elf figures present turned their gazes toward the Dark Elf Queen, who sat enthroned on her throne. It was clear that their expressions were solemn. Some people even showed fear. The angel race is a legendary, mythical race. Now they have not only descended upon this world, but also intend to conquer the underground world belonging to their evil race. This terrified them. To put it bluntly, They would rather wage war against all races on the surface world than be targeted by the angels for attack or conquest. That would mean the extermination of the entire clan. The Spider-Man Empire serves as a cautionary tale. However, they couldn't offer any advice or suggestions on such an important issue. Because whether to bow down to the angelic army or to fight against their attack, both seem like wrong decisions. Therefore, they could only look to the Dark Elf Queen. As the ruler of the Dark Elves, the Dark Elf Queen has both the obligation and the right to decide the future of her race. Whatever the Dark Elf Queen's decision, they will obey. The Dark Elf Queen chose to remain silent. When she saw these high-ranking and powerful figures unable to offer any advice, she knew their beliefs were wavering. They were wary of the angels. They dared not engage in battle with them. If it were any other race, even the natural elf empire of the surface world, attacking, her empire's high-ranking officials and powerful figures would certainly be very aggressive in urging her to start a war. Instead of putting the decision-making power in her hands as it is now. Of course, she could understand this. Even she herself began to hesitate. Tens of thousands of meters away, an army of 2 million fallen angels was watching with predatory eyes. On the surface of the world, millions of holy angels are conquering cities and territories, sweeping across the land. Even if their dark elf empire could repel this army of fallen angels, what would they have to resist the millions of holy angels on the surface? If you choose to refuse to bow your head to the holy light, the dark elf empire could very well become the next Spider-Man empire. But she was a little unwilling to surrender directly. After all, she was the ruler of an empire. How can we abandon our dignity just because of a few words from the enemy's envoy? The Dark Elf Queen rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She was caught in a dilemma. At this moment, a battle suddenly broke out at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The powerful force of laws swept across everything around it, even leveling the earth below, and crimson magma was erupting, creating a truly awe-inspiring scene. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, the Dark Elf Queen rose abruptly from her throne. The scene before them was that of Doris, an ancient archetype, and her companions, who were preparing to return to the fallen angel army after their departure, and were being besieged by more than a dozen demigods. Those demigods came from 3 other factions. There are Cyclops, evil-eyed demons, and undead creatures. When more than a dozen demigods attacked together, their power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, several tribal elves were killed, including the elven elder Carol, who had already advanced to the demigod realm and was Doris's best friend. Doris was left to struggle on alone. This sudden battle both surprised and enraged the Dark Elf Queen. They never expected that Doris and her companions would be ambushed. At the same time, she also understood the intentions of the Cyclops King, the Evil Demon King, and the Ghost Dragon King. They wanted to drag their Dark Elf Empire down with them. Why drag them into this? Because the fallen angel army only sent messengers to persuade the Dark Elf Empire to surrender. However, the 3 factions did not receive such treatment. This means that the fallen angel army has no intention of letting them go and will wipe out their race just as they wiped out the Spider-Man Empire. In this case, how could they possibly stand by and watch the Dark Elf Empire surrender? The rulers of the 3 factions attempted to incite the fallen angels army to hate the Dark Elf Empire, as well by intercepting and killing Doris and others. 4 against 1 is always better than 3 against 2. They're forcing me. The Dark Elf Queen was furious and immediately ordered, demigod-level warriors, join me in battle. An elven demigod hurriedly asked, Your Majesty, which side should we help? The alluring and sexy figure of the Dark Elf Queen soared into the sky, saying without turning her head, Of course we'll help Doris. Even if she has evolved into an ancient great elf, she is still an ancient great elf of our Dark Elf race. Your Majesty is wise. The elven demigods quickly caught up with the Queen. They all knew the truth perfectly well. As expected of Her Majesty the Empress, she has solved these 2 difficult problems. Chapter 399 A near-death experience is better than a certain death. Kill. The Dark Elf Queen personally intervened. It descended upon the battlefield carrying the power of 3 different attributes of the law. Among them, the law of darkness is the most powerful, shrouding the entire battlefield in a pitch-black world, which can even block the detection of mental consciousness. A terrifying force swept across. Several demigods from 3 different factions were swept away. They were all spitting out blood. There was a Cyclops powerhouse at the mid-stage of demigod level who was even directly killed by the Dark Elf Queen. It happened so fast that no one had time to react. Meanwhile, the demigods of the Dark Elf Empire also joined the battle, covering the retreat of the ancient Archel Doris while fighting off attacks from 3 demigod factions. With the Dark Elf Queen at the forefront, the 20-odd demigods from the three factions were unable to deal with them. The reason is simple. The Dark Elf Queen is a peak demigod. His strength was so great that he once defeated the Cyclops King, who ruled over the Cyclops race. Furthermore, fearing an attack from the top demigods within the fallen angel army, the rulers of the three factions only dispatched their subordinate demigods to intercept them. Even top-tier demigods like the Cyclops Emperor, the Evil-Eyed Demon Emperor, and the Ghost Dragon Emperor did not make a move. The other demigods were naturally no match for the Dark Elf Queen. Even though they outnumbered each other, they were unable to defeat the Dark Elf Queen for the time being. They could only watch helplessly as the ancient Great Elf was rescued by a group of powerful Dark Elves. Natya, accompanied by a roar. A massive figure suddenly descended. It was the Cyclops Emperor. He stared at the Dark Elf Queen with a grim expression and said, "What do you mean by this? Are you really going to abandon your dignity as a ruler and surrender to those surface creatures just because of a few words from that ancient high elf? Whether we surrender or not is another matter. Doris is a member of my Dark Elf clan. Even if she has awakened her bloodline now, she is still an ancient great elf of my Dark Elf clan. I can't watch her die at your hands." As she responded, the Dark Elf Queen Nadia retreated toward the army of fallen angels. Because behind the Cyclops Emperor, the Evil-Eyed Demon Emperor, and the Ghost Dragon Emperor were closing in on her. She was fearless in a one-on-one fight against the Cyclops Emperor. However, she was no match for the three peak demigod-level rulers combined. She's not stupid. Seeing that the situation was not good, they naturally had to leave. The Cyclops King said coldly, "Stop making excuses for your cowardice. I can tell you very clearly that you will eventually regret the choice you made today. In the ancient war between the holy and the demonic, your Dark Elf race fought valiantly on the battlefield, only to be rejected by the gods in the end. Even the goddess of darkness has rejected your faith. You are lowly, forsaken ones. Those believers in the holy light are clearly deceiving you. That so-called Lord of Holy Light could never be the god of worship for your Dark Elf race. His glory will not shine upon a group of gods who have forsaken the gods. We are your companions, Dark Elves." This last sentence comes from the Ghost Dragon King, who rules the realm of immortality. It is an undead creature. They are the mortal enemies of the holy and light factions. Even if all the other evil races in the underworld surrendered, the immortal kingdom led by it would never surrender. Therefore, it naturally wanted to persuade the Dark Elf Queen, who had already been bewitched, to return. Nothing more needs to be said. Queen Nadia of the Dark Elves remained resolute, stating, "Since this decision has been made, whatever the future holds, my Dark Elf race has no choice but to accept it. At this time, the worst thing to do is to be a fence-sitter and waver. Otherwise, neither side will benefit." The words of the ancient archetype Doris really frightened her. If, as Doris says, there are millions of holy angels on the surface world, then this world will surely be conquered by the angels. Even if all races were combined, they could not withstand the attack of the angel army. In this case, she had no choice but to bow her head to the holy light. Even if the Lord of the Holy Light was merely using the Dark Elves, or even discarding them after using them, she still had to make this choice. A near-death experience is better than a hopeless one. After all, she wasn't alone. She represents tens of millions of Dark Elves. She can die, but her people cannot perish. She did not want her people to suffer the same fate as the Spider-Man Empire. At that very moment, an invisible and terrifying force suddenly swept in. There was no magical fluctuation, yet it sent chills down the spine of the Dark Elf Queen. She even found that she couldn't move her body. Even the Dark Elf demigods who were protecting Doris's retreat were frozen in midair, their alluring and sexy bodies stiffening, unable to even speak. This is a soul attack. In the entire underground world, only one person possesses such powerful soul strength. The Dark Elf Queen's gaze instantly locked onto the Evil-Eyed Demon Emperor, who resembled a colossal ball of flesh. The Evil-Eye clan inherits the bloodline of the Void Demons. My area of expertise is the soul. Whether it's soul attack, soul defense, or soul imprisonment, the Evil-Eye clan possesses extremely high proficiency. This is their racial talent. Chapter 400: The Soul Imprisonment of the Evil-Eye clan. There are also rumors about the Evil-Eye clan in the surface world. It is said that the eyes of the Evil-Eye clan can release a terrifying aurora, and any creature enveloped by the aurora will be controlled by the Evil-Eye clan. The best way to kill the Evil-Eye demon is to destroy its eyes as soon as possible, especially those that are attached to the surface visible to the naked eye, that huge main eye. But in fact, this statement is incorrect. The eyes of the Evil-Eye clan do not emit aurora. Even if you destroy their eyes, you can only severely damage them. The Evil Eye clan's soul attacks have absolutely nothing to do with their eyes. Even if you destroy all their eyes that grow on their tentacles, they will still be controlled. At this moment, the Evil Eye Demon Emperor personally took action. Combined with the unpredictable power of the Soul Law, it directly imprisoned the Dark Elf Queen and a group of demigod-level elf powerhouses high in the sky, which was its greatest effort. The Evil Eye Demon Emperor intended to annihilate the souls of the Dark Elf Queen and others. But it can't do even one thing. Its power is not that great. Otherwise, the Evil Eye clan would have already ruled the entire underground world. I have imprisoned them. Let's wipe them all out now. The Evil Eye Demon Emperor spoke somewhat hastily. At the same time, the souls of nearly 10 demigod-level powerhouses were imprisoned. One of them was the extremely powerful peak demigod, the Dark Elf Queen. The pressure on it is still immense, and it cannot imprison her for too long. The Dark Elf Queen will soon be able to break free of its shackles and regain her freedom. There was no need for the Evil Eye Demon Emperor to remind him. The moment they discovered that the Dark Elf Queen and the others were imprisoned, the Cyclops King and the Ghost Dragon King acted in unison, directly using the power of laws to try to kill them with a single blow. The Dark Elf Queen felt a chill run down her spine. He was completely enveloped by the fear of death. At this moment, she was imprisoned and had no chance of resisting the attack of two peak demigods. If you get hit, you'll be seriously injured, if not killed. As for the Imperial demigods behind her, they were doomed to die. You must understand, they are the strongest beings in the entire Dark Elf Empire. If they all die here, the Dark Elf Empire will not even have a single demigod left. The tribe still exists, but it has lost the protection of the strong. This is extremely dangerous for a race, and could lead to its decline. Thinking of this, the Dark Elf Queen Nadia immediately regretted her impulsiveness, which led to her falling victim to the schemes of those three. The Dark Elf Queen understood everything at that moment. The Wolf-Eyed Giant Emperor, the Evil-Eyed Demon Emperor, and the Ghost Dragon Emperor's target was not only the ancient Great Elf Doris, but also the Dark Elf Queen. It would have been fine if she hadn't interfered. If she dares to make a move, those three guys would kill her immediately. This was something that had been discussed and agreed upon long ago. However, just as the Dark Elf Queen was in despair, an even more terrifying force of law swept across, shaking the entire battlefield space. It annihilated the power of the laws from the Cyclops Dragon King and the Ghost Dragon King with overwhelming force, easily saving the Dark Elf Queen from the brink of death. How is this possible? The Cyclops King was immediately terrified. The terrifying power of this law was far beyond his imagination. Even he felt a sense of insignificance. However, at the same time, the Cyclops King was very unwilling and attempted to join forces with the Ghost Dragon King again to kill the Dark Elf Queen. However, he no longer had the chance. As that terrifying power swept over, the soul-binding magic that had imprisoned the Dark Elf Queen and others was forcibly broken. The Dark Elf Queen and her entourage immediately retreated to the vicinity of the fallen angel's army. Withdraw. Opportunity knocks but once, or it will never come again. The Cyclops Emperor and his men also retreated decisively. They dared not stay where they were, fearing an attack. They had just discovered that there were at least 5 peak demigods in the fallen angel's ranks, and each of them was a legendary 12-winged angel. If they all attacked, a number of them would definitely die. In reality, they all knew that the angels were no match for them, and surrendering was the best option. But the key problem is that the angels simply don't give them a chance. They only sent envoys to persuade the Dark Elves to surrender, and they were left behind. It's obvious they want to wipe them all out. In this situation, they have no choice but to take a gamble. In the end, they not only failed to bring down the Dark Elf Queen, but also failed to kill her. Instead, they only killed a few insignificant Horde Elves, so the plan was a complete failure. Let's retreat. Go back and mobilize the main force to fight the angels to the death. That suits me perfectly. After a brief exchange, the 3 rulers of evil forces prepared to lead their powerful followers to evacuate the gold mining area. Only the strongest members of their faction have gathered here. The Imperial Army is still at its headquarters. We must return to mobilize our troops and join forces to fight against the angels. However, their evacuation was merely wishful thinking. Now that they're here, how could the fallen angels, led by Victoria, let them leave as they please? One after another, figures appeared as if they had traversed space, instantly descending upon the battlefield. These were 5 12-winged fallen angels, including Victoria and Priscilla. They appeared in different locations. They surrounded the Cyclops Emperor and his men.